Chapter 1. The Commencement of Social Death. All along, Jiren had considered himself a rather fortunate individual. Despite suffering from congenital heart disease and being abandoned at birth, he had managed to survive, living for a full 22 years. Moreover, just after graduating from university, before even having the chance to endure the harshness of society, he could conclude his life. One could say this was a fair trade. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that after Jiren's demise, he unexpectedly found himself traversing into another realm. Although the occurrence of such a fantastical phenomenon seemed almost beyond belief, Jiren adapted to it with remarkable swiftness. After all, having once tasted death, regardless of the reasons for his revival, Jiren deemed himself exceedingly fortunate. Perhaps it was due to his genuine brush with mortality that he acquired a newfound appreciation for the sanctity of life. His existence now held paramount significance above all. Else that it is essential to clarify that this epiphany did not stem from the heart, rather, it was a realization born from his rebirth. Yet again, this was not the focal point of the narrative. Not everyone could comprehend the sentiments Jiren now experienced. Nevertheless, he could assure that what he had discerned was indeed truth. Should anyone doubt this, they were welcome to conduct their own experiments and challenge his assertions. Practice is the sole criterion for testing true, the principle Jiren had upheld for 22 years. Still, this was not the heart of the matter. The genuine concern lay in the fact that since he had transcended into another existence, why was he not afforded even a single garment? Furthermore, having already spent half a day in this new realm, why was his body still immobile? If he continued to be the subject of public scrutiny, Jiren felt that even if he were physiologically alive, he would undoubtedly suffer social demise. What a travesty. The bustling streets were flanked by an array of ancient-style wooden houses, their intricately carved doors and windows adorned with unpainted eaves. Beneath the eaves of the second floor, one could occasionally witness elegantly dressed women entwined with inebriated men. This was Yoshiwara, the most renowned pleasure district in the country, and the most liberal street within the entire city. Men entering this place could freely indulge their desires, while women, in the face of monetary temptation, would forsake their dignity. Having lived here for many years, the women believed they had indulged sufficiently. However, little did they anticipate that on this very day, they would be outmaneuvered by a mere youth. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the amber glow of the fading light illuminated the flower street, casting a radiant sheen upon the pristine figure lying on the ground. Passers-by, upon reaching the spot, would first display expressions of astonishment, then lift their skirts to skirt around the scene, though their gazes seemed magnetically drawn to the spectacle, only diverting their eyes upon reaching the corner of the street. Gradually, a striking tableau emerged amidst the flower street. Mother, it seems that person is yet to awaken. On the second floor, Kaizi curiously gazed downwards, a delicate flush occasionally gracing her exquisite features. In her line of work, she had encountered numerous male physiques, yet none had possessed the refined elegance of Jiren, whose form was strikingly fair and alluringly sculpted. However, rather than his back, Kaizi found herself more intrigued by Jiren's other side. The matron, Mizu, adorned in a thick layer of makeup, cast a glance out the window. She held little interest in youthful men like Jiren, as they offered no promise of wealth. Whether he awakens or not is of no concern to us. Even if he were to succumb here, it would not affect our affairs, she declared. But what if he truly dies at our doorstep? Could that tarnish our business? The matron hesitated mid-step, contemplating the implications. While it was not uncommon for drunken patrons to slumber at the entrance of the Yoshiwara district, the ramifications of a death occurring there would be vastly different. Impatiently, she instructed, have a few people carry that fellow away, dispose of him far from here. Understood. Kaizi was about to comply when the matron suddenly reversed her decision. Wait, never mind. It seems I'm out of luck. If that man were to accidentally perish, we might find ourselves burdened with a life. Instead, bring him inside, find a room for him to rest. Once he awakens, he can be sent on his way. Kaizi stifled a giggle, replying, all right, I understand. With that, the matron departed. Kaizi called a few individuals downstairs, and as they moved Jiren, she discreetly admired his features before guiding him into her room. Sister Kaizi, how peculiar. This man doesn't smell of alcohol at all, remarked one of the girls. Not only was there no odor of spirits, but Kaizi also detected a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from Jiren. Yet, she chose not to elaborate, playfully tapping the girl's forehead and retorting, why concern yourself with such things? Hurry and prepare, we have clients arriving soon. Oh, the girl, unfazed by the playful reprimand, touched her forehead and pouted, casting one last curious glance at Jiren before skipping out. Kaizi, on the other hand, scrutinized Jiren's handsome visage with intrigue. After sprucing herself up in the room, she soon departed as well. Jiren was acutely aware of his surroundings from his journey through time, lying bare on the street, to being moved onto a bed. Yet he found himself unable to act, even managing only a narrow sliver of vision. His capacity for movement returned the following morning. Although there were no clocks to mark the time, Jiren estimated that, judging by the sun's position, a full 24 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this new realm. Lifting the arm that rested upon his neck, he inadvertently stirred the slumbering Kaizi beside him, who emitted a discontented grunt before turning over and drifting back into sleep. The hardness radiating from his lower body left Jiren momentarily at a loss for words. After all, such treatment would typically be reserved for protagonists experiencing a grand finale in the narratives of his past life. Summoning immense willpower, he rose from the bed, positioning himself upright like a Dane character as he made his way to the nearby table to sit down. After sipping some water, he found himself drawn to the reflection of his own visage in the mirror of the dressing table. Approaching the mirror, he noted that his appearance had not undergone significant alteration. The only discernible change was that he seemed to have diminished in stature. Chapter 2. Why isn't the whole world speaking Chinese? His not overly long black hair fell haphazardly across his forehead. His striking black and white eyes sparkled with clarity, seemingly reflecting the starlight. The skin on his face and upper body was exceptionally fair, almost devoid of any masculine qualities. The contours of his face were soft, exhibiting a hint of youthful innocence, while the corners of his thin lips naturally curled upwards, as though perpetually graced by a smile. It was a visage both handsome and gentle. Continuing downward, one would observe his somewhat slender frame, standing at approximately 177 centimeters, akin to his height during the ages of 16 or 17 in his previous life. However, unlike his former self, this present Jiren appeared to lack a certain pallor. Beyond that, the sole distinction was a crimson mark on his chest, reminiscent of flames, yet also resembling a faint trident tattoo. In his previous life, Jiren bore no tattoos. Even if he had, he would not have dared to ink one near his heart, for congenital heart disease is not something to be trifled with. One could provoke it, and it would retaliate by ceasing to function. Thus, this mark must surely be a recent development following his transmigration. Jiren remained uncertain whether this body was indeed the original. If it were, he speculated that the tattoo might be akin to an enhancement. He even harbored suspicions that the reason for his previous congenital heart condition could perhaps be attributed to this very tattoo. After a period of contemplation, Jiren yielded no insights. That moment, Kaizi stirred awake. It is no wonder she was an experienced individual, even upon waking to find a peculiar figure staring at her reflection in the dressing table. She did not react with the startled fervor of a novice. Her initial surprise at discovering an unfamiliar presence in her room quickly gave way to calmness. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her own state of undress, instead fixating her gaze upon Jiren's back with evident intrigue. A chill crept across Jiren's back, prompting him to instinctively turn around, only to swiftly pivot back again. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Jiren felt as though something had obscured his vision, lingering persistently. So vast, so pale. Ha ha ha, a delicate giggle echoed from behind, revealing that Psycho was aware of the recent incident involving Jiren. Unfazed, she found his reaction amusing. Sauntering over to Jiren, she placed her soft hands gently on his shoulders and whispered, "Your physique is quite impressive." Psycho merely intended to tease the intriguing young man, yet upon uttering her words, Jiren was left utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend, he pondered if everyone in the world spoke Chinese. Ming-chan, excuse me, what is your name? Noticing Jiren's silence, Psycho assumed he was simply shy and shifted the conversation. Jiren, Kuyan on Ming-ju, could you say something? After all, I did save your life. Seeing Jiren still remain mute, Psycho's frustration grew, and she couldn't resist giving his shoulder a light tap. At last, Jiren responded. He turned to face her, glanced down to ensure he was properly dressed, and then pointed at his mouth, shaking his hands gently. This gesture left Psycho momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she stared at Jiren and asked, "You can't be mute, can you?" Jiren continued to point at his mouth, shaking his hands. With no alternative, Jiren could only resort to this. He was utterly lost in this foreign language, and in truth, he felt akin to a deaf mute. Bundanko, are you truly mute? Now, Psycho was genuinely astonished. She covered her lips with her hand, gazing at Jiren in disbelief. The reason Psycho had chosen to assist during the previous day stemmed from curiosity, wondering why someone so young would venture to Yoshiwara as well as the practical concern for their establishment's reputation. After all, her earlier words were not mere threats of death at their doorstep would severely impact their business. Upon bringing Jiren back, she noted that he didn't reek of alcohol as she had initially surmised. Coupled with his youthful appearance and handsome features, she had no qualms about letting him rest in her bed. Had he been a rotund, oily man instead, she would have undoubtedly relegated him to the storage room. However, she never anticipated that this young man would possess such a significant deficiency. Davushing, please wait here, I will go find my mother. With that, Psycho did not wait to see if Jiren understood and gracefully descended the stairs. Moments later, Jiru heard footsteps outside the door, followed closely by the entrance of a gray-haired elderly woman, her face marked with a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead, led by Psycho. The madam appeared somewhat bewildered. Her concern yesterday had solely centered on the potential impact Jiru might have on her business. She had intended for him to rest temporarily in her establishment, planning to send him away upon his awakening. However, Psycho's recent remarks left her feeling as though she had inadvertently taken on a troublesome burden. Upon entering, the madam wore a long face, exuding an icy demeanor, as if everyone owed her a debt. Like Psycho, she began to bombard Jiru with a barrage of inquiries in an unfamiliar language, asking about his name, origins, age, and more. Yet the outcome was evident. Jiru's expression was one of utter confusion. The madam felt a headache coming on. If only Jiru could speak, if only he had not lost his memory, if only he were a tad older. If any of these conditions were met, she could muster the resolve to expel him. After all, he was able-bodied, and given the current stability outside, it was unlikely he would starve as he had in the past. However, in his present state unable to communicate and suffering from amnesia should he encounter any misfortune outside, it would be a tragedy, perhaps with no one even knowing of his demise. Meeting Psycho's pleading gaze, the madam sighed, saying, "Let him stay here and assist with some chores for now. I will notify others to see if we can locate this child's family." Psycho's expression softened, and she exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Mama." Chapter 3. The Distinction of Kindness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the language barrier, Jiru spent his time following the madam's instructions, performing tasks such as cleaning and laundry, while also studying the tattoo located over his heart. That it may have been a mere illusion, but Jiru felt that the tattoo had grown somewhat brighter compared to 3 days prior. Yet aside from this, there were no other notable changes. Meanwhile, the madam had enlisted the other geishas in the establishment to inquire about Jiru's family from the patrons, but naturally, they returned empty-handed. The presence of a man in the establishment piqued the curiosity of the other geishas, however. Although many had heard of Jiru, few had actually seen him, primarily due to the timing of their work. After hanging the finest translucent pink garment, its purpose unknown, on a bamboo pole to dry, Jiru rubbed his back, glanced up at the blazing sun overhead, and prepared to head to the kitchen for lunch. This was the extent of Jiru's daily labor. Despite the madam's hospitality, the establishment did not support idleness. From dawn until noon, tasks of cleaning and laundry consumed his time. Just as Jiru reached the kitchen, a sudden loud crack echoed from upstairs, followed by a woman's furious shout and the sound of soft weeping. Jiren paused momentarily, contemplating, before proceeding with the broom and dustpan in hand. The recent sharp crack unmistakably indicated the shattering of some porcelain, and it was his responsibility to address such matters. Ascending to the second floor, he noticed that despite the considerable noise, no one had gathered to investigate. This was perhaps due to the majority of patrons in the establishment being in slumber, coupled with the fact that the source of the disturbance was indeed somewhat secluded. With broom and dustpan in hand, Jiren traversed the corridor until he reached the innermost chamber on the second floor, where he finally beheld 2 figures. Among the 2 people, one is known to Jiren. She is younger than Jiren, but she is not a geisha in the shop. She holds a position similar to that of a servant. However, due to the language barrier, Jiren does not know her name. When Jiren saw her, the little girl was lying on the ground, covering her face and crying softly, with a broken porcelain bowl and scattered food in front of her. Standing in the shadows before the little girl was a beautiful woman, elegantly dressed, looking down at her coldly from a height. Even without a common language, Jiren could roughly guess the situation from the scene before him. However, he did not take any action. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but rather that he felt unworthy to intervene. In his past life, he had received help from many kind-hearted people, so Jiren would usually try to lend a hand when he encountered strangers in trouble. But the premise was that such help was within his capability. Only when one has the ability can they truly be called kind-hearted. If someone lacks the ability, yet insists on showing kindness, that is called being a do-gooder. If someone lacking ability tries to drag others into showing kindness, that is called a saintly bitch. He remained silent. Jiren silently walked to the middle of the 2. And as he got closer, he felt the temperature nearby suddenly drop several degrees, a strange chill washing over him. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just the coolness of the environment. He first smiled politely at the woman in the shadows, then began to quietly clean up the broken bowls and food scraps on the ground. The coldness in the woman's eyes in the shadows did not disappear with Ji-Ren's arrival, but there was a hint of curiosity deep within her gaze. In an unknown language, she suddenly spoke, "Are you the man that the madam mentioned, the one they brought back?" Ji-Ren was taken aback, opening his bewildered eyes to look at her. His expression was half genuine and half feigned. Half genuine because he truly couldn't understand what she was saying, and half feigned because she deliberately exaggerated the confusion in her eyes. Sometimes, pretending to be clueless is indeed a good survival strategy. However, the woman in the shadows clearly had a bad temper. With just one sentence unanswered, Ji-Ren saw the cruelty in her eyes intensify at a visible speed, and her expression grew even gloomier as she angrily said, "Unknown language. I'm talking to you. Answer me." Unknown language that. Little mute can't speak because he's a mute. At that moment, the little girl lying on the ground timidly spoke up. "Unknown language, did I tell you to talk?" The woman in the shadows shot a cold glare at the little girl, instantly making her face turn pale, and she lowered her head in fear. At this time, Ji-Ren finally managed to guess a bit of what the other party meant. So he first made a gesture indicating that he couldn't speak, then smiled gently at her. Ji-Ren's smile is very infectious. Perhaps it is due to his appearance, or maybe because of his own experiences. Ji-Ren's smile always gives people a very sunny feeling. Selling his face. This is the only thing Ji-Ren can do now. Perhaps his smile really worked, as the woman in the shadows stared at Ji-Ren for a while, and finally let out a cold hum, turned around, walked into the room, and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Ji-Ren gently exhaled, then helped the little girl up. It was only at this moment that he clearly saw a distinct five-finger mark on her face, with faint traces of blood on it, indicating how hard the woman had hit her just now. Supporting the little girl downstairs, he returned to the room and applied medicine to her. After that, he listened to her complain in a language he couldn't understand, crying pitifully for a while. He waited until the little girl fell asleep before leaving, with no common language. This was the only comfort Ji-Ren could offer her. But what Ji-Ren didn't know was that not long after he left, in the deepest room on the second floor, a pair of snake-like pupils quietly appeared, flickering with a sinister light in the room that was completely devoid of sunlight. Maintaining this rhythm of life, 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 5th day after his arrival, without any warning, Ji-Ren's external ability suddenly activated. A tattoo that seemed only visible to him suddenly emitted a red light, and Ji-Ren felt a message appear in his mind. It was about how to use the tattoo. Without attracting anyone's attention, Ji-Ren took a broom to the counter in the lobby on the 1st floor. Seeing that no one was around, Ji-Ren quietly extended one hand, palm down, accompanied by a faint light that only he could see emanating from his palm. Soon, a large number of particles suddenly appeared in the air near the counter, gradually converging towards Ji-Ren's palm. Ultimately, 2 illusory card-like objects were formed. Chapter 4. Starting Nightmare Difficulty, the ability of the tattoo. Ji-Ren named it Extraction. As the name suggests, the effect of this ability is to rewind the past, bringing forth events that occurred within a limited area over a period of time and transforming them into skill inheritance cards. The 2 inheritance cards Ji-Ren just extracted were precisely the skills that appeared most frequently behind this counter in the past 10 years, accounting and socializing. He could only choose one of the 2 cards because he was only extracting now, and there wasn't enough energy in the tattoo to convert both cards into inheritance. Without much hesitation, Ji-Ren directly chose the socializing card. In fact, both cards were quite useless, but in comparison, the socializing card at least allowed Ji-Ren to learn the language of this world. After making his choice, the accounting card in Ji-Ren's palm quickly vanished, while another social card rapidly materialized from the illusion into a physical form, ultimately forming a card with the image of the store owner on the front and a triangular pattern on the back. The usage of the card was quite simple. Ji-Ren just needed to focus his eyes on the front of the card, and his spiritual entity would gradually be pulled into the card's interior. The environment inside was arranged similarly to this counter, with the only difference being the presence of a store owner. Once Ji-Ren's spiritual entity entered, the owner came to life, walking up to Ji-Ren and beginning to impart knowledge about socializing. It was unclear whether it was due to the accelerated learning effect within the card space, Ji-Ren's enhanced talents after the crossover, or perhaps a combination of both. But in any case, Ji-Ren's speed of learning here was unexpectedly fast. Almost everything the owner said could be remembered after one repetition, understood after 2, and nearly mastered after 3. The first learning session didn't last long. The main issue was the location. Others couldn't see the card. And he couldn't just stand by the counter daydreaming. So, in less than 20 minutes, Jiren exited the card space. As soon as he came out, he noticed something new in the upper right corner of the card, 04. After pondering for a moment, Jiren guessed this might represent his mastery progress with the card. With this extra boost, Jiren felt more motivated. Otherwise, alone in this world where the language was incomprehensible, he truly couldn't find a goal to strive for. In the following days, Jiren almost immersed himself in card learning whenever he had time. In the card, he couldn't feel the flow of time, which caused him to nearly fail to complete his work at the shop several times. Hard work pays off. Finally, on the third day of obtaining the card, Jiren successfully unlocked it to 46. 8. The skill prototype of this card mainly represented the shop owner, and with the owner's cultural level in this world, a mastery of 46. 8 was enough for Jiren to learn the basic language and writing of this world. However, even though he had learned the language and writing, Jiren did not immediately start speaking. After all, his established persona in the shop was that of a mute, along with being half a fool with amnesia. Because of this, many people in the shop had confided some of their inner secrets to Jiren, as there was no better secret keeper than a mute fool. It was one thing that Jiren didn't understand the language before, but now that he did, if he suddenly spoke, who knew what would happen? What if the group of tough veterans got angry and wanted to silence him? Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, Jiren had to continue pretending, quietly acting as a voyeur. However, after understanding the language and writing of this place, Jiren also gained the basic conditions to search for information about this world. Not long after, Jiren had figured out some basic information about this area. The area he was in was called Yoshiwara, a famous red light district. That name sounds familiar. The shop he was currently staying at was called Kaigokuya. That name sounded a little familiar too. The girl who had moved back to the shop was named Saiko, the madam was named Mitsu, and the owner was named Kame. These names were all quite ordinary, nothing unusual, but he learned that the shop's top star was named Warabaheim. That name sounded very familiar. However, at this point, Jiren wasn't too anxious. After all, it was just a name. In any red light district in a certain island country, there were countless girls with names like this princess or that princess. Until one day, a major incident suddenly occurred in Yoshiwara. Someone had died, and it was said that the death was gruesome, with the heart, brain, and even half of the body missing, as if something had eaten them. The nearby security team explained that the victim had been attacked by a wild beast. When Jiren heard this news, his expression was probably like this. I'm completely losing it. The explanation given by the security team was implausible, to say the least. After all, let's not even mention how far Yoshiwara is from the nearest mountains and wilderness, or the probability of a wild beast appearing. Just the fact that a beast capable of eating half a human could appear without leaving a trace nearby was absurd. It should be noted that the location of the deceased's death was not in the wilderness, but in a bustling urban area. Moreover, a coincidence is a coincidence. But when so many coincidences gather together, it's no longer a coincidence. This was the 11th day since he had crossed over. Jiren finally knew where he was. Moreover, he felt fortunate to have survived a full 11 days. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. This was an anime that Jiren had watched in his previous life. The main story revolves around the battle between humans and demons. However, the demons here are not the traditional ghosts, but rather creatures similar to zombies that are transformed from humans. Demons possess characteristics such as brutality, loss of humanity, gaining strength by consuming humans, cellular regeneration, and immense power. Some of the more powerful demons can even awaken a special ability called blood demon art. However, their weakness is that they are afraid of the sun. They die when exposed to light and can only move during the night. The demon world also has a clear hierarchy, generally categorized from low to high as follows. Ordinary demons, elite demons who can use some blood demon art, the leaders known as the 12 Kazuki, and finally, the ultimate boss, the progenitor of demons. The 12 Kazuki are further divided into upper moons and lower moons. The strength of the upper 6 is on a completely different level from that of the lower 6. The purpose of this introduction is mainly to convey the terrifying nature of demons. And now, in the Kayagaka house where Jiren is currently staying, there's a demon ranked as the upper 6th hidden away. Chapter 5. Escape plan at this moment. Jiren deeply felt how lucky he was to be alive. Not long ago, he had been less than a meter away from a demon, and it was no wonder that when he got close last time, he felt the temperature drop several degrees around him. More importantly, he had even smiled at a ghost back then. Thinking about it now, He felt he had nearly made a fatal mistake. Once he confirmed the world he was in, Jiren's sense of urgency immediately heightened. For Jiren, the terrifying aspect of the hidden upper six demon, Wajiki, did not lie in her strength. After all, whether upper or ordinary demons, they could easily devour him. What truly made Jiren feel urgent was the unpredictability of Wajiki's murderous intent. The current Kayagaka house and even the entire Yoshiwara was for Wajiki a hunting ground. Perhaps one day, just by glancing at Jiren in the crowd, she might crawl into his bed that night, and with Jiren unable to resist, she would eat him, merging their bodies together. If she were to be particularly thorough, it was possible that the next day, not even a hair of Jiren would be found. Then, a few days later, a missing person notice would appear near Yoshiwara. Eventually, when a heavy rain washed away the notice, the incident would fade away, and Jiren would most likely become the first-time traveler in history to kick the bucket without even having a chance to say a word. He had to run. There was no other choice. Jiren pondered for a long time. If he wanted to survive, this was the only possible path. As for the hardcore, it's not just talk. Jiren could guarantee that with just one slide tackle, he could definitely overindulge the Fern Princess. Of course, this escape also needed to be planned. Simply disappearing without reason was definitely not an option. After all, even if he was lucky enough to successfully escape, what if the evil spirit became suspicious and thought he was an undercover agent sent by the Demon Slayer Corps? What would happen to the others in the Kayagaka house then? Although Jiren is not a saint, the old procuress and the others in the shop have helped him, so he cannot repay kindness with enmity. Therefore, the best way is to find a reasonable excuse to leave this place quickly. After thinking for a while, Jiren came up with a preliminary plan. The next day, during the bright midday sun, when there were few pedestrians outside, Jiren took the opportunity to take out the trash and boldly went outside, secretly sticking a piece of paper on the wall at the entrance of the Yoshiwara. By the afternoon of the third day, this paper was discovered and sent to the hands of the old procuress of Kayagakuya. That evening, the old procuress called Jiren, Psycho, and several other girls who were curious together, and with a complicated expression, handed the paper to Jiren. Then, Jiren displayed astonishing acting skills. His youthful face showed no expression, but through his tightly pressed lips and his eyes, which shifted from surprise to confusion to indecision. Everyone could clearly feel the inner struggle of Jiren. Out of curiosity, Psycho and a few other girls who were somewhat familiar with Jiren turned their gazes to the paper in his hand, and in the next second, their expressions slightly changed. What appeared before them was a missing person notice, and the image on this notice bore a resemblance to Jiren, about 70 to 80% alike. Come on, what do you think we should do about this? The old procuress said. It is known that those who can run shops in Yoshiwara are not purely good people, but there aren't too many who are extremely wicked either. Most of the geishas here are children sold by poor families, and the trade in people generally follows the principle of consent. Although Jiren works here, he cannot be considered sold, especially since he is a man and not worth much. Psycho and the others fell silent upon hearing this. The old procuress had no choice but to turn her gaze to Jiren and asked, Akiyuki, what are your thoughts? Akiyuki Jiren is the name Jiren chose for himself. Jiren did not respond, but his gaze remained fixed on the missing person notice in his hand. The emotions in his distinctly black and white eyes, struggle, hesitation, anticipation, desire, seemed almost palpable. Seeing this, the madam let out a soft sigh, and she had her answer. All right, tomorrow, let Kaizi accompany you to Fog Narrow Mountain. However, I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether you find what you're looking for, Kaizi must return. Do you understand? Indeed, Fog Narrow Mountain was a location that Jiren had intentionally filled in. A 6th Upper Moon demon was hiding in the Kayagaka house, and it was never safe for the people here. Therefore, the best way to completely confront the crisis was to eliminate her directly. To deal with an Upper Moon demon, at least the top-tier Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps needed to take action, and even one Hashira wouldn't be enough. Multiple people would need to work together to ensure success. However, the Demon Slayer Corps, which was supposed to combat demons, operated in secrecy, let alone its top-tier experts. Fortunately, Jiren was a transmigrator, having a slight advantage of foresight, knowing that there was someone on Fog Narrow Mountain who could connect him with a Hashira. I understand. Thank you, Mom. This was what Kaizi said on behalf of Jiren. After she spoke, the madam left directly, leaving Kaizi to glance at Jiren with a hint of disappointment. Humans are emotional beings, and after spending nearly 20 days together, Kaizi naturally felt a bit reluctant as Jiren was suddenly leaving. However, this fleeting emotion came and went quickly. Soon, Kaizi masked her reluctance, gave Jiren a few instructions about their outing tomorrow, and then turned to leave. The plan was progressing very smoothly. This was quite normal, as Jiren's original purpose in setting this up was merely for Warajiheim to see. As for the madam and the others, it was nearly impossible for them to discover Jiren's plan without knowing that this world had demons. Back in his room, Jiren began to pack his things. In fact, he didn't have much to pack. When he crossed over, he had come with nothing but an empty pocket. However, just as he finished packing a few pieces of clothing, suddenly, a shadow descended from behind, blocking the light from the entire doorway. At the same time, an indescribable chill instantaneously engulfed Jiren's whole body. Jiren turned stiffly. The next second, Jiren only felt his heart suddenly gripped by a pair of large hands, and every hair on his body stood on end. He heard that you were leaving here tomorrow? Chapter 6. Stirring the fire, the voice of the Fern Princess was very calm, but in Jiren's ears, it felt like the cold wind of the Arctic, making him shiver all over. Why? Why did she come here? Could it be that I've been exposed? It shouldn't be. So far, I've only met her once, and during that meeting, I didn't even know her identity. How could I have been exposed? Then why did she come? Is she hungry and want a snack? Jiren felt a wave of panic inside, but his expression remained largely unchanged. His eyes first displayed a hint of confusion. How did she know? This was followed by a 3-part bewilderment. Why is he asking this? Finally, there was a 6-part realization. Oh, it must be Keiko who told her. So she came to say goodbye to me. In less than a second, even though Jiren didn't speak, the emotions reflected in his eyes clearly showed what he wanted to express. He then made a gesture indicating that he was going to look for his family. However, he didn't take out the missing person notice. Although the chances were slim, it would be troublesome if he were exposed. Speaking of which, Jiren's current acting skills were largely thanks to that social interaction card. Social interaction, in essence, is an activity in which humans use certain methods to convey information, exchange ideas, and achieve certain goals within social rules. This skill may seem simple, but it encompasses knowledge from various fields such as language, psychology, negotiation, and acting. As the owner of the Kayagaka house, Gue was well-versed in acting, observation, and communication techniques. Skills like smiling, acting, smooth talking, and knowing what to say to different people or spirits were exceptionally refined. Even later on, despite having clearly noticed the abnormality of Waruji, the owner of the Kayagaka house still managed to survive by pretending not to know anything with his Oscar-worthy acting. Such acting skills, Jiren would call the strongest. Waruji had clearly heard about Jiren's search for his family from others beforehand, so she wasn't surprised by the gesture he expressed. Is that so? Then I should wish you luck in finding your family soon. Waruji said this with a light tone, but Jiren, whose observational skills had become increasingly detailed, could clearly see the burning jealousy deep in her eyes. Due to her tragic experiences before becoming a demon and the influence of her brother, Gifu, Taro's beliefs, Waruji's personality gradually twisted after becoming a demon. She developed an extreme love for beautiful things and a strong hatred for ugly ones. And when she saw others happy, she wanted to deprive them of that happiness. Now, Jiren clearly evoked in her the impulse to indulge further. Jiren's heart skipped a beat. From the moment he saw the jealousy burning in Juji's eyes, he realized that something was wrong. After all, this was his first time doing such a dangerous job, and the plan had still gone awry. Jiren only considered the success rate of fleeing, completely ignoring the personality of Fern Princess. In an instant, Jiren's brain was operating at its limit, with several countermeasures flashing through his mind in quick succession. The next moment, Zhuji saw a hint of anticipation and excitement gradually appear on Jiren's face. Upon seeing this, the flames of jealousy in Zhuji's eyes flared even more, and she even began to exude a murderous intent. However, this was not enough. Jiren seemed to completely ignore Zhuji's expression, not only not stopping, but instead eagerly pulling Zhuji to sit down and expressing his excited feelings with animated gestures. Zhuji's expression transformed from initial jealousy to gloom, then to a ferocious glare, and finally returned to calmness. About 10 minutes later, Zhuji left. After hearing Zhuji's footsteps fade away, Jiren finally couldn't help but let out a long breath. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, there was truly no turning back. Jiren murmured to himself. Had Zhuji really let him off so easily? How could that be? Just based on the stimulus Jiren had given her earlier, it would be unfair to the people Zhuji had devoured before if she didn't properly torment him before eating him. The reason Zhuji let Jiren go so easily tonight was simple. She planned to let Jiren find his family first, and then, at the happiest moment of their reunion, to give Jiren complete despair. Only in this way could Zhuji's hatred be alleviated. And this was exactly Jiren's countermeasure, to place himself in a desperate situation and then seek survival. In the recent situation, this was the only countermeasure Jiren could think of that had a 50% chance of survival. As for other countermeasures, they were filled with uncertainty, as Jiren could not guarantee whether Zhuji might suddenly feel very handsome and then eat him in one bite. To be honest, the probability of that happening was quite high. Zhuji liked beautiful things, so she would consume them all to make herself more beautiful, while she disliked ugly things. She wouldn't eat them, but would kill them instead. Next, it would depend on who was faster. The next morning, Jiren, under the guidance of Kai Zi, boarded the train heading to the city closest to Wuxia Mountain. Along the way, Jiren pondered what the purpose of Wuji's visit to him last night was. After all, when they were at the Kayagaka house, they weren't that familiar with each other. If it was just to prevent Jiren, who was seen as a source of food, from escaping, it didn't seem quite right. He thought about it for a long time. Jiren had a hypothesis. Perhaps the reason why Wajiji sought him out last night was to test him to see if he was an undercover agent sent by the Demon Slayer Corps. Such things were not uncommon for Wajiji, who had lived for over 100 years. Although she appeared arrogant when facing the Demon Slayer Corps, she was actually quite cautious. For a century, she had remained in Yoshiwara but had changed her name many times. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to devour 6 or 7 Hashira without being discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps. The train ride was not short. This era was reminiscent of the Taisho period of a certain island nation, a transitional phase in technology from ancient to modern times. Having experienced the technological era, Jiren was not surprised by the sights on the train, but in contrast, Saiko was curious about everything around her. Although she was older than Jiren, Saiko had been sold to the Kayagaka house since she was young and had not really traveled far over the years. Around evening, the train arrived at the station. At the same time, in the skies above the streets of Yoshiwara, a slender figure with a gaze that was not quite human quickly descended into the night, heading towards the direction where Jiren and Saiko were. Chapter 7. Searching for someone after getting off the train. Jiren and Kai Zi went straight to a hostel to rest. Kai Zi originally wanted to explore the night market, but was refused by Jiren with a shake of his head. What a joke. Over in Yoshiwara, due to the presence of the great evil spirit, Waraheim, there were hardly any other small spirits to be seen. In a place like this, who knows what might happen if one wanders around at night? They could encounter a mindless man-eater. Of course, this led to Kai Zi being sullen all night. The next morning, the two headed straight for MT Kirakusa in the outskirts. To be precise, it was Jiren whose time was very tight, because so far he only knew that the person he was looking for lived on MT Kirakusa, but he had no clue about the exact location. Kai Zi didn't say much, thinking that he was just eager to return home, which was why he was in such a hurry. The two prepared their things early in the morning and set out, but halfway there, Jiren suddenly stopped in front of a medical clinic. Kai Zi was taken aback and asked, "Egasuki, what's wrong?" Jiren didn't respond, but suddenly let go of Kai Zi's hand and ran into the medical clinic like the wind. The physician inside was treating a patient and was taken aback when he saw Jiren rush in. Before they could ask anything, Jiren suddenly turned around and ran out just as quickly. Physician. Patient. Kai Zi. This series of actions was indeed puzzling. Neither Kai Zi, the physician, nor the patient understood what was happening at all. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't a mental hospital, the physician might have even suspected that Jiren was one of the patients here. "Akuzumi, are you feeling unwell?" Kai Zi asked, unable to hold back her concern. Jiren shook his head. "So were you trying to buy medicine just now?" Kai Zi asked again. Jiren shook his head again, and this time after shaking his head, he directly grabbed one of Kai Zi's hands and continued towards the direction of Miss Narrow Mountain. Jiren still couldn't speak, so there was ultimately a bit of a problem in their communication. However, to be honest, even if Jiren could speak now, he couldn't explain what just happened, as it involved his own external abilities, which he couldn't expose. That's right. The purpose of Jiren going to the medical clinic just now was to obtain a medical inheritance card. In this world, all demons are created from the blood of the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen, and these demons share a common characteristic. They are extremely difficult to kill. To completely slay an evil demon, there are only 3 methods. The first method is to use a special weapon to sever the demon's neck. But the prerequisite is that one's own strength must be greater than that of the demon. However, it is clear that Jiren, at this moment, does not meet the standards in terms of special weapons or strength. The second method is to use sunlight. But this method can basically be ignored, as demons are not foolish enough to wander around during the day unless one is lucky enough to find the demon's hiding place in daylight. The third method is poison. This is currently the most realistic method, and the one G-Run can grasp the quickest. In the short term, he naturally won't expect to develop a highly potent poison, but at least it serves as a means of self-defense. To put it bluntly, with poison in hand, at least if G-Run is ever eaten by a demon, he has a way to take someone down with him. Medicine and poison are inseparable. The medical inheritance card is also a white card, but the pattern on the back is no longer triangular. Instead, it resembles a square-like design. The medical clinic that G-Run chose is an old one, with white-hair doctors, half of whom have lost their hair, clearly indicating their experience as seasoned physicians. Overall, the value of this white card is quite high. There were no gains on the first day. In the evening, the two left Wuxiao Mountain and returned to the town's inn. Ji-Ren's consciousness sank into the card space, where the environment was arranged just like the daytime medical clinic. As before, when Ji-Ren walked in, the balding, white-haired physician approached him and began to impart knowledge. Ji-Ren first studied pharmacology, as he currently has a simple but effective toxin for evil spirits in his mind. In the card space, Ji-Ren's learning speed is very fast, to the point where he almost forgets the passage of time. He doesn't know how long has passed. Ji-Ren suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold in reality, abruptly pulling him out of the card space. However, when he truly came to his senses, he found that the malevolence had vanished, as if it were an illusion. He knew that this must be the result of Ju-Ji catching up to him. Ghosts cannot act during the day, which means Ju-Ji can only hide during the daytime. Yet despite this, she was still able to find Ji-Run and Iyako so quickly, indicating that she clearly possessed some kind of tracking method that Ji-Run was unaware of. The footsteps of death grew ever closer. Ji-Ren's heart became increasingly urgent. As the spirit body sank back into the card space, Ji-Ren was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the essence of pharmacology. The next day, the sun had just risen above the horizon. Ji-Ren took Kaizi to get up and head to the outskirts. Daylight was the best time to act. Under the strong sunlight, even a malicious ghost like Fern Princess couldn't attack, let alone perform basic surveillance. On the way, Ji-Ren casually brushed aside a bunch of wisteria flowers, seemingly playing, but in reality, he was studying them. The growth of wisteria is greatly related to the sun, and one of its extracts is highly toxic to evil spirits. Today, the two of them changed their direction to search up the mountain, but as a result, they still found nothing. Such an outcome was naturally not good for Ji-Ren, as he would be in serious trouble if he couldn't find the person he was looking for. The anxiety and disappointment on Ji-Ren's face were also noticed by Kaizi. But how should one put it? Kaizi was not disappointed at all. In fact, there was a hint of secret delight in her eyes. After all, from an emotional standpoint, she really did not want Ji-Ren to leave the Jingjiu. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day. This was also the last day given by the madam. After today, Ji-Ren might choose not to return to the Jingjiu, but Kaizi had to go back. The problem was that even if Ji-Ren couldn't find his family tonight, there was a high possibility that Zhuojia would take action against him. Fortunately, Mount Wuxiao itself wasn't a particularly large mountain. After 2 consecutive days of searching, they had basically found most of the places suitable for habitation in the mountain. Just after Ji-Ren and Kaizi ascended the mountain on the morning of the 3rd day, they discovered a wooden house located halfway up the mountain. At the door of the wooden house, there was an old man wearing a red Tengu mask with grayish-white hair and a samurai sword at his waist, who was just closing the door, seemingly preparing to go out. Upon seeing this, Ji-Ren hurriedly ran over, not even having time for the nearby Kaizi to stop him. And then he saw him pull out a piece of paper and hand it to the old man wearing a Tengu mask. The sudden situation left the old man momentarily stunned, but when he clearly saw the content on the paper, his eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 8. Scholar of Supernatural Creatures, I have news about an upper moon demon, a secret meeting. It was a very brief sentence, but to Rintaki Sakanji, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. The struggle between humans and demons had lasted for 1,000 years, with both sides having their victories and defeats. A batch of strong humans had died, and many demons had also been slain. However, one thing had never changed: the number of upper moon demons. For a whole millennium, while the lower moon demons and lower-ranked demons had been killed in batches, the 6 upper moon demons had never been replaced. Why is that? The reason is simple. On one hand, the combat power of upper moon demons is not on the same level as other demons. as they possess a blood concentration from the progenitor of demons that far exceeds that of other demons. But more importantly, they hide themselves too well. It should be known that every generation of Ashira is a top-tier warrior among humans, possessing the strength to easily slay lower moon demons. Such combat power may not match that of the upper moon demons in a one-on-one fight, but in a group attack, they could certainly kill an upper moon. However, the fact is that for 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has never had a chance to surround and attack an upper moon demon. More often, it was the upper moon demons who found opportunities to defeat the Hashira one by one. And now, an impeccably clean young man suddenly shows up, claiming to have news about an upper moon demon, which inevitably caused former water Hashira Rintaki Sakanji to have doubts. Come in with me. Rintaki Sakanji stared at Jiren with his deep old eyes for a while before ultimately deciding to let him in. Even though he felt there was a high chance Jiren was lying, he still held a glimmer of hope regarding this matter. As he pushed open the wooden door, just as Rintaki Sakanji stepped 1 foot into the room, Kaizi could no longer hold back from speaking. Excuse me, are you a relative of Akutsu? Huh? Rintaki Sakanji was taken aback, but before he could speak, he saw Jiren subtly shake his head and form his lips into a shape. Oh no, I'm not his family. I'm just a distant relative. Rintaki Sakanji did not understand why Jiren wanted to deceive the little girl, but it did not matter to him. Unless it involved demons, he rarely cared about anything else. A distant relative? Do you know where Akutsu's family lives? I don't know. Rintaki Sakanji instinctively replied, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized it was wrong, but it was too late to change it. Seeing Kaizi's obviously suspicious gaze, Rintaki Sakanji reacted quickly and immediately said, "Not long ago, Akutsu's family moved away, and I don't know where they went now. By the way, it seems Akutsu's family left something for him. I'll go get it right away, and you can come in and sit for a while too." After saying that, Rintaki Sakanji took the lead into the wooden house. Jiren followed closely behind, and Kaizi hesitated for a moment before also entering. Once the three of them entered the house, they exchanged a few simple words, mainly between Kaizi and Rintaki Sakanji. And then Jiren took the opportunity to go into the bedroom of the wooden house with Rintaki Sakanji to get something. Jiren found paper and pen on the desk and quickly wrote a line. "I'm pretending to be mute right now, so let's communicate with paper and pen from now on." Rintaki Zoken took the paper, glanced at it, and then nodded slightly with a strange expression. To make a long story short, I am currently being targeted by an upper moon demon and need your Demon Slayer Corps help. Rintaki Zoken squinted. It was not surprising that the other party knew about the Demon Slayer Corps, as many ordinary people were aware of their existence, despite their mysterious nature. However, knowing he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and being able to find his current residence was not something an ordinary person could know. "Who are you? How do you know my location?" "I am a scholar of supernatural beings and have been tracking demons for many years. I know a bit about your Demon Slayer Corps as well. Recently, due to some unfortunate events, I happened to discover the hiding place of an upper moon demon and, unfortunately, got targeted by her, so I can only request your help now." Aside from the matter of being a traveler, Jiren did not intend to conceal anything else. The identity of a scholar of supernatural beings was a disguise he had prepared for himself, so that when he later revealed information about demons, he would have an excuse. Rintaki Zoken fell silent for a moment and continued to write. "I cannot discern the truth of what you say. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? I cannot prove this point, but likewise, you cannot prove that I am lying, can you? If that is the case, why not trust me this once? If I'm not mistaken, information about upper moon demons should be rare for you." Looking at the words Jiren wrote, Rintaki Zoken fell silent once more. Jiren was not wrong. In fact, from the moment he first saw Jiren, Kanroji Mitsuri had already planned to relay the information back to the Demon Slayer Corps and request that someone follow Jiren to investigate the news. After all, being able to discover the hiding place of an upper moon demon ahead of time is incredibly valuable for the Demon Slayer Corps, regardless of its authenticity. It is worth a try. Furthermore, if 2 or more Hashira can gather here before dusk, I can prove to you the truth of what I said, because that demon has already followed me to the town at the foot of the mountain. Just then, Jiren handed Kanroji Mitsuri another piece of paper, and this time, upon seeing the contents, Kanroji Mitsuri was so shocked that he stood up. His old eyes behind the Tengu mask widened like copper bells. He stared at Jiren, as if trying to verify the truth of the statement. But after a moment, he dejectedly sat back down and wrote, "I'm afraid it won't work. With the speed of Tsudakuni's crow, it would take too long to send the message back to headquarters, and with the time needed to gather and travel. The Hashira won't arrive until night at the earliest. Then let the Hashira ambush near the Kyugoka house in Yoshiwara. I hope they are fast enough, otherwise, I fear what you will find is just my corpse. Additionally, I hope the information I gathered about that upper moon demon is of some help to you. After finishing this message, Kanroji Mitsuri then saw Jiren pick up a pen and start writing furiously. In the blink of an eye, he had written a long passage that left Mitsuri dumbfounded. Chapter 9. Change in Circumstances Upper Moon 6, Daki. Currently hiding under an alias in the Kyugoka house in Yoshiwara. Going by the name of Warabaheim. She possesses two bodies, the other being her brother, Jitaro. Among the two, the brother's combat power is stronger, and he wielded a pair of scythes that extract deadly poison, which should be given special attention. Jiren wrote down all the information he knew in one go, even marking some key points in certain places out of concern that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps might be careless. He had no choice now. If he couldn't kill Wazukiji next, it would be his own death. When Kanroji Mitsuri took the paper written by Jiren, he was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at Jiren as if he had seen a ghost, with an increasingly intense expression of doubt in his eyes. It was too detailed. This information was so detailed that it felt even more comprehensive than what the Demon Slayer Corps had spent hundreds of years gathering, by at least 10 times. This made Kanroji Mitsuri even less inclined to believe it. However, Jiren was not too worried. In fact, Jiren was well aware that during his conversation with Kanroji Mitsuri, there were many contradictions in his words, but still, it was the same point. These issues were not important. The situation for humans in this world was dire, aside from matters related to demons. The Demon Slayer Corps had no interest in anything else. To put it bluntly, even if Jiren were a murderer now, as long as he demonstrated the ability to help eliminate the upper moons, the Demon Slayer Corps would do everything possible to protect him. Because as long as the progenitor of demons was not dead, this world would eventually come to an end. With this discussion, Jiren and Kanroji Mitsuri had nothing more to talk about. If they could eliminate Wazukiji, they would meet again sooner or later. If they couldn't, there would be no follow-up. Before leaving the bedroom, Jiren again asked Lin Long's Waken to accompany him to perform a scene for Kai Z, and then directly left Kusa Mountain. He was not worried that Lin Long's Waken would not send someone to Yoshiwara. After all, no Hashira had been uninterested in the upper moons for hundreds of years. The only concern was whether the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira would make it in time. In fact, it was exactly as he thought. Almost just a few minutes after Jiren left, Lin Long's Waken wrote a letter, along with the information Jiren had written about Warabaheim, and tied it to the crow. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiren looked back at Kusa Mountain. Unfortunately, the energy stored in his tattoo was insufficient. Otherwise, he might have been able to extract a water-breathing technique inheritance card in the house just now. However, it wasn't a regret. After all, if he could survive, there would be opportunities to come back. And if he didn't survive, extracting it now would be useless. After all, as the fundamental method of the Demon Slayer Corps to combat evil spirits, even with the help of his card space, Jiren would still need to calculate time by month to make progress. Akiyuki, don't be disappointed, even if you can't find your family. Kayagaka House will be your home from now on. Kaizi seemed to see the disappointment on Jiren's face and couldn't help but comfort him. Jiren turned his head to glance at her, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It might be better if you hide the smile at the corners of your mouth a bit when you're comforting me. Since they couldn't find their families, Jiren and Kai Z simply took the train back to Jiun. It just so happened that during the day, Waruji could not move, so Jiren needed to prepare some self-defense items. Just as the train started, in a completely dark room of an inn in town, Waruji gently moved her nose and then showed a puzzled expression. She raised her head to look in a certain direction and murmured, "Strange. Why did that little brat go back again? Did he not find his family?" 3 hours later, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a young man in a kimono with shoulder-length black hair was strolling leisurely in the courtyard. The man was around 20 years old, handsome and charming. But the only unfortunate thing was the light purple blemish on his forehead, which silently marred his nearly perfect face. He was the current head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kimetsu Waizai. The blemish on his face was a result of a curse that was said to have been cast by a deity when a monster known as the progenitor of demons appeared in his family 1,000 years ago. Anyone born of the Kimetsu bloodline would be weak and prone to early death. To continue their lineage, the Kimetsu family could only intermarry with the priestly clan throughout generations. But even so, no one had ever lived past 30. Throughout history, the Kimetsu family had all wanted to eliminate the progenitor of demons and lift the curse. It was precisely because of this that they went to great lengths to establish the Demon Slayer Corps, engaging in a 1,000-year-long battle against demons. Looking up at the beautiful cherry blossoms blooming in front of him, warm and gentle sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the hint of melancholy that could not be concealed between Kimetsu Yaiba's brows. He had recently begun to feel that his health was deteriorating, and he estimated that he would not live for many more years. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die meaninglessly. The struggle between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons had lasted for 1,000 years, but for the entirety of that millennium, the situation had not fundamentally changed. The Demon Slayer Corps had always been at a disadvantage. For so many years, their movements were more about hiding and avoiding detection by the progenitor of demons than being truly mysterious. He did not seek to end this war, but at the very least, Kimetsu Yaiba hoped to bring about some change in the situation before he died. Master, this is a confidential report from Lord Kanroki, SKG. A figure shrouded in black clothing, leaving only the eye area exposed, suddenly approached and handed over an envelope. I understand, you may leave now. Kimetsu Yaiba nodded gently and then opened the envelope. However, as he gradually read the contents of the letter, the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. A change was coming. That afternoon, Jiren and Kai-Z returned to Yoshiwara. After arriving at Kayagakuya, they first met with the Oiran and informed her that they had not found their families. Then Jiren pretended to be upset and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. The others at Kayagakuya thought Jiren was just in a bad mood, so they didn't disturb him, allowing him to calm down alone. However, Jiren's true purpose for locking the door was singular. He wanted to focus on creating wisteria flower poison. For a full 4 hours, he didn't even come out when others saw him having dinner, until the moon rose high. The light in Jiren's room had not been extinguished when Shadow suddenly appeared outside his door. Chapter 10. Are you plotting against me? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound broke the silence of the night. Inside the room, Jiren's expression stiffened, and then he took a deep breath, got up, and walked to the door. As the door opened, Jiren immediately felt an unmasked malice and killing intent sweeping over him, under the strong stimulus of death. At that moment, Jiren displayed astonishing acting skills comparable to 100 young idols. In less than a second, his youthful face first showed desolation. Then, upon seeing Zhuji, a fleeting joy appeared, only to be instantly replaced by silence. His sparkling eyes completed a brilliant performance in a short time, transitioning from lifeless to shining and back to lifeless again. Therefore, even though the two hadn't exchanged words yet, Zhuji could already sense the pain and loss in Jiren's heart. This caused a slight change in Zhuji's originally cold and bloodthirsty gaze, and the blood demon technique she had planned to unleash was temporarily halted. What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood? Due to the stimulation Jiren brought her last time, his death tonight was basically a foregone conclusion. However, before that, Zhuji didn't mind if he left the last word, expressing his pain to entertain her a bit. Jiren did not respond, merely turning around silently to invite Fern Princess in and pour her a cup of tea. I've heard that your parents seem to have abandoned you, but it's no surprise. For them, a little mute like you is just a burden, so it's quite normal for them to discard you. Fern Princess said with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, suddenly speaking up. Hearing this, Jiren suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief, as if he never expected Zhuji to say such a thing. Seeing Jiren's expression, Zhuji felt even more delighted. She took a sip of tea and continued. Do you think there are any friends of yours in this Jingjing house? Let me tell you the truth. There is not a single one. Whether it's Kaizi or anyone else, they just pity you. Even the madam has recently found you useless and has started discussing with me whether to expel you. The curve of Zhuji's lips grew wider. Jiren's expression was one of pain, as if struck by lightning. He pressed his hands tightly against his ears, unwilling to accept this truth, and was on the verge of collapse. Fear, despair, and breakdown. These emotions were the best seasoning for the evil spirit. Seeing Jiren's expression, Zhuji could hardly wait to devour him. Intense stomach acid was wildly stimulating Zhuji's abdomen, and in the end, the sensation was not just hunger, but pain. As time passed, her stomach hurt more and more. Suddenly, Zhuji's expression changed. She abruptly looked up at Jiren across from her, only to find that his expression had returned to calm, showing no trace of fear. Ah, you deceived me. A sharp, piercing scream suddenly cut through the night. Under the intense pain, Zhuji's exquisite and beautiful face twisted completely, releasing a chilling and bone-piercing killing intent. At that moment, Zhuji revealed her true form. Her pupils slowly turned into golden snake-like eyes, showing both the crescent moon and the full moon, which were the unique marks of the 12 Kazuki. Her delicate makeup vanished. Her black hair came undone and gradually transformed into long, pale hair. The luxurious kimono also changed under the influence of her blood demon art, turning into soft yet sharp ribbons, one of which was now aiming straight at Jiren. If it hit, Jiren would undoubtedly die. In a critical moment, a fire-lit arc strike descended from the sky, cutting through the ribbon. The next second, Jiren felt a tremendous force appear from behind him, quickly pulling him out of the battlefield. "Well done, young man. Your intelligence skills are truly magnificent." A magnetic voice rang in his ears. Jiren felt like a piece of tattered cloth being tossed by the wind, soaring and falling several times before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Jiren finally saw the true face of the person pulling him. White hair, wearing a ninja headband, a tattoo near the left eye, carrying twin swords, and a robust physique. The unique outfit allowed Jiren to recognize the identity of the person before him. Demon Slayer Core, Sound Pillar, Yuzi, Tenjin. Boom! Just then, a violent explosion erupted from Jiren's original room, and he saw a large hole blown in the roof of the Kayagaka house, with two figures flying out almost simultaneously. One of them was Zhuiji, revealing her true form. Opposite her was a swordsman with flame-colored spiky hair, bright eyes, draped in a white and red ceremonial robe, wielding a fiery long knife. Demon Slayer Core, Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kaijiro. The dosage of wisteria poison I gave that demon wasn't large, but if she calms down with her cellular strength, she can completely decompose the toxin in less than 10 seconds. After being rescued, Jiren managed to calm down a bit. After slightly easing his rapidly beating heart, he suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhuiji shot him a resentful glance, while Rengoku Kaijiro quickly regained his focus, moving swiftly toward Zhuiji. Perhaps because these evil spirits have cells powerful enough to decompose almost any toxin, they're not sensitive to toxins at all. Unless the toxin acts up, they almost never realize they are poisoned. This was also one of the reasons Jiren dared to risk poisoning the tea. With the suppression of the toxin and Rengoku Kaijiro's immense strength, Zhuiji quickly fell into a disadvantage. Blood Demon Art, Eightfold Ribbon Slash. The accumulated frustration and the effect of the toxin soon drove Zhuiji completely mad. 8 ribbons formed by her Blood Demon Art created an impenetrable net, sweeping straight toward Rengoku Kaijiro. However, the next second, Rengoku Kaijiro moved his feet, and his whole body fluttered like a butterfly through these ribbons, arriving in front of Zhuiji in an instant. Fear appeared in Zhuiji's eyes. "No, don't." Flame breathing. First form, Unknowing Fire. The high-speed flame thrust easily sliced along Zhuiji's neck, and a head fell to the ground, rolling a few times along the roof before thudding onto the floor. Seeing this scene, the expression on Jiren's face not only did not relax, but gradually became serious. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 11. Steady surrounding attack. A normal demon would meet only one fate if its neck was severed by a specially made Nichiren blade to turn to ashes. However, this was not the case for Warajiheim. Her solitary head fell to the ground, and not only did Warajiheim not die, but she also stood there in a daze for a moment. Had she been attacked? How many years had it been since she had been bullied again? After a moment of confusion in her mind, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged from her heart, and then Jiren and the others heard Warajiheim begin to wail and cry. Tears flowed freely, and she was crying heart-wrenchingly. Such a change was clearly beyond the expectations of Kaijiro Rengoku and Tenjin Yuzi. After all, even Jiren could not have written down such information. But the following information was right on the paper Jiren had written, accompanied by Warajiheim's aggrieved cries. A shadow much taller than Warajiheim slowly emerged from the back of her headless torso. The shadow had black and green medium-length hair, was tall but extremely thin, and its appearance was the exact opposite of the beautiful Warajiheim, ugly in the extreme. It was Warajiheim's brother, Jutaro. As Jutaro appeared, the flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku and the sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzi beside Jiren immediately felt a powerful pressure far beyond that of Warajiheim. "My foolish sister, I told you long ago to let me handle the enemies. Your brother will definitely protect you." Jutaro brought Warajiheim's headless torso downstairs and reattached her head. Soon, Warajiheim's head and body reunited. The commotion from the earlier battle had already attracted the attention of others in the Kyogoka house, and when they arrived in the backyard, They happened to witness the scene of Warajiheim reattaching her head, prompting them to gasp in shock. In an instant, the Yoshiwara district was thrown into chaos. The crowd scattered and fled, frantically distancing themselves from the Kigoka house. But some bolder individuals occasionally stopped during their escape, curiously observing the legendary demon. The fate of these individuals often ended with them being bound by a ribbon and then swallowed whole by Warajiheim, just moments after having her neck severed. Although she had recovered, her energy had been significantly depleted, and humans were the best source of energy for demons. How could I let you act recklessly? Bow down before my magnificent blade. Once Jotaro appeared, Tenjin Yuzi finally moved beside Jiren, wielding his two wide-bladed swords, leaping high to strike Jotaro head-on. Jotaro raised his dual scythes, preparing to withstand Tenjin Yuzi's strike. However, an unexpected event occurred. With a thunderous boom, Tenjin Yuzui's blade came down, creating an explosion at the edge of the blade, and the sudden surprise sent Jotaro flying away. This was the uniqueness of Tenjin Yuzui's weapon and attack. One strike was effective. Tenjin Yuzui immediately pressed forward, gripping his dual swords tightly, and leaped high once again. Breath of sound, first form roar. Boom! The powerful slash caused a violent explosion, creating a deep pit over a meter wide in the ground. But there was no sign of Jotaro in the pit. Suddenly, a slight sound of air being cut came from behind, and Tenjin Yuzui's expression changed as he instinctively crouched down, accompanied by a whoosh. A scythe quickly swept over his head, but immediately after, another scythe came flying in fast. Clang! This scythe was blocked by a long blade of deep-sea blue color. And as the two weapons clashed, sparks flew, and a few drops of an unknown liquid dripped from the scythe onto the ground, quickly corroding small spots into the stone floor. At the same time, a boy with shoulder-length black hair, piercing blue eyes, and dressed in a red and white patterned haori, descended from the sky. It was the water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. He was also the senior brother of the original protagonist, and the guide who led him into the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, it seems the Demon Slayer Corps is quite steady after all. In the distance, Jiren felt a sense of security in his life as he saw another Hashira appear. Although Warajiheim and Jotaro were ranked at the bottom among the upper moons, their strength could still easily kill a Hashira. Even with two Hashira working together, it was not guaranteed to be safe, as demons were inherently more resilient than humans. But with three Hashira, it would be much safer. Be careful of that male demon scythe. It's highly toxic, and these two demons share life. You must sever both of their necks at the same time to completely kill them. Upon seeing Ju Tomioka arrive, Tenjin Yuzui immediately reminded him. This information was obtained from the paper Jiren had written. Initially, both Tenjin Yuzui and the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps held a skeptical attitude towards the information on that paper. The contents were too detailed, making it hard to believe in their authenticity. However, as the battle commenced, the information on the paper matched one by one. And now, even if Tenjin Yuzui did not believe it, he had no choice. The doubts in his heart gradually disappeared, replaced by shock and awe. The Demon Slayer Corps was indeed experts at dealing with demons, and because of this, they understood even more the preciousness and terror of the information on that paper. Who on earth is this guy? The thoughts in his heart flashed by, and soon, Yuzui Tenjin refocused his attention on the figure of Jotaro in front of him. On the other side, Ju Tomioka gripped his Nichiren blade, his expression still unchanged as he said, "I already know," and then in a flash, he charged directly at Jotaro. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Sound breathing, fifth form, tuning crescendo. Ju Tomioka and Yuzui Tenjin simultaneously launched a thrusting attack with their blades. Jotaro, strong enough to take on a Hashira in a one-on-one fight, found himself somewhat overwhelmed when facing two Hashira at once. He barely managed to hold on for 2 seconds. With two muffled sounds, Jotaro's arms were severed, but in an instant, they regenerated. However, the newly grown arms were unarmed. Jotaro felt frustrated. It seemed as though he had been seen through from the very beginning. Whether it was the poison he had secretly applied to his scythe or the fact that he shared his life with his sister, none of it had played any role. Even now, despite being able to manipulate weapons from a distance with his blood demon art, he was completely thwarted by his opponent's defenses, leaving him with no chance to launch a sneak attack. In just 3 minutes, the wounds on Jotaro's body multiplied. Gradually, he began to feel the urge to retreat. Jotaro and his sister shared a deep bond, allowing them to communicate without words. After a brief exchange, they devised a retreat plan. It was quite simple. They didn't need to both escape. As long as one of them could get away, the other would naturally survive. However, before they could implement their plan, Ju Tomioka, Kyojuro Rengoku, and Yuzui Tenjin suddenly launched their attacks simultaneously. Chapter 12. Demon Destruction. It was as if they had anticipated Jotaro and Warabaheim's desire to retreat. Without any warning, the three unleashed their full power at once. The first to act was Ju Tomioka. As he stepped forward, Jotaro felt the surroundings change instantaneously. Finding himself on a calm and vast sea, a sense of unimaginable crisis surging towards him. Water breathing, 11th form, calm. Blood demon art, blood blade wind. Without hesitation, Jotaro activated his only blood demon art that did not require the blood scythe, unleashing a tempest of razor-like winds that ravaged the sky, causing nearby buildings to collapse and turning the area into ruins in the blink of an eye. However, when the wind blades dissipated, Ju Tomioka remained unscathed, the ground within a 1-meter radius around him intact. Jotaro was taken aback. But at that moment, Ju Tomioka was already in motion. His movements were slow, seemingly unhurried. Yet he crossed a distance of 10 meters in an instant. All Jotaro could see was a shimmering line of cold light slicing horizontally towards his neck. In a critical moment, Jotaro brought his arms together, the long blade embedding into his flesh but getting stuck in his bones, narrowly blocking the lethal blow. However, before he could catch his breath, a robust figure suddenly appeared before him. Sound breathing, first form roar. With a thunderous sound, a pair of wide-bladed dual swords struck the back of Ju Tomioka's blade. Jotaro heard an explosion, and then he watched helplessly as the sea-blue long sword swept across his neck. In a monochrome scene, a head, accompanied by wisps of ink, shot upwards. Until the head fell to the ground, the scene regained its color. However, even though Jotaro had been decapitated, he remained unfazed, even laughing arrogantly. "Ahahaha. Do you think you can kill me like this? I am immortal." Thud. Another head fell to the ground, landing right in front of Jotaro, and instantly, his laughter ceased. The head belonged to none other than Warabaheim. Two heads, their eyes meeting. The ensuing scene was likely one of mutual complaints and heartfelt declarations. With sentiments like "I love my brother, sister, the most, I will never leave my brother, and I will always protect my sister." Then, Jotaro and Warabaheim turned to ashes with smiles on their faces. This was not a scene brought about by the influence or clever words of someone present, as even though Korea currently could be considered a doctor, he only saved lives, not hearts. It is quite interesting to note that although Warabaheim and Jotaro were such brutal demons now, in their human forms, they were merely a pair of helpless, ordinary siblings who relied on each other to survive. What transformed them into this form was not the demons, but humans themselves. Cough, cough. Kyojuro Rengoku coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked over from another battlefield. Warabaheim's strength was considerably weaker than Jotaro's. One Hashira was enough to defeat her, but due to the inherent superior physical qualities of demons and their disgusting regeneration abilities, Rengoku still sustained some injuries in a prolonged battle. However, neither Ju Tomioka nor Yuzui Tenjin paid much attention to it. In battles against demons, surviving was already considered a victory. Not to mention they had defeated an upper moon demon this time. These injuries were completely worth it. After gathering, the three exchanged glances. How should they put it? Although they had slain an upper moon demon, the three of them did not feel much excitement now. Instead, there was a hint of boredom. This was because the information they had received beforehand was simply too much. In fact, this battle had another purpose, which was to collect combat data on upper moon demons, but it was clear that the data from this fight would be nearly useless as a reference. Jiren was still standing on the roof, his expression calm. Although he couldn't get down now, it didn't stop him from showing off. Whoosh, whoosh. Just at that moment, two figures appeared behind Jiren again, and after a few leaps, they arrived at his side. The two figures had a significant difference in size. One was over 2 meters tall, with muscles visible between the sleeves that were even stronger than Yuzui Tengen's. His wrists were wrapped in prayer beads, and he wore a monk's robe with a long scar on his forehead and completely lifeless eyes. The other person was quite the opposite, petite, at only 1.50 meters, wearing a white medical coat and a butterfly hairpin, with black hair falling on both sides of her cheeks, her delicate face striking. These two were indeed two Hashira, the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Stone Hashira, Amajima Jyomi-ai, and the strongest doctor in the Demon Slayer Corps, the insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu. Seeing their arrival, Jiren couldn't help but be stunned. Was Yashiro really this cautious? Sending 5 Hashira just to deal with one Lower Moon 6? although the Demon Slayer Corps had never had a precedent for encircling a lower moon demon. Was it really necessary to go this far? But soon, Jiren realized that perhaps these two were not coming for the lower moon demon at all. Their purpose was likely to guard against him. Becoming a demon, besides being controlled by Musen Kibutsuji and needing to consume human flesh, actually had its benefits. The most obvious one was an increase in lifespan and freedom from suffering from illness. Therefore, in history, there have been quite a few who chose to betray the Demon Slayer Corps for a chance to become a demon. Jiren's actions were indeed suspicious, and it made sense for the Demon Slayer Corps to act this way. Hello, would you like to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Kochu Shinobu smiled. Sure. Gihei nodded. Kochu Shinobu. Himejima Jiomi. It seemed that Jiren's response was too straightforward, causing Kochu Shinobu to choke up, not knowing how to continue with her prepared lines. Meanwhile, Himejima Jiomi swallowed hard, and for a moment, he couldn't even cry. Well, welcome to join. After a long pause, Kochu Shinobu managed to squeeze out a sentence. Thank you, Kochu Shinobu. Himejima Jiomi. Why does it always feel like something is off with the script? Jiren is currently unaware of the entangled feelings between the two, but he indeed needs the protection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Musen Kibutsuji can see the thoughts and the minds of all evil spirits, and a few of them estimate that their appearance has already been conveyed to Musen Kibutsuji. Although theoretically, the possibility of Musen Kibutsuji seeking revenge for Tamamo is extremely low. What if one day the other party suddenly loses their mind and comes over? At that time, staying here would truly mean death. Chapter 13. Leaving sorry for deceiving you all for so long. Inside the Kayavika house, Jiren sits across from the old courtesan, Psycho, and others, and everyone's faces are filled with shock because Jiren has actually spoken. Seeing that no one is responding, Jiren continues, however, I believe everyone saw what happened tonight. And now I can clearly tell you all that Tamamo is not human. So now I want to ask, do you have any plans to move the shop to another place? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious, temporarily setting aside other matters, and they asked solemnly, move to another place? What does that mean? Just the literal meaning. I'm worried that something might come here to retaliate, so for safety, I hope you all can consider moving somewhere else to live. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the old courtesan, but even Psycho and others hesitated. They had all witnessed tonight's battle, especially the destroyed buildings outside and the corpses of humans who had been accidentally harmed, all of which reminded them of the dangers posed by the evil spirits. They also wanted to distance themselves from this place, but the reality is that survival in this world is not that easy. Leaving Yoshiwara and moving to another place, they really had no confidence that they could live as well as they do now. I want to ask, Akutsu, are you really sure those things will come for revenge? No, that's not it. In my research, the possibility of them coming for revenge is not high. It's just, then there's no need to say more. We're not leaving. Before Jiren could finish speaking, the old courtesan waved her hand to interrupt him. If Jiren had truly answered that the evil spirits would definitely retaliate, then even if the old courtesan was reluctant, she would have to leave here. But since it's not certain, the old courtesan decided to take a gamble this time. She thought it through clearly. Having lived for so long, she had indeed heard the legends about those things before. To put it bluntly, even if they moved to another place, wouldn't those things still find them? Seeing this, Jiren no longer tried to persuade her. The brothel madam was nearly 3 times his age, and he didn't believe that with just over 20 years of experience, he could change the worldview that had formed over nearly 60 years. However, after everyone had dispersed, in the middle of the night, Jiren walked into Kaizi's room. In the Jingjing house, the only person who truly showed kindness to Jiren was Kaizi, apart from the madam. His purpose for seeking Kaizi was simple. He hoped she would leave with him. The Demon Slayer Corps might not be able to protect the entire Jingjing house, but having 1 or 2 more people wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Akutsu, but never mind. If I really leave here, I don't know what I can do. The term geisha originally meant an artist who sells their skills, not their bodies, but relying solely on artistry. How could one truly attract so many customers? Perhaps some top-tier geishas could do this, like Warbeheim or the even more prestigious Koinatsu, but Kaizi was clearly not one of them. So the next day, amidst everyone's farewells, Jiren left Yoshiwara alone, following the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was very discreet. After all, it needed to evade the eyes and ears of Musen Kibutsuji. Following Ju Tomioka, the two spent over 2 hours after getting off the train before finally arriving at the headquarters. Moreover, although the journey was not short, Jiren and Ju Tomioka exchanged no more than 5 sentences along the way. Welcome, Mr. Akutsu. The term Mr. cannot be used casually in this country. And when Tanjiro Yoya said this, it implicitly acknowledged Jiren's identity as a scholar of supernatural beings. At their first meeting, Tanjiro Yoya quickly gained Jiren's goodwill. It must be said that this talent was quite impressive. At our first meeting, Your Excellency, regarding the Upper Moon demons, Mr. Akutsu has greatly assisted our Demon Slayer Corps. Here, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of the Corps and hope that Mr. Akutsu will continue to support us in the future, Tanjiro Yoya said gently, while also bowing slightly to Jiren. Jiren did not dodge, but formally accepted the gesture. Humility and politeness were merely traditions of ancient Huaxia, but here, if Jiren had avoided it, that would have been considered impolite. After the gesture was completed, Jiren then spoke. You are too polite. Speaking of which, the Demon Slayer Corps also saved my life. After a round of exchanges, the matter of Jiren joining the Demon Slayer Corps has been officially confirmed. Given Jiren's uniqueness, he was not treated like ordinary members, but was given an advisory position. This position did not exist before, but it was established after Jiren's joining. After successfully becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Jiren also requested to learn the breathing techniques, which was easily approved. After all, while the breathing techniques are closely guarded secret of the Demon Slayer Corps, they do not actually mind if others learn them. On the contrary, they hope more people can master the breathing techniques, as the Corps has always lacked individuals with the potential to learn them. Moreover, while the breathing techniques can grant one the power to combat demons, they are not the so-called internal martial arts. The essence of the breathing techniques is a method that enhances physical qualities temporarily by squeezing one's own cells through breathing. And the consequence of squeezing cells often results in hidden injuries and a reduction in lifespan. In short, the breathing techniques are fundamentally flawed secret arts. Jiren is not sure if he has the qualifications to learn the breathing technique, but he feels that he has an advantage. And there shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, what he's going to learn is not the origin breathing technique, sun breathing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiren decided to follow Kaijiro Rengoku to learn the breath of flame. Firstly, it was because Rengoku happened to be injured during the previous battle, so he now had time to teach. Secondly, the attributes of the breath of flame were closest to the breath of the sun, and with the support of Jiren's abilities, he could easily acquire the training methods of the breath of the sun. If he had the aptitude to practice in the future, switching would be more convenient. Thus, Jiren followed Kaijiro Rengoku to the Rengoku family. The training officially began. Chapter 14. Rapid advancement in a room where the floor and ceiling were indistinguishable and the space was completely chaotic. Several figures quietly appeared in various corners of the room. These figures looked different from one another, some even lacking human form. But the one common feature was that each of their eyes bore a large number. Long time no see. Everyone, it seems we haven't met in over 100 years. A bizarre man with blood splattered on his head and rainbow-colored eyes suddenly spoke up. Indeed, it's been over 100 years. I wonder why you called us here, my lord. A voice emerged from a strange pottery jar, responding to the bizarre man's words. Well, I hope it's something interesting. By the way, it seems that cute little girl, Daki, hasn't arrived yet. Are her siblings late? Just then, a voice suddenly came from above the heads of the many figures. They looked up to see a glamorous woman dressed like a noble woman standing upside down in the air, her gaze cold as she spoke. Both of them have been killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. It's the first time in 1,000 years that an Upper Moon demon has been killed by humans. And I'm very angry. Muzan Kibutsuji's tone was calm, seemingly without any fluctuations. However, upon hearing his words, the remaining 5 Upper Moon demons fell silent, while the 6 Lower Moon demons knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Is there any news about the blue spider lily? After a moment of silence, Muzan Kibutsuji spoke again. My subordinates are doing their best to search. Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze suddenly turned icy as he scolded. Useless. It's been so long, and you still haven't found it. I will give you one last chance. If there is no news about the blue spider lily before the next gathering, you will have no reason to exist. As soon as his words fell, Muzan Kibutsuji's figure instantly vanished from the room. It wasn't until several seconds later that the kneeling Lower Moon demons dared to lift their heads, trembling. Throughout the entire time, Muzan Kibutsuji never mentioned anything about avenging Daki. 3 months later, Rengoku Family Dojo. 2 figures dressed in white training uniforms rapidly clashed with their blades. The wooden swords in their hands unleashing astonishing power, and a scorching aura filled the air. Well done, Akutsu. You have successfully mastered total concentration breathing, constant. In the future, you will surely become a Hashira. Kaijiro Rengoku stopped and spoke loudly, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Jiren's talent exceeded Kaijiro Rengoku's expectations, and even surprised Jiren himself a little. Although it had only been a short 3 months, Jiren had successfully mastered the constant state of total concentration breathing, flame breathing. It is important to note that, according to the classification of breathing techniques, this is already the second stage of training. The first stage, to master all techniques of the breathing method proficiently and to be able to use total concentration breathing, a technique that significantly enhances physical abilities as a powerful move. The second stage, to maintain total concentration breathing at all times, achieving the constant state. The third stage, to further enhance the effects of the breathing technique and to refine specific skills to perfection, transforming them into one's own form, which is the Hashira. This speed may not compare to the freak who became a Hashira in just 2 months, but it is already quite remarkable. After all, even the protagonist of the original story took 2 full years to complete the first stage of training. Haha, Kaijiro, you might be mistaken. I'm just a consultant. Compared to fighting demons, I prefer to be a healer who can save lives. Jiren replied with a smile. After 3 months of getting to know each other, his friendship with Rengoku Kaijiro had made remarkable progress, as this young man had a straightforward and sunny personality, making him easy to get along with. By the way, I need to go out for a bit in the next couple of days, Jiren suddenly said. Do you need my help? No, I'm just going to find someone, and I should be back soon if all goes well. All right, then have a safe trip. Back in his room, Jiren picked up the medicinal soup he had brewed and drank it all in one go. This was a tonic he had specially prepared to replenish his energy. Over the past 3 months, Jiren had unlocked all the medical cards, and he also made a trip to the Butterfly Mansion, where he obtained a new medical card. Although both cards were medical cards, they were completely different. For example, one card had a maximum level of LV3, while the other had a maximum level of LV5. Besides that, the only card that remains to be fully unlocked on Jiren is the Flame Breathing Inheritance card. The Flame Breathing card is also a white card, but the back features a pattern resembling a circular design, while the front displays an image of Kaijiro Rengoku. In the upper right corner of the card, a number is shown, 61. 6. After consuming all the supplements, Jiren began to manipulate his breathing technique to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal properties. Although these supplements could not completely compensate for cellular depletion, they could at least make up for a significant portion of the loss when not in combat. After the medicinal properties were fully absorbed, Jiren then immersed his consciousness into the medical card space, beginning to learn new medical knowledge. The next day, Jiren donned a white Haori and took the specially crafted sunblade sent by the swordsmith village. He then set off, walking out of the gates of the Demon Slayer Corps. His destination this time was the home of the original protagonist, Tanjiro Kamado. He had 2 main objectives. First, to obtain the inheritance card for the origin breathing style, the sun breathing. Second, to confirm the current timeline of the story. The original protagonist was just an ordinary farm boy, making his home address difficult to find. Jiren could only deduce a bit of information based on the original work. And then the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps spent 3 months searching in secret, even collaborating with national agencies along the way, before finally locating the target. After 2 hours on the train, and then traveling a considerable distance on foot, he arrived. Jiren arrived at a remote town. It was early winter, and while it was only somewhat cold back in the Purgatory family, here, scattered snowflakes were already falling. Dressed in a white robe, and with a face as delicate as jade, Jiren walked through the snow like a young nobleman stepping out of a painting, causing passers-by to unconsciously turn their gazes towards him. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the entrance of a nearby pharmacy. Jiren raised his eyes and couldn't help but stop. Chapter 15. A chance encounter, please. I beg you. Sell me the medicine. At the entrance of the pharmacy, not far from Jiren, a boy with a scar on his forehead, short, deep red hair, and a pair of red eyes was pleading with the shop owner. The pharmacy owner wore a cold expression, showing no sign of being swayed by the boy's plea. After a long while, he finally spoke. Tanjiro, give it up. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this isn't the first time you've come here to get medicine on credit. You still haven't paid off the debt from your last visit. Moreover, I know your father's illness. There is no possibility of a cure, so you should just give up. The boy lowered his head, biting his lip, his eyes filled with despair. After a moment, perhaps realizing that he really couldn't buy the medicine this time, he deeply bowed and turned to leave with his bamboo basket on his back. Watching Tanjiro's dejected figure in the snow, the The pharmacy owner raised his head and let out a gentle sigh. Jiren paused for a moment, then stepped forward to follow. The Kimetsu family lived on the mountain, relying on the mountain for their livelihood, with the entire family basically earning a living by selling charcoal. Their father had been plagued by illness for many years and was in poor health, so just the medical expenses for treating their father each year were a significant burden. However, relying on the mountains, they could barely manage. But after winter set in this year, their father, Tanjiro Kameto's condition suddenly worsened. Even though the charcoal business during winter was considerably better than usual, it was still not enough to cover the medical expenses. Jiren walked openly behind Tanjiro. It was not a chaotic time, and it was daytime, so he could visit the Kimetsu Tanjiro's house openly. As he reached halfway up the mountain, Tanjiro suddenly stopped in his tracks. Jiren's expression shifted slightly as he raised his eyes to look ahead, only to see a bear that had emerged from the half-white forest, seemingly out in search of food. The bear stood about a meter tall at the shoulder, with dark black fur. At first, it seemed unaware of Tanjiro's presence and was preparing to leave the forest sideways. However, upon Jiren's arrival, the bear suddenly seemed to catch a scent and turned to look in their direction. Roar! The bear charged over suddenly. Tanjiro's face changed dramatically as he turned to run, and when he glanced back at Jiren, he seemed momentarily stunned. But in an instant, a determined look flashed across his face as he reached out and grabbed Jiren's arm, shouting, "Run! The bear is chasing us!" One could only say that he truly deserved to be the protagonist. With such kindness and courage, he was not someone ordinary. However, Tanjiro never expected that when he pulled, he would completely fail to move Jiren, instead stumbling himself. This brief pause allowed the bear to close the distance between them significantly. The color drained from the young Tanjiro's face. "It's over. We can't run anymore." Tanjiro was just a teenager, and although he was mature for his age due to family reasons, he still felt panic and confusion in the face of such a situation. Yet, one could say that a protagonist is still a protagonist. After a moment of fear, he quickly overcame his panic and pulled out an axe from the bamboo basket behind him. "Run. I'll hold it off. At least that way, we can save one person." Jiren, looking at the boy in front of him, who was clearly pale with fear but still had a strange light in his eyes, Jiren was completely speechless. This kind of brilliance, this kind of charm. So, this is what it means to be the protagonist? It's over, it's over. Roar. At that moment, the bear ahead perfectly acted as a tool bear, letting out a roar and charging towards the two with a bear hug. Tanjiro Kameto's tightly gripped his axe, just as he was about to confront the bear head-on and use his destiny as the chosen one to take it down in one go. With a clang, the sword finally moved. First, there was a sliding maneuver that brought it beneath the bear, and then Tanjiro saw a flash of light from the blade. With a thud, the bear's enormous head fell to the ground instantly, and behind it, Jiren lightly swung his long knife, leaving a trail of bright red blood on the ground, gradually revealing a blade that was entirely orange-red, with black flame patterns on both sides. This was Jiren's Nichiren blade, crafted from the gorilla crimson, sand, iron infused with the power of the sun. This weapon not only effectively injures evil spirits, but also has the ability to change color based on its owner's strength. However, what Jiren himself did not expect was that the first blood of this knife was not shed from any evil spirit, but rather from a bear that had been messed up instead. Truly, the world is full of surprises. Sheathing the knife, Tanjiro, who was beside him, was already in a daze. Staring at the giant bear that had been severed in two, he remained lost in thought for a long while. "Hey, young man, do you need this bear?" Jiren's words brought Tanjiro back to his senses. He was first taken aback, then widened his eyes in surprise and said, Huh? Don't you want this bear? You know, bear meat is quite precious, whether for selling for money or as food for the winter. It's quite a fortune. I'm just a wandering doctor. How do you think I should carry such a big bear?" Jiren replied helplessly. Tanjiro hesitated a bit. He had been educated from a young age not to have the mindset of gaining something without working for it. "If you really don't need it, then I guess we'll have to leave it here." Just then, Jiren added more fuel to the fire. Instantly, Tanjiro stopped hesitating, gritted his teeth, and said, "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite and will accept it. By the way, my name is Kimetsu Tanjiro. Akutsu, where are you planning to go next? If you're not in a hurry, why not come to my house and rest for a while?" Since someone had given such a big gift out of courtesy, Tanjiro felt it was only right to invite the other person to his home. In reality, this was exactly Jiren's intention, so he readily agreed. A whole bear is quite heavy. At Tanjiro's current age, he definitely couldn't move it by himself, so Jiren helped carry the bear's body, while Tanjiro carried the bear's head. The two walked along the mountain path for 20 minutes and finally arrived at the door of Tanjiro's home. The Kamadou family's conditions were average, and their residence was just a simple wooden house, but the family members were not few. Just as the two reached the front door, suddenly, 4 or 5 little boys and girls rushed out from the wooden house. Brother, brother, brother. Chapter 16, Life Extension Bear, such a big bear. Really, brother? Who is he? Tanjiro's younger siblings first affectionately greeted him, but soon noticed Jiren and the dead bear behind him. I'll tell you later. First, go call Mom out, Tanjiro gently said as he patted his younger siblings' heads. Okay, the Kamadou family's father was ill, so most of the household matters were now managed by the mother and Tanjiro. Not long after, Jiren saw a woman wearing a white headscarf with a gentle expression walking out, and then he was welcomed inside. As soon as he stepped through the door, Jiren noticed a man sitting on the tatami in the center of the living room, wrapped in a blanket, looking weak and resembling Tanjiro by 7 or 8 points. It was the head of the Kamadou family, Kamadou Tanjiro. This was their first meeting. Sorry to disturb you. Jiren sat down by the low table, and soon, a girl with pink eyes and long hair, who was at least as beautiful as the village flower, served him a cup of tea. Please enjoy, said Kamadou Nezuko. Thank you. Jiren couldn't help but take another look at this girl, who was said to have grown up eating cuteness, the original female lead. Before she was turned into a demon by Muzan Kibutsuji, Kamadou Nezuko was not particularly cute. Instead, her demeanor was polite and quite dignified. After serving the tea, Kamadou Nezuko left the living room to help her mother and younger siblings with dissecting a bear. For a moment, only Jiren, Kamadou Tanjiro, and Kamadou Tanjiro remained in the living room. Lord Akutsu, thank you very much, said Kamadou Tanjiro, recalling what Tanjiro had just told him, feeling a wave of fear. After all, it was a bear. You're welcome. I was just passing by, Jiren replied. Jiren and Tanjiro Kamadou were having a pleasant conversation. Their family was just an ordinary farming household, with simple personalities and not many dark thoughts. Moreover, Jiren not only had a favor to repay to Tanjiro, but also gifted them a whole bear, which easily boosted their goodwill. Furthermore, even if we assume Jiren had some ulterior motives, what could he possibly want? To put it bluntly, the entire wealth of the Kamadou family might not even be worth the Demon Slayer uniform Jiren was wearing. Moreover, even if Jiren truly wasn't a good person, Tanjiro Kamadou wasn't worried. Despite his current weak appearance, if it came down to it, Jiren might need only a second, and the other side could end up kneeling on the ground begging him not to kill them. Cough cough, your health seems to be poor. I'm a wandering doctor. Would you mind if I take a look? This. Hey, then I'll leave it to you, Akutsu-kun. Tanjiro Kamadou was still hesitating when he suddenly heard his brother, Tanjiro Kamadou, sincerely interrupting him and asking for help. Earlier, when Jiren introduced himself, he mentioned that he was a doctor, and Tanjiro had remembered that. Therefore, when he later invited Jiren to their home, he might have had a little scheme in mind regarding that. However, Jiren didn't mind. He stood up and began to examine Tanjiro Kamadou. 5 minutes later, Jiren returned to his seat with a blank expression, having found the answer in his heart. The situation was similar to Jiren's initial guess. The reason for Tanjiro Kamadou's frail health was not due to any illness, but rather the overexertion of his cells caused by the intense practice of the sun breathing technique. As the strongest origin breathing technique, only one person has successfully cultivated it over the millennia, and that is the creator of sun breathing, Yorchi Tsujikuni, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. There's a necessary prerequisite for practicing sun breathing. One must be born with a mark. Aside from that, Tanjiro Kamadou and his son Tanjiro Kamadou have barely managed to cultivate a flawed version. Tanjiro Kamadou possesses a natural mark, albeit incomplete, and Tanjiro, as the later protagonist, also has a bit of a special fire attribute physique. If we were to rank the talents of these three, it would be roughly classified as sun level, flame level, and carbon level. However, the latter two's talents are ultimately insufficient, so the result of their intense practice of sun breathing is severe cellular strain and a significantly shortened lifespan. Currently, it appears that Tanjiro Kamadou has at most 1 year left to live. In the original story, the plot begins 1 year after Tanjiro Kamadou's death, meaning that the current timeline is roughly 2 years before the start of the story. Akun, how is my father's condition? Tanjiro Kamadou asked with concern. I will prescribe a medicine for you. First, treat your father according to this prescription. After pondering for a moment, Jiren did not directly answer the question, but instead asked Tanjiro to bring him paper and pen to write down a prescription. This prescription was actually the tonic Jiren had been taking during this period, but he reduced the dosage, planning to gradually increase it later. Tanjiro took the prescription, feeling somewhat joyful yet also worried. Jiru seemed to see Tanjiro's dilemma and said, "Don't worry, the herbs in this prescription are very common. You can definitely pick them yourselves. I'll be staying here for a while and can also help you find these herbs." "Really? Thank you so much, Akutsugen." Tanjiro responded excitedly, feeling invigorated. Even Tanjiro felt a bit embarrassed by Jiru's kindness. "It's nothing." Jiren smiled gently. Tanjiro Kamado was extremely moved, even thinking he had encountered an angel. But he did not know that Jiren's prescription could at most only prolong Tanjiro's life. The cellular damage was irreversible. Likewise, he was unaware that Jiren had put so much effort into saving his father not without expecting anything in return. "Tanjiro, dear, it's time to eat." At that moment, Tanjiro's mother's voice came from the kitchen, followed by a group of excited little kids running over with several pots and bowls, all filled with bear meat. Such a lavish meal was rare in the Kamado household, where their daily food mostly consisted of plain vegetable dumplings without side dishes. Everyone was quite satisfied with this meal, especially the little kids, who were all so stuffed that their bellies were round, lazily lying down on the tatami. After the meal, taking the opportunity to digest, Jiren walked to the center of the open space in front of the main door. With a thought, the tattoo on his heart glowed, and in the next moment, 3 illusory cards appeared before Jiren, visible only to him. Chapter 17. Skills Above the Sun, Breathing, Translucent World Chop. With this was the content of the 3 cards floating before Jiren. The last card could be ignored. Sun Breathing, known within the Kamado family as the Dance of the Fire God, was passed down after an ancestor of the Kamado family met Yorichi Tsujikuni 1,000 years ago. However, after a millennium of transmission, this breathing technique had gradually been transformed into a ritual dance by the Kamado family. In other words, Tanjiro himself did not know that the Dance of the Fire God was actually the sun breathing technique, nor did he know that the cause of his physical weakness was due to performing this dance. Without much hesitation, Jiren directly converted the sun breathing inheritance card. However, just as he was about to continue converting the transparent world inheritance card, he was surprised to find that he lacked sufficient energy. This left Jiren quite astonished. Although he currently had limited knowledge about tattoos, only knowing that the energy stored within them would gradually increase over time, he was unaware of any other methods to increase energy. Nevertheless, after such a long time, he had grasped some rules regarding the use of tattoos. Previously, he had trained in the Inferno family for 3 months, excluding the 20 days of energy used for converting the flame breathing, and the 10 days of energy for the Butterfly House's medical techniques, plus the energy consumed for the recent conversion of the sun breathing. It amounted to a month's worth of energy. There is still a little over a month left for the Sword of Record. However, so much energy cannot be transformed into the transparent world. Could it be that the skill level of the transparent world is even higher than that of the breath of the sun? This is the ceiling of combat power in this world. Jiren furrowed his brows and recalled the plot. It seems that it's not impossible. The transparent world, known as the supreme realm of martial arts cultivation. For those who step into this domain, everything in the world appears transparent in their eyes, allowing them to directly see the internal structure of humans, including muscle activity, the functioning of internal organs, and so on. Well, it seems to imply some kind of spiritual perception. If that's the case, then having high potential makes complete sense. Jiren stroked his chin and murmured, "Oh, by the way, this skill, like that of Noritoshi Kamo, is also innate. 1,000 years ago, Kabutsuji Musen was able to survive, truly a plot convenience." He was eager for the body of the transparent world. Jiren simply decided to stay at the Tanjiro's home, and had Keika send a letter to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to explain the situation. Life gradually returned to its normal routine. They took turns studying the breath of flames and medical skills, and occasionally accompanied Tanjiro to the mountains to gather herbs. In winter, there were significantly fewer herbs in the mountains, so Jiren eventually modified the prescription and took some tonics. Tanjiro's health also gradually improved, which was undoubtedly great news for the Kamado family. At the same time, it made Jiren's importance in their hearts grow heavier. The progress in the breath of flames and medical skills steadily improved, especially the breath of flames, which, under Tanjiro's occasional guidance, saw rapid learning progress, quickly surpassing level 80. Don't underestimate the village chief. Similarly, don't think that not being part of the Demon Slayer Corps means one doesn't understand breathing techniques. Only the breath of the sun remained difficult to grasp. It wasn't that Jiren couldn't learn it, but he felt that if he forced himself to practice, the outcome would likely be the same as Tanjiro's. So after some contemplation, another thought gradually emerged in Jiren's mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months slipped by, and Jiren finally completed the full transformation of the transparent world inheritance card. Brother Occur.Suki, are you leaving? Jiren stood at the door of the Kamado family, surrounded by a group of little kids, with the leader being none other than Kamado Nezuko. Well, Big Brother has his own things to do, but don't worry, I'll come back to see you all in the future. It's a promise. You mustn't go back on your word. It's a promise. Jiren smiled gently, casually ruffling Nezuko's little head. The sensation was fantastic. Then he nodded to the couple, Tanjiro and Kaneo, both of whom were adults. Although they felt reluctant in their hearts, it was natural for them not to act like a few little kids. After leaving the Kamado family, Jiren returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. This trip brought him significant gains, not only confirming the current plot timeline, but also making rapid progress in his mastery of flame breathing, which is now unlocked to 93. 7. Additionally, the medical skill card he obtained from the Butterfly Mansion has been fully unlocked. This means that, with Jiren's current level of medical expertise, he can almost be considered the best in the Demon Slayer Corps. It's been a while, Mr. Akizuki. The expression of Yaiba Kanroji, the head of the Kanroji family, remained as gentle as ever, and perhaps due to the resolution of an upper moon, there was even a hint of a smile on his face, although the color of the blemish on his forehead had deepened a bit. Thank you for your concern, Master. Jiren's lips naturally curled up, appearing to carry a faint smile that made people feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Speaking of which, in this regard, the two of them really have some similarities. By the way, Master, it seems that Miss Shinobu sought me out not long ago. I wonder what she wanted to discuss. Let her tell you herself. Yaiba Kanroji said, and then a small figure walked out from the room. It was the petite Shinobu Kocho. Not long ago, Shinobu had sent a message through Tenjin Yuzi to Jiren, seemingly wanting to ask him something, but at that time, Jiren was waiting for the world transition and didn't he have time, so he replied, asking her to wait for a while. Mr. Akizuki, I've heard that you are a scholar with quite a bit of research on the habits of demons. I have a question I would like to ask. Since you've joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you should contribute your part. Whatever question you have, Miss Shinobu, just go ahead and ask. Jiren said calmly, I want to track down a demon. What kind of demon? It should be an upper moon demon like the previous Warbeheim, and moreover, at this point, a momentary killing intent flashed across Shinobu's expression, but it quickly faded as she continued. This demon may have a particular preference for women. An upper moon demon with a unique preference for women. Jiren stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment before saying, I think I might know which demon Miss Shinobu is referring to. Really? Shinobu became excited and couldn't help but speak up. Even Yaiba Kanroji and Jiomi Himejima, who were standing nearby, shifted their gazes over. That's right, and I might even know the current whereabouts of this demon. However, I want to ask first, what do you plan to do once you find this demon, Miss Shinobu? Chapter 18. Preemptive training session. The first half of Jiren's answer left Butterfly Shinobu so pleasantly surprised that she could hardly contain herself. When she first came to ask Jiren about this matter, she was merely trying her luck. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps had spent years investigating this without any leads. She never expected Jiren to give her such a huge surprise. However, the latter half of his statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Her fists clenched tightly, and her body trembled slightly. After a long silence, Butterfly Shinobu finally spoke, for revenge. Although she already had the answer in her heart, when she said it out loud, Jiren still felt a bit of a headache. After considering for a moment, Jiren gently shook his head and said, if that's the case, I can't tell you the answer. Why? Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed loudly. Because I can't let you go to your death. That's none of your business. You just need to tell me the answer. I have my own way. Butterfly Shinobu's actions and tone grew increasingly intense, and it seemed she was about to press Jiren for answers. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Enough, Shinobu, calm down. Kanroji Yoya clearly held considerable authority in the Demon Slayer Corps. After he spoke, even though Butterfly Shinobu's expression still showed reluctance, she managed to restrain herself for the time being. Seeing this, Kanroji Yoya turned his gaze back to Jiren and politely said, Mr. Occur.Suki, Shinobu alone is not enough. What if we gather the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps? Clearly, Kanroji Yoya also took an interest in the Upper Moon Demon that Jiren mentioned. It was no wonder. Aside from the fact that the Demon Slayer Corps wanted to kill more Upper Moon demons, avenging Butterfly Shinobu's sister, Kane, was also one of their responsibilities. After all, Kane was once a Hashira. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu's eyes instantly sparkled with hope as she looked at Jiren. This time, Jiren did not hide the truth. After calculating in his mind, he said, if we use the Hashira to surround it, given the current combat strength, we would need at least 5 to 6 of them. This answer hit them like a ton of bricks, causing the expressions of everyone present to darken. It was important to note that there were only 8 Hashira in the entire Demon Slayer Corps at present, and just to take down one Upper Moon demon would require 5 or 6 Hashira. What would they do when facing Musen Kibutsuji in the future? Of course, if you can master the mark and the Hisatsu, you would only need 2 to 3 Hashira, Jiren added. Upon hearing this, Kenroji Yoya's eyes briefly lit up, but then dimmed again, turning into a bitter smile. He was not surprised that Jiren knew about the mark. However, to be honest, Mr. Akutsuki, we actually don't know how to activate the mark. As for the Hisatsu you mentioned, I have never even heard of it, Kenroji Yoya said with a bitter smile. You don't know, but I do. What? Kenroji Yoya, Haimajima Jiomi, and Butterfly Shinobu suddenly looked up, their expressions filled with disbelief as they stared at Jiren, as if questioning whether they had misheard. Mr. Akutsuki, do you really know how to activate the mark? The one who spoke this time was Haimajima Jiomi. Perhaps due to his shock, the usually tearful Hashira momentarily forgot to cry. Jiren nodded. I once saw some records in an ancient book. Although it did not describe the method to activate the patterns, it did note some characteristics after activation. After activating the patterns, the heart rate can exceed 200, and the body temperature can rise above 39 degrees. In this state, there will be a significant increase in breathing techniques and physical fitness. Additionally, by infusing body temperature into the Sunwill blade, one can fully unleash the solar power within the crimson steel of the gorilla, transforming it into an extremely high-temperature blade. However, one thing to note is that this method further exhausts the cells in the body. Once the patterns are activated, the user will not live past the age of 25. The information that Ji-Run revealed in one breath made the breathing of the 3 members of the Kanroji family quicken, their eyes shining with excitement as they stared at him intensely. This is simply a treasure boy. They really never expected that Ji-Ren's knowledge was so rich. Initially, they invited Ji-Run to join the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping he could provide a few more suggestions on dealing with demons. Although he was given a consultant position, they didn't have high expectations, since positions in the Demon Slayer Corps weren't particularly valuable. They truly did not anticipate this at all. As for Ji-Ren's final hint, they completely ignored it. 25 years? Huh. As long as they could kill Musen Kibutsuji and live to 25, that would be a huge profit. Kaminari, Kanroji Yoya suddenly shouted, and before his words fell, he heard Kanemitsu respond. I understand. I've already sent Tsujikoni to notify them. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps usually only has 2 Hashira stationed, while the other Hashira spend most of their time traveling around to eliminate demons. Now, Kanroji Yoya was preparing to call all the Hashira back to gather for collective training to unlock the patterns and the Nichiren blades. Jiren didn't expect that because of himself, the training in the original work would start early. The training location was set in a forest near the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. 3 days later, all 8 Hashira gathered. Jiren did not join in, even though his strength was now not weaker than that of the Hashira. However, he had no intention of activating the pattern that would shorten his lifespan. Moreover, Jiren preferred tranquility over movement. Leaving the fighting to the group of young men outside was enough. He could handle logistics and be a support, which is also quite good. Besides Jiren, there was another guy among the Hashira who did not immediately join the training, and that was none other than Ju Tomioka. In the original work, he didn't join the training either because his old friend Kaneo Tiuri did not participate, and it turned out to be the same this time. However, Jiren did not interfere. After all, he was not a psychologist. It was more appropriate to leave such matters to Yoya Shinjuro, who was even more formidable than a psychologist. While others were diligently training, Jiren arrived alone at a secret base of the Purgatory family in the neighboring city. This was a basement, predominantly silver-white in color, not very large, but equipped with various chemical tools, resembling a research facility. In the corner of the basement stood a tall, iron cage, which began to shake violently as soon as Jiren approached, accompanied by a monstrous roar. Chapter 19. Control experiment. Inside the cage were 3 bound demons, their eyes covered with black cloth. These were 3 experimental subjects that Ji-Run had specifically commissioned Purgatory Kaijiro to capture, to prevent the exposure of his location and to stop the demons from transmitting what they saw to Musen Kibutsuji before they died. He had specially covered their eyes with black cloth. However, Jiren needed to hurry with his experiments. Although it was unlikely that Musen Kibutsuji would pay attention to the memories of these lowly demons, what if he did? No one knew if Musen Kibutsuji had other special means of locating them. The three demons in the cage struggled. They were the lowest grade demons, having lost their rationality after becoming demons, unable to even speak. But when the unique, delectable scent of a human emanated from Jiren, the three demons went wild, attempting to break free from their restraints and attacking Jiren. Then, with a splat, Jiren swung his blade and directly severed 6 legs. The struggle abruptly stopped. Their instincts as ghosts made them sense the danger. Continuing to move would lead to death. The three ghosts, with their thighs severed at the roots, soon stopped bleeding, and, at the wounds, faint granulation tissue began to wriggle and slowly regenerate, but the speed was very slow. Jiren expressionlessly picked up 6 pairs of dark red, seemingly inappropriate thighs and approached the experimental table. After a demon dies, all its bodies turn to ash and disappear. This time, Jiren's research goal is to explore how to retain a part of the demon's body after its death. Experimental objective: to study how to preserve a complete torso after the demon's death. Experimental equipment: well-equipped, fully prepared. Experimental principle: through comparative experiments of different cells from the same test subject, the best solution will be determined. One experiment: decompose the leg cells of test subject A and label them A1, A2, A3. Jiren held a sharp scalpel and quickly made cuts on the 2 thighs of test subject A, soon dividing them into dozens of experimental samples. Following the procedure, he first placed a portion of the cells into test tubes containing formalin, saline, fresh water, a vacuum environment, and similar substances. For another portion of the cells, Jiren used methods such as freezing, electric shock, and burning to create control groups. Then, Jiren took out a stopwatch and approached the iron cage, swiftly severing the head of test subject A. In silence, the body of test subject A and the cells in the test tube behind it began to rapidly dissipate, like paper being burned by a fierce fire, leaving only a small pile of ashes in the blink of an eye, almost simultaneously with the body's disappearance. Jiren ignored the experimental subjects that vanished, focusing instead on those whose disappearance was significantly slower than the average speed of the body. The dissipation speeds of these 3 experimental subjects were 5, 6 seconds, 11, 9 seconds, and 6, 1 seconds respectively, much slower than the average dissipation speed of test subject A, which was 2, 7 seconds. Particularly, A13, the cells that Jiren had frozen, had an exceptionally slow dissipation speed. Jiren first recorded these 3 experimental subjects, then fell into deep thought. Except for the A13 subject, the liquid that soaked the A7 subject is a type of mildly toxic poison made by Jiren, which has the sole effect of preventing blood from coagulating. The control method for the A15 subject is burning. What common connection do these 3 have? Jiren looked at the row of empty test tubes in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. Turning to ashes after death is a common characteristic of all evil spirits. So what is the common trait of all evil spirits? Muzan Kibutsuji, as the progenitor of demons, initially transformed into an evil spirit due to a certain drug, but this drug has only been consumed by Muzan, which does not meet the criteria. Apart from Muzan, the commonality among the remaining evil spirits is blood. Suddenly, Jiren's eyes lit up. A flash of inspiration surged through his mind. Yes, that's right, it's blood. Including Muzan, the source of power for all evil spirits is primarily blood. And the common point among these 3 experimental subjects is that the blood in their cells has all been diluted or rendered less active. Ideas kept flooding into Jiren's mind, and he couldn't wait to start the second experiment. Demon Slayer Core Training Ground. Heavy and wild panting sounds continuously echoed from the dense forest, adding a sense of urgency to the air. Shinobu Kocho leaned weakly against a large rock, her limbs sore and her whole body feeling as if it had been run over by a truck, lacking even the strength to stand. Beside her was a boy with a white hedgehog hairstyle and numerous scars. Mitsuri Kanroji, the Wind Pillar. The nature of the breathing techniques determines that the peak combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps members is very short-lived, but at the same time, it allows them to reach their combat potential very quickly. Although the combat power of these pillars has not yet fully reached the peak of the story, they're already very close. Their breathing techniques have been perfected, and the only difference is in their physical attributes. After all, many members of the Demon Slayer Corps are still underage in actual age. The special training they are currently undergoing is to make up for this deficiency. Hey, I say, can this training really unlock the patterns? Is the consultant you mentioned reliable? Mitsuri Kanroji, who had been gasping for breath against the large rock, couldn't help but speak up. His youthful face and body were covered in scars from battles with evil spirits. Even when he spoke calmly, it still conveyed a sense of ferocity and roughness. Woo, woo, woo. Although Mr. Akutsu is not skilled in martial arts, he is a knowledgeable sage who recently helped us eliminate the Lower Moon Six. We should trust him, Haimajima Jiomiai said with tears streaming down his face. Hearing this, Mitsuri Kanroji no longer spoke further, but a small question mark appeared in the mind of Kaijiro Rengoku. Akutsu, not skilled in martial arts? Chapter 20. Selecting People Early Spring. The winter snow gradually melted. Tender green buds poked through the gaps in the snow, bringing new life to the earth. Jiren, now standing at 182 meters tall, secured his Nichiren blade to his waist, covered it with a snow-white robe, picked up the backpack he had prepared in advance, and left the Rengoku family, heading towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. About 2 weeks ago, Jiren completed his research on how to preserve the bodies of evil spirits. After returning to the Rengoku family, he worked hard to successfully unlock the Breath of Flame to 100. Now his combat power may not yet match Kaijiro Rengoku, but he had nearly reached the rank of a pillar. The inheritance card extracted skills that appeared in a certain area over a specific period and were not necessarily based on a single person. For instance, the Breath of the Sun had only seen Tanjiro Kamado in that area for over a decade. So the inheritance card for the Breath of the Sun was basically based on Tanjiro's experience. However, the Breath of Flame was different over the years. Not only Kaijiro Rengoku, but also his father, Shinjiro Rengoku, had practiced it, so this card was more like a combination of their training experiences. However, skills and experiences are ultimately just static. The real performance depends on the individual. Even if unlocked to 100, Jiren might still not surpass the inheritor, but he could also potentially exceed the inheritor. Nevertheless, Jiren didn't care much about this. His purpose in training hard was more for self-preservation. In fact, in the upcoming battles, Jiren might not even show his face from start to finish. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Bathed in warm sunlight, the 8 pillars gathered together, standing quietly in front of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, seemingly waiting for someone. After an unknown amount of time, a gentle sound of footsteps gradually approached from outside the courtyard. Everyone instinctively looked up, and what first caught their eye was a flowing, snow-white robe. A specially made white uniform with light black edges, combined with a snowy cloak, made Jiren almost blend in with the snowy scenery behind him, looking like a nobleman walking out of the snow. How can this guy be so handsome? Not only the pillars who had never seen Jiren before, but even Kaijiro Rengoku, who had spent the most time with Jiren, was stunned by his appearance today. The men's performance was so lacking that one could only imagine the reaction of the women present. Not to mention the blushing Shinobu Kocho. Even the other female pillar with pink-green hair was almost turning into steam. Then, Jiren received a glare of hostility from a certain snake pillar. Jiren? Mr. Akutsu, I will rely on you from here on. The expression on Hoshiyuki Yoya's face remained calm as he said gently, No problem. Jiren nodded, then walked straight to the crowd and spoke. I believe everyone already knows the target of this mission for the Demon Slayer Corps, so I won't waste any more words. First, I need to confirm the candidates for this operation. Jiren's overly straightforward remarks caught everyone off guard. Usually, Yazaki Zai would say a few words before departing, at least offering some motivational talk. However, after hearing the latter part of Jiren's statement, everyone instantly perked up, with a few unable to resist taking a step forward. Jiren glanced at the crowd and then spoke. This time our target is Upper Moon 2, so we need at least 4 people to go. Among these 4, Kaijiro Rengoku must be included, as his strength can counter the enemy's blood demon arts. Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes lit up as he stepped out of the group. The second person will be the Wind Hashira, whose powers can also limit the enemy. Good, Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed excitedly, raising his arm and coming to Kaijiro Rengoku's side. The third will be the insect Hashira. Jiren paused slightly, and this time he did not provide any reason, but everyone understood. Butterfly Shinobu looked gratefully at Jiren, then stood beside Kaijiro Rengoku and Mitsuri Kanroji. As for the last person, everyone focused their attention, each looking at Jiren with anticipation. Surrounding the Upper Moon was an extremely dangerous task, but none of the people present were afraid. Kanroji Mitsuri, it's you. In the end, Jiren's gaze fell on the girl with powder green hair and shy expression. Her weapon was quite special. She was the only one among the Hashira, aside from Shinazugawa Sanemi, who could be considered capable of mid-range attacks. As soon as this was said, a hint of disappointment appeared on the faces of the others, but Kanroji Mitsuri was surprised. Huh, Is it me? For people are enough? Now that we have enough manpower, why not let a few more people join? This was the statement of the serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai. It's not that having more people is always better for dealing with all enemies. And since Musen Kabutsuji can extract memories from demons' heads, we should always keep a few trump cards. Jiren shook his head. To be honest, the best configuration this time should be 3 Hashira acting together. But there was no choice. If Butterfly Shinobu didn't participate in the encirclement of Upper Moon 2, her psychological issues might never be resolved. However, despite being a Hashira, Butterfly Shinobu's combat method posed one of the least threats to the Upper Moon demons. But this was also fine. Although there was one more person, as long as his plan went smoothly, perhaps this battle wouldn't even require using a mark. The selection process was very smooth, since Jiren spoke here. He represented Ubuyashiki Yoya, and no one would oppose his decision. Speaking of which, this is also the greatest advantage of the Demon Slayer Corps when facing demons. Almost all members are unprecedentedly united, and very few cause trouble. Then let us set off now. The battle plan has been formulated, and I will inform you of the remaining information on the way. If Jiren guessed correctly, this should be their last chance to encircle an Upper Moon demon. After all, if an Upper Moon is surrounded and killed, Musen Kabutsuji might not care too much, but if a second Upper Moon is killed, unless he is foolish, he would definitely suspect something. Sigh, I just hope this big boss doesn't notice me. Chapter 21. Vanguard, the 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss Cult. This is one of the many cults that rose during the chaotic times. Its doctrine can be inferred just by its name. However, as society gradually stabilized, most cults slowly began to disappear. Yet the 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss cult remained and developed quite steadily. The most important reason for this is that a seductive Upper Moon demon is hidden within, unlike the vast majority of demons who become cruel after turning into demons. Upper Moon 2, Doma, had a twisted personality from a young age due to his unique experiences as a human. Lord Son of God, my husband has been abusing me for years, and I can't take this life anymore. But my child is innocent. He is only 3 years old. What should I do? I request your guidance, Lord Son of God. In the headquarters of the 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss cult, a young woman looked desolate, and in front of her stood a beautifully eerie man with 7 colored eyes, who listened quietly to her lament. Until the young woman finished speaking, the eerie man slowly handed her a kitchen knife. The young woman was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized, I see. The Lord God wants me to sever ties with him completely, right? The eerie man gently shook his head. No, the Lord God means that such a scumbag should be killed with one strike. The young woman. Hee. The Lord Son of God really knows how to joke. The young woman laughed dryly. Upon hearing this, the eerie man still maintained a smile, not saying more, but gently placed a hand on the young woman's face and slowly stroked it 3 times. Looking at the handsome and eerie face of the Son of God in front of her, the young woman's eyes gradually became moist, as if she understood something. An hour later, the young woman hurriedly left the room. Meanwhile, the Son of God still wore a smile, gently fanning himself with a folding fan, his expression seemingly fixed, showing no change at all. Only his 2 7-colored eyes subtly glanced at a certain spot outside the room, showing a hint of interesting fluctuation. Interesting. Is there a little bug coming in? That is fine. I'm tired of eating these women for a while. A change of taste wouldn't be bad. The eerie man licked his lips, and his pupils blinked, one closing and one opening, revealing the words Upper Moon 2 gradually appearing inside his originally 7-colored eyes. Boom! The next moment, a figure broke through the door, and in the reflection of Upper Moon 2, Doma's eyes, a sharp yet flexible blade resembling a long whip appeared. Oh, it turns out to be a lovely young lady. What a huge surprise. I thought I would break my vow and eat those filthy men today. Doma still lazily sat on the ground, tilting his head and easily dodging Kanroji Mitsuri's attack. Kanroji Mitsuri did not speak. Although she usually becomes shy easily, she would never be vague in battle, especially when facing demons. Whoosh! Kanroji Mitsuri flicked her wrist, instantly changing the direction of her flexible sword, cutting horizontally towards Doma's neck. Doma used a folding fan to block, but was unexpectedly hit by tremendous force. In a moment of carelessness, the sword tip that bounced back grazed his face, but it healed instantly. Doma was somewhat surprised, but he was not angry, or rather, he wouldn't get angry at all. In fact, even the surprise and astonishment on his face were feigned, as his heart was completely unperturbed, and he didn't even want to smile. This lovely young lady seems to have a very special body. Really, I really want to taste your flavor. Tong Mu tilted his head 90 degrees and spoke. After finishing his words, he opened his folding fan and gently waved it at Kanroji Mitsuri. A chill rushed towards her. Kanroji Mitsuri was startled, recalling the information given by Ji-Rin earlier, and quickly held her breath while pulling back to create distance. Her skilled response made Tong Mu's gaze flicker, feeling a hint of doubt. But before he could think more, he saw Kanroji Mitsuri's weapon suddenly extend again from a distance, expanding its attack range. Although it was a flexible sword, in her hands it felt heavy and powerful. Tong Mu did not sense incorrectly. Kanroji Mitsuri's body was indeed different from ordinary people. She was born with a muscle density about 8 times that of a normal person, possessing innate strength. When she tensed her body, her defense and attack power would significantly increase, coupled with the unique flexibility of women and her specially crafted weapon. Kanroji Mitsuri's attacks combined strength and grace, mastering various forms of combat. The cold air in the closed room grew stronger. Kanroji Mitsuri's fighting space was constantly shrinking. Tong Mu's unique blood demon art could be considered a nemesis to breathing techniques. Not only could he turn his own blood into highly toxic ice crystals, but he could also shatter these ice crystals into powder, dispersing them in the air. Once inhaled into the lungs, whether from the cold or the poison, it could easily lead to death. However, since these ice crystals were made from his own blood, their spread was not very large, often only achieving the best effect in a closed space. Kanroji Mitsuri was struggling to defend. Even after fighting until now, she had never faced Tong Mu head-on, and even though Tong Mu had not truly exerted himself, facing an Upper Moon too, an ordinary Hashira could not last 3 rounds without unleashing their mark. The walls of the room, damaged intentionally and unintentionally by Kanroji Mitsuri, were already riddled with holes, and the enormous noise had scared away most of the members of the Mansen Kyokai. Yet, a small number of fanatics believed that the deity would surely protect them and remain steadfast. Just as Kanroji Mitsuri was about to give in and consider whether to activate her mark, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from outside the Mansen Kyokai. The immense power caused the very foundation of the Mansen Kyokai to tremble, and upon hearing the explosion, Kanroji Mitsuri immediately turned and ran without hesitation. Tong Mu intended to pursue, but at that moment, another explosion rang out from above, and, as large chunks of rubble and dust fell, a beam of sunlight suddenly poured down through the gap in the ceiling. Chapter 22. What is support? What is support? Hiding at the back of the team, adding buffs. And healing? Or being a meat shield, standing at the front, allowing teammates to output comfortably? No, these can at most be considered a healer or a tank, barely qualifying as a third-rate support. Taking a watermelon knife alone, cutting from south to north, from east to west, without blinking, killing all enemies to protect teammates. This could be considered a second-rate support. However, a true first-rate support should prepare a bit of a plan before the battle, set up some traps, enhance their team's strength in various ways, and weaken the opponent's strength with various schemes. In the end, let teammates step forward and secure the kill. Only then can one be considered a true first-rate support. A series of explosions echoed across the sky. People from all directions were startled, but ultimately, they were all intercepted by the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps and local security forces. Although Tong Mu was Upper Moon 2, the difficulty of dealing with him might be simpler than dealing with Upper Moon 6, the siblings of Wajiheim and Kibbutz Sujitaru. The reason is simple. They had gained too many advantages this time, especially in terms of the environment. In less than a minute, the headquarters of the Mansen Kyokai collapsed amidst the smoke, and amidst the ruins, occasional cries for help could be heard. However, Ji-Run and the others ignored them and directly ordered the hidden troops to dig them out and take them away. Jiren's original plan was to greet Dongma with dozens of packs of explosives. However, after arriving here, Jiren and the others discovered that there were so many people praying during the day at the Wan Shurji Lujiao, so they had to change their plan on the spot. They decided to let Kanroji Mitsuri go in to delay Dongma, while scaring off all the humans inside. But even Jiren didn't expect that despite Dongma not having any mind control skills, there would still be fanatics in the Wan Shurji Lujiao. Even when Jiren and his team took the risk of sending their hidden squad in to dissuade them, and even tried to forcibly take them out, those fanatics not only refused to leave, but also banded together to drive the hidden squad out. With no other options left, Jiren had no choice but to fulfill their wish and send them to the side of the deity. The 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss sect collapsed, and Rengoku Kyujuru, Takedo Mwichiru, and Kochu Shinobu rushed out together with Kanroji Mitsuri. Without the buildings blocking the sunlight, Doma could no longer be considered at a disadvantage. He was directly facing the threat of death. The four Hashira walked cautiously over the ruins of the 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss sect, searching for Doma's trace. However, after a long time, they still had not found Doma's figure. Damn it, where did that guy run off to? After searching for a long time without finding any trace of the demon, the impatient Takedo Mwichiru couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. It's okay. The sun is great today. We will definitely succeed in exterminating the evil demon. A hearty and loud voice rang out from Rengoku Kyujiro, who had poor hearing. Thus his tone was slightly unusual when he spoke. Just as the group was at a loss, a dark-colored crow suddenly flew down from the sky, cawing, caw, caw. There's a secret room. There's a secret room. Saying this, the crow landed somewhere in the ruins and began to dig with its claws. The eyes of the group lit up. They hurried over, and before long, the four of them worked together to clear away the stones, revealing an entrance to an underground tunnel. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously pulled out explosives from behind. Evil demon, eat shit. The four specially made explosives were thrown directly into the tunnel, and the group turned to run. Before leaving, Kochu Shinobu also conveniently closed the tunnel entrance. Boom! With a muffled sound, the ground around the 10,000 Worlds of Ultimate Bliss sect shook violently, the stones and dust on the ground leaping up like frightened rabbits. While the ground at the center of the explosion directly blew open a large pit, scattering debris everywhere. Once everything settled down, the four approached the center of the explosion, and a gentle breeze swept by, revealing a square building entirely made of blood-colored ice crystals. As expected of an upper moon, its vitality is truly tenacious. A sinister smile appeared on the scarred face of the wind Hashira, Takedo Mwichiru. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. Takedo Mwichiru slashed directly at the ice crystal, and with a loud bang, the ice wall exploded. The four stepped in, and at the center of the empty blood ice building, a figure smiled and welcomed them. I'm quite curious. How did you know I was hiding here? Can someone tell me? Takedo Mwichiru smiled viciously and said, Hey, after you die, I'll burn the answer for you. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind, slashing strike. Whoosh! Without a moment of unnecessary talk, Takedo Mwichiru pushed off the ground and shot out directly in front of Doma, his light green Nichiren blade swirling with a fierce wind, slashing out a crescent arc of light. Blood demon art, ice clone. Takedo Mwichiru easily severed Doma's body, but he felt no joy because the sensation from that slash was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment, the severed body began to rapidly transform into a pile of shattered ice, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Doma quietly appeared on the other side of the blood ice building. Looking at Doma, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth on the right side, Takedo Mwichiru's eyes suddenly revealed a glint of cunning, and he did not stop his forward momentum. Instead, he swung his sword again, fiercely striking the ice wall ahead. With a rumble, another large hole appeared in the blood ice building. Sunlight shone through the opening, and Doma's expression immediately stiffened. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Doma waved his folding fan, and in an instant, dozens of lotus-shaped ice crystals appeared in the air, gradually filling the vicinity with countless invisible ice crystal particles. Just then, Rengoku Kyujiro stepped forward. Breath of flame, fourth form, rising flame vortex. A spiral slash expanded outward from Rengoku Kyujiro, with large flames burning from the blade, instantly turning an area of 3 to 4 meters into a world of fire, with billowing white mist rising as the ice crystal particles in the air evaporated. At the same time, Takedo Mwichiru struck again, transforming into a horizontal tornado, spinning at high speed, as his Nichiren blade became the sharpest hurricane, not only instantly destroying a large amount of blood ice, but also blowing out all the evaporated ice crystals from the blood ice building. Breath of wind, second form, claw. Keiho wind. At that moment, even though Doma still did not experience the emotional fluctuations belonging to humans, his expression gradually became serious. Chapter 23. Slay the traitor among us. This was the first thought that flashed through Doma's mind after witnessing the fighting styles of the four in front of him. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why the enemy understood him so well. If it were just his location being exposed, that would be one thing, as this place being discovered was not surprising, but the blood demon art was different. The humans who knew the characteristics of his blood demon art were all dead. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. Doma waved his folding fan, and immediately, a large expanse of cold mist spread out, quickly enveloping the entire ice house. Be careful, Kochu Shinobu shouted, and the four immediately gathered, backing against each other to guard against their surroundings. However, in reality, Doma used this move not for offense, but to repair the ice house. Taking a few slashes from the Demon Slayer core was no problem. As long as he could hold out until sunset, he would let these humans know what cruelty meant. Then the ice house exploded. This operation naturally came from Jiren's hand. He commanded the members of the hidden unit to specifically use small explosives to blast the roof of the ice house. Demons do not fear consumption. Explosives cannot kill demons. But this would distract him, and using small explosives meant there was no worry about harming teammates. In the blink of an eye, the entire roof of the ice house became like a honeycomb, with several small holes appearing. Doma had no choice but to divert his attention to use his blood demon art to make up for it. Taking this opportunity, Rengoku, Kyujuru, and the others decisively launched an attack. While splitting his attention to repair the ice house, he also faced the attacks from the four Hashira. Soon, Doma found himself at a disadvantage in battle. For the first time in years, Doma, who had never experienced human emotions, finally felt the first sensation belonging to humanity today. Disgusting. So disgusting that he felt like his whole demon body was about to crack apart. Up until now, it wasn't just a matter of distraction. It was also because these people had a restraint against his blood demon art. Rengoku, Kyujuru, and Takedo Michiru teamed up, one fire and one wind, almost completely countering Doma's abilities. And the woman using the flexible sword was completely dancing on the edge of his blood demon art, repeatedly hopping around but never coming in, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Only the girl with the stabbing sword was a bit better, although there was poison in her blade. The wounds were too small and the dosage insufficient, making her seem a bit out of place compared to the other three. However, he always felt like he had seen this girl somewhere before. Suddenly, Rengoku Kyujuru seized a flaw in Doma's defense and directly cut off one of his arms with a single slash. However, Doma was not flustered at all. It was just an arm. He could regenerate it at any time. What's going on? Suddenly, Doma felt something was wrong. The arm that was just severed did not regenerate immediately. It seemed as if something was corroding his cells at the wound site, obstructing the growth of his arm. Doma's eyes widened. Goodness, poison on the blade. The young man is not following the rules of combat. Another unexpected move, but Doma remained calm. The cells of the upper moon demons possess unimaginable regenerative power and also have a strong ability to break down toxins. This toxin, made from wisteria poison and some corrosive poison, could only delay the regeneration speed of the demon cells by 3 to 5 seconds. But 3 to 5 seconds was more than enough for the Hashira. With only one arm left, Doma's combat power was further reduced. At that moment, he saw Shinazugawa Sanemi suddenly rush in, seizing the opportunity while Doma was regenerating his arm, and slashed off the other arm as well. Doma roared, attempting to experience the emotion of anger. However, no matter how fierce his expression was or how superb his acting skills were, his heart remained unaffected. Simple death no longer stimulated him. Blood demon art, mist ice, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. A powerful force surged forth, countless cold energies spread out. And in the blink of an eye, a gigantic ice sculpture of a bodhisattva formed behind Doma. Boom! The sleeping lotus bodhisattva slapped out, directly sending all three in front of him flying. In the corner of the ice house, Kochu Shinobu quickly preserved Doma's severed arm in her backpack using the method taught by Korea, then approached the three. The butterfly hairpin on your head, I've seen it before, Doma suddenly said to Kochu Shinobu. Instantly, Kochu Shinobu's mind felt as if struck by lightning. Although she had received an answer from Korea before, hearing Doma acknowledge it was a different matter altogether. Looking at the imposing giant bodhisattva ahead, Rengoku Kyujuru, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and Kanroji Mitsuri wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and stood up, saying, "It seems we need to unlock our markings." The three of them had grasped the secret to unlocking their markings during training, but Kochu Shinobu still had no clue. It wasn't that she wasn't trying hard. It was simply a matter of innate talent. The most important aspect of unlocking markings lies in physical quality, and what Kochu Shinobu lacked the most was precisely that. To put it bluntly, if her heart rate exceeded 200 and her body temperature rose above 39, she might not even unlock her markings before collapsing on the spot. "I'll go first." Shinazugawa Sanemi spoke up. The other three had no objections, as this was also part of Korea's plan. Shinazugawa Sanemi had a special physique, with diluted demon blood in his body. So according to Korea's calculations, among all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the impact on him after unlocking the markings would be the least. In other words, while others might not live past 25, he could potentially live to 30 or even 40. body temperature rising, heart rate accelerating. Moments latte. Everyone saw a green, pinwheel-like pattern appear on the right side of Shinazugawa Sanemi's face. With a powerful push off his toes, Shinazugawa Sanemi suddenly dashed out. In the eyes of Rengoku, Kyujiro, and the others, his speed was like that of a different person compared to before. Kochu Shinobu tightened her grip on the handle of her blade, feeling a bit unwilling. Outside the ice house, Jiren looked at the gradually decreasing explosives in the hands of the hidden troops, then raised his head to look at the sky and directly issued an order. Everyone, gather all the remaining explosives and throw them all at once. Boom! The attack power of the sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva was extremely astonishing. Even after activating its patterns, Tamashikawa Mami could only barely entangle with it. Rengoku, Kyujiro, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Kochu Shinobu surrounded the main body of Doma, simultaneously manipulating the sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva, repairing the ice house, and fighting against the three Hashira, causing Doma's combat power to decline once again. The sun gradually sank below the western hills. Doma, who was extremely sensitive to the night, could sense that night was about to fall even without seeing the sun. Perhaps it had been too long since he had experienced such feelings. Even facing death, Doma's heart, which had never wavered, suddenly surfaced with a hint of expectation. Perhaps because of that tiny bit of expectation, Doma's movements suddenly revealed a moment of flaw. The flame-wreathed long sword once again severed Doma's right arm. Having already understood the speed structure, Doma calmly prepared for regeneration. But at that moment, Kanroji Mitsuri's soft sword struck, wrapping around Doma's neck in an attempt to cut it. However, Doma's neck suddenly became as hard as iron, and no matter how much Kanroji Mitsuri exerted herself, it could not be destroyed. Just then, Kochu Shinobu moved, her specially made slender dagger piercing into Doma's body, injecting toxins that instantly began to rot Doma's chest. This was her strongest poison. However, after rotting halfway, Doma's chest wound no longer expanded. As the sun was about to completely set, boom, suddenly, a far stronger explosion than before erupted above the ice house, instantly destroying Doma's attempts to repair the ice house amidst various distractions. The afterglow of the sunset shone into the ice house, and as Doma looked at the sun on the horizon, he suddenly stopped struggling and gradually calmed down. Ah, what a strange feeling. Is this calmness also a human emotion? Chapter 24. Materials. At the moment Doma dissipated, the sun in the distant sky had just set its last glimmer. When the ice house that enveloped Doma and the four Hashira collapsed, the hidden troops outside immediately cheered in unison. But not far from the ruins of the Eternal Paradise cult, a pair of eyes marked with the numbers of the crescent moon, and three looked on in extreme terror. No, impossible. Lord Doma is the upper moon too. How could he be killed by mere humans? No, this matter must be reported to the master immediately. This lower moon 3 demon had actually been invited by Doma. Originally, Doma had called him over to help investigate the deaths of the siblings Waraboheim and Kibutsu Sujitaro, as it was Doma who had turned them into demons. If he helped avenge them, could he possibly gain human emotions? With this thought in mind, Doma intended to intervene. But unexpectedly, before he could do anything, an accident occurred, and Lower Moon 3 happened to witness it. In extreme fear, Lower Moon 3 dared not draw attention, carefully avoiding humans, and then began to flee in a panic. But before he could run far, Lower Moon 3 felt a slight pain in his neck, and then his vision suddenly turned upside down. Before dying, Lower Moon 3 could only see a long sword with an orange-red blade, with black flame patterns on both sides. Looking at the slowly dissipating corpse of the demon before him, Jiren sheathed his sword. For the first time in his life, he felt ordinary. A glass dropper shattered. Far away in Infinity Castle, Muzan Kibutsuji sensed Doma's death at that instant, and a cold and angry, killing intent erupted from his blood-red eyes. What is happening? Those 2 useless ones can be overlooked, but why did Doma die as well? In fact, for Muzan Kibutsuji, the lives of the 12 Kazuki were insignificant. As long as he could successfully overcome the weakness of the sun and evolve into a perfect being, the deaths of these demons would not matter. However, the recent series of accidents always made him feel that events were developing beyond his control, which was what angered him the most. Fragments of information from before Doma's death made Muzan realize that his death was due to being besieged, and Doma's suspicion that there was a traitor among the demons also reached him. A traitor? Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze returned to calm. He did not believe this speculation very much. After all, he could know the innermost thoughts of all demons. Even if there was a traitor, it would be impossible to hide from him. But even if he did not believe it, Muzan still prepared to summon the 12 Kazuki again. wanting to see their true thoughts and primarily to find the blue flower of the other shore. Not long after, news of Lower Moon 3's death also arrived. This time, Muzan Kibutsuji's anger diminished significantly. After all, it was not surprising for Lower Moon's useless demons to die every few years. But suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji discovered something interesting from Lower Moon 3's memories. The deaths of Doma and those two useless ones were somewhat similar. The Demon Slayer Corps had remained the same for thousands of years. Such a plan could hardly have originated from their hands. In Murabaheim's memories, besides the Demon Slayer Corps, there seemed to be another character that was a bit off. Returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kagaya Ubuyashiki held a rare celebration banquet. This was almost impossible in the past, as the Demon Slayer Corps had been completely oppressed under the demon's pressure. Now, having killed 2 Upper Moon demons, they finally saw a glimmer of hope, turning the tables and regaining some initiative. As for Jiren killing Lower Moon 3, no one knew. After the banquet, Jairu, Shinobu Kocho, and Sanemi Shinazugawa arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Jairu is going to conduct a physical examination for Shinazugawa Sanemi. Upon arriving at the Butterfly Mansion, he encounters a little girl who approaches him. She is dressed similarly to Shinobu Kocho, with black hair tied in a ponytail on the right side, wearing butterfly accessories, and has a blank expression. Upon seeing the 3 of them, she slightly bows but does not say a word. She is Kanawo Tsuyuri, the successor of Shinobu Kocho. She also suffers from mental health issues. Before being brought back by Shinobu's sister, Kane Kocho, she experienced domestic violence from a young age. With the looming threat of being killed and the trauma of being sold as a slave, which led her to gradually shut down her emotions and become unable to speak. Her tragedy is caused not by demons, but by humans. Jiren nodded at her and took Nishikawa Sumiya into the medical room. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, who had just avenged herself and resolved her inner turmoil, rarely felt relaxed as she pulled her to the other side. As always, Jiren could only save people, not heal hearts. Moreover, in the case of Kane Kocho, unless the child of destiny appeared, even a psychologist would be ineffective. Maybe one day, he should bring that kid Tanjiro over to see if he can persuade her. Nishikawa Sumiya's examination was completed quickly, and it was similar to what Jiren had predicted. The damage after activating his markings was much less severe than that of a normal person. Additionally, the rare blood in his body was still slowly restoring cellular vitality. Jiren estimated that he should be able to live until around 40. After collecting a bit of rare blood for research, Jiren directly sent Nishikawa Sumiya away. Once the person left, Jiren then took out the bag he had previously given to Butterfly Shinobu. Upon opening it, a frozen demon hand and a bottle of frozen blood were revealed inside. This was Jiren's research achievement. After experimentation, Jiren had basically confirmed that the reason demons turn to ashes upon death mainly stems from demon blood. Therefore, once Jiren drained the blood from the arm of the demon, the connection between the body and the arm would naturally break, and without a host, the pure demon blood's connection to the body would also weaken. Furthermore, freezing would reduce cellular activity, ultimately allowing Jiren to achieve his goal. With all the tools prepared, wearing gloves and a gas mask, Jiren arranged the demon hand and demon blood, whispering, "Let's begin." Chapter 25, Self-Created Breathing Technique. The secrets within the bodies of demons were unexpectedly numerous. It was like an unfathomable cave. Whenever Jiren felt he had reached the bottom, breaking through the membrane before him would immediately reveal more darkness. Regenerative cells, toxic blood, supernatural curses. It was hard to imagine that these things, which were completely unlike anything human, would ultimately be found within humans. That's right, this was Jiren's latest discovery. For a long time, Jiren had thought that demons were a species entirely separate from humans, but in reality, the essence of the cells within these demons had not yet departed from the realm of humanity. This also meant that if certain substances could be neutralized or eliminated from the cells, demons could potentially revert back to humans. I need more knowledge about cells and viruses, Jiren murmured. Both the medical knowledge from the clinic and that from the Butterfly Mansion were primarily focused on treating and recovering from injuries. And to thoroughly analyze demon cells and blood, more specialized knowledge was required. Thus, Jiren sought out Kanroji Mitsuri. If one were to say who in this world had the deepest research on demon cells, it would undoubtedly be Tamayo, but this female demon, who had escaped Muzan's control, had been hiding for hundreds of years, making it impossible for even Jiren to find her. Therefore, aside from that, Jiren could only seek help from the official forces of this world. The Demon Slayer Corps was not an official institution, but had close ties to official organizations. As demons do not care about human identities, and many people became demons to take revenge on those with certain special statuses. When conventional weapons could not kill demons, those in official positions had no choice but to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps. Kanroji Mitsuri quickly fulfilled Jiren's needs. However, Jiren did not go directly to the official institution afterward, but first visited the area of Tanjiro, where the breeder Kanemoto Jiguro operated. Kanemoto Jiguro, along with Urokadaki Sakanji, were both former Hashira, but one taught water breathing while the other taught thunder breathing. After discovering that he couldn't learn the breath of flame, Jiren was filled with a new idea. Perhaps he could create a new breathing technique that was uniquely his own. This wasn't a difficult task. Among the 8 pillars today, 4 of them use their own self-created breathing techniques. The advantage of a self-created breathing technique is that it may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the most suitable for oneself. For this, Jiren still needed a little bit of new material. Ooh, Grandpa, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Bastard, get down here. As Jiren just arrived at Taosan, he witnessed a comical scene. A black-haired boy, with a face full of heart, was climbing a tree like a monkey, while below, a short old man with a cane and a prosthetic right leg was fuming. No way if this continues. I'm going to die, the boy on the tree shouted. The old man glared with wide eyes and angrily said, You brat. How long have you been training? It's not that easy to die. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the black-haired boy in the tree. The old man's expression froze instantly. Zenitsu. Not far away, Jiren's expression was somewhat strange. I really didn't expect to witness this scene. My wife Zenitsu was hit by a lightning bolt, turning pitch black, and with a thud, he fell from the tree. Kanjuro quickly ran over, called out to him twice, and when he saw he had no response, he struggled to pick him up and planned to go down a mountain to find doctor. But just then, a tall boy in a white robe blocked his way. Let me take a look. You are a new advisor who just joined the team? Kanjuro was taken aback, stopped in his tracks, and after looking a few times, felt that the boy looked somewhat familiar. Jiren nodded. His identity was not widely known within the Demon Slayer Corps, especially after the elimination of Muzan Kibutsuji. In order to protect Jiren's safety, Ubuyashiki Waya had deliberately issued a confidentiality order. However, prior to coming to Takamiyama, he had communicated with Kaneo Tiri. After confirming Jiren's identity, Kaneo Tiri felt at ease to entrust Zenitsu Agatsuma to him. Regarding Zenitsu's safety, Jiren already knew from the original plot that there was no issue. What he was mainly curious about was another matter. He was really curious about why Zenitsu's hair turned golden after being struck by lightning. After a full set of blood tests and examinations, Jiren made an unexpected discovery. It turned out that the cells within Zenitsu's body had been activated. In other words, after this lightning strike, Zenitsu's talent for learning thunder breathing had at least doubled or more. What does this mean? A heavenly tribulation refining the body. Inside, deeply amazed by the wonders of the human body, which further fueled his interest in studying it. He left some of my wife Zenitsu's blood cells as samples, and then turned to Sanj Giger and said, Don't worry, this kid is fine. He should wake up in a little while. That's great. I really appreciate it. Upon hearing this, Sanj Giger also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard of this advisor's accomplishments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so at ease handing Zenitsu over to Jiren. Is there anything you need my help with, Advisor Akutsu? I want to learn the thunder breathing from you, Senior Sanj, Jiren stated directly. Sanj Giger was taken aback, looking at Jiren with some confusion. Learning thunder breathing? Wasn't it said that this advisor was not skilled in martial arts? However, although he found it strange, Sanj Giger didn't say much. After all, to him, breathing techniques weren't anything precious. He would even prefer more people to learn them and contribute to the Demon Slayer Corps. So, Sanj Giger directly agreed. Then, that day, Jiren studied breathing techniques beside Sanj Giger for a day, and the next day, Jiren left Takamiyama. Sanj Giger, standing on Takamiyama. Watching Jiren's departing figure, Sanj Giger's expression darkened. This brat, could it be that he came to toy with me? Chapter 26. Believe in Science. Following Sanj Giger to learn breathing techniques was just a pretext. In fact, when Jiren arrived at Takamiyama that day, he had already successfully extracted the thunder breathing inheritance card. Having previously trained in flame breathing, he unlocked the thunder breathing much faster this time. In just a day and a half of traveling, Jiren had already unlocked this card to level 2. 1. Jiren's destination is a university called Chingu Private School. According to Araki Waya, There's a Professor Matsuda here who is an expert in cell and virus research, and his status is even that of a guest of honor in official circles. Araki Waya's already arranged for Jiren to meet this professor, so Jiren just needs to go directly. Upon entering the school, despite Jiren's efforts to remain low-key, his ordinary appearance still shines like starlight in the night, completely catching the attention of the female students. Just a few steps into the school gate, 3 or 4 girls quietly approach Jiren. Senior. What grade and class are you in? Senior. I'm Matsubayashi Maki from class 1C. Senior. It is evident that Jiren is mistaken for a student of this school, even though his outfit clearly indicates he doesn't belong to this school. In the eyes of these girls, he is still a student. Jiren smiled on the outside while feeling completely unmoved inside. Thanks to Shinobu Kocho and Mitsuri Kanroji, he had already seen through the women of this world. Back when he eliminated Enmu, these 2 women would blush at the sight of him, especially Shinobu, who seemed to want to cling to him for 24 hours a day, hoping for a chance at revenge. But what happened? After Enmu was defeated, Mitsuri returned to be with the serpent Hashira, which was fine, but Shinobu actually abandoned him to hang out with Kanai Ubuyashiki all day. Women. After dealing with these girls for a while, it wasn't long before a boy with round glasses, a bowl cut, and wearing a lab coat approached. Hello, are you Mr. Akizuki? That's me. Nice to meet you. I'm Reizang Hitomi. Professor Matsuda is in a meeting, so he sent me to welcome you. As he bowed, Reizang Hitomi secretly sized up Jiren. He had heard about Jiren's background from the professor before, and when he learned Jiren was from the Demon Slayer Corps, his first reaction was to laugh. Demon Slayer Corps? Oh, come on, my god. It's already the 20th century. The Warring States period has long since passed, and even the samurai way is no longer in vogue, let alone demons. One must believe in science. Besides, if there really were demons in this world, why would they come to see Professor Matsuda? Even the professor shouldn't be stronger than demons, right? Reizang Hitomi felt disdain for Jiren internally, scoffing quietly, but he didn't show it on his face. After all, this was a friend of the professor, not someone a mere junior like him could mock. Reizang Hitomi was doing his best to handle the reception, while a few female students nearby stared in shock at Jiren and Reizang Hitomi's departing figures. No way. That person is actually a guest of Professor Matsuda? Aren't Professor Matsuda's guests usually old men? Oh no, I didn't even get his contact information. Jiren naturally didn't hear the conversation of the few female students behind him. He was currently wandering around the school under the guidance of Renjien Raizu. Although he wanted to get things done quickly, the host was not at home, and Jiren had no choice. However, it wasn't long before the sky gradually darkened. Renjien Raizu glanced at the time and suddenly said, Mr. Akizuki, the professor's meeting should be ending soon. Let's go to the lab and wait for him. Okay. Jiren naturally had no objections and followed Lei Zong to the laboratory. Along the way, he noticed Lei Zong moving his lips several times, but ultimately couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Mr. Jutsu, I heard you come from the Demon Slayer Corps. Is that true? That's right. Then that means you have really seen demons? Jiren stared at him for a moment, suddenly laughed, and said, What ghosts are there in this world? We should. Clang. Before he finished speaking, Jiren suddenly swung his knife towards the top of his head, faint flames swirling around the orange-red blade. With a flash of fire, Renzong heard a thud, as if something had fallen. Renzang's body stiffened, and then he turned around with a frozen expression, just in time to see a non-human creature turning to ashes. At this moment, Jiren had already sheathed his knife and wrapped the Nichiren blade under his white robe, continuing to smile and say, We must believe in science. Renzong, are you treating me like I'm blind? How could I not see such a big ghost, even if I took off my glasses? Bastard. Renzong felt that he was in a bad state. He had believed in the teachings of science for more than 20 years, but just now, he had witnessed a scene from theology. Suddenly, the world he had lived in for over 20 years became unfamiliar. In a daze, he led Jiren to Professor Matsuda's research room, and then Renzong staggered out without even saying goodbye. What happened to Zong? An old man with a light bulb on his head and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes walked out of the research room, looking at Renzang's back with confusion. It's nothing, he just happened to see me slay a ghost. Oh, I see. Professor Matsuda nodded, indicating that he understood. That's right. Professor Matsuda knew that ghosts existed in this world. He had even seen them more than once, because their school was a gathering place for young humans. It easily attracted the covetousness of evil spirits. So while it wasn't frequent, members of the Demon Slayer Corps were indeed regular visitors to this school. Jiren looked at Professor Matsuda, and Professor Matsuda looked back at him. This was their first meeting, and At the first sight of Professor Matsuda, the word proud suddenly appeared in Jiren's mind. There was no reason, no sign, it just inexplicably emerged in his thoughts. Nice to meet you. I'm Akutsu Jiren. Hello, I'm Matsuda Okamoto, Professor Matsuda said with a warm smile. I already know the purpose of your visit here. Come in and let's talk. Chapter 27. Involvement. Professor Matsuda is truly a warm-hearted elder. Of course, this is provided that you don't challenge him on his expertise in cell and virus knowledge. Otherwise, he would use his 8-pack abs to knock you out first, then push you back in, and finally use you to hit yourself. That's it. This is the valuable experience Jiren gained during his week with Professor Matsuda. Professor Matsuda is a very proud person, but his pride doesn't manifest outwardly. Rather, it is a pride in his own knowledge and abilities. Moreover, he does have the capital for such pride. Originally, in order to extract the knowledge inheritance card from this lab, Jiren prepared 10 days' worth of energy, the same as for extracting the techniques of the butterfly house. But the result was that the energy was insufficient. Clearly, the level of knowledge here is higher than that of the butterfly house. It consumed 17 days' worth of energy. Jiren successfully extracted a biological cell and virus inheritance card. With his goal accomplished, Jiren bid farewell to Professor Matsuda and set off to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. On the other side, within the inverted space of the Infinity Castle, it had been less than a year since Musen Kibutsuji gathered all 12 Kizuki again. The upper-ranking demons expressed some surprise, but the lower-ranking demons were already cursing. What a joke, how long has it been? Where am I supposed to find a blue spider lily in such a short time? This lower-ranking demon was raging internally, and then he died. Musen Kibutsuji moved swiftly, coldly severing his head and taking a piece of his spine along with it. So, are you all dissatisfied with my summons this time? Musen Kibutsuji held the head up and looked down at the remaining 4 lower-ranking demons, his crimson eyes cold. The few lower-ranking demons bowed their heads in submission, trembling on the ground, but their inner thoughts were rich and varied, and then they all died. Even one of the lower-ranking demons who survived in the original story by being a sycophant did not make it this time. Uselessness is ultimately useless. Even after drinking so much of my blood, they are still of no use. Coldly glancing at the bodies on the ground, Musen Kibutsuji turned to the 4 upper-ranking demons and said, Doma is dead. This time, I want you to investigate a person. Recently, Jiren has been very busy. Aside from researching the evil demon cells and Musen's blood, he has his own training to do, with several inheritance cards like the transparent world, thunder breathing, sun breathing, and the biological cell and virus waiting for him. As for now, he was busy helping Yaiba Tsujikuni undress. Does it hurt? Your body is a bit sensitive. Yaiba Tsujikuni replied, Isn't it just drawing blood? Why does it sound so strange coming from you? Jiren's main purpose for coming here was to study the curse of the Tsujikuni family and to see if he could cure it. But just as Jiren was about to leave with his medical kit, a member of the secret unit, dressed entirely in black, hurriedly ran over. Pausing when he saw Jiren, Is something wrong? Yaiba Tsujikuni, having tidied his clothes, stepped out and asked, looking at the hurried member. The Lord and the advisor. The latest intel. The secret member glanced at Jiren, paused slightly, and then continued, Just now, Tenjin sent back a message that a large-scale demon massacre occurred in the Yoshiwara area, with heavy human casualties. In an instant, the air in the entire courtyard seemed to freeze. Looking at Jiren's suddenly stiff expression, Yaiba Tsujikuni moved his lips, but didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long while, Jiren said hoarsely, What about Kayagaka House? I'm very sorry, but by the time we arrived, Kayagaka House had already been cleared out, the secret member said, looking down. I see. I understand. Jiren slightly closed his eyes and tilted his head. Evil spirits enjoy devouring humans, but they never deliberately raise them. The outcome is already very clear. I still implicated them, Jiren murmured. From the moment he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, Jiren understood that the closer he got to the people of Kyogoka House, the more dangerous they became. Therefore, after leaving Kyogoka House, he never returned again. After Warajiheim's death, there were no issues in Yoshiwara, and Jiren gradually felt relieved. However, to be safe, when they surrounded Doma, he didn't show his face even once, worried that if both Upper Moon demons had memories of him in their death, it would easily attract Musen's attention. But unexpectedly, Musen still found Yoshiwara. As the master, I will return to the Butterfly Mansion first. All right, Akutsu-san, please. Be sure to stay calm. Don't worry. I won't act impulsively. Although Jiren had a blank expression, for some reason, this Jiren inexplicably gave Yaiba Mori a feeling of palpitations. After returning to the butterfly mansion, Jiren indeed did not act impulsively. He didn't even consider going to the Yoshiwara to investigate the situation. The reason was simple. No one knew if there were still evil spirits lurking over there. The only thing Jiren did was to put all his energy into research and training. The hint of madness that subtly revealed itself left Butterfly, Shinobu, deeply shocked. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, it was as if Jiren had completely disappeared from the Demon Slayer Corps. Apart from a medical personnel at the Butterfly Mansion who occasionally saw him, no one else even caught a glimpse of him. His diligent training ultimately resulted in gratifying achievements. Over the past 2 months, Jiren finally unlocked the Thunder Breathing and the Biological, Cellular, and Viral Inheritance cards. The Sun Breathing was also unlocked to level 30, which was the limit he could reach. To progress further would require shifting from theoretical knowledge to practical training, but clearly, Jiren would not risk the cost of losing his life to learn Sun Breathing. The unlocking progress of the world understanding was quite slow, having only reached level 25 in nearly 3 months. But this was normal, as this was the first green inheritance card Jiren had obtained so far. The accumulation of the 3 breathing techniques was already sufficient. Next, it was time to create his own breathing technique. Chapter 28. New Breathing Technique, Swordsmanship. Weapons, you might not believe it, but the essence of breathing techniques is actually a very scientific method of cultivation. To put in perspective, the effect of activating a breathing technique is similar to getting an adrenaline shot. The difference between the two is that breathing techniques can specifically enhance a certain part of the body. For instance, thunder breathing enhances the legs, while flame breathing enhances the torso. Targeted enhancements can significantly boost a person's attack power, but they are quite disadvantageous for defense. Jiren's main purpose for learning breathing techniques was still self-defense and counterattack, so the breathing technique he aimed to create must not have obvious flaws. Furthermore, Jiren hoped that his breathing technique could unleash combat power while minimizing self-damage during such times. The abundant knowledge he had in medical and biological cells played a crucial role. Soon, Jiren had a clear idea for the breathing technique he was about to create. However, that alone was not enough. The swordsmanship associated with breathing techniques was mostly used in conjunction with the change in breathing techniques. It was evident that the swordsmanship from other breathing techniques could not be applied to the new breathing technique. Additionally, swordsmanship had never been created in a quiet retreat. In the early stages of developing a new sword technique, he could seek help from Kaijiro Rengoku, and it seemed that there was something in the swordsmith village that could help perfect the sword technique. As for the later stages, Jiren pondered for a while, gradually forming some thoughts in his mind. The research on the evil spirit cells and Musen's blood had reached a temporary conclusion, and the next goal was to specifically study the toxins that could restrain upper moon demons and even Musen. Additionally, Jiren had some other ideas regarding the Musen source blood extracted from Doma. The martial arts theory of the new swordsmanship was relatively easy for Jiren to resolve. After visiting several martial arts and swordsmanship dojos, Jiren ended up with a stack of white inheritance cards. Then, Jiren entered seclusion once again. A month later, at the Rengoku family dojo, flame breathing, 5th form, flame tiger. Light breathing, 1st form, flashing thrust. Under the gaze of Rengoku Kaijiro, in the center of the dojo, an illusory blazing tiger and a shooting star-like flash intertwined in an instant. Then, Jiren and his brother, Rengoku Kaijiro, appeared simultaneously on either side of the dojo, standing back to back. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wooden sword in Jiren's hand suddenly broke. It seemed that there were still quite a few issues with my swordsmanship. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Jiren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. How could that be? Brother Akutsu is already very strong. I hope I can be as powerful as Brother Akutsu in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Rengoku Kaijiro suddenly rebutting from the side. At the same time, Rengoku Kaijiro's hearty laughter also came, echoing, Kaijiro is absolutely right. To have developed such an impressive breathing technique and swordsmanship in just 1 month. You are already very strong. You must believe in yourself, Jiren. The members of the Rengoku family seemed almost like they were carved from the same mold, not just in appearance, but also in that positive and passionate spirit. These two brothers were strikingly similar. However, I see that your swordsmanship doesn't seem to be suitable for a katana. Perhaps you should go to the swordsmith village and forge a special weapon. Rengoku Kaijiro encouraged Jiren before offering serious advice. Although Jiren did not respond immediately, after a brief moment of thought, he realized that Rengoku Kaijiro was indeed correct. His self-created breathing technique was derived from sun breathing and is known as light breathing. Light has many facets, combining both gentle and violent powers. Moreover, light has a defining characteristic. It is straight, even straighter than a stereotypical straight man. Under this characteristic, a katana that inherently has curves is obviously not suitable as Jiren's weapon. I originally planned to go to the Swordsmith Village, and now seems like the perfect time. The Swordsmith Village is a place specifically for forging Nichiren blades for the Demon Slayer Corps. The smiths there, even a few of them, would be considered top-notch swordsmith masters in the outside world. Because of the importance of the Swordsmith Village, its location is highly secretive. Most members of the Demon Slayer Corps report their height data and requirements for forging, then wait for the completion of the sword, which is delivered by someone from the Swordsmith Village. However, a small number of individuals have the qualification to enter the Swordsmith Village. Jiren, at this moment, was clearly one of those few individuals. The Demon Slayer Corps did not have many cumbersome procedures. Almost on the same day Jiren reported his request, members of a covert team arrived, blindfolded him, and took him to the Swordsmith Village. The journey was bumpy. Jiren was not sure how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a village that resembled a paradise. The most common place in the entire village was the blacksmith shop. The villagers, curious about this outsider, observed Jiren as he walked through. However, he did not wander for long before he met the blacksmith Tuanzi. He was a middle-aged man with a simple appearance, looking harmless, but Jiren knew very well that while he could probably give him a punch without consequence, if he did anything to his sword, the blacksmith would surely chop him into pieces right away. Akiyama-kun, what brings you to me? T scratched his head, his face full of innocence. No, the sword you forged is perfect. It's just that my combat style has changed recently. So I hope you can help me modify this sword. Jiren handed over the long sword in his hand, and Danji took the Nichiren blade, drawing it with a clang, his face immediately showing an intoxicated expression. Mr. Akutsu's sword is truly so beautiful that no matter how many times one sees it, it remains marvelous. The Nichiren sword changes color according to its user, which has led to the emergence of many blacksmiths in the blade forging village who have a special obsession with the colors of the blade. And it is clear that Danji is one of them. Even Jiren could only express his disbelief at this. After Danji fondled the Nichiren sword for a while, Jiren finally cleared his throat and said, Mr. Danji, regarding my future weapon, I hope for a long sword with a straight blade. Additionally, I would like you to forge me another axe. Chapter 29, The Puppet Man and Axe? A small question mark appeared above Danji's large head. But thinking of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, each with increasingly powerful and bizarre weapons, he said nothing more. Nodding, he asked what style. Just a regular chopping axe will do. All right. With his sword having a destination, Jiren temporarily relaxed and prepared to investigate the whereabouts of the Puppet Man. However, after taking a few steps, he didn't find the Puppet Man, but happened to encounter the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, who was stationed in the blade forging village. Beside her, a short old man wearing a Tengu mask was carefully inspecting her sword. Jiren's gaze flashed. He stepped forward. Oh, Akiyoshi-kun, what are you doing here? Kanroji Mitsuri was surprised to see Jiren, but the short old man beside her showed no reaction at all, as if he completely did not see Jiren. It's not surprising for Jiren. This is the norm for blacksmiths in the village of swordsmiths. Once they start forging a sword, all their focus is entirely on the blade, with not a moment of distraction. Moreover, the person in front of him is the village chief and the strongest blacksmith in the entire village of swordsmiths. Watching Tai Diha Yuan Tai Zhan sharpening the sword, Jiren stroked his chin, and a new idea popped into his mind. The weapon damage rate after battling evil spirits is extremely high. If every time a weapon is damaged, it has to be sent here, it would be quite a waste of time. But what if I could forge swords myself? After pondering for a while, finally, Jiren extended his evil hand towards Tai Di Yuan Tai Zhan, and about 3 seconds later, a streak of white gradually appeared in his palm. Forging blade technique. In the dim depths of the forest, a pale man staggered in the shadows, holding an oddly shaped ceramic pot wrapped in black cloth, moving hurriedly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the man swallowed hard and glanced around nervously, then suddenly exclaimed in fear towards the ceramic pot in his hands. Have we arrived? Can I leave now? Yes, you can. Thank you very much for your help. A voice came from the pot. Upon hearing this, the man immediately placed the pot on the ground without hesitation and turned to run. However, before he could get far, he suddenly began to convulse in place, white foam bubbling from his throat, his face gradually contorting in agony. Before dying, he painfully turned to look at the pot behind him, as if wanting to say something but before the words could escape his lips, he collapsed on the ground, completely lifeless. What a pity, you were in such a hurry to leave. I hadn't even had the chance to lift the curse for you. The pot emitted a regretful sigh. After speaking, the pot began to roll, following the shadows of the forest, moving in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Jiren decided to take a break and soak in the hot springs behind the blacksmith village because the time spent forging the sword for Tetsuhira was just too long. This hot spring is quite special, known for its miraculous healing properties. Although Jiren, as a support, hasn't been injured so far after soaking in the spring, he indeed felt a significant relief from fatigue. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, he found that Mitsuri Kanroji's weapon had been repaired. This unique soft sword, exclusive to Mitsuri Kanroji, has extremely high demands on the blacksmith, and even in the blacksmith village, very few can forge such a weapon. Tetsuhira, rubbing his old waist, looked at Jiren with unabashed admiration and said, I've heard the head of the Kimetsu family mention you several times. I heard that 2 Upper Moon demons have already fallen to your hands. Well done, Akutsukuin. You're overpraising me, Tetsuhira-senpai. No need to be modest. The Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting demons for 1,000 years and has never killed an Upper Moon demon, but since you joined the Corps, 2 Upper Moons have been eliminated. You have not disgraced the sword we forged for you. Jiren was slightly silent for a moment. In fact, he really wanted to say that the 2 Upper Moon demons that had died so far had nothing to do with the Sun Will sword crafted for him by the swordsmith. So far, his sword had only cut down a bear and 1 Lower Moon demon. However, after thinking it over, Jiren decided to keep these words to himself. Senior Taidihi, actually I came here not only to forge new weapons, but I also want to borrow the puppet from your village. I hope you can grant my request. The puppet, huh? Taijan from Taidi, he was silent for a moment, then said, if you had come a few years earlier, I could have agreed to your request. However, the damage to that puppet is already quite severe, and we currently don't have anyone in the village who can repair it. If it gets damaged again, it might be scrapped for good. Senior, if I may speak frankly, the purpose of your village's puppet from the moment it was created was to cultivate a swordsman as powerful as that one. Now, the humans rarely have the upper hand in the war against demons. If we can win the war using this puppet, then it wouldn't matter whether it exists afterward, would it? Jiren stared at Taidi Hiyuan Taijun and spoke. Taidi Hiyuan Taijun fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He didn't ask questions like why Jiren was confident he could win the war, because the reason was simple. He wasn't really stingy about lending out the puppet. Taidi Hiyuan Taijun knew very well that the puppet's damage was only a matter of time, because the reference for making the puppet had long since died. So it was impossible to repair it. To move him, all it really took was a sufficient excuse. After obtaining the puppet's location, Jiren also managed to enjoy a meal there. After resting for a night, the next morning, Jiren couldn't wait to rush to where the puppet was located. Chapter 30 Swordsmanship and Sword. The puppet in the village of Blade Forgers was named Yuan E0 type. Its prototype was none other than the founder of the Sun's Breath, Kagaya Yurichi. Many years ago, a certain generation of blacksmiths in the village of Blade Forgers saw Kagaya Yurichi's fighting style and thus created this battle puppet. Additionally, this puppet has one major secret. Within it, there still hides a sword that belonged to Kagaya Yurichi. When Jiren saw the puppet, it was already quite damaged, with half of its face completely shattered and its body covered in scars from its previous trainers. The Yuan E0 model has 6 arms because the puppet's creator was unable to simply imitate Kikuno Kuni Yuan Yi's swordsmanship with an ordinary puppet. As a result, the lack of skill was compensated by adding more arms. Jiren held a plain sword and approached the Yuan 0 model. Speaking of which, some technologies in this world are truly astonishing. Just like the puppet in front of him, it had no chips or sensors installed, yet the moment someone attacked it, the puppet would instantly retaliate, even more responsive than the technological robots from his past life. Type 1, Flash Thrust. Without any foreplay, Jiren abruptly launched into a sprint. Of course, he didn't use breathing techniques. After all, he was here to perfect his swordsmanship, and using breathing techniques at this moment would at least reduce the effectiveness by half. The instant Jiren got close to the Yuan 0 model, it activated immediately. In the next second, Jiren felt a slight tremor in the plain sword in his hand, as if a snake had been struck in its vital spot, instantly losing its balance. Following that, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Whoosh! Jiren tilted his head, narrowly dodging a blade. At the same time, he forcibly twisted his body in midair, flipping behind the puppet, and struck upward with a crescent slash. Second form, Aurora Slash. Snap! Sujun was blocked again. 2 wooden swords crossed downward to intercept Jiren's strike, while the other 4 simultaneously launched an attack on Jiren. Crack! Although Ji-Rin moved fast enough to evade most of the attacks, two wooden swords still struck his shoulder, and a sharp, burning pain spread throughout his body. It was terrifying. Ji-Rin's heart trembled, but he was not shocked by the puppet, rather by the figure of Kunekune Yorchi from 1,000 years ago. It is important to note that this puppet was merely crafted by someone to mimic Kunekune Yorchi's fighting style, and after 1,000 years, it had long become a defective product, with strength perhaps not even reaching a tenth of what Kunekune Yorchi had 1,000 years ago. Yet even so, it was still able to easily break through Ji-Rin's swordsmanship, proving its reputation was well-deserved. However, this was just right. A powerful sparring partner could help Ji-Rin perfect his swordsmanship more quickly. Just as Ji-Rin was immersed in practicing his sword, unable to extricate himself, a ceramic pot quietly slipped into the village of the bladesmiths. Huh? When did such an ugly ceramic pot appear in my home? A villager, wearing a Tengu mask askew on his face, returned home, took a sip of water, and suddenly noticed that a remarkably ugly ceramic pot had appeared on his tea table. He was immediately astonished. Curiously putting down his teacup, the villager gradually walked towards the ceramic pot. However, just as he got close to the pot, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the pot's opening, pulling the villager into the pot in one swift motion. The entire process happened so quickly that the villager didn't even have time to react. Not long after, sounds of chewing emerged from within the pot. Damn it! I was too impulsive. I came to gather information, and it's all this bastard's fault for daring to say my ceramic pot is ugly. What a guy with no taste. Discontented mutterings came from within the pot, and soon the entire room returned to silence. In the woods of the back mountain, a series of intense, crashing sounds echoed. Two figures collided with each other, their movements varied and agile. It is said that in order to mimic Kunekune Yorchi's swordsmanship, the creator of occur.One style had designed a total of 108 movements for the puppet. Unfortunately, as Ji-Rin gradually found the puppet's operational patterns, the effectiveness of occur.One style in his training diminished more and more. First form, flashing thrust. Swish. Ji-Rin dodged the puppet's slash, exerted force under his feet, and suddenly shot out like a released arrow. He deftly avoided obstacles with his light sword and struck the puppet's chest. In an instant, all movements of the occur.One model came to a halt. It seems that the training in swordsmanship must come to an end here. Ji-Rin retracted the Suzhan, since he hadn't used the true sword during his cultivation period. The damage to the occur.One style was not significant. However, even so, it was estimated that the occur.One style only had one more use left at most. He was not interested in the Kikuchi Manji sword inside the occur.One style, as it did not match his fighting style. So it would be better to leave it for the protagonist later. Of course, that is assuming the protagonist will have a chance to come here again in the future. He casually inserted the Suzhan next to the occur.One style as a keepsake. Then he went to the hot springs for a bath before leisurely heading towards the Katana Zodanji's home. Almost a week had passed. For many master swordsmiths, this was not a long time at all, as forging many treasured swords might require this much time just for the initial preparations. But for the blade craftsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, who were already accustomed to the frequency of broken swords, a week was enough to forge a fine weapon. When he saw Katana Zodanji's, his face was very pale, but his expression was quite excited. Just in time, Akutsukuin, come and try the new weapon I've forged for you. I have a feeling that this weapon is the best I've ever made in my life. Katana Zodanji's excitedly opened the wooden box in front of him, revealing a sword with a sheath and hilt seamlessly integrated. A long sword that was completely black and straight slowly came into Ji-Ren's view. The black sword guard and the flat hexagonal black sheath were perfectly connected, with not a single gap visible in between. The hilt was wrapped in specially made black threads. With no unnecessary decorations at all, Ji-Ren picked up the long sword. With a sharp sound, he drew the sword from its sheath, accompanied by a wisp of ethereal light. The sword was a little over 2 fingers wide, double-edged, and the blade gradually revealed itself to Ji-Ren's eyes, appearing as an 8-sided Han sword. The blade was straight, neither flexible nor rigid. In his previous life, the 8-sided Han sword symbolized fairness and straightness, unmatched firmness. Such a weapon perfectly matched Ji-Ren's breathing technique. Just as Ji-Ren completely drew the 8-sided Han sword from its sheath, the color of the entire sword gradually changed under the watchful eyes of Ji-Ren and the knife masters with Tawanzi, transforming from ordinary steel to a dark golden hue. Chapter 31. Missing Persons. How beautiful! Zhua Tawanzi gazed at the sword in Ji-Ren's hand, mesmerized and satisfied, and finally succumbed to drowsiness, collapsing onto the ground as if he had suddenly dropped dead, startling Ji-Ren. After a while, faint snoring sounds began to emerge. And only then did Ji-run breathe a sigh of relief. He found some bedding to cover Zhuo-Tuanzi, then picked up his new weapon along with another axe he had forged and stepped out of the door. However, just as he stepped out of Zhuo-Tuanzi's house, he noticed that the entire swordsmith village had suddenly become unusually lively, as if a festival were about to take place. Everyone was moving in one direction, and on the way, Jiren happened to see someone he recognized and casually pulled him over, asking Tai Shue's-san, "What festival are you holding?" "What festival?" "Someone in the village has gone missing again, and the village chief is calling us to gather." The man Jiren pulled over was none other than Tai Shue's-san, the blacksmith who would later help Toru Kamiyama forge swords. He was someone Jiren had met while mooching a meal at the village chief's house. "Someone's gone missing? Again?" Jiren was taken aback, feeling that Tai Shue's-san's words carried a lot of information. After answering Jiren's question, Tai Shue's-san quickly left in a hurry to join the crowd. After thinking for a moment, Jiren and the others decided to follow. The villagers of Swordsmith Village were all gathered in the open square under the blazing sun. It was not a time for filming TV shows. Not many people liked to gather in crowds at night. Jiren stood in the crowd, listening to the discussions of the people around him, and quickly understood the cause of the matter. The sequence of events was quite simple. It was probably the day after Jiren arrived at the Bladesmith village that a person suddenly went missing, which immediately caught the attention of the village chief, Taidi Yuan Taijun. Since the Bladesmith village was not large, with only a handful of people, no one found anything after a preliminary investigation. However, 3 days later, another person went missing in the village, prompting the village chief to increase the search efforts, even specially requesting the snake pillar, Ihei Shobane, from the Demon Slayer Corps, who had investigation abilities. Yet, the result was still nothing. Then, last night, a third villager went missing. This time, even the Bladesmith village was thrown into panic. Many villagers in the open square were discussing, but their expressions were still relatively calm. Well, after all, they were all wearing masks. In front of everyone, Taidi Yuan Taijun leaned on a cane, exuding an imposing aura. After about 10 minutes, Ihei Shobane, with his left green and right gold heterochromatic eyes, and a male white snake wrapped around his neck, quietly approached the village chief and gently shook his head. Seeing this, the village chief's gaze under the mask immediately darkened. Taidihi, it seems you are in trouble. Jiren stepped forward and smiled as he spoke. Upon seeing Jiren approach, the village chief's eyes brightened for a moment, but then quickly dimmed again. After a moment, he said, "Egu-tsukun, we are indeed facing some tricky issues right now, but it seems that this matter may not be related to demons." Taidi Yuan Taijun naturally knew that Jiren was an expert in studying demons, but since the first person went missing, Kanroji Mitsuri had not sensed anything related to demons at the scene, and that was why they initially did not inform Jiren. In contrast, Ihei Shobane's little white snake was very sensitive to various abnormal scents. However, they did not expect that this time, even Ihei Shobane's white snake had not detected any anomalies. After listening to the village chief's detailed account, Jiren thought for a moment and smiled. Not related to demons, that may not be the case. "Egitsukun, do you have any findings?" The village chief's eyes brightened. "Dakumaru didn't detect any demonic scent. Do you think you were more sensitive than him?" At that moment, Ihei Shobane, who was playing with the white snake, suddenly interjected, sounding quite displeased. Dakumaru was the white snake around his neck, which had been with Ihei Shobane since childhood and was very sensitive to the aura of demons. Jiren smiled gently, not minding the tone of Ihei Shobane. To be honest, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are quite difficult to get along with, if not for understanding their pasts. Take the snake pillar in front of him, for instance. Although he doesn't seem like a serious person at first glance, Jiren knows very well that this guy's hostility towards him is simply due to jealousy, considering that he is a physician. Although he cannot heal emotional wounds, he should still have a tolerant attitude towards patients with mental issues. While I may not have a keen sensitivity to demons, my research on evil spirits is extensive. From what I know, there are several types of evil spirits with the ability to conceal their presence. Is there really such a thing? The village chief exclaimed in surprise. One of the reasons the village has remained peaceful until now is that it was previously judged that the attack on the villagers was not by evil spirits. After all, if it were, it would mean their village's location had been exposed. Let's go check the scene first. Jiren spoke up. In fact, up until now, Jiren was not really sure where the source of the missing persons was. He had never been a true scholar of supernatural beings, but he was confident that if this matter was indeed related to evil spirits, he would have a high probability of discerning it. The three missing individuals did not live on the outskirts of the village, but rather in the central area, and it was precisely because of this that their silent disappearance was even more terrifying. Jiren searched back and forth in the home of the three people. As expected, there were no findings at all. Seeing this, the others felt somewhat disappointed. But Jiren himself was even more convinced that this matter was the work of an evil spirit. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but Jiren, the village chief, Ihei Shobane, and Kanroji Mitsuri remained in the home of the third missing person. The sky grew darker. Kanroji Mitsuri took the initiative to go to the corner of the living room and lit an oil lamp. The dim yellow light brought a glimmer of brightness to the living room, and in a corner that was not illuminated by the firelight, a ceramic pot quietly appeared on the counter. Chapter 32. The Fifth Crescent. The jade pot. The appearance of the ceramic pot was very strange. Although an additional object was present in the entire living room, even Ihei Shobane and Kanroji Mitsuri, who were pillar-level strong, did not notice anything unusual, as if the pot had always belonged there. Only Jiren's gaze flashed, and he immediately spotted the pot. It was not that Jiren's senses were sharper. At first, he did not notice the pot's emergence either. It was just that from the very beginning, Jiren had been wary of such pots. Sigh. It seems there are still no findings tonight. Since that's the case, let's leave for now. We can come back here to investigate again tomorrow. Jiren suddenly stood up and spoke. The village chief felt a bit disappointed, but also knew that this was not the fault of Jiren and the others. So he didn't say much, stood up, stretched his waist, and prepared to walk out the door. However, Jiren did not leave directly. Instead, he picked up a teacup and walked to the corner of the living room, filled another cup of water with the teapot, and took a few sips. This action did not attract much attention from the others, as they assumed Jiren was just thirsty. But then, Jiren suddenly began to quietly survey the surroundings, and then, as if nothing had happened, poured a cup of tea into a ceramic pot. This unusually rude action immediately made the old village chief furrow his brows. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw Ihei Kabin and Kanroji Mitsuri, who were following him, suddenly push him out the door. In an instant, Tetsutai Kohori Tetsuzan seemed to understand something. With a whoosh, as the three just reached the courtyard the next second, they saw Jiren dash out the door like a gust of wind, immediately followed by a sharp and furious roar. "Damn it, I will kill you, kill you." Before he arrived, the deafening scream echoed through the sky. Ihei Kabin, Kanroji Mitsuri, and the old village chief all looked at Jiren with strange expressions, as if to say, "What on earth did you do in such a short time to make it so angry?" The next moment, the three of them found out. A ceramic pot flew out quickly, and from the pot's opening emerged an abnormal demon that was entirely white, with yellow eyeballs, green lips, and a purple fin on its head. Its mouth was located where its eyes should be, and its eyes were positioned on its forehead and mouth, with several baby arms growing out of the sides of its head. However, that was not the main point. The key was that at this moment, the demon's face appeared to be corroded as if splashed with sulfuric acid, with large chunks of flesh continuously rotting and falling from its cheeks. Even with the demon's regenerative abilities, it could not stop this corrosion for a moment. Upper Moon 5, Yuhu was extremely furious, not because of the pain on its cheeks, but because it was actually outsmarted by a mere human. Blood Demon Art, Blood Domain Bowl. In its rage, Yuhu chose to strike back, summoning a wave-pattern ceramic pot, from which a splash of water was shot directly at Jiren. Without needing to be reminded, Ihei Kabin grabbed Jiren, and Kanroji Mitsuri grabbed the village chief, and they both jumped back to create distance. Once they had placed Jiren and the village chief at a safe distance, Ihei Kabin and Kanroji Mitsuri drew their weapons and charged back toward Yuhu. Jiren, I always feel that my deliberate visit here to forge new weapons seems a bit unnecessary. Serpent breathing, first form, twisting slash. Love breathing, first form, first love's tremor. In the blink of an eye, Ihei Kabin and Kanroji Mitsuri engaged with Tamakuzushi, and neither of their weapons were conventional Nichiren blades. Kanroji Mitsuri wielded a soft sword like a long whip, while Ihei Kabin used a serpent sword. This demon is Upper Moon 5, Tamakuzushi, and it's crucial to pay attention to his jar. All of Tamakuzushi's abilities are released through his jar. As long as we can destroy his ceramic jar, all his techniques will collapse without attack. Seeing that this battle seemingly didn't require his intervention, Jiren felt reassured and began to provide information about Tamakuzushi to Ihei Kabin and Kanroji Mitsuri. The two listened to Jiren's information while entangled with Tamakuzushi, feeling somewhat shaken. No matter how many times they heard Jiren's research on demons, they still found it incredible. Meanwhile, The Tamakuzushi opposite them suddenly changed his expression. Damn it, you bastard, who are you? How do you know so much about me? The corrosive poison on Tamakuzushi's face remained unresolved, and in his anger, his face twisted further, ugly and brutal. However, in an instant, Tamakuzushi seemed to remember something and suddenly exclaimed with joy. Haha, I understand now. You are the person the master has been looking for. This is wonderful. If I can take you back, the master will surely be very pleased. By the way, speaking of which, there's something else you seem to be unaware of. At this point, Tamakushi's gaze suddenly became strange, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. To find information about you, I specifically went to Yoshiwara. The humans there seem to have a connection to you, right? Unfortunately, their mouths are too hard. Even after turning them all into jars, I didn't get any useful information. In an instant, Jiren's expression changed. Standing right next to Jiren, the village chief could clearly see that at the moment Tamakushi finished speaking, Jiren's gaze suddenly turned as still as dead water, completely devoid of any human emotional fluctuations. This was far more terrifying than Jiren's anger, even though the village chief had lived for so many years. He couldn't help but slightly distance himself from Jiren at that moment. After a brief silence, Jiren suddenly smiled, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a small crescent. He said softly, "So, it's you. That's really great." Jiren slowly stepped forward, beginning to walk towards the battlefield. Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai's expressions changed immediately. They wanted to advise Jiren not to act impulsively and to keep his distance. However, at that moment, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Yuhui's mouth. With a puff, Yuhui, who was fighting Kanroji Mitsuri, suddenly disappeared from his spot. And in front of Jiren, another ceramic pot of the same color quietly appeared. "Not good, be careful. Gaga gaga, too late, die for me, little brat." Amidst the laughter, Yuhui's figure suddenly emerged from the ceramic pot, directly launching an attack at Jiren. Chapter 33. The Death of Yuhui, renamed Whoosh. At the moment Yuhui launched an attack on Jiren, a slight sound of breaking air appeared in the air, and then Yuhui felt as if his abdomen had been stung by a mosquito. However, he didn't pay it much attention, as his gaze remained fixed on Jiren. But just as his hands were about to touch Jiren, Yuhui suddenly found himself unable to move. What's going on? A strange chill suddenly erupted from within, and Yuhui felt the temperature of his entire body drop sharply, as if he were about to freeze into a block of ice. Cold and stiff. Finally, Yuhui looked down and saw a syringe stuck in his abdomen. "What did you do to me? Do you feel like this sensation is familiar? If I remember correctly, within your ranks, there should be something called blood battle, right?" Jiren smiled at the rigid Yuhui in front of him, who looked like a sculpture. Upon hearing this, Yuhui's expression changed drastically. No wonder he felt that chill had a strange familiarity. How could you use Tamayo's abilities? Guess. Speaking of which, the existence of this potion was completely accidental. Initially, Jiren's goal was to extract the part of Kibutsuji Musen's ancestral blood from Tamayo's blood. After all, as the second of the upper moons, the blood content of Musen and Tamayo is extremely high and relatively easier to extract. However, Jiren did not expect that during the extraction process, he would accidentally discover that Tamayo's blood still contained some powers of abilities. But Jiren didn't have much research on these mystical powers, so he simply went all out and added all the collected cold toxins into a test tube at once. Unexpectedly, it really allowed Jiren to obtain a vial of special toxin containing extreme cold poison. Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri simultaneously swung their blades. Although they didn't know what Jiren had done to make Yuhui abandon his attack, it did not stop them from making their move. Serpent breathing, second form, narrow-headed poison fawn. Iguro Abanai's movements were like a coiling serpent, wrapping around Yuhui's body, suddenly appearing above Yuhui's back, his dual-colored eyes bursting with killing intent, raising his sword to strike. At the same time, Kanroji Mitsuri rushed in, her soft blade quickly retracting, dancing like a butterfly among the flowers, and in an instant, she arrived right in front of Yuhui. Love breathing, second form, frustrated patrol of love. The two completely different weapons drew arcs in the air, forming a deadly scissors-like formation. But the next moment, clang, clang, accompanied by two crisp sounds, Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai simultaneously felt their weapons being obstructed. Not only did they not feel the slightest contact of cutting into a neck, but it was as if they had struck something like diamond, numbing their arms. Not good. The sudden abnormality, without anyone reminding them, the instincts honed from years of battle, made both of them immediately retreat. Almost at the same time they retreated, a massive serpent tail swung towards them. Bang! The hard and massive tail struck the two of them, severely injuring them on the spot. And Iguro Abanai even had several ribs broken. This is the biggest disadvantage of humans fighting against demons. Although the two had been entangled with Yuhui for so long and had left several wounds on him, those wounds healed in the blink of an eye. But as soon as Yuhui struck a human once, it could severely injure them, and it was irrecoverable. After the furious strike, everyone finally saw Yuhui's current situation. At this moment, Yuhui had undergone a significant transformation, gradually changing from a being that looked nothing like a human to a monster covered in scales with a human upper body and a serpent tail. "Bow down before my perfect form, humans," Yuhui said, gently stroking the scales on his body with his webbed fingers. Strangely enough, at that moment, Jiren sensed a hint of seduction. The feeling was like a flower wearing disheveled clothes, saying to him, "Hey there, wanna play?" Damn! Jiren suddenly shivered. Everyone pay attention. This is the real battle now. Be careful of this guy's hands. Don't let them touch you. The scales on its body are very hard. Normal attacks are ineffective. Also, its attacks carry toxins. Jiren briefly introduced the information about the Jade Pot complete form, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a fierce light flash in the eyes of the Jade Pot, which lunged toward him. Jiren retreated without hesitation, displaying a speed that left Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai astonished. Clang! Clang! Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai swung their swords to block the Jade Pot. But in just an instant, both were sent flying. What immense strength! Both were alarmed, and in the next moment, they exchanged a glance, after which strange patterns appeared on their necks and the upper side of their left arms. The patterns activated. In an instant, both of their strength, speed, and reaction were significantly enhanced, and the impending crisis made the Jade Pot's expression change dramatically. Blood Demon Art. Octopus Pot Hell. Boom! A gigantic octopus, the size of a house, was suddenly summoned from the pot, its thick and slippery tentacles writhing as if to crush the two into mush. Love breathing. Fifth form, unstable love, chaotic claws. With a low shout, countless blades of light suddenly erupted from the octopus's tentacles, the sharp slashes instantly shredding all of them. Following closely, another strike like a long snake directly attacked the main body of the Jade Pot. Snake breathing. Fifth form, winding long snake. Iguro Abanai's follow-up attack was extremely fast. Even the Jade Pot's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, just as it prepared to move, a chill suddenly exploded from within, freezing the Jade Pot in place. No, impossible. I clearly dismantled Tongmu's ability. Why is there still this chill? No, I will not lose. I still have more power that I haven't used. How could I possibly lose? The Jade Pot's expression turned to one of terror, but its roar only lasted halfway before a winding snake's sword sliced through its neck, and in an instant, all sound ceased. Chapter 34. What a pity. Thud! The Jade Pot's head fell to the ground. The process of killing the Jade Pot seemed simple, but in reality, it wasn't very difficult. Because in the original storyline, the Jade Pot was also killed in a one-on-one fight by a Hashira who had activated their patterns. Although that Hashira was severely injured at the time, this time, there were two Hashira with activated patterns attacking. More crucially, the poison Jiren used this time was not simple. The first corrosive poison used to shape the Jade Pot was nothing special, but the second, extracted from Tongmu's blood, was a cold poison that Jiren originally intended to use against Muzan. Even Jiren himself couldn't replicate it, as this toxin was filled with various coincidences from the moment it appeared. Damn it. Although beheaded, the Jade Pot did not die immediately. Its head on the ground was currently cursing Jiren. Despicable human, a mere lowly creature, actually severed Lord Yuhu's neck. Unforgivable. Even if the lives of your hundreds of people were at stake, they wouldn't equal mine. How could this happen? How could this be possible? How could this be? Uncertain how long it had been cursing, the Jade Pot remained spirited and showed no signs of turning to ash, and slowly, it began to realize this. Suddenly, the Jade Pot was overjoyed and shouted, as expected, I, the Jade Pot, am the truly chosen being. I am immortal. Mere humans, you cannot kill me. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind its head, and the next second, the Jade Pot saw Jiren's face, which it loathed to the core. Along with a smile, it wanted to utterly shred. You think too much. How could I let you die so easily? The toxin I just gave you was specially crafted by me. This poison can ensure that even after you die, your body remains intact. The graves of Sister Psycho and the others do not have complete corpses, so at the very least, the offering sent to them should be whole, don't you think? The sound of the knife was very light, but in the ears of the jade pot, it was no different from the most malicious words in the world. In an instant, the jade pot was completely driven mad. You bastard, what do you want to do? You actually want me, the great jade pot, to be a sacrifice for mere humans. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if I die here killed by the sun, I absolutely won't. The furious shout came to an abrupt halt as the second layer of ice poison, which could preserve the bodies of evil spirits, completely destroyed the last glimmer of hope for the jade pot, freezing its entire body without turning to ash. What a pity. Looking at the corpse of the jade pot, Jiren sighed softly. Originally, this compound poison was specially prepared for Kimetsu, with a total of 3 layers of special effects. The first layer was the ability of Tamayo, the second layer was a cold lethal poison, and the third layer was cell solidification, inhibiting division. But unexpectedly, the jade pot only resisted to the second layer before dying on the spot. Looking back now, he realized he had been a little impulsive. After all, the jade pot was even weaker than Tamayo, and it would have been completely sufficient to use just a bit of secondary lethal poison. However, Jiren had no regrets. After organizing the jade pot's corpse, Jiren turned around and saw Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai whispering to each other. Kanroji Mitsuri's face was flushed, and after a while, the two looked back at Jiren, with Iguro Abanai's gaze appearing somewhat strange as he said, "Your body is really amazing?" Jiren. "Oh, what the hell are these tiger and wolf words?" Fortunately, after a round of explanation from Ihei Kobain, Jiren finally understood what he meant. To be precise, Ihei Kobain wasn't craving his body, but rather his physique that often attracts upper moon demons. "Wait, how did you figure out that my physique attracts demons? I'm not the main character, and up until now, haven't I only killed 1, 2, or 3 demons? Besides, the other 2 demons, apart from Uraboheim, have nothing to do with him. Doma clearly came looking for revenge from Kochu Shinobu, and today Tamaki clearly came for the Swordsmith village. What does that have to do with him? Speaking of which, how did Tamaki find the Swordsmith village this time?" Jiren remembers that in the original plot, Yuhu completely stumbled upon this place while searching for the blue other shore flower. So what is the situation this time? Is it another coincidence? Jiren was somewhat puzzled. What he didn't realize was that this time it was indeed a coincidence. Originally, Yuhu was instructed by Muzan to search for information about Jiren, but unexpectedly, while wandering around, he coincidentally discovered traces of the hidden squad taking Jiren to the Bladesmith village. Thus, he manipulated a human to follow them all the way. So, it could be said that Yuhu being drawn here was indeed inextricably linked to Jiren. The death of Yuhu did not mean the end of the matter. On the contrary, since Yuhu had discovered this place, it meant that the location of the Bladesmith village had been exposed. At this moment, Yuhu's memories before dying had probably already reached Muzan, so the next thing the Bladesmith village should do is to move out overnight. There was no such thing as taking a break and leaving tomorrow. With a command from the village chief, the entire Bladesmith village immediately sprang into action. To be on the safe side, both the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and the Bladesmith village had more than one backup location. In just an hour, the entire Bladesmith village quickly gathered and organized under Jiren's watch. However, just as Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai were escorting the villagers to leave, Jiren suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stopped at the entrance of the village. "Mr. Akutsu, is there a problem?" Kanroji Mitsuri was the first to notice Jiren's unusual behavior, and as soon as she said this, the entire team immediately became alert. After tonight's incident with Yuhu, the villagers were almost indistinguishable from startled birds. Jiren smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something, but it's not important. I'll come back to take a look tomorrow during the day." Chapter 35. News of the Blue Horizon Flower. The Blue Horizon Flower, a rare and peculiar flower that only blooms for 2 to 3 days during the day each year. Ironically, Kabutsuji Muzan, who can only act at night, along with his many evil spirits, has spent over 1,000 years searching for this flower. 1,000 years ago, Kabutsuji Muzan was originally a seriously ill patient. The doctor who treated him had no choice but to give him an imperfect potion to save his life. However, this potion caused some adverse reactions in the early stages after consumption. Kabutsuji Muzan suspected that the doctor was trying to harm him, so he killed the doctor. Little did he know that shortly after the doctor's death, Kabutsuji Muzan began to recover slowly. But the result was that he turned into a monster that could no longer see sunlight. It was only then that Kabutsuji Muzan realized what had happened. However, the doctor was dead, and there was no one left in the world who knew how to overcome this problem. Therefore, Kibutsuji Musen could only research it himself. Through the notes left by the doctor, he ultimately succeeded in deriving the formula for that imperfect potion. He also learned that in order to completely finish this potion and evolve into a perfect being that no longer feared the daytime, he needed a material called the Blue Horizon flower. In the original plot, this peculiar flower first appeared several decades later in modern times. After all, this flower is extremely rare and short-lived in terms of quantity, species, growth environment, and blooming time. Even humans might not see it once in their lifetime, let alone the evil spirits that can only act at night. However, it is not completely without clues. At least, Ji-run, who is familiar with the plot, suddenly thought of a lead. In a later part of the original plot, the person who discovered the Blue Horizon flower was none other than the reincarnation of the abnormal Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, who created a breathing technique in just 2 months and successfully reached the pillar-level combat power. For this naturally naive boy, aside from the ending being abruptly cut off, the most important battle and turning point in his life occurred in the Swordsmith village. Additionally, later on, Tamayo also found clues about the Blue Horizon flower, but got lost and coincidentally arrived at the Swordsmith village. But now, what if Tamayo was not lost at that time? If that were the case, is it possible that the legendary Blue Horizon flower grows near the Swordsmith village? With this thought in mind, a glimmer flashed in Ji-ren's eyes. The next day, after settling the villagers of the Blade Forgers village, Ji-ren stared at the blazing sun and returned to the ruins of the Blade Forgers village. In fact, Ji-ren wasn't sure if he could find the Blue Abyss flower, but he felt there was still a glimmer of hope, because at this time, spring had arrived, and it was the season of all things. Then, 3 days passed. Ji-ren gained nothing. Bang! The test tube in Kibutsuji Musen's hand shattered again, glass shards scattered everywhere. All useless. His crimson eyes were filled with a chilling coldness as he tossed the fragments to the ground. Kibutsuji Musen watched the memories transmitted by Tamayo before her death, his expression gradually turning dark and sinister. The Demon Slayer Corps, a group of annoying flies. It seems it's time to deal with them first, along with that human. Remembering the part of the memory related to Ji-run, Kibutsuji Musen's expression turned grim. Even he did not understand where Ji-run had obtained so much information about them. This unstable factor gave him an ominous premonition. Although he was very confident in his own strength, Musen hated matters that were beyond his control. The reason was that the last time such a situation occurred, he had been attacked and lost 1,500 of his split bodies, hiding for decades. He must be killed. Naruko, have you found that person's descendant whom I asked you to look for? Kibutsuji Musen suddenly spoke. I have found a pair of brothers, but when the demon attacked, one of them was killed by a human, and now the human's whereabouts are unknown. Musen's face immediately darkened, coldly saying, useless, keep searching, not just for that person's descendant, but for everyone who has ever had contact with him. Find them all, leave no one behind. Yes. The train sped forward. Inside the train, Ji-ren sat in his seat, a few withered seeds placed before him. Under normal circumstances, flowers that only bloom for 2 or 3 days a year are unlikely to be found unless one is the chosen one. But Ji-ren had not returned completely empty-handed. During his search, he found several seeds that looked like they had just fallen, although he did not know if they were blue spider lilies. Ji-ren felt it was worth trying to cultivate them. Not long after, the train made a stop, and Ji-ren got off. The destination of this trip was none other than Yoshiwara. He was here to pay his respects. After the attack by the demons, there were hardly any complete corpses found in the Kayagaka house, some even missing entirely, and since the people of the Kayagaka house had no family, the members of the hidden squad simply buried everyone together. With Tamayo's body, Ji-ren arrived at the grave of the people from the Kayagaka house. After paying his respects, he stayed silently for a while before deciding to leave. He boarded the train again. This time, Ji-ren's destination was still not the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but a remote town. When he saw Tanjiro Kamado again, his complexion had noticeably improved, and he seemed to have gained a little weight compared to 6 months ago, although his expression remained calm and composed. Brother Akutsu, when Tanjiro Kamado and his siblings saw Ji-ren, they were all very excited. Recently, their family's life had been very fulfilling, not only because their father's illness had healed, reducing a significant part of their financial burden, but more importantly, as long as Tanjiro Kamado was alive, he was the greatest support for the family. Ji-ren was warmly invited to have lunch. Afterwards, Ji-ren walked into the room with Tanjiro Kamado, looking at Tanjiro's calm face, which held a hint of confusion. Ji-ren slowly spoke, Mr. Kamado, Do you believe in ghosts? Chapter 36. Muichiro Taketo joins. No one knew what Ji-run and Tanjiro Kamado talked about that day in private. However, after that day, the rest of the Kamado family often saw their father, husband, standing in the yard with a brand new axe, performing the family's fire god dance. Moreover, after that day, Tanjiro and others were surprised to find that a talking crow had suddenly appeared in the trees near their home. But none of this had anything to do with Ji-rin anymore. After leaving the Kamado household, Ji-rin headed straight back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Upon returning, Ji-rin noticed that there was an additional person at the headquarters. With long black hair, dull eyes, and a short stature, the young boy was staring blankly at the sky, completely unaware of Ji-rin's presence in the courtyard. Ah, Kutsuzaki-kun, you returned just in time. Let me introduce you to this child. This is Muichiro Taketo. He is a child we rescued from a demon not long ago. But it seems there are some issues with his mind, so we would like to ask you to examine him, said Yoya Shinju with a warm smile upon seeing Ji-rin return. Since the news of another Upper Moon demon's death had reached the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ji-rin's status in Yoya Shinju's eyes had significantly risen, almost reaching the level of a treasured asset. It is likely that now, even if Ji-rin asked Yoya Shinju to sacrifice himself for something, he would do so without hesitation. That sounded a bit strange. Muichiro-kun, that brother Kutsuzaki is the best doctor in our Demon Slayer Corps. Would you let him check your body? At that moment, Yoya Shinju began to coax. No, entice. Well, it wasn't exactly that, but he was using a very peculiar tone to guide Muichiro Taketo to undergo a checkup. Ji-rin listened to the tone of Ubuyashiki Yoya and initially felt it was a bit strange, but then, when he remembered that this year Taketo Muichiro was only 11 years old, it seemed quite normal. After losing his memory, Taketo Muichiro was not only a bit slow-witted, but also had very slow reactions. After a while, he seemed to finally hear Ubuyashiki Yoya's words, slowly turned his head, stared blankly at Ji-rin, and then walked over to stand behind Ji-rin like a little chick. Once Ubuyashiki Yoya nodded, Ji-rin took Taketo Muichiro to the Butterfly Mansion for an examination. The results came back quickly. There were no issues with his brain. The reason Taketo Muichiro had lost his memory was due to psychological problems, like most of the other Hashira. This was not within Ji-rin's scope of treatment. The subsequent arrangements were uneventful. Ubuyashiki Yoya sent Taketo Muichiro to a trainer of the Breath of the Wind. If all went well, in 2 months, the Demon Slayer Corps would have another Hashira-level combatant. Ji-rin continues his research on evil ghost cells and blood. During the breaks, he enters the card space, unlocks the transparent world, and gradually perfects his breath of light through physical training. Ji-rin's life has returned to calm. However, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps have been quite busy recently, practically working around the clock, either running missions or on their way to missions. The reason is that Muzen Kabutsuji has ordered all demons to come out and cause some trouble. After all, if they keep getting beaten without fighting back, it would be a loss of face for him as the progenitor of demons. In response to Muzen Kabutsuji's orders, Yoya Tsujikuni was not worried, but rather pleased. Ha ha ha, he's anxious. After more than 1,000 years, it's finally Muzen Kabutsuji's turn to be anxious. Thus, Yoya Tsujikuni decided to go all in, sending all members of the Demon Slayer Corps out. Currently, the Demon Slayer Corps is in the best position it has been in 1,000 years. Not only have they killed 3 Upper Moons, but they have also suffered no losses themselves. Moreover, the combat power within the Corps is the strongest it has been in 1,000 years, with 7 out of the 8 Hashira having activated their marks. If Muzen Kabutsuji truly intends to initiate a decisive battle now, Yoya Tsujikuni is not afraid at all. The ranking of combat power in the Demon Slayer Corps, apart from the top Hashira, is arranged in sequences from A, B, C, D, E, F, a total of 10 levels. In reality, when facing the 12 Kizuki, the combat power of the lower moons is roughly equivalent to levels A and B. Now, with 8 Hashira on their side and only 3 Upper Moons remaining on the enemy's side, their chances of winning seem quite high. How could they lose? Not only the numerous Hashira, but even the usually calm Yoya Tsujikuni has begun to lose himself in the recent victories. However, 3 days later, Yoya Tsujikuni suffered a heavy blow. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, encountered the 3rd Upper Moon, and even after activating his mark, he was still defeated and severely injured, with his right arm severed and his combat power greatly reduced. When Jiren received the news and rushed over, he saw Yuzue Tenjin lying on the stretcher, pale from excessive blood loss, with his right arm missing, barely alive. This made him feel a pang of frustration. Damn it, this guy has no right hand. Is this some sort of fate's arrangement? Ching, Chung, Kaiwi, prepare the blood bags immediately and do it quickly. Everyone else, help carry him into the operating room. Without any unnecessary words, Jiren issued his orders. Got it. The 3 Butterfly House assistants immediately sprang into action, and the others hurried to take Yuzue Tenjin into the operating room. Now, Jiren was undeniably the best medical practitioner in the entire Butterfly House, and fortunately, he had been studying cell regeneration recently. Otherwise, given Yuzue Tenjin's almost eviscerated condition, the chances of Butterfly Shinobu saving him would definitely not exceed 10%. The surgery lasted a full 10 hours. Fortunately, after mastering the total concentration breathing, Jiren's mind would instinctively remain focused. Otherwise, the surgery might have taken even longer. Just as he exited the operating room, Jiren was surrounded by 3 beautiful women dressed in ninja outfits. Doctor, how about my husband? Is he still alive? Is he in danger? Yes, that's right. These 3 beautiful female ninjas are all wives of Yuzue Tenjin. In this Demon Slayer Corps, where most members have more or less psychological issues, Yuzue Tenjin is undoubtedly a true socialite. Chapter 37. Half a solution. Yuzue Tenjin's defeat dealt a significant blow to the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. Jiren, who had just escaped from 1,500 ducks, stepped out the door and saw the silent crowd outside. Tenjin was expressionless. Rengoku had lost his enthusiasm. Kanroji was playing with her hands. Shinobu was crawling around playing with a snake, and Mitsuri was gripping her weapon tightly, while Nezuko chanted Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the scene, Jiren raised an eyebrow and immediately understood that this group of guys had probably become conceited. It seemed that after recent training, they had gained a significant boost in strength after unlocking their marks, and the previous near-unscathed victories over the 3 upper moons had led them to develop a certain illusion. Now, seeing Yuzue Tenjin suddenly beaten badly in a one-on-one fight made them feel a stark contrast. As for feeling sad for Yuzue Tenjin's injury, sorry, they didn't have the time for that. And besides, in battles with demons, surviving was already a huge gain. The few of them glanced at Jiren and the others without any intention of comforting them. Although these people were young, none were mentally weak. They were merely experiencing an early visit from Ant Flow, and in due time, they would adjust themselves. The hierarchy of the 12 Kazuki is not only divided into upper moons and lower moons. In a true sense, the upper 6 demons are also divided into 2 different levels. The top 3 demons and the bottom 3 can actually be categorized into 2 different classes. For those at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira level strength rankings, after unlocking their marks, there might still be a chance of defeating the bottom 3 upper moons. But starting from upper moon 3, none of them can be considered enemies that can be defeated in a one-on-one fight. Even when they surrounded upper moon 2, Doma, Jiren and the others mainly relied on the daytime environment to win relatively easily. Otherwise, even if they had bombs and toxins and had already unlocked their marks, the final outcome would still be uncertain. Back in the laboratory, on a simple long table, 11 test tubes of various colors were neatly arranged, several of which were still bubbling, clearly indicating they were not proper potions. These were poisons that Jiren had developed, which, through experiments with Doma's cellular specimens and hundreds of trials, resulted in these toxins that could render upper moon cells ineffective. But even with these, it was far from enough. The quantity of poison was too small and not secure enough. To the right of the 11 test tubes lay a half-frozen arm, and on the left, there was another glass tube, nearly half a meter long, deliberately separated from the other test tubes. This glass tube was currently being heated by an alcohol lamp, and a certain crimson liquid inside was continuously evaporating, eventually flowing through a transparent plastic tube into another small beaker. Compared to those poisons, the reagent in this large glass tube was what Jiren paid more attention to, as the liquid inside was the demon-slaying agent that Jiren had attempted to derive based on Musen's blood. This was Jiren's last resort. After all, with Musen Kabutsuji's power, without the suppression of the Chosen One, even if Jiren prepared more, he still had no confidence in successfully killing him. But he hoped that this insurance would ultimately not need to be used. After all, regardless of how effective the demon-slaying agent he attempted to derive would be, the key point was that no one knew whether this agent would ultimately lead to the creation of another progenitor of demons. On a table tucked into the corner, there were also several vials of cellular reagents, but those were merely defective products, as the current technological level of this world was insufficient to delve into that area of knowledge. Even those defective products had already been produced by Jiren with the knowledge he had from his previous life, exceeding the curriculum. Creating toxins that could deal with demons was a rather labor-intensive task, but this was not the biggest problem troubling Jiren at the moment. The most headache-inducing issue was that he had the poison, but the problem was how to make Muzan Kibutsuji get poisoned. You see, in the original plot, to poison Muzan and Doma, it took a series of beautiful women who forcibly fed the poison to themselves and then into the mouths of the demons, ultimately succeeding in poisoning the demons. But the problem was, now that he had crossed over, if he used the same method, it would be too lowbrow. Moreover, with such beautiful women around, why would they need to feed demons? Frowning and thinking for a long time, in the end, Jiren decided to go back to the village of swordsmiths, hoping that those artisans might come up with some ideas. Upon his return, the villagers were somewhat surprised, especially Dandao Zwatoanzi, who hurriedly ran over, thinking that the sword he forged had encountered some issues again. Then, holding Jiren's weapon, Dingguang, he took a deep breath. Dingguang was the name Jiren gave to his weapon. This black gold, 8-face sword was a bit special, perhaps due to its color. When Jiren used his self-created technique, the breath of light, it usually emitted a golden yellow effect. However, ever since he switched to this sword, those effects seemed to be devoured by the sword body, rendering it completely ordinary when wielded. Was it time to poison Muzan? That was indeed a tough problem. Tai Di Yuan Taijun pulled out a pipe from somewhere, took a couple of puffs, and said, "I'll gather the villagers. Let's all think about whether there's a solution." Thus, all the villagers of the swordsmith village gathered again. Tai Di Yuan Taijun first presented Jiren's problem, and as soon as they heard it was about dealing with Muzan, everyone became energized. In a brainstorming session, they actually came up with a few ideas that weren't really solutions. Some suggested modifying the weapons of several Hashira to include grooves that could conceal poison. Others proposed that they could specifically create small concealed weapons that the Hashira could carry, ready to launch an attack at critical moments. Additionally, methods similar to mutually assured destruction were also suggested, and this idea garnered significant support, with some even volunteering to be the one to carry it out. It was clear how determined the people of this world were to eliminate Muzan. However, Jiren ultimately rejected these methods. These people did not truly understand Muzan's real power. Once Muzan unleashed his full combat capability, even if all the Hashira attacked together, they might not even have a chance to get close. Therefore, to poison him, they had to take advantage of Muzan's carelessness to inject the toxin into his body and suppress it. Moreover, the dosage of this toxin had to reach a certain level. After thinking for a long time, Jiren finally thought of a method that could barely be considered a solution. Chapter 38. Going through the process ADC can also be a support. No, it should be said that in this era, an ADC with long-range damage and slow skills is a fantastic support. The power ceiling of this world is not very high. Ordinary weapons cannot kill demons. Otherwise, the official power would have made Muzan aware that the times have changed. Demons are very fast, but without prediction, mere speed cannot surpass a bullet. What if they could create a bullet that concealed poison? Jiren proposed this idea to Tai Di Yuan Taijun, but it was rejected for a simple reason. With the current level of technology, such high-tech bullets cannot be produced. Therefore, alternative weapons must be considered. Bows and arrows, although far inferior in speed to firearms, are silent and offer better concealment. If equipped with specially crafted longbows and exceptional skills, along with distractions from others, there may still be a chance of success. After all, the terrifying aspect of the evil spirits in this world has never been their strength, but rather their brutal, man-eating nature and their ability to regenerate. If they couldn't regenerate, Muzan might be a different story, but other evil spirits would likely have been mostly eliminated hundreds of years ago. The specially crafted bows and arrows can be prepared by Tai Di Yuan Taijun, and aside from Jiren, there is no one else suitable for the long-range support of using bows and arrows. After all, in the current Demon Slayer Corps, the only one who can confidently elevate their archery skills to the highest level in a very short time is probably Jiren alone. Leaving the village of the Blade Forgers, Jiren first searched for 2 archery dojos and a famous hunting family using intelligence from the hidden troops, and extracted 3 white cards using the accumulated tattoo energy. In a remote town on the outskirts, the autumn breeze blew down a few leaves, and dark clouds partially obscured the full moon. The intermittent moonlight fell on the mountains and forests, illuminating the ground covered with fallen leaves through the branches. According to ancient legends of this region, ghosts haunt the mountains and forests at night, so for many years, no townsfolk have walked the mountain paths after midnight. But tonight, in this quiet mountain forest, a rustling sound of footsteps quietly emerged. Under the faint moonlight, a sneaky figure swiftly moved through the jungle, as if the night posed no obstacle to him, but rather he was thriving in it. After an unknown amount of time, this sneaky shadow arrived next to a wooden cabin. He first peeked around the cabin, then sniffed a few times as if confirming something, and suddenly showed a look of joy, turning around to prepare to leave. However, just as he turned, an unremarkable axe smoothly glided across his neck. The joy on his face hadn't even faded before his consciousness plunged into darkness. As the head and body on the ground slowly turned to ashes, Tetsuman Tanjiro, holding the axe, walked out from around the corner with an indifferent expression. The numbers have been increasing lately. It seems I need to find a way to get Tanjiro and the others out of here. On Fujizaki Mountain, this mountain range serves as a selection site for the Demon Slayer Corps. Ordinary members must come here to undergo a trial to join the Corps. Of course, Jiren is an exception. His method and location of joining the Demon Slayer Corps were not conventional from the very beginning. However, considering the procedural issues, Jiren came here today for a makeup exam. But this exam is for the examiner's assessment. Many people participate in the entrance assessment for the Demon Slayer Corps each year, but very few can survive to pass the assessment. Although Jiren was only a deputy examiner, his white robe was very eye-catching here, quickly attracting the attention of many young boys, with one exception, Shurtu Machiro. It has been 2 months since Shurtu Machiro began practicing the breathing technique, and during this time, he has already attained pillar-level combat strength. Therefore, his presence here is merely a formality. The Demon Slayer Corps assessment process is quite simple. On Fujisaki Mountain, numerous captured demons are kept, and the goal for the participating youths is to enter Fujisaki Mountain and survive for 7 days. After announcing the rules, as soon as the 2 daughters of Kanroji Yoya issued the command, all the participating boys surged in, leaving only Shurtu Machiro standing in place for a moment. After realizing that there was no one around, he finally stepped unsteadily into the forest. Well then, Mr. Akutsu, Lord Rengoku, I'll leave it to you. The 2 daughters of Kanroji Yoya bowed. You're welcome. Jiren smiled and nodded. Leave it to me. Rengoku Kyujiro responded loudly. Indeed, aside from serving as examiners, Jiren and Rengoku Kyujiro had another important reason for being here, to protect Shurtu Machiro. Previously, Machiro's talent had already been reported back to headquarters by his mentor, and according to the opinions of other pillars, he should have been brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps for protection. However, Kanroji Yoya had other ideas. Jiren estimated that it was related to the exceptional promotion to pillar status, which is why he arranged for him to go through this process. In theory, the demons on Fujisaki Mountain posed no threat to Shurtu Machiro. However, due to the increasingly tense situation between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons recently, no one knew what unexpected events might occur. Even Jiren was starting to lose track of the subsequent developments. The assessment lasted for a total of 7 days. The situation inside Fujisaki Mountain was still normal for the first 3 days, although there were occasional human deaths. These were tests that all participants had to go through before joining the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, if they couldn't even handle the small demons on Fujisaki Mountain, they would hardly escape death even after joining the Corps. But on the 4th day, a figure completely ignored the wisteria flowers planted at the foot of Fujisaki Mountain and directly barged into the assessment. Chapter 39. The unexpected intruder Hokumura Kazuhito had just slain another demon that was pursuing him, and as he looked at the vanishing corpse of the demon in front of him, he began to widen his eyes, breathing heavily. He was just an ordinary assessment participant, and before truly participating in the assessment, he never expected it to be so dangerous. This mountain, this forest at night, was like a wild party for demons. Tap, tap, tap. Slow and steady footsteps came from ahead. Hokumura Kazuhito's spirit instantly tensed. Is it a person or a demon? In the dim shadows, a foot stepped out first, and then a humanoid figure gradually came into Hokumura Kazuhito's view. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's a person. Bang! It was as if a watermelon had exploded in the darkness. Hokumura Kazuhito didn't even have time to react before his consciousness swiftly vanished. The figure with pink hair, white skin, and stripes casually flicked the blood off its arm, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, and continued to advance with indifference. Completely ignoring the influence of the wisteria flowers on demons, the humanoid demon that intruded into Fujisaki Mountain was akin to a fierce tiger breaking into a sheepfold. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Strange. Why am I sneezing so much all of a sudden? Did something happen? Jiren lazily leaned against a tree trunk, rubbing his nose. Below the trunk sat Rengoku Kyujiro, sitting upright. No problem. These are all good kids. They will definitely be safe. Just as Rengoku Kyujiro finished speaking, A figure suddenly burst out from the woods ahead, staggering and looking terrified. Ah, what a joke. Why would such a high-level demon appear during an assessment? Even a pillar might not be able to handle that kind of demon. Are you planning to withdraw from the assessment? The two daughters of Kenroji Yoya blocked the path of the man who had run out, expressionless. Get out of the way. I don't care about this assessment. Don't block my way. That thing is about to catch up. The man, panicked, instinctively raised his sword to kill anyone in his way. But just as his blade descended before the two girls, a fiery red long sword suddenly appeared, blocking his attack with a clang. Hey, young man. The weapon that the swordsmith worked hard to forge is not meant to be aimed at your comrades. Rengoku Kyudru easily deflected the man's weapon and spoke. Pillar. The man who had fled was taken aback. He obviously had some understanding of the Demon Slayer core, but soon his expression tensed again. Could you tell me what you saw inside? Jiren approached with a smile. You are. The man had been curious since he first saw Jiren before the assessment, but this was clearly not the time to ask that question. He only felt slightly puzzled. Before Jiren could respond, he continued, Forget it. None of that matters now. Quickly, let everyone inside retreat. A monster has intruded into the mountain. It is definitely not an ordinary demon. Can you describe its appearance? The man swallowed hard and said, I didn't see it clearly. I just remember that when that monster attacked, it directly killed 4 people working together. Before leaving, I vaguely saw that the monster seemed to have short pink hair. Pink hair. Damn. Hearing the man's words, a certain figure flashed through Jiren's mind, and he cursed before sprinting into the forest. Akutsu! Rengoku Kyudru shouted and hurriedly followed. Only the two daughters of Kenroji Yoya were left to exchange glances with the man, initially thinking that he was just a failure who had fled midway. After all, the Demon Slayer Core assessment had been held for so many years, and it was not uncommon for a few participants to abandon the assessment each year. However, Jiren's reaction made the two girls sense that something was off. Just as they were considering whether to contact headquarters, a completely black crow suddenly flew across the sky in the distance. Emergency message. Emergency message. When a master issues an order, immediately gather all Demon Slayer Core members. No delays, no delays. The sudden news caused the pupils of the two girls to constrict. Sizzle. The light green long sword struck Yukaza's chest like a ram's horn, instantly leaving a medium-sized wound. Yukaza took 2 steps back, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly. How strange. You clearly don't have the aura of someone who has undergone countless trials, yet your swordsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Could it be that you're a genius? Yuozu exclaimed in surprise. Opposite him, Shido Michiro's eyes were vacant, holding his sword while still in a daze. Interesting. Although I prefer to battle with those who have truly become warriors through endless trials, having a genius like you must bring a different kind of enjoyment. Destruction kill. Air strike. Bang! Yuozu threw a punch, and an invisible shockwave suddenly struck towards Shido Michiro. Shido Michiro raised his sword to block, but was instantly pushed back by the powerful force. Destruction kill. Foot technique. Flowing flash of light. Yuozu stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Shido Michiro, his single leg transforming into an afterimage as he launched a series of kicks. As a human, Yuozu was a martial artist, and, after becoming a demon, he transformed his fighting spirit into a tangible ability, capable of sending shockwaves even from a distance. Shido Michiro leaped back to evade Yuozu's kicks, and as his feet landed on a tree branch, he slightly bent his knees, seeming to transform into a bow drawn back with tension. Whoosh! In the next moment, Shido Michiro shot forward. Breath of mist. First form, distant haze. Shido Michiro resembled a ray of twilight haze, passing by Yuozu in an instant. As they crossed paths, Shido Michiro appeared behind Yuozu. Crack! A faint sound of shattering emerged. In Shido Michiro's hand, the blade of his long sword glistened, and at the same time, a blood column shot up into the sky like a fountain. Chapter 40. Confrontation, huh? Shido Michiro stared blankly at the wound on his chest, his expression somewhat dazed, as if he had just realized he was injured. Yuozu licked the blood from his fingertips, his face filled with disappointment. So weak. Right now, you can only be considered a mud brick, far from being fully formed. Stepping up to Shido Michiro, Yuozu slowly raised his hand and spoke indifferently, then farewell. Breath of flame, second form, rising flame. Under the night, a fiery red figure swiftly approached, and in the blink of an eye, stood before Yuozu. With one slash, Yuozu's arm fell to the ground. It seems I arrived just in time. Rengoku Kaijiro descended from the sky, his red and white ceremonial robe fluttering, making a rustling sound in the wind. Opposite him, Yuozu's hands had already regenerated. Upon seeing Rengoku Kaijiro arrive, Yuozu's eyes lit up. His unique ability allowed him to clearly see the invisible fighting spirit wrapped around Rengoku Kaijiro. Unlike Shido Machiro, the fighting spirit surrounding Rengoku Kaijiro was undoubtedly the result of countless trials. A strong opponent. Undoubtedly. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Truly wonderful. I never expected such a reward. What is your name? Strong, one among humans? Yuozu laughed heartily. Rengoku Kaijiro. Is that so? Kaijiro, join me and become a demon. It would be a pity for a strong person like you to die here. Yuozu suddenly extended an invitation. Sorry, I must decline. Rengoku Kaijiro remained unmoved, stepping forward to shield Shido Machiro, his powerful fighting spirit erupting. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Yuozu. The aura of this figure seemed to have completely vanished. Even Yuozu, a martial arts demon honed through countless battles, did not notice him until the straight, jet-black sword was merely a few centimeters away from him. Yuozu suddenly awakened, but it was ultimately too late. Puffed. Yuozu narrowly avoided the fatal strike aimed at his head, but in its place, half of his shoulder, along with his arm, was severed by the sword. The wound did not immediately gush blood. Instead, it was quickly sealed by a layer of icy crystals. For an ordinary person, this layer of ice might be a good thing, as it could help stop the bleeding. However, for a demon, this layer of ice not only stopped the bleeding, but also completely sealed off the regenerative ability of the demon's cells. Oh dear, what a pity. No wonder you're a martial artist. If it were any other demon, that strike would have ended the battle. Behind Yuozu, Jairu landed on the ground, holding the fixed light. Yuozu was extremely enraged. He did not mind being ambushed, but he was furious that a strong person like Rengoku Kaijiro would resort to such despicable means. Young man, where has your martial virtue as a strong person gone? Fortunately, Jairu could not hear Yuozu's thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, he would definitely have spat in his face, saying, You, as a demon capable of infinite regeneration, have the nerve to talk about martial virtue. The blade of Jairu and Kyujuru Rengoku surrounded Akaza one after another. Faced with this situation, Akaza remained calm, secretly observing the situation while trying to control his cells, attempting to break down the layer of ice crystals covering his wounds. However, Jairu had already consulted several experts afterward, developing his medical skills and potions to a level that could be considered the limit of this world. And the poison created using Tamayo's cells as a sample, specifically targeting upper moons and above demon cells, was not so easily deciphered or broken down. Moreover, even if he wanted to distract himself, he had to see if Jairu would give him the opportunity. Breath of Light, second form, Aurora Slash. Although the unique black gold blade swallowed the special effects, Jairu's slash still left an afterimage in the air. Akaza dodged just in time, but a wound was still inflicted on his waist. Crack, crack, crack. Ice crystals quickly emerged, making it difficult for Akaza's wound to heal. At that moment, a firelight suddenly appeared before Akaza. Breath of Flame, first form, Unknown Fire. Whoosh! The flames roared past like a speeding train, straight and swift, unstoppable. At the critical moment, Akaza finally reacted, planting one foot on the ground, and a circle resembling a compass quickly emerged from the ground centered around his toes. Destruction Kill, Compass Needle. The instant the compass appeared from under his feet, Akaza seemed to have completely grasped everything in this space. Facing Kyujuru Rengoku's extremely rapid slash, he gently sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the tip of the blade. Kyujuru Rengoku's expression changed. He forcibly stopped his body mid-motion and swung his blade around in a wide arc breath of flame. Third form, for directions, Sea of Flames. Destruction Kill, Chaos Style. With his remaining arm, he struck rapidly towards a point, creating an invisible shockwave in the air. As the roaring sea of fire and white air waves divided the area, powerful heat waves spread out in concentric circles, blowing countless leaves to the ground. Boom! Finally, accompanied by a violent roar, Kyujuru Rengoku and Akaza both retreated, their toes gripping the ground, leaving deep marks. Kyujuru Rengoku looked at Akaza, who blocked his attack with just one hand and remained unscathed, feeling quite surprised. The strength of the third upper moon was evident from the injuries on Tenjin Yuzi. So Kyujuru Rengoku was not surprised that Akaza still had such combat power with only one hand left. However, after the recent clash, Kyujuru Rengoku felt something strange. As if all his moves had been completely seen through. No matter how he changed his techniques, they were effortlessly blocked by Akaza. It seemed Akaza could see through Kyujuru Rengoku's thoughts, but he did not say much. Although Akaza was a demon that ate people, he was still a qualified martial artist. A true martial artist can boast before a fight and show off after it. But during the fight, they're the kind who can take action without unnecessary chatter. Even if he believed that the domain he created could never be cracked, he could not say, PSH. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared behind Akaza, directly severing his remaining arm, and ice crystals quickly formed at the wound. In an instant, Akaza's expression froze. Chapter 41. Surprise. Akaza stiffly turned around, facing a sword light aimed at his neck. At the critical moment, Akaza performed a roll upon landing, narrowly avoiding the attack, then immediately took off running. No, it's impossible. Why didn't I sense his fighting spirit within the domain? It doesn't make sense unless that guy has actually stepped into the supreme domain. Akaza's heart trembled, his face filled with disbelief. His destruction kill, Compass Needle, was a martial arts domain created by combining his martial arts and abilities. Any opponent who fell into this domain would be clearly sensed by Akaza, and whether they attacked or ambushed, there was no possibility of hiding it from him. The only exception was if an enemy who fell into his domain had comprehended the legendary supreme domain, allowing them to perfectly sense their opponent while completely hiding their own presence. Only then could they render his domain ineffective. And this supreme domain, even after Akaza had pursued it for hundreds of years, he was still just a little short. No, how could this happen? He is just a mere human. How could he comprehend the supreme domain that even I have yet to grasp? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Yoshiwara was frantically fleeing through the woods. The biggest issue troubling it now wasn't the strength of its enemies, but rather the toxin that suppressed its cell regeneration. The most troublesome aspect of demons lies in their powerful regenerative abilities. As long as they possess this ability, unless their neck is severed, even if they are slightly weaker than humans, the eventual victor is likely to still be the demon. However, once they lose this regenerative power, the so-called upper moons might not be much stronger than the Shira. Of course, the reason this battle was won so easily was largely due to the surprise attack initiated by Jiren with his first sword strike. After unlocking the transparent world, Jiren discovered that this ability not only had a significant impact in direct combat, but also could achieve unexpected results during ambushes. It turned out that Jiren's speculation was correct. Kaijiro Rengoku glanced at Jiren with a peculiar expression. Just a moment ago, he suddenly remembered something. So far, in the eyes of the Hashira and others, Jiren was just an ordinary scholar who couldn't lift a hand or shoulder a burden. Upon seeing Yoshiwara escape, the two of them hardly hesitated and prepared to pursue. But just then, a crow suddenly flew in from outside the woods, flapping its wings in a hurry. Urgent order, urgent order. The master commands all Demon Slayer Corps members to immediately gather at the tofu shop in Kawakawa Town. Repeat, all Demon Slayer Corps. The sharp and urgent voice instantly changed Jiren's expression. The next moment, Kaijiro Rengoku saw Jiren abandon the pursuit of Yoshiwara and turn to run towards the edge of the woods. Kawakawa Town was just an ordinary small town. However, on the mountain outside this small town, an extraordinary battle was taking place tonight. 1,000 years ago, nearly killed by someone, Musen Kibutsuji had spent the past 1,000 years not only searching for the blue spider lily to evolve himself again, but also devoted himself to the extermination of all individuals related to the sun breathing, working tirelessly for 24 hours without taking a single day off. Just a few days ago, a nameless underling demon of his unexpectedly transmitted a memory before dying, which just happened to be seen by Musen, who was idly passing time. An idea suddenly popped into his head, so he decided to go in person. Originally, he only intended to eliminate a group of ordinary people and experiment with the bloodline of his family for his idea of creating the perfect demon. But he never expected to receive a huge surprise as soon as he arrived. As soon as his left foot stepped into the small wooden house, an unremarkable axe suddenly struck, smoothly severing his head. At that moment, he only felt a bit surprised and was not alarmed. After all, he had 5 heads and 7 hearts, and his neck was no longer a weak point. However, when the owner of the axe revealed his true identity, Musen's head, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly had its pupils contract, for in that instant he seemed to see the shadow of that man on this man. The same markings on the forehead, the same hair color, and the same calm eyes. To be honest, at that moment, he was truly afraid that this man would suddenly ask, "What do you consider life to be?" If the man opposite really said that, Musen suspected he might split apart on the spot and escape with at least 1,500 pieces. Fortunately, the man did not speak, just quietly observing him. While Musen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a surge of anger. He was actually frightened by a man who had been dead for 1,000 years, which was a disgrace among demons. If other demons found out, how could he maintain his pride as the leader? Therefore, he had to silence him. With a whoosh, a gust of evil wind surged upwards, and Muzin's arm transformed into a flesh whip covered in sharp fangs, roaring towards the opposite side where Tanjiro Kamado stood. Tanjiro had never fought before. Even his knowledge about demons was only recently imparted by Jiren. However, having practiced sun breathing for a lifetime, combined with his innate transparent world and the markings that could be fully activated with ease, Tanjiro was essentially a born warrior. With a slight exertion of his arm, the axe immediately began to glow crimson. With a whoosh, a brilliant ribbon of light cut through the night, and Muzin's transformed flesh whip was immediately severed into 7 segments. The unique scorching pain from the sun breathing and the Hinakami Kagura burned Muzin's skin, continuously suppressing his cell regeneration. To regenerate that arm alone, Muzin spent a full 5 seconds. Although this level of power was still inferior to that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the most sinful man, it was undoubtedly the most profound mastery of sun-breathing Muzin had witnessed in 1,000 years. From the moment they began to fight, Muzin felt a faint threat. Instantly, his expression grew serious. Chapter 42. Advanced Activation. The Tofu Shop, a secret base of the Demon Slayer Corps hidden in various towns. The Tofu Shop in Kawakawa Town was just one of many ordinary ones, but with a command from Yaiba Kenroji, it suddenly became special. Kawakawa Town, Tofu Shop. All members gather. These 3 words, when separated, meant nothing, but when combined, the conclusion was not just a simple gathering, but a secret signal, one that only Jiren and Yaiba Kenroji knew. Hey, what's going on? Why is the command for the whole team to gather issued in the middle of the night? Mitsuri Kenroji spoke somewhat irritably, but no one could answer his question. When the crow delivered the order, he was the closest person to Kawakawa Town, so it took him almost half an hour to reach the Tofu Shop. Currently, the only Hashira gathered here was him. About half an hour later, Ju Tomioka, wearing a 2-colored haori and with a blank expression, arrived. Following him, several ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps also arrived one after another. After a while, Shinobu Kocho and Kaneo Tsuyuri, who were stationed at headquarters, arrived. And alongside them was Yaiba Kenroji. Upon seeing Yaiba Kenroji arrive, Mitsuri Kenroji and Ju Tomioka widened their eyes in disbelief and asked, "Master, why have you come in person?" Although Yaiba Kenroji was the commander of the Demon Slayer Corps, his combat power was limited due to a curse, and he usually stayed at headquarters, so it was surprising for him to come here. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was some distance from Kawakawa Town, but due to the special circumstances tonight, Yaiba Kenroji had specially contacted the authorities and used a green channel to rush over. Can someone please tell me what is going on? Almost being dragged here by her hidden parts. Shinobu Kocho finally couldn't help but speak up when the atmosphere had calmed down a bit. As soon as she said this, not only the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered around, but also many Hashira turned their gaze towards Yoya Tsujikuni. What happened tonight was truly bizarre. The sudden gathering of everyone was one thing, but the fact that the leader personally came out to command from headquarters made the scene feel like it was about to start a major battle. A major battle? Suddenly, some of the more perceptive members of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed to sense something, and their expressions changed slightly. Facing everyone's gaze, Yoya Tsujikuni said gently, "Actually, I don't know much about this matter either, because this plan was entirely devised by Akutagawa-kun. If everyone really wants to know everything, you can go and ask Akutagawa-kun in person." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of footsteps gradually appeared behind the crowd. Everyone instinctively turned to look, and then they saw Kariya, Rengoku Kaijiro, and Takedo Michiro striding into the room. "Now, issue an emergency wartime order. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps, except for the Hashira, immediately head to the foot of the mountain outside the town and seal off the entire forest. No one, except for Demon Slayer members, is allowed to enter, and all Hashira-level members, follow me up the mountain to surround and eliminate." Muzin Kibutsuji, with a bang, when Jiren's words fell. It was like throwing a bomb into the crowd, instantly stunning everyone. Even the few Hashira who had been eager to battle Muzin were momentarily taken aback by Jiren's sudden statement. It was too abrupt, with no prior preparation or build-up, directly striking at the heart of the matter, completely disregarding whether others could handle it or not. However, it was clear that Jiren had no intention of giving everyone more time to react, because not only was the news about Muzin surprising for the Demon Slayer Corps members, it was equally unexpected for him. In the original plot, Jiren could only confirm that Muzin would find the Kamado family in winter, but the exact timing was unclear. Therefore, Jiren had previously placed a crow near the Kamedu home, which was the fastest flying crow in the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Jiren's original plan was to gather all the Hashira back to headquarters for special training once winter arrived. As soon as that crow brought back news, Jiren would immediately lead all the Demon Slayer Corps members to present Muzan with a New Year's gift. From the very beginning, he had no intention of waiting for Tanjiro, the protagonist, to grow up. After all, no matter how you looked at it, their current situation was much better than in the original plot. However, whether it was due to his little butterfly effect or not, Muzan had actually found the Kamedu family shortly after the weather had just turned to autumn. The timing was about an hour longer than initially planned. Tanjiro, you must hold on. Jiren led the charge through the forest, with trees flying past like shooting stars. Behind him were the sorrowful cries of Yu Hangming and several other pillars following closely. Speaking of which, Jiren's luck could be considered quite good. In this sudden situation, he was able to quickly gather 5 pillar-level fighters, along with Shurtum Wichiru, who had just recently reached the pillar level but was a talented young man. That's right, Jiren brought Shurtum Wichiru along as well. Although it was impossible for Jiren to heal his injuries in such a short time, he could at least stop the bleeding and numb the pain temporarily. At such a time, Jiren had to gather all effective combat power, even if it meant bearing the stigma of hiring child labor. He accepted that. Moreover, with Shurtum Wichiru's talent, the others felt that he might bring them some unexpected surprises. The 7 of them rushed forward. Soon, a foul odor unique to demons gradually wafted towards them from ahead, a scent that only the Demon Slayer Corps, who had fought against evil demons for years, could detect. This time, however, the stench coming from afar was unprecedented. Without any hesitation, the 5 members of the Hibiya clan simultaneously revealed patterns on their bodies that were similar in power, yet distinct, and quickly charged towards the battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, Shurtum Wichiru stood there, staring blankly at the backs of the 5, looking up at the sky several times as if recalling something. About 10 seconds later, under Jiren's watchful gaze, a cloud-like pattern slowly emerged on the right cheek of Shurtum Wichiru. Chapter 43. Physical Collapse Dance of the Fire God. Type 16. Scorching Bone Flame Sunday Tanjiro Kamedu moved gracefully, like a leaf falling from a tree. As he flashed and shifted, he casually swung an axe, the crimson blade enveloped in flames, creating a vast whirlpool of fire that effortlessly severed several attacking whips and reduced them to ashes. Muzan Kibutsuji felt that familiar burning sensation, and, inexplicably, a hint of nostalgia arose in his heart. Following that, an overwhelming killing intent descended like a storm. Tanjiro landed again, breathing heavily, yet his expression remained calm. This seemed to be a common trait among those born with the ability to see through the world. It was only natural. If a person could clearly see the insides of every individual from birth, it would be difficult for them not to transcend. Since that man's death, for 1,000 years, you have been the best user of the breath of the sun I have encountered. In this regard, I, Muzan Kibutsuji, would call you the strongest human in a millennium. However, humans have their limits. Such skill alone is not enough to pose a threat to me. I will give you one last chance. Tanjiro Kamedu, choose to join us, and I will grant you the most blood. From now on, you will become the strongest demon, second only to me. No, you should be the strongest being. Muzan spread his arms, his gaze intense. He changed his mind. The perfect demon he originally intended to cultivate was to be chosen from among the many children of the Kamedu family, as younger human bodies are more malleable. But now, after seeing Tanjiro, all of Muzan's attention was drawn to him. He wanted to mold this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Yoriichi Tsujikoni, into his own shape. However, the response he received was destined to be Tanjiro's unwavering axe swing. Dance of the Fire God. Type 13. The techniques of the breath of the sun consist of only 12 forms. Thus, the 13th form essentially connects the previous 12 into a cycle. And this move is the only one that can completely suppress Muzan Kibutsuji. Until now, Tanjiro had never fought using the breath of the sun. For decades, the only thing he did was perform the breath of the sun as a family festival dance, dancing all night long on the day of the festival. But even so, once battle commenced, he didn't need anyone to remind him, nor did he need to comprehend it as Tanjiro would in the future. It was as if inspiration struck. Tanjiro naturally executed this move. The simple woodcutting axe transformed into the most formidable weapon in Tanjiro's hands at that moment. Outside the Kamedu family courtyard, Tanjiro's axe seemed to become a formation, its sun-like power filling the void. The 13th form of the breath of the sun was established, and Muzan Kibutsuji was immediately suppressed. Tanjiro's proficiency in the breath of the sun and his innate combat power far exceeded that of Tanjiro in the later stages of the story. Thus, Tanjiro could suppress Muzan, who, despite being poisoned, was still at full power. As his father, Tanjiro had no reason not to suppress Muzan, who had not yet fully transformed. Muzan's suit gradually tore apart, appearing quite disheveled. But as long as both parties in the battle understood, Tanjiro could only suppress him. So far, Muzan had not sustained any substantial damage. This was also why both sides could engage in combat for a full 2 hours. Muzan did not want to unleash his full power to fight Tanjiro with all his might, as doing so could quickly resolve the opponent, but could also result in his own injury. In battles between demons and humans, the best strategy was always to prolong the fight. This was their advantage. Sure enough, after half an hour of suppressing Muzan, before Muzan could retaliate, Tanjiro's own body began to collapse. The potion that Kibutsuji Muzan initially gave to Tanjiro Kamado could only barely help him replenish his vitality, extending his life for a few more years at best, and that was under normal circumstances. However, once he engaged in such high-intensity battles, the vitality he had just replenished would quickly be depleted. Cough! Tanjiro Kamado coughed violently twice, and as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face rapidly lost color and became pale. Whoosh! A moment of error resulted in Muzan's swift counterattack. A hard thorn shot out, like a hidden venomous snake launching a surprise attack, instantly piercing through Tanjiro Kamado's chest. Tanjiro Kamado fell to the ground, his breath quickly weakening. Dad! A cry came from the wooden house as Tanjiro Kamado pushed open the door and hurried to his father's side. Muzan's sudden attack not only disrupted Kibutsuji's preparations, but also caught Tanjiro Kamado off guard because he had been planning to move his family to a safer place due to the recent appearances of demons nearby. He hadn't expected that just as he was preparing to send his family away the next day, Muzan would launch an attack tonight. Tanjiro, run! Take Mom and your siblings with you, and don't look back. Tanjiro Kamado stood up again, weak yet resolute, blocking Tanjiro Kamado's path as he spoke slowly. What, Dad? Whoosh! A thorn suddenly launched an attack, this time targeting Tanjiro instead of Tanjiro Kamado. The speed of the thorn's attack far exceeded Tanjiro's current reaction speed. In facing this strike, he felt his body unable to move, only able to watch in fear as the thorn approached. In a flash of axe light slashed down, directly severing the thorn, but at the same time, 2 other thorns shot out from the opposite side, violently piercing into Tanjiro Kamado's body. Puffed, blood burst forth. Tanjiro Kamado's pupils instantly constricted as he let out a scream. Dad, what a pity. Tanjiro, if you had just agreed to my request, I might have allowed your family to all become demons, but now I don't need so many useless beings. Muzan Kibutsuji looked down at the half-kneeling Tanjiro Kamado with his crimson eyes, like a cold-hearted king, slowly extending his 5 fingers towards Tanjiro Kamado and all the members of the Kamado family behind him, under the soft silver moonlight. 7 or 8 thorns gradually aimed at the group. Kamado Aoi quickly turned around to hug Nezuko and the others, using her back to protect her children, while Tanjiro's pupils rapidly dilated in shock. The threat of death surged towards them. At that critical moment, suddenly, the moonlight above Muzan Kibutsuji was covered by shadow, and before anyone could react, 5 armed men descended from the sky. Chapter 44. Did you misunderstand something? Boom, boom, boom. 5 consecutive booms echoed, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust in front of the wooden house. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Tanjiro Kamado and his father saw 5 armed thugs, holding chains, axes, and knives, surrounding Muzan Kibutsuji. Nice to meet you, Lord Demon King. Mitsuri Kanroji licked the Nichiren blade in his hand, his scarred face filled with excitement and a grin. The other 4 also had their eyes shining. Although the incident tonight was sudden, each of them had long awaited the chance to battle this Demon King. Muzan Kibutsuji. Is there something slightly off about this scene? Thank you for your hard work. That's senior over there. Leave the rest to us, Mitsuri Kanroji said to Tanjiro Kamado. He then took a deep breath, activated the breath of wind, instantly pushing his physical abilities to the limit. And with a powerful push from his feet, he shot out like a cannonball. The next moment, while in midair, Mitsuri Kanroji was directly thrown away by a thorn, flying backward at double the speed of his sprint. Did you misunderstand something? Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly. He casually flicked out another thorn, and a violent force directly shattered the air as it shot towards Mitsuri Kanroji. The other four pillars' faces changed dramatically, and they immediately launched a joint attack on Muzan. But the outcome was still the same. The thorns behind Muzan danced wildly, creating a massive domain around him, instantly sweeping Rengoku Kaijuro, Kochu Shinobu, and Tenjin Yuzui away. Only Himejima Gyumii managed to barely block Muzan's impact using the iron chain connecting his hammer and axe. Breath of Rock, First Form, Serpent's Rock, Dual Poles. The central iron chain blocked the thorn, and Himejima Gyumii's arms bulged with muscle as he forcefully threw the meteor hammer and axe on both sides, targeting Muzan's head. The high purity of the Gorilla Crimson Sand iron used to forge Himejima Gyumii's weapons gave them tremendous weight and power. Although the axe and meteor hammer appeared small when thrown, they emitted a fierce howl. However, facing this attack, Muzan Kibutsuji in human form didn't even glance at it. He merely dove down, instantly disappearing from his original spot and reappearing right in front of Himejima Gyumii. Be careful. Mitsuri Kanroji's expression changed as he loudly warned. Just as the words left his mouth, a demon hand with bared fangs slammed into Himejima Gyumii's chest. Under Muzan's cold and bloodthirsty gaze, the hand's fangs bit down. But the next second, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The fangs failed to crush Himejima Gyumii's heart and instead bit down hard on a chain. Muzan Kibutsuji was momentarily surprised, but he reacted quickly. Failing to achieve a one-hit kill, he yanked on the chain, violently throwing Himejima Gyumii away. With a bang, Himejima Gyumii's massive body slammed against a large tree, letting out a muffled groan. In their first encounter, the five pillars had been completely defeated within just 10 seconds of contact with Muzan Kibutsuji. Moreover, after defeating the five pillars, Muzan Kibutsuji didn't even spare them a glance, as if they were completely inconsequential, and instead walked straight towards Tanjiro Kamado and his father. On the way, Muzan Kibutsuji casually waved his hand, causing 7 or 8 thorns to dance in the air like venomous snakes. Without any unnecessary words, Muzan opened his 5 fingers, and a blood-red mouth immediately reappeared in his palm. As he moved, the mouth grew larger and larger, until it loomed over Tanjiro Kamado, his entire arm now big enough to swallow a person whole. Whoosh! A vicious wind blew towards them. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped Tanjiro Kamado and his son, and the two were directly swallowed whole. Dad! Brother! A terrified and sorrowful scream echoed from the wooden house. Muzan Kibutsuji looked coldly, raising his massive arm again, ready to devour the remaining members of the Kamado family. Suddenly, a flash of light raced along his arm. Muzan felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and his entire arm was severed at the root, turning to a chunk of flesh before it could even hit the ground. Amidst the splattering blood, Tanjiro Kamado slowly emerged, cradling the unconscious Tanjiro, holding an axe in his right hand. An inconspicuous syringe fell to the ground where he once stood. Even for someone who has traveled through worlds, there are many unexpected plot twists, which is quite normal. Thus, in such situations, it is necessary to prepare a few more trump cards. This world has a shallow understanding of cells, so Jiren could only produce some cell serums and inferior products. However, sometimes these inferior products can yield unexpected results. Night Must Die was the name of the serum that Tanjiro Kamado had just injected. As the name suggests, it is a cell serum that guarantees death within a maximum of 1 night once consumed. No, more accurately, it should be called a cell toxin. This was an inferior product serum created by Jiren using the blood of Doma and the activated cells of Zenitsu after being struck by lightning. Its effect is that after consumption, the user temporarily gains slight cell regeneration abilities and the cells in their body rapidly activate, enhancing them to their current biological peak for 12 hours. However, the side effect is that once the time limit is reached, the host will definitely die. This was Jiren's last resort left for Tanjiro Kamado. The reason Tanjiro had not used it earlier was not that he was afraid of death, but because he wanted to spend more time with his family. But now, if he did not eliminate Muzan, his family might not survive the night. After handing Tanjiro over to his wife, Tanjiro said nothing more and turned to leave. When Muzan Kibutsuji faced Tanjiro Kamado again, he could clearly sense that the opponent's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Whoosh! Tanjiro Kamado suddenly disappeared from Muzan's line of sight. Before Muzan could react, he found that the scene before him had suddenly reversed. No, it should be that his vision had flipped because his head was once again severed. In the distance, the 5 Ashira nearly had their eyes pop out at this scene. What the hell? Have the woodcutters in the mountains become so skilled with axes now? Once again, His head was chopped off, but Muzan remained unperturbed, even finding time to ponder what kind of serum Tanjiro had just injected. It was precisely because of this moment of distraction that, without any warning, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the air and struck Muzan's body. From the branches above, Jiren lightly set down the longbow and whispered, "Now the real battle begins." Chapter 45. Mental explosion. A slight sting came from behind, and the head of Kibutsuji Muzan, which had just landed, frowned as he looked at the black stick embedded in his body. His first instinctive reaction was, "Is this person out of their mind?" But before he could investigate who had shot the arrow, Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from the tip of the arrow embedded in him. In the next second, every cell in Kibutsuji Muzan's body began to stir wildly. "What is this?" For the first time, an expression of shock and anger appeared on Kibutsuji Muzan's face. At first, when he sensed something being injected into him, he thought it was some kind of toxin, although he appeared unconcerned on the surface. He had already mobilized his cells to cover it up. After all, he was the Demon King, and his control over his own cells far exceeded that of lesser demons. While other demons might only slowly decompose toxins, Muzan had the capability to bypass that step entirely. He could easily expel the toxin from his body by discarding some of his cells. However, Muzan never expected that at the moment the heat surged out, all the surrounding cells would not die, but instead quickly begin to change into a human shape. This bastard actually wants to turn him back into a human? Kibutsuji Muzan was instantly furious. If it were 1,000 years ago, when he had just become a demon, he would not have resisted and might even have cooperated with such a potion to revert to human form. But now, after being a demon for 1,000 years and finally achieving the position of Demon King, they actually want to turn him back into a human. Is this something a human can do? 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Do you know how I've spent this 1,000 years? Do you know? I've had an incredible time for this 1,000 years, except for not being able to see the sun. If I hadn't experienced darkness, I could still bask in the light. But now, asking me to become human is asking me to die. Unable to control his cells to expel the reversion potion, Kibutsuji Muzan had no choice but to forcibly decompose it. However, the reversion potion used by Jiren this time was the 2.0 version, surpassing the original, and the rate of eliminating the demon cell factors was frighteningly fast. Just to resist this potion, Muzan needed to allocate at least 30% of his mental effort. But the prepared Tanjiro Kamado and several Hashira would not let Muzan decompose so easily. Even before Muzan could react to the potion, Kaneo Tsuyuri, wielding an axe, chains, and a meteor hammer, had already launched another attack on Muzan. Not far away on a tree branch, Jiren once again knocked an arrow. And under the transparent state of the world, all of his aura was completely retracted, to the point where even Muzan could not sense the slightest hint of his killing intent. This set of bows and arrows was specially made by the village of the Blade Forgers. The bow itself was crafted from an unknown type of wood, extremely resilient. It is said that this item is a family heirloom of a certain villager from the Blade Forgers village, possessing immense power. Even Jiren needed to use his breathing technique to barely draw it fully. The arrow shaft was straight, and the tip was crafted using a special technique to create a hollow arrowhead. After being infused with poison, once shot into the body, the arrowhead would immediately shatter, causing the poison to erupt. The distance between Jiren and Muzan was about 50 meters, and with the power of this specially made longbow, it would take less than 0.5 seconds for the arrow to reach its target. After special training, Jiren's archery skills allowed him to hit moving targets within 100 meters with perfect accuracy. Whoosh! While distracted by the need to apply the healing potion, he also had to fend off the attack from the peak state of Tanjiro Kamado, along with 5. No, now it should be 6 Ashira. In such a situation, even Muzan had numerous flaws exposed. Just as a momentary gap appeared behind Muzan, Jiren let go of the bowstring. The sound of air being split echoed. The arrow struck Muzan's back without any surprise. However, this time, Muzan didn't feel the effects of the healing potion, as this arrow contained a different toxin that suppressed cell division. This toxin was initially hard to detect, but once it spread, it would completely restrict Muzan's ability to escape by splitting himself. Although Muzan hadn't noticed the effects of the toxin yet, he began to feel a hint of unease. At this moment, he started to entertain thoughts of fleeing. But Tanjiro Kamado, who had already consumed the Night Must-Die potion, would never allow him the chance to escape. With no worries for his own body and his cells activated, Tanjiro Kamado was like a war god at this moment. How to describe it? It was as if there were an instrument capable of displaying combat damage. Others would clearly see that Tanjiro Kamado alone had inflicted over 70% of the total damage to Muzan. The purpose of G-Run creating the Night Must-Die potion was to cultivate a combat machine. Now, Tanjiro Kamado was almost like a warrior with full MP, possessing an incredibly fast healing rate, high damage output, and innate spiritual perception. Sun breathing, patterns, and perceiving the world all consumed no energy at all. Each time he struck down, Muzan would lose at least a part of himself, and Muzan's attacks no longer meant instant death for Tanjiro Kamado. With the ability to partially regenerate cells, all the wounds Tanjiro sustained, although healing slowly, were gradually recovering, including the several holes pierced through his chest by the thorn. Muzan felt his mindset about to explode. He couldn't understand why. Having come to slaughter a simple family of farmers, the situation had inexplicably turned out this way. Moreover, this group of demon slayers like wild dogs had come far too quickly. Thud! With another axe strike, Tanjiro Kamado smoothly severed Muzan's head for the 8th time. In that brief moment when Muzan's body lost control, 3 arrows shot out from the forest simultaneously, piercing into Muzan's body, and this familiar heat surged in. This time, Muzan immediately felt a sharp pain. Concentrated wisteria poison, a compound toxin accelerating cell aging and blood coagulation, and a composite toxin suppressing cell regeneration, decomposition, and assimilation capabilities. These 3 toxins were entirely different from the previous potion, all being strong and immediately effective poisons. The moment the toxins entered his body, Muzan felt that something was terribly wrong. At that moment, Muzan finally stopped hesitating, his mind focused, and he summoned the entire Infinity Castle. The battlefield changed before everyone's eyes, and Muzan disappeared from view, replaced by a multi-layered building that seemed to be upside down. Chapter 46. Dividing the Battlefield Infinity Castle. This was a place created through supernatural powers, possessing an independent space, and was also Muzan's stronghold. Although it was called a castle, Infinity Castle was actually just a semi-Western style wooden building, but due to its unique internal space, it appeared quite large. After Jiren and the others were swallowed into the Infinite City, the personnel distribution was completely disrupted, and even Muzan's whereabouts were lost. Jiren understood that this was clearly an order from Muzan to Nakeheim, aimed at buying time for him to have the opportunity to decompose the poison. Naturally, he had been prepared for this. The arrows shot by Jiren not only had poison tips, but the shafts were also coated with a certain toxin that carried a peculiar fragrance. Even if Muzan completely decomposed it, this fragrance would not disappear in a short time. However, just as Jiren was about to follow the scent to pursue Muzan, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer wielded a long knife. With long hair cascading down, a pattern appearing on the left side of the forehead, and a face with 6 eyes. With the middle pair revealing the characters for Upper Moon 1. The visitor was none other than Kokoshibo, the first of the Upper Moons. He really thinks highly of me. He actually sent one of the Upper Moons to deal with me. Jiren joked for a moment, but his expression instantly became serious. The Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. When he was still human, his identity was that of a certain man, the elder brother of Yorichi Tsujikoni, Kagaya Tsujikoni. Although he didn't possess the terrifying talent of that man, as a younger brother, Yorichi often provided him with special training. Therefore, during his time as a human, Kokoshibo had already mastered the Hanafuki, the pattern, the transparent world, and the derivative of sun breathing, moon breathing. After becoming a demon, these abilities were further enhanced. At this moment, aside from Tanjiro Kamado, it is estimated that no one among humans could take him on in a one-on-one fight. Even if Jiren were to use the Hanafuki at the cost of his lifespan, it wouldn't be enough because this isn't a matter of strength, but rather the personal limits determined by race and talent. Muzan is really good at arranging his pieces. Throughout this battle, I haven't even shown my face. Yet he can recognize my importance. It seems I must take down Nezuko first. The control of Infinity Castle lies with Muzan's little secret, Nezuko. If I want to avoid being taken down one by one in the upcoming battles, Nezuko must die first. I am very interested in you. This is the first time in 1,000 years that my master has specifically named someone for me to kill. So I'm a bit curious about what you've done to make that master so angry. Kokoshibo, dressed in a purple-black samurai outfit, appeared calm and did not immediately attack Jiren. Instead, he took a keen interest in conversing with him. Jiren was also pleased and casually said, "Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm better looking than him," which made him jealous. Or perhaps I accidentally killed a few upper ranks, which might have made him a bit angry. So that's it. You're the person the Lord has been asking us to find all along. Oh, is that so? I'm truly honored. I didn't expect the great Ghost King would go to such lengths to find a small character like me, Jiren said with a hand resting on the sword hilt. Laughing softly. All right, my doubts have been answered, so it's time for you to be on your way, Kokushibo said, calmly pushing his long knife with his thumb. What a coincidence, I was just about to say that to you, Jiren replied. After saying that, Jiren slowly tilted his head back, directing his gaze towards the top of Kokushibo's head, signaling him to look that way. Kokushibo slightly raised his head, and the next second, a meteor hammer came crashing down. Bang! The clash of the blade and hammer produced a dull roar. Mr. Akutsu, are you all right? A crow suddenly spoke from the shoulder of the mournful figure on Higanbana Island, and the voice turned out to be that of Yoya Shinju. I'm Fine, but if you had come any later, you might have only seen my corpse. As Jiren teased, just as his voice fell, several sounds of wind howling came from above. Tomioka-ju, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Taketu Mwichiru, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Iguro Abanai arrived one after another. Far away at the new location of the swordsmith village, Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai hurriedly made their way to the battlefield just before the final battle came to a complete end. Be careful, everyone. This guy is on a completely different level compared to the enemies you've faced before, and perhaps compared to Muzan, he might be even more skilled at dealing with human swordsmen. After reminding Jiren of a few words, he didn't say much more, because there are almost no obvious weaknesses in Muzan Kabutsuji, or rather, in the top 3 upper moons. The only way to defeat them was to rely on hard power to overpower them. Alternatively, they could find their lair during the day, just like they did with Doma. And in such a situation, not to mention the upper moons, even Muzan would be at an absolute disadvantage during the day. As for other ways to enhance their own strength, Jiren had already taught everything that needed to be taught and given everything that needed to be given before the battle began. Moon breathing, 8 form, Moon Dragon's Tail. Facing the 5 people surrounding him, Muzan did not waste any more words. He directly drew his sword and horizontally slashed, instantly unleashing a massive crescent blade of energy in front of him, which was also accompanied by countless small crescent blades. This was Muzan's special ability. While ordinary swordsmen could use breathing techniques to produce special effects, it was merely that special effects. Muzan, however, after transforming into a demon, had his swordsmanship further enhanced, and the blade energy he unleashed now was a true long-range slash. This horizontal slash was incredibly fast, forcing all 5 Ashira in front of him to retreat in a single move. However, soon after, the 5 launched a counterattack under the leadership of Kaneo Tsuyuri. After the 5 people arrived, Jiren took the crow that could directly communicate with Ubuyashiki Waiya and left the battlefield. He needed to find a small secret of Muzan named Naruko first. If he didn't eliminate him, this battle would be very troublesome. Meanwhile, as the battle started here, the others who were scattered in different places in Infinity Castle also encountered their opponents. Among them, the demon sent by Muzan to deal with, no, it should be to delay Tandra Kamadu, was none other than Hantengu, the 4th of the upper 6 moons, who was the best at surviving. His ability was quite special. Hantengu's true form was a short old man with horns on his head and a face resembling a demon, completely unlike a human. His true form did not possess any combat power, but Hantengu had a total of 5 avatars embodying joy, anger, sorrow, joy, and hatred. Every time an avatar was killed, it would immediately split off a new one, and in the end, these 5 avatars could even merge together. Normally, this kind of ability was indeed a good way to annoy and entangle enemies. In the center of a wooden corridor, the Joy avatar of Hantengu blocked Tandra Kamado's path. Tandra's expression was calm. Born with the ability to see through the world, he noticed something unusual with just a glance at the Joy avatar. When the Joy avatar initiated an attack, Tandra casually swung his axe and severed its neck. Hiding in the shadows, Hantengu's true form felt a surge of glee at this. But the next moment, he suddenly saw a massive shadow appear before him. Hantengu's expression stiffened, and, as he looked up in disbelief, a flash of axe light filled his vision. When the light disappeared, Hantengu was shocked to find that the scene before him had suddenly turned upside down. With a thud, his ugly head fell to the ground. Hantengu's true form opened its mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he saw a thin but steady silhouette. Chapter 47. The Fate Showdown, we meet again, Kaijiro. In a narrow room, the pale-skinned, tattooed Akaza opened his arms with a smile towards Kaijiro Rengoku. This time, no one will disturb us. Let's have a truly fair and thrilling battle. Infinity Castle can not only devour enemies, but also summon its own demons. Akaza's injuries had healed, for demons. Unless it was a lethal poison strong enough to cause immediate death, any toxin entering their bodies would only be a matter of time before it was broken down. Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes shone brightly as he slowly drew his long sword from his waist. To become a Hashira, one must be a genius, and Kaijiro Rengoku was no exception. However, compared to other Hashira, his talent was not reflected in his physical abilities, but rather in his mental will. Due to his father suffering a great blow and falling into despair, Kaijiro Rengoku had never received guidance since childhood. All his strength was self-taught through the family heirloom, the 3 volumes of Flame Breathing Manual. Therefore, his fighting spirit might not be the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, but it was absolutely unbreakable. Boom! Holding the sword with both hands, an invisible flame enveloped his body, and his fierce fighting spirit seemed to solidify, transforming into a ferocious tiger that soared into the sky. Flame-patterned stripes slowly emerged from his right shoulder, and an even more tremendous power continuously surged into his Nichiren blade, causing the already crimson blade to subtly begin shifting to a deeper color. Ha ha! This is it. This refined fighting spirit is amazing. Kaijiro, you are truly outstanding. Bang! Akaza took his stance, stomping his foot on the ground, and the blood demon art compass instantly expanded beneath him, but in the next moment, Akaza withdrew this compass back to himself, and his momentum surged explosively. This would not be a protracted battle. From the very start, both Akaza and Kaijiro knew this. The advantage of humans in fighting demons was not in endurance, and although demons had ample stamina, just 2 hours ago, Akaza had just experienced a fierce battle, expelled toxins, and regenerated his arm, only to be summoned immediately. In such a short time, even an upper moon like Akaza could not recover much strength. As for probing, the two had just clashed 2 hours ago, and they were already aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Thus, this strike was more about determining the victor than continuing the battle. Flame breathing, 9th form, the ultimate, purgatory, destruction kill, final form, blue and silver chaos light, condense. Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes suddenly widened, his teeth gritted tightly, flames seeming to spew from his nose and mouth. In the next second, he instantly disappeared from his original position, transforming into a straight fire meteor and charging fiercely towards Akaza. On the opposite side, Akaza concentrated all his strength into a punch, directly aiming at that fire meteor with a punch. Boom! The fragile wooden room at that moment exploded like a plastic box from firecrackers. Flames and shockwaves first erupted through the windows and doors, and then the entire room shattered, turning into a sky full of debris. In the center of the battlefield, as the dust settled, Akaza and Kaijiro Rengoku stood facing each other. Kaijiro Rengoku's left arm and shoulder had completely vanished, and the Nichiren blade he held in his right hand had only the hilt remaining, while the result was a wound on Akaza's chest that nearly cleaved him in half. Cough! Kaijiro Rengoku coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with his knees weakening, knelt on the ground. Opposite him, Akaza's expression first showed a hint of shock and fear, but soon he regained composure and burst into laughter. Haha. Incredible. Just as expected from you, Kaijiro. This time, you won, but you also lost. Hey, Kaijiro, come and become a demon with me. And, as long as you are willing to become a demon, we will definitely become the best partners in the future. Akaza appeared almost mad, bloodshot eyes gleaming. This was his second invitation to Kaijiro, as he truly admired Kaijiro's talent. But if Kaijiro refused to become a demon, then he would have to destroy him with his own hands. Sorry, I still refuse. Kaijiro Rengoku struggled to lift his head, a hint of a smile appearing in his bright eyes. Akaza's expression froze, then darkened. That's truly unfortunate. If just a moment ago your blade had been aimed a little higher, you would have truly won this battle. But now, since you refuse to agree to me, you can only die. No, I won this battle. You said it was a truly fair showdown. Saying this, Kaijiro Rengoku seemed to recall an amusing scene, unable to help but grin. That was several days ago when a powerless doctor suddenly snatched away his sword. What is this? Kaijiro Rengoku asked curiously. This is something that allows humans and demons to stand on the same starting line. I named it equality for all beings. A certain doctor held a knife while applying something and responded. Kaijiro Rengoku's words made Akaza pause slightly. Just as he was about to ask what that meant, suddenly, Akaza felt a sharp pain in his chest. He instinctively looked down and was shocked to see a scene of blood gushing out. The previously strong and effective cells seemed to completely lose their function at that moment, unable to stop the bleeding. What is this? Thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, Akaza felt darkness envelop him, falling backward to the ground, while all consciousness began to rapidly fade away. Kaijiro Rengoku killed Upper Moon 3. Tanjiro Kamado killed Upper Moon 4. While running, the crow on Jiru's shoulder suddenly spoke in the voice of Yoshinju. The crows of the Demon Slayer Corps are very useful, with the help of a special technique, even if Yoshinju is outside of Infinity Castle. He can command through the eyes of numerous crows. Jiren heard the message and showed no sign of stopping as he continued to search for the trace of Ming-Nu within the building. The Infinite City itself is not very large, but due to the disorientation of space in various places, it appears complex. However, after spending a little more time, Jiren finally found Ming-Nu's location. Chapter 48, Troublesome Opponent Insect Breathing, Dance of the Butterfly, Tease. To Jiren's surprise, before he arrived, someone had already engaged Ming-Nu. Butterfly Shinobu moved gracefully, quickly executing 5 consecutive movements in the void, resembling a butterfly fluttering through a field of flowers. Rushing forward with disheveled hair, holding a pipa, while Ming-Nu, with only one eye in the center of her face, launched a thrust. However, every time Butterfly Shinobu was about to get close to Ming-Nu, a building, large or small, would appear in her path, making it difficult for her to close the distance, no matter how fast she was. This was Ming-Nu's ability. As Muzan Kabutsuji's close aide, Ming-Nu did not need strong combat power. Her role was similar to Jiren's, serving as a support character. Ming-Nu herself lacked offensive power, but she could protect herself by manipulating the buildings within the Infinite City. Butterfly Shinobu was not teleported to Ming-Nu. After all, as a support character, Ming-Nu would not unnecessarily increase her opponents. Although Ming-Nu could move humans and demons within the Infinite City, it was not without limitations. For example, once Butterfly Shinobu approached her, she could not directly teleport her away. Insect Breathing, Dance of the Bee's Fangs, True Enticement. Missing her first strike, Butterfly Shinobu immediately initiated a second thrust, this time without any changes in direction, attacking in a straight line, but with even greater speed. The sudden burst of speed significantly closed the distance between Butterfly Shinobu and Ming-Nu, but Ming-Nu's expression remained unchanged. Just as Butterfly Shinobu entered a 10-meter range in front of Ming-Nu, a massive pillar surged up from below, heading straight for her. Humans are not evil spirits. If such a pillar were to hit her, it would be hard to ensure she wouldn't be injured. In a moment of urgency, an arrow sliced through the air, its tip aimed directly at Ming-Nu's body. Seeing the flying arrow, Ming-Nu initially did not intend to react. After all, she was still a demon and thought, how could she be afraid of such a thin piece of wood? However, suddenly, a thought entered her mind, causing her to abandon the attack on Butterfly Shinobu and instead call upon the wooden pillar to block in front of her. Thud! The arrow shaft embedded deeply into the wooden pillar, its tail trembling slightly. TSK. It seems that trying to take advantage is not so simple after all. Jiren put down his longbow from a distance, clicked his tongue, but wasn't too disappointed. Ming-Nu took a deep look at Jiren. The one who had just reminded her was none other than Kabutsuji Muzan. This time, Muzan did not turn himself into a flesh cocoon to decompose the poison as he did in the original story. The situation was completely different, as there was no fierce opponent like Tanjiro Kamado in the original plot. Facing the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan dared to turn himself into a flesh cocoon. But against Tanjiro Kamado, if he turned himself into a cocoon, Tanjiro would surely chop him and the entire cocoon into minced meat. As this arrow was shot, Shinobu Kochu also discovered Jiren's presence immediately. She approached Jiren without saying a word, but her expression clearly indicated, is there any information? Hurry up and say it. However, unfortunately, according to the inertia of the script, the enemies that appear later are often stronger and have fewer weaknesses. Ming-Nu was no exception. Aside from lacking any offensive power, her survival ability within Infinity Castle could definitely be considered bug. I'll create an opening later. You look for a chance to close the distance. This demon itself lacks combat power, and as long as we can get close to her, the chances of victory are high, Jiren said. Okay. Shinobu agreed without any unnecessary chatter. Also, plug your ears. Just then, Jiren suddenly reminded her again. Got it. Although the original plot did not show it, Jiren was worried that the pipa in the opponent's hand might still have some tricks. So he prepared an extra measure, just in case. However, just as Jiren and Shinobu had arranged their tactics, the scene before them suddenly changed dramatically. The floor space in front of Ming-Nu disappeared completely, turning into a dark void, as if a massive gorge had appeared out of nowhere, completely separating Jiren and Shinobu from her. Clearly, Mingnu had no intention of entangling with the two. She simply chose to flip the table. Without a place to launch a sneak attack, the bow and arrow had basically lost their effectiveness against the demon. Jiren simply retracted his long bow and slowly drew out the Dingguang sword, saying, "Change tactics, go straight in." Whoosh! As the last word fell, Jiren immediately leaped forward, his speed astonishing, and in a few jumps along the floating buildings in the void, he rapidly approached Mingnu. Swish! A huge window frame suddenly blocked Jiren's path, completely obstructing his view ahead. Jiren's feet continuously recoiled as he exerted force with both legs, and his speed surprisingly increased once again. Breath of Light, second form, Aurora Slash. Swish! A beam of sword light swept through, neatly severing the window frame. Normally, swords are not suitable for hacking, but the Han sword is an exception. With one strike, Jiren cleaved through the obstacle in front of him, closing the distance between him and Narimi once more. The gap between them was now approaching the 5-meter limit. At this critical moment, Narimi plucked her pipa, summoning a wooden pillar that suddenly charged towards Jiren. Jiren remained expressionless, skillfully flipping to evade, but the next moment, another sweep came from the other end of the wooden pillar, forcing Jiren to temporarily retreat. This proficient maneuver did not surprise Mingnu. Instead, it left Butterfly Shinobu dumbfounded. For various unexpected reasons, Jiren had not intentionally concealed his combat strength, yet within the Demon Slayer Corps, apart from Rengoku Kyujuru, no one really knew about it. Previously, Jiren had only displayed his capabilities in intelligence and medical skills. So even though they all knew Jiren was learning breathing techniques from Rengoku Kyujuru, no one had ever asked about his progress. Now, the combat strength Jiren exhibited was even fiercer than Butterfly Shinobu's own, leaving her completely baffled. Chapter 49, Breaking Boundaries? Non-existent moon breathing, 7th form, Eki mirror, moon reflection. Kakushibu elegantly retreated, landing on one foot, and swung his blade backhandedly, unleashing 5 massive slashes of blade energy that instantly encompassed the 5 people attacking him. Kakushibu was very confident in his strength. After all, he had lived for over 1,000 years. Even if he hadn't become a demon king, transforming into a powerful being was still easy for him. But then, a meteor hammer flew out of nowhere and smashed half of his skull. With a crash, his skull shattered and blood sprayed everywhere. Kakushibu was somewhat surprised, but not overly angry. However, when he tried to regenerate his head, his expression changed drastically. What happened? Why couldn't he regenerate? A demon's head might not be a weak point, but that didn't mean it was useless. Losing half of his head made Kakushibu's consciousness somewhat chaotic. The others, including Himejima Gumei, would not miss this opportunity and decisively chose to surround and beat up the elderly Kakushibu. Kakushibu was strong, but he was not invincible. Dealing with 3 Hashira with activated marks was already pushing him to his limits, for it would force him into a passive defense, and with 5 attacking at once. Even if Kakushibu were truly immortal, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, the weapons of these 5 individuals were all poisoned. This toxin, specially developed by Jiren, had corrosive properties almost identical to the regeneration speed of Tamayo's cells. Even if Kakushibu's cells were slightly stronger than Tamayo's, it would be impossible to completely suppress the toxin in a short period. As for the blood demon art, after several months of research, everyone still had no clue, so they ultimately decided to give up on that skill. Why bother with the blood demon art when Jiren's poison was so effective? Himejima Gumei was the first to strike, forcefully throwing the meteor hammer connected by chains. The Kakushibu, with only half a head and one eye, instinctively dodged the hammer. But the next moment, Himejima Gumei suddenly pulled back the chain, and the meteor hammer returned, wrapping around Kakushibu and trapping him in place. Kakushibu's eyes widened in disbelief. Right now, he felt like an 18-level warrior who had bought a bloodthirsty sword, isolated from his teammates during a team battle while all 5 opponents focused solely on him. Although he was at max level with 6 divine artifacts, facing 5 enemies around level 14 or 15, he couldn't win head-on, but with his mobility and teleportation, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. The key point was that during the previous battle, he had lost 1/3 of his health due to an initial assault, and now, as soon as he was engaged, he was caught again. Even more absurdly, while he had healing gear, each of the 5 opponents had at least one weapon imbued with the death sentence. A massive shadow gradually loomed above him. The next second, 4 large men descended from the sky, and the scene exploded. Faced with a 5-person assault, Kakushibu literally split apart. His body was chopped into 5 pieces by 4 large swords and fell limply to the ground. As death approached, Kakushibu initially felt a moment of confusion, followed by anger. Unwillingness disbelief, and a flood of emotions about the young people not following the rules of combat. No, I will not lose. I absolutely cannot fail like this. A murmured obsession slowly emanated from the pile of flesh on the ground. Himejima Gimei and the others stared in shock as the meat chunks that had been torn apart began to writhe again, as if trying to stand and reassemble themselves. You cannot defeat me, I. Boom! A meteor hammer descended from the sky, instantly smashing Kakushibu's body, which was about to break through some boundary, into minced meat. At this moment, the other four Hashira also struck simultaneously, each unleashing their fastest attack, the poison blades continuously striking Kakushibu's body. Kakushibu's unwilling murmurs appeared intermittently, then faded away. Uncertain how much time passed, the pieces of meat on the ground that were almost enough for filling dumplings finally stopped moving and ceased making noise. Kakushibu was completely finished. It's a joke, since it was known that Kakushibu and Akaza had the potential to break through the neck weakness boundary. How could Jiren not be prepared? He wouldn't gamble on the original plot, where Kakushibu foolishly brought about his own demise. Jiren's thoughts are very simple. No matter whether you will ultimately break through or not, I will always keep a hand in reserve. The moment of breaking through limits is also the most vulnerable time for evil spirits. You must know that not everyone can treat the heavenly tribulation as body refining. When the shattered flesh of Kokoshibo completely turned to ashes and dissipated, the group from Beiming Island quickly began to search for the trace of Kibutsuji Musen within Infinite City. On the other side, the battle between Jiren, Shinobu Kocho, and Naruko is nearing its end. However, the time spent has been considerably longer than Jiren initially estimated, as they couldn't find a shortcut and had to choose to push through. Both Jiru and Shinobu can be considered speed-type swordsmen. The speed of Jiren is primarily due to the characteristics of the Breath of Light. On the other hand, Shinobu Kocho, being naturally small in stature, cannot rely on strength to fight demons, so she has to be clever and focus on agility. Originally, when the two attacked separately, the closest distance to Nezuko was only about 5 meters. However, as the two have become increasingly coordinated in their attacks, they can almost effortlessly enter the 2-meter danger zone with each strike. Insect breathing, dance of the centipede, 100-legged serpent's abdomen. Without any communication, Shinobu suddenly erupted, rapidly stepping on the ground to unleash her speed. In an instant, Jiren and Nezuko seemed to see several afterimages of Shinobu. Nezuko sensed something was off, and, without hesitation, decisively manipulated several wooden doors, floorboards, and window frames to heavily cover herself, completely turning her surroundings into a cage. Since Shinobu does not excel in strength, she found herself at a loss against this seemingly shameless tactic. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly burst out from behind her. Breath of Light, third form, Starlight Fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a meteor shower descending from the sky, Jiren unleashed dozens of thrusts in an instant. When the afterimages disappeared, Shinobu only heard a loud bang as the cage surrounding Nezuko exploded. When Nezuko's slightly dazed single eye met the gaze of Jiren and Shinobu, 2 long swords instantly pierced her throat. Chapter 50. Let us prepare for a moment boom. Tanjiro Kamado and 5 others, including Shinazugawa Jinya, rushed quickly through various corners of Infinity Castle, trying to find Musen Kibutsuji's whereabouts. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from beneath their feet, causing the 6 to stop in their tracks. Before they could react, a roaring sound erupted, and the entire Infinity Castle collapsed. When the dust settled, they were shocked to find that, unbeknownst to them, they had already surrounded Musen Kibutsuji in the central area. Musen Kibutsuji. Everyone. Surprise. Without even bothering to exchange a word, Tanjiro swung his axe and struck. The blood demon art. Oh no, the blood axe ignited with flames, emitting a strong solar aura. Shinazugawa Jinya was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, following up with a slash. However, in the next moment, dozens of thorns erupted simultaneously, instantly pushing everyone back. Musen Kibutsuji had transformed into his complete form. Although he still had a human shape, he was no longer truly human. His medium-length hair turned from black to white, and numerous large mouths with sharp teeth sprouted on the surface of his limbs, covered with blood-like patterns. His entire presence radiating overwhelming power. You have completely enraged me. Musen slowly emerged from the ruins of Infinity Castle in his complete form. His expression ferocious and his gaze cold, standing atop a castle eave and looking down at everyone. The expressions of the group changed slightly. This is bad. This guy has completely removed all toxins. Detoxification? At that moment, Jiren stepped out from another direction and, hearing the whispers of Nakheim, immediately said, Hey, please have a little faith in me, okay? Is my poison that easy to detoxify? Occur.One. Seeing Jiren appear, Muzan was instantly furious. Through the fragments sent back by Kokushibo, Akaza, and Nezuko before their deaths, Muzan already knew how unjust their deaths were. Almost every one of them had been killed in a brutal manner, and all of it was inextricably linked to the human before him. Facing the enraged Muzan, Jiren was actually in a very good mood and cheerfully greeted him. Yo, Demon King, long time no see. How have you been lately? Muzan. It's better not to mention that. Just bringing it up made Muzan feel an impulse to have a brain hemorrhage. Listen, is that even human language? Rest assured, I feel great right now, just a bit hungry, but that's okay. After I eat you, I will definitely feel even better. Muzan Kibutsuji showed no signs of hiding his malice, speaking coldly. Oh, that's great. After all, I just poisoned you so much. If you suffer too much before you die, that will be my fault. Do you really think that with mere human-made poison, you can threaten me? Do you really think I would be killed by the poison made by mere humans like that bunch of trash? I am. Muzan's angry voice suddenly stopped at this point, because just then he felt a sharp pain from the cells in his body. Seeing this, Jiren's smile gradually widened. That Lord Demon King is truly amazing. Even the 14 types of deadly poison a mere human, created, cannot pose any threat to you. Truly worthy of being the Demon King. 14 types? Upon hearing this, not only Muzan, but even his companions like Baiming Yuyue were stunned. Tanjiro Kamado instinctively took a few steps back from Jiren. To be precise, it's actually 17 types. However, 3 of them were used on your subordinates. So you can only reluctantly enjoy a few less, my Lord Demon King. Jiren's eyes curved downwards, laughing like an innocent child. Muzan Kibutsuji's mouth twitched a few times. Well, then I really have to thank you. Due to Muzan's ability of memory sharing, any poison that is repeatedly used against him is basically ineffective. Until the final battle. Using the cells of Doma, Kiriha has created 18 types of highly toxic substances, at least strongly effective against Upper Moon cells. When dealing with Akaza, he used the all-living equal and nitrogen poison, and against Kokushibo, he used decay poison. Another type was originally meant for Han Tengu, but it was not used since he was killed by Tanjiro in an instant. The remaining 14 types were all injected into Muzan's body by Kiriha. Among these 14 toxins, there are 8 that are overt poisons, including blood coagulation toxin, concentrated wisteria toxin, and toxins that inhibit cell decomposition and regeneration. The other 6 include aging acceleration, cell division inhibition, and infectious cell destruction toxins, all of which are latent poisons. Additionally, Kiriha left behind a small surprise, the effects of which even he did not know. This was all of Kiriha's preparation. After all, time was ultimately a bit short. If he could have followed the original plan, Kiriha conservatively estimates he could have produced at least 23 types of poisons. Fortunately, Muzan cannot hear Kiriha's thoughts right now. Otherwise, he would surely be sending greetings to Kiriha's ancestors. Did you think this was the end? If it were only at this level, Kiriha's role as a support would be quite inadequate. Just as Muzan was looking on with a hint of pain, the 6 Hashira present, including Shinobu Kocho, uniformly pulled out 3 syringes from their pockets and injected them directly into their arms. Adrenaline, pain nerve anesthetic, and nutritional supplements. These are what the 6 just injected into themselves. Adrenaline goes without saying. It effectively gives each of them an additional breathing technique buff. The pain nerve anesthetic allows everyone to reduce the impact of injuries by 70% during battle. Although there are slight side effects, they are negligible compared to the benefits. As for the nutritional supplements, isn't it normal to replenish nutrients during a war? Look, this is something a qualified support should consider. Seconds after the 3 syringes enter their bodies, Muzan saw the aura of the 6 begin to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Muscles bulged beneath their skin, and veins appeared like hidden dragons. Seeing this, Muzan's gaze sharpened, and his own aura gradually began to climb. The next moment, Muzan turned and ran. Chapter 51. Running away? What kind of being is Muzan Kibutsuji? The Demon King? No, to be precise, he is a type of organism. One that has tirelessly evolved in pursuit of perfection for a millennium. So, is there anything wrong with being afraid of death? Principles. The dignity of the Demon King. Can that feed you? Muzan's act of running away did not surprise anyone, as both Kiriha and Yoya had already anticipated it. So, the moment he fled, the meteor hammer of Himejima Jyomiai was already thrown. With the adrenaline providing another layer of buff, Himejima Jyomiai's strength was further enhanced. Even Muzan did not dare to take it head-on and could only choose to pause and dodge this strike. However, as he dodged and halted, The others immediately caught up. Insect breathing, dance of a dragonfly, compound eye hexagon. Shinobu Kocho, relying on her speed advantage, was the first to catch up to Muzan, wielding her fine sword to launch the first attack. Originally, the dance of the dragonfly could only perform 6 consecutive thrusts, but now, with the adrenaline buff, Shinobu instantly executed 8 thrusts, avoiding Muzan's spiked defenses and getting close to his body. This explosive burst caught Muzan somewhat off guard. Due to the shared memory, Muzan had received a lot of combat information about the Demon Slayer Corps from his subordinates like Neikime, Kokushibo, and Akaza before the battle. But now, with Kiraha's adrenaline injection, that combat information became obsolete. However, Muzan's strength was still there. Even if he was momentarily caught off guard, he quickly reacted, turning his head to the right to easily dodge Shinobu's thrust and countering with a palm strike to her chest. Crack! A faint sound of bones cracking echoed, and Shinobu was sent flying through the air. Because of Kiraha, Muzan was now more cautious around poison users like Shinobu, so he used considerable strength in that palm strike. After landing, Shinobu spat out a mouthful of blood, but due to the pain nerve anesthetic, the pain was not intense. Moreover, despite being seriously injured, Shinobu felt a strange sense of relief in her heart. At least this battle felt real. This was the aftermath of her earlier battle with Neikime in the Infinity Castle. The time Kiraha spent dealing with Neikime even surpassed that of killing Kokushibo. It wasn't that Neikime was particularly strong, but she was truly one of those rare types. Her strength wasn't high, but throughout the entire battle, until she killed her opponent, neither Kiraha nor Shinobu managed to land a hit on her. Her existence felt like it was specifically designed to mess with the enemy's mentality. No one paid attention to Shinobu, as this was not the time to show concern for teammates. What they needed to do was seize the second Shinobu had just bought with her life and launch an attack. Fire God Kagura, 12th form, Flame Dance. Tanjiro Kamado led the charge, swinging his almost melting lumberjack axe to deliver 2 massive arc-shaped fire slashes, directly breaking through the thorny shield Muzan had set up in front of him. Following closely behind were Himejima Jyomiai, Tamayo, Ju Tomioka, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji. 4 muscular men and 1 woman swung their weapons with all their might, quickly leaving several wounds on Muzan. Due to Kiraha's poison, Muzan's combat ability was significantly suppressed. Under these circumstances, Muzan was already prepared to split and escape. Although splitting would greatly weaken his power, as long as he could preserve his life, he would eventually have his day of resurgence. So when the 5 humans left wounds on his body, Muzan immediately decided to split his cells. However, something terrifying happened. He found that he could not split at all. It was as if some force was forcibly connecting all the cells in his body as one. At that moment, Muzan immediately thought of Kiraha. Akutsu Kiraha, you bastard. Muzan's eyes turned crimson, and the resentment emanating from the depths of his pupils seemed to take physical form. An unprecedented, intense killing intent surged into Muzan's mind. The next second, Muzan actually braced himself against Tanjiro's axe and turned to pounce at Kiraha. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Akutsu, be careful. Advisor, quickly dodge. Shinobu Kocho. Although she could accept this scene, her feelings were somewhat complicated. Facing the brutal momentum of Muzan, Jiren's expression slightly changed. After all, he had not activated his markings and had not taken any potions to stimulate his potential. In an instant, Jiren silently considered the possibility of dodging Muzan's attack, but at that very moment, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he immediately abandoned that thought. No, this guy Muzan doesn't want to kill me. He wants to escape. Others might not know Jiren's combat power, but Muzan, who possesses Nezuko's memories, certainly knows that Jiren is also a swordsman. Even if Muzan were at his peak, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiren in just 2 or 3 seconds. And with Tanjiro's swift pursuit, it wouldn't take him even 2 seconds, just under a second, and his axe could split Muzan in half. This was not the beginning of a fight. If Muzan were to be split in 2 now, he would have no chance of survival, because dawn was approaching. So in this situation, no matter how much Muzan hated Jiren, he wouldn't dare to risk killing him. The most likely scenario was that he wanted to take this opportunity to escape the encirclement. In a quick turn of thought, Jiren confirmed the current situation, and thus he drew his sword, advancing rather than retreating, meeting the countless thorny attacks from Muzan head-on, instantly unleashing all his power. Transparent World, Breath of Light, 4th form, Moonlight, Fabric, Woo. The piercing sound of the sword echoed through the void, and Jiren's sword light left a faint shroud of light before him. It appeared fragile and transparent, yet when Muzan's thorns touched this light veil, they surprisingly did not break through immediately. Musen's expression changed instantly. Just as Ji-Ren initially predicted, Musen's goal was not truly to kill Ji-Ren. His aim was to escape the encirclement. But now, being obstructed by Ji-Ren for this moment had made him lose hope. Suddenly, Musen's expression turned ferocious and twisted. Bastard, it's you again. This time, no one can save you. Akutsu Ji-Ren. Blood Demon Art. Black Bloodthorn. Chapter 52. My doctor is a bit fierce. Stab. The sharp thorns pierced into Ji-Ren's left arm and shoulder, splattering a few drops of blood. In Transparent World, although Ji-Ren's physical quality was still lacking, he could still predict and use his sword to block Musen's incoming attacks. However, when Musen used Blood Demon Art to grow more thorns on top of those spikes, Ji-Ren could no longer predict them. Although the wounds from these thorns were not deep, Musen's attacks also carried toxins. Fortunately, Ji-Ren had considered the issue of toxin resistance when he created the Breath of Light, so he would not lose his combat capability just yet. Blood Demon Art. Whip Thorn. At that moment, Musen's arm transformed into a long whip covered in thorns, with sharp mouths all over it. If struck by such an attack, it would not only tear off large chunks of flesh instantly, but also poison Ji-Ren severely. Clearly, because Ji-Ren had continuously thwarted Musen's plans, the Demon King had completely lost his mind. He unleashed Blood Demon Art, which he hadn't even used much against Tanjiro and the many Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. As if it cost him nothing, raining down attack after attack on Ji-Ren, facing Musen's completely defensive-less strikes. Even the Hashira with all buffs applied would not be able to withstand for a few seconds, let alone Ji-Ren, who had almost no buffs at all. However, fortunately, this attack no longer required Ji-Ren to block. Whoosh! A flash of axe light suddenly appeared from behind Musen, and with just one strike, the arm that had transformed into a whip thorn was severed at the shoulder. Sensing the intense and deadly crisis coming from behind, Musen decisively chose to turn around and defend against Tanjiro. And at that moment, Ji-Ren moved. Breath of Light, first and second forms, Flash Charge, Aurora Slash. Musen's back was covered in thorns, leaving almost no opportunity for an opening. In the original plot, when faced with Musen, the mini Hashira, along with the protagonist, never had the upper hand from start to finish. But this time was different. Musen, whose strength had been weakened, needed to use at least 70% of his power against Tanjiro Kamado. And under such circumstances, the chances of Musen exposing a flaw would unconsciously increase. Taking a deep breath, Ji-Ren almost pushed the Breath of Light to its limit, his knees slightly bending. Whoosh! In an instant, Ji-Ren seemed to transform into a beam of light, effortlessly dodging several self-protecting thorns in a clear view of the world. And he suddenly swung his sword towards the back of Musen's neck. A flash of sword light. The world fell silent. The entire battlefield seemed to turn into a black and white ink painting at that moment, where Musen's neck was accompanied by ink stains scattering, and a head flew into the sky, tracing a beautiful arc before slowly falling. Thud! Musen's head dropped to the ground, and the world regained its colors. However, the battlefield remained eerily quiet. Including the blind Shinobu Kocho, all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps stared blankly at Ji-Ren with wide eyes, their lips slightly parted, each wearing a look of shock. Is my doctor this fierce? So this is the right way to unleash a doctor's potential? Love it. Shinobu Kocho. As a fellow doctor, I really feel sorry for you all for not being fierce enough. Musen Kabutsuji felt his head suddenly drop to the ground and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But when he saw that the culprit was Ji-Ren, his white hair instantly stood on end. Akutsu, Akutsu, Akutsu. At this moment, Musen was so furious that even with his head detached, his body began to shudder instinctively, with intense anger and resentment emanating from him. The flesh on Musen's neck twisted violently, as if trying to regenerate another head. Then, Tanjiro Kamado swung his axe and severed the still-forming mass of flesh. Musen's body immediately stopped shaking. Even the onlookers seemed to sense a hint of confusion, as if questioning, "Young man, why aren't you playing by the rules?" In response, Tanjiro Kamado simply stared blankly, holding the axe and looking at the body, showing no intention of communicating with the headless figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of thorns shot out rapidly, forcefully creating distance from Tanjiro Kamado. Meanwhile, the neck of the headless body began to regenerate rapidly once again. Seeing this, Tanjiro decisively followed up, chopping through the approaching thorns, and then Ju Tomioka suddenly darted out, once again cutting off the regenerating head. Even when his body was intact, Muzan struggled against the combined efforts of everyone, let alone now when he had lost his head. This is also why it was said earlier that if Muzan's body were severed now, he would be almost doomed. Jiren is not the main character. Therefore, he wouldn't foolishly wait for the enemy to slowly regenerate their head. Without a head to control its body, even if Muzan possesses combat power in front of everyone, it would be no different from a mere corpse. Although everyone is currently unable to effectively kill Muzan, there's no need to be anxious, because in just 10 more minutes, dawn will break. Clearly, Muzan quickly realizes this as well, and the head that fell to the ground begins to tremble wildly. Damn it! How dare you humiliate me like this? Muzan seems to be in a fit of rage, continuously cursing at everyone. Watching the disheveled Muzan, Jiren suddenly feels a strange sense of disharmony. Damn. Akutsuki Jiren, I remember you. Wait for me. It won't be long before I come back for revenge. Ha ha ha. Without any warning, suddenly, Muzan bursts into laughter. The next second, right before everyone's eyes, Muzan's head actually flies up into the air, and not just the head, the neck flesh that had been severed by everyone seems to have gained its own consciousness, all flying up high and rapidly escaping in all directions. Not good. Jiren's expression suddenly changed drastically. He immediately understood that Muzan was likely doing this intentionally to have his head cut off, because only in this way could he split his cells and escape in another manner. The others also realized this at the same time, and they decisively split up to chase after the escaping cells. But at that moment, Muzan's body launched a counterattack, becoming a means to trap everyone. The faces of the crowd immediately darkened. Damn it, just a little bit more. Muzan's head flew away at an incredible speed, soaring over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a burst of maniacal laughter. Ahaha, Akatsuki Jiren, I remember you. You must stay alive. Before the words faded, everyone suddenly saw Muzan's head drop from a distance and start screaming madly. At the same time, Muzan's body, along with the neck flesh flying away, trembled and fell to the ground like rain. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. They exchanged glances and hurried towards where Muzan's head was, only to see the purple, strange lesions growing on Muzan's face, prompting Jiren to immediately turn his gaze towards Jiren. Chapter 53. Born of a curse, died of a curse. Muzan Kibutsuji is dead. He died before dawn. This time, he was not killed by the sun, but died under the curse instead. Even Jiren found this outcome somewhat exceptional when he poisoned him earlier. Besides the 14 types of toxins, Jiren had prepared another small surprise. That was a substance similar to a pathogen extracted from Yoya Shinjuro's blood. According to Yoya Shinjuro himself, this thing should be called a curse. Jairu once considered treating Ubuyashiki Yoya, but the outcome was not good, as his illness was far more complex than he had imagined, especially the pathogen involved, which Jairu couldn't even analyze. So, when it came time to poison the arrows, Jairu suddenly had an idea and added some of the pathogens he had collected. To his surprise, this substance turned out to be the nemesis of Muzan. Born of a curse, it also led to death by curse. If Muzan had any knowledge of this in the afterlife, he would surely be smiling. Daylight broke. The body of Muzan, covered in purple spots, gradually disappeared with the rising sun. The group stood on the horizon in the early morning, gazing at the slowly rising dawn, feeling a sense of peace within. A war that had lasted for 1,000 years had come to an end. However, the cost was equally heavy. The injuries from the consecutive battles and the depth of the poison they had endured were not to be mentioned for now. Tanjiro Kamado drank the night must die and had only 8 hours left to live. The others, having activated their marks, had also seen their lifespans reduced by several decades. Kanamori Akira, at 27 this year, suffered a drastic reduction in lifespan after activating his mark. Even though Jairu had managed to research some methods to extend their lives to 30 years using the rare blood of Shinjuro, it was still a grim outcome. Rengoku Kyujuru had lost an arm. Yuzui Tenjin had also lost an arm. Of course, this ending was already a significant improvement compared to the original plot. Those who still had some strength helped carry a few injured members, and the group began their return. Along the way, Tanjiro's wife and children were the first group of people they encountered. Seeing her husband, father, return safely brought joy to Tanjiro and the others. Here, Jairu and the others tacitly parted ways with Tanjiro. In the last moments of his life, Tanjiro likely didn't want to be around these rough men, covered in sweat and blood. Before leaving, Jairu glanced back at Tanjiro, who was smiling and couldn't help but smile slightly himself. Perhaps, for him, being an ordinary person would be a better choice. Upon arriving at Kawakawa town, Tafuya, Yoshiwara welcomed everyone with a beaming smile at the door. After all these years, the family's 1,000-year mission had been resolved in his generation. Could there be anything happier than this in life? The answer is yes, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement. Yoshiwara didn't even notice that, just as he welcomed everyone, his body had already undergone subtle changes from before. To be honest, Jiraiya never believed that gods existed in this world. However, after Musen's death and Yoshiwara's illness gradually beginning to heal, Jiraiya started to have doubts. A month later, the injuries sustained during the final battle began to heal, and Yoshiwara's health also improved significantly during this time. In the meantime, Jiraiya had taken several blood samples from Yoshiwara, hoping to understand what was happening, but he still ended up with nothing. Today, Yoshiwara called everyone together once more, and it was also the last time he would summon the Demon Slayer Corps. The purpose was simple: to disband the Demon Slayer Corps. The mission of the Demon Slayer Corps was to eliminate demons, and now that the progenitor of demons was dead, there was naturally no longer a need for their existence. In the end, the vast majority chose to leave, while a small number, such as Kanamori Akira and Takeda Michiru, who had been taken in by Yoshiwara since childhood, had nowhere to go and thus chose to stay. Jiraiya had not left. His main purpose for staying was to complete his final research. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. An unexpected visitor prompted Jiraiya to walk out of the Butterfly Mansion's research room. It was Zhu Yi and Yushilang. Zhu Yi was a beautiful woman with long black hair, parted in the middle and styled into a large bun, embodying the typical Yamato Nadeshiko beauty. She was also one of the demons transformed by Musen, but she was the first to break free from Musen's control through her own strength. For 200 years, she had been seeking to defeat Musen. Yushilang was a young boy, transformed into a small demon by Zhu Yi. The reason for Zhu Ye's visit was simple. She came to thank Jiren for eliminating Musen. After a brief exchange, Jiren requested to visit her, and although his medical skills had already reached the pinnacle of this world, Zhu Ye's 200 years of medical research still held some allure. After receiving a white card from Zhu Yi, Jiren returned to the Butterfly Mansion until the early spring of the following year. Last year, Jiren found several seeds in the village of blacksmiths, all of which have now been cultivated to maturity. Just not long after spring began, one of the seeds sprouted a bud that bloomed into a blue flower. This excited Jiren for quite a while. In fact, recently Jiren had been wandering around the village of blacksmiths, hoping to find more blue flowers. Initially, he had been disappointed after finding nothing. However, he didn't expect that he would be surprised here. Finally, he got the last material he needed. Jiren can finally carry out his final production. 1 week later, Jiren stood in the Butterfly House laboratory, holding a vial of reagent and several gold ingots and gemstones that he had previously requested from Yoyashi. With a KK dagger at his waist, he focused his thoughts, and the tattoo on his chest suddenly radiated light. Ever since Musen Kibutsuji's death, Jiren had noticed a significant increase in the energy within the tattoo. Although he was still unclear about how the tattoo absorbed energy, once the energy reached a certain level, he naturally gained a detailed understanding of how to traverse worlds in his mind. Before long, a wormhole-like passage gradually appeared in front of Jiren. After taking one last glance at the laboratory behind him, Jiren turned around and stepped into the wormhole. Chapter 54. Even in a new world, some things remain unchanged. Familiar sunlight, familiar posture, familiar perspective. Everything was so nostalgic. The only fortunate thing is that Jiren is now wearing clothes, at least. That's right. Jiren couldn't move again. Through the sensation of his skin, he could confirm that the potions, gold, gems, and the fixed light at his waist were at least still intact, which was something to be thankful for. Additionally, by comparing his skin and clothing, Jiren felt that his body seemed to have shrunk a little bit again. It felt like his physical condition had slightly decreased, but his overall state was better. At the same time, the hidden injuries from his previous breathing exercises had also disappeared. This time, it can be basically determined that this tattoo is enhancing the potential of this body in such a way. There are no footsteps or discussions around. Presumably, this landing point is not on a busy street where people gather, and based on the LV1 language inheritance card I just extracted, it can be confirmed that this is not an uninhabited wilderness. After all, I am someone who has been through it. Jiren quickly calmed down and focused on immersing his consciousness into the card space, starting to seriously learn the language of this world. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical potential, or maybe because the card space had upgraded again, Jiren discovered that his speed of learning knowledge here had increased once more. In just a few hours, he could barely understand most of the languages in this world. Time passed slowly, After an unknown duration, Jiren suddenly heard the voices of two young women conversing nearby. Ah, Miss Okita, is your roof broken? Huh, that's not the case. But I see that person on your roof has been lying there all afternoon. Isn't he the craftsman you hired to fix the roof? Miss Okita covered her mouth and laughed. Oh ho ho, Miss Xiaoshan really knows how to joke. What kind of craftsman would fix the roof all day? I think he is just an ordinary thief. Xiaoshan Sui. Call the police. Beep beep beep. Name? Akutsu Jiren. Age? 24 no, 18. Gender? What is your occupation? Doctor. Head doctor? I don't think so. In this era of the sword abolishment order, does a doctor need to carry a sword when going out? The police officer in uniform sneered and slammed the Dingwang sword on the table, saying loudly, Be honest, tell me. What do you really do? Are you a rogue samurai? Jiren's mouth twitched when he heard the words abolish the sword order and expel the foreigners from the police officer in front of him. He had roughly guessed which world he was currently in. However, it was precisely because of this that he was now even more troubled. Before his journey, he had worried that he might end up in a chaotic world, so he had deliberately brought the Dingshuang sword for self-defense. But he never expected that now. Because of the Dingshuang sword, he had become a key suspect in the eyes of the police. What if I say I brought a sword mainly for self-defense? Would you believe me? Well, I believe you, the police officer in front of him said with a big smile. Jiren also smiled and said, That's really great. As a doctor, I think it's completely normal to carry a sword with me. I don't believe you at all. Someone, take him to the cell and wait for me to find evidence of this guy's wrongdoing before dealing with him. Before Jiren could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud roar from the police in front of him. After a series of familiar procedures including a body search, undressing, changing into prison clothes, being thrown into a cell, and the door being locked, Jiren had officially become a prisoner. Hey, this is really a serious problem now. Jiren's eyelids were twitching. Being locked up in a cell was a minor issue. But now there was a critical problem. The perfect version of the demon-making potion he had kept in his pocket had also been taken away. Although it was still unclear what level of effect that vial of potion could have in this world, considering that the backgrounds of the two worlds were similar. If that thing was really consumed by someone, it could very well create a truly perfect evil spirit. I hope this world remains safe. Boss Shikagawa. These are the things we found on that guy. Speaking of which, that guy really is rich. The police officer who searched Jiren placed Jiren's Dingshuang sword, gold, gems, and the perfect version of the demon-making potion, which Jiren was most worried about, all on Shikagawa Genichiro's desk. Shikagawa Genichiro glanced at them, his expression unchanged, and asked, How's the investigation I asked you to do going? About that, I'm really sorry, Boss Shikagawa. So far, we haven't found any information. That guy is like someone who just fell from the sky. The neighbors near Miss Okita's house say they haven't seen him. Let's drop this lead for now. The main task now is to investigate whether this guy has any connection to those anti-foreign rebels. Do we have any news from our informants there? The informant's message has come back, but it seems that the anti-foreign rebels have not made any moves recently. Boss Shikagawa, I think maybe that guy is just a simple thief after all. The police officer who searched Jiren scratched his head and said, I don't believe a simple thief would have these things. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from the door, and Shikagawa Genichiro turned to look. Report. Team leader, the victim, Miss Okita, has arrived. Does she have something to discuss? It's like this. After returning home, Miss Okita found that nothing was missing, and there were no signs of anyone entering her house, so she is worried that she might have wrongly reported the wrong person, which is why she specifically came to check. Huh? Shikagawa Genichiro was taken aback and exclaimed, What a joke. Now this matter is no longer just a simple theft issue. But, forget it, let her in. Just in time, I also plan to meet this mysterious guy again. Chapter 55. A man must not be provoked in this aspect name? Ekusu Direng. Age? 24. No, 18. Gender? Well, officer, why does this question sound so familiar to me? Shut up. I'm the one interrogating you now. Just answer my questions honestly. What do you do for a living? Doctor. Head doctor? I don't see it. In this time of issuing the sword abolition order, have you ever seen a doctor carry a weapon? Shikagawa Genichiro slammed the Dingshuang sword back on the table with a sneer. Jiren. He rubbed his forehead, and after a moment he spoke. May I ask your surname? Officer? Shimachuan Motohiro. Officer Shimachuan, right? If I said you were sick, would you believe me? Jiren leaned back in his chair, suddenly speaking. Oh, you say I'm sick? Well, I'd really like to hear what you think is wrong with me. Shimachuan Motohiro said with a sarcastic laugh. Jiren crossed his fingers, leaned forward, rested his chin on his hands, glanced at Kawakawa Motohiro and asked, Officer Kawakawa, have you felt that your waist and knees are often weak, your spirit is low, and you get tired easily during this time? So what? Kawakawa Motohiro replied dismissively. Also, during this time, have you experienced the sensation of incomplete urination, often feeling heat in your chest and feeling irritable? Kawakawa Motohiro's expression changed slightly, but he still stubbornly said, You're not wrong. So what? Kid, don't try to play tricks on me. If you have the ability, just tell me what my illness is directly. Jiren spread his hands and said, Since that's the case, I'll speak frankly, Officer Shimokawa. Your symptoms are actually typical of insufficient yang energy, which we commonly refer to as kidney deficiency. As soon as he said this, the police officers behind Shimokawa Genichiro and the one sitting next to him, Mikumo Okita, burst out laughing. But soon, perhaps feeling it was inappropriate, they had to lower their heads and cover their mouths, resulting in the entire group shaking like they had Parkinson's. Shimokawa Genichiro's face instantly turned red, and he retorted loudly, Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. You see, I guess you wouldn't want to admit it, but the symptoms you just displayed clearly reflect your condition. So, Officer Shimokawa, I advise you to take the time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Why you? Shimokawa Genichiro's fingers trembled, not sure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Is what Jiren just said true? How is that possible? He didn't study traditional Chinese medicine in the world of Demon Slayer. So how could he have those diagnostic skills? What he just told Shimachu and Genichiro about the so-called symptoms is just the norm for most middle-aged office workers. Of course, not all of these statements are necessarily false. After all, kidney deficiency is indeed one of the common conditions among many middle-aged office workers. Perhaps after Shimachu and Genichiro goes for a health check, he might really find out he has kidney deficiency. Huh? You're asking why Jiren knows that Shimachu and Genichiro will definitely go for a health check afterward? Isn't that obvious? A so-called man is the kind of creature that can drop his dignity anywhere, but when it comes to little OO, he will try to show off until death. By the way, if it were just Officer Shimachuan alone, you might not believe it, but now in this interrogation room, besides Officer Shimachuan, it seems like there's another person whose condition is even more serious. Saying this, Jiren looked around the room. Every male who made eye contact with him immediately lowered their heads deeply, fearing that Jiren would single them out and say, Young man, your kidney deficiency is even more severe. If it really came to that, that person probably wouldn't come to the police department tomorrow. Thankfully, after Jiren scanned the room, his gaze finally landed on Okita Mitsuba, who was wearing a kimono, had a beautiful appearance and a dignified temperament, but her face had an abnormal flush. Miss, your lung condition seems to be quite serious. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else was taken aback, and even Okita Mitsuba herself was momentarily stunned. Only Shimachu and Genichiro, who had previously interacted with Okita Mitsuba, knew some insider information about her condition, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. But soon, he said sternly, Miss Okita's condition is not exactly a secret. This statement alone doesn't represent much. That's right. But what if I say I can treat this young lady's illness? Jiren smiled slightly and said, This time, even Shimachu and Genichiro was stunned. Hey kid, there should be limits to bragging. Since you know that Miss Okita has a lung disease, do you not realize that lung disease is absolutely? At this point, Shimachu and Genichiro's words suddenly stopped, and he cautiously glanced at Okita Mitsuba. Seeing that her expression hadn't changed much, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Shimachu and Genichiro's questioning, Jiren's expression remained unchanged, his handsome face seemingly always carrying a hint of warm and gentle smile. If Officer Shimachuan says so, then indeed. Before Jiren could finish his sentence, a sudden, rapid gasp was heard by his ear. Almost the moment he heard the gasp, Jiren's expression changed instantly. With a thud, the next moment, the sound of the chair collapsing echoed, and Okitani Miku fell to the ground in front of everyone, clutching her chest and coughing painfully and urgently. The police in the interrogation room panicked. Quick, help her outside, find a well-ventilated place for her to rest. Also, someone bring me the potion I put in my pocket earlier. At this critical moment, Jiren shouted loudly. The police in the interrogation room were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Shimokawa Motohiro nod, they immediately began to act. At this moment, Jiren's heart was also quite shocked. He never expected that after casually boasting a bit, Okitani Miku would cooperate so well. This was simply playing with fire. As mentioned before, Jiren didn't have the skills of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. So he couldn't know that Okitani Miku had lung disease just by looking at her. This information was entirely derived from his understanding of the original plot. Moreover, although Ji-Run had high medical skills now, he actually did not have the means to completely cure someone with such advanced lung disease at the moment. So, what he had just done was merely to bluff, to gain Shimokawa Motoikura's trust, and he had made a slight verbal adjustment. But he never expected that Okatani Miku would suddenly fall ill. Chapter 56. The doctor's words, even if not believed, the body remains honest. After a preliminary examination, Ji-Rin had confirmed that Okatani Miku's lung disease had completely entered the late stage. At this point, whether due to external air factors or intense emotional fluctuations, it could cause Okatani Miku to fall ill or even die on the spot. As for this episode, it was highly likely triggered by the strong smell of men in the narrow interrogation room. "Doctor, your potion is here." As Ji-Rin saw Okatani Miku lying in the resting room with an increasingly painful expression, a police officer finally brought him the perfect version of the ghost-repelling potion. Ji-Rin snatched the vial away and then asked the police to pour a glass of water. He took half a drop of the ghost-restraining potion and diluted it in the water before giving a small sip to Okita Mitsuba. Such a simple and crude method of treatment left many police officers stunned. But what surprised them even more was that, not long after, Okita Mitsuba's breathing gradually calmed down, and her complexion seemed to improve significantly. Beep beep, a miraculous medicine. A group of onlookers instantly had their eyes sparkling, staring fixedly at the potion in Ji-Ren's hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji-Ren calmly pocketed the vial. Shimokawa Motoikuro also saw Ji-Ren's actions, but said nothing. He was a police officer, but not rigid. Without any evidence linking Ji-Ren to being a loyalist, a mere scrap of a broken sword order was not enough to detain Ji-Ren for long. And this vial, just thinking about its value was enough to understand how precious it was. He did not know its worth before, but if he had known at that time, Shimokawa Motoikuro would have definitely safeguarded it, because if it broke, he could never afford to pay for it. As for stealing the vial, what a joke, they were police officers. There might be scoundrels within a police group, but if all these people here were scoundrels, then their police team would have been finished long ago. My body. Not long after, Okita Mitsuba groggily woke up and immediately noticed something unusual about her body. So relaxed. It had been at least 3 or 4 years since Okita Mitsuba had felt this relaxed. My illness. Is it cured? You think too much. Just as Okita Mitsuba spoke, Ji-Ren unhesitatingly interrupted her fantasy. The others. This guy definitely cannot have a girlfriend. If we talk about world rankings, the world of Demon Slayer clearly cannot be compared to this one, because although the Gintama world is a bit silly, its worldview is undeniably grand. However, the perfect version of the ghost restraining potion is at least the crystallization of the strongest pharmacology in one world, and it even involves some threshold for special ability potions. Even if it is not the right medicine for the ailment, this potion still possesses extraordinary power, just like Ji-Ren's method of using it on Okita Mitsuba. A very small amount of the perfect version of the ghost restraining potion would not turn someone into a ghost. Instead, it can utilize the potion's ability to enhance cells to improve a person's constitution and strengthen their resistance. In this way, even if it cannot cure lung disease, it can still make a person's body healthier. It just treats the symptoms, not the root cause. 2 days later, Ji-Ren was released. It wasn't because he saved Okita Mitsuba a few days ago, but because the police department could not find evidence linking Ji-Ren to the Jui Patriots. Just based on Ji-Ren carrying a weapon, he couldn't be detained for long, especially since the so-called abolition of the sword decree was a law that the shogunate was forced to issue under the orders of the celestial beings. In reality, the people of the country had always resisted this decree. Therefore, how this matter would be sentenced ultimately depended on the will of the leaders of the local police departments. Of course, a person was released, but the Tenku sword was confiscated. After all, the police department had to save face. For someone like Ji-Ren to swagger around the streets with a weapon was a blatant provocation to the police of Musashi. If it weren't for Ji-Ren's good behavior in prison during this time, and considering his previous admission of his medical condition, Shimokawa Motoikuro would have definitely kept Ji-Ren in custody for a few more days. On the day of his release, Ji-Ren left under the watchful eyes of the entire police station. Ever since that day, when Ji-Ren saved Okita Mitsuba with the perfect version of the ghost-repelling potion, he had clearly felt a significant change in the attitudes of the police officers towards him. No one wanted to offend a doctor for no reason, especially someone like Ji-Ren, whose medical skills were extraordinary. Moreover, on the night Ji-Ren was released from prison, a certain police chief struggled for several seconds on his way home, ultimately deciding to secretly turn around and go to the hospital for a checkup. The next day, The members of the special law enforcement group at the Buzhou police station were shocked to find that the food in their leader's lunchbox had changed. The previous leader was a man who loved spicy food, often proclaiming, "Spicy is the taste of a real man." However, recently, the leader's lunchbox not only lacked chili peppers but also contained strange-looking side dishes that resembled medicinal herbs. It can only be said that, despite putting on a brave front, the body was very honest when it came to a doctor's words. On the other hand, during his time in prison, Jiren had completely learned the language of this world. After being released, although Jiren had not yet made plans for the future, someone had already come to welcome him. It was none other than Okita Mitsuba and her current fiancé, Kazama Toma. Upon seeing Jiren for the first time, Kazama Toma unexpectedly knelt down in front of Jiren, pressing his 5 limbs to the ground and sincerely thanking him. "Thank you very much for treating my fiancée, Mitsuba. Furthermore, for the sake of her health, I sincerely hope to hire you as her personal doctor, and I kindly ask that you agree. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it distasteful." Saying this, Kazama Toma took out a small box, revealing a neatly arranged stack of large denomination Sakura bills, estimated to be around 10 million. Seeing this, Jiren couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. With such courtesy, such a sincere and honest appearance, and such a lavish attitude for his beloved, it was truly hard to imagine that this man was actually a smuggler looking to exploit Okita Mitsuba. Chapter 57. Work always finds you during meals. Kazama Toma, an outwardly naive man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, appeared to be a businessman running a trading company, but secretly engaged in large-scale arms smuggling transactions with down-and-out Ronin through his company. For such a morally questionable request from a businessman, Jiren initially intended to refuse with righteous indignation. However, the offer was simply too generous. Although Jiren had never cared for money and had never touched it, his happiest times had been during his days with the Demon Slayer Corps, living off free meals. But alas, one must eat to survive. So Jiren reluctantly accepted the 10 million. "Rest assured, Mr. Kazama, I will take care of your fiancé," Jiren said firmly. "Hi," Kazama Toma responded loudly. However, a look of confusion soon appeared on his face. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but despite Jiren's words being perfectly fine, he felt something was off. As a personal doctor, it felt somewhat akin to being kept by someone. Not only was everything provided, food and lodging, but even benefits like insurance and weekends off were all arranged meticulously by Kazama Toma. In fact, Kazama Toma even planned to assign a nurse assistant specifically for Jiren, but Jiren firmly rejected it. The reason was simple. A useless nurse assistant would be of no help, while a capable assistant, if too competent, might easily take his job away. "Mr. Akutsu, have you had lunch yet?" Kazama Toma suddenly asked in the car. To be honest, since being released in the morning, Jiren hadn't eaten anything due to various matters. However, at such a moment, he naturally couldn't say it directly. But before he could open his mouth, his body honestly reacted with a growl. Jiren's face turned red. He just realized that this world was incredibly toxic. In just a few days since his arrival, Jiren felt like he had completely lost the face he hadn't yet lost in his previous world. However, Sangchong seemed to be completely oblivious to the growl of Jiren's stomach, maintaining an unusually calm expression. No wonder he's called a businessman. This kind of disguise, showing no emotions, is not something ordinary people can achieve. "Right, to welcome Mr. Akiyama, why not I cook a meal myself?" At that moment, Okita Miku suddenly spoke up. Jiren was taken aback for a moment, then quickly declined. No, Miss Okita, you are really too polite. It's fine, I'm quite confident in my skills." After several rounds of pushing back, Jiren ultimately couldn't outtalk Okita Mitsuba, so he had to accept it. And it was precisely because of his interaction with Okita Mitsuba that Jiren completely missed the moment when Okita Mitsuba said she would cook herself, during which the usually expressionless Kurama Tama's expression suddenly froze. An hour later, Jiren and Sangchong Dangma looked at Okita Miyu with stiff expressions as she continually brought dish after dish to the table, each plate a bright red that made it impossible to tell what the food was. In that moment, Jiren suddenly remembered something. Okita Miyu was a woman addicted to spicy food. To what extent, you might ask? Let us put it this way. Jiren suspected that when she died, the person at the crematorium handling her body might be choked by the spiciness. "Come enjoy," Okita Miyu said with a beaming smile. Jiren felt a twitch in his eyelid. At that moment, he slowly cast a glance at Zongchong Dangma. "Brother, you've really sacrificed too much to pursue this woman." Zongchong Dangma. Trembling, Jiren picked up his chopsticks and searched through the large spread of dishes with his sharp eyes, finally managing to pick out a piece of ingredient from the chilies. With the ambition of the wind is bleak and the waters are cold. Once the chrysanthemum leaves, it won't return. Jiren stuffed the piece of meat into his mouth. The meal lasted for about 10 minutes. The dinner ended not because the three of them had finished eating, but because Zongchang Dangma suddenly received an urgent phone call and had to pause his meal. Watching Zongchang Dangma drive away, Okatani Mitsuba pressed her face with one hand and complained, "It's always like this. Mr. Zongchang, why does work always find him during meals? Jiren, why does he always come to work during meals? Don't you have any sense of this? He's just an ordinary arms smuggler. Even though he spends lavishly to pursue your brother's connections, it doesn't mean he wants to die, right? People just want to live. What crime has he committed? Mr. Akatsuki, since Mr. Zekin has already left, it looks like for the next lunch, it will just be the two of us." Okita Mitsuba clapped her hands, put her palms together, tilted her head, and encouraged. Jiren's expression froze. "Oh, I just remembered something. I have an appointment to meet someone here. Not good. I've already been late for 2 days, and I don't even know if that person is still around. I need to hurry and find him. So Miss Okita, goodbye." After saying this, Jiren didn't give Okita Mitsuba a chance to respond and immediately used the speed of the breath of light to dash away, disappearing in an instant. Only Okita Mitsuba was left standing there in a daze, seemingly still processing what had just happened. After leaving the Okita residence, Jiren first went to a set meal restaurant to solve his lunch problem. Just as he was contemplating where to go next, he stepped outside and immediately spotted Zongchang Dangma coming out of an upscale restaurant across the street. The other party clearly did not notice him. After leaving the restaurant, Zongchang Dangma got into his car and drove away. Watching the tail of the car as it departed, Jiren stroked his chin, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. However, before executing this plan, he needed to make some small preparations. Chapter 58. Bad luck is normal nighttime. Wuzhou Trade Port. Zongchang Dangma, who had just finished dining at the high-end restaurant, was now directing his subordinates to move goods here. No one would have thought that these seemingly ordinary wooden barrels contained military weapons. "Sir, here is tonight's transaction list. It seems that if we can't successfully connect to the Edo line, our transaction volume will be hard to break through." A submissive-looking man approached Zongchang Dangma, bent over, and handed him a list in a low voice. Zongchang Dangma glanced at the list, his expression unchanged, and replied, "It's all right, we're almost there. Recently, I found a quite skilled doctor to treat that defective product. As long as everything goes smoothly, I will soon be able to control his brother into Shinsengumi through that woman. Once we have an insider in the Edo police, do we still need to worry about not being able to connect that line? Your wisdom is unmatched, sir." The submissive-looking man immediately flattered him. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let everyone hurry up. Even if tonight is just a small transaction, we cannot afford to be careless." "Understood," the subordinate replied and was about to leave when suddenly a mocking voice rang in their ears. "Oh my, Mr. Zongchang's business is really good. It's so late, yet you still come personally to escort the goods?" The sudden interruption caused both of their expressions to change slightly. Zongchang Dangma turned to look in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Jiren sitting on a cargo box, holding a katana with one foot dangling down. "Mr. Akutsumi, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Zongchang Dangma, a master of expression management, only faltered for a moment before his gaze quickly calmed down, returning to his naive and honest demeanor. "I said I was just wandering after dinner and accidentally ended up here. Do you believe me?" Since it's Mr. Akutsumi, I of course believe you," Zongchang Dangma replied with a hearty smile. At the same time, he secretly signaled his subordinate to quickly leave and find help. Jiren looked down from above, and those little actions of his could not escape his notice. However, he did not stop him. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest. He never expected that Mr. Akiyama, as a police informant, would possess such superb medical skills. It seemed that with someone like me, even if I wanted to join the police department, no one would want me. Zongchang gave a self-deprecating smile and said. Jiren was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that this guy probably misunderstood something. However, he was too lazy to explain and continued. "Mr. Zongchang, you must be joking. With the firepower you currently possess, not to mention joining the police force, you could easily form your own team." As soon as these words were spoken, Zongchang's expression darkened slightly. Just then, the previously subservient lackey returned, accompanied by a large group of people. The lackey approached Zongchang and whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, Zongchang's expression shifted from gloomy to bright as he said, "Mr. Akiyoshi, Although I don't know how you found this place, I must say, you have quite the audacity to barge in here alone. Should I commend your bravery or consider it a death wish? The sound of hurried footsteps quickly surrounded Jiren. Although the people encircling him were not very strong, each one held a gun in their hands. In this era, the Earth was still largely in the cold weapon age, and well-made firearms like submachine guns, rifles, and machine guns could only be obtained from the Celestials or aliens. However, the most important thing right now was clearly not that. With Zhongchang brandishing firearms, Jiren was already facing a significant disadvantage. It was undeniable that if he resisted now, his body would be riddled with hundreds of bullet holes. What a pity. Mr. Akiyoshi, I originally had quite an appreciation for your medical skills, but I can only blame your bad luck. Protected by dozens of armed lackeys, Zhongchang had completely regained his composure. He looked at Jiren and shook his head with a hint of regret. Yes, it seems my luck really isn't that great. At this moment, Jiren also slowly stood up, looking at the crowd surrounding him, and sighed. I really didn't expect that the first time making poison to deal with humans would take so long to take effect. Bang! The sudden words spoken by Jiren left Zhongchang Dangma momentarily stunned, but before he could react, he heard a muffled sound behind him. Immediately after, as if beans were being poured, all the people surrounding Jiren fell to the ground one after another. In no time, the only ones left standing were Zhongchang Dangma and that sycophant subordinate. What was going on? At this moment, Zhongchang Dangma's expression finally changed. His large eyes, set beneath thick eyebrows, narrowed, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. At this moment, Jiren finally jumped down from the cargo box, revealing a small path behind him. This was a backup plan Jiren had prepared for himself. After all, everyone knew that the hiding place was a hub for selling hot weapons. So how could Jiren not consider his own life? In his initial plan, if the other party had not been delayed by his verbal distractions, and his poison had not taken effect before his subordinates opened fire, Jiren would have to retreat through the reserved path. However, unexpectedly, he hadn't even figured out how to delay time with his words when the other party instead presented the opportunity right to his mouth. Such a good person was truly rare. Aren't you a police informant? Just as Jiren walked up to the hiding place, he suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, I never said I was a police informant. Jiren smiled. Then who are you? Why are you targeting me? The thoughts of those who wanted him dead flashed through the mind of the hiding place's leader, but he still found it hard to be certain. At that moment, Jiren finally spoke. I'm really just an ordinary doctor. Chapter 59. The friendship of men is often mysterious clang. A flash of a blade suddenly struck. The attacker was actually one of the sycophants who had been following the leader of the hiding place. This guy, who looked rather shifty, surprisingly displayed a considerable level of swordsmanship with this attack. Bang! Sparks flew as Jiren drew his knife to block the strike. It was blocked quite easily, even though the knife Jiren held was not a fixed-point knife, and he hadn't even used his breathing technique. The difference between a swordsman who had never truly experienced life and death moments and one who had was a completely different concept. Seeing Jiren block his attack, the leader of the hiding place immediately turned to run without hesitation. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a scream from behind. His heart trembled, and he almost used all his strength to open the car door, but just as his hand touched the door handle, whoosh, a long knife suddenly pierced through the gaps between his fingers into the car door. The leader of the hiding place froze in place, his fingers gripping the door handle, no longer daring to make a move. It seems Mr. Hiding Place doesn't plan to escape anymore. Hearing this, the leader of the hiding place paused, but then, as if he thought of something, he calmed down again. Jiren slowly drew out his long knife, and Zhongchang turned around, looking at Jiren in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. Perhaps we can talk. Talking is fine, but first drink this. Jiren handed a vial of potion to Zhongchang Dangma. Zhongchang Dangma took a glance, didn't hesitate much, and directly swallowed the potion in one gulp. Zhongchang Dangma never thought about bargaining, because he was a smart person, and smart people are often good at assessing the situation. Now we can talk, right? Zhongchang Dangma turned the vial upside down, indicating that it was completely empty. This small gesture clearly revealed that he was definitely an experienced drinker. Jiren nodded and sheathed his long knife. Who are you really? Or rather, who sent you here? Zhongchang Dangma expressed his greatest doubt. Since Jiren's appearance, Zhongchang Dangma had been pondering and recalling every move Jiren made since he approached him. Now, he had already regarded everything that happened after Jiren got close to him, or rather after Jiren entered the prison, as part of a conspiracy. Facing Zhongchang Dangma's serious and reluctant expression, Jiren really wanted to tell him that he was overthinking it, but this thought only flickered in his mind before disappearing. You will understand this matter in the future. The only thing you need to do now is to expand the arms trade line as soon as possible. As for Edo, I will find a way to resolve it. I understand. A smart person's mind is always more attuned to the situation than a fool's. Sangchang Dangma had long anticipated Jiren's contradictory response, dismissing him once he got what he wanted. In fact, from the moment he asked that question, he never thought Jiren would truly answer him. After all, he was smuggling arms, and if the shogunate caught him, even being executed 100 times wouldn't be too much. Yet, the other party clearly had him in their grasp, but never considered killing him, which indicated they wanted to use him for something. Anyone daring enough to involve themselves with arms wouldn't be foolish. Since such people took action, how could they allow themselves to be exposed? Throughout the encounter, Jiren and Sangchang Dangma had very little communication. But that didn't mean Sangchang Dangma had resigned himself to his fate. On the contrary, only a dog that bites does not bark randomly. The subsequent events were simple. Jiren merely knocked out Sangchang Dangma's subordinates without killing them. When they woke up, Sangchang Dangma immediately directed everyone to wrap up the unfinished transaction from that night. As for the subordinate who was killed by Jiren, his body could be disposed of anywhere. Since the country under the current shogunate seemed peaceful after the resistance against the Tenjin that erupted 20 years ago during the Sino-Joy War, in reality, there were undercurrents flowing. In such an environment, the death of a few unidentified individuals wouldn't even be considered a matter. Returning to the Okita family, the two pretended that nothing had happened. Speaking of which, what Jiren admires most is this aspect of Sangchang Dangma. It's hard to tell if it's a talent or something cultivated over time. That guy's poker face with thick eyebrows and big eyes is truly deceptive. By the way, Mr. Zhangchang, last time you mentioned you would take me to greet your family. I'm not sure what I should prepare for that. In front of a table full of red dishes, Okita Mitsuba suddenly spoke up a bit awkwardly. Zhangchang Dangma had said his hometown was in Edo. But whether that was the truth or not was hard to determine. All along, Zhangchang Dangma had only viewed Okita Mitsuba as a tool, hoping to marry her to connect with her brother. However, now, Zhangchang Dangma discreetly glanced at Jiren, who immediately responded, I heard that, Mr. Zhangchang's hometown is in Edo, right? Yes, that's quite a coincidence. The medical level over there in Edo is much more advanced than here in Bushu. Perhaps with the help of the hospital there, we can conduct a more detailed examination of Miss Okita's health. I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to accompany you? Of course, no problem. Jiren and Zhangchang Dangma were performing a duet right in front of Okita Mitsuba, which made her feel a bit strange. In just over a day, had their relationship become this good? The friendship between men really is quite inexplicable. After confirming the arrangements for going to Edo, Okita Mitsuba immediately began to prepare with enthusiasm, as meeting one's in-laws for the first time is a significant event in any woman's life. Moreover, this time in Edo, she would not only meet Zhangchang Dangma's family, but also his younger brother, whom he had relied on since childhood, and a group of friends from his youth. It was precisely for this reason that Jiren and Zhangchang Dangma narrowly escaped another disaster of the chrysanthemum blooms all over the mountain. Chapter 60. Meeting the protagonist does not necessarily lead to events the land of samurais. This country has been referred to as such for many years. Ever since 20 years ago, when the celestial beings from outer space grew powerful and issued the decree abolishing swords, the path of the samurai has gradually declined. Edo. From Jiren's perspective, this should be considered a city where the past and future converge. The streets are lined with wooden structures that exude an ancient charm, and the ground beneath the pedestrians' feet is partly paved with stone slabs, some of which are covered in patches of moss, giving off a hint of modern style. However, above these streets, floating devices and airships fill the sky, and among the passersby, one can often see aliens with various bizarre heads, as well as a giant white dog that is as tall as a human. What are you staring at? Although Jiren wanted to say this to the large white dog in front of him, after seeing Zhangchang Dangma's head being swallowed whole, he held back the words. You monster! How dare you eat Mr. Zhang? The bodyguard Zhangchang Dangma hired saw his employer being eaten by a dog and was furious, enraged to the point of losing control. At that moment, a girl with red hair styled in bun-like pigtails rushed over, shouting, Ding Chun, I told you not to eat dirty things outside. Spit it out. Woof. The giant white dog barked in response, and then coughed up Zhangchang Dangma's head, which was already covered in saliva. Jiren wasn't sure how it felt to have one's head swallowed by a monster, but looking at the unconscious Zhangchang Dangma on the ground, he assumed it couldn't have felt good. Oh, what a cute big dog. Okita Mitsuba scratched the dog's chin with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, her face full of maternal affection. And the big white dog looked like it was enjoying the attention. This should have been a harmonious scene, but Miss Okita, your nominal fiancé, just got scared into unconsciousness by this dog. Is it really okay for you to befriend it so quickly? I'm sorry, Ding-chun was probably just hungry. The red-haired girl apologized as she approached. No worries. Just arriving in Edo and encountering the second protagonist indeed surprised Ji-run, but didn't have much of an impact. That evening, the group stayed at Zongchang Ma's residence in Edo. Originally, their purpose for coming to Edo was to visit family, but unfortunately, Zongchang Ma's family wasn't home. This was directly stated by Zongchang Ma himself. Since they couldn't achieve their primary goal, Okita Mitsuba had to visit the Shinsengumi the next day to see her brother. The Shinsengumi was the police force in Edo, at a time when the shogunate's power was almost usurped by celestial beings, making it difficult for the country to even gather basic military forces. The local police effectively held the authority to manage most cases in the area. Okita Mitsuba's brother, Okita Tsuji, was currently the captain of the first squad of the Shinsengumi. This was also why Zongchang Ma had to use Okita Mitsuba. However, that was no longer necessary. Not to mention that Zongchang Ma's plan was doomed to fail from the start. The more important issue was that Ji-ren's control over Zongchang Ma was not merely to have him help make money. Although Okita Mitsuba had taken a diluted version of the demon drug, her lung disease had not fully healed, but it was unlikely for any accidents to happen in a short period. As for the transaction Zongchang Ma originally planned to conduct in Edo, Ji-ren had also put a stop to it. If Ji-ren remembered correctly, in the original plot, Zongchang Ma had lost control during this transaction. Although he didn't know how the Shinsengumi had obtained the original details of the transaction, this time, they had no need to take that risk. During this trip to Edo, Ji-ren had one more crucial matter to verify. Shortly after Okita Mitsuba left, Ji-ren took a small cloth bag and walked out of Zongchang Ma's residence. For a moment, the entire house was left with only Zongchang Ma. About 10 minutes later, perhaps really confirming that Ji-ren had left, Zongchang Ma finally went out, got into a carriage, and left. Half an hour later, he arrived at a very secretive alley, pushed open the innermost door, and inside, there was a neatly arranged row of medical equipment. A few minutes later, a person dressed like a doctor walked in. Zongchang Ma glanced at him, didn't waste words, and directly said, "Let us begin." The doctor immediately started working. Blood tests, urine tests, x-rays. Soon a complete set of examinations was finished. When the final report came out, the doctor adjusted his glasses and said after a moment, "Mr. Zong, currently there are no abnormalities in your body, except for your blood." "Is there a problem?" Zongchang Ma asked as he adjusted his pants. "Well, it's not exactly a problem, but it seems there are some special substances in your blood, and based on our current analysis, we can't determine what this substance is," the doctor replied. Zongchang Ma's large eyes under his thick brows narrowed instantly. Just as Ji-ren had thought, a dog that bites never barks. The purpose of Zongchang Ma coming here was to find out exactly what Ji-ren had made him drink. Is there a way to eliminate this substance from my body? There is a method, the most effective and simplest one, which is to use celestial technology to directly replace your blood. However, we currently do not possess this technology. If necessary, Mr. Zong may have to go to a celestial planet that has this technology to undergo the procedure, the doctor explained. Zongchang Ma furrowed his brows tightly. He had heard of this technology, but not to mention the expensive cost of the surgery itself. Even he would feel pain over it. More importantly, it was said that this surgery had significant side effects. Are there any other methods? If Mr. Zong is not in a hurry, we can first analyze the composition of this substance. Perhaps we can formulate an antidote to neutralize it. The doctor thought for a moment and offered another answer. Upon hearing this, Zongchang Ma could only nod and said, "Then I will trouble you, doctor." Chapter 61. Monsters may not always look like monsters. Ji-ren is not a fortune teller, nor is he Zhuge Liang, so naturally, he cannot predict everything. However, he can guess that Zongchang Ma would hide his intention to seek an antidote from him. It's just that he doesn't care much about it. The poison he created using a bit of ghost-controlling potion, with this world's peculiar technological advancements, might not be impossible to cure. But given Zongchang Ma's status, even if he were to exhaust all his resources to find a master to solve this poison, it would still take a considerable amount of time. During this time, it is more than enough for Ji-ren to do what he wants to do. Ji-Yuen. Once again, this familiar place. Ji-ren also didn't understand why. In every story set in an island nation, there was always such an improper place. This made someone as serious as Jiren feel embarrassed to go inside. Striding along the streets of Yoshiwara, Jiren's gaze constantly wandered to both sides, searching for the lady he wanted to find. The building. Unfortunately, this building was easy for Jiren to locate because its presence was incredibly iconic no matter where it was. Rather than calling it a building, it would be more accurate to say that the building itself was a tree, a towering giant tree almost taller than the skyscrapers surrounding it. Jiren walked directly inside. The interior of the towering giant tree resembled a maze-like building, with stone slabs on the ground and walls exuding a sense of heaviness and history, making it feel as if, no, perhaps this really was the ruins of a battlefield. However, now, the interior of this battlefield ruin was filled with all kinds of plants and flowers. "Welcome. May I ask what you need?" At that moment, a rough and menacing voice came from behind, and Jiren found himself enveloped in a large shadow. To be honest, even though Jiren knew he was not in danger at that moment, when the shadow loomed over him, he almost couldn't help but draw the Dingguang sword wrapped in cloth behind him. By the way, this sword was later redeemed by Jiren through a deal with Sangchong Dangma, who was much more skilled at such clandestine transactions than he was. Slowly turning around, Jiren had to look up to see the true form of the shadow behind him, standing conservatively over 2 meters tall, with greenish skin, arms that were genuinely thicker than Jiren's thighs, a blue face with sharp fangs, and long black hair connecting his chin and back of his head, with yellow-white inverted horns growing on both sides of his temples. He resembled a legendary yaksha, a living monster. However, strangely, atop this monster's smooth forehead, there grew a delicate little flower. Pinuel, a very odd name, but its origin was quite terrifying. The 3 great combat races of the universe, Yatu, Tajini, and Shenluo. And this monster before him was the former leader of the Tajini clan, the strongest existence of the entire Tajini clan, who once led them to near invincibility in the universe, only to accidentally become parasitized by a strange plant, namely, the little flower on his head, during an assault on an alien planet, leading to a drastic change in temperament, which is why he came to Earth to retire. The entire combat power system in the world of Gintama is not very advanced. Even those claimed to be the strongest in the universe still rely on their fists to fight, unable to emit light waves. With Pinuel's combat power, he is undoubtedly one of the strongest tiers in this world. "Hello, I have a seed of a flower that I can't get to sprout no matter how I plant it. Can you help me?" Channeling his acting skills, Jiren presented a desperate image of a boy in need of kind assistance to the fullest extent, and Pinuel indeed did not look away. From the moment Jiren spoke those words, all his attention was focused on the seed Jiren mentioned. "How could this be? Let me see." Without waiting for Jiren to respond, Pinuel swiftly snatched the seed away, so fast that even Jiren could barely see a shadow. The seed was well preserved and showed no signs of disease. How could such a seed not grow? A 2-meter-tall monster seriously examining a tiny seed looked comical, but Pinuel was very serious inside. This was the influence of the parasitic flower on his head, transforming a leader born for battle and death into this peaceful, flower-loving figure. It must be said that, in a sense, this flower was indeed terrifying. "Let me help you try to plant it. Is this seed very important to you?" After confirming that the seed was indeed alive, Pinuel slowly spoke. "Yes, it was left to me by my late brother. It is very important to me." Jiren squeezed out cat tears while constantly lamenting in his heart that just a few days after arriving in this world, he had already lost a non-existent brother. He really didn't know if there would be others in the future. "Is that so? You really are a good child. I believe your brother in heaven must be very comforted to see this." After saying that, Pinulu gently patted Jiren's shoulder, then turned around to start busying himself with planting seeds. Meanwhile, Jiren expressionlessly popped his dislocated shoulder back into place and took out the pastries he had prepared to set on the table. When Pinulu returned after finishing planting the seeds, he immediately saw the table full of pastries and tea. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Guest, what is all this?" "Mr. Pinulu, this is a custom for my hometown. If we encounter kind-hearted people who help us, we must treat them with the best food." One could only say that the influence of the world was terrifying, although it had only been a few days. Jiren felt his ability to be shameless had grown 100-fold compared to the previous world. Now, when he spoke nonsense, he didn't even need to draft anything. He could just say it off the top of his head. Faced with Jiren's nonsense, Pinulu, in this state, had no doubts at all. Instead, he happily laughed and said, "Your hometown people are really hospitable. It's a pity that if my father and the others could see this scene, They would also be very happy that I met a guest like you. Ha ha ha. Mr. Pinalu, please enjoy. Chapter 62. No one says that poisoning will always have severe reactions. Does the ghost-making potion work on aliens? This is a very rigorous topic. As it stands, Pinalu has already consumed 90% of the ghost-making potion that Jiren possessed, which far exceeds the dosage that Muzan took in the previous world. Yet so far, there have been no obvious changes. It's quite laughable, really. With Pinalu's keen intuition from years of battle, there was no chance of success with Jiren's current monotonous poisoning technique. However, due to the flower on his head, his perception of danger sharply decreased, which allowed Jiren to take advantage of the situation. Guest, the tea from your hometown seems to have a strange taste. In Pinalu's hands, an ordinary teacup looked like a small shot glass. He pinched the tea with 2 fingers, and a red light emanated from the depths of his dark pupils. This is a special tea from my hometown. Jiren smiled and spoke, but under the table, a hand quietly rested on the Dingguang's sword. At this moment, the occasional burst of fighting spirit emanating from Pinalu made him realize that the opponent's combat instincts were gradually awakening under the stimulation of the potion. This could lead to 2 possible outcomes. The first, of course, is that the potion takes effect and successfully transforms Pinalu into a demon. The second possibility is that the potion fails, potentially only transforming him partially, or it may not work at all. Regardless of which scenario occurs, there's a high chance that Pinalu will lose control. In this world, the ceiling of individual combat power is even higher than in the previous world. If Jiren were to confront Pinalu head-on with his current strength, there's a 99% chance he would be killed by a wolf fawn club. Therefore, if the second situation truly arises, Jiren would have to choose to temporarily retreat and then use the backup plan he left in the potion to formulate a new strategy. Naturally, this is the worst-case scenario. After all, if such a situation occurs, regardless of the outcome, Jiren could directly lose that 90% perfect version of the demon-making potion, which would be a significant loss. Fortunately, Jiren's worries did not come true. Pinalu, asking this question, was simply feeling curious. After Jiren explained briefly, he didn't pay much attention to it. As time passed, Pinalu himself didn't notice that his expression suddenly began to shift back and forth between brutality and kindness at certain moments. If this scene were to fall into the eyes of an outsider, it would undoubtedly cause them to gasp in shock, but Jiren remained silent throughout. No one stipulated that poison must cause pain. Moreover, in essence, Jiren's ghost-controlling potion was originally meant to save people. After an unknown amount of time, Binulis Spokyazain, Master, the food on earth is truly delicious. Jiren felt a sense of relief in his heart, finally lifting the hand that was resting on the Dingguang's sword. The way Pinalu called the master was so natural that even he himself didn't notice anything unusual. Just drink it down. Jiren tossed a vial of potion over, and Pinalu caught it without even glancing at it, directly drinking it in one gulp. In the perfect version of the demon manufacturing potion that Jiren had previously given Pinalu, he had added 2 ingredients. One was a curse similar to the one Muzan placed on demons. Once a being drank this vial, they would be transformed into a demon and unconsciously recognize Jiren as their master. This characteristic was discovered by Jiren after he successfully created the perfect version of the demon manufacturing potion. Upon realizing this, Jiren's first thought was that the doctor who had initially fed Muzan the potion might not have accidentally created this type of potion. The second ingredient was a poison, a measure Jiren took to prevent Pinalu from losing control. But now it was no longer needed, and it was time to detoxify him. How do you feel now? Can you use your abilities? Pinalu scratched the back of his head for a moment, then shook his head and said, I feel great right now, but what are abilities? Come with me. Jiren stood up and walked towards the upper floors of the building, with Pinalu closely following behind. Boom, bang, clap. A series of intense roars shook the entire Yoshiwara. Near Pinalu's house, a building with a Wansher House sign hanging on the 2nd floor felt the impact particularly strongly, causing the whole house to jump in fright. Hey, what's going on? Is Ultraman starting to destroy the Earth again? Inside the Wansher house, a certain silver-haired, dead-eyed man opened his sleepy eyes with dissatisfaction from a sofa, scratched his eyes, flicked a finger, and said with a yawn, Silver, it's the monsters that destroy the Earth. As soon as he finished speaking, on the other end of the sofa, a man with an average appearance, average height, average looks, and very low presence, who wore glasses, instinctively retorted, You're Silverbos. Those monsters are just here to travel on Earth. If it weren't for Ultraman, those little monsters might have played for a few days and left. I think the Shogunate guys should send a lawyer's letter to the M78 Nebula. Silver, If you keep saying that, who knows? Tsuburaya, might really send you a lawyer's letter? Ahaha, by the way, what was that shaking just now? It was even more intense than OOO's shaking. A certain silver-haired man, known for having no morals in the world of Gintama, laughed and said, Silver, your analogy is likely to mislead children. However, that shaking seemed to come from next door, from Pai Nuel's house. Silver, do you think something might have happened to him? The glasses-wearing man said worriedly. Huh, are you joking? Do you think that guy could get into trouble? Well, that's true. Crack. Pai Nuel casually pulled his arm out of a wall, bringing up a cloud of debris and causing numerous cracks to appear around the wall. 10 meters behind him, Jiren was quickly jotting down notes with paper and pen. All right, Pai Nuel, it's all set. Jiren spoke up. After the brief yet brutal test just now, Jiren could now clearly ascertain that the ghost-controlling drug used on Pai Nu Lu had undergone some minor changes, possibly due to Pai Nu Lu's alien identity or the differences in world rules. Chapter 63. There are many ways to communicate evil ghost Wu Can. Advantages: immortal body, cell regeneration, supernatural powers, blood infection, enhanced physical attributes. Disadvantages: afraid of the sun. Evil ghost Pai Nu Lu. Advantages: immortal body, cell regeneration, blood infection weakened. Disadvantages: no obvious weaknesses discovered yet. For the ghost-controlling drug that has a significant effect on ordinary people, its efficacy is noticeably reduced when applied to a powerful alien species like Pai Nu Lu. It feels as if the original powers meant to transform supernatural abilities, enhance physical attributes, and partially infect through blood have all been exhausted just to establish the characteristics of immortality and cell regeneration. Of course, this is just Jiren's preliminary assessment. The specific situation still needs further verification. However, temporarily possessing these two characteristics is already sufficient. After allowing Pai Nu Lu to continue working as a gardener in Juin, Jiren took the light sword and left. Upon returning to the mansion, Okita, Mitsuba, and Zongchang Dangma had already returned. Zongchang Dangma wore a blank expression, maintaining his usual honest look, making it impossible to tell that he had been out today. Okita Mitsuba, on the other hand, was in a good mood, having seen family members she hadn't met in a long time. Late at night, after Okita Mitsuba fell asleep, Jiren secretly called Zongchang Dangma to his room. Tomorrow, bring your people. We are going to the universe. Huh? Zongchang Dangma was taken aback. This time he was genuinely stunned. Despite being involved in smuggling arms, the weapons he sold were merely small-time affairs. Previously, he would just pick up goods as they were transported to the outskirts of Earth, as his small amount of cargo did not warrant a dedicated route. However, this time, Jiren was asking him and his people to go out personally, which left him puzzled. Can I ask what our purpose is? No. All right. Also, find a way to help me get an identification document. Jiren was considered an illegal resident in this world. Although he didn't need an ID locally, he would require one to leave Earth. As for Pai Nu Lu, he already had his own. Got it. As long as the poison within him remained unresolved, Zongchang Dangma would remain very loyal. The next day, under the pretext of a business trip, Zongchang Dangma bid farewell to Okita Mitsuba. He, along with Pai Nu Lu and others, boarded the airship heading to the universe. The universe was vast and boundless. Yet, through the small window of the airship, all they could see was a pitch-black expanse. He closed his eyes and squinted for a moment. Jiren wasn't sure how long it had been, but when the broadcast mentioned the name Pastar, he knew he had arrived at his destination. Pastar. This name isn't particularly notable on Earth, but in the universe, it is a well-known place, because this planet has another nickname, the garbage dump. As the name suggests, it is a collection point for all kinds of garbage in the universe, and this so-called garbage includes both dead and living things. Space pirates, vicious criminals, bounty hunters. Anyone with a bad reputation in the universe could be encountered here. So when Zongchang Dangma and his subordinates arrived on this planet, they were all extremely nervous. In fact, Earthlings are not considered weak creatures in the universe. After all, there is no rule that aliens must be stronger than humans. So in terms of individual combat power, while Earthlings are not renowned for their strength, they do have an average level of capability. However, the aura of Zongchang Dangma and his group of subordinates was vastly different from that of the desperate beings on Pastar. If it weren't for the large hoods they all wore and the cloaks that covered their bodies, making it difficult to see their pale faces, they would probably have been surrounded by countless individuals by now. There is no order on Pastar. The one with the bigger fists holds the power. Therefore, being strong against the weak is not a derogatory term here. However, this situation did not last long. As so many of them walked through Pastar, They eventually attracted the attention of some opportunists. "Hey, you in the white clothes up ahead, stop right there. Do you know where this place is? This is Pa-Star. Don't come here acting all mysterious, you bastard." Jiren paused for a moment. "The one in white clothes? It seems they're indeed talking about me." He looked up at the number of people across from him, and there were quite a few, roughly estimating that there were already over 100. It seems that the one targeting him is someone organized, just right. "Pinalu, leave one alive," Jiren said. "Understood." Pinalu nodded and then stepped out. "So you're the leader of this group. Now that's more like it." But even so, the yellow-skinned aliens in front saw Pinalu coming alone and thought he was sent for negotiations, preparing to extort him. Suddenly, with a bang, the head of the yellow-skinned alien disappeared from its body, leaving only a neck spurting blood. The group behind were stunned on the spot. At this moment, Pinalu had already charged into the center of the opposing crowd like a tiger entering a sheep herd. Upon seeing this, the opposing crowd was furious. "What the hell? You came to fight and only sent one person over. Do you look down on us? If we can endure this, we can endure anything, even aliens." They thought that even if they died, they would fight to the end. 5 minutes later, the opposing side was wiped out. Oh no, there was still one left. This was an alien about 9 meters tall with a rabbit head. When Pinalu brought it to Jiren, the alien's eyes were red, not sure if it was from fear or anger. "I ask you, who sent you?" Jiren asked kindly. "If I say it, can I trade it for my life?" The rabbit alien asked sneakily. "Speak quickly." Pinalu's temper wasn't as good as Jiren's, especially recently under the influence of the evil spirit's body, and after the flowers on his head started to wither, his temper had worsened. Hearing Pinalu's rough roar, the rabbit alien trembled in fear and quickly replied, "It's our boss. Our boss told us to capture you and sell you as slaves." "Who's your boss? If I say it, can I trade it for my life?" The rabbit alien asked again sneakily. Pinalu glared with his magical eyes. Yes. It's the knife-throwing pirate group. Our boss is the leader of the knife-throwing pirate group. How many people are in your pirate group? What kind of firepower do you have? Do you have a spaceship? If I say it, can I trade it for my life?" The rabbit alien asked once more sneakily. This time, Jiren directly put away his kind smile and expressionlessly placed the fixed light sword against the rabbit alien's neck. After that, communication became several times smoother. After obtaining most of the information about the knife-throwing pirate group, Jiren calculated for a moment and said, "Take us to your pirate group's base." Chapter 64. As long as there is a spaceship, it is enough. Knife-throwing pirate group. One of the elementary school students among many space pirate groups. But it has a spaceship. It is not wealthy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chosen Pa-Star as its permanent base. But it has a spaceship. It also isn't famous. Since its establishment, it has never committed any well-known robbery in the universe. But it has a spaceship. So, Jiren decided to pay a visit. The Falling Blade Pirate Group has a considerable number of members. Space pirates are not murderers. Their ultimate goal is robbery. Therefore, most of the time, space airships are used for firepower suppression, while the main reliance is on the crew members rushing into the enemy airship to determine the outcome through close combat. After all, the slogan of robbery is, "What's yours is mine." In such cases, if they damage the enemy's airship, the losses will be their own money. The Falling Blade Pirate Group is located in an abandoned city. The city is not large, but with their strength, they can just about occupy it without attracting covetous eyes. The total number of members in the Falling Blade Pirate Group is around 700, with just over 100 recently killed. So there are approximately 500 people gathered in the city now. Not all pirates will stay at the headquarters all the time. After all, even corporate workers need some rest. Currently, there are 500 people gathered. A result of the recent assembly before the pirate group is set to sail. Jiren stood at a distance, pulling out a telescope to observe a knife-drop pirate group in the city. In his line of sight, Pinalu, draped in a blood-red battle cloak and carrying an iron rod with a diameter of at least 30 centimeters, was steadily approaching the city. At such a moment, Jiren had no habit of showing off. Although he was now a top swordsman among humans and could easily take down dozens or even hundreds of people if he entered the fray, the enemy was armed with firearms. If they concentrated their fire, there was at least a 30% chance Jiren would die, which was too dangerous. Moreover, with a monster like Pinalu around, there was no need for Jiren to join the battle. Who is it? While Jiren and the others were watching, Pinalu had already reached the edge of the city. As he approached the entrance, he was immediately questioned by members of the knife-drop pirate group. After all, this was their headquarters. Even a pirate group would have some defensive measures in place. However, the questioner received no response. The last sight he saw in life was a pair of eyes that looked like those of a demon, glowing a deep crimson. Bang! With just one hit, the guard at the entrance of the knife-drop pirate group was smashed into a pulp, not leaving even a whole corpse. The three great combat races of the universe, the Night Rabbit race, whose members have balanced combat abilities, each being a natural warrior with strength, speed, and recovery capabilities at least several times greater than that of humans, thus earning the title of the strongest combat race in the universe. The Chun-Luo race consists of assassins, with individual strength generally comparable to top human experts. However, the more terrifying aspect lies in their unity. For the sake of their goals, they remain unwaveringly united even at the cost of sacrificing their comrades. Lastly, the Tajini are monsters. The term Tajini, in Tibetan Buddhism, represents a deity of great power, and thus the strongest aspect of the Tajini clan lies in their strength and defense. Although they may not compare to the Night Rabbits in other aspects, in these 2 points, they surpass them. Pai Nu Lu's actions immediately triggered the combat alarm of the knife-drop pirate group. When the leader Dong Ba heard the alarm, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting someone to attack their base. Was it those guys from Firewind coming for revenge? Or was it the remnants wanting to test his strength? Dong Ba was a 3-meter-tall, rock-skinned alien, resembling a structure of stone. When he heard the alarm, the first 2 pirate groups that came to his mind were not because he couldn't think of other enemies, but because in the nearby area of Postar, only these 2 groups had the guts and strength to attack their headquarters. He immediately ordered the airship to take off, activating all the firepower on board and putting the spiral shadow laser cannon into charging mode. After pondering for a few seconds, Dong Ba quickly issued the command. No matter who the opponent was, since they dared to attack their pirate group's headquarters, they would definitely come in an airship. If they did not take off now, they could easily fall into a disadvantage. This was the order Dong Ba issued based on his years of experience fighting in the universe. Under normal circumstances, this order would pose no problem. However, just as he issued the command, he saw an alien face pop up on the display screen in front of him. It was their airship's captain and weapon operator. Captain, do we really need to activate the spiral shadow laser cannon? There's only one intruder this time. What did you say? One person? Dong Ba was instantly shocked. Through the lens of the telescope, Pai Nu Lu, draped in a blood-red battle cloak, was like a god of war. As the alarms sounded within the city, the surrounding members of the knife-drop pirate group immediately rushed toward Pai Nu Lu like zombies surrounding a city. However, the result was that Pai Nu Lu smashed them all one by one, like hitting children with a hammer. That's right, smashed them, just like smashing watermelons. At this moment, the enemy had not yet used firearms. Perhaps in their eyes, Pai Nu Lu was just a toy, something to lighten their mood. This was also why the members of the knife-drop pirate group did not report to Dong Ba at first. Ultimately, regardless of how powerful Pai Nu Lu appeared, he was still just one person. However, when Pai Nu Lu single-handedly smashed over 100 people, some began to feel that something was off. When the enemy's casualties exceeded 150, the sounds of firearms began to emerge sporadically on the battlefield. As the death toll surpassed 200, the entire battlefield became completely heated. Gunfire, explosions, the flashes of bullets flying through the air constructed a dense web of destruction. At this moment, Pai Nu Lu's speed in charging also gradually increased. Although Pai Nu Lu, possessing the body of a demon, had no need to care about bullets, he had just transformed and was not fully accustomed to his new abilities. The city was filled with obstacles, and with these hindrances, combined with Pai Nu Lu's battlefield instincts and his monstrous physical qualities, it became difficult for the randomly fired bullets, despite their high numbers, to hit him. Even if a stray bullet managed to slip through, Pai Nu Lu would block it with his iron rod. In such circumstances, the death toll among the knife-drop pirate group continued to rise. Chapter 65. The hidden cards are the real trump cards. Anger, coldness, trembling. This was Dong Ba's current state. Standing in the main control room of the airship, he watched as the blood-cloaked figure slaughtered his subordinates like a demon, feeling both astonished and furious. Dong Ba was an alien who knew value. In fact, when he first heard that there was only one intruder outside, he did have a moment of underestimation. However, when he saw the battle footage of the blood-cloaked figure, a name immediately surfaced in his mind. The strongest monster hunter in the universe, Xinghai Fangzhu. In his impression, such terrifying combat power could only belong to that legendary monster. Dong Ba really couldn't think of anyone else who could achieve it. What puzzled him was why Xinghai Fangzhu would target them. According to legend, Xinghai Fangzhu had always been hunting real monsters across the universe. While he occasionally dealt with some ruthless villains, to put it bluntly, a small pirate group like theirs shouldn't warrant his attention. Stop all attacks. Also, have put Gezigo into hiding and standby. Dongba stared at the screen seriously for a moment. When he saw the blood-cloaked figure once again effortlessly kill a squad leader of his, he could no longer hold back and issued the command. When the gunfire on the battlefield ceased completely, Painu Lu did not rush to counterattack. He first waited in a corner of the wall. After confirming that the enemy was indeed starting to retreat, he slowly stepped out. "Xinghai Fangzhu, can we talk for a moment?" Dongba emerged from the airship, standing on the steps of the airship's exit and speaking loudly. Seeing this, Painu Lu also stepped out from the ruins and approached Dongba, speaking in a rough and wild manner. "I am not Xinghai Fangzhu." "No." Dongba was stunned, but when he caught a glimpse of the part of Pinu LV's face beneath the blood-red hood, he was suddenly alarmed. Although Dongba had never seen the Star Sea Master, he knew that the legendary Star Sea Master came from the Night Rabbit clan. And this guy in front of him was obviously not a Night Rabbit, but rather resembled a creature from the Tajini clan. "I would like to ask you, why are you targeting our pirate crew? If our pirate crew has offended you in some way before, I am willing to apologize and make compensation." After realizing that the other party was not the Star Sea Master, Dongba not only did not feel relieved, but instead became even more tense. If it were the Star Sea Master, according to legend, he was at least a reasonable person, and there would be something to discuss. But a completely unknown enemy. No one knows what their character is like. With this thought, while Dongba was communicating with Pinu LV, he secretly activated a contact message. Have we already reached a ceasefire? In the distance, Ji-Run, who was watching the meeting between Dongba and Pinu LV through a telescope, roughly guessed the situation. This was a normal development. With Pinu LV's combat power, destroying an airship alone was completely effortless. As long as the leader of the falling Blade Pirate crew had a bit of sense, making such a decision in the end was entirely inevitable. However, at this moment, the Rabbit Star being monitored by the subordinates of Sangchong Dangma revealed a strange glint in his eyes. When Jiren previously asked him about the falling Blade Pirate crew, he did not lie. He answered each of Jiren's questions one by one. However, he did hide one point. The firepower and strength of the falling Blade Pirate crew were indeed quite ordinary. From the moment he saw Pinu LV slaughter over 100 of his own men, the Rabbit Star had already understood that even if the captain personally intervened, it would be impossible to deal with this monster. However, the truly terrifying aspect of the falling Blade Pirate crew had never been these things that were laid bare. Within his pirate crew, there had always been a hidden assassin, one who could rank among the top 10 in the universe, a true sniper expert. "You have not offended us. It's just that my master has taken a liking to your airship." Pinu LV spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Although his tone showed no emotional fluctuations, it revealed an unimaginable dominance. At this point, Dongba fully understood. "So you're also pirates?" "Pretty much." Although, whoosh, just as Pinu LV finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to sense something, raising his iron rod and swinging it fiercely backward. His reaction was extremely quick, but he was ultimately a step too late against this attack. With a loud slap, Dongba watched as the hood on Pinu LV's head suddenly exploded, and his entire head jerked back violently. Then, a gunshot rang out, just a moment too late to follow. Seeing this scene, a smile slowly appeared on Dongba's lips. He had seen this kind of scene more than once before, and every time he witnessed such a sight, it meant that all problems had been resolved. Unfortunately, this is reality. No one can escape Hogg's sniper, not even the Star Sea Master. Dongba felt a bit elated. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride after hunting such a powerful being. He felt that this round was secured, and just as he slowly stepped forward towards Pinu LV's corpse, suddenly, a greenish-blue giant hand clamped down on his head. An immense power made his skull feel as if it were cracking. "It hurts. So it was this little thing that gave you the courage to ambush me?" A sinister and brutal voice slowly emerged. Upon hearing this, Dongba's heart trembled instantly. He incredulously lowered his head, and the next second, he saw a face that resembled a demon slowly raising its head, with a small hole on its forehead. The bullet from the sniper rifle was actually lodged in Pinu LV's skull. The bullet had only penetrated halfway, leaving part of it sticking out, and right before Dongba's eyes, Pinu LV casually extended 2 fingers and pulled out the bullet. This action, which was not very harmful but extremely humiliating, made Dongba's mentality explode on the spot. And when he saw that small hole, which healed completely in just 2 or 3 seconds, Dongba completely collapsed. "Monster, you are a monster." Chapter 66. The plan is quite simple. The airship was secured. Dongba served as bait, providing Hogg with the opportunity to snipe, but at the same time, it also gave Pinu LV the chance for a kill. After all, This was the headquarters of the Falling Blade pirate crew, and the other side had an airship. If Donba truly managed to activate the airship, even if Pinu LV wanted to destroy the enemy, it would require considerable effort. However, with Donba voluntarily stepping out as bait, Pinu LV immediately seized the opportunity. When Pinu LV crushed Donba's head and charged into the airship, the battle was completely declared over. Ordinary foot soldiers could not withstand a single blow from Pinu LV, and the sniper hidden in the dark lost all opportunity after failing to kill Pinu LV with one shot. When he saw that Pinu LV had taken control of the airship, he immediately disappeared from sight. With the first airship acquired, the subsequent matters became much simpler. Riding this airship, Pinu LV replicated the process and successively seized the Remnant Bone and Firewind pirate crews, which could compete with Falling Blade, and took the opportunity to gather a batch of manpower. The first step of the plan was thus completed. In the boundless starry sky, 3 small airships seemed to aimlessly drift about, but in reality, they truly had no destination. In the main control room of the central airship, Jiren had his feet propped up on the conference table, playing a video game. Standing behind him was Pinu LV, while Sanchong Dangma, Firewind, and Remnant Bone sat on either side of the table. Remnant Bone and Firewind were the leaders of the Remnant Bone pirate crew and Firewind pirate crew, respectively. These two were the first to surrender when Pinu LV charged into the airship with his iron rod. Don't think that space pirates have much integrity. Only a few pirates possess integrity, while most space pirates can easily abandon their dignity in the face of death. The 3 were now a bit restless. Firewind and Remnant Bone, being aliens who had just surrendered, felt insecure as they had yet to establish a rapport with Jiren. As for Sanchong Dangma, he was completely intimidated by Pinu LV behind Jiren. After all, before entering space, he could never have guessed that the situation would develop like this. Just thinking about how he had fantasized about killing Jiren as soon as the poison was lifted made Sanchong Dangma feel anxious. After traveling through space for over 10 days, the 3 airships stopped at a planet called 100 Live Star. At first, Firewind, Remnant Bone, and Sanchong Dangma were quite puzzled by Jiren's decision, because 100 Live Star was a very famous medical planet in the universe, home to some of the most skilled doctors and the most advanced hospitals. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that this planet could not be robbed. Don't mention them. Even the largest pirate gang in the universe, the Spring Rain, wouldn't dare to cause trouble on this planet. Although the military power on this planet is not strong, if someone really dares to attack here, it's conservatively estimated that at least 30 cosmic nations would send troops to surround and attack within 30 minutes. With their meager strength, they would be reduced to nothing in no time. The subsequent developments left them even more puzzled, because Jiren only allowed 3 airships to stay on Beaming Star for 3 days, and after 3 days, Jiren had everyone leave the planet in the airships. Along the way, no one knew what Jiren went out to do. After leaving Beaming Star, Jiren had the airship taken back to Earth, while Zongqing Dangma and Pai Null were all left behind. Every profession has its specialization. Jiren specifically brought Zongchong Dangma to the universe, not for sightseeing, but to raise funds through the pirate group and then expand the arms trade volume. This is Jiren's second step plan. The plan is simple. With the combat power of Pai Nu Lu and the trust that Zongchong Dangma has established with the sellers in advance, it can be easily achieved, although it takes a longer time. That's why Jiren specially brought Zongchong Dangma along. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your fiancé. Before getting off the airship, Jiren waved his hand vigorously and assured Zongchong Dangma. Zongchong Dangma, why does this sound so wrong? Back to Edo. Jiren quickly took out his gains from the 100 Live Star. LV-13 Medicine Orthopedics, LV-11 Medicine Neurology, LV-16 Medicine Biopharmaceuticals. One can only say that the 100 Live Star truly deserves to be the top medical planet in this dimension. Jiren spent only 3 days there and almost exhausted all his energy accumulation from the previous world. The results he obtained were a total of 7 green cards. Perhaps due to having gained enough energy in the previous world, after crossing into this world, Jiren discovered that, compared to before, all the cards extracted from this world would automatically display their levels. At the same time, if he needed it, the skills he learned could also display their levels. Akiyama Jiren, LV-11 Transparent World, LV-8 Breath of Light Swordsmanship, LV-8 Medicine, LV-9 Cell Pharmaceutical and Toxin Production, LV-8 Blade Forging Technique. This is Jiren's current skill panel. However, in the depths of his mind, this panel looks quite crude, with even damaged edges resembling a cracked mirror. After obtaining these cards, Jiren immediately became busy. The knowledge from the Green Inheritance cards is more profound, which also means it takes longer to learn. While Jiren was in exam mode, Okita Mitsuba also inquired once about the whereabouts of Tokabara Tomoka. After learning that the other party was currently doing business in space, she did not ask further. Days passed one by one. As more cards were gradually unlocked, Jiren's medical skill level was rapidly increasing at a visible speed, and he also obtained a method to completely cure Okita Mitsuba's lung disease. Chapter 67. Children's money should be managed by adults. Akiyama Jiren. LV11 Transparent World. LV8 Breath of Light, Swordsmanship. LV11 Medicine. LV12 Pharmacy. LV8 Blade, Forging Technique. In a little over a month, Jiren unlocked 3 inheritance cards, successfully elevating his medicine and pharmacy skills to a new level. Level 10 is a threshold. Skills below LV10 are basically just mundane skills, but starting from LV11, all skills begin to involve the extraordinary. The lung disease of Okita Mitsuba could be considered a terminal illness even for LV10 medicine. But once Jiren's medicine skill successfully reached LV11, a method to cure this terminal illness immediately surfaced in his mind. However, to cure this disease, Jiren currently lacked one crucial item. That was a specific medicine. Without this medicine, even Jiren would find it difficult to cook without rice. Just right, let those guys go find it. With a plan in mind, Jiren no longer hesitated and directly set off towards the Yoshiwara district. For some reason, after experiencing 2 worlds, the streets of Yoshiwara always seemed to be the busiest place in the city. Since he had been there once before, Jiren quickly found his target this time. Looking at the sign of the Manzaya hanging on the 2nd floor of the wooden house, Jiren went straight up the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Sorry, we have already subscribed to the newspaper. A lazy voice came from inside. Jiren, I am here to delegate the work. Dong Paka. As Jiren's voice fell, the room erupted after a brief silence. In just a second, the large door in front of him swung open with a click. Then Jiren saw a very ordinary-looking man with glasses peeking out from inside the door, wearing an exceptionally humble smile and a face full of flattery, saying, "Welcome, please come in." Jiren walked in. The furnishings in the room were very simple, belonging to that kind of poverty that is immediately apparent. The entire shop had 3 people and 1 dog, which were all the main characters. After Jiren entered, he lazily sat behind the boss's desk, flipping through a pair of dead fish eyes, seriously holding a book featuring a character named Sakata Jintoki, also known as Jin-san. He is the core character of this anime. However, despite being called the protagonist, this guy is actually just a useless uncle. Sitting on the sofa, trying hard to pose as a lady, is the red-haired girl Jiren had seen before, named Kagura, who is a member of the Yado clan. As for the last one, the guy whose presence is perhaps stronger than his glasses, he is the comic relief among the 3, named Shinpachi Shimura, also known as Shinpachi Chicken. This guest, please enjoy some tea. Thank you. Jiren sat on the sofa, took a sip from the teacup. Cough, cough, dear guest. May I ask what task you would like to commission? I must state one thing first. We are quite a high-end establishment here, and if it's just a regular commission, we won't accept it. After Jiren settled in, Sakata Jintoki, who was behind the boss's desk, finally cleared his throat and spoke. Sakata Jintoki's tone was very refined, as if this place were truly remarkable, but unfortunately, Jiren already knew what kind of place this really was. So Jiren wasted no time, directly pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket and gently placing it on the table. This is the deposit. In just a second, the image that the 3 had maintained before Jiren entered completely collapsed. This generous guest, who do you want me to take out? Don't worry. If I make a move, there will be no trace left behind. Sakata Jintoki instantly appeared in front of Jiren, looking serious as he spoke. Jin-san, your integrity has shattered into pieces. Shinpachi said speechlessly. Nonsense. Can integrity be eaten? Sakata Jintoki turned around and scolded. Jiren said gently, Your Excellency, you must be joking. I'm a doctor. How could I possibly commit such a heinous act as murder? My current assignment is very simple. I only need your help to find a medicine to save someone. After hearing Jiren's words, the expressions of the 3 grew a bit more serious. Although these guys usually acted foolishly, they were quite reliable when it came to such matters, which was why Jiren thought to seek their help. All right, we accept this commission. Sakata Jintoki slapped his thigh, casually stuffing the money from the table into his pocket, and said with righteous indignation, in that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Jiren handed over the information about the medications he needed to the 3 people, then turned and left the Wancher shop. However, just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back, saying, Oh, right, you 3, that medication might be quite hard to find. So I've also prepared some help for you. Looking at the time, he should be here to find you soon. After saying that, he left. Jiren turned around and left. After Jiren left, the three of them immediately huddled together. Oh no, to be precise. It should be Shinpachi and Kagura who surrounded Sakata Jintoki in the center. Shinpachi, Jintoki, hurry up and hand over the reward. That's our joint labor achievement. Kagura, that's right, and our previous wages too, Uru. Sakata Jintoki, what nonsense are you talking about? What does a little brat need so much money for? Of course I, as the adult, will help you keep it safe. You can come back and ask me for it when you grow up. Shinpachi, you've said this 800 times already. Do you think we would still believe you? Kagura, exactly. Sakata Jintoki, how can you think like that? I'm just kindly helping you keep it safe. Shinpachi, Kagura, Sakata Jintoki, winky face Sakata Jintoki. By the way, that customer just now seems to have mentioned finding us some help. Oh dear, I wonder who they found. Seriously, doesn't this customer know that for professionals like us, having too many people can sometimes be a bad thing? Shinpachi, Jintoki, don't change the subject, you. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, is anyone inside? The sudden knock on the door startled the three of them, but immediately after, they saw Sakata Jintoki's face light up with joy as he hurriedly said, "Yes, someone is here. Please wait a moment. We'll open the door right away." Then he turned to Shinpachi and Kagura and said, "Hurry, we have a customer. We'll talk about the money later." Shinpachi, damn it, this guy escaped again. Muttering to himself, Shinpachi could only walk towards the door. When he opened the big door, three familiar faces immediately came into view. In an instant, the air fell silent. Chapter 68. The objects pirates most like to rob are also pirates, seeking a vote, somewhere in the universe. A very serious battle was gradually reaching its climax. On one side, there was the somewhat famous pirate group, Chien Air, and on the other side was the recently rising infamous pirate fleet. Yes, that infamous pirate fleet refers to Pinu Lu and his crew. As for why they have such a title, it's entirely because for quite some time, Zhongchang Dangma has been fully adhering to the motto of see it, burn it, kill it, rob it, and oh dear, it's all ours. Thoroughly plundering every pirate group they encounter. And how exaggerated this so-called thoroughness is, it can be summarized as everything in sight is a target for robbery, including but not limited to clothes, underwear, broken metal, and every thread and needle. It is precisely because of this extreme behavior, which also belongs to the category of the most vicious robbers among pirates, that everyone gradually came to have this nickname. After a month of development, they currently have a fleet of 5 airships surrounding the Chien Air pirate group heavily, with only one airship left for the Chien Air pirate group, appearing pitiful, weak, and helpless in front of everyone. When the airships exchanged fire, Pinu Lu, clad in blood-stained, tattered battle robes, leaped out and smashed the closed special alloy door opposite with a single blow. Rob, with Pinu Lu's command. All the subordinates gathered during this period rushed into the Chien Air pirate group airship with loud cries. Interestingly, since Pinu Lu became the commander, the battle slogans before each fight have been changing. Initially, it was attack, then it changed to kill, and now it has become rob. Though it's just a small change, it clearly reflects some subtle transformations in between. This is a war with no suspense. Because from the moment Pinu Lu smashed the door, the morale of the Chien Air pirate group had already been blown apart along with the door. After all, a stick that can easily shatter special alloys capable of withstanding cannon fire can certainly easily smash their heads. Clean up the battlefield, Pinu Lu coldly ordered. Immediately, the subordinates began to take action. Some stripped clothes from the corpses, and, after everything was taken, they tossed the bodies into space. Others collected weapons, keeping good guns and swords, while those that couldn't be repaired were stripped of bullets from their magazines, and the broken weapons were thrown into the trash heap, waiting to be sold off as garbage later. Everyone's movements were so skilled and natural, it was clear they were seasoned veterans. The leader of the Chien Air pirate group had great spirit, so he died, and Zhongchang Dangma could only accept this airship with respect for the other party. But just as everyone finished cleaning the battlefield and prepared to leave, boom, the airship on the right wing of the fleet was suddenly hit by a cannonball. The strong shockwave blew it out of the fleet formation. Enemy attack. The fire wind responsible for the right wing of the fleet reacted immediately. Zhongchang Dangma, upon receiving the enemy attack message from Firewind, couldn't help but be stunned. With their current notoriety, who would dare to attack them? However, this doubt was answered in the next second. It's Chunyu. It's the Chunyu pirate group. Panicked voices came from the communicator. It was hard to imagine that Firewind, who was once a pirate group leader, now felt fear just from seeing the enemy's flag. No, not just him. To be precise, when Firewind's voice came out, everyone else in the main control room almost fell into panic. Even Dangma's mind went blank for a moment. Boom! Just at the moment Firewind sent the message, the attackers drove their ship and crashed into the fleet, then charged directly into the airship, starting close-quarters combat. This was the combat method that Dangma and others loved to use in the past, as it maximized Pinu Lu's strength. But today they were also educated using the same method. 23 minutes and 18 seconds later, the Firewind airship fell. Dangma's face turned pale. After working hard for nearly 2 months, he had finally managed to earn 6 airships. Order, retreat. Dangma had no intention of holding out. Chunyu, as the most powerful pirate group in the universe, had an unimaginable large force. Although only a division had come this time, they were not something they could provoke. But just as Dangma wanted to leave, someone was unwilling to let him go that easily. Bang! Without any warning, the main control room door collapsed with a loud crash. Accompanied by unhurried footsteps, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes, a boy with a shoulder-mounted large umbrella, orange-red braided hair, and a smiling squint. Ha ha ha, everyone, you seem to be having a lot of fun lately. Can I join you? The leader of the Chunyu 7th Division. Shunwei, seeing the young man walk out, Dangma almost stated his identity word for word, since he had become a pirate under Ji-Ren's orders. It was natural for Dangma to have some understanding of the forces in the universe. As the largest pirate organization in the universe, Chunyu was renowned, with the vast majority being well-known figures, except for a few mysterious individuals. Even among this group, the young man before him was particularly active. His strength was evident. Boom! Without any warning, Shunwei suddenly launched an attack on Dangma. With his strength, dealing with an ordinary person like Dangma was a piece of cake. But this time, his fist was blocked by an iron rod. It was hard to imagine that the collision between an ordinary fist and an iron rod could produce a shockwave comparable to a grenade explosion. Shunwei seemed surprised by this turn of events and momentarily froze. In that instant of distraction, a greenish-blue fist struck him hard in the face. Instantly, Shunwei's entire body flew out like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall of the airship. Whoosh! Bang! The alloy wall immediately dented insignificantly. Shunwei lay half on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but his opened eyes gradually filled with excitement. Chapter 69. Troubles never decrease. 1 hour and 23 minutes later. In the depths of the boundless universe, Dangma, carrying 8 airships, slowly departed. Left behind was a destroyed airship and over 100 floating figures in the starry sky, their fates unknown. Dangma and the people inside the airship were still somewhat dazed. They could hardly believe that they had just robbed the infamous Chunyu in the universe. Looking at the blood-stained battle robe, now with several new rips, Dangma suddenly shivered. After witnessing that intense battle, his desire to flee diminished a bit. Let me clarify. This is not cowardice, just respect for the strong. After all, over 100 Night Rabbit clan members were all sent flying with a single blow. And given his small stature, Dangma suspected that even if Pinu Lu let out a fart, it could potentially blow him to pieces. Mr. Akutsuki, this is the situation. Ji-Ren's face appeared on the main control room screen. It was no small matter to be enemies with Chunyu, so Dangma had to consult Ji-Ren's opinion. Hearing the news from Dangma, Ji-Ren was also taken aback. However, recalling Shunwei's rebellious phase, it made sense. After all, a young man pursuing power could easily be attracted to the brooding charm of someone like Pinu Lu. For now, don't worry about Chunyu. Your main objective is still the task I assigned to you last time. Given Shunwei's rebellious nature, this attack was likely his own initiative. The structure of the Chunyu pirate group is quite special. It appears to be a whole, yet each division is essentially independent. After all, pirates? What they value most is freedom. If this action was indeed sanctioned by the Chunyu pirate group, Ji-Ren had nothing to say. Given their current strength, they would have no power to resist against the opposing fleet, so thinking too much was pointless. I understand. Dangma nodded. Although the other party was very straightforward in their refusal during the last transaction, if we continue to increase the trade volume, they should eventually relent. Then it's settled. Earth. After ending the communication with Dangma, Ji-Ren fell into deep thought. Chunyu, these guys are indeed a hassle. If we categorize the current forces in the universe, they can roughly be divided into a few categories. Cosmic pirates, the Heavenly Path faction, the various planetary nations of the Stellar Alliance, excluding the Heavenly Path faction, and Earth's local forces. Among cosmic pirates, the strongest group at present is undoubtedly Chunyu. Chunyu has 13 divisions, and excluding Pinu Lu's combat strength. Almost any division could annihilate Ji-Ren's current pirate fleet. If it were only that, it wouldn't be so bad. Another more critical point is that although Chunyu appears to be pirates on the surface, they have long-established clandestine transactions with the official cosmic forces like the Heavenly Path faction. This is the real reason why Chunyu has been rampant in the universe until now without being encircled. Preparations need to be made in advance. In the secret path of Ji-Ren, if things go according to his plan, the likelihood of facing this group of guys head-on in the future is quite high. But for now, they are still lacking a bit of manpower. It's not just about numbers, but rather high-end combat power. Although their arms trade is doing relatively well at the moment, once strength reaches a certain level, bullets will lose their effectiveness. Ji-Ren doesn't quite understand the principle behind this, but that is just how the rules of this world work. To be even more exaggerated, there's a certain bald-headed star sea master who once did something ridiculous like bare-handedly fighting against a laser cannon. Speaking of the bald-headed star sea master, Ji-Ren suddenly thought of another guy. This guy seems to be quite a good combatant. However, he seems to have a bad temper. So if Ji-Ren wants to communicate with him, he probably needs to call Pai and L back. The matter with Chunyu distracted Ji-Ren for a moment. But soon, his attention returned to the potion in front of him. This vial of potion is not meant to treat Otion Sanya's lung disease, but rather a cell potion that Ji-Ren researched in the previous world. Due to the lack of technology in that world, he only managed to develop some incomplete versions. As Ji-Ren's pharmaceutical skills improved and he obtained a considerable number of alien cell samples, including those from Pi and L, he finally had the capital to continue his research. The potion Ji-Ren is currently studying is named Cell Enhancer Type 1. As the name suggests, this is Ji-Ren's attempt to create a potion that can enhance one's own cells by utilizing the strong factor in alien cells. The difficulty of creating a simple enhancement potion is not great, but the key issue lies in the aspect of having no side effects. Ji-Ren is aiming to create a strengthening potion, not to alter his own genes. If he were simply pursuing power, he could easily use the cells of Pinu Lu to create a transformation potion and turn himself into a Tajini, but doing so would essentially mean giving up his future. The process of extracting strong factor sequences is very complex because, in order to perfectly eliminate side effects, Ji-Ren's first step in using these alien cells is to destroy the DNA sequences within them. Afterwards, he must find the sequence fragments that belong to the strong factors from the countless shattered DNA sequences. For example, the strong factors of the Tajini, to which Pinu Lu belongs, are strength and defense. Their strong factors are already quite prominent, but even so, just to find these two sequence fragments. Ji-Ren has been experimenting tirelessly for 3 days and nights, and he is only halfway through. After this, Ji-Ren will also need to use his own cells as a guide to assimilate these sequence fragments. Only then can he completely eliminate the side effects. This step, Ji-Ren needs a fusion agent, but as of now, he has no clue whatsoever. Chapter 70. Why are you so natural about this? Deep in the ocean. Dragon Palace City. The trio from the Odd Jobs Agency and the trio from the True Selection Group are desperately fleeing, while behind them, thousands of Dragon Palace soldiers are wildly pursuing them. However, looking at this scene, it might be a bit confusing. The origin of the events can be traced back to when Ji-Ren commissioned the Odd Jobs Agency. Okita Mitsuba's lung disease is difficult to cure with conventional methods, so Ji-Ren needs a foreign substance called ocean holy water as a medicinal catalyst. Coincidentally, ocean holy water is one of the treasures of Dragon Palace City. Don't ask why there is a Dragon Palace City on Earth, because this world indeed exists. The Odd Jobs trio is needless to say. Their principle is to get paid for their work. As Okita meets Suba's brother and Siscon, Okita Sugo immediately followed Ji-Ren with a rocket launcher after Ji-Ren told him about the situation. At the same time, Hijikata Tushuru, who used to be Okita meets Suba's old lover, but for various reasons didn't end up with her, along with their mutual friend the gorilla, also had no reason not to lend a hand after hearing this news. Thus, former Jui Patriot Sakata Jintoki formed a team with 3 police officers. After going through numerous hardships, they finally succeeded in thwarting the schemes of Dragon Palace Lord Odoheim. Why does it always feel a bit strange? In the end, the great demon was defeated, Dragon Palace City was liberated, and Jintoki and the others successfully obtained the treasure, ocean holy water. Then, they were chased. Damn it, we helped you defeat the great demon. So what's wrong with collecting a little reward? Jintoki exclaimed while running, visibly frustrated. That's right. Alu, Kagura chimed in. Without us, you can only get that old woman's urine at most, a bunch of scoundrels. That's right, Alu. Kagura echoed again. Hiss, all right, stop shouting, save some energy to run. Hijikata took a deep breath of smoke, slowly exhaling the smoke, and said solemnly, who knows how this guy manages to smoke while running at high speed, and still does it so smoothly. This chase lasted a full half hour, until the 6 of them boarded the Dragon Palace yacht. The people from Dragon Palace finally stopped pursuing them. 3 days later, the 6 returned to Edo. Jiren treated the 6 to a grand meal after obtaining the ocean holy water. It was during this meal that Jiren fully understood the meaning of the term hungry ghost reincarnated. A round table that could accommodate 12 people was filled with 3 tables of dishes. Fortunately, it wasn't Jiren's money being spent, so he didn't feel too bad about it. After a hearty meal, the odd jobs trio chose to go back, while the 3 from the True Selection group followed Jiren back to the Kurabaka mansion. After resting for a night, the next morning, Jiren began the surgery on Okita Mitsuba. Outside the door, Hijikata was smoking a cigarette, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts. The gorilla had his arms crossed, eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Okita Sugo was sitting on the doorstep, holding a long knife, his arms slightly trembling. All 3 remained silent. Not knowing how much time passed, the operating room door slowly opened. Okita Sugo rushed in first, anxious, "Doctor, don't worry. The surgery went smoothly. And since there was extra time, I also removed a hemorrhoid for her. Miss Okita should wake up soon." Jiren interrupted Okita Sugo's words, speaking gently. I have to say, wearing a white medical robe, combined with his calm and serene aura, and the smile that seemed to always linger at the corner of his mouth, Jiren at this moment really had a bit of the feeling of a scholarly physician. In this state, when Jiren spoke, the sense of trust he conveyed increased by at least 50. If only he hadn't said that last part. Hemorrhoid? Okita Sugo. Hijikata, Tushu. Gorilla. Huh? So Miss Okita has that too? I really didn't expect that. By the way, Mr. Akutagawa, you can also remove hemorrhoids? That's really great. Please take care of my butt. Jiren, why can you respond to that so naturally? Okita Mitsuba's surgical wounds healed quickly. Both the upper and lower parts were like this, and on the very first day after her stitches were removed, Okita Mitsuba was ready to celebrate with a big meal. However, she was eventually stopped by Jiren, because the big meal she mentioned was just a layer of chili sauce piled on top of plain rice. If she ate that meal, it was estimated that by the next day, her wounds would flare up again that very night. What left Jiren speechless was that just as he stopped Okita Mitsuba's big meal, Hijikata Tashiro beside him also had a big meal, like Okita Mitsuba. But Hijikata Tashiro piled mayonnaise on top of his rice. This couple's meal was simply a green mess on the old man's head. 3 days later, Pinalu returned from space. His return added some assurance for Jiren and finally gave him the confidence to respond to an invitation letter. The invitation had been sent 5 days ago from the hands of the Minister of Finance, but at that time Jiren did not respond immediately, partly to test the minister's temperament and partly to wait for Pinalu's return. Ever since Jiren successfully cured Okita Mitsuba's terminal lung disease, his name had gradually entered the ears of many corporate executives and important officials in the shogunate through intentional and unintentional promotion. After all, the profession of a doctor is a very special existence in any era. The first person to contact Jiren was this minister who held the financial power of the shogunate. Unfortunately, this minister also suffered from lung disease, and it had been quite a while. Chapter 71 Humans are such despicable creatures. Minister, the doctor has arrived. A retainer stepped into the residence of the Minister of Finance, bowing to report to the minister in front of him. The plump and easygoing Minister of Finance, Tokita Yuki, was kneeling in front of a low table, concentrating on brewing a pot of tea. Upon hearing the report from his retainer, he didn't even lift his head and simply responded with a light HM. Shall I invite him in? The retainer asked again. This time, several seconds passed without a response from Tokita Yuki. The retainer immediately understood his meaning. Clearly, the minister was unhappy because the doctor had delayed responding to his invitation for 5 days. After bowing slightly, the retainer silently exited the residence. Outside the door, Jiren, who had been waiting for 5 minutes without news, turned to leave. Just as he was about to step away, a voice came from behind. Dr. Akutsu, please wait a moment. Jiren turned around and instantly saw the retainer who had entered earlier to report the news walking out with a smile. Mr. Akuzumi, it's quite unfortunate, but the governor just left to meet a visitor. That's all right. Since the governor is not home, I will come back another day. Jiren replied with a smile. After saying this, he prepared to turn and leave. However, at that moment, The retainer unexpectedly moved to block Jiren's path, smiling and saying, Mr. Akuzumi, as you know, the governor's illness cannot be delayed, so I must trouble you to wait here for a while longer. Here? Yes. We hope you can understand our position as subordinates. After all, with the governor not at home, it would be inappropriate for us to let you in. The retainer smiled obsequiously, but as he spoke, Jiren noticed that several samurai, each with a long sword at their waist, had quietly appeared around him without him realizing it. Jiren glanced around casually, a faint smile still on his lips, and said, "It seems that if Lord Fengxing doesn't return today, I won't be able to leave, will I? Lord Fengxing's illness is quite serious, so I kindly asked Dr. Akutsu not to put me in a difficult position." It seemed that upon seeing the samurai around him already in position, the retainers were too lazy to continue pretending, and the smile at the corner of his eye gradually faded as he spoke. Jiren sighed and said, "Since that's the case, we have no choice but to proceed this way, right? I knew Dr. Akutsu would be someone who understands." Seeing Jiren's resigned expression, the retainer's face immediately broke into a smile again. However, just as he was about to finish his sentence, there was a loud bang, and a hot liquid suddenly splattered onto his face. The retainer instinctively reached up to wipe it away, and immediately felt a patch of crimson. His expression stiffened. "You." The sudden change left the retainer dumbfounded and somewhat incredulous. He wanted to ask, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" But before he could say it, he realized that the dozen or so samurai surrounding Jiren had all lost their heads. In an instant, the retainer's mind went blank. "All right, my lord retainer. Is the master inside? Do you know what you're doing right now?" The retainer's fingers trembled. Swish! A blood-soaked club came to rest on the retainer's shoulder, causing his knees to buckle, and he quickly changed his tone. "The master is inside. Please follow me." The tea ceremony in the island country is a labor-intensive art of brewing tea, just like the tea brewed by Takeda Yuki, which had just been finished since the retainer left. Just as Takeda Yuki was about to enjoy a sip, a large hand snatched the teacup away from him. Takeda Yuki frowned. Just as he was about to get angry, he looked up and saw his retainer being held hostage by two strangers. "Who are you?" "Kulme. Drink this medicine first, and then we can talk about this." Jiren poured himself another cup from the teapot and casually tossed a vial of medicine to Takeda Yuki. Takeda Yuki looked at the vial on the table and immediately exploded in anger. "You scoundrels, do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? I am a magistrate of the shogunate." Bang! A club smashed into the retainer's head, and bright red liquid instantly splattered everywhere. "What did you just say you are?" "Takeda Yuki." He silently picked up the vial from the table and downed it in one go. Forcing himself to appear calm, "Speak. What do you want me to do? I know you are from the faction of the former Shogun Tokugawa Sadatomo. Find a way for me to meet with him. As for your identity, you can arrange it." "Understood." After witnessing his retainer die in front of Takeda Yuki, Jiren found their communication much smoother. Takeda Yuki no longer had any curiosity about Jiren's background. The questions had significantly decreased, and there was no longer any small talk. Discarding dignity and face, communication between people is as simple as that. In fact, Jiren initially did not intend to use such extreme methods to communicate with Takeda Yuki. As a doctor, he respected life, and his original goal was simply to help Takeda Yuki heal and then connect with Tokugawa Sadatomo. But sometimes, people just act foolishly. Saving a life may not earn respect, but killing one will definitely instill fear. After taking the medicine, Takeda Yuki's actions became noticeably quicker. The dozen corpses left at the entrance were cleaned up without Jiren needing to remind him. And throughout the process, not a single piece of Jiren's information was exposed. The tasks Jiren assigned him were all handled clearly by noon. The time was set for tomorrow night. After all, as the minister in charge of finance, although the position was not particularly high, its nature had already determined a relatively special status. Therefore, Tokugawa Sadatomo had no reason to refuse some small requests from Takeda Yuki. Chapter 72. Only magic can defeat magic. Tokugawa Sadatomo. Although he was publicly recognized as the former shogun, he was still the actual power holder of the current shogunate behind the scenes. For the subordinates of the current shogun Tokugawa Shigemori, Tokugawa Sadatomo's actions were akin to treason. However, in Jiren's view, without Tokugawa Sadatomo's maneuvering, the shogunate would likely have fallen long ago. The reason is simple. The current shogun Tokugawa Shigemori is a good person. This is also why Jiren chose to collaborate with Tokugawa Sadatomo rather than Tokugawa Shigemori. Both shoguns reside in Edo Castle. This place is similar to the ancient Chinese imperial palace, where only the shogun and his relatives are allowed to reside. Unlike Takeda Yuki's residence, even someone like Pino Lu would find it difficult to break in without prior notice. After passing through multiple checkpoints for identity verification and weapon confiscation, Jiren finally succeeded in entering the center of Edo Castle. Edo Castle is a massive fortress with architecture reminiscent of ancient Chinese styles, featuring pavilions, long corridors, and a magnificent presence. The place where Tokugawa Sadatomo would meet Jiren was at the very top of Edo Castle. "Are you the doctor recommended by Yuki to check on my health? Nice to meet you, Lord Tokugawa Sadatomo." Tokugawa Sadatomo was a round-faced, broad-bodied elder with thick, slightly drooping eyebrows. At first glance, he appeared to be a kind old man, but upon closer inspection of his narrow, elongated eyes beneath his thick brows, one would realize he was a true old fox. Playing mind games with such an old fox was not on the same level. Jiren was fully aware of this, so he had his own way of communicating. "I apologize, Lord Tokugawa Sadatomo, although I am indeed just a small doctor. I am not here to check your health, but rather to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration? You have quite the audacity. However, you seem to lack any bargaining chips for collaboration right now." Tokugawa Sadatomo narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to scrutinize Jiren as if threatening him. But faced with this probe, Jiren instead smiled. "I think, Lord Tokugawa Sadatomo, you might want to hear me out about the collaboration first, right? After all, the reason you allowed me in is precisely for this." Jiren never underestimates anyone, even if that person hasn't shown up in the original plot. Just like Tokita Yuki, the reason he arranged for Jiren to meet Tokugawa Sadatomi is quite interesting. A health check. Although it seems like a reasonable yet somewhat unreasonable excuse, the reason it easily received Tokugawa Sadatomi's consent is simple, from the moment this reason was mentioned. Tokita Yuki had already informed Tokugawa Sadatomi of Jiren's background. Tokugawa Sadatomi agreed to Tokita Yuki's request easily, firstly to save his retainer, as the value of Shikanken is worth a bit of effort on his part. If Jiren is not mistaken, the rescue team sent by Tokugawa Sadatomi should have already arrived at Tokita Yuki's home. Secondly, Tokugawa Sadatomi wants to see what this villain Jiren intends to do with him. If it were simply an assassination, despite being alone when meeting Jiren, as soon as Jiren makes any move, at least 100 people would rush out immediately. However, if it involves other matters, Tokugawa Sadatomi's current position allows him to speak softly and easily avoid the surveillance of the Tendao group. This is the biggest difference between Tokugawa Sadatomi and Tokugawa Shigemori. Since the Celestial Invasion, the so-called shogun of the shogunate has essentially become a puppet. The difference is that Tokugawa Shigemori, a benevolent person, can only passively accept this. In contrast, the old fox Tokugawa Sadatomi always finds a way to temporarily evade the surveillance of the Celestials. Only magic can defeat magic. Similarly, only an old fox can deal with another old fox. The current shogun, Tokugawa Shigemori, is still too inexperienced. "Lord Sadatomi, do you want to restore the country?" Jiren directly administered a strong dose of medicine. The old fox Tokugawa Sadatomi has never been a good person. Words like despicable, shameless, inhumane, power-hungry, and sinister can all apply to him, and while they may not be entirely accurate, they certainly won't wrong him. However, one thing is certain. Even after so many years of Celestial Invasion, Tokugawa Sadatomi has never entertained thoughts of treason or surrender, and has quietly been seeking opportunities for counterattack over the years. He is not a good person, but he is a competent shogun. Therefore, when Jiren spoke directly to the point, indeed, upon hearing Jiren's words, Tokugawa Sadatomi's expression momentarily froze, but in an instant, he resumed his usual smiling demeanor. "Hee, little brat, I'm just a retired old man now. Dreams of restoring the country are something you should pursue with those loyal to the cause." This old fox still hasn't believed Jiren's background, but that's normal, so Jiren also didn't bother with unnecessary talk. Instead, speaking softly in a voice only they could hear, "The forces behind the 12 members of the Tendao have long been controlling the Altana energy of various planets in the universe, grasping the lifeblood of these planets, which has caused dissatisfaction among many planets. The Celestials are not a monolith. Sai, you said it's really not good to refuse to grow old, but I see that the shogunate, under my nephew's management, is doing quite well. Additionally, I can provide you with a batch of advanced weapons. For now, Earth is the place most closely connected with the Tendao and is the most likely force to uncover the true identities of these 12 individuals. As long as there's a way to find out who these 12 guys are, their threat will be resolved by someone. I think I should just enjoy my family life early on. Oh, by the way, this is the antidote for that Shikanken gentleman. Whether to detoxify him is up to you, Lord Sadatomi. And as for the cooperation I mentioned today, you can take your time to consider it." With that, Jiren placed a bottle of antidote in Tokugawa Sadatomi's palm, then smiled slightly, turned, and left with Pai Nu Lu. There was no obstruction along the way, until Jiren and Pai Nu Lu's figures appeared outside Edo Castle. Tokugawa Sadatomi stood by the window on the top floor of Edo Castle, fiddling with the reagent in his hand, his narrow eyes gradually deepening. Chapter 73. There are always many small movements during visits. Lord Sadatomi. Not long after Jiren left, Tokugawa Sadatake's subordinates escorted Tokita Yuki to Edo Castle. As Jiren had anticipated, the moment he entered Edo Castle, Tokugawa Sadatake's people had already gone to Tokita Yuki's residence. Thank you very much for your life-saving grace, Lord Sadatake. Tokita Yuki knelt behind Tokugawa Sadatake, his sycophantic demeanor evident. Get up, Yuki-kun. You are my most loyal subordinate. This matter is nothing. Yes. Tokita Yuki stood up excitedly. By the way, Yuki-kun, what do you think of the person who kidnapped you before? What do I think? Tokita Yuki was taken aback and replied with confusion. Such a thug must undoubtedly be one of those rebellious Sano, Joy Ronin. Has Lord Sadatake not captured that person yet? Well, that person has indeed been captured. Besides you, does anyone else know about this matter? Naturally not. Tokita Yuki shook his head. Then, I understand. Yuki-kun, you must be tired now, so I want to keep you. Tokugawa Sadatake nodded and then waved his hand to dismiss him. Seeing this, Tokita Yuki became anxious, as he was still poisoned. But Tokugawa Sadatake clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation. Thus, Tokita Yuki had no choice but to retreat for now and find an opportunity to inquire again tomorrow. After Tokita Yuki left, Tokugawa Sadatake slowly took out a vial of potion from his sleeve. He murmured, "It's a pity. In the end, he is still too useless." He thought it would be better to have fewer such useless individuals around. With that, Tokugawa Sadatake let go, and the vial shattered on the ground with a loud crash. The next day, back at the Takamura residence, Jiren received a message from Tokugawa Sadatoki. This news did not surprise Jiren much, as no leader of any country could remain indifferent while their nation was being toyed with by others. In the following time, Jiren continued to silently improve his cell enhancer type 1. The research progress on the potion had now reached 70%, with the extraction of the enhancement factor initially completed. However, regarding the most important fusion agent in cell formation, Jiren had experimented with multiple chemical agents, but still had no results. The outside world remained lively, especially after Okita Mitsuba's lung disease was cured. Jiren could almost hear daily about various events happening in Yoshiwara from her. Recently, this woman had been living quite happily, seemingly forgetting that she had a fiancé named Kurobako Tamama. Fortunately, at this moment, Kurobako Tamama sent back a timely message to remind her. Mr. Akutsu, the other party has agreed. Yes, that's right. Although Kurobako Tamama replied, the main focus was on Jiren, and it had little to do with her. Upon hearing the news from Kurobako Tamama, Jiren's expression sharpened, and he walked out of his secluded laboratory. I'll come right away. 3 days later, Jiren brought Pai Nu Lu and successfully met with Songchong Dangma in the universe. From a moment, Jiren entrusted Songchong Dangma to negotiate with the seller who had been providing them with weapons and ammunition. He assigned him a task, to find an opportunity to let them visit the headquarters where the other party manufactured arms. This task was difficult. After all, as arms dealers, they would never reveal the location of their headquarters, not out of fear of technology leaks, but mainly to prevent exposure and potential attacks from rivals or the cosmic authorities. So initially, even when Songchong Dangma made tentative inquiries, it almost led to a fallout between the two parties. However, as Songchong Dangma's business grew larger and he gradually became a major trading partner of the other side, they had to consider his opinions. Therefore, there is never anything absolute in this world. If there is, it can only mean that you haven't spent enough money. Although the other party reluctantly agreed. They only allowed Songchong Dangma, Jiren, and Pai Nu Lu to go, and even Pai Nu Lu was only permitted after Songchong Dangma negotiated for quite some time. In fact, the danger of their trip was not that great. In truth, it might even be less risky than Jiren's encounter with Tokugawa Sadatomo. While arms dealers also deal in weapons, they have a significant difference from robbers. Arms dealers engage in arms trade for profit, and therefore, they often value integrity. After all, this business is already dangerous enough. If news of black eating black were to spread, who would dare to do business with you? The other party agreed to meet Jiren and the others on an uninhabited planet. After that, the three of them boarded the spaceship on the opposite side. After a thorough inspection confirmed they were not carrying any tracking or monitoring devices, the spaceship was activated. The other party did not employ any tactics to blind the three. as this was space and without high-tech positioning devices or maps. Even if you had 1,000 eyes, you wouldn't be able to remember the way. After an unknown duration of flight, the spaceship stopped at a gray-black planet that resembled a dead star. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a white-bearded alien with a scar at the corner of his eye. The other party showed great enthusiasm towards their arrival within moments. At least a dozen strong men surrounded the three, demonstrating the hospitality of their culture. Later, during their tour of the military factory, the three were always surrounded by these strong men. 3 hours later, the three members of G-Run left the military factory. As they boarded the spaceship to leave the planet, the old man with white beard warmly sent them off, and this time, he was genuinely enthusiastic. Perhaps to him, it seemed that G-Ren and his team had not made any small moves during their visit under his watch, which was why he was so enthusiastic. However, in reality, G-Ren had already obtained everything he wanted during this visit. Chapter 74. It's better to make things yourself, Lu Sun once said. Those who sell guns don't make as much money as those who make guns. Firearms are not cheap, even in the universe. Take G-Ren's fleet as an example. During this time, nearly all the money earned from robbing funds was invested in the hands of those arms dealers to arm 13 pirate ships. Therefore, from the moment G-Run subdued the pirate leader, he had been coveting the manufacturing skills of those arms dealers. After all, making weapons himself would save a lot of money. The technical content of firearms manufacturing is not high. G-Run extracted 3 types of firearm cards from the military factory, and their levels are not very high. LV-6BX heavy machine gun, LV-5 $458 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, LV-5 rapid shadow submachine gun in comparison. The artillery shell manufacturing technology and assembly line production technology that G-Run extracted are of higher levels. The variety of firearms is not necessarily better the more there are. After all, G-Run never intended to train those pirates. His only purpose in arming the fleet's pirates with firearms is to use their numerical advantage to form firepower coverage. These 3 types of weapons can effectively accomplish this goal and even complement each other to some extent. The BX heavy machine gun can be considered a top-tier heavy firepower weapon, even within that military factory. Currently, there are indeed laser weapons in the universe, but the technology of those weapons is essentially equivalent to nuclear weapons on Earth in the past, being the most core secrets of various planets. Even those laser weapons that are sold have extremely strict confidentiality measures. If anyone attempts to reverse engineer the technology from these laser weapons, they will self-destruct immediately. Therefore, apart from a majority of airships equipped with heavy and rarely accurate laser cannons, the truly mainstream combat method remains the passionate melee mixed with firearms. The BX heavy machine gun has a standard firing rate of 500 rounds per minute, and if the machine gun's lifespan is ignored and it enters overload mode, the bullet firing rate can reach 3,000 rounds per minute. In this case, it can easily cover a large battlefield with a rain of bullets. Of course, while the BX heavy machine gun has no problem with firepower and range, its heavy weight means it can only be used as a turret-like weapon. So the quantity of this weapon does not need to be too high. A small target of 1,000 units would be sufficient. For medium to close-range combat, G-Run will rely on the assault rifle and submachine gun. One has the advantage of shooting accuracy, while the other excels in firing rate. If the bullets fired from the heavy machine gun are likened to a large net used for catching sea fish, then the bullets from the assault rifle and submachine gun represent the medium net for catching bluefish and the small net for catching crucian carp, respectively. When these 3 types of weapons simultaneously sweep bullets across the battlefield, it is equivalent to overlapping 3 nets. A single person with a single gun could potentially fire over 4,000 rounds in a minute. That scene would undoubtedly surprise the enemies. Oh, by the way, during the bullet sweep, there will occasionally be some fireworks mixed in for celebration. This is a consumable, so when G-Run extracted the LV-7 Type 83 high-explosive shell card, he specifically looked for the assembly line production technology related to it. Consumables are used quickly. G-Run plans to temporarily produce a few dozen tons to store, so that when he goes to war with someone, he can greet them with 10 tons of shells. The shell of the military factory has long been built. A project G-Run had instructed the pirate leader to construct on an abandoned planet a long time ago. This was easy and cheap to build since the land on abandoned planets is worthless, and there was no need for lengthy approval processes like in his past life. When G-Ren first instructed the pirate leader to do this, the leader was confused for quite a while. At that time, in addition to the factory building, G-Ren had also instructed him to search for broken military instruments across various planets, commonly referred to as picking up garbage. Pirate leader. A grand cosmic pirate, should not be reduced to picking up garbage instead of robbing? The profession of piracy may seem less impressive than the old company's general manager status. But in reality, since following G-Run, the pirate leader's status in the universe has undoubtedly risen several levels. After all, he used to be merely a businessman, but now, in the past, he is equivalent to a warlord in a chaotic world. With this identity and status, how could he still pick up garbage? The pirate leader decisively contacted several cosmic junkyards to source goods directly from them. To establish assembly line production, industrialization is essential. And for industrialization, various machinery is indispensable. Such precision-focused machinery is not technically difficult, but is extremely hard to manufacture. Although G-Rin extracted these machinery cards, producing each one individually would be unimaginably time-consuming. Therefore, the best approach is to dismantle parts from other broken machines and repair them, which is why G-Rin instructed the pirate leader to pick up garbage. The amount of garbage in the universe is unimaginable. Moreover, due to the different habits and technological levels of various planets, the utilization rates of their respective machinery vary as well. After G-Rin sifted through this garbage for a while, he surprisingly managed to assemble a machine. The 12 ship captains appointed by the pirate leader, along with G-Run and Pai Nu Lu, all looked at the assembled machine with puzzled expressions, as their intelligence couldn't comprehend what it was. Until G-Rin activated the machine and produced a gun barrel right on the spot, everyone was left in shock. What the hell? Although this time only a handgun barrel was made, these people are not fools and naturally understand what this represents. What the hell? This is going to take off. Chapter 75. It's normal for pirates to occasionally steal odd things, rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of machine gun fire erupted inside the spaceship. In a not-so-large main control room, the air was filled with bullet fire and explosions, as gunfire from all directions seemed to engulf everything. In less than a minute, instruments, conference tables, screens, everything was destroyed like fragile paper. When the gunfire ceased, the captain of the Jissi pirates, trembling with a few subordinates hidden under the conference table, heard a chaotic sound of footsteps around the main control room. Through the reflection on the relatively smooth floor, he quickly noticed that a group of well-equipped pirates had appeared, each armed with a brand-new firearm, pointing it downwards with an air of ruthless extravagance. Not long after, there was a loud bang. The conference table was abruptly flipped over, and the skeletal face slowly appeared before the captain of the Jis pirate crew. "Where is the mechanic on your ship?" The skeleton didn't waste any time on small talk and got straight to the point. However, the captain of the Jis pirate crew was taken aback. As pirates, shouldn't they be robbing money? Although he was puzzled, facing the hundreds of gun barrels around him, he dared not utter a single word and quickly pulled out an alien elder who was huddled beside him. That he is our mechanic. The alien elder, seeing that his captain so easily sold him out, immediately widened his old eyes, his face filled with disbelief. It was as if he was saying, "I never expected you to be this kind of person. When you invited me onto the ship to repair the spaceship, you called me master. Now, when enemies are attacking, you turn around and refer to someone else as the mechanic and sell me out. Is this how a person behaves? Bring him here." The skeleton, uninterested in further conversation, directly ordered his men to bring the elder over. Faced with the dark array of gun barrels in front of him, the alien elder was already panicking. And when he saw the skeleton's burning gaze, he felt even more tense. Oh my god, these guys don't have any special preferences, do they? Although top-notch mechanics are absolutely rare in the universe, he wasn't one of them. With his own skills, he could find hundreds of thousands of mechanics in the universe, even if he couldn't find a few billion. The alien elder was well aware of his situation. He certainly wasn't someone worth capturing by a space pirate crew, unless these guys had some special tastes. Upon realizing this, the alien elder suddenly shivered. It's over. I preserved my chastity for so many years, and it looks like today it will be ruined. Just as the alien elder was lost in his thoughts, the skeleton tossed him a seemingly shabby instrument and said, "Fix this. If you fix it, you live. If you don't, you die." The alien elder took the instrument, and at first, he felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing the skeleton's words. However, when he clearly saw the appearance of the instrument, he was instantly stunned. It wasn't that the instrument was particularly complicated. On the contrary, it was because the instrument was too simple. It was merely an ordinary communication device, something that any mechanic with a bit of skill in the universe could easily repair. However, since it was related to his life, the alien elder examined it over and over again, but no matter how carefully he observed, it really was just a regular communication device. Picking up his tools, he spent about 5 minutes, and the communication device was repaired. "My lord, look, is this okay?" The alien elder handed the communication device over, and the skeleton took it, fiddled with it a couple of times, and then a smile gradually appeared on his face. Not bad, it really works. Take him away. After saying this, the skeleton turned and left the main control room. The skeleton's subordinates then took the alien elder and quickly followed him out. The remaining members of the Jizz pirate crew were dumbfounded to see the skeleton leave so casually. No way. No way. They can't really be a pirate crew that only robs a mechanic. Boom! A huge explosion instantly engulfed the entire main control room. In his last moments, the captain of the Jizz pirate crew still wore that stunned expression, ultimately being completely consumed by the flames. He wasn't wrong. As a space pirate, how could they only rob one mechanic? Although the main purpose of the skeleton and his crew this time was indeed to get the mechanic. That didn't prevent them from adding a little side profit. For example, this time the main course was the mechanic, and the side profit was a new spaceship. The purpose of the pirate fleet, led by Zongu, was simple: to capture some mechanics to assist him. Zongu possessed a full set of production techniques, so he didn't need top-tier mechanics. He only required skilled workers who could follow blueprints to help speed up the process, which was completely sufficient. Don't be afraid, gentlemen. I'm just inviting a few of you to come over as guests, Zongu said, forcing a smile onto his skeletal face. Although the smile looked quite grim, there was no alternative. Zongu's task this time was to invite several mechanics, so Zongu had to maintain a proper attitude. It must be said that although pirates have little moral integrity, and Zongu had no loyalty to Zongu as a pirate, Zongu also had his principles. As long as Zongu and Pai Nu Lu were stronger than him, Zongu would work more seriously than anyone else. We're not afraid. For our lives, the elderly inside also managed to muster smiles. That's good. Zongu nodded with a smile, then with a click, he locked the prison door. Back in the main control room, Zongu immediately ordered the spaceship to start and took his newly acquired bounty, heading back to the Arms planet at full speed. Their operation hadn't strayed too far from the Arms planet, as Zongu's goal was to quickly invite some mechanics back, so Zongu could return to the Arms planet in just 3 days. However, just one day after Zongu's spaceship took off, a biological response suddenly appeared on the radar screen in the main control room. Zongu then heard his subordinate report. Captain, multiple ships' energy responses have appeared ahead. Preliminary judgment indicates they are not pirates. It seems to be a merchant convoy. Chapter 76. As everyone knows, merchant convoy, fat sheep. Merchant convoy. Zongu's eyes lit up. The targets of cosmic pirates are also categorized by levels. As a rootless cosmic pirate, to survive in a universe for a long time, one relies not on sheer strength but on keen insight. This is true even for Chunyu. Among all the spaceships in the universe, those least likely to be robbed by pirates are undoubtedly the ones backed by large powers, including merchant convoys from certain powerful nations or transport ships from intergalactic corporations. Because regardless of their own firepower, these ships are not inferior to any pirate. And even if a pirate can rob them, there's a high chance of severe retaliation afterward. The second tier consists of other pirate ships. Since they are all in the same trade, they know each other, and the difficulty of robbery goes without saying. However, robbing fellow pirates has the advantage of not easily attracting the attention of other forces in the universe. After all, apart from massive pirate organizations like Chunyu that can easily annihilate small countries, there are countless small pirates in the universe, and no country would expend energy on these guys. This was also why Zongu chose to rob his peers when he first developed. The third tier, the most popular target for pirates, consists of merchant convoys without much backing. The biggest characteristic of these convoys is their generally low defensive firepower, and after being robbed, there's no need to worry about retaliation. Unlike other ships, the escorts of these convoys are usually hired, meaning they are akin to security guards. And as everyone knows, security guards know protection. We are all trying to make a living. Who is going to fight to the death? Moreover, the most audacious part is that most pirates, when encountering such convoys, generally do not slaughter these security guards. After all, just because the guards are not desperate does not mean they lack combat capability. If they're truly cornered, ordinary pirates might not be able to handle them. But if the news that pirates do not kill security guards spreads in the universe, then in the future, when security guards encounter pirates, there will basically only be one process. Pirates rob, security guards attempt defensive measures. If they find the enemy too strong to fight back, they surrender, and as long as there's no killing, they can take whatever they want. Another point is that merchant convoys are generally quite wealthy. So in the pirate circle, these backgroundless convoys are almost synonymous with big fat sheep. When Zongu's subordinate projected the image of the opposing fleet, Zongu's eyes brightened even more. The hull of the opposing fleet bore no insignia. This meant they were unlikely to be part of a powerful transport fleet. as all large transport teams would have their own flags. Pirates generally do not attack these specific flags, which is also a tacit rule in the universe. Bring the spaceship closer, Zangu directly ordered. Although he was eager to return to the arms planet, such a large piece of meat coming to his door would be a waste if Zangu didn't take a bite. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the Quick Aid Fleet, Sakamoto Tatsuma, dressed in a bright red cloak and wearing small frog-shaped sunglasses with a comical expression, and his first mate, the rare female member of the Yado tribe, Mutsu, also noticed the opposing fleet at the same time as Zangu. However, unlike ordinary merchant convoys, although the Quick Aid Fleet didn't have a powerful background, they weren't the least bit flustered being targeted by pirates. First, Sakamoto Tatsuma, as a former comrade of Jintoki, had experienced the Boshin War and would not be intimidated by such scenes. Second, Mutsu was originally a deputy commander of the intergalactic pirate group, Chidori, and was quite accustomed to pirates. Third, although the Quick Aid Fleet was called a merchant convoy, most of the people inside were former slaves liberated by Sakamoto Tatsuma. So their loyalty to the convoy was entirely different from that of ordinary merchant convoy security. Haha, it seems we've caught the attention of some pirates again, Sakamoto Tatsuma said, hands on his hips, grinning foolishly, with low IQ written all over his face. Next to him, the aloof Mutsu chose not to speak, giving up on her idiot captain's personality. Sound the first level alert. The first level alert is the lowest level of alert for the Quick Aid Fleet, just as Zangu underestimated them for lacking a flag. Mutsu also underestimated Zangu and his crew because she didn't TC any pirate flags on the approaching pirate ships. There are levels among cosmic pirates. If they were facing Chunyu today, Mutsu would undoubtedly sound the second level alert without hesitation. The second level alert means to turn around and flee. The highest level, the third level alert, means there is no chance for escape. Everyone should prepare for a decisive battle. But a small pirate fleet with no flag and only 3 ships was genuinely not enough for the Quick Aid Fleet to worry about. Thus, the two fleets that had seen each other clearly collided in the universe. A cosmic battle? Before the battle began, a few laser cannon shots were exchanged to set the stage. To be honest, when it comes to power, the laser cannon is quite formidable, but the problem is that, despite its tremendous power, it doesn't T-kill. So both sides exchanged a few shots from their laser cannons, and, after going through the motions, they closed in for close combat. As soon as the battle started, Zangu was taken aback. Before he could even have his men blast open the gates of the opposing merchant fleet, he saw that the alloy doors of the enemy ship had opened on their own, and then he spotted the enemy, all wielding katanas and various makeshift weapons, charging towards him aggressively. To be honest, this fierce and fearless action made Zangu doubt whether he had encountered some trickster this time. Mutsu, Sakamoto Tatsuma, and the crew of the Quick Support Team were all brimming with confidence, because after years of navigating the cosmos, they had faced countless pirate attacks. Except for a few rare cases, the remaining pirates were nothing they couldn't T-handle. Therefore, when the Quick Support Team issued a Level 1 alert, the group instantly became excited. Space travel can be quite dull, and it's not often that something entertaining comes their way, so why not take advantage of it? Thus, when the ships of the Quick Support Team made contact, the crew decisively chose to counterattack the pirate ship, which was a normal response for them in the past. But this time, when the Quick Support Team members rushed into Zangu's ship, all their expressions instantly froze. Unlike before, this time, they were greeted not by the same pirates wielding cold weapons and looking fierce, but by at least 200 terrifying and even more menacing dart gun muzzles. Inside the ship, there was a deathly silence. This should have been a battlefield filled with blood and blades. Yet at this moment, facing over 200 rifles held by Zangu's men, the group that had charged in first from the Quick Support Team turned into wooden figures. No one dared to breathe too heavily, seemingly afraid of provoking the enemy with their guns. "Are you guys unable to play?" was what the leading Quick Support Team member wanted to shout out the most at that moment. However, looking at the rifles aimed straight at his forehead, he wisely swallowed those words back down. Currently, the combat power system of the Jiren fleet had already taken shape. Although it hadn't reached the level of a rain of bullets expected by Jiren, facing the Quick Support Team, who still predominantly used cold weapons with only a few elites possessing small handguns, it was a complete dimensional suppression. Seeing the beads of sweat on the foreheads of the Quick Support Team members nearly dripping down their chins, Zangu finally stepped out from behind the crowd, opened his arms, and said, "Oh, my dear young men, don't worry, as long as you are willing to cooperate. I guarantee you won't suffer even a single hair's worth of harm." This was clearly the talk of an old space pirate. Such a familiar tactic of harvesting the crops in front of a merchant fleet could not be said so matter-of-factly without at least 10 years of experience as a space pirate. The quick support team didn't respond to Zangu's words, and he smiled slightly at this. It didn't matter. He took it as a tacit agreement. So next, please exit the ship in an orderly manner. And by the way, inform your captain that I do not wish for any unpleasantness to occur between us later. What do you say? Zangu's tone was very friendly, even phrased as a question, but if you really took him as asking, then you were truly foolish. Fortunately, the quick support team members had been in space for many years, and while there were some fools among them, they were few and none were in the leading group. On the other side, Matsu, as a warrior of the Night Rabbit tribe, always preferred to personally command in battle. The bloodline of the Night Rabbit tribe destined them to become strong warriors as long as they reached adulthood, even without any special training. And once they had seen blood on the battlefield, they would immediately rise to a higher level. Although Matsu had not fought much since joining the quick support team, she had grown up among space pirates and was actually a hidden powerhouse unafraid of firearms. In the past, with her presence, the quick support team members would have more confidence, but this time, something unexpected happened to Matsu. As soon as she left the main control room and reached the ship's exit, she saw all her team members retreating from the enemy ship in an orderly fashion. "Where are you guys?" Matsu wanted to ask what was wrong with them, but before she could finish her question, she suddenly saw a dart gun muzzle reaching in from outside the alloy door, followed by second, third, fourth. After years of navigating the cosmos, Matsu instantly recognized that the enemy was equipped with the Type 27 semi-automatic rifle. Although this rifle was not as good as the $458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, it was still considered top-notch equipment in the universe. The quick support team had once coveted such firearms, but had never had the opportunity to acquire them. If it were only one or two, it might be manageable, but to buy in bulk, firearms of this caliber could not be obtained simply with money. Without connections, no one would pay attention to you. Therefore, when Zangu's men walked into the quick support team ship with at least 200 fine weapons, Matsu was also momentarily stunned, doubting that the enemy was not pirates, but rather a well-equipped national army, surrounded by over 200 semi-automatic rifles. While Matsu had the confidence to survive under these gun muzzles, it didn't mean she could take on 200 guns alone. That said, being surrounded by over 200 guns within a radius of less than 50 meters, how could she still have the chance to escape? The rules of this world were simply absurd. Moreover, Matsu's confidence was only her own, unless she wanted to see all her crew perish. She could not make any impulsive actions. As it turned out, Matsu indeed was not someone who could abandon her crew. "Where's your captain? I want to talk to him." After all, having been a pirate, Matsu was well aware of some of the unspoken rules among pirates. She knew exactly what her fleet looked like in the eyes of pirates. Since the other side did not start a massacre as soon as they boarded, it meant that they were also a person who followed the rules. Zangu walked out through the crowd, and upon seeing Matsu, instantly broke into a smile. "This beautiful lady. What would you like to discuss with me?" "How much?" Matsu was too lazy to beat around the bush. She knew well that pirates robbing their fleet had almost no reason other than money. After all, the merchant fleet had nothing but money. What a generous lady. Zangu grinned even wider upon hearing Matsu's tone. "Less nonsense. You can have the money, but you have to let the people on the ship go. Otherwise, even if it comes to a fight to the death, I will definitely make you suffer." Boom! After finishing his words, Liu Ao punched the wall of the spaceship, causing the metal wall to dent significantly. Residual bone narrowed his eyes. The strength was abnormal, definitely not something an ordinary person could produce. "So, you are from the Night Rabbit tribe?" Residual Bone's heart immediately grew more vigilant. The pirate fleet had encountered this crazy race before. That time, if it weren't for Pai Nu Lu's outburst, their firearms alone would not have been able to inflict any effective damage on these guys. If we were to classify all aliens, other aliens could have a person added after them, but the Night Rabbit could completely remove that person from the equation. One hand held millet, the other a rifle. This negotiation tactic of giving a little rice and then firing a shot was something Liu Ao was very familiar with. Once these two hands were revealed, the negotiation between Liu Ao and Residual Bone immediately gained several points of sincerity. Chapter 78. Creating things requires money after receiving a large sum of tolls. Residual Bone indeed kept his promise and did not go on a killing spree at the Quick Aid Team's location. After all, he was a serious pirate, experienced in how to continuously reap profits. Liu Ao was very generous with the money. There were two reasons for this. On one hand, it was mainly because of the formidable firearms Residual Bone had. On the other hand, Liu Ao was worried that if things went awry, residual bone could very likely threaten the safety of his foolish captain. What is it, Sundara? This is called Sundara. Although he appeared aloof when looking at his captain, in reality, Liu Ao could easily give up a large amount of profit for Sakamoto Tatsuma. Let's gather the troops. With a large unexpected gain, Residual Bone quickly started the spaceship and returned to the arms planet. For him, encountering the Quick Aid team was at most a minor episode, or rather, everything encountered on this trip to higher mechanics could only be considered a small episode, because there was really no one capable of fighting. All the enemies encountered on this trip were almost no different from the Quick Aid team, and once Residual Bone subordinates set out over 200 rifles, the fierce aura of all enemies immediately calmed down. Residual Bone was the last captain to return to the arms planet. When he returned, Zhongchang and other squad leaders had already brought the hired mechanics to intern under Ji-Run. Although these mechanics were all strangers, Ji-Run shared his blueprints without any reservation, displaying an extremely high level of trust in everyone. After all, no one would seriously think these mechanics would have the chance to leave here in the future, right? No way. No way. With these mechanics, Ji-Ren's work efficiency increased several times. Still, the same saying, manufacturing firearms and assembly lines, the difficulty was never in technology, but in craftsmanship. With Ji-Ren providing complete blueprints, these mechanics could make firearms and assembly line machinery without needing to think. Just having a pair of hands was enough. A month later, the prototype of the military factory for Ji-Run has been completed. This prototype factory can produce about 10 458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifles, 10 Shooting submachine guns, and 1 BX-type heavy machine gun each day. However, as more assembly line machinery is added and the machinery itself is further upgraded, this speed can increase dramatically by 7 to 10 times in a short period. During this process, the extra income obtained from the Quick Aid team can serve as initial startup capital. Military factories are notorious for consuming vast amounts of money. During operation, a military factory burns cash every minute with energy consumption, steel usage, mechanical wear and tear, labor costs, etc. The damage rate of finished products is particularly costly. However, this is unavoidable. The technical talent at Ji-Ren's military factory is still lacking, and rougher machinery leads to higher rates of damage for the gun parts produced. This level of consumption is not sustainable if they continue to rely on the manpower of the pirate fleet. Fortunately, Ji-Ren was prepared for these expenses. Over the next period, Ji-Ren thoroughly understood several legacy cards extracted from arms dealers and further upgraded the machinery in his military factory. The productivity of the upgraded machinery has roughly doubled. At this point, the machinery in the military factory has reached a temporary limit. To further increase efficiency, they can only focus on increasing the number of manufacturing machines. With the current fleet's funding and material reserves, they can triple the machines here, allowing 4 assembly lines to operate simultaneously. This would enable the daily production of about 8 heavy machine guns, 80 automatic rifles, and 80 submachine guns, provided that subsequent materials and resources are continuously supplied. The manufacturing of subsequent machinery no longer requires Ji-Ren's involvement, as the current workers here are already sufficient. Meanwhile, Ji-Ren, having completed the prototype of the military factory, needs to focus on raising funds for future production. Accompanied by Pai Nu Lu and a batch of prepared firearms, Ji-Ren boarded the spaceship returning to Earth. Previously, bringing a batch of firearms into Earth would have been extremely difficult for Ji-Ren, but this time, his entry was not exactly above board, yet it was completely unobstructed. The reason for this is that there was a traitor within Earth. After the spaceship landed, Ji-Ren took the firearms and boarded a trading ship from the Zhongchang Dama Company, smoothly entering Edo and then handing over the goods to the subordinates sent by Tokugawa Ieyasu. There were 100 semi-automatic rifles. While 100 rifles may not seem like a lot, it depends on the type of rifle. Although the semi-automatic rifles given to Tokugawa Ieyasu are not as good as the fully automatic rifles produced by Ji-Run, they are still considered high-end weapons for the current shogunate. Even in the past smuggling operations of Zhongchang Dangma, this quantity would be classified as a large arms trade. The quantity is simply too small. The person sent by Tokugawa Ieyasu to inspect the goods was clearly knowledgeable about firearms. After handling them briefly, he confirmed that there were no issues with the rifles. This is a gift for the shogun to demonstrate my sincerity. If the shogun is interested in these weapons, I believe we can discuss further, Ji-Ren said with a calm smile. This matter is almost entirely handled by me, and if Mr. Akutsu needs anything, just let me know. The person, almost like Kojiro, was clearly a middle-aged man who seldom smiled, although he tried to force a smile while talking to Ji-Ren. It was exceptionally stiff. I feel ashamed to say this, but these guns were actually purchased from other places, and you know how greedy those merchants can be. Their prices are never reasonable. I see. Those merchants are indeed a bunch of vampires. So, Mr. Kutsu, how much did you spend on these items? 10,000. Cosmic currency per gun. Upon hearing this, Kojiro's expression instantly stiffened. Chapter 79. Be a person at the coastal trading port, looking at Jiren's embarrassed face. Kojiro's mouth twitched and his fists clenched, feeling an impulse to punch Jiren in the face. You can actually say something like that? Be a person. What does 10,000 cosmic currency per gun even mean? To give a simple example, the Quick A team that was robbed by the remnants had a total of 5 ships in their fleet. This number may not classify them as the top-tier trading fleet in the universe, but they are certainly mid-level. The total amount of money the remnants robbed from them was roughly equivalent to 5 million cosmic currency. Did the remnants go easy on them? Impossible. Although the remnants are not as inhumane as capitalists, they are still pirates. Pirates may kill less, but they can never go easy on robbery. If this got out, it would be laughed at by their peers. The reason they only got 5 million is that for a trading fleet like the Quick A team, that was really the limit. Old pirates like the remnants have always been adept at this. Cosmic currency is worth far more than Earth currency. Previously, Zhongchang Dangma purchased firearms from arms dealers at an average price of about 3,000 cosmic currency per gun and sold them to the anti-foreign rebels at prices ranging from 6,000 to 8,000. As for Tokugawa Ieyasu, Jiren thought that, after all, he was a legendary shogun, and if he offered a low price for the goods, it would be a loss of face for him, so he kindly raised the price of the firearms by a bit. Tokugawa Satamian said, "Thank you very much." However, even though the prices at the Zhongchang Dangma were high for both purchasing and selling, the actual cost of the firearms sold to him by those arms dealers was only around 500. Even the weapons that Jiren was currently producing, which were considered the best weapons owned by the arms dealers, cost no more than 1,000 each. If those arms dealers had such strong firepower, why didn't they become pirates instead of doing business? Robbery is much quicker than being a businessman in terms of making money. Kisuke Kojiro clenched his fist for a while, but eventually loosened it and forced a smile, saying, "No problem, we accept this price." Kisuke Kojiro's smile was very forced, and upon seeing this, Jiren's eyes revealed a meaningful look. To be honest, if Kisuke Kojiro had angrily countered Jiren's quote tonight, Jiren might not have been surprised, as counter-offering at such a price would be normal. But Kisuke Kojiro directly agreed, which made Tokugawa Satamian's intentions quite interesting. Then, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Jiren had some thoughts in his heart, but he did not show any signs on the surface, still maintaining a gentle and warm smile as he spoke. The time spent with Kisuke Kojiro was not long, as tonight could only be considered a preliminary transaction between Jiren and Tokugawa Satamian, not reaching the level of true comprehensive cooperation. However, Jiren felt that he shouldn't have to wait long for that. After parting ways with Kisuke Kojiro, Jiren returned to the large residence of Zhongchang Dangma with Pina Lu. Among the items looted from the Quick Aid team, there was one thing that caught Jiren's interest. It was a fragment crystal of Altana. Altana is the name of a new energy source, which also has another name on Earth, Dragon Vein. The power of the Dragon Vein is very peculiar. It can not only serve as a new type of energy, but on certain planets. When the power of the Dragon Vein develops to a certain extent, it can even give rise to special life forms that are immortal and indestructible. Currently, the Tian Dao Zhong controls countless planets in the universe by mastering the Dragon Vein energy of each planet. In addition, the forces behind Tian Dao Zhong also seek to study the Dragon Vein to find methods to make themselves immortal and indestructible. Of course, Jiren is not interested in this. If it were just for the sake of seeking pure longevity, he would have achieved it in the previous world. Jiren used the power of the Dragon Vein crystal mainly to research his cell serum. The cell enhancer type 1 has always lacked a medium that can serve as a fusion agent. Jiren had previously tried many test subjects without success, and this time, the skeletal remains just happened to acquire a Dragon Vein crystal. Considering that both the Dragon Vein crystal and his cell serum utilize some undead characteristics, Jiren decided to give a try. This piece of Dragon Vein crystal is not large, which means Jiren's opportunities are limited. Although Dragon Vein crystals are not precious, they are rare. The energy of the Dragon Vein itself is a type of energy that exists between the tangible and the intangible, making it difficult to utilize without special instruments under normal circumstances. Additionally, most Dragon Veins on current planets are already controlled by the Heavenly Tao, making it nearly impossible to obtain Dragon Vein energy. As for these dragon vein crystal fragments, most are energy that has leaked from the planet's dragon vein, condensing under certain special environments or conditions, roughly equivalent to meteors falling from the sky. Normally, the only way to obtain these crystals is through luck, as there is basically no chance of finding them. Even after the rapid rescue team acquired this crystal, they initially regarded it merely as a rare gemstone. The fragment of the dragon vein crystal was divided into 3 parts, which was the maximum number it could be separated into, meaning that Jiren had at most 3 experimental opportunities. This number was certainly not many, but fortunately, with just 1 attempt, Jiren successfully obtained the result he desired. Such strong compatibility. Looking at the test tube in his hand, Jiren was quite surprised. He didn't expect that this dragon vein crystal fragment would have such a strong affinity with his potion. Jiren simply placed the fragment into the potion, and even before he could use any other means, the dragon vein crystal fragment effortlessly fused the previously incompatible gene fragments and key factors together. Now, he just needed that guy's gene fragments. Chapter 80, A Heartfelt Love Story Outside Earth. A spaceship was rapidly approaching Earth. Inside the spaceship were the familiar faces of Pine Nulu's old acquaintances, members of the strongest squadron of Spring Rain, the 7th Squadron, along with their captain, Shunwei. It must be said that the Night Rabbit tribe's vitality was indeed tenacious. Even after being knocked into space by Pine Nulu last time, not many of them perished. During this time, Shunwei had been searching for news of the pirate fleet in space, hoping to find an opportunity for revenge, but unfortunately, he had not achieved his wish. This left Shunwei feeling like a warrior filled with blood, pent up, and uncomfortable. Just then, the Council of Elders of Spring Rain issued an order, as the former captain of the 7th Squadron, Night King Fengxian, had been causing quite a stir on Earth lately, so they planned to send someone to greet him. Shunwei accepted this task without hesitation. In the throes of his youthful fervor, Shunwei had always believed he had 2 opponents he must defeat in his lifetime. One was his bald father, Xing Haifengzu, and the other was his master, Night King Fengxian. What a filial son. Recently, Shunwei had also added Pine Nulu to his list. However, filial piety aside, there was reason behind Shunwei's desire to defeat these 2, as Xing Haifengzu and Night King Fengxian were the strongest warriors of the Night Rabbit tribe at present. The name of the strongest 7th Squadron of Spring Rain was not earned by Shunwei. He merely inherited it, as the one who truly earned this title was none other than the former Night King Fengxian. What exactly Fengxian had done on Earth to provoke Spring Rain's wariness was something Shunwei was completely unaware of. Spring Rain's order was to send someone to negotiate on Earth, but Shunwei's goal was to confront Fengxian in battle. Fortunately, Shunwei was being very low-key this time. Otherwise, if the Shogunate's cosmic security personnel saw Spring Rain's spaceship landing on Earth, they would likely be terrified. It should be noted that after just experiencing an invasion from the celestial beings, the Shogunate had almost no resistance against a super-large cosmic pirate organization like Spring Rain. As Shunwei's spaceship rapidly approached Earth, our protagonist, the child of the dimension, Sakata Jintoki, had just exchanged a wallet with a child at the street corner, each using their own methods. The child was named Seda and was the adopted son of the first courtesan of the Yoshiwara underground street, Nichiren. It was precisely because of this rather unscrupulous act that Sakata Jintoki gradually found himself drawn into the true world of Yoshiwara. This is a heartfelt love story. However, due to the complexity of the story, let us keep it brief. In summary, it is about a space pirate who, tired of fighting, retreats from the world and chooses to enjoy life in a place like Yoshiwara. Coincidentally, this pirate meets his true love in Yoshiwara. Unfortunately, this true love does not reciprocate his feelings. So what should he do? Simply getting things for free is certainly not enough. It would never suffice, as freeloading can only satisfy the pirate's physical desires, but cannot fulfill his inner needs. So after much thought, the pirate decided to conquer Yoshiwara completely, ruling over it and turning the entire place into a cage to trap his true love inside. In order to prevent his true love from escaping, the pirate cruelly severed her tendons. Because of this exaggerated behavior, the pirate gradually raised concerns among his former allies, who believed the pirate aimed to develop his power through ruling Yoshiwara and then return to the cosmos to do something grand. However, due to the pirate's terrifying individual combat power, that faction sent personnel to negotiate with him. Indeed, the pirate's name was Fengxian, known as Night King, and that true love was the first courtesan of Yoshiwara, Nichiren. Night King Fengxian was never a qualified ruler. During his time with the Night Rabbit tribe, he could lead others through sheer strength, and his subordinates had no objections. This was because the Night Rabbit tribe's philosophy was that the strong were respected. If your fist was big enough, whatever you said was right. But humans are far more complex beings than the night rabbits. Originally, conquering Yoshiwara with brute force had already caused significant dissatisfaction among the people there. And later, because Fengxian was unable to fully win Nichiren's heart, his unfulfilled emotional desires led to an increasingly violent temperament. His attitude and methods towards his subordinates became more and more brutal, and he had long lost the hearts of the people. At this tense moment, our protagonist, the child of the dimension, Sakata Jintoki, just happened to stumble into this situation. One could guess what would happen next without even thinking. On the first day entering the Yoshiwara underground world, Sakata Jintoki was met with the expulsion from the Guardians of Yoshiwara, which was actually a protective expulsion. The Guardians of Yoshiwara were a group of female ninjas known as Baihua. They were Fengxian's subordinates, and their main daily task was to maintain order in the Yoshiwara underground world. So far, this group had not entertained any thoughts of betraying Fengxian. It was not because they were particularly loyal to Fengxian, but simply because they submitted to his power. This was the terrifying aspect of the strongest of the Night Rabbit tribe. Even without ruling capabilities, even with a brutal personality, and even with a cold-blooded attitude towards his subordinates, no one dared to betray him. With just one person's strength, he was enough to instill fear and awe in all his subordinates. On the second day of entering the Yoshiwara world, Sakata Jintoki successfully persuaded the leader of Baihua, Sukiwa. She was a unique woman with a cigarette in hand, a scar on her face, a cold exterior, and a kind heart. Although she was the leader of Baihua, Sukiwa had never submitted to Fengxian. The reason she had been willing to obey Fengxian's commands like a puppet was merely to protect Yoshiwara and Nichiren. However, even so, under normal circumstances, Sukiwa would not easily betray Fengxian. As mentioned before, it was not due to loyalty, but simply because Fengxian was too powerful enough to instill no courage to betray him. As for why she would have such courage this time, well, don't ask. Just know that the protagonist is awesome. Chapter 81. How can the protagonist not stir up trouble? Lord Fengxian, long time no see. In the underground world of Yoshiwara, within a massive building, Fengxian, with his long white hair casually draped over his shoulders and a hint of baldness on his forehead, embraced the moment with a smile as he looked at the squinting and grinning Shunwei in front of him. What a rare guest, little brat. What do you want to do here? Fengxian lightly raised a small wine cup and downed a sake in one go. Across from him, Shunwei similarly picked up his rice bowl and took several large bites of rice, then reluctantly set it down, saying, hee, of course. I came to have a showdown with you. Ha ha. You think you can defeat me already? Fengxian laughed heartily. That's why I'm here to give it a try. Sighed Fengxian, shaking his head. Retirement? What kind of joke is that? For the Night Rabbits, there is no such thing as retirement. Our destiny, aside from dying in battle, is to stand at the peak, right? Fengxian paused, deeply gazing at Shunwei before continuing. You and your father were completely alike back then. I remember that man came alone to challenge me, and we fought for 3 days and nights without a winner. If it weren't for that incident. Enough. Please don't mention that useless man again. Someone who couldn't even protect his own wife. I will not acknowledge him as a warrior. Shunwei suddenly interrupted Fengxian's recollection. And for the first time since they met, his emotions showed a fluctuation. All right, want to have a drink? Fengxian raised his cup in invitation, but was unhesitatingly refused by Shunwei. Forget it. For me, drinks and women are out of the question. I don't want those things. They can't quench my thirst. Blood, like yours, only the blood of someone as strong or stronger than myself can nourish my soul. At this point, Shunwei's previously narrowed eyes slowly opened, revealing a cruel killing intent in his sparkling pupils. On the opposite side, the corners of Fengxian's mouth also curved into a cold-blooded arc. Boom! Without any warning, Shunwei and Fengxian simultaneously vanished from their spots, and the next second, an explosion occurred at the center of their previous location, accompanied by a deafening roar and shockwave, causing the central floor to collapse. The aftermath of the battle swept away the two geishas whom Fengxian had embraced, sending them flying and leaving them unconscious on the ground, their fates unknown. Bang! Shunwei landed a kick on Fengxian's chin, producing a muffled sound. This strike, enough to blow the head off an ordinary human, only caused Fengxian's head to tilt back slightly. In the subsequent struggle, Fengxian used the strength of his neck to suppress Shunwei's kicking force. Shunwei showed surprise. Just then, thud, Fengxian launched a counterattack with a straight kick, infused with the power of the Night Rabbits, directly caving in Shunwei's abdomen. Shunwei was then sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls and out onto the rooftop. Hey! Fengxian sneered, his expression growing excited as a flash of bloodlight flickered in his bloodshot pupils. Without any hesitation, he chased after Shinwei. This is the battle of those who have the blood of the night rabbits flowing within them. Brutal, bloody, and direct. As night rabbits, they do not need to refine excessive combat techniques, for their naturally strong bodies are their strongest weapons, especially for powerful warriors like Shunwei and Fengxian. Even among the night rabbits, they rank at the top. Their speed, strength, reflexes, and recovery abilities have reached 7 to 8 times, or even more than 10 times the average human level. In the face of such a disparity, so-called techniques lose all meaning. Boom! A large section of the stone-tiled roof shattered. Shunwei and Fengxian were outside again, caught in a new round of mutual brawling. However, the shockwaves generated by their punches and the collision of their bodies were enough to shake the tiles on the ground. Although Jiren had never been to the underground world of Yoshiwara since arriving in this world, due to the butterfly effect, his arrival still caused some minor changes. It turned out that when Shunwei came here, he casually took Seda hostage and used Haru's mission as a pretext before the battle. However, this time, after being thoroughly beaten by Pinu Ryu not long ago, Shinwei had no intention of wasting words and directly engaged in a long-awaited confrontation with his former master. Shinwei arrived here very low-key, but it must be admitted that his arrival indeed created an excellent condition for our protagonist to rescue Seda's adoptive mother, Nichiren, and to liberate the underground world of Yoshiwara. Our protagonist, Sakata Jintoki, along with his 2 companions Kagura and Shinpachi, resolutely decided to cause a ruckus here. Don't ask why they are willing to help Seda. It's just that the protagonist has a natural tendency to meddle in others' affairs. Because of Shinwei, when Jintoki and the others barged in, Fengxian did not receive news right away. This provided them with a significant time advantage. However, this was both a good and a bad thing. Without Fengxian's orders, when they entered the gates of Yoshiwara and faced the obstruction of the Yoshiwara Guardian, the female ninja Baihua, they easily stopped all those female ninjas relying solely on Tsukiyomi. Originally, without Baihua's obstruction, Jintoki and the others could have struck directly at the heart. But then the problem arose. Shunwei was not alone on this trip. Although he was currently engaged with Fengxian, his subordinates were still here, unsure of what to do. Thus, Sakata Jintoki's trio, along with Seda, collided with Shunwei's 7th Division. This was undoubtedly a tough battle. The physical quality of the Night Rabbit warriors is at least 2 to 3 times the average human level, which means that even the weakest Night Rabbit can take on the top human fighters. In the end, Kagura and Shinpachi remained behind. This decision was not much different from before. However, just as Kagura and Shinpachi clashed with the 7th Division, 2 robed figures slowly walked into the underground world of Yoshiwara. Chapter 82. The weapons used by arms dealers since returning to Earth. Jiren had been quietly keeping an eye on the news from Yoshiwara. Because of his long-standing desire for Fengxian's strong and fierce physique, when he received news of disturbances in Yoshiwara, Jiren immediately brought Pinu Ryu here. Jiren and Pai Nuel entered very low-key, before Fengxian was defeated by Sakata Jintoki. The underground world of Yoshiwara could be said to be a completely isolated paradise from the outside world. Those with power and influence could enjoy themselves here, but those without power or influence were even unaware of its existence. The entire underground world of Yoshiwara seemed like just a city, but in reality, its foundation was entirely built from the spaceships that Fengxian once used to conquer the universe. This is also one of the reasons why the people of the underground world of Yoshiwara have never considered rebelling against Fengxian, because here, they will never welcome a morning filled with sunshine, hope. When Jiren and Pai Nulu arrived, they were already pierced by several kunai from Tsukuyomi and were launching verbal attacks against her former subordinates. This skill, in other words, is generally possessed only by the children of the plains, but in Gintama, there are countless plot characters who have this ability. There's no helping it. Gintama is just such a world filled with love and justice, sand and sculptures. Therefore, in order not to interfere with their Yuri, communication between Baiwa, Jiren, and Pai Nulu decisively chose to sneak around from the side. Then, they were discovered by that group of night rabbits. Although this group of night rabbits had previously been almost wiped out by a coalition from various planets due to their warlike nature, these resilient beings still managed to survive with several hundred left. Oh, by the way, to be precise, when they were nearly exterminated, there were still over 1,000 night rabbits alive, but in the subsequent civil war, several hundred of them were directly killed. As for why they had a civil war, do night rabbits need a reason to kill each other? As Jiren collided with these few night rabbits, they instantly recognized them. Or more precisely, they recognized Pai Nuel. After all, it had only been a few months since their entire group was annihilated. The moment they saw Pai-Nuel, the eyes of these night rabbits immediately turned red. 4 night rabbits, who had dedicated their lives to battle. Their last defeat was the greatest humiliation they had ever faced since birth. However, despite their anger, these night rabbits did not take immediate action. At this moment, in addition to their extreme rage, they also harbored fear and a sense of incomprehension towards Pai-Nuel. In their last battle, even Pai-Nuel could not have emerged unscathed while facing the assault of hundreds of night rabbits, especially with Xing Wei, that battle maniac. Although he was a bit delusional during this period, his combat power was beyond doubt. The ferocity he displayed in battle meant that no one known in the Gintama world could escape unscathed when facing Xing Wei. He was a madman who would unhesitatingly use his own heart to exchange for his enemy's arm in battle. The last moments of the fight between Xing Wei and Pai-Nuel were as such. After Pai-Nuel punched through Xing Wei's abdomen, Xing Wei forcibly retained Pai-Nuel's arm using his own muscles and bones. This should have been an uplifting event for the enemy. Losing an arm would significantly diminish the combat power of a strong opponent like Pai-Nuel. Therefore, at the moment Pai-Nuel's arm was severed, the night rabbit that had just been blasted away by Pai-Nuel took the opportunity to charge at him. But in the next second, something they never expected happened. Right before the eyes of all the night rabbits, Pai-Nuel, who had just lost his arm to Xing Wei, grew it back again in less than 5 seconds. If it weren't for the severed arm still stuck in Xing Wei's abdomen, this group of night rabbits would have doubted their own perceptions. It was this bizarre scene that completely pushed the night rabbits into the abyss of defeat. We are in a hurry. The night rabbits did not attack immediately, but Jiren could not wait. As he spoke, Pai-Nuel stepped forward, picked up the iron rod from his back, and swung it violently. The god of Tajini, who had almost become synonymous with power, was something these night rabbits had already experienced once in space. So this time, upon seeing Pai-Nuel take the initiative, they decisively jumped back to create distance. If outsiders saw this scene, they would surely be extremely astonished. They had never seen a member of the Night Rabbit clan retreat in a direct confrontation. That guy has a problem. After distancing themselves, the leader among the 5 night rabbits immediately sensed something unusual, as the one giving orders on the opposite side was not Pai-Nuel, but another earthling. After a brief contemplation, the night rabbit quickly made a decision. You guys hold that monster down, I'll go capture that kid. It must be said that although the intelligence of the Night Rabbit clan is generally low, their talent for controlling battles is truly unparalleled. With the order given, the other 4 night rabbits immediately charged at Pai-Nuel, while the leaders swiftly attacked Jiren. The night rabbits also disliked the sun, so all their weapons were specially made large umbrellas, made of hard material with gun barrels at the tips, capable of firing a small number of bullets. Clang! The leader's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was in front of Jiren, raising the large umbrella and smashing it down towards him. Jiren instantly drew his sword. The moment the large umbrella made contact with the Dingguang sword, 2 large pits suddenly appeared on the floor beneath Jiren's feet. The leader of the Night Rabbit team revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. As he had guessed, although he didn't know why this earthling could command that monster, the guy's own strength was not strong at all. Just right, he could use him as a hostage. The leader leaped down from midair, landing on one foot, and was about to kick towards Jiren with the other foot. However, just as he raised his knee, a thick black stick suddenly slammed into his face, freezing the leader's expression in an instant. Chapter 83. Is it unusual for an arms dealer to carry a gun with him? Although Jiren was looking at him with a warm smile, Guater was not moved at all. At this moment, the only thing Guater wanted to say to Jiren was, "Despicable earthling, no chivalry." Guns. Guater had seen them before. This thing might be rare for Earth and most weak cosmic nations, but for the Night Rabbit tribe, which once made a name for itself in the universe, it was nothing surprising. However, he had never encountered such a thick handgun before, a mere 30-centimeter long handgun, and yet the muzzle had a diameter of at least 5 centimeters. Are you human? Guater stood stiffly in place like a statue. In fact, as a Night Rabbit, firearms were not much of a threat to Guater. While they might not be able to perform the bizarre feat of using special skulls to block bullets like Pinu Lu, with their resilient bodies and strong recovery abilities, the damage caused by ordinary bullets was truly minimal. It might be hard to believe, but among the countless wounds Guater had accumulated from past wars, bullet wounds were the least severe. However, that was only for ordinary bullets, certainly not including the one pressed against his forehead right now. Seeing the unmistakable defiance in Guater's eyes, Jiren smiled gently and said, "Don't feel defiant. As an arms dealer, it's completely normal for me to carry 1 or 2 guns with me. What man doesn't he enjoy sword fighting? And what man doesn't he like shooting? As an ordinary man with ordinary interests, since I already have the Dingwang sword, it makes perfect sense for me to equip myself with a fine handgun. Initially, Jiren had only extracted the inheritance cards for 3 firearms from the arms dealer's military factory, but after thoroughly understanding the manufacturing principles of these 3 firearms, he could easily create similar firearms, even without blueprints. No one ever stipulated that inheritance cards had to be applied rigidly. So, in his spare time, Jiren specifically crafted this gyuder for himself. Gyuder, the barrel is 33.5 centimeters long, with a muzzle diameter of 4.7 centimeters. Its design differs from ordinary handguns, resembling an ancient flintlock pistol style with a red and black color scheme, akin to lava flowing from hell. The greatest advantage of gyuder lies in its power, as Jiren clearly understood the types of monsters he would encounter in the future. If it were just an ordinary firearm, it would be utterly meaningless. Therefore, this handgun sacrificed many aspects, including range and stability. Additionally, gyuder can hold a maximum of 2 bullets at a time, as each bullet is enough to equal 10 bullets from ordinary firearms. Jiren suddenly pulled out a powerful weapon, which indeed disrupted Guader's plans. Just as he and Jiren were at a standstill for a moment, on the other side, accompanied by several screams, the 4 night rabbits he brought were all dead. Guader's face changed instantly. Sensing the footsteps of Pai Nu Lu gradually approaching, Guader suddenly swung the large umbrella from below upwards toward Jiren. Bang! A gunshot sounded that could shake the entire building. The next moment, the wall in front of Jiren collapsed in the middle as if hit by a cannonball, creating a large hole, but at the same time, Guader had also disappeared. Bang! Jiren was just about to look for Guader when a gunshot rang out from behind him. In a split second, Jiren rolled forward on the ground to dodge the bullets that were shot from behind. As he got up, he swiftly turned around and swept his sword, clashing with a large umbrella in a flash of cold light. "You did well, little ghost." A voice filled with coldness came from behind. Jiren turned his head slightly and was met with Guader's face. However, compared to before, Guader now looked somewhat ferocious, as half of his face was missing. With such a thick gun pointed at his face, even the speed of a night rabbit couldn't allow him to dodge all the shots. Fortunately, the vitality of the night rabbit was strong enough. Otherwise, with the injury Guader had, where half his face and eye had vanished, an ordinary person would have died on the spot. The bones in his arm creaked ominously. In terms of pure strength, Jiren was still no match for Guader, as this was a matter of racial advantage. Of course, if it came to a fight, Jiren was confident that with his breathing technique, he could take down Guader, but there was absolutely no need for that. He was just an arms dealer. What decorum was there in killing and fighting all day? He was a businessman. Have you ever seen a businessman personally wielding a knife on the battlefield? So, taking advantage of Guader's brute strength, Jiren lightly jumped back, creating distance between them. Filled with hatred toward Jiren, Guader saw Jiren being suppressed again, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes as he charged forward. Then, he collided head-on into Pai Nu Lu's chest, feeling a chest as hard as a wall yet as hot as lava. The night rabbit blood that had just surged into Guader's brain quickly returned to his body. In front of Pai Nu Lu, who stood over 2 meters tall, Guader, at 1.80 meters, was no different from a frail girl, as he looked up slightly at Pai Nu Lu's kind smile. At that moment, the fear he once felt under Pai Nu Lu's club surged back into Guader's heart. Guader instinctively wanted to distance himself from Pai Nu Lu's broad chest. But when he felt 2 strong arms slowly wrap around his waist, he realized he had lost his last chance. Crack! Pai Nu Lu gently applied pressure, and with a crisp sound, Guader's body immediately bent into a 7-shaped curve. Chapter 84. Explosive growth is normal for plot characters. The appearance of Guader's squad was merely a small episode for Jiren and Pai Nu Lu. Although Guader did not die immediately after having his spine severed due to the powerful bloodline of the Night Rabbit, Jiren had no intention of saving him. The effectiveness of the perfect version of the ghost-making agent was significantly reduced against powerful aliens like Tajini and the Night Rabbit. Although Pai Nu Lu's blood still had infectious properties, it was already a weakened version. Even Jiren was unsure how many ghosts could still be created from Pai Nu Lu's blood, without having obtained the body of his target. How could Jiren waste blood on a minion like Guader? Passing through several Night Rabbit corpses, Jiren and Pai Nu Lu quickly moved deeper into the building. Not far ahead of Jiren, another battle was also breaking out. One side consisted of Night Rabbits, while the other side included Kagura and Shinpachi. The plot here was not much different from before. More accurately, it was unlikely to change unless Sakata Jintoki, the child of this dimension, decided not to intervene. Otherwise, facing the night rabbits, these two had no choice but to be beaten. In this battle, Kagura remained the main force, possessing the bloodline of the most powerful night rabbit. Saigabozu, Kagura had not yet fully awakened her night rabbit blood in battle, but her physical qualities far surpassed those of Earthlings, giving her at least some fighting power against these night rabbits. Although they were all night rabbits, the tradition among them was to be the most ruthless against their own kind. Among the 4 night rabbits attacking Kagura, the leader was the vice captain of the 7th Division, Aburado. Interestingly, this middle-aged night rabbit with a pair of droopy eyes was likely the only one among the night rabbits who still retained compassion. As 4 night rabbits surrounded Kagura, Aburado watched the show from the side. As for Shinpachi, it might be hard to believe, but before the battle began, several night rabbits instinctively overlooked him. One reason was that this man's presence was simply too weak, and the other reason was that he was indeed too weak. Shinpachi had also been practicing swordsmanship since childhood, and his combat power was quite considerable among humans. Unfortunately, ever since he joined the Odd Jobs Agency, the opponents he encountered were mostly non-human beings. So, with an ordinary appearance, an ordinary identity, ordinary combat power, and an ordinary temperament, all of this combined made Shinpachi a completely ordinary person among ordinary people. Yet, this guy, who had all the characteristics of an ordinary person, possessed an extraordinary heart. Thus, when he saw Kagura being surrounded and at a disadvantage against the 4 night rabbits, he, in a moment of urgency, launched an attack against Aburado. Then, nothing more happened. As the vice captain of the 7th Division, Aburado's strength was second only to Kamui. Even among the entire Night Rabbit clan, Aburado could be considered a master. Such a strong opponent, even if he faced a Pacific Ocean, could not be defeated by Shinpachi. "Glasses guy, you are quite brave," Aburado said, while gripping Shinpachi's neck with one hand and scratching his ear with the other. Suspended in midair, Shinpachi's face turned red as he struggled with his legs, seemingly trying to break free from Aburado's grip. But with a punch to his stomach, Shinpachi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Shinpachi! Kagura, who was being suppressed by the 4 night rabbits, saw Shinpachi's condition and instantly exploded with rage. In that moment, her small body exhibited astonishing power, and with just one punch, she sent the night rabbit in front of her flying several meters away. Then, twisting her shoulders, she easily broke free from the restraints of the enemies on both sides and charged towards Aburado. Aburado was somewhat surprised by Kagura's transformation, but remained calm. He kept his droopy eyes open until Kagura approached within a meter of his vicinity. Only then did Aburado suddenly strike, his umbrella darting out like a sharp sword. With just one blow, Kagura's forward motion was directly turned into a V-shape. A sharp pain and a feeling like the world was turning upside down surged from her abdomen, and Kagura immediately expelled the food she had eaten the night before from her mouth due to the impact of the umbrella. Your blood is still not hot enough. Overly suppressing your battle instincts leads to the result of unconsciously restraining your own strength. Such a battle is not what a night rabbit should have. Boom! As the last word fell, Aburado suddenly slammed Shinpachi against the wall, breaking several of his ribs and causing him to scream out in agony. Hearing Shinpachi's cries, Kagura's eyes immediately turned blood red. Shinpachi! Thud! Kagura roared in anger, suddenly gripping Abudo's large umbrella with both hands, then propelled herself forward like a rabbit pushing off the ground, fiercely charging at Abudo with her head. This sudden attack caught even Abudo off guard, sending him flying. Cough! Cough, Kagura-chan! Shinpachi, who had fallen to the ground, was about to warn Kagura about the enemy behind her when he suddenly noticed that something seemed a bit off with Kagura at that moment. Bang! A large umbrella suddenly struck Kagura's shoulder from behind, accompanied by a crisp sound of bone cracking as Kagura's right shoulder bone shattered. This was the night rabbit that Kagura had just kicked away, and the force of this strike was immense. However, Kagura appeared to feel no pain at all. Facing the blow that shattered her right arm's bone, she merely lowered her head slightly to glance at it, then slowly turned her head, her eyes devoid of light, revealing a monstrous smile at the night rabbit. This smile momentarily stunned even the battle-hardened night rabbit. In that instant of distraction, a slender, snow-white hand pierced through the night rabbit's chest. Crimson blood splattered out, and the night rabbit stared blankly at Kagura, unable to comprehend why this girl had suddenly transformed into this state until consciousness slipped into darkness. Chapter 85. It's dangerous to let your guard down in battle. Boom. The earth trembled. In the center of the Fengxian residence, a roof suddenly collapsed, and amidst the debris, two figures darted out like leopards, crossing paths in midair before quickly separating again. Ha ha, Shinkai kid, you've made quite a bit of progress in the universe these past few years. You can actually fight me to this extent now. Feng Xian said with a slightly bloody smile. Is that so? I think maybe your obsession with women and alcohol has caused your strength to decline. Shinkai replied with a squinted smile. Such a big mouth, kid. Really? I think I'm just stating a fact. Hey, Feng Xian grinned, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Since that's the case, why don't you use your body to truly feel whether I've regressed in strength? All right. As soon as the words fell, Feng Xian suddenly leaped down, crashing to the ground like a meteor, causing the entire floor of the hall to collapse. The next moment, Feng Xian stood up, slowly walking to a giant umbrella taller than himself and pulling it out. The moment he grasped this weapon that had been sealed for years, Feng Xian's aura surged dramatically. At that moment, even Shinkai retracted his smile and slowly opened his squinty eyes. The man who once stood at the pinnacle of the night rabbits had returned. With a swift motion, he placed his own umbrella on his shoulder, watching as Feng Xian's momentum continued to rise. Shinkai's fighting spirit also began to escalate rapidly. When their auras reached their peak, Shinkai and Feng Xian exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in both their eyes at the moment of contact. Boom! Without any warning, the two of them, whose power was even more terrifying than cannon fire, collided. As the plot developed here, it ultimately took a turn. The battle between Shinkai and Feng Xian, which should have just begun, was about to be interrupted by a Budo and the third strongest of the team, Yunny. Following that, Sakata Jintoki would make a handsome entrance and defeat Feng Xian to end it. However, due to Shinkai's earlier defeat at the hands of Pinu Ryu, Shinkai was now eager to seek a worthy opponent to improve himself, which meant this battle was just beginning and had directly entered a heated phase. In this situation, even Yunny, no matter how reckless, understood that if he intervened now, he would either hit a dead end or end up completely obliterated. In fact, regarding Feng Xian's plot, Jiren never intended to deliberately change anything, as he could easily reap the benefits by following the normal development. Therefore, Jiren had not taken any action since Shinkai entered Yoshiwara. Additionally, aside from Yunny, there was someone else witnessing this spectacular battle, Sakata Jintoki, who was supposed to make a handsome entrance, but was now trembling in fear. Unlike many protagonists, Jintoki often engaged in reckless behavior, but he was well aware of his own mortality. However, he had no idea how reckless he was until he truly witnessed Feng Xian's combat power. And now he knew. Jintoki chuckled dryly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Shintai-kun, I actually think your mom living here seems pretty good. How about we just head back today? Young Shintai. Jintoki-san, can you have a bit of backbone? Huh? Are you kidding? Can backbone be eaten? Jintoki exploded in fury. Crack! A night rabbit kicked Kagura squarely in the side, the tremendous force instantly breaking her ribs. However, the one whose expression changed in shock was not Kagura, but the attacking night rabbit. Because in his horrified gaze, Kagura, whom he had struck, seemed completely unresponsive, like a zombie. Instead, after seizing the opportunity, she punched him in the face, deforming his entire visage and sending him flying. As soon as he landed, a small foot came crashing down, causing him to spit out blood, and in the next moment, his consciousness quickly plunged into darkness. This is truly a headache. It seems that what I let out is not a wild beast, but a monster. Truly, you are worthy of your family's blood. In this state, you are just like your brother. Tue. Abuto spat out a mouthful of blood foam and slowly stood up from the rubble. Opposite him, Kagura, who had just finished off the last night rabbit, slowly turned her head in a strange posture, staring at Abuto for a moment before suddenly breaking into a perverse smile. Whoosh! Kagura dashed forward, closing the distance of several meters in an instant. One must say, the speed Kagura displayed at this moment was astonishing, but for Abuto, it was still far from being unreactable. Faced with Kagura, who had completely lost her consciousness and was fighting solely on instinct, Abuto thrust his umbrella forward. The tip of the umbrella pierced through Kagura's palm, blood spraying. However, in the next second, something astonishing happened to Abuto. He saw that Kagura showed no reaction to having her hand pierced. Not only that, but she even seized the opportunity to grip Abuto's large umbrella and kicked out with her leg. Boom! The tremendous force directly caved in Abuto's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. Boom! Avu Rabbit swung the large umbrella with great force, sending Kagura flying through the air, and then with a loud crash, she landed on the ground. This strike was fueled by Avu Rabbit's anger, delivering immense power. Even an ordinary night rabbit would struggle to withstand it. However, Despite taking this fall, Kagura charged forward before the dust had settled, slamming her head into Avu Rabbit's forehead. With a loud duong, Avu Rabbit's head was once again filled with confusion. It must be said that at this moment, a hint of regret began to stir within Avu Rabbit's heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have meddled in this troublesome matter at all. As mentioned earlier, Avu Rabbit might be the only night rabbit in the entire clan who still feels sorrow over harming his own kind. Thus, whether he intentionally provoked Kagura or injured Shinpachi, his ultimate goal was to prevent Kagura from meeting Kamui. He understood his captain's character very well. If Kagura and Kamui were to fight, Kamui would definitely not hold back just because Kagura is his sister. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of infighting among kin, but rather a brother-sister battle to the death. What Avu Rabbit didn't expect was that by merely irritating Kagura, he would inadvertently unleash such a terrifying monster. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his leg, even though he was somewhat losing consciousness at that moment. The instincts honed from years of battle clearly informed Avu Rabbit that his leg had been broken. It's frustrating. The simple truth that showing mercy in battle equals death is something he knew all too well, yet he still couldn't help but make mistakes. Avu Rabbit mocked himself internally, and just as he prepared to brace for the final blow, he waited for what felt like an eternity, but no attack ever came. In his confusion, suddenly, an unfamiliar voice slowly entered Avu Rabbit's ears. Huh? Has he lost consciousness? Truly, what a night rabbit. Even in such a state, they don't forget their instinct to fight. Chapter 86. Human emotions are always complex in the corridor. Watching Kagura continuously attack Pinu, only to be easily subdued, Jairu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The unconscious Kagura had long lost the distinction between friend and foe. Unless it was someone like Shinpachi or Jintoki, with a bond that ran deep to the core, Kagura, relying purely on instinct to fight, would instinctively attack anyone she encountered. Even Jairu and Pinu, who had met her a few times, were not exempt. Kagura. Seeing her being subdued, Shinpachi immediately shouted, nearly losing control and attacking Pinu. But fortunately, at the last moment, he spotted Jairu and held back. Dr. Akuzuki, what are you doing here? Shinpachi asked in surprise. As a doctor, of course, I'm here to save people, Jairu replied matter-of-factly. With that, he slowly approached the unconscious Kagura, looking at her thrashing about, and gently reached out with his evil hand, lightly tapping the back of her neck, causing her to fall into a deep slumber. TSK. 6 broken ribs, a shattered right shoulder, fractured legs, internal bleeding in the stomach. This injury is quite severe. Jairu examined Kagura's injuries with great interest, unable to help but admire the vitality of the night rabbits. Hearing this, Shinpachi quickly snapped out of his confusion and anxiously said, Right, Dr. Akuzuki, please save Kagura. Swish. Just as Shinpachi finished speaking, a sudden, swift sound of something slicing through the air abruptly interrupted their conversation. They turned to look. At that moment, Avu Rabbit lay on the ground, one hand still held in a throwing position, while the large umbrella that had been in his grasp was now held by Pinu. Originally, Avu Rabbit intended to lift Pinu's hood, but it was blocked. However, thanks to the gust created by the thrown umbrella, Avu Rabbit could clearly see Pinu's face. In an instant, Avu Rabbit's pupils constricted. Haha, I've really got myself in a big trouble. You monster, are you here for revenge, or to eradicate the roots? Avu Rabbit forced a smile, but though he wanted to appear carefree as before at this moment, he truly couldn't bring himself to smile. After all, the impression Pinu left on him was far from ordinary. Jiren glanced at him, but didn't pay much attention. Killing a Fu-Tu now wouldn't bring him any harm, but it wouldn't bring any benefits either. Once you truly understand a Fu-Tu's character, you'll realize that at his core, he's just a salted fish. Yi2 has strong vitality. She won't die just yet. I have other matters to attend to, so just take her to the hospital. After throwing a remark to Xian Baji, Jiren continued forward with Pai Nuel. However, just as he took a step, a Fu-Tu suddenly stood up shakily and said, I'm really sorry, this road is blocked. Although I feel that if you were to appear in front of my captain, he would be very happy. I can't just let you pass right now. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the corridor. Xian Baji's pupils dilated rapidly, and the reflective lens slowly captured the image of blood erupting from a Fu-Tu's chest as he fell backward. Jiren slowly retracted the gute and said expressionlessly, Although I didn't plan to kill you, that doesn't give you a reason to court death. After saying this, he fell silent. Jiren and Pai Nu Lu directly crossed over the body of a Fu-Tu and walked forward. Xian Baji looked at the silhouettes of Jiren and Pai Nu Lu in disbelief. Clearly, the image Jiren just displayed was too different from his previous memories. making it hard for him to adapt for a moment. After being stunned for a moment, Yaiba was about to take Kagura to the hospital. But at that moment, he caught a glimpse of a Fu-Tu who was covered in blood not far away. After a slight hesitation, Yaiba still went to a Fu-Tu side and lifted him up as well. In the center of the building, the battle between Shun Wei and Feng Xian was also coming to an end. Both of them had sustained considerable injuries. Feng Xian had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, several ribs broken, and serious internal injuries. On the opposite side, aside from the bruises and umbrella marks on his body, Shun Wei's entire left arm was twisted into a spiral shape. As a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the Night Rabbits, even though he had retired for many years, Feng Xian's combat experience and skills were still not something Shun Wei could compare to. However, Shun Wei had one significant advantage: youth. It was precisely because of his youth that he could exchange the cost of one arm for the complete fracture of Feng Xian's right ribs. You little brat, you made quite an improvement over the years. Truly worthy of being the king of the Night Rabbits. What a thrilling battle. Not far away, Yin Yi watched the excited expressions of the two and the fighting spirit that seemed to break through the sky. At that moment, even though he also had Night Rabbit blood flowing through him, a chill still rose in his heart. The world seemed to fall silent at that second. At this moment, Shun Wei and Feng Xian were both looking for each other's flaws. Time passed second by second. After an unknown period, suddenly, a sound resembling a great door being opened echoed in the quiet space. At first, no one paid it any mind until Sakura, Jintoki, and Haruta carried a village flower-level beauty out from the railing on the second floor, and Feng Xian's expression suddenly changed. Damn it, put the sunwool down. With a soft sound, in an instant, Feng Xian's furious roar abruptly stopped. He looked down in shock at the arm that had pierced through his chest, his expression gradually freezing. What a pity, Lord Feng Xian. It seems you have ultimately fallen, just like that bald-headed man, exposing such a big flaw because of a woman, Shun Wei said as he slowly withdrew his arm, smiling. You. Feng Xian struggled to lift his head, seemingly wanting to say something, but as the strength within him rapidly faded, he could only helplessly kneel on the ground. His heart was shattered. Even with the vitality of the Night Rabbits, survival was impossible. Shun Wei casually shook the blood off his arm, glanced at Jintoki and Haruta on the second floor, and then turned to leave. His character was such that, aside from strong individuals, nothing else could pique his interest. Yunya's expression was also somewhat incredulous. After all, the king of the Night Rabbits had once been a mythical figure in the hearts of their generation of Night Rabbits. And now, this myth had been personally killed by their captain. This experience was difficult to put into words for a moment. Carry me down. I want to see him one last time. On the second floor, the courtesan Nichiren, who was being carried on Haruta's back, suddenly spoke. These words instantly changed Haruta's expression, and he hurriedly said, Mom, that bastard is the villain who has imprisoned you for so long. What more is there to say to him? Haruta, everyone has two sides. To understand a person, it's not enough to only see one side. Nichiren was not angry. Although Feng Xian had severed her Achilles tendon over the years, she had also come to see Feng Xian as a pitiful person. If Feng Xian were still alive at that moment, Nichiren would naturally hate him. But now that she saw Feng Xian was about to die, she instead wanted to say a few words to him. Helplessly, Haruta could only carry Nichiren to Feng Xian. Jintoki did not follow. His past experiences made him uninterested in the conversation between the two. Additionally, for some unknown reason, while Feng Xian's death at Shun Wei's hands should have been the best conclusion, Jintoki inexplicably felt a sense of being NTR'd. Chapter 87. People and people's brains cannot be generalized. When Ji Run arrived, Ri Luan, Yin Shi, and the others were collecting Feng Xian's body. Regardless of everything, Feng Xian had once been a great hero, and some respect was due. Moreover, humans inherently possess a strange tolerance towards the deceased. So when Jiren saw that several people were ready to carry Feng Xian away, he decisively ordered Painu Lu to rush out and seize the body. A gust of wind swept by, and Painu Lu's figure instantly appeared in front of Yin Shi and the others, covered by a large hood and cloak. Yin Shi did not recognize his old neighbor. Painu Lu never wasted words when it came to Jiren's orders. After stepping in front of the group, he directly grabbed Feng Xian's corpse and turned to leave. At that moment, Yin Shi and the others finally reacted. Wait, who are you? Everyone felt a sense of vigilance towards this sudden unknown visitor, but Painu Lu completely ignored Yin Shi's inquiry, merely gripping his iron rod and swinging it back in a powerful blow. Bang! With one strike, Yin Shi's wooden sword shattered, and he was sent flying like a meteor, crashing through several walls before being buried under the rubble. Without exploding, this showcased the gap between Ensure and Pai Nu Lu, as well as the likes of Feng Xian and Shun Wei. The rest were instantly stunned into silence, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Pai Nu Lu did not linger, turning to leave with Feng Xian's corpse, until Pai Nu Lu's figure completely vanished. Qing Tai, Ri Luan, and the other Bai Hua female ninjas who had just arrived let out a long breath. It was only then that they realized their backs had been soaked with cold sweat without them noticing. Carrying Feng Xian's body, Ji Ren and Pai Nu Lu quickly returned to Pai Nu Lu's former residence. Let's begin, Ji Ren said, looking at Feng Xian's corpse, which was rapidly losing vitality on the stone platform. As his voice fell, Pai Nu Lu gently nodded, then approached Feng Xian, holding a knife in one hand. He forcefully slashed his wrist, and instantly, blood flowed out like a waterfall, continuously pouring into the wound that pierced Feng Xian's heart. As more and more blood flowed in, the wound on Feng Xian's heart began to slowly sprout granulation tissue, as if it were trying to regenerate a new heart. Fortunately, the night rabbit's vitality was strong enough. Although Feng Xian seemed to have lost all breath, he had not truly died yet. Otherwise, with only the blood within Pai Nu Lu's body, Jiren wouldn't have had much confidence in bringing Feng Xian back to life. Time flowed like water. The blood within Pai Nu Lu had already diminished by more than half. If it weren't for his demon body, Feng Xian likely wouldn't have survived, and Pai Nu Lu himself would have perished first. Bang! A faint sound echoed in the quiet room. It was the sound of a heartbeat. The next second, Feng Xian's eyes suddenly opened, and Jiren felt a shadow flash before him, followed by a massive fist crashing into Pai Nu Lu's face. A once powerful body that countless enemies had failed to break through was now bleeding from the nose under Feng Xian's punch. Pai Nu Lu remained expressionless, staring at the now upright Feng Xian, and similarly clenched his fist, striking Feng Xian in the abdomen. With a loud bang, Feng Xian was instantly sent flying, crashing through stone wall. Seeing this scene, Jiren shrugged and decisively chose to make room for the two. Feng Xian's rampage was within Jiren's expectations. Although it came a bit earlier than anticipated, it wouldn't have a significant impact. After all, one of the reasons Jiren specifically brought Pai Nu Lu back from the universe was for this. Unlike when dealing with Pai Nu Lu before, Pai Nu Lu had serious issues with his own consciousness due to being parasitized by that flower. To put simply, his mental resistance had almost dropped from 10 to 3 or even lower because of that flower. In this situation, the curse Jiren placed in the potion could take effect easily. However, Feng Xian was different. The mental strength of E2 was already above 2 GNI, and although he was on the brink of death, Feng Xian's mental strength had not decreased significantly. Therefore, in this case, if Jiren wanted to control him through a curse, he would inevitably face fierce resistance. Of course, Jiren could also kill Feng Xian directly through a curse, but he invested so much effort not just to obtain a corpse. A beast-like roar came from beneath the rubble. Boom! The stones exploded. Countless fragments and dust scattered like fireworks. In the depths of the haze, Feng Xian, with blood-red and vacant eyes, charged forward rapidly, resembling a ferocious beast, fiercely launching another attack on Pai Nu Lu. The brutality of this battle was far more terrifying than the previous fight between Feng Xian and Shun Wei. Due to the curse, Feng Xian had lost her sanity and had completely unleashed the battle instincts belonging to the Night Rabbit. Normally, this state would pose great harm to herself, but after absorbing Pai Nu Lu's blood, Feng Xian had initially gained regenerative power. The fusion of these two aspects put Pai Nu Lu at a disadvantage for a moment. However, despite the ferocity, the outcome of this battle had actually been determined from the very beginning, because two immortal monsters were fighting. The winner and loser could not be decided in a short time, but due to the curse, the longer the time dragged on, the deeper Feng Xian would fall into despair. Therefore, 1 hour later, after Feng Xian and Pai Nu Lu had completely destroyed a level of the stone tower, Feng Xian finally calmed down. Master, from now on, the fleet will be entrusted to you. I understand. By handing the fleet over to Feng Xian, who had once created the strongest division of the Spring Rain, Jiren could finally set aside matters from the universe and shift his focus to Earth. After all, although Earth was weak in this dimension, it was the center of the entire dimension, and even the thing Jiren desired the most had always been on Earth. However, before planning for Earth, Jiren still had one matter to resolve. Chapter 88. The formation of the potion in the underground laboratory of the Ma family mansion in the hiding place. A light yellow flame was heating a light blue reagent. And under high temperature, the test tube walls were covered with tiny bubbles. After 1 minute and 15 seconds, Jiren picked up the test tube and then placed it aside to cool down. After all, boiling water cannot be consumed directly. This is a conclusion drawn by countless experts over a long period of time. This test reagent is cell enhancer type 1. After incorporating the final balsam gene, this potion has finally taken shape. However, before consumption, Jiren is also unsure of its effects. The only thing that can be confirmed is that even if this potion has poor effects, it will definitely not have any side effects. Outside the door, Painu and El are on guard. After more than 10 minutes, Jiren picked up the test tube, took a glance, and drank it all in one go. It's a bit sweet. After taking the medicine, Jiren didn't have much of a reaction at first, but after a while, he began to feel his body gradually warming up, and at the same time, a slight pain like ants biting started to appear all over him. Jiren silently noted this experience in his mind. Regardless of whether this potion would succeed or not, the feelings he had now would be valuable experience for the future. 10 minutes later, the bones within Jiren's body started to make strange noises. Cell enhancer type 1 targets cellular level enhancement, which means that it's not just the muscles, but also the bones and blood that are all within the scope of enhancement. 15 minutes later, the strange noises from the bones ceased, and Jiren's height increased, rising from the originally shrunk 179 centimeters to a direct jump of 187 centimeters. 25 minutes later, Jiren's skin began to turn red, and his body temperature rapidly rose, peaking at over 40 degrees Celsius at one point. This was the result of a mutation in his blood. 35 minutes later, the cellular evolution entered its final stage, starting to strengthen the muscles throughout Jiren's body, beginning from the heart and ending at the kidneys, then moving on to the muscles of the torso and limbs. The pain during this process was the most intense, but it remained within Jiren's capacity to endure. 45 minutes later, the strengthening was complete. The first feeling Jiren had upon waking up was that his clothes had become smaller, and at the same time, his whole body seemed to be filled with power. With the help of the instruments in a laboratory, Jiren first measured his height and weight. Compared to before, his height had increased by 8 centimeters, while his weight had surged from the original 104 to 108. In fact, from the outside, although Jiren had grown taller, his weight should not have reached 108 yet. However, in reality, this was all due to the increase in muscle and bone density. After that, Jiren successively tested his basic attributes such as strength, speed, lung capacity, and reaction time. The final data showed that Jiren's current physical quality has improved by approximately 3.76 times compared to before. Among these, the increases in strength and defense were the highest, reaching nearly 4.21 times. These two aspects are precisely the strong factors provided by the anger of the Pinalu. Now, Jiren's physical quality has almost surpassed that of the majority of night rabbits, and with this body, he felt that there should be no more hidden injuries when utilizing breathing techniques. Keeping these data in mind, they will serve as important reference materials for future research on cell enhancer type 2. He spent 3 days adapting to his enhanced body. 3 days later, Jiren, accompanied by Painu Lu, once again arrived at Edo Castle. Some time ago, Tokugawa Sadatomo had sent a message informing Jiren that he had found a clue about the Ten Dao faction, but his men were not capable enough and lost track of the target halfway. Upon hearing this, Jiren immediately understood that this old fox was not here to share information about the Ten Dao faction. He was clearly trying to indicate that his men were insufficient and hoped Jiren would provide assistance. Still at the top of Edo Castle, still the same place. Haha. Mr. Kutsu, please have some tea. Tokugawa Sadatomo said cheerfully, personally pouring a cup of tea for Jiren. Since Jiren had provided several batches of firearms to Tokugawa Sadatomo during this time, his standing in Sadatomo's eyes had undoubtedly risen significantly. However, Jiren would not naively believe that Tokugawa Sadatomo would treat him sincerely. Business is business. Getting emotional is too mundane. Lord Sadatomo, I wonder what troubles you are facing? Jiren took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. Clearly, Tokugawa Sadatomo had also become accustomed to Jiren's communication style. After a smile, he sat opposite Jiren and said, I wonder if Mr. Akutsu knows about the Ikabashi faction? Are you referring to those rebels? Exactly. The Ikabashi faction is essentially a group of people eyeing the shogunate position, named after their leader, the Ikabashi family. Furthermore, among the current vassals of the shogunate, aside from the Ikabashi faction, there are also the Tokugawa Sadatomo faction and the Tokugawa Shigemori faction. At such a critical moment of invasion, the shogunate can still engage in internal strife, which only suggests that its downfall is not unjust. In fact, I have recently received some intelligence indicating that the Ikabashi faction seems to have gained the support of the Tendao faction and has been steadily eroding my influence. I suspect that the Tendao faction may have started to doubt me. What do you plan to do? Since we are already prepared to take action against the Tendao faction, my plan is to act decisively. Jiren shook his head gently and said, Your idea is fine, but are you confident in clearing out that group of people? I'm not sure, Mr. Akiyoshi. Do you have any good strategies? Jiren put down the teacup, lightly tapping the table with his right index finger. After a moment, he spoke. Perhaps we can put on a show, a grand performance that will pull that group of guys and all together. Chapter 89. It's really too convenient to cheat regarding dealing with the Ichikyo faction. Tokugawa Sadatake actually mixed in quite a bit of personal interest. Jiren was clear about this, but he didn't care, because eliminating the Ikkyo faction would also help him resolve some obstacles. Moreover, according to the upcoming plan, he could conveniently incorporate the Ikkyo faction as well. After leaving Edo Castle, Jiren followed the street and arrived outside a massive residence. This mansion was built magnificently, and in Edo, merely having money was far from enough to own such a grand estate. Only one type of person could achieve this: officials. The Ikeda family had served as the imperial family's executioners for generations. The fundamental reason for the Ikeda family status was a secret technique known as the soul-washing technique. This technique claimed to be able to sever cells, and once mastered to the pinnacle, when executing a person, not only would the head and body not separate after the neck was severed, but not a single drop of blood would be shed. It was colloquially referred to as the decapitation technique while cells are not paying attention. Of course, the notion of severing cells was undoubtedly an exaggeration. After all, the people of this island nation love to use various over-the-top names like the strongest in the universe or the fearsome tiger of the empire to label their things. However, this soul-washing technique indeed had its remarkable aspects. In simple terms, this secret technique was similar to Iaido, lacking any other combat skills, with a singular pursuit: speed. The world of Gintama is filled with all sorts of chaotic things, but there weren't many useful items for Jiren, among which the soul-washing technique happened to be one of the more valued secret techniques. It must be said that the tattoo provided great convenience for Jiren, because the soul-washing technique held a status in the Ikeda family that was almost comparable to that of the head of the family. Such techniques often left no basic records and were only passed down orally among family members. Even if there were recorded manuals, they would be heavily guarded. Without the tattoo, obtaining the soul-washing technique would be no easier than directly destroying the Ikeda family. But with the power of the tattoo, Jiren only needed to infiltrate the outermost defenses of the Ikeda family. Effortlessly scaling the walls, Jiren soon arrived at the Ikeda family's dojo. A few seconds later, Jiren then obtained a white inheritance card for the level 6 soul-washing technique. However, just as several people were preparing to leave, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly appeared behind him. This sword light was exceptionally swift, almost surpassing all the slashes Jiren had seen before. The speed was so fast that if it had been the previous Jiren, he would definitely not have been able to dodge this sneak attack. But now, after drinking the Type 1 cell enhancer, Jiren's physical qualities had undergone a fundamental change. Whoosh! A slender battle scar appeared at the center of the wooden post behind Jiren, and moments later, the entire post slowly split into two sections. Yet Jiren, who had been standing in place, had vanished without a trace. As expected of the soul-washing technique, truly impressive, Jiren's voice echoed. Under the bright daylight. You come unannounced. Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful to my Ikeda family? The current head of the Ikeda family, Ikeda Yemen, slowly turned around, squinting at Jiren as he spoke. He was quite surprised that Jiren had managed to evade his slash, as no one knew better than him the speed of his recent strike. Without hesitation, he stated that he had already mastered the soul-washing technique to its peak. And in terms of sword speed, there was absolutely no one on Earth who could compare to him. What if I say I accidentally wandered in here? Would you believe me? Jiren spread his hands. What do you think? Swish! Just as Ikeda Yemen finished speaking, he immediately slashed out again. However, this time, his strike had only just begun to swing halfway when a large hand suddenly seized his wrist. Clap! Ikeda Yemen's squinting eyes widened in shock as he saw his captured right hand. His pupils filled with disbelief. The soul-washing technique is ultimately just a technique for delivering the final blow, not a combat skill. It's better to use it sparingly in actual fights. Ikeda Yemen's slashing speed was indeed quick, but combat is not just about speed. Merely being fast is far from enough. The soul-washing technique might work against some ordinary experts, But when facing true powerhouses, the combat finesse of Ikeda, Yemen himself, would become a fatal flaw. Just like right now. With the two of them so close together, Jiren didn't even need to look at his opponent's sword. He could easily predict the direction of the slash simply by observing the movement of Ikeda Yemen's wrist and shoulder just before his opponent made a move, allowing him to easily interrupt the attack. After leaving a remark, Jiren swiftly turned and leaped over the surrounding wall. Ikeda Yemen watched Jiren's departing figure without pursuing him. Firstly, through their previous exchange, he had already realized that he would not be Jiren's opponent, making any chase pointless. Secondly, Jiren had not stolen anything from him this time, at least from his perspective, so there was naturally no need to pursue. However, the sudden appearance of such a small thief at home did raise Ikeda Yemen's vigilance, and that night, he increased the number of guards for the family's defense. Jiren returned to the storage place at Mada's residence. Just as he arrived, Okita Mitsuba came back from shopping with a few guests, Okita Sugo, Hijikata Tushiro, and a gorilla. These were all childhood friends of Jiren, so he didn't disturb them. After greeting them, he went straight back to his research room, took out the LV6 Soul Wash Technique inheritance card, and began to practice in the card space. The Soul Wash Technique is not a high-level skill, as it has a single technique, but its practical effects for Jiren far exceed the card's level. With Jiren's current swordsmanship level, combined with the training bonuses from the card space and the talent boost from his 2 rejuvenations, Jiren learned the Soul Wash Technique at an incredibly fast pace. Soon, he completely unlocked the entire card of Soul Wash Technique. However, that alone was still far from enough, because without integrating the techniques of Soul Wash Technique into Breath of Light, the boost to Jiren's combat power would not be as significant as imagined. While Jiren was quietly enhancing his combat power, news of an event in Edo Castle triggered a massive earthquake in the outside world. Chapter 90, the so-called event. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? What? You haven't heard about that event? Oh, so you're talking about that event. Of course I've heard. By the way, it's strange if you haven't heard about it yet, right? Exactly. What decent person hasn't heard about that event? Is someone who hasn't heard about it even a decent person? In just 3 days, that event spread throughout Edo like wildfire. The people involved held high status, and their actions were extremely vile, quickly becoming a topic of conversation across various sectors during tea breaks and meals. However, those with some status who observed closely would notice that the speed of this event's spread was abnormal. In the past, any news related to such matters would be swiftly suppressed, making it impossible to circulate. Yet this time, the news not only wasn't suppressed, but also spread widely. At the same time, on the 4th day after the news of the event spread, Sakata Jintoki received a letter from Yoshiwara at the Odd Jobs Agency. It was signed by Yoshiwara Courtesan Kiyoshi. What is Sakata Jintoki's essence? A protagonist? A child of the world? The center of the universe? No. These are just his surface traits. In reality, Sakata Jintoki's true nature is that of a perverted LSP with diabetes. So, upon receiving the letter, he immediately got excited. Then, he encountered Tsukiyami, Haruta, Nichiren, and an elderly man over 70 suffering from dementia. Sakata Jintoki, who had already prepared the bedding and toilet paper, instantly lost interest. The letter had not deceived him. It just lacked the word former in the signature. Have you heard about that event happening in Edo recently? Tsukiyami suddenly spoke up. What are you talking about? Without the courtesan, Jintoki immediately returned to his dead fish eyes, lazily picking his nose. Fortunately, Tsukiyami had gradually gotten used to this pathetic appearance and completely ignored Jintoki's state. After giving Jintoki a deep look, Tsukiyami said, "You really are not a decent person. Are you, Jintoki? I feel like you're insulting me, but I have no evidence." 4 days ago, the Ikabashi faction attempted to defect the Shogun Tokugawa Shigeru's retainer and launched an assassination against him, but it was stopped by the former shogun. Now, the Ikabashi faction has been controlled, and those assassins will be publicly executed in 3 days, Tsukiyami explained. Jintoki was stunned and said, "Is that it?" He indeed hadn't heard about this news, as he had spent the last few days either drinking or playing pachinko, hardly interacting with the outside world. But that didn't mean he didn't understand what this event represented. In summary, it was simple. This has nothing to do with them. Even if the shogun was assassinated, it was a matter for the shogunate. They could boast about it, but when it came down to it, they couldn't do anything at all. Tsukiyami rolled his eyes at him and continued, "Of course, the shogunate's matters have little to do with us. But in the event I just mentioned, there is one person who might have a significant connection with us. No, it should be a great connection with Granny Kiyoshi." "Who?" "It's the shoguness retainer, Rokuzen Maze, who was defected. If the news is correct, He is very likely the person who once promised a lifetime with Granny. Tokugawa Sadatake stood on the top floor, looking down at the completely sealed-off Edo Castle, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without a doubt, the assassination incident of Tokugawa Shigeru by the Ikabashi faction was entirely orchestrated by him. Initially, Tokugawa Sadatake only wanted to frame the Ikabashi faction, but later Jiren suddenly suggested adding Rokuzan Maze into the plan. Although Tokugawa Sadatake found Jiren's suggestion a bit strange, he didn't care too much, as the purpose of keeping Rokuzan Maze alive was merely to torment him. As for his life or death, Tokugawa Sadatake was indifferent. Rokuzan Maze was once a retainer of Tokugawa Sadatake. During the time when Kiyoshi Suzuran was still a courtesan, countless officials and merchants were attracted to Kiyoshi, spending lavishly just to see her. At that time, Tokugawa Sadatake had just become the shogun, and his position was not yet stable. Thus, Tokugawa Sadatake devised a plan. He utilized Kiyoshi Suzuran and, with her charm, attracted numerous officials from opposing factions to Yoshiwara, creating a night of bloodshed. This matter should have ended there. However, just when Kiyoshi Suzuran was heartbroken and sad because she was used by Tokugawa Sadatake, Rokuzan Maze went to comfort her, and it was that comfort that led to a direct betrayal. The subsequent developments need not be elaborated. One must admit that Rokuzan Maze is indeed a fierce person. Indeed, Rokuzan Maze and Kiyoshi Suzuran are truly in love, their feelings sincere and moving. But one thing must be noted. Even if Kiyoshi Suzuran was used by Tokugawa Sadatake, she was once his woman. If it were someone else, Tokugawa Sadatake might have let them go with the excuse of ignorance. But you, Rokuzan Maze, watched the two of them become close, and you were Tokugawa Sadatake's retainer. Your actions are no different from putting a green hat on Tokugawa Sadatake's head in front of him. Moreover, at that time, Tokugawa Yoshinobu was still the shogun, his status essentially equivalent to that of the emperor. This situation of making the emperor wear a green hat, irrespective of a man's dignity or the face of the entire shogunate, clearly meant that Tokugawa Yoshinobu would not easily let Rokuzan Miko go. Thus, just as Rokuzan Miko was sneaking out to secretly meet with Kiyoshi and had set the flag for the next full moon night saying, "I will take you away from Yoshiwara," that very night, Rokuzan Miko was captured by Tokugawa Yoshinobu, who cut off one of his arms as punishment and issued a warning of never allow the two to meet again for life. For Tokugawa Yoshinobu, this punishment was already considered lenient, given Rokuzan Miko's years of service. After all, betraying one superior like this would lead to a dire fate in any era. However, for others, this incident sparked different thoughts. I will never let anyone who makes the women of Yoshiwara cry get away with it. In the center of Yoshiwara, after recounting the story of Kiyoshi and Rokuzan Miko, Tsukuyami slammed the table in anger. Chapter 91. Some people can only act even when they know it's dangerous. Originally, Kiyoshi Suzuran, who had developed senile dementia, had forgotten Rokuzan Miko's name, but this time, she remembered it upon hearing it, because Jiren had mixed in some rumors with the news he released, to confirm that Rokuzan Miko was indeed Kiyoshi's promised one. Tsukuyami and the others decided to venture into Edo Castle. Tsukuyami, the reckless woman, initially planned to raid the execution ground 3 days later, but thankfully, Jintoki fought to stop her, which made her abandon that idea. Good grief. Directly robbing the execution ground? Those from the Ikabashi faction probably wouldn't even think of that. After making the decision, Jintoki and the others called for Kagura. Since Edo Castle was under strict military control, ordinary methods couldn't get them in, so they had to rely on connections. Coincidentally, Kagura had always been good friends with Tokugawa Shigemochi's sister, Princess Seiya. The way to win over Kagura was simple. A big meal that could fill her stomach would suffice. Half a day later, under Princess Seiya's guidance, Jintoki and Tsukuyami successfully entered Edo Castle. Since Tokugawa Shigemochi was assassinated, the entire lockdown of Edo Castle had been completely taken over by the Shinsengumi. But it wasn't just the Shinsengumi that came. The Mikawagumi also arrived. However, unlike the Shinsengumi, who were responsible for protecting Tokugawa Shigemochi, the Mikawagumi was mainly there to investigate the truth of the incident. More specifically, they were there to help the Ikabashi faction clear their names. Because while both the Shinsengumi and Mikawagumi belonged to the Metropolitan Police Department, one was backed by Tokugawa Shigemochi's faction, while the other was supported by the Ikabashi faction. The moment Jintoki and Tsukuyami entered Edo Castle, they were immediately targeted by both the black-clad Shinsengumi and the white-clad Mikawagumi. But since both leaders recognized Jintoki, no conflict occurred in the end. Inside Princess Seiya's room, Jintoki and Tsukuyumi unexpectedly encountered the current shogun, Tokugawa Shigemochi. The appearance of Tokugawa Shigemochi surprised Jintoki and Tsukuyumi, but that was about it. After all, even though he was the shogun, he lacked any imposing presence, and through their previous interactions, his foolish side was even more apparent. Lord Sakata, Jintoki, I ask for your help, Tokugawa Shigemochi suddenly pleaded. Hey, Your Excellency, don't joke around. If even you can't solve this problem, do you think a commoner like me can? Although Jintoki usually acted uselessly, that didn't mean he was a fool. After Tokugawa Shigemochi presented himself this way, instead of feeling honored, Jintoki was instantly drenched in cold sweat, instinctively planning to refuse before even hearing the request. However, it seemed Tokugawa Shigemochi had anticipated this. Before Jintoki could speak, he continued, No, perhaps this matter can only be handled by you, Lord Jintoki. I heard that you open a shop that does all sorts of things, so let this matter be my commission. Additionally, what I am about to say is actually related to your purpose for coming here. At this point, as the protagonist, Jintoki had lost all reasons to refuse. All right, what do you want to say, Your Excellency? Jintoki scratched his head, responding helplessly. Thank you, Tokugawa Shigemochi said seriously, then adjusted his wording and slowly said, I would like to request Lord Jintoki to help me find evidence that proves Mr. Rokuzen Miko's innocence. Wait a minute. Jintoki hurriedly interrupted Tokugawa Shigemochi, saying, Your Excellency, are you saying that Rokuzen Miko hasn't betrayed you? Fool! How could Grandpa Musashi betray his brother? There must be some. Seiya. Princess Seiya's words were abruptly cut off by Tokugawa Shigemochi's stern voice. I have already said that without evidence, one must not speak carelessly. Do not forget your identity. Tokugawa Shigemochi rarely showed the authority of an older brother. The teenager Seiya, seeing this, could only pout and lower her head again. I apologize, Mr. Jintoki. Some things are not convenient to tell you right now, but I can assure you that Mr. Musashi is absolutely innocent. After meeting with Tokugawa Shigemochi, Jintoki felt a sense of dread. If there were regret medicine in this world, he would definitely take one right now to forget all memories since receiving that letter, provided, of course, that the medicine was free. You should not interfere in this matter. Just as Jintoki and Tsukuyumi received the order from Tokugawa Shigemochi and were about to leave the room, they heard a voice coming from the left. Jintoki didn't turn around because he could already tell from the smoky scent in the air who the speaker was. There's no helping it. If it's the shogun's order, we could still avoid it, but a friend's request can never be avoided. Hijikata Toshiro took a deep drag of a cigarette and exhaled forcefully, saying, You might die. You know, huh? Who told us we're a bunch of idiots? Oh my, Mr. Hijikata, your words are a bit too serious. Actually, I'm still looking forward to this, young man. After all, young people often bring about some miracles. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the right side of Jintoki. The others turned to look and saw a man dressed in a white Jinshen group uniform, wearing monocles and having a horse-like face, leaning against the wall. Hijikata Toshiro's gaze flickered. Even he was wary of this guy, as he was none other than the leader of the Jinshen group, Sasaki Isaburo. Jintoki also recognized him, but they weren't very close, so they didn't say much and quickly parted ways. After leaving the room, Jintoki and Tsukuyo arrived at the dungeon where Rokuzen Buzo was imprisoned. Chapter 92. The victim is not necessarily the victim according to Tokugawa Shigemori. On the day the Ibusuki faction attempted to assassinate him, he had never seen the so-called assassin. That night, after dark, Tokugawa Shigemori was preparing to sleep when he suddenly heard the sounds of swords clashing outside. When he opened the door to go out, he saw Tokugawa Sadate's men capturing a group of assassins kneeling outside his door. Among them was Rokuzen Buzo. The entire assassination took less than a minute. Before Tokugawa Shigemori could even ask what had happened, Tokugawa Sadate had already issued orders to execute the assassins. Tokugawa Shigemori himself didn't learn the full details of his assassination until the next day. Fortunately, Jintoki and Tsukuyo were not ordinary people and had strong comprehension abilities. Otherwise, an average person hearing Tokugawa Shigemori's words would definitely scoff at him. It was absurd that he was the one being assassinated but only learned about it the next day. No one would believe such a story. However, this was the truth. He was clearly the victim, yet he didn't even have the right to deal with the assassins. One could imagine how much power Tokugawa Shigemori had been stripped of in Edo. Since Tokugawa Shigemori couldn't provide effective information, Jintoki and the others had no choice but to seek the truth from Rokuzen Buzo. Under normal circumstances, given Jintoki and the others' identities, it would be nearly impossible for them to meet Rokuzen Buzo. Even at this moment, using Tokugawa Shigemori's name might not guarantee access. But this time, after simply notifying them, they easily entered the dungeon. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing. But both Jintoki and Tsukuyo felt a heaviness in their hearts. They weren't foolish. Both through Tokugawa Shigemori's account and attitude, as well as Hijikata Tushiru's reminder. They could tell that the so-called assassination of the general by Rokuzen Buzo was nothing but a blatant frame-up. Yet, the almost unmasked attitude of the mastermind behind it sent chills down their spines. "Hey, old man, are you still alive?" In the dark and damp dungeon, Jintoki and Tsukuyo found Rokuzen Buzo. When they arrived, this small old man in prison clothes with one empty sleeve was sitting on the ground with his head down, his white hair disheveled. Hearing their call, Rokuzen Buzo slightly raised his head. When he saw Jintoki, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it quickly turned into dejection, and he sighed, "You shouldn't have come here." "Ah, we've already heard that once, and we don't want to hear it again." Jintoki lazily picked his nose, half closing his eyelids, and opened his dead fish-like eyes, saying, "Although that lord of yours indeed asked me to help you. There's something else someone wants to ask you first." "Something else?" Rokuzen Buzo was taken aback. Just then, Tsukuyo stepped forward from behind Jintoki, lightly holding a smoking pipe in her hand, and said, "I come from Yoshiwara, sent by someone to ask you a question." As soon as Rokuzen Buzo heard the word Yoshiwara from Tsukuyo, his expression changed slightly, and when he heard that she was sent by someone, his gaze changed dramatically. "The person who sent you, is it Kyuka?" Rokuzen Buzo's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Tsukuyo paused her smoking action, her expression gradually turning cold. "It seems that you really are the heartless one." Tsukuyo and the others were unaware of the events that unfolded after Rokuzen Buzo's secret meeting with Kyuka. Therefore, in Tsukuyo's eyes, Rokuzen Buzo, who had betrayed his promise to Kyuka, was undoubtedly a scumbag. Surprisingly, when Rokuzen Buzo heard Tsukuyo call him a heartless person, he lowered his head and did not refute it, because in his view, Tsukuyo was not wrong, no matter the reason back then. Betraying his promise to Kyuka undoubtedly made him a scumbag. "What? Are you too scared to talk?" Tsukuyo mocked. "Back then, you had the guts to deceive Kyuka and make her wait for you her whole life, yet now you don't even have the courage to refute?" Seeing Rokuzen Buzo's reaction, Tsukuyo was even more convinced of his scumbag identity and couldn't help but sneer. Rokuzen Buzo looked up in shock and said, "What are you talking about? Has Kyuka not married someone else? Don't think everyone is as heartless as you. You don't deserve to mention Kyuka's name now." Boom. Rokuzen Buzo became a bit anxious. Just as he was about to say something, a loud noise echoed, shaking the entire dungeon. And fine dust began to fall from the ceiling. Jintoki, Tsukuyo, and Rokuzen Buzo felt a buzzing in their ears and instantly lost their hearing. After a while, their hearing returned. Before they could understand what had happened, they saw dozens of figures dressed in black and wearing masks swiftly entering the dungeon. One of them quickly pulled out a key and opened several prison doors, releasing all the people inside. Hey, our luck can't be that bad, right? I just washed my feet 3 days ago." The moment Jintoki saw these figures, an ominous premonition immediately arose in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, the prison doors over there seemed to be holding the assassins who attempted to assassinate the general. Those people moved quickly. In less than 30 seconds, they had rescued everyone in the dungeon. Just as they were about to leave, one of them suddenly spotted Jintoki and the others. Immediately, the group stopped in their tracks. Someone waved their hand, and soon, 5 of the dozens of people split off, brandishing long knives and walking toward Jintoki and the others, seemingly preparing to silence them. "TSK, if this mission ends, you guys better pay me extra." Jintoki complained to Tsukuyo, then placed his right hand on his wooden sword at his waist, his body tensed, ready to fight. Beside him, Tsukuyo also produced 3 shuriken. Just as Jintoki, Tsukuyo, and the group were on the verge of clashing, a voice called out, "There are assassins. Someone, grab the assassins. There's an assassin in the dungeon." Accompanied by a rush of footsteps, dozens of strong men wielding long knives and wooden sticks suddenly surged into the dungeon, surrounding Jintoki, Tsukuyo, and those other people completely. Chapter 93. The show begins tonight. Edo was in a state of agitation. After the shout of assassin, the entire Edo quickly entered a state of high alert. The members of the Shinsengumi immediately felt the need to protect the current shogun, Tokugawa Shigemori. The members of the returning group rushed towards the dungeon. Looking at the chaos below, Tokugawa Sadatomo on the top floor of Edo Castle gradually smiled with eyes narrowing like a fox. The show is about to begin. Aren't you going to come out and enjoy it? As soon as the words fell, a tall figure in a white robe slowly walked out from the room behind Tokugawa Sadatomo, followed closely by a strong man over 2 meters tall. It was indeed Ji-Run and Pai Null. Ji-Ren came to Tokugawa Sadatomi's side, standing side by side with him, looking down at the scene below. After a moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems that the actors for our next big show are also ready." Oh! Almost at the same time Ji-Ren's words rang out. Suddenly, the room around the three exploded, and dozens of figures rushed out, holding sharp blades, directly surrounding them. Tokugawa Sadatomi's narrow eyes slowly opened with a slight arc, and although faced with so many assassins, there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a faint cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, they were all a bunch of untrained wolf cubs. Kill! This group of assassins was clearly trained killers, and as they moved, there was no unnecessary chatter or hesitation. The cold gleam of blades flickered in the shadows of the windows. Except for the high ground right in front of the three, assassins were leaping from all directions, even from the rooftops and lower floors, launching desperate attacks against the three. In an instant, the three seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. However, facing this scene, both Tokugawa Sadatomi and Ji-Ren remained calm, and even Painu Lu had no intention of making a move. This calmness gave the assassins an ominous premonition, but at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be loosed. Blood splattered under the dim yellow light, appearing as a pitch-black spray, casting a straight plum blossom shape on the window screen. The many assassins were taken aback. They instinctively looked at Ji-Run and the other two, only to find that the three were completely unharmed. If it wasn't their blood, then whose was this blood? The next second they found out. Hundreds of figures wielding long knives appeared from all directions, and in just a few seconds, they surrounded this group of assassins heavily. Upon seeing this scene, the leader of the assassins immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap. For minutes later, Tokugawa Sadatomi's subordinates began to transport the bodies and clean the bloodstains at the scene. The desperate actions of the Ichikawa faction were completely within their expectations. After all, the assassins who had been sent to kill Tokugawa Shigemori were all from the Ichikawa faction that Tokugawa Sadatomi had painstakingly collected. At this moment, as the Ichikawa faction and the Tokugawa faction were vying for power and profits, unless the Ichikawa faction was willing to take the blame, they had no choice but to declare war on Tokugawa Sadatomi. But the problem was, if the Ichikawa faction dared to take the blame at this time, Tokugawa Sadatomi would dare to annihilate them directly. Never underestimate the brutality that a person can exhibit for the sake of power. Therefore, from a moment Tokugawa Sadatomi decided to frame them, the Ichikawa faction had no choice. However, to be fair, would the Ichikawa faction really be afraid? Probably not, after all. They had been preparing for the position of shogun for many years, and now even a random civilian in Edo could see the Ichikawa faction's ambition. So, what Tokugawa Sadatomi was doing now could be considered more of a declaration of war rather than framing. Speaking of which, Mr. Akutsu, I remember those people below seem to have a good relationship with you. Should I go greet them? After the servants cleaned up the bloodstains around, Tokugawa Sadatomi looked downstairs and suddenly smiled as he spoke. Hee, Lord Sadatomi, although humans are social animals, it doesn't mean that just because one has interacted with another, they are friends. Indeed, for people like us, friends are indeed a luxury. Tokugawa Sadatomi squinted his eyes again into a narrow slit and said with a smile, if Ji-Ren and Tokugawa Sadatomi's conversation were overheard by others, they would probably think that this friendship between the two, despite the age difference, was truly enviable. But in reality, only Ji-Ren and Tokugawa Sadatomi knew that they had secretly insulted each other as Old Fox and Little Fox countless times. Tokugawa Sadatomi's covert investigation into Ji-Ren's background was inevitable, and Ji-Ren was well aware of it. For Tokugawa Sadatomi, if he could threaten Ji-Ren through Ji-Ren's friends, he would not hesitate to sacrifice a few civilians' lives. But after the recent probing, Tokugawa Sadatomi abandoned this idea. Regarding Ji-Ren's background, Tokugawa Sadatomi had always been wary in his heart because his subordinates could find nothing about Ji-Ren's past. The earliest information they could find was only after he appeared in Bushu. However, this was clearly not what Tokugawa Sadatomi wanted, because let alone Ji-Ren, even Tokugawa Sadatomi himself did not believe that a few civilians he had interacted with for less than a year could threaten a figure like Ji-Ren. After a simple probe, Ji-Ren and Tokugawa Sadaki once again turned their attention downward. Below Edo Castle, Tokugawa Sadaki's subordinates were still chasing after the enemies. But this time the enemies were no longer from the Aikdai faction, but instead were Jintoki and Tsukuyo. The situation was quite simple. When Tokugawa Sadaki's subordinates stormed into the dungeon, whether intentionally or unintentionally, after eliminating those prison assault assassins, they immediately judged Jiren and Jintoki as accomplices. The reason was that the assassins didn't come early or late, but rather barged in just when you showed up to visit the prison. You must be the traitor. This reasoning was indeed powerful, leaving Jintoki and Tsukuyo momentarily speechless. And then, the scene before them unfolded. Besides Tokugawa Sadaki's subordinates, there were also the police from the Ketsubetsu group and the Shinsengumi chasing after Jintoki and Tsukuyo. But if someone observed closely, they would find that while these two groups seemed to be the loudest, they were actually the slowest to act. A typical case of putting in the effort, but not the work. Seeing this scene, Jiren couldn't help but laugh. Lord Sadaki, it seems not everyone can see your good intentions. Hearing Jiren's words, which sounded like praise but were actually mockery, Tokugawa Sadaki's old face instantly darkened. Chapter 94. You're useless even when given a chance as expected of you. Aikdai faction, truly useless even when given a chance. Jiren sighed inwardly as he looked at the chaos inside Edo Castle. Up until now, the Aikdai faction had sent 2 waves of assassins tonight, with the total number exceeding 100, yet these over 100 were completely eliminated in just 10 minutes. On the contrary, the 2 unrelated individuals, Jintoki and Tsukuyo, were still causing a ruckus and hadn't been dealt with yet. Fortunately, I left a backup plan. Otherwise, if this continued, the plan might not even be able to unfold. Is the Aikdai faction weak? How could that be? If one were to divide the current power within the shogunate, it would roughly be Tokugawa Sadaki 50, Tokugawa Shigeki 20, Aikdai faction 30. Although it seemed there was still a bit of a gap between the Aikdai faction and Tokugawa Sadaki, in reality, there were quite a few outsiders supporting the Aikdai faction, not just the Tenda group. If Jiren remembered correctly, they also had the Ghost Army and Harasame backing them. While the Ghost Army's overall strength was not as formidable as Harasame, in some respects, they might be even more dangerous than Harasame. Logically speaking, with such support, the Aikdai faction shouldn't be defeated so easily. But unfortunately, even though the Aikdai faction's strength was indeed not weak, they were stuck with a brain-dead leader. Cowards breed cowards. Jiren and Tokugawa Satomi really just set things up casually, but they didn't expect the other side to fall into the trap like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. Goodness. Because of this wave of brain-dead operations from the other side, Tokugawa Satomi even briefly had the idea of simply eliminating the Uchiha Shiki. Fortunately, Jiren was able to persuade him, telling him that we still have important matters to attend to, which barely made Tokugawa Satomi suppress this thought. I now somewhat understand why you wanted to imprison Lu Zhuanwu, Tokugawa Satomi said faintly. Ahem, Lord Satomi, it's about time for you to make your appearance. Jiren coughed lightly and said, whether it is the Ichibridge faction or the Six Turns Dance Concealment, they are not the targets for tonight. If one must say there's a target, then from the beginning to the end, tonight's only target is Tokugawa Sadaoki himself. Now the shogunate has almost been completely controlled by the Ten Dao group, so there is no possibility of winning by openly opposing them. Only by transitioning from light to dark can one gain a slim chance of victory. Moreover, this transition from light to dark is best left for the Ten Dao group to declare themselves, as it is less likely to raise suspicion. According to the plan, Six Turns Dance Concealment descended from the castle tower. Sakata Jintoki and Tsukumi's objectives had long since changed. They originally came to Edo Castle seeking a promise, but later added the goal of clearing someone's name. However, with Six Turns Dance Concealment revealing the truth from back then, their goals have now transformed into helping Tokugawa Shigeki regain power, while also seeking vengeance for Six Turns Dance Concealment and the beautiful Suzerain. Don't think these two are overly daring, because in the original plot, these two acted this way as well. Amid the pursuit of hundreds, Jintoki and Tsukuyami quickly broke into Edo Castle. Does that sound unbelievable? But in reality, among the hundreds pursuing them, more than 100 were police from the Shinsengumi and the Mimawara Gumi. One side was loyal to Tokugawa Shigeki, while the other was promoted by the Ichibridge faction. Among the remaining nearly 200, there were also 50 or 60 loyalists of Tokugawa Shigeki. As for the last 150 or so, they were indeed all retainers of Tokugawa Sadaoki, but there are distinctions even among retainers. Tokugawa Sadaoki, this old fox's methods, even Jiren admired. And it must be said that the shogunate still retaining some dignity amidst the invasion of the celestial beings is largely due to his efforts. However, One issue is that this old fox is not very good at dealing with people. Therefore, compared to Tokugawa Shigeki, although Tokugawa Sadaoki has many subordinates, there are very few die-hard loyalists. This leads to the situation where, although there seem to be many people pursuing Jintoki and Tsukuyumi, in reality, the ones putting in real effort may not even number 100. Not long after, Jintoki met with Tokugawa Sadaoki. The subsequent developments went smoothly. Tokugawa Sadaoki first used the villain's basic skill of taunting, easily igniting Jintoki's protagonist rage. Then, both sides began to fight. One could only say that as expected of a protagonist, Jintoki, after going berserk, exhibited terrifying combat strength. If one were to categorize completely inhuman existences like H-Sun and Pai Nuru as the top tier of cosmic strength, then the usual Jintoki and Jiren before cellular enhancement would be roughly second-tier strength. After going berserk, Jintoki's strength has gradually begun to break through the boundaries of the second tier, starting to rise toward the first tier. Although there's still a considerable distance between them, Jintoki can now take on 100 opponents alone. Tokugawa Sadaoki watched Jintoki and Tsukuyumi, who were surrounded by 100 attackers but still not at a disadvantage, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. One must know that the greater Jintoki's displayed power, the more it highlights the uselessness of the Ichibridge faction. Ichibridge Kiki, I've already given you everything. Please don't let me down again. Tokugawa Sadaoki murmured inwardly. After a simple exchange tonight, Tokugawa Sadaoki felt somewhat disappointed in the Ichibridge faction. Is this it? You think this is enough to seize the position of the SH gun? Is it that the Ichibridge family has gotten too carried away, or is it that I, Tokugawa Sadaoki, can't wield a sword anymore? Just as Tokugawa Sadaoki was lost in thought, suddenly, Jintoki and Tsukuyumi found themselves in a perilous situation because the Shinsengumi and Mimawari-gumi had caught up. During the pursuit, these two groups could still pretend to comply while not putting in effort. After all, even if someone saw it, there would be no evidence to catch them. But now that Jintoki and Tsukuyumi were surrounded, if they didn't act, it would be politically ambiguous, and no one could protect them. Chapter 95. The Curtain Falls? Kondo Isami felt a headache. As the leader of the Shinsengumi, facing the current situation, he really didn't know whether to act or not. If he didn't act, it would be disloyal to the shogunate, and as a police officer with a position, such a crime was quite serious. But if he did act, putting aside his personal friendship with Sakata Jintoki, Kondo Isami had no good feelings toward Tokugawa Sadaoki and really had no desire to fight. After fighting for so long, Jintoki ultimately ran out of stamina and was slashed from behind. However, the next second, instead of retreating, he showed a fierce look and turned to slash down the attacker. The blood from the past, during the Sanjay-I movement, gradually ignited, and the former white Yiksha re-emerged into the world. Unfortunately, this was of no use, because there were too many people. Even if he killed several with one slash, others would quickly fill in. Moreover, with the Shinsengumi and Mimawari-gumi arriving, the numbers surrounding them doubled again. Faced with this situation, even Jintoki and Tsukuyumi felt a bit desperate. As they saw more and more wounds on Jintoki and Tsukuyumi, Kondo Isami and Hijikata Tasher closed their eyes in pity. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Without any warning, a loud rumble echoed through the night. And then everyone saw the gates of Edo Castle suddenly collapse, with a massive gate crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust. A gentle breeze blew, the dust settled, and finally revealed a man sitting on a tall horse, dressed in uniform. Tokugawa Sadaoki, surrender. Your conspiracy has been exposed. Ichibridge Kiki shouted proudly from atop his horse, followed by hundreds of Ichibridge faction members. Inside the tower, Tokugawa Sadaoki saw him, and his expression remained unchanged, but deep down, he let out a long breath. Finally, this brain-dead fool has arrived. If E&T comes soon, I might have chopped these two enthusiastic citizens to death. Kid, I don't understand what you're saying. Even though he already knew the subsequent developments, Tokugawa Sadaoki still had to play along with Ichibridge Kiki until the end. Ichibridge Kiki sneered. Ha! Old fox, although your plan is perfect, unfortunately, you are still a bit short compared to me. Plotting to assassinate the current SH gun and wanting to frame me for it is a good scheme, but you still revealed a flaw. Ichibridge Kiki showed a look of triumph. Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Sadaoki instantly became furious. Nonsense. A mere brat like you thinks you can smear my name. You're simply talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence for this? Ichibridge Kiki immediately laughed. Evidence? Of course I have. Saying this, Ichibridge Kiki took out a stack of documents from his bosom, and at the same time his subordinates brought a plain-looking man to his side. This is all the evidence I've collected. And do you recognize him, Sadaoki? Ichihashi CC pointed to the man bound beside him and spoke. Tokugawa Taidaku's expression changed slightly, rendering him somewhat speechless. Seeing this, Ichihashi CC's smile grew even more pronounced. He felt that Tokugawa Taidaku was like a worm in his stomach, saying and doing things that perfectly matched his own inner plans. It was as if heaven was helping him. He never expected that someone would voluntarily deliver this old guy's handle right into his hands. It must be that this old guy had offended too many people in the past. Indeed, I am the true master of destiny. Ichihashi CC's inner thoughts were quite rich. On the rooftop, Jiren watched this scene and could only feel like laughing. Where did that evidence come from? Of course, it was the black material that Tokugawa Taidaku voluntarily brought out, which Jiren had painstakingly sent over. You can't catch a sheep without parting with a child. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly, the old fox Tokugawa Taidaku also went all out. Lord Taidaku, is what Lord CC said true? As soon as Ichihashi CC's evidence was presented, the many people surrounding Jin and Tsukuyami immediately stopped their assault. One could only say that Tokugawa Taidaku was indeed impressive. There wasn't a single die-hard fan in all of Edo. Tokugawa Taidaku's expression changed, and his face gradually became unsightly. This is nonsense. Someone come. Immediately arrest this group of rebels. Tokugawa Taidaku shouted in rage. At this moment, even Jiren couldn't help but admire the acting skills of this old fox. His performance vividly showcased the image of a cornered beast enraged by the exposure of its deeds. No one responded. Just then, another group of people came forward, and this time the leader was none other than Tokugawa Shigemori, followed by Rokuzan Bukazu. Uncle, you have already failed. Stop it. If Ichihashi CC's evidence turned the situation around in an instant, then Tokugawa Shigemori's arrival undoubtedly dealt the final blow to Tokugawa Taidaku. Don't be fooled by the fact that both Tokugawa Taidaku and Ichihashi CC currently had more power than Tokugawa Shigemori. However, there was one point that neither side could change. At this moment, Tokugawa Shigemori was the shogun. He held the legitimate position, while Tokugawa Taidaku and Ichihashi CC could at most only be considered subjects. With the development of events to this point, the situation was already completely defined. Under normal circumstances, the charges of assassinating the shogun and framing others were enough to execute Tokugawa Taidaku. But before Tokugawa Shigemori could announce the judgment, a massive cosmic airship descended from the sky. Following that, a group of figures dressed in monk robes, wearing conical hats, and holding Zen staffs slowly emerged from the airship. They've arrived. Jiren squinted his eyes, then quickly disappeared from the rooftop with a furious expression. Not long after, a cold and indifferent man, dressed similarly but with white hair and dark circles under his eyes, stepped out from the airship. After appearing, he immediately took Tokugawa Sadatake onto the airship without saying a word. Surprisingly, neither Tokugawa Shigeru nor Ichihashi Yoshiyoshi attempted to stop this scene. The reason was simple. These people were from the Heavenly Path Society. I will come back. Before boarding the airship, Tokugawa Sadatake turned back with a smile and released a wave of villainous taunts. Chapter 96. A destroyer Tokugawa Sadatake fell. Tokugawa Shigeru naturally took over his power, becoming the true shogun. That night, Tokugawa Shigeru announced the release of Rokuzan Buzu, who was then taken to Yoshiwara under the guidance of Tsukiyomi and Jintoki, where he had his last meeting with the enchanting Swearin. Under the full moon, the two finally fulfilled their earlier promise. After clearing his grievances, Ichihashi Yoshiyoshi quickly led his subordinates out of Edo Castle, but before leaving, his gaze towards Tokugawa Shigeru was somewhat meaningful. On the other side, the leader of the Heavenly Path Society's assassination unit, Oboro, locked Tokugawa Sadatake in a cell and then ignored him. Tokugawa Sadatake had lost his value, and considering the stability of the shogunate under the control of the Heavenly Path Society, they did not kill him immediately. However, barring any accidents, the fate awaiting Tokugawa Sadatake was to spend the rest of his life in prison. Of course, this was under the condition that there were no surprises. Creak. Almost as soon as the assassination unit from the Heavenly Path Society left, the cell door of Tokugawa Sadatake was slowly opened by a shadow. It seemed Tokugawa Sadatake was not surprised by someone's arrival. But when he saw the true face of the visitor, a moment of astonishment flashed across his face. He did not recognize this person. Dressed in a kimono, with only one eye and holding a smoking pipe, he was not masked, unlike an assassin. But he was also not anyone Tokugawa Sadatake had known before. Who are you? Even if it were a masked assassin, Tokugawa Sadatake would not have asked this question without reason. A destroyer. Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Sadate's heart sank, realizing he was in trouble. This guy was simply a madman. There were quite a few similar crazy individuals in this era. They acted unpredictably and were undoubtedly dangerous. Clang! After uttering these words, Takasugi Shinsuke no longer wasted any words. Drawing his sword and approaching Tokugawa Sadate. He did not deceive Tokugawa Sadate. But one thing he did not clarify was that Takasugi Shinsuke was not only a destroyer who wanted to annihilate everything, but also a vengeful spirit. The reason for his assassination of Tokugawa Sadate was to avenge his former teacher. Tokugawa Sadate took a few steps back, feeling a bit panicked. Takasugi Shinsuke's appearance was completely unexpected. With his long sword raised high, a chilling murderous intent emanated from the blade, and in an instant, Tokugawa Sadate felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. No one is afraid of death. In such an extreme situation approaching the line of death, even Tokugawa Sadate couldn't help but feel fear. Boom! Finally, the long sword fell. At the same time, a loud rumble suddenly came from the side, accompanied by collapsing walls and a fierce howling as a massive iron rod swept toward Takasugi Shinsuke's head. The intense crisis instantly changed Takasugi Shinsuke's expression. Danger, instoppable. Takasugi Shinsuke reacted quickly. His strength was considerable, as he was once a main character's senior brother, and his true combat power could reach the top level of the second tier. Almost the moment the wall exploded, he had already retracted his long sword and made an immediate judgment that could not be hard fought. Whoosh! Takasugi Shinsuke forcibly twisted his body, performing a leap in midair to narrowly avoid the strike. Even in that instant, he counterattacked following the iron rod's origin. It must be said that this response was indeed exquisite. If Takasugi Shinsuke's enemy had similar strength, the attacker would surely reveal a flaw under this counterattack. But unfortunately, this time the attacker far exceeded Takasugi Shinsuke's imagination. Hence, this counterattack not only failed to achieve any effect, but instead buried the slim chance of survival he had worked so hard to gain. Crack! There were no flashy maneuvers. With just a single punch, Takasugi Shinsuke's weapon shattered, and, at the same time, the intimidating iron rod reversed and struck him fiercely. Cough! Takasugi Shinsuke spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out like a meteor, not knowing how many bones had fractured. With a thud, Pinu Lu stepped out from the other side of the wall. Just as he was about to continue pursuing Takasugi Shinsuke to completely eradicate him, he suddenly discovered that the previously sent, flying Takasugi Shinsuke had vanished without a trace. Forget it, Pinu Lu. That guy's ability to escape is not low. Chasing him would be a waste of time. Emerging from the large hole created by Pinu Lu, Jiren walked out. As the leader of the Ghost Soldier Corps, Takasugi Shinsuke had many skills, but his ability to escape was entirely inherited from the main character lineage. Unless one strike could kill him, or he chose to die himself, it was truly too difficult to kill such a person. Moreover, due to the recent commotion, the Heavenly Path Society outside had already been drawn over. Have you finished your business over there? Upon seeing Jiren arrive, Tokugawa Sadate regained his calm. Jiren nodded calmly and said, "It's almost done. Now we just need to wait for confirmation." After the arrival of the Celestial Path Group, Jiren and Tokugawa Tada began to act separately. Tokugawa Tada's main task was to attract the attention of the Celestial Path Group, while Jiren and Pinu Liu infiltrated the airship and installed a locator on it. "We should go," Jiren said upon hearing footsteps approaching from distance. Tokugawa Tada nodded, and the three quickly disappeared into the prison, following Jiren's path. The next day, news of Tokugawa Tada's jailbreak did not spread at all, because for the Celestial Path Group, a person who had lost their value was of little consequence. At most, they would send a few people to search. After being released from prison, Tokugawa Tada immediately contacted his trusted subordinates. These individuals had been arranged from the very beginning and were his true confidants. The reason he only used the defenses within Edo Castle during the assassination attempts by Jintoki and the IBA Bridge faction was to prevent the Celestial Path Group from becoming suspicious. Moreover, the firearms he purchased from Jiren had already been taken away and hidden by his trusted subordinates, so they were not in Edo Castle at all. As for Jiren, he went to space. He needed to contact some people. Last night's incident could only be considered the opening act. The real show had yet to begin. Chapter 97, Assassination of the Shogun, a new prelude after Tokugawa Tada stepped down. Many believed that the shogunate would stabilize and that there would be no problems in the short term. However, on the third day after Tokugawa Tada's resignation, the current shogun, Tokugawa Shigemori, was assassinated. Although he survived, it marked the beginning of another bloody storm. There was no need to guess who was behind this assassination. The IBA Bridge faction was audacious, but it also proved that Tokugawa Shigemori was truly insignificant in their eyes. Otherwise, if Tokugawa Shigemori had any authority, the IBA Bridge faction would not have been so eager to act against him. The more urgent they were, the easier it was to expose flaws. Yet despite this, the IBA Bridge faction acted decisively, and it was clear that without Tokugawa Tada, Tokugawa Shigemori was just a good target for them. Good people cannot outsmart foxes. That night's assassination caused Edo Castle to descend into chaos once more. Tokugawa Shigemori was not Tokugawa Tada. In terms of cunning and power, they were not on the same level. If this were a time of peace, Tokugawa Shigemori might have been a benevolent ruler. But it was not. The situation was one of complete internal strife and external threats. In such a case, the only choice for Tokugawa Shigemori to preserve his life was a strategic retreat, commonly known as fleeing. Thus, the odd jobs crew was called upon once again. Aside from the regular guards protecting the shogun, Tokugawa Shigemori had only 2 combat forces under his command, the Shinsengumi and the ninjas. In fact, these forces combined were not small in number. But the problem was that the enemies pursuing them were too powerful. The ordinary subordinates of the IBA Bridge faction and the Oni soldier team were manageable, as they were still Earthlings. However, the pursuers, the Haru Rain unit, were the 7th Division led by Kamui. This group of night rabbits posed an overwhelming threat to them. The retreat plan had just begun to be implemented. To cover Tokugawa Shigemori's escape, several divisions were specifically split off as decoys, and 2 of these units had already suffered casualties. Tokugawa Tada, who had already shifted from light to dark, learned about his nephew's assassination at the first opportunity. He sighed deeply. Ah, Shigemori, you are ultimately not a qualified shogun. This was something Tokugawa Tada had said to Tokugawa Shigemori more than once in the past. At that time, others thought it was a mockery, but few knew that several times Tokugawa Tada had spoken these words out of frustration for his nephew's shortcomings. Your heart is too soft. A shogun can be despicable and shameless, or he can be upright, but a soft heart and kindness are unacceptable. Once you show mercy, others will not see it as compassion, but as weakness to exploit. Tokugawa Tada gazed out at the sea, his fox-like, narrow eyes revealing a rare hint of emotion. After a moment, he slowly said, since they have moved, we should start preparing too. Understood. A shadow half kneeled beside Tokugawa Tada and responded before quickly disappearing into the shadows. Indeed, the assassination of Tokugawa Shigemori was already anticipated by Ji-Run and Tokugawa Tada. Initially, Tokugawa Tada had doubted Ji-Run regarding this step, thinking that after defeating him, the IBA Bridge faction would slowly plot for the shogun's position, as that would secure their claim. However, after that night's chaotic encounter with IBA Bridge Kiki, Tokugawa Tada no longer had doubts. He realized that IBA Bridge Kiki was really not worth his thoughts. The Celestial Path Group, Haru Rain, and Akutsu Ji-Run, each of them seemed to think that the shogunate was easy to manipulate. Tokugawa Tada murmured as a full moon emerged from behind the dark clouds in the distant sky. Have we confirmed the location? In a vast universe, 2 to 30 airships floated in the starry sky. Inside the central main airship, Ji-Ran sat at the head of the conference table, with Pinu Liu and Feng Xian seated on either side, and over 20 others standing on both sides. It has been confirmed. In the middle of the right side, an alien with a tail hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, all of these were captives recently subdued by Feng Xian. The control room fell into a slight silence. Apart from Feng Xian and Pinu Liu, nearly everyone else had their heads down, including Zongchang Dangma. They were confused and afraid because before Ji-Ren's arrival, none of them had imagined that one day they would have to confront the Celestial Path Group directly. Who were the Celestial Path Group? That was a group of enemies that countless nations in the universe had been unable to resolve for years. However, they now had no chance to turn back, because from the moment they were subdued by Feng Xian, their lives had been controlled by Ji-Ren's poison. Moreover, the spaceship was already heading towards Earth. At this moment, to put it bluntly, even if there were spies from the heavenly path among them, Ji-Ren would not give them a chance to send a secret message. Earth, after a batch of substitutes used by Tokugawa Shigemori to confuse the enemy, was eliminated. Tokugawa Shigemori ultimately had no way to escape and could only choose to hide in the ninja's lair. The ninja nation was heavily fortified, making it the best hiding spot and also Tokugawa Shigemori's last trump card. However, unfortunately, Tokugawa Shigemori was eventually discovered. This was due to a traitor among them. The IGA clan of ninjas consisted of three major families: the Hattori clan, the Fujibayashi clan, and the Hyakuchi clan. The one who betrayed Tokugawa Shigemori was the leader of the Fujibayashi clan, Fujibayashi Kamen. Although in the end, Fujibayashi Kamen was killed by the leaders of the other two clans, Hattori Zenzu and Hyakuchi Rampa. Their whereabouts were discovered by the Oni Soldier Squad and the Spring Rain 7th Division. Not long after, 5 or 6 airships descended upon the Ninja Nation's skies. Before they even arrived, cannonballs had already fallen like meteors. Chapter 98. Let the war begin. The shockwave from the cannonballs stirred up hot winds and debris, rushing towards Tokugawa Shigemori. At a critical moment, Jintoki pounced on him, pinning him down, and when the shockwave dissipated, Jintoki stood up, dusting himself off, and with a pair of dead fish eyes said, Hey, General, were you planning to make me fail my mission just now? Tokugawa Shigemori replied numbly, I just think that if I could use my life to stop this conflict, it would be worth it. Oh, what noble idea. But before putting this idea into practice, I think you should ask those who died for you if they agree. Bang! Jintoki kicked away an assassin approaching from behind. Tokugawa Shigemori fell silent. In fact, Tokugawa Shigemori had never had much thought about the position of shogun, and the only reason he was able to sit in that position was due to various coincidences. He was a kind-hearted and easygoing person, if given a choice. Tokugawa Shigemori would rather be an ordinary person, playing around with Jintoki, Matsudaira, and the rest of his buddies every day, and then go home to receive a scolding from his sister, which would already make him very satisfied. It might be hard to believe, but in reality, if Tokugawa Sadatake had not caught the 6-turn Yuko, Tokugawa Shigemori wouldn't have cared about the conflict between the Ichihashi faction and Tokugawa Sadatake, the so-called position of shogun. He could hand it over at any time. Kill the shogun. More assassins were pursuing from behind, all members of the Oni Soldier Squad. Interestingly, although officially the shogunate was the largest government agency at present among the rebellious forces with some notoriety, the individual combat power of their subordinates was almost all above that of the shogunate. The gap between the two was akin to that between security guards and bodyguards. A red figure darted out, and with a punch to the ground, the surrounding ground shattered, sending the pursuing assassins flying. The red figure landed. It was Kagura. This strong girl was, after all, a Yado. Although she usually just ate and slept, she might struggle against other Yado, but when it came to Earthlings, she could take them down one by one. However, there were too many assassins from the Oni Soldier Squad. After Kagura sent a few flying, within 10 seconds, a large number of people quickly surrounded them from all directions. Seeing this, Jintoki and Kagura hurriedly led the general to retreat. The assassins pursued relentlessly. Faced with so many enemies, no matter how strong Jintoki and Kagura were, they couldn't fight off so many at once. And it looked like the three were about to fall into a desperate situation. Suddenly, from the ground that the three had just crossed, dozens of gleaming long knives shot out, stabbing into the lower bodies of those assassins. Puff! Blood sprayed out. Immediately, a series of screams that far exceeded what ordinary people could endure echoed through the air. Oh! Jintoki and Tokugawa Shigemori, who were fleeing ahead, inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines. Those long knives disappeared after killing the pursuers, and the knife holes in the ground quickly got buried under a gust of wind and dust. If it weren't for the bodies and bloodstains on the ground, no one would have thought that an assassination had just taken place here. In the land of ninjas, the assassins who had been pursued all the way finally revealed their brutal side. Not long after, screams from members of the Oni Soldier Squad came from several directions in the Ninja Nation. On the airship high above, Takasuji Shinsuke, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages and still pale, coldly watched below. Upon seeing the Oni Soldier Squad ambushed, he quickly issued a command for the whole team to gather. This way, the efficiency of the Oni Soldier Squad in pursuing the general dropped sharply. However, the impact was not significant because the Ninja Nation only had 2 exits, one open and one hidden. As long as they secured these 2 exits, Jintoki and the others would be trapped like fish in a barrel. Originally, the hidden exit was a secret way out of the Ninja Nation, known to very few even among ninjas, but with Fujibayashi Kamen's betrayal, this exit was completely exposed. Everyone had planned to sneak out from here, but as soon as they opened the hidden door, they were greeted by the Spring Rain 7th Division, led by Kim Yui. As in the original plot, when Kim Yui arrived, one arm was wrapped in bandages, a result of the injuries sustained during the pursuit of Okita Sugo and his fight with him. Okita Sugo was known as the best swordsman of the Shinsengumi, his strength not inferior to Jintoki's. Although this level of combat power was still no match for a non-human being like Kimetsu, due to Kimetsu's carelessness and Okita Sugo's desperate actions to exchange injuries for victory. Kimetsu ended up with a hole in his palm. However, such an injury could basically be ignored by a mad Yato like Kimetsu. As soon as both sides met at the hidden door, Kimetsu exchanged a warm greeting with his sister. Just one punch, and the so-called strong girl Kagura's right arm bone was directly broken, twisting into a strange shape. "Retreat!" Jintoki shouted, his pupils constricting sharply. He randomly pulled Kagura and started to return along the original path. Kimetsu was not in a hurry to chase, just smiling as he watched everyone flee. After a moment, he began to staggeringly pursue with a group of night rabbits. This group of night rabbits entered the ninja country like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The ninjas, who had previously caused heavy losses to the Oni soldier team, lost their effectiveness in the face of the night rabbits' pursuit. Not only did they fail to injure the opponents, but they also suffered numerous casualties themselves. This was not because the night rabbits saw through the ninjas' ambush, but purely due to the crushing superiority in individual combat power. Some ninjas hid underground, waiting for the night rabbits to come close, trying to execute their old tricks and deliver a surprise attack to their lower body. However, the night rabbits reacted extremely quickly. As soon as the long knives barely emerged from the ground, they jumped lightly to evade them. In the next second, one night rabbit stomped heavily on the ground. To prevent issues with the underground tunnel, the ground here was entirely paved with iron plates, but under this night rabbit stomp, the iron plate actually collapsed directly, crushing the hidden ninjas into a pulp. Some night rabbits fell into traps set by the ninjas, landing directly in a deep pit filled with sharpened iron spikes. Generally, if a person fell in, they would end up with at least 5 or 6 holes in their body. However, the 3 night rabbits reacted differently. One inserted a large umbrella into the rock wall to stop their fall, another did a handstand and supported themselves with the umbrella tip, and the last one simply landed directly, stomping down forcefully to clear most of the iron spikes at the bottom of the pit, landing steadily. Faced with this group of monsters, Jintoki and the others completely lost their ability to resist. In no time, Jintoki and the others were cornered into the last pavilion, surrounded by the Oni soldier team and night rabbits in layers. "Let me go with them," Tokugawa Shige said. No one paid him any attention. At this moment, even if Tokugawa Shige went out, that group would never let them go, not to mention that among the enemies was Takasuji Shinsuke, Jintoki's nemesis and good friend. As the enemy was about to launch their final attack, everyone was tense, waiting for the last struggle. Suddenly, the sound of dozens of cannonballs erupted, and Jintoki and the others were astonished to see the enemy airship hovering in the sky being shot down. With a loud bang, the massive airship crashed to the ground, instantly destroying a large area of houses and raising clouds of dust. The night rabbits, led by Kimetsu, also turned their heads in surprise, and in the next second, a rain of fire descended, instantly covering the area where the night rabbits were located. At the same time, several airships approached from a distance. At the front of the airships, an elderly man in a kimono, with a round figure and an imposing presence, stood with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing this person, Jintoki and the others were instantly stunned, and Tokugawa Shige exclaimed in shock, "Uncle!" Chapter 99. This I know. A rain of bullets fell from all directions. During this time, Tokugawa Satizumi had bought nearly 1,000 firearms from Kirijin. At this moment, with so many firearms firing simultaneously, the area covered by bullets was almost impossible to see through, only firelight and dust flying everywhere. After a round of gunfire, dozens of corpses lay on the ground. However, most of these corpses were members of the Oni soldier team. The night rabbits, due to their powerful combat instincts, had already sought cover the moment the bullets started firing, with only 3 of them reacting slightly slower for various reasons, getting shot full of holes. A bunch of rabbits that should have been exterminated long ago. On the airship, Tokugawa Satizumi coldly observed the situation below, snorted lightly, and waved his hand. The next moment, over a dozen cannon barrels slowly extended from the bottom of the airship. These were all old-fashioned cannons, firing 1 round at a time, and their firing speed was not very fast. These were Earth's native cannons, and their effectiveness was roughly comparable to the laser cannons of cosmic airships. Unless they could force the enemy into a dead end, open fire shooting would yield unsatisfactory results. However, Tokugawa Satizumi did not intend to use them against any strong opponents. He had long heard of the night rabbit's troublesome nature, so he chose the same method as Kirijin to deal with such foes. Cannon fire coverage. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of cannon fire made Jintoki and the others' ears ring. Tokugawa, Shige, stared blankly at his uncle commanding from the airship, feeling as if he had never really understood his uncle all this time. Behind a cover, Abuto brushed off the dust from his hair, spat out the crumbs in his mouth, and as he listened to the cannon sounds, his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Hey, no one told us these guys had so many iron sticks. The iron sticks referred to the firearms. The night rabbits were not afraid of firearms, but that did not mean bullets couldn't kill them. Being covered by so many bullets, even they could only temporarily avoid the sharp edges. Kamui, on the other hand, still smiled and said nonchalantly, Well, it's more enjoyable to kill enemies like this, isn't it? On the other side, Kyuni's eyelids twitched. For some reason, ever since killing H-san, he felt that their captain was walking further down the path of a pervert. Would a normal person really feel excited in such a situation? Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky, and then the cannon fire abruptly stopped. The night rabbits behind the cover, all seasoned warriors, quickly scattered in all directions without needing Kamui to give orders when the sudden change occurred. In the sky, two airships collided with each other. Previously, Tokugawa Sadazumi had ambushed and sunk two of the Oni soldier team's airships with a round of bombardment, but there were still 3 remaining. Now, taking advantage of Tokugawa Sadazumi's cannon fire coverage, Takasuji Shinsuke directly ordered the airships to crash into each other. As soon as the 2 airships made contact, members of the Oni soldier team charged onto Tokugawa Sadazumi's airship with loud cries. The leader of the Oni soldier team, Takasuji Shinsuke, was a madman, and his subordinates were not much better, being a mix of lolicons, murderers, musicians, and all sorts of oddballs. But precisely because of this, his subordinates were the least afraid of death. They had been playing with knives for years and had never feared anyone. However, this time, their opponent was a bit different from the past. In the center of the main airship, Tokugawa Sadazumi looked indifferently at the group rushing up. The members of the Oni soldier team were excited, especially when they saw Tokugawa Sadazumi right in front of them. Their eyes seemed to shine. This old man was their leader, if they could kill him. The latter half of that person's sentence never had time to finish, as his voice abruptly stopped, because surrounding them, 5 or 6 dozen black gun muzzles had appeared, directly aimed at them. If there were any pirates tamed by Kirijin here, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "This I know," looking at the shiny long knife in his hand, and then at the dark firearms opposite. The members of the Oni soldier team silently relaxed their grip on their knives. The leading man's facial expression instantly changed from red to white, from white to blue, from blue to purple, and finally back to white. After his cheeks twitched for a moment, he looked at Tokugawa Sadazumi and let out a long, drawn-out word. Damn! With the sound of gunfire, the ghost soldiers charging onto the airship trembled and then collapsed weakly onto the ground. There was nothing flashy about it. It was purely a dimensionality reduction strike. Takasuji Shinsuke observed this with seemingly unchanged expression, but his deputy, Tachi Michihira, could see that the fist Takasuji had hidden in his sleeves were trembling slightly. Takasuji Shinsuke was the type of cold-blooded commander, but that didn't mean he was devoid of emotions. Send the order to land the airship. Soon, Takasuji suppressed his anger and issued the command. With the enemy possessing such a degree of long-range firepower, unless they directly ordered a retreat of the airship, there was no chance of victory in a frontal assault. It was better to let the airship land and then use the ground-S buildings to engage with the enemy. Tokugawa Sadatomo initially wanted to order a pursuit, but just then, a cannonball struck the airship violently, causing it to sway. In the chaos, Tokugawa Sadatomo caught a glimpse of his cannons, which had been ambushed on the ground, being seized by several night rabbits, who were now operating the cannons to counterattack. Seeing this, Tokugawa could only sigh. Indeed, not everyone is Ikebukuro Yashiki. Due to the coverage of bullets, even if the night rabbits wanted to approach those armed with firearms, it wasn't an easy task. But those old-style cannons were completely different. Boom! At that moment, one airship behind Tokugawa emitted a puff of black smoke and crashed to the ground. But this time, the airship wasn't shot down by a cannonball. It was smashed down by a boulder, and Tokugawa looked in that direction, where Kamui was smiling and giving him a peace sign. Tokugawa's eyelid twitched. Even with his composure, he found it hard to control his expression. This monster ordered the airship to land. Chapter 100. When did the profession of a doctor become so terrifying? Tokugawa Sadatomo was well aware. Facing a monster like Kamui, thinking only of maintaining aerial superiority would likely result in becoming a live target. The airship slowly descended. As soon as it landed, a figure pounced like a beast. Kamui, With a series of gunfire, the guards protecting Tokugawa Sadatomo quickly opened fire. However, the firearms that had previously been invincible were now rendered useless, as their shooting speed couldn't keep up with Kamui's movement speed. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Kamui arrived in front of Tokugawa's guard team and unleashed a whip kick, the terrifying force creating a sonic boom in the air. The man at the outermost edge of the guard team had his head explode like a watermelon from the impact. A few splatters of blood hit Kamui's face, and at that moment, his smiling expression was no different from that of a demon. A chill ran down everyone's spine. With just one strike, the morale of Tokugawa's guard team plummeted by nearly 50%. They had seen countless deaths, but this manner of dying was something they had never encountered before. Could we really defeat such a monster? Doubts began to creep in before the battle even started. Once this seed of doubt was planted in everyone's hearts, their failure was already sealed. And that was precisely Kamui's intention. Don't think that just because Kamui is all muscle he lacks intelligence. Well, to be fair, this Chinibu teenager's IQ isn't particularly high, but when it comes to combat, his intelligence is definitely not low. With morale severely diminished, Tokugawa's guard team, who had little advantage against Kamui, was quickly surrounded by him. A massacre began. Screams, smoke, blood, flames. 3 minutes later, Kamui's fingers were completely stained red with blood, thick droplets dripping from his fingertips as he slowly walked up to Tokugawa. Do you have any more helpers? Tokugawa Sadatomo had his hands clasped behind his back, fingers lightly clenched. He appeared calm, but in reality, he was in a state of panic. That brat had tricked him once again. This was somewhat difficult to deal with, Tokugawa cursed inwardly. Before the battle, Jairu had warned Tokugawa that the leader of the Night Rabbits was somewhat difficult to handle, advising him to be cautious. Thus, to be safe, Tokugawa had deliberately left behind 50 armed guards to protect himself, and now the situation had turned out like this. If not, then you can die after all. You're not within my mission scope, Kamui said with a smile, blood still fresh on his face. Stop. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Kamui and Tokugawa turned to see Tokugawa Momotaro had somehow arrived in front of them. Let my uncle go, and I'll leave with you, Tokugawa Momotaro said calmly. Interesting, but you seem to lack the capital to negotiate with me right now. After all, even if I kill your uncle, I can still take you away, Kamui replied, narrowing his eyes. But the dead me is worth less than the living me. Isn't it? Just then, Aburado and Kaniya arrived next to Kamui, who fell into deep thought. Tokugawa Momotaro's words were not wrong. If the Ikebukuro faction wanted to obtain the position of shogun, the best method would actually be for Tokugawa Momotaro to voluntarily give it to them. Although assassinating Tokugawa Momotaro could also achieve that position, it would ultimately be more troublesome. Moments later, Kamui raised his head, his smile returning. This proposal is good, but I still choose to send him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamui suddenly threw a punch. At Kamui's sudden attack, both Tokugawa Momotaro and Tokugawa Sadatomo's pupils constricted, especially Tokugawa Sadatomo, who felt paralyzed as if being targeted by a ferocious beast, unable to move. But in the next moment, Kamui suddenly retracted his fist. Almost at the same time he pulled back, a straight shadow zipped past Tokugawa Sadatomo and embedded itself in the ground. Everyone was stunned. Turning to look, they saw that shadow was actually a Zen sword. Perhaps due to the force used in throwing it, the sword's end was still quivering. Jintoki's gaze sharpened. This sword? Tenkadi. Whoosh. Not only him, but anyone familiar with this type of Zen sword immediately thought of Tenkadi. As this name flashed in everyone's minds, a figure descended from the sky, followed by a massive airship looming overhead. I'm sorry, but they're my Tenkadi people. No one else is allowed to act. The white-haired, dark-eyed, expressionless H slowly stood up and spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Kamui's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Aburado, understanding Kamui well, realized that their leader was about to kill again. It made sense. It was always their leader who showed off to others. The last enemy who acted so pretentiously was probably already long buried. Boom! The airships of the Celestial Path descended. A long ladder was set up down the exit. And immediately, hundreds of personnel dressed in monk robes, wearing bamboo hats, and holding Zen staffs emerged. A cold aura spread, and the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent in an instant. The members of the Night Rabbit clan quietly approached Xingwei from behind and joined forces with the Go Soldier team and others. Tokugawa Sadatoki's subordinates, stationed around, quickly protected him. Jintoki and the others thought for a moment, then came over to stand with Tokugawa Shigemori. In an instant, The battlefield formed a three-way standoff. The Night Rabbit members looked at the celestial path, their eyes flickering with a hint of caution, but they were not afraid. They had previously clashed with these assassination troops from the celestial path. While their combat strength was considerable, that was not their most terrifying aspect. What was truly frightening about them was that when they fought, they acted like a group of mindless machines, devoid of fear, dread, anger, or sorrow. Compared to assassins, these guys were more like death warriors. Undoubtedly, the celestial path currently held the advantage. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even if the 7th Division and Tokugawa Sadatoki's forces combined, they might not even match half of the enemy's strength. Initially, there was a slight alliance between the Celestial Path and the Spring Rain, but the problem was that the members of the Spring Rain who came this time were Xingwei. The smell of gunpowder on the battlefield gradually intensified. It seemed that a single spark could ignite this chaotic battle at any moment. Just as the tension escalated, suddenly, a large group of airships appeared overhead, and upon counting, there were actually 20 to 30 of them. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the next second, the eyes of the Odd Jobs trio narrowed. Hey, this joke isn't funny at all. Jintoki felt cold sweat breaking out in his pants. The current situation was even more thrilling than the Boshin War he had experienced. When did the profession of doctor become so terrifying? Damn it. Chapter 101. Bang, 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 bang. Time rewinds to 2 days ago. Jiren finally saw the person he wanted to meet through the cosmic light screen image, the Astral Alliance Dark. The Astral Alliance is a coalition formed by the nations of Dragon Veins in the universe, controlled by the Celestial Path. The so-called Astral Alliance Dark is actually still those people, but the matters discussed are different from the usual. The only issue that the Astral Alliance Dark discusses is how to annihilate the Celestial Path. Just like Tokugawa Sadatomo, no leader of any nation is willing to see their country under the control of others. What is the difference with NTR? Grasping this point, Jiren easily obtained the contact information of this group of people. However, while making contact was simple, gaining their trust was not easy. But Jiren did not need their trust, because the main purpose of Jiren contacting them was simply to convey a message. Someone is preparing to take action against the Celestial Path. Who? Earth, the Shogunate. The people over there have already made plans, just waiting for the bait from the Celestial Path to pass by, and they can immediately capture the leader there and take the position of the Celestial Path, launching a counterattack on the stronghold of those 12. Why should we trust you? You don't need to trust me. Slap. The image disappeared, and the conversation ended there. Would those people believe Jiren's words? How could that be? Unless the leaders of those nations were all as brain-dead as Ichihashi Kiki. Jiren's earlier words not only lacked any evidence, but also had significant flaws. However, Jiren still spoke. He had two purposes for this statement. The first was to give these people a reminder. The second, and his true intention, was that this statement was not meant for the people of the Star Alliance, but rather for the hidden traitors of the Tiandao League lurking within the Star Alliance. Over the years, the Star Alliance had launched several military campaigns to encircle the Tiandao League, and on a few occasions, even mobilized the military forces of over 100 countries. But ultimately all ended in failure. Given this situation, who would believe that there were no traitors among them? Jiren even suspected that the forces behind the 12 members of the Tiandao League were, from the very beginning, part of the Star Alliance. After all, the forces behind these 12 individuals were not weak, and it would be impossible for so many major forces to rise in the universe without being noticed. Would the members of the Tiandao League doubt his words? Undoubtedly, they would. But they would still take action because they are the Tiandao League, and they could not stand by while a slave in their eyes rebelled without taking any action. The arrival of Jiren made Tokugawa Sadatomo breathe a sigh of relief. Although so far, the cooperation between Tokugawa Sadatomo and Jiren was still based on ulterior motives in the current situation. Jiren's 20 or 30 airships provided Tokugawa Sadatomo with a sense of security like that of an old father. The three members of the Odd Jobs agency looked up at Jiren in the sky, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Although Shinpachi had a brief encounter with Jiren in the underground world of Yoshiwara, at that time Jiren was only accompanied by two people. So while Shinpachi had doubts about Jiren's identity, he certainly never imagined that Jiren had such a significant background. As for Kamui, when he first saw Jiren, he had no immediate reaction, but when he caught sight of the long-robed Pinuluho beside Jiren the second time, his expression gradually turned excited and perverse. Haha. So you are here. After that great defeat, Kamui had been searching for Pinuluho's whereabouts, but had always come up empty-handed. As for that incident in the underground world of Yoshiwara, Abuto didn't report it, mainly out of concern that their leader might do something irrational. But unexpectedly, they encountered each other again. TSK, if possible, I still hope this fate could be applied to a female being. Obito rolled his eyes and scratched his head, saying helplessly. Jiren stood at the front of the airship, looking down, and his gaze collided with Rong's. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. In the next moment, bullets rained down like a torrential waterfall. In an instant, on the battlefield below, everyone except Tokugawa Sadakatsu and his group scattered. These people reacted swiftly, almost instantly finding cover. They had previously used this tactic to evade Tokugawa Sadakatsu's concentrated fire, but this time, the same method was ineffective against Jiren. The reason was simple. Although Jiren had sold many guns to Tokugawa Sadakatsu, the bullets were only sold according to standard configuration. Therefore, when Tokugawa Sadakatsu opened fire before, there were pauses in between to control ammunition consumption. But Jiren didn't care about that amount of ammunition. Thus, the following scene unfolded on the battlefield. 10 seconds after the battle started, gunfire erupted. 30 seconds after the battle started, gunfire erupted. 1 minute after the battle started, gunfire erupted. 2 minutes after the battle started, gunfire erupted. After this period of accumulation and several upgrades to the military factory, the current operational efficiency of a military factory had already reached a very high level, and the number of firearms, high explosive shells, and bullets accumulated by the fleet was truly terrifying. Therefore, after the fleet engaged in battle, once the firearms overheated, the first reaction of everyone was not to wait for the guns to cool down, but to directly switch to another gun and continue shooting. Amidst the rain of bullets, whether it was the Night Rabbits, the Demon Soldier team, or the Heavenly Path, everyone huddled tightly behind cover, curled up, not daring to move, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless. Under such a density of fire, any exposed part would likely be hit. Behind the cover, Takasuji Shinsuke held a half-broken cigarette holder hit by shrapnel, his expression unchanged. His two burly subordinates, Kinyui and Obito, huddled tightly together, and this was the first time the Night Rabbits felt that the battle had lost its fun. Rome still wore his usual poker face, but if one looked closely, they would notice that the corners of his eyes were twitching. Actually, before coming here, Rome already knew that their team was just bait, but no one had told him that they were fishing for a big whale this time. The Night Rabbits, the Demon Soldier team, and the Heavenly Path had never felt time drag on so painfully. Each second felt like a year. Every moment someone would die. After all, even with cover, ordinary buildings would be destroyed in seconds under such firepower, and no one knew if it would be their turn next. Seeing that their morale was about to collapse just after the battle began, at that moment, dozens of airships suddenly flew in from the distant horizon, surrounding them and rapidly approaching the battlefield. Rome was the first to spot these airships. He had been waiting for them with a heart that felt like it was about to break. Chapter 102. All the same, the subordinates of G-Run gradually ceased fire. It wasn't due to the threat posed by the airships in the distance, but rather, after firing guns for such a long time, their hands had gone numb and needed a break. Hearing the commotion outside diminish, a Fu Tu cautiously peeked outside and quickly withdrew. Shun Wei had a black line on his forehead, feeling that this guy was simply the shame of the Night Rabbits. Once a Fu Tu confirmed that there was no danger outside, Shun Wei and the others stood up and walked out. At the same time, in another direction, Takasuji Shinsuke, along with his subordinates and Oboro, happened to emerge as well. The three exchanged glances. Not long after, the remaining survivors also began to come out. In the recent round of gunfire, the Night Rabbits suffered the least casualties. Originally, there were over 30 of them, and now there were still more than 20 left. Oboro's subordinates, like the Night Rabbits, also had over 20 remaining. Oboro. They had over 30 left with more than 20 remaining, while I had over 300 and now only have more than 20 left. You call it the same? Takasuji Shinsuke, with his one eye, looked over with a blank expression. I only have 4 people left and didn't say anything, and you still dare to speak. Although the number of the Oni Soldier Corps was considerable, after the pursuit of Tokugawa Shigemori and the confrontation with Tokugawa Sadatake, there were already not many left. Now, following Jiren's round of cleansing, the entire Oni Soldier Corps had only Takasuji Shinsuke and 3 deputies remaining. Oboro glanced at the subordinates behind him. Their kind of troops didn't have much emotion, but this time for fishing, the 10 Daos had specifically dispatched the entire assassination unit. However, so many people had already lost over 90% before the battle even began. With such losses, even he didn't know what to say. In the distance, the airships approached. Not too many, not too few, exactly 50, which was double the number of Jiren's fleet. At that moment, everyone else on the battlefield also recognized the origin of those airships. Oh dear, another group of poachers is coming. Afu too turned to glance at Shenwei, somewhat surprised that he had never noticed how capable his leader was at showing off. Shenwei shot him a glance, and Afu too instantly returned to his original form. The newcomers were none other than the Cosmic Pirates, Spring Rain. Spring Rain had a total of 13 divisions. And this time, in order to cooperate with the 10 Daos to eliminate and intimidate the shogunate, Spring Rain dispatched 8 divisions all at once, together with Shenwei's 7th division. That made a total of 9 divisions. Oboro took a step forward, first glancing at Tokugawa Sadatake, then looking up at Jiren, and coldly said, "Your plan has long been exposed. No one can defy the heavens, not those fools in the universe, and certainly not you." The 50 airships advanced closer to the fleet, completely sealing off the surrounding sky. Cannons extended from the platforms, creating immense pressure that caused Jiren's subordinates to become restless. The conversation with the Celestial Alliance indeed succeeded in attracting the attention of the 10 Daos. However, it also revealed another issue, the hard power of the 10 Daos. The 10 Daos contacting Spring Rain was within Jiren's expectations, but deploying so many troops at once was somewhat unexpected. However, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, the more troops attracted here, the more convenient it would be for Feng Xian to take action. Jiren glanced at Rong, but did not respond. This guy seemed like a cold-blooded killer, but in reality, he was just a lackey. There was no point in wasting words or acting, especially since it was the final battle now. With a wave of his hand, the subordinates in the airship's cabin immediately raised their rifles, ready for a second round of cleansing. On the battlefield, Shenwei, Katsura Kotaro, and others instantly tensed up, waiting for Jiren to open fire, ready to take cover behind the barriers. Only Rong remained indifferent, standing in place with an air of superiority. Unfortunately, it seemed he made a wrong choice. Boom! Just as Rong finished speaking, Jiren saw one of the airships at the tail of his fleet suddenly emit black smoke, and with several shakes, the entire airship plummeted like a kite with a broken string. And this was just the beginning. Within just a few minutes, Jiren's airships began to emit black smoke one after another, crashing to the ground as if they had contracted some infectious disease. Even the main airship that Jiren was on was no exception. The sudden change threw the fleet into chaos. As most of Jiren's subordinates were former small-time pirates who had surrendered, without adequate weaponry, they were hardly qualified to fight the enemy. With dozens of airships crashing, the tremendous noise caused the ground to tremble. The 3 clever members of the Odd Jobs Agency were momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed the general, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. In contrast, Shenwei, also a member of the Spring Rain, seemed to recall something upon witnessing this, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Then, rat-a-tat-tat, the cleansing might be delayed, but it would never be absent. Flames rained down, and Shenwei and the others were thrown into chaos. Faintly, Jiren seemed to hear someone cursing angrily. How can this bastard still be shooting? Jiren looked at him strangely. The airship was malfunctioning, not my gun. Why can't I shoot? When the airship first malfunctioned, Jiren was a bit flustered and didn't know what was happening, but he quickly calmed down, because he remembered something. In the Spring Rain 13th Division, there was a division that consisted of just one person, led by a cyborg who possessed countless nanometer-sized robots in his body. These robots could easily infiltrate various types of machinery and then modify commands. In past battles, this cyborg had used this method to destroy countless enemy airships. This ability was quite unbeatable. Even if Jiren had prior knowledge of the enemy's information, he had no good countermeasures. However, while this ability was advantageous, it also had a significant drawback. It was difficult to exert its power in a non-electronic environment. Additionally, although it could manipulate humans, the cyborg's fatal flaw would also be exposed at the moment it entered a human body. After destroying all the control centers inside the airships, when all the airships fell, Jiren directly ordered his subordinates, who had no place to shoot. The people were stunned at first, but quickly came to their senses and said, "Understood." Chapter 103. Unless he doesn't die in the depths of the universe. There was a dim area not too far from Earth. A massive airship, resembling a base, floated in the boundless starry sky. This base seemed unremarkable, but through the occasional patrol density around it, one would notice its abnormalities. However, despite the large number of guards at this base, they were quite lazy, as no outsiders had approached for years, to the point where a single airship only triggered alerts after being detected within a 10-mile radius. Enemy attack. The alarm that had been silent for years blared. For a moment, the members inside the base were slightly stunned before finally realizing the sound was the alarm. But it was ultimately too late. Just as the base sounded the alarm, the airship in the distance suddenly accelerated. The guards at the base reacted quickly and immediately launched an attack with their laser weapons. A large number of beams concentrated on the front of the airship, quickly riddling it with holes. However, what shocked the base guards was that even though the airship was damaged, it still charged forward with a desperate momentum, crashing into the base. Boom! Upon collision, the front half of the airship was immediately destroyed. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky, holding a large umbrella, and with a thud, landed on top of the base. Upon seeing this person, the base guards' faces changed dramatically. Night King, Feng Xian. In the next moment, the flare of gunfire erupted as the guards, previously intimidated by Feng Xian, were instantly wiped out, followed by a team of armed pirates gradually entering the base. Once the team was assembled, Feng Xian opened the large umbrella and was the first to walk toward the interior of the base. Gunfire continued, and not long after, Feng Xian led the squad into a dim room, which had 12 tall columns, each with a person seated atop. I never expected you to be alive and to come here. The people didn't seem flustered by Feng Xian's arrival and spoke. Hey, is that all you want to say? Feng Xian moved aside the large umbrella and tilted his head back with a defiant smile. Someone sneered. Feng Xian, do you really think we only have this little trick? Your plan is good, but unfortunately, you've underestimated one thing. With just you people, no matter how you plot, you can't fight against the heavens. Just as the person finished speaking, a sound of footsteps suddenly erupted, and a large group of armed celestial beings quickly emerged around the room. Kill them. Someone atop the 12 columns coldly issued the order. A chaotic battle broke out. The 12 people atop the columns wore expressions of calmness, their eyes indifferent, looking down at Feng Xian below, as if he were a dead person. They understood Feng Xian's power due to their cooperation with the spring rain, but even the strongest warrior couldn't survive under such a siege. Unless he doesn't die. As the melee began, Feng Xian's squad quickly cleared the first wave of attacking enemies using their weapon advantage, but as more enemies charged from the rear, the casualties of this squad began to rise. Feng Xian was not in the same area as this squad. In his region, the momentum was greater, and each attack stirred up a large wave with unmatched ferocity. Yet, even so, the expressions of the 12 atop the columns remained calm. They looked like gods perched on clouds, viewing the mortal conflict below with indifference, until they saw Feng Xian get slashed, and the wound surprisingly healed back to normal within seconds. The eyelids of this group twitched slightly. A bad premonition gradually surged in their hearts. Bullets have no eyes. Compared to cold weapons, aside from being fast, numerous, and fierce, hot weapons also carry an element of uncertainty. Just like how Takasugi Shinsuke never expected that the remaining 4 of the Oni army would be simultaneously shot. Not everyone is a night rabbit, or rather, aside from the night rabbit, it is common for others to have no ability to resist when facing weapons like the 458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle. Haha, it seems I can only stop here. Kawakami Manji hid behind cover, gasping heavily, pressing one hand against his chest to stop the bleeding from the gunshot wound, a bitter smile appearing on his pale face. Beside him was Takasugi Shinsuke, who had been shot in the leg, while not fatal. He had essentially lost the ability to move. At this moment, Takasugi's face had completely lost its usual calmness. He turned to look at the ground not far away, where the already riddled Kaida Yoshiko and Musashi Benaru lay, with only one eye remaining, instantly filled with bloodshot. You won't die, believe me. Takasugi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to control his emotions and spoke. However, after he finished speaking, he received no response for a long time. Takasugi's expression froze, and after a moment, he turned his head stiffly, only to see Kawakami Manji had already closed his eyes. Instantly, the color drained from Takasugi's face at a visible speed. Not far away, Jintoki deliberately focused his gaze on Takasugi Shinsuke, and upon seeing his expression, his mood also became somewhat heavy. His relationship with Takasugi was complicated. They had once been from the same faction, and if it weren't for that incident, perhaps they would be the best of friends now. Psychologically, Jintoki didn't want Takasugi to die just like that, but he also understood that the battle had reached a point where it was beyond his control. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of continuous cannon fire interrupted the baptism. In the sky above, the spring rain launched an attack on Jiren's fleet. They did not use laser cannons, perhaps knowing that such weapons couldn't kill. 50 airships, with an average of 5 cannons on each, unleashed a barrage of 250 shells. In a single attack, it directly destroyed 5 of Jiren's airships, and several others sustained varying degrees of damage to their decks. The main airship where Jiren was located was also hit by a cannonball, but it did not strike the center. It only landed on the protective plate beneath the tail section. The airship shook violently. The small minions who had been subdued were very panicked, and a few even attempted to flee, but they were immediately executed by a few captains, and the situation gradually stabilized. The captains controlled by Jiren's poison handled this situation very skillfully, clearly not for the first time. After all, they were not a regular army. Moreover, the current battlefield situation was indeed not favorable for Jiren. The level of artillery was quite average. Whether it was the spring rain or the cannons in Jiren's hands, they were all similar to old-fashioned cannons, with a slow loading speed, taking at least 10 seconds to fire once at the fastest. Therefore, in this situation, once artillery battles began, the higher the ground occupied, the greater the advantage naturally became. Jiren glanced at the enemy who was loading the cannonballs and calmly said, "Don't hold back. Take them all out." Chapter 104. Now everything depends on looks. He is my prey. Taking advantage of the spring rain suppressing Jiren's fleet, Shunwei and Rong quickly launched a counterattack. Among them, Shunwei was especially excited, his agile body leaping several times over the ruins, charging like an antelope towards the airship where Jiren was located. A few people saw Shunwei charging over and tried to block him with gunfire, but they were instantly evaded. Then, Shunwei leaped high, directly aiming at Jiren, and delivered a kick to the side of Pai Nuel. Bang! Pai Nuel raised a metal rod, blocking the kick with one hand, and his entire body sank down, the deck beneath him caving in, half of his thigh sinking into the cabin. "Ha ha! Undying monster! Let us start the fight. We didn't finish last time." Shunwei laughed maniacally. Jiren glanced at him, thinking to himself, "You had a hole punched through you last time, and you still dare to talk about unfinished business? Have you no shame?" Clearly, the current Shunwei had no intention of keeping his face. He just wanted to fight. The commotion caused by these two monsters was too great, resulting in significant destruction. So Jiren simply had Pai Nuel lure Shunwei to the edge of the battlefield to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Behind Shunwei, his two subordinates, Afutu and Yunyi, led the remaining dozen night rabbits, charging over as well. Afutu and Jiren were old acquaintances, so he knew very well who the true leader was here. Capture the thief, first capture the king. Afutu's plan was good, but unfortunately, they hadn't gotten close before being blocked by Tokugawa Sadao's subordinates, as well as Kagura and Shinpachi. Since Jiren appeared, Tokugawa Sadao and the others from the odd jobs have basically become bystanders. Although Tokugawa Sadao, that old fox, was enjoying the show, he had no doubt that if he continued to watch, Jiren would come over for a round of cleansing and take care of them. Sakata Jintoki, the protagonist, was facing off against Rome in another direction. These two were also fellow disciples. I must say, the relationships among this group of people were truly chaotic, not only in terms of relationships, but also the emotional entanglements among them were even more complicated. What is more, all these guys were male. While these people were being blocked, Jiren's pirates finally pushed out the cannon mounts from each airship, excluding the destroyed cannons. Jiren still had a total of 102 cannon platforms left. It wasn't that the military factory couldn't produce more, but rather that the space in the airships was limited. Normally, each airship would only retain 5 to 10 large cannons at most. This quantity was clearly insufficient compared to the spring rain. However, Jiren's strategy to lure the army of Heaven's path was never reliant on the cannon platforms. One by one, shells that were noticeably thicker than standard cannonballs, and with more exquisite craftsmanship, were stuffed into the cannon tubes. Jiren and Spring Rain were loading ammunition at the same time, but Spring Rain was faster. So while Jiren was still filling shells, Spring Rain had already begun the second round of cannon fire. Over 200 shells landed, and the strong shockwave instantly covered half the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Jiren's side had once again lost 4 airships and 22 cannon mounts. Jiren's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, the shells on Jiren's side were finally loaded. Without any hesitation, Jiren directly ordered fire. Boom, boom, boom. Above in the sky, in the control room of the Spring Rain main airship, a heavenly being with a lion-like appearance looked at the screen, displaying Jiren's face and the shells flying towards the sky, revealing a cold smile. How ridiculous! With this little firepower, what do you think you can do against me? Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang interrupted him, and the entire main control room suddenly shook violently. Everyone then felt a strong sense of weightlessness rising from beneath their feet. From the outside, as Jiren unleashed a round of bombardment, the entire sky looked like fireworks exploding. With just one round of cannon fire, nearly 20 airships from the Spring Rain fleet fell to the ground like birds with broken wings. Not only the people within the Spring Rain fleet, But even those fighting on the ground looked up at the changes in the sky, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this what other people's artillery looks like? Among the men engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield, aside from the filler New 8 chicken, the rest were all individuals who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even if they usually didn't favor firearms, they certainly didn't lack the ability to discern these weapons. Previously, they had seen artillery that could hit people, but to take down an airship, even if every shell hit, it would generally require at least 10 to 20 shots to bring one down. Yet now, what were they witnessing? An average of 3 shells, and an airship would be completely destroyed. What the hell? Is the power of this artillery really based on the commander's looks? Fortunately, Jiren did not hear these people's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have told them that they were indeed not wrong. The power of this artillery was indeed influenced by the commander's appearance. However, this appearance was not solely about looks. It was more about being multi-talented, like a certain Mr. Ma. The shells used by the Jiren fleet were high-explosive shells obtained from arms dealers. These shells are powerful, accurate, and have a long range. But the only drawback is their high cost. Even the arms dealers themselves didn't produce many of these, fearing they wouldn't sell and would incur losses. Jiren's original plan was to produce several dozen tons of high-explosive shells as a reserve, but ultimately, due to the price, they only produced 10 tons and stopped investing further. The Spring Rain Division in the sky was completely stunned by the bombardment. Everyone was using cannons, but this way of fighting was just no fun. The Spring Rain pirate overseer, Lion Tianshin, wasn't having much luck. After just one round of cannon fire, not only was his airship hit, but his control system was also destroyed. Without a commander, the 30 or so airships still floating in the sky could only grit their teeth and continue exchanging fire with Jiren. This back and forth continued. After 3 rounds of bombardment, at the cost of 10 of their own airships, the Spring Rain airships in the sky were finally all shot down. Without their height advantage and firepower advantage, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. Lion Tianshin, with a grim expression, walked out of the main control room and onto the ship's deck, gazing at Jiren from a distance. After a moment, he suddenly raised a nearly 3-meter-long sword in his hand and roared, "Attack!" Chapter 105. 3-layer defensive fortress. How many people are there in the 8 divisions of Spring Rain? The answer is countless. When Lion Tianshin issued the attack order, a large number of Tianshin emerged simultaneously from the 50 downed airships, some in greater numbers, some in fewer. When the streams of people converged from a distance, it looked just like the monster siege advertisements Jiren often saw in his past life. In this situation, if Jiren were to confront them head-on, the most likely outcome would be that he would be drowned by a mouthful of spit from each of them. Forced and helpless, Jiren had no choice but to order the remaining weapons to be brought out and set up a defensive position. Due to the excessive number of airship crashes, Jiren's weapon count had also decreased. After a rough tally, only about 560 BX-type heavy machine guns, over 458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifles, more than 900 G-ing submachine guns, and a number of bullets were left. Meanwhile, due to the recent rounds of shelling, only a little over 2 tons of high-explosive shells remained. Compared to the initial situation where each person could be allocated 2 spare firearms, now, with all the pirates combined, each person could barely get half of 1 spare gun. They were practically destitute. However, given the circumstances, they could only make do for now and use what little they had sparingly. Although the combat skills of the Jiren fleet's pirates are average, their speed in drawing guns is quite fast, all honed through numerous battles in space. It didn't take long. All of Jiren's subordinates gathered together, with everyone assembling on the 4 airships. The main airship where Jiren is located is at the center, and because its cabin is elevated, the decks surrounding this airship are all equipped with heavy machine guns. The BX-type heavy machine gun has a barrel length of about 1 meter and a diameter of 4 centimeters. Just looking through the barrel opening reveals the terrifying nature of this weapon. The other 3 airships are positioned at 3 directions surrounding the main airship, and the pirates on the cabin decks are armed with 458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifles. The outermost layer of pirates is standing on the ground, forming a circle to protect the surrounding airships, serving as the first line of defense against enemy assaults, facing the largest number of enemies and bearing the greatest pressure. Therefore, they are armed with the fastest firing weapon, the Shadow submachine gun. With 3 layers of defense established, Jiren's position has almost instantly transformed into an impregnable fortress. The vanguard troops of Chunyu gradually come to a halt. Something is off about the enemies. Perhaps few could imagine the sight of nearly 10,000 firearms gathered for defense. Overall, in the eyes of these vanguard troops, the enemy has vanished. Now, all Chunyu can see in front of them is the neatly arranged 3 rows of dark gun muzzles. So densely packed that they cannot even make out the faces of the enemies, all heads obscured by the gun barrels. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. In such a situation, even the most valiant and battle-hungry Shinwei couldn't help but be momentarily stunned, his squinting eyes widening, which allowed Painulu to catch him off guard and land a solid punch. It was unthinkable for Shanwei to be distracted during combat. But Jiren's actions left him somewhat speechless. How many guns do you have, damn it? Shinwei really wanted to grab Jiren by the collar and demand answers. But upon seeing those 3 rows of neatly aligned gun muzzles, he decisively chose to pull Painulu back a distance from the battlefield. Can't provoke, can't provoke. It's not that I'm not brave enough. It's just that the opponent is too cautious. He originally thought that the rifles Jiren pulled out at the beginning were all he had, but it turned out that was just the beginning. Jiren, as an arms dealer, it's normal for me to have a few more guns. In the distance, the Lion Celestial's mind went blank. Tokugawa's mouth twitched. Although he had long suspected Jiren had some tricks up his sleeve, he never expected him to have hidden so much. Damn. They all say they're good comrades, but behind the scenes, they won't even sell a single heavy machine gun. Bah, a man's words are deceptive. Looking at the black, thick, and mighty treasures mounted on Jiren's main airship, Tokugawa couldn't help but shed tears of envy. The first to open fire was the heavy machine gun beside Jiren. Among the 3 types of weapons, the heavy machine gun has the longest range. Taking advantage of the enemy not yet stepping into rifle range, Jiren prepared to greet them with a wave of fire from the heavy machine gun first. Despite being manufactured for a while, this was actually Jiren's first time using it. Bang! The bullet hit flesh, and the first few Celestials in the front line of the spring rain were reduced to mere remnants without even a final scream. The bullets continued forward, quickly hitting the Celestials behind them, piercing through chests and exploding inside, sending shrapnel flying. The offensive momentum of the Vanguard army was once again halted. In the back, the Lion Celestials saw this scene, and the veins on the lion's face bulged as he roared. Charge. Anyone who dares to hesitate will be killed on the spot. The Lion Celestials clearly had a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the Spring Rain pirates. Upon hearing this, some pirates who had initially thought of retreating were suddenly shaken and shouted as they charged forward. On the main airship, the heavy machine gun's firepower opened up, filling the sky with countless pale yellow flashes. Ordinary firearms leave only a hole when they hit. But the bullets from the BX-type heavy machine gun, if they hit, the best outcome is dismemberment. Before long, the battlefield was littered with corpses and, chillingly, almost none of them were whole. However, the speed of the Spring Rain's attack did not decrease. Soon, some pirates rushed into rifle range. Tat 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 tat. The second layer of defense, the automatic rifles, opened fire, compared to the heavy machine gun, which had overwhelming power but insufficient density. The firepower from the automatic rifles significantly increased the bullet density on the battlefield. Gradually, the ground began to pile up with corpses. When the Spring Rain pirates rushed into the last layer of the submachine gun's defense range, the setup Jiren had been arranging since the day he started manufacturing arms finally revealed its brutal side. If the net formed by the heavy machine guns and automatic rifles had the occasional fish that slipped through, then once the submachine gun bullets joined in, this net became a trap with no escape. The 3 layers of firepower completely blocked the Spring Rain pirates' attack 50 meters away. Although this group of pirates rarely displayed a fearless demeanor, it was of no use. No matter how they charged, they could never cross that 50-meter line. Before long, in the 50-meter area outside the airship, the corpses of pirates had piled up into a wall. However, within the 50 meters, not a single corpse could be seen. The difference between the 2 sides was stark. For the Spring Rain pirates, this distance from the airship was like a forbidden zone. Chapter 106. Out of bullets? Charge. About 26 minutes into the battle, after losing nearly 40% of their total strength, the casualties of the Spring Rain pirates began to decrease. The reason for this was simple. Too many had died, causing the frontline corpses to pile up into a wall that blocked Jiren's bullets. In the distance, the Lion Celestial watched the war unfold, his temples throbbing. What a situation. The Lion Celestial himself never thought he would find himself in such a war one day. Don't forget, after all, the Spring Rain was just a group of pirates. In previous pirate battles, all they had to do was charge forward with knives. However, now, what was merely a conflict between 2 pirate groups had turned into a fortress siege, a landing operation. The Lion Celestial exclaimed, "What a situation!" The sudden change in the scene left the Lion Celestial a bit unaccustomed. Seeing his side's morale plummet, and knowing that complete collapse was near, he began to feel anxious. Could it be that retreat was the only option? The Lion Celestial felt a bit reluctant, but reason told him that it was indeed the best choice. After all, the main players in this war were not them. The actual combatants came from the Shogunate and the Celestial Dao. The Spring Rain and Jiren's pirate fleet were merely hired help. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The original combatants, the Shogunate and the Celestial Dao, had been wiped out, leaving these two hired hands to become the main force in the battle. If they continued to fight, the Lion Celestial was confident of victory. But if the losses were too heavy, it wouldn't be in the interest of the Spring Rain. Just as the Lion Celestial was caught in his thoughts, an unexpected event occurred at the forefront of the battlefield. The Celestial suddenly had a bold idea, carrying a comrade's corpse into the 50-meter forbidden zone. Jiren's men immediately opened fire, but this person managed to withstand 3 seconds using the corpse as cover before being hit by bullets. Although this brave warrior ultimately became a civ, his actions lit a spark in the eyes of many Spring Rain pirates. The next moment, a large number of pirates used the same tactic and suddenly launched another attack. This time, the Spring Rain easily secured a foothold within the 50-meter forbidden zone and began to steadily approach the airship. Seeing the enemy getting closer to the airship, Jiren's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed as if he was waiting for something. Until the enemy approached within 20 meters of the airship, Jiren ordered, "Everyone activate overload mode." The BX-type heavy machine gun has 2 firing modes. The first is the normal state, with a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute. The second is the overload mode, in which the firing rate can reach 3,000 rounds per minute. However, the downside is that it will reduce the lifespan of the heavy machine gun. Additionally, the 458 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle and the Jiang submachine gun also have overload modes, but this overload does not increase the firing rate. It simply sacrifices the barrel's cooling time, allowing for rapid firing of 3 to 5 bursts of bullets in a very short time, almost in a self-destructive manner. This is a tactic used only in desperate situations. The overload mode erupted. The number of bullets sweeping across the battlefield surged again, and for a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to transform into a world of fire and bullets. In the end, due to the overload, some firearms became uncontrollable, causing some bullets to start indiscriminately hitting both enemies and allies. At this point, the battlefield was divided into several regions. The battle area between Jiren and the Chunyu army is the main battlefield. This area has now completely turned into a meat grinder. Anyone who steps in here will only fall into 2 categories, lucky and unlucky. Other factors like strength and intelligence have no effect whatsoever on this battlefield. In addition, to the southeast, the fighting grounds of the monsters Shunwei and Pinu L are also one of the forbidden zones. To the north, there's the area where Jintoki and Oboro are clashing, and near that area, Tokugawa Shigeru is entangled with Yado. Originally, the several battlefields were quite distinct, but at this moment, as Jiren unleashes a burst of gunfire, the entire battlefield descends into chaos. Bullets flying in from who knows where instantly turn half of Tokugawa Shigeru's forces into corpses, while also taking down several Yado across from him. With the death of these few, the 7th Division of the Yado, excluding the 3 leaders Shunwei, Aburatori, and Yun, is left with only 6 members. Shinpachi has a low presence and seemingly bad luck. Already getting beaten badly while fighting Yun, he unfortunately gets hit by a bullet from submachine gun, losing an arm on the spot. "Shinpachi!" Kagura shouted, quickly abandoning Aburatori and pulling Shinpachi into a cover. Just as they got inside, Tokugawa Shigeru, Tokugawa Shigemori, Jintoki, Oboro, Aburatori, and Yun all followed in. The group exchanged glances and ultimately chose not to attack. "Your companion seems to have gone crazy." Aburatori lazily sat on the ground, leaning against the cover, and suddenly said with a pair of tired eyes. Tokugawa Shigeru's cheek twitched a few times. He really couldn't refute that. The overload mode is powerful, but its nature determines that it cannot last long and is destined for a final burst. Soon, after the Chunyu army suffers another 25 loss, Jiren's firepower finally comes to a complete halt. The moment the fire stops, the pirates of the Chunyu army instantly turn red-eyed. These bastards have run out of bullets. Kill. Damn it, charge. They had never suffered such humiliation since the establishment of Chunyu. After fighting for so long, they hadn't even touched a hair on the enemy, and they had already lost more than half their manpower. If they don't vent this pent-up frustration, they genuinely doubt they could survive this battle without dying from anger. With the powerful firepower no longer blocking them, in an instant, the Chunyu pirates have surged onto the airship, and both sides officially begin close combat. At the same time that the gunfire ceased, behind the cover, Kagura and Shinpachi were shocked to discover that their original opponents, Aburatori and Yanni, had mysteriously vanished. By the time they found the two Yado had already made their way onto the airship, charging straight at Jiren. "This is the end, you little bastard!" Yanni roared, parachuting down from the sky. Jiren raised his eyes and glanced. The next moment, clang, a chilling flash of sword light suddenly reflected deep in Yunya's eyes. Chapter 107 A-Fu 2. You've changed. Fast. Incredibly fast. After enhancing his physique with cell agents and integrating the soul cleansing technique into the breath of light, Jiren's sword speed had reached a shocking level. The sword light flashed by, and Yunya didn't even feel a hint of pain. After landing, he even took 3 steps forward. After 3 steps, Yunya showed a puzzled expression, still not sensing anything unusual about his body, even doubting whether Jiren's sword had missed. However, across from him, Afutu's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing him. Bang! A head thudded to the ground with a muffled sound. Until the last second before death, Yunya still felt no pain at all. "You've changed." "What?" Jiren was taken aback. "The last time we met, you weren't like this. I didn't expect you to change so quickly in such a short time." Afutu tilted his head back, and his dull eyes gradually faded, replaced by something seemingly awakening. "Jiren, why does this sound so strange?" Boom! A shadow suddenly rushed in from the front. Jiren reacted instantly, blocking with his sword, but still felt a tremendous force impact him. If it weren't for the cell potion he took earlier that greatly increased his strength, he estimated that with just this strike, he would have been sent flying. The full-force attack was ineffective, and Avitu's expression also slightly changed, but he reacted quickly, stepping forward and disappearing from his spot, fully awakening the blood of the Night Rabbit. Avitu's combat power was quite astonishing. Even Jiren could only barely catch a glimpse of shadow. Jiren's eyes were slightly closed as he exhaled slowly. In the next moment, the transparent world opened up. He could see. Move! Boom! A large umbrella came crashing down, instantly creating a big pit where Jiren was originally standing. Move again! Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and Afutu's whip kick missed. After dodging 2 consecutive lethal attacks, Afutu quickly sensed something was off, immediately halting his assault and creating distance from Jiren. Standing at a distance, Afutu observed Jiren once more, and he suddenly noticed that Jiren's aura had changed again. Donji. This was a warning signal emitted by the instinct of the Night Rabbit bloodline. If the previous change had made Jiren appear to Afutu as a powerful pet transformed into a ferocious beast, then this change directly transformed Jiren from a ferocious beast into a bloodthirsty monster. Ah, how unlucky! Even the face of a geisha from Yoshiwara Wooden Tea changed so quickly. Afutu sighed skyward, feeling quite distressed. He had originally intended to capture the leader by taking down the minions first, but now it seemed he had come here to hand himself over for free. In his crimson, bloodthirsty eyes, there was a hint of resignation. Logically speaking, these 2 completely different emotions shouldn't appear in the same pair of eyes. Yet this was the true nature of Afutu's whoosh. Afutu launched another attack. A specially crafted large umbrella danced vigorously in his hands. But it was all in vain. For Jiren, who had activated the transparent world, every movement Afutu made was clearly visible to him, both inside and out. All laid bare. Breath of light, first form, Aurora slash. Jiren adjusted his breathing technique, and his momentum surged once again, seeing that his opponent actually had a 3rd transformation. Avutu's movements suddenly froze, and he felt a sense of disbelief. And just at that moment, when Avutu revealed this opening, a flash of sword light appeared. Jiren shot out like a meteor, leaving only a shadow in place. In an instant, Jiren crossed past Afutu and stood straight behind him, casually performing a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Ding! Afutu's expression gradually stiffened, and before dying, he struggled to turn his head to glance at Jiren's back, ultimately collapsing slowly to the ground. Bright red blood poured out like a gushing spring, quickly staining the deck. "Do you want to make a move too?" After killing Yunyi and Afutu, Jiren spoke without looking back. Just as his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Takasugi Shinsuke. Due to a gunshot wound in his leg, his movements were inconvenient, yet he had somehow made it here. I initially wanted to take revenge for them, but it seems I have no chance now. Just kill me. Takasugi Shinsuke said boldly. Ever since he formed the Demon Slayer Corps, he had already cast aside life and death. Jiren completed him, before the last consciousness dissipated. There was a hint of regret in Takasugi Shinsuke's eyes, but at the same time, there was a sense of relief. Finally, he could see his teacher. For Jiren, Takasugi Shinsuke could only be considered a minor episode. With the battle reaching this point, even if the child of destiny suddenly passed away, Jiren would not feel too surprised. The pirate fleet of Jiren was evenly matched against the remaining spring rain. He surveyed the battlefield. Jiren jumped down from the airship and rushed towards the Lion Celestial. Along the way, a few remaining Night Rabbits and several team leaders from Chunyu attempted to kill him on the spot, but in the end, all they saw was a flash of sword light before losing consciousness completely. Soon, a straight path paved with corpses appeared on the battlefield. Upon seeing Jiren in front of him, the Lion Celestial's expression instantly turned savage, not bothering to conceal the murderous intent in his heart, and said, "You are the first one in so many years to force Chunyu into such a bitter battle, so to thank you, I can only invite you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures dressed in white rapidly emerged around Jiren. The three great combat races of the universe, Chun-Luo. Kill. As Chun-Luo appeared, there was no small talk. One of them issued a hoarse command, and the battle was about to begin. 2 minutes and 25 seconds later, the battle was over. The white robe of Jiren is stained with blood, leaving a ground full of Chun-Luo corpses around. Although the combat power of a single Chun-Luo is not strong, they cooperate closely, and their assassination techniques are fierce. Even Jiren cannot prevent the enemy's blood from staining his white robe. The Lion Celestial's eyes narrow. I didn't expect even Chun-Luo couldn't deal with you. Since that's the case, let me take action personally and destroy you, the great enemy of spring rain. Clang! The sound of the sword rings out, blood falls. The long sword is sheathed, and Jiren steps down from the airship. Behind him, the tall figure of the Lion Celestial and the giant sword in his hand break simultaneously. Chapter 108. The Man Who Died and Came Back to Life. Thud. The wooden sword clashes with the sharp blade, producing a dull sound. I don't understand what you're holding on to. Do you really think defeating a group of pirates is true victory? You don't even understand what you're really up against. Silver Time and Oboro's weapons intersect. Their upper bodies pressed closely together, struggling against each other. Huh? What are you talking about? Victory? I don't care about that kind of thing. I just want to beat you up hard. That's all. Silver Time responds, flipping his knife and sending Oboro flying. Silver Time's response is half true and half false. Since he agreed to help Tokugawa Shige, he already knew there would be many troubles along the way, and it was normal to lose his life because of it. However, the situation has developed to this point, which he never expected, especially with Jiren's appearance, which was beyond his imagination. Isn't this guy a doctor? His medical skills don't seem fake at all. Oboro falls from the sky, crashing hard to the ground. He tries to struggle, but ultimately fails and cannot stand up again. By now, both Silver Time and Oboro are covered in scars. That last strike was just enough to deliver the final blow to Oboro. Lying on the ground, Oboro gazes up at the blazing sun, suddenly saying, "You shouldn't have defeated me. If I hadn't lost, perhaps you would still have a chance to survive, but now." Oboro's latter half of the sentence goes unfinished. If someone else had said this, Silver Time wouldn't have paid it any mind, but when Oboro says it, Silver Time subconsciously believes it, and without warning, a sense of foreboding arises in his heart. What do you mean by that? Oboro shakes his head and says, "It's too late. Everything is already too late." Whoosh! As Oboro's last words fall, a ghostly black shadow suddenly bursts out from the airship's cabin where the Celestial Path group initially boarded. This shadow moves incredibly fast and erratically. Once it enters the battlefield, it quickly brings death. Wherever the shadow passes, no one, whether from the pirate fleet or spring rain, can escape its hunt. In less than a minute, after leaving over 100 corpses on the battlefield, the shadow arrives in front of Silver Time and Oboro. "You have failed, Oboro." This is a man dressed in a haori and wearing a mask. The moment he appears, Silver Time's body tenses up instantly, not out of intention, but because of the aura emitted by this man, triggering his body's instinctive warning. "I'm really sorry." Oboro forces himself to stand up, although his expression remains blank. A closer look reveals the awe and fear hidden deep in his eyes upon seeing this person. The masked man glances at Oboro, but doesn't say much, turning his gaze to Silver Time. A moment later, The masked man's eyes suddenly show a hint of confusion. It's strange, but I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Oboro's body trembles at this. Silver Time, however, is momentarily stunned and then says, Hey, as much as I want to interact with someone like you, I'm just a lowly commoner from Yoshiwara. I have no memory of you at all. Oh, sorry. You might not recognize me like this. The masked man reaches up to remove his mask, and when his true face is revealed to Silver Time in an instant, Silver Time feels as if struck by lightning. Immediately, an unimaginable rage surges forth. Don't joke around, bastard. Using a dead person to mock others is the most despicable thing in the world. Silver Time goes berserk, displaying the overpowering combat strength of the Destined One. But the next moment, an ordinary long knife easily cuts through Silver Time's wooden sword and leaves a massive wound on his chest. Silver Time is sent flying. The blood quickly soaks his chest. With one strike, the Destined One is severely injured. Only one type of person can achieve this in every world, the villainous Big Boss. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to toy with you. I just wanted to say that perhaps the old me has seen you before. The masked man explains. Throughout, whether initially feeling that Silver Time was familiar or later almost killing him with one blow, the masked man's eyes remain like a still pond, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. It's as if he is not human at all. Silver Time's face turns pale, and due to excessive blood loss, his consciousness begins to fade, but even so, some mysterious force compels him to shakily rise to his feet. Yoshida Shoyo. Teacher, impossible. It was clearly me. I killed you with my own hands. The clearly pained murmurs reach Yoshida Shoyo's ears intermittently. I see. So you thought you killed me? What a pity. It would have been great if you had succeeded. Unfortunately, I cannot be killed. How is it possible? Silver Time's pupils dilate. Unlike the original plot, Oboro hasn't had time to explain the story of Yoshida Shoyo to Silver Time, so he finds it hard to accept Yoshida Shoyo's resurrection at this moment. At this time, Takasugi Shinsuke, who has just arrived in Hell, looks completely bewildered. What? What are you saying? My teacher has never come down? What the hell? Silver, are you okay? Not far away, Kagura and Shinpachi, fellow members of the Odd Jobs, immediately notice Silver Time's condition and hurriedly abandon their enemies to rush over. As they approach, Kagura suddenly retreats several steps like a startled rabbit. Who the hell are you? The sensitivity from her night rabbit blood allows Kagura to sense a tremendous terror from Yoshida Shoyo. Yoshida Shoyo glances at her without caring. He calmly says, Let us end this war quickly. Now is not the time. If the forces behind those old guys from the Celestial Path get involved, things will get very troublesome. Understood? Oboro responds and turns to leave. However, at that moment, another airship appears in the sky. As the airship lands, a figure carrying a large umbrella slowly walks out from the cabin. Glancing around, the gaze finally lands on Oboro and Yoshida Shoyo, who are wearing Celestial Path clothing. Fengxian grins, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth, and says, Hey, if you plan to go back and ask the Celestial Path for help, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Chapter 109. Collision in the monster chamber deep in the universe. The once calm starry sky suddenly became tumultuous today. Hundreds of thousands of cosmic nations mobilized their armies simultaneously. Countless airships, as if prearranged, headed towards 12 different directions. Their goal was clear, to destroy the Celestial Path. This scourge, Yoshida Shoyo, an immortal monster born from the dragon vein. No one knows how long he has lived, but now, the meaning of Yoshida Shoyo's existence is to kill himself. Because the Celestial Path controls the dragon vein of Earth. As long as the dragon vein exists, Yoshida Shoyo cannot die. So in order to kill himself, Yoshida Shoyo devised a plan to infiltrate the Celestial Path, intending to take control of the instrument that controls the dragon vein, and foolishly hoped to kill himself by destroying the Earth. This plan was going quite smoothly. However, with the sudden appearance of Fengxian, his plan was completely disrupted. Fengxian's unexpected arrival surprised many people. After all, there were quite a few who witnessed Fengxian's death, and even Jintoki had personally participated in carrying the coffin. But soon, when Fengxian stepped beside Jiren, Jintoki seemed to understand something. At that time, when he was carrying Fengxian's coffin halfway, someone suddenly rushed out and snatched Fengxian's body away. He hadn't figured out what that person was doing, but now, he felt he understood. Did you get the items? Jiren asked. Yes, we got them. What about the identities of those people? Through the investigation, we verified the identities of 9 of them. As for the last 3, I handed their heads over to those guys, and I believe they will soon be able to find the identities of these 3 people. Jiren nodded. What he was referring to was none other than the palm of the 12 Elders of the Heavenly Path. The instrument that controls the dragon veins is the crystallization of the highest technology in the universe. To activate this instrument, only the 12 Elders can successfully trigger the palm patterns simultaneously. Moreover, the most crucial point is that, in addition to the palm patterns, this instrument also has a life detection function, meaning that only the 12 living individuals can trigger it. However, this issue was successfully resolved after Jiren specifically developed a certain potion. As for the identities of the 12 Elders of the Heavenly Path, they were similar to what Jiren initially speculated. They were not a sudden force that appeared out of nowhere. From the very beginning, they were actually hidden within the Star Alliance, part of the higher echelons of certain countries. Among them, a few were even the leaders of certain nations. After confirming this point, the foreshadowing laid down by Jiren began to take effect. The Zhuisheng Alliance could initially doubt Jiren, but once Feng Xian presented the evidence before them, combined with their previous interactions with Jiren, they immediately took action. For many years, the two strongest weapons of the Tiandao faction were the mysterious Outer Veil and the Dragon Vein Core. When these two weapons disappeared, the Tiandao faction became a beast without claws. Yoshida Shy was a smart man. When Feng Xian descended on the Tiandao faction's airship, he realized that something might be wrong on their side. In the next moment, he attacked the trio in front of him: Jintoki, Kagura, and Shinpachi. Danger! Shinpachi! Get out of the way! The instant Yoshida Shy raised his sword, Kagura and Jintoki immediately sensed the danger. Their perception of battle and danger was far above that of the ordinary Shinpachi. Yet, ironically, the person closest to Yoshida Shy at that moment was Shinpachi. Whoosh! Kagura darted out quickly and kicked towards Yoshida Shy's arm. The Night Rabbit's physique caused Kagura's power and speed to surge explosively after a burst. And with one kick, a whooshing sound followed. However, with just a slight pause, Yoshida Shy effortlessly caught Kagura's ankle. Boom! Like holding a little rabbit, he slammed her hard onto the ground. Cough! A tremendous impact struck Kagura's insides, her eyes bulging as she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just then, Jintoki's attack arrived. Having undergone a power-up, Jintoki's combat capability was now infinitely close to the first tier. However, this alone was evidently not enough, as his opponent at this moment was the final big boss. Swish! A flash of the blade. Jintoki received another wound on his chest, blood spraying into the air. Shinpachi's pupils dilated sharply. In an instant, the two companions he had previously viewed as nearly invincible were all severely injured. This scene was undoubtedly a tremendous shock to him. But soon, a surge of anger erupted from his chest. Just as he was preparing to seek revenge for the two, a faint sting arose from his chest. Shinpachi looked down to see a long knife embedded in his chest. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he raised his astonished gaze, only to meet the emotionless face of Yoshida Shy. The blade was pulled out, and Shinpachi fell to the ground, blood gradually soaking through his back. Yoshida Shy stepped forward, gripping the knife in reverse, intending to finish him off completely. However, a large umbrella suddenly blocked the tip of Yoshida Shy's blade. Yoshida Shy looked up. Night Rabbit? Hey, what's the point of fighting these kids? A real man should fight real men. All right then, come and try to kill me. Boom! The two weapons, the long knife and the large umbrella, swung simultaneously, launching attacks at each other with lightning speed. After two muffled sounds, Yoshida Shy's chest was pierced by the umbrella's tip, while Feng Xian sustained a massive wound in her abdomen. But in the blink of an eye, the wounds on both of them began to heal at a visible speed. They exchanged glances, first stunned, then they both laughed. Ha ha! Great! I didn't expect there to be someone like me in this world. Come on, let us fight. Try to kill me. Yoshida Shy, who had seemed lifeless for hundreds of years, began to show signs of excitement. The battle between these two monsters was about to erupt. Both of them were in the same tier of power and possessed immortality, so they completely abandoned defense and attacked with all their might. The momentum of the battle between these two monsters was indescribable. The other survivors on the battlefield, upon witnessing the clash between them, instinctively reacted by quickly distancing themselves, leaving a radius of 500 meters around them. Jiren glanced at them and quickly estimated that, given the characteristics of these two individuals, it would be nearly impossible to determine a winner in this battle unless it lasted for 10 days and nights. However, this clearly did not align with Jiren's expectations. After thinking for a moment, Jiren's figure moved suddenly, charging towards the other side of the battlefield, where Shun Wei and Pai Nu LV were located. When Ji Ren arrived, Shun Wei was already at a great disadvantage. After all, he did not have an immortal body. Even if Pai Nu L was simply exchanging injuries with him, it was enough to easily wear him down. Binule. Go help Feng Xian and quickly deal with that monster. Leave this to me. Understood. Pai Nu L had no doubts about Ji Ren's order and would only execute it seriously. However, at that moment, Shun Wei was not pleased. Wait a minute, stand still. The battle isn't over yet. Do you want to be a deserter? One arm hung limply, breath ragged. But Shun Wei's eyes still held a glimmer of spirit as he shouted. Pai Nu L ignored him, placing the iron rod back on his shoulder and turning to leave. Stop! Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Shun Wei's momentum suddenly came to a halt. Huh? He stopped in his tracks with a look of surprise. And only then did he seriously scan Ji Ren. You are actually a human from Earth? No wonder Shun Wei was not astonished. After all, the power and speed that Ji Ren unleashed with that sword just now had already surpassed the limits that a human from Earth could achieve. Do you still want to continue this fight? Of course, after all, this is the curse that flows in our blood, isn't it? Although Shun Wei did not understand why Ji Ren asked this, he quickly provided an answer. Ji Ren frowned and nodded. All right, I understand now. In fact, Ji Ren didn't intend to make Shun Wei his enemy. After all, this Chinibya youth was very strong, but defeating him would bring no benefits and might even lead to trouble, making it not worth the effort. Breath of light, soul cleansing, aurora slash. A faint white airflow spewed from his mouth and nose as Ji Ren activated the breath of light. His body's functions were instantly enhanced, elevating his already amplified physique to an even higher level. An indescribable aura enveloped Shun Wei, causing his previously narrowed eyes to suddenly widen. Whoosh! A golden light flashed in Shun Wei's pupils. Fast, unimaginably fast. The speed of his movement was quick, and the speed of his sword swing was even faster. When Ji Ren fully activated his breathing technique, the explosive power displayed in that moment caught even Shun Wei off guard. A beam of golden light instantly pierced through Shun Wei. When Ji Ren stopped and sheathed his sword, only then did Shun Wei feel a faint pain in his right arm. Puff! An arm fell to the ground. However, it took a full 2 seconds for blood to begin to spout from the severed wound, as if Shun Wei's body cells only realized his arm was severed at that moment. Interesting. Shun Wei seemed unconcerned about having lost an arm. He merely glanced at the wound and then shifted his focus back to Ji Ren, his interest growing even stronger. I think I'm starting to like Earthlings a bit. Shun Wei smirked, slowly raising his intact left hand, and at the tip of his finger there was a piece of cloth stained with flesh and blood. Ji Ren straightened up and glanced at his side, where blood was seeping out. Although he had taken the cell agent and broken through the limits of humanity, he was still some distance away from the top-tier combat power of Shun Wei. If Shun Wei weren't severely injured, it would have been difficult for Ji Ren to hurt him. However, even in this condition, Shun Wei was still able to react quickly to Ji Ren's ambush, which surprised him a bit. On the other side of the battlefield, with Pai Nu Lu joining in, Yoshida Matsuyu, who had been able to hold his ground against Feng Xian, immediately fell into a disadvantage. As the final antagonist boss, Yoshida Matsuyu shared some similarities with Muzan in certain aspects. Their terror did not stem from their immense power, but from their immortality. For ordinary people, this trait was indeed despairing. However, when Yoshida Matsuyu encountered 2 monsters with the same immortality, the scene became quite spectacular. The battle among these 3 was actually simple, yet wild. The basic operations were Feng Xian and Yoshida Matsuyu engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat, while Pai Nu Lu struck with an iron rod out of nowhere. Compared to the relatively balanced physical quality of the Night Rabbit, the sheer strength of the Tajini clan far surpassed that of the Night Rabbit, which is why Pai Nu Lu was responsible for the attacks, yielding excellent results. Feng Xian's large umbrella would generally only break a few bones or leave a blood hole when striking Yoshida Matsuyu. However, Pai Nu Lu's iron rod, whenever it hit, would conservatively destroy a significant portion of Yoshida Matsuyu's body. Such injuries would take several seconds for even Yoshida Matsuyu to recover from. Oboro, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. Ever since Yoshida Matsuyu had saved him, he had never seen Matsuyu get beaten so badly. This was not a battle. It was clearly a one-sided beating. The key point was that the one being beaten looked rather excited. This made Oboro start to question his life. He didn't even know if the problem lay with himself or with this world. Meanwhile, the fighting on this side was quite exhilarating. Ji Ren and Shun Wei were equally unyielding. Losing a hand did not instill fear in Shun Wei. On the contrary, the stimulation from the blood ignited his ferocity. As a result, These two pure-blooded beings, who did not possess immortality, began to abandon defense and devoted all their strength to the fight. Light breath soul, cleansing starlight fall. The sword in Ji-Ren's hand erupted with a brilliant light, as if stars had descended, thrusting out dozens of swords in an instant, leaving over 10 wounds on Shun Wei's body. Shun Wei revealed a sinister smile, not retreating but advancing instead. He actually endured the attack from Ding Guang and suddenly swung out a whip kick. Ji-Ren sheathed his sword and turned around, intending to slash off Shun Wei's leg. However, at the moment he turned the sword hilt, an inexplicable sense of discord abruptly emerged, causing Ji-Ren to slow down for a moment and get kicked by Shun Wei. Crack! The sound of a rib breaking was heard. Ji-Ren stepped back a bit, coughing up fresh blood. His expression was somewhat grim. This sense of discord had appeared for the third time. Shun Wei was a pure night rabbit, and he could not possibly learn such bizarre techniques, so the problem could only lie with Ji-Ren himself. In past battles, Ji-Ren's sword speed was fast enough for one strike to kill, so the issues had not surfaced. However, the fight with Shun Wei had pushed him to his limits, causing some previously unseen problems to gradually emerge. Was it that his swordsmanship was not perfected? Or was it an issue with the cell serum? Thoughts flickered through his mind and quickly faded, and soon, Ji-Ren refocused his attention back on the battle before him. Ji-Ren has never considered himself someone who can break through his limits in life and death situations. So, when he realized that there was a problem with himself, his first reaction was not to think about solving the problem, but rather how to kill his opponent using other methods. What are the advantages of Ji-Ren? Quickly, whether it's the breath of light, cell potion, or soul cleansing technique, all three have the effect of increasing attack speed. Therefore, when one cannot compensate for their own flaws, the only way to defeat an opponent is to enhance one's own advantages. Bang! Shun Wei kicked out once again. It hit the mark, and Ji-Ren spat out a small mouthful of blood, but this time, Ji-Ren did not immediately counterattack. Have you retreated? Shun Wei wanted to ask this, but the words reached his throat, and he swallowed them back. Because after Ji-Ren sheathed his sword, he did not see the dawn of victory. On the contrary, what he saw was an unprecedented strong threat. The transparent world was activated. Shun Wei's movements were fully visible to Ji-Ren, but seeing did not mean he could evade. Facing Shun Wei's rapid offensive, Ji-Ren dodged 2 strikes in a row, but the final knee strike could not be avoided. Thud! The powerful impact pierced through his chest and abdomen, tearing the white robe on Ji-Ren's back. Pain shot through his bones and internal organs, and Ji-Ren coughed violently, blood pouring out from his 7 orifices. This blow severely injured Ji-Ren. However, even so, Ji-Ren still did not launch a counterattack. After his feet hit the ground, his knees buckled slightly, almost causing him to fall, but he ultimately managed to stand up, sliding back a considerable distance along the ground. The warning of danger grew stronger. Shun Wei's expression became increasingly serious. He knew that if the next strike couldn't kill Ji-Ren, it was highly likely that he would be the one to die. He did not hesitate. The longer he delayed, the greater the disadvantage became for him. Thud! Shun Wei stomped the ground fiercely, his leg muscles bulging, and his whole body shot out like a wild rabbit. In that instant, his figure almost turned into an afterimage. Clang! At the same time, Ji-Ren's eyes suddenly opened wide, and in the deepest part of his pupils, a cold light seemed to flash. The sound of the sword echoed, and a released Ding Guang did not emit a powerful aura. Its only characteristic was speed. Breath of light soul cleansing aurora / extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer seemed to burst forth in the entire void, and then the light rapidly spread, instantly covering the bodies of Ji-Ren and Shun Wei. When the two reappeared, they were perfectly back-to-back. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Ji-Ren's Ding Guang shattered in his hand. Behind him, however, Shun Wei slowly knelt down to the ground. Moments later, blood suddenly seeped from his waist and abdomen, starting as a red line, but soon this line rapidly spread. Ultimately, Shun Wei's body split into 2 halves and slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 110. Dragon Vein Crystal. Into this volume, after killing Shun Wei, Ji-Ren ultimately could not hold on any longer and knelt on one knee. His chest and abdomen caved in significantly. This time, the injuries were too severe. Even with Ji-Ren's current medical skills, he was not very confident in being able to heal himself. If he wanted to heal completely without any after effects, there was only one method left in Ji-Ren's mind. Cough, using the broken Ding Guang as a support point, Ji-Ren barely stood up and took steps towards the airship that Feng Xian had arrived in. On the way, several people saw Ji-Ren's injuries and attempted to take advantage of the situation, but after Ji-Ren casually killed a few, Those with ulterior motives began to hesitate again. While they hesitated, G-Run had already entered the airship and activated it to ascend. Somewhere on the battlefield, Tokugawa Sadakiyo saw G-Rin activate the airship, and from his sleeve, he quietly took out a mobile phone. A cunning rabbit still has 3 burrows. Not to mention that Tokugawa Sadakiyo is an old fox. From the beginning, G-Rin and Tokugawa Sadakiyo were not on the same side. Although he initially agreed to be the bait, that did not mean Tokugawa Sadakiyo would honestly reveal all his trump cards. The first team that came out was not Tokugawa Sadakiyo's true trump card. In fact, he still had one last card up his sleeve. That team was one he had established through another arms line, fully equipped with personnel and weapons. Now Tokugawa Sadakiyo was contemplating whether to take the opportunity to eliminate G-Run. That team was currently hidden on the 4 rock walls of the Ninja Nation and was equipped with 10 cannons. If they fired, he was very confident that he could shoot down G-Ren's airship. However, the presence of Feng Xian and Pai Nu Lu, these 2 monsters, made him hesitate. But soon, Tokugawa Sadakiyo abandoned this thought, not because he suddenly had a conscience, but because he saw G-Ren commanding his subordinates to move exquisite, large artillery pieces from the original main airship into the current airship. At the beginning, G-Ren produced 10 tons of high explosive shells, using over 7 tons to deal with the spring rain, leaving around 2.5 tons remaining. Remembering the power of these shells, Tokugawa Sadataka decisively abandoned the idea of attacking G-Ren. After gathering the shells, G-Run controlled the airship to the battlefield of Pai Nulu, Feng Xian, and Yoshida Matsuyu. Pai Nulu and Feng Xian joined forces to completely suppress Yoshida Matsuyu. G-Ren dropped the chain, and the 2 immediately understood the meaning. After Pai Nulu smashed Yoshida Matsuyu's head again with a stick, Feng Xian quickly picked up the chain and bound Yoshida Matsuyu. Not long after, Yoshida Matsuyu's head regenerated. Seeing the suddenly added chains on his body, he was momentarily stunned, but did not struggle. He could break free from such chains, but compared to that, he was more curious about what G-Ren intended to do. They took Yoshida Matsuyu onto the airship. The group quickly left the battlefield. Below, the onlookers were first taken aback by G-Ren's decisive actions. Then, Tokugawa Sadatomo was the first to react, immediately summoning his hidden troops and starting to strike at the remnants of Chunyu's forces. He had initially considered launching indiscriminate attacks on G-Ren's pirate fleet as well. But given that G-Ren was still alive, Tokugawa Sadatomo had to temporarily abandon this tempting idea. G-Run maneuvered the airship and quickly arrived at the center of Edo Castle. This was the place to set up the Dragon Vein control instrument. When G-Run and the others arrived, there were still a few remnants of the Heavenly Dao faction left here. But Feng Xian easily dealt with them by casually waving her large umbrella. Before long, the group arrived in front of a giant instrument filled with high-tech features. Following G-Ren's instructions, Feng Xian quickly retrieved 12 palms soaked in green liquid from the airship and pressed them one by one onto the instrument. With a buzzing sound, the instrument slowly opened. Boom! A violent wave of energy surged towards them. A beam of light, completely formed from purple-red energy, slowly appeared in everyone's eyes, resembling a river flowing inside the instrument. Now, let's see if my thoughts are correct. G-Ren stepped out, his face pale, slowly approaching the front of the Dragon Vein energy. From the very beginning, G-Ren's plan was this, because to activate the tattoo, a certain mysterious energy was needed. But the characteristics of this energy had always been something G-Ren had not grasped. G-Ren had some guesses in his heart, but he couldn't be certain. So he needed to use the Dragon Vein before him to conduct an experiment. Looking at the flowing Dragon Vein, G-Ren slowly reached out his hand. Seeing G-Ren's actions, Pai Nu and Feng Xian had no reaction, but Yoshida Matsuyu's eyes widened. As a peculiar creature born from the Dragon Vein, he understood the power of the Dragon Vein better than anyone else. The power of the Dragon Vein was immense, but because of this, unless special instruments were used, any life that was swallowed by the Dragon Vein would only meet a tragic end. Yoshida Matsuyu was somewhat shocked, but he had no intention of stopping him. In the next moment, the palm of G-Run collided with the Dragon Vein. The scene imagined by Yoshida Masayu did not occur. The Dragon Vein did not erupt, nor did it destroy G-Ren. Instead, the power from the Dragon Vein was gradually being devoured by G-Ren. How could this be possible? In this situation, even Yoshida Masayu was somewhat dumbfounded. Yoshida Masayu did not realize that it was not G-Run who was devouring the Dragon Vein, but a slightly glowing tattoo on G-Ren's chest. At first, the tattoo's absorption of the Dragon Vein was slow, but soon, The energy from the entire dragon vein began to surge into Jiren's body, like a dragon sucking water. In the outside world, the dragon vein represents the vitality of the earth. When the amount of dragon vein energy being absorbed exceeded a certain level, unusual phenomena began to appear on the ground, attracting the attention of many. However, no one knew about Jiren's situation. After an unknown amount of time, when the absorption speed of the dragon vein energy noticeably began to slow down, Jiren quietly retracted his arm, silently sensing the energy reserves within the tattoo on his chest. It had increased compared to before, but the extent was not significant. At least it was completely disproportionate to the recently absorbed dragon vein energy units. It seems that this is not. As soon as Jiren's voice fell, the tattoo on his chest suddenly glowed, and then slowly spat out 3 purple-red diamond-shaped crystals. 2 of the crystals were large, and 1 was small. The larger ones were about the size of a fist, while the smallest was only the size of a plum. However, even the smallest crystal emitted energy fluctuations that were as unfathomable as the vast ocean. Does this mean that a portion of the tattoo's energy is hidden within the dragon vein? The energy fluctuations emitted by these 3 crystals are the same as those of the dragon vein, which means that the tattoo has just absorbed the energy it needed, while converting the unnecessary energy from the dragon vein into crystal form to leave for Jiren. Jiren held the dragon vein crystal and pondered for a moment. After a while, he came back to his senses and refocused his gaze on Yoshida Shoyo, saying, "Do you want to die?" "Of course." Jiren nodded, drew out the broken sword, and swung it. Yoshida Matsuyu slowly fell down, and this time, he could no longer recover. As a monster born from the dragon vein, Yoshida Matsuyu's immortality completely stemmed from the dragon vein, and now over 70% of the dragon vein energy had been devoured by Jiren. The remaining energy was barely enough for self-preservation, let alone to nurture new life. At the same time Jiren killed Yoshida Matsuyu, the tattoo energy on his chest suddenly surged, exactly like when he had killed Muzan in the previous world. With this surge of energy, Jiren immediately received the information that he could traverse again. This time, Jiren did not wait any longer and directly opened the passage. Given his current injuries, he had no choice. Chapter 111. First arrival. The sky was vast, and the wilderness was desolate. The wind blew over the grassland, revealing cattle and sheep. It was early spring. The sun rose in the east, and the morning light began to shine. Spring returned to the earth, and all things revived. As the golden light rose from the border of the plains, this boundless grassland, after enduring a harsh winter, finally began to regain vitality. The accumulated white snow on the distant mountains started to melt, and the gathered meltwater formed clear streams that flowed steadily through the crevices of the grassland. Gradually, a few brown-black wild horses that had just survived the winter were attracted to the area. In front of these wild horses, there was a wild horse with jet black hair, but its skin faintly showed a dark red hue, clearly more robust than the others. If any local residents saw it, they would definitely be astonished and exclaim, "King of horses." This group of wild horses was quite alert, especially the leading horse king, who circled around several times to survey the surroundings before finally lowering its head to drink water. However, even the clever wild horses could not resist the temptation posed by humans, cunning as foxes. Just as these wild horses were halfway through drinking and their vigilance began to lower, suddenly, a white shadow sprang out from behind a low area in the distance. The white shadow's attack startled the herd, and amidst the panic, the wild horses scattered in all directions. The attack of the white shadow was clearly very purposeful. After all the horses had fled, it showed no hesitation and, like a swift cheetah, charged straight for the horse king. The horse king was fast, but the starting speed of the white shadow was even faster, appearing like a flash of white light across the grassland. In just a few seconds, the white shadow caught up with the horse king, exerted a slight force with its legs, leaped into the air, did a flip, and landed steadily on the back of the horse king. At once, the horse king neighed and reared up, trying to buck off the creature on its back. It was only at this moment that the true identity of the white shadow finally revealed itself. It was none other than Jiren. Jiren's injuries have healed. Every time he travels through worlds, the tattoo reduces his physical age by eliminating a period of time he has experienced, converting it into potential. During this process, any injuries Jiren has sustained are automatically healed. Overall, this can be considered a passive benefit provided by the tattoo every time he travels to a new world. Although this process also consumes tattoo energy and the rejuvenation of his body results in a slight decrease in physical quality, it is still more beneficial than harmful for Jiren. This time, Jiren did not fall into weakness again after arriving. Jiren immediately regained his mobility. He speculated that this might be related to the evolution of his tattoo plugin. Last time he crossed over from Demon Slayer to Gintama, the tattoo plugin had evolved once, resulting in an additional level verification for the extracted legacy cards. This time, the tattoo plugin also gained a new ability. Current dimension. Chin Shiminyu main task. Steal the National Fortune task requirements. The National Fortune contains a certain mysterious power, which may have a significant impact on your... Please maximize the acquisition of the National Fortune's power. Good, you too. Task rewards. Based on the units of National Fortune acquired, task description. The Zhou dynasty is in decline, unable to control the chaos. Weapons clash daily as factions vie for power. If the lords respect the emperor, why do the states fall one after another? Since the fall of the Eastern Zhou, the land has been shattered, the true dragon dispersed, and the flood dragon stranded. For hundreds of years, the Central Plains have experienced the 5 hegemons of spring and autumn and the 7 heroes of the warring states. Continuous wars have long led to the rupture of national fortune, causing the common people to be displaced and grievances to abound. In this chaotic world, you can choose to go with the flow, or, that's right, after this evolution, the new function added to the tattoo is the ability to issue tasks. To be honest, when Jiren first saw this new feature, he felt a bit strange, as if he were playing a game. This feeling intensified, especially when he opened his character panel. Host, Akutsuki Jiren skills, LV11 transparent world, LV9 breath of light, soul cleansing breathing technique, swordsmanship, soul cleansing technique, LV15 medical path, Western medicine, potion making, LV8 weapon forging, military arms, sword crafting. Although Jiren had not obtained some desired items in the Gintama world due to his injuries and had to traverse, overall, his gains from the last world were still substantial. Besides learning to manufacture military arms and the soul cleansing technique that could enhance sword speed, Jiren's greatest achievement in terms of skills was in medicine, especially the successful creation of Type 1 Cell Enhancer, which was a masterpiece. In addition, the 3 dragon vein crystals formed by devouring 70 of the energy of an entire planet's dragon veins are also exceptionally precious. The only things Jiren brought with him were the broken dingwang and the pistol goat. Originally, before crossing over, Jiren would usually prepare some gold or jade jewelry as a backup, but this time, due to an accident, he barely had time to say goodbye to Pinulu and Fengxian before quickly diving into the crossing portal. Speaking of which, although Yoshida Shoyo was dealt with, the Gintama world now has 2 immortal monsters, Pinulu and Fengxian. I hope that world is still safe. Jiren's landing point after traveling through the Qin Shi Mingyu is in the gathering place of the Xiongnu, which is roughly in the area where Inner Mongolia and Xinjiang meet, according to later generations. This is what he deduced based on the knowledge he acquired in his first life and the surrounding geographical environment. This place is still quite a distance from the central plains of this era. However, Jiren did not plan to go to the central plains just yet. After seeing his main quest, he had a premonition that this dimension might be the one where he would spend the longest time among the 3 dimensions he had experienced so far. Therefore, he needed to prepare for a protracted battle in advance. Before that, he needed a means of transportation, specifically a horse. This is also why he was here, training horses. Chapter 112. The wild horse is fierce. The nature of the wild horse is very fierce. The wild horse king is even more so. If one wants to subdue the wild horse king with so-called overwhelming might, it would be akin to 2 forces colliding, and the likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Wild horses have an innate stubbornness, refusing to submit even unto death. Just like the song says, fell in love with a wild horse. But there's no grassland at home. Either release the horse back to the grassland, or build a grassland on your head. So Jiren was very clear about this. Since he couldn't win its heart, he would settle for its body. After all, what he craved was just its body. Nay, a quarter of an hour had passed since Jiren mounted, and the Horse King was still whinnying. The temperament of this Horse King was extremely fierce, and its strength was astonishing. Even with Jiren's current non-human physique, he had nearly been thrown off several times. With a long neigh, the Horse King suddenly kicked up its front hooves, leaping upward with its upper body tilted back, presenting itself in a nearly upright position, as if it would fall backward at any moment, attempting to throw Jiren off. However, just as the Horse King stood up and let out a long howl, a large hand suddenly shoved some strange liquid into its mouth. The Horse King instinctively moved its mouth. This tastes good. Boom. Accompanied by a heavy thud. The massive body of the Horse King crashed to the ground. The blade fell to the ground, and looking at the Horse King on the ground who was still twitching, his eyes slowly turning white and occasionally shaking, he sighed. Why bother? If you had submitted to me earlier, I wouldn't have used such brutal methods. This sounds a bit strange. The liquid that took down the Horse King was a type of anesthetic that the blade had just extracted and refined on the spot. For the current blade, such a common anesthetic could be easily refined. However, due to the different regional environments, the anesthetic extracted on the spot would generally have some differences. Just like the anesthetic extracted from this grassland, its potency would be relatively strong, and the anesthetized body would experience a sensation akin to being electrocuted and a slight pain as if being bitten by thousands of ants. Additionally, the blade used dragon vein crystals as a catalyst and soaked the anesthetic for a while. So, the Horse King might perhaps be experiencing a sensation of his soul ascending to heaven. The duration of the anesthetic was not long. About 15 minutes later, the Horse King drowsily opened his eyes. Upon seeing the blade, the Horse King immediately showed his violent side. Thus, with a slap, the Horse King fell down again, and his body started twitching once more. 15 minutes later, the Horse King woke up again. Hee slap. This repeated a total of 7 times, and finally, when the Horse King woke up for the 8th time, he no longer struggled. He lay flat on the ground, tears of humiliation streaming from the corners of his eyes. Unexpectedly, one day, I, the mighty king of wild horses, would become someone else's possession. Seeing this, Ren stood up, adjusted his belt, and finally revealed a satisfied expression on his face. To endure my specially formulated anesthetic 7 times, you could be considered a hero among horses. From today onward, you shall be called Qilang. Qilang lay on the ground, snorted loudly, and a puff of white mist escaped from his mouth and nose, ignoring Ren. After a moment, Qilang trembled and stood up, his limbs shaking, and despite several attempts, he couldn't steady himself. Even the king of wild horses would become weak and soft after experiencing it 7 times. The next day, after Qilang recovered from the effects of the anesthetic, Ren no longer lingered and directly mounted its back, beginning to gallop in one direction. The vast and sparsely populated Mongolian land, coupled with Ren's desire to avoid entanglements with the Huns in the area, meant that they intentionally steered clear of populated areas, allowing them to travel for several days without incident. However, some unexpected events were ultimately unavoidable. On the 5th day of their hurried journey, Ren encountered a group of Xiongnu people. In this era, the Xiongnu were actually quite insignificant. Although they posed a threat to the Central Plains, it was merely a threat. During the spring and autumn period, the 5 hegemons, and the warring states period with the 7 heroes, the various states of the Central Plains fought incessantly for hundreds of years, almost beating each other senseless. However, despite this, foreign tribes like the Xiongnu never managed to invade the Central Plains even once. It wasn't that they didn't attempt invasions, it was simply that they couldn't make any progress. At that time, the closest state to the Xiongnu territory was the Zhao state. During the warring states period, the Xiongnu had attacked several times, claiming to send out an army of 100,000, which was quite imposing. But the result was that Li Mu, the general of Zhao who was busy fighting other states, took a break upon hearing this news, swiftly returned, and drove back all those 100,000 Xiongnu with a single blow before going back to fight against the Qin state. This was the dignity of the Xiongnu in this era. So when Ren first encountered this group of Xiongnu, he saw not a desire for slaughter in their eyes, but a hint of fear. However, this fear quickly turned into greed when they saw what was beneath Ren. The Xiongnu lacked good horses, even though they had plenty. In this era, a fine horse was essentially equivalent to a luxury car like a Lamborghini. Therefore, upon seeing the 7 brothers, the Xiongnu who had initially had no thoughts about Ren immediately harbored murderous intent. Go Lahai, surrender your horse, Central Plains people, shouted the leader of the Xiongnu squad. Ren couldn't understand their language, but he could clearly see the malice about to spill from their eyes. Boom! With a loud explosion, the leader's head suddenly burst open. The many Xiongnu behind him were stunned, completely bewildered by what had just happened, until someone among them spotted the uniquely shaped ancient weapon in Ren's hand and shouted loudly, "It's that guy's doing. He has the mechanisms of the Central Plains. Kill him, Uru!" The Xiongnu squad roared as they drew their weapons and charged at Ren. Ren sheathed the ancient sword, slowly drew the broken sword from his waist, and began to summon Qilong, swaying towards the enemy. 3 minutes later, the battle was over. Jiren searched the bodies of several Xiongnu for items that might be useful in the future, then discarded their corpses here and continued marching northwest. The goal: Rome. Chapter 113. The Peach Orchard on the border 226 BC. After the failure of the assassination of Qin Plan, the king of Yin, in a desperate bid for survival, sought to kill Prince Dan and offer him to Qin Wang Ingzheng. This act was like the last straw, completely crushing the already troubled Yin state, leading to a separation of the king and his ministers and a loss of public support, rendering the Yin state a mere name. Meanwhile, the leader of Lu Sha, Wei Zhuang, instigated a rebellion within Han, and news of the killing of the Han kings spread rapidly. This news further complicated the already chaotic situation in the world. In this context, at the now fallen border of Zhao, a figure riding a tall steed, raising clouds of dust behind him, was sprinting toward the border as if fleeing for his life. The horse under him moved with incredible speed, seemingly unaffected by the rocks and sand on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a peach orchard slowly appeared ahead. Upon seeing it, the fleeing figure's eyes lit up. He then gathered his energy and shouted with great momentum, "Help!" The resounding call echoed into the peach orchard, prompting an old man living there to pause in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, the old man picked up the sword beside him and stepped out. Once outside the orchard, the old man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although this was the border, during this era, people valued traveling, so seeing a person from the Central Plains here was not particularly surprising. However, when he saw the large group of Xiongnu troops pursuing this Central Plains man, he was taken aback. This world has never lacked people who attract trouble. But attracting trouble is also a skill. Attracting minor troubles is foolishness, while attracting major troubles is brilliance. Just as not everyone in later generations could be locked up in special prisons, not everyone today could be pursued by so many Xiongnu. The fact that this young man provoked such fury from the Xiongnu only suggested that he must have done quite a few good deeds. He has a talent. The old man silently nodded in his heart. Although it was their first meeting, his impression of this person had already risen to a considerable level. Soon, the steed arrived at the peach orchard, and the old man stepped aside, allowing him to rush in. Behind him, the pursuing Xiongnu troops stopped in their tracks, their gazes filled with caution and fear as they looked at the orchard. Even though they knew that there was only one person inside, they still dared not step forward. After a moment of hesitation, one of the pursuing Xiongnu soldiers was finally sent to slowly approach the edge of the orchard, then awkwardly spoke in broken Central Plains dialect. "Generally, we are. Get lost." "All right." The old man coldly uttered a single word, and the Xiongnu soldier hurriedly retreated. Before leaving, the leader of this Xiongnu troop shot a glance filled with hatred and murderous intent at the Central Plains man on the horse, then reluctantly turned away. "Thank you, General Lee, for saving my life." The weary figure dismounted from the horse, lifted the white hood covering his head, and slowly revealed a young and handsome face. It was Jiren. Compared to 7 months ago, Jiren's demeanor had changed significantly. His long travels had added a hint of a roguish charm to him. Originally, this journey would not have ended so quickly, as Jiren's initial plan was to sail to South America via Europe to find some weapons to bring back, which would conservatively take 1 to 2 years. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Jiren had to terminate his plan early. Additionally, with a clear map in his mind and the performance of the 7 brothers far exceeding Jiren's expectations, even though he took a slight detour on his way back, the entire journey only took 7 months. "You know me?" the old man asked in surprise. "Ha, I'm Jiren. Back in the day, I single-handedly made the 100,000 Xiongnu dare not cross the Zhao border even a step, General Mu. If I didn't know you, that would indeed be strange," Jiren said with a charming smile. The old man, standing before Jiren, was none other than the legendary General Mu, who had once repelled 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers. Knowing the plot well, Jiren was already aware that in this timeline, Limu did not meet the same fate as in history, but had been living in seclusion in a peach orchard at the Zhao border. To be honest, Jiren could have returned to the Central Plains even faster, but he purposely took a longer route, having thoughts about meeting Limu. Limu, however, was not impressed by Jiren's flattery. At his age, he had long since grown indifferent to many things. Instead of the flattery, Limu was more interested in what Jiren had been doing. "What did you do over there to attract the pursuit of a tribal leader all the way here?" Jiren scratched his head and smiled, saying, Actually, I didn't do much. It was just that when I passed by their tribe, the Xiongnu wanted to steal my horse. Then, accidentally, I ended up killing a few more Xiongnu, not too many, probably just 1 or 200. The Xiongnu lived in tribes, and except for some large tribes, a small tribe typically had about 1 or 200 people. Li Mu stroked his beard, his expression growing more satisfied, and nodded, saying, not bad. Follow me. Li Mu held his sword and walked deeper into the peach grove, with Ji-Run leading Qi-Lang closely behind. It seemed that the sound of the horse's hooves was too crisp, and soon, Qi-Lang caught Li Mu's attention. You are very lucky to have gained the recognition of a horse king. No wonder that group of Xiongnu wanted to steal it. After observing Qi-Lang carefully, a hint of surprise appeared in Li Mu's eyes. Although he had seen countless fine horses during his time in the army, a wild horse king like Qi-Lang was still extremely rare. However, Qi-Lang only surprised Li Mu. What he cared about more was the horseshoe beneath Qi-Lang's feet. What is this? Even though he did not recognize the horseshoe, years of battle instinct made Li Mu realize its extraordinary nature at first glance. This is called a horseshoe, an invention I came up with while traveling in the West, Ji-Run explained. Horseshoe? Li Mu murmured, circling around Qi-Lang several times. Suddenly, he shouted, good. With this, it can prevent the wear of the horse's hooves. If we had this back then. Li Mu suddenly became excited. The technical content of the horseshoe was not high. It was just that no one had thought of it before. But once he saw this item, it was easy to understand its significance. However, Li Mu quickly calmed down, and a hint of loneliness faintly appeared in his murky eyes. Ji-Run understood that this must have reminded him of the matters of the Zhao state. After a moment, Li Mu regained his composure and asked, you have great talent. With this alone, you could enter the ranks of nobility in any nation today. What are your thoughts? This was already the beginning of discussing career planning. In an era when knowledge was not yet widespread, Li Mu's ability to ask such a question showed that, in this short time, Ji-Run had already elevated Li Mu's favorability to an astonishing height. I am on this journey to the Western countries specifically to seek ways to benefit the world, and now I've already made some progress. Color. Chapter 114. The treasure-old child Ji-Run and Li Mu hit it off well. He has also found the technique for chatting in this era, which is to exaggerate. No matter how others ask, your answers should always be more splendid and more extravagant. Speak grandly and act decisively. Although it sounds insincere and empty, it seems that people in this era are fond of this approach. The peach grove was tidied up overnight. The next day, Ji-Run set off on his journey, and before leaving, Li Mu gave him 2 bamboo scrolls as a farewell gift. Ji-Run had no choice but to accept it. After leaving the peach grove, Ji-Run opened the bamboo scroll and discovered that the beginning of the 2 scrolls was boldly inscribed with the 8 characters Li Mu's military strategy and Li Mu's military formation in the script of the Zhao state. Upon seeing this, Ji-Run was immediately startled. It should be noted that in this era, knowledge was even more precious than gold and jewels. Not to mention that these 2 scrolls were the renowned legacy of the great General Li Mu of the Zhao state. Speaking solely in terms of value, Ji-Run could even take it to some countries and exchange it for a noble title without any problem. I have to say, this gift is indeed very heavy. But now there is a critical question, which is that these 2 scrolls are useless to Ji-Run. Looking at the heavy bamboo scroll in his left hand and the thick stack of green inheritance cards in his right hand, Ji-Run gradually fell into contemplation. This. Li Mu really values Ji-Run. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given these 2 bamboo scrolls that could serve as family heirlooms to him. But it's likely that Li Mu would never have guessed that the person he was imparting knowledge to this time was a wall hanger. LV-18 Li Mu's military strategy, LV-19 Li Mu's military formation, LV-18 breaking army mine method, LV-18 breaking army spear technique, LV-18 Jinhua sword technique, LV-1 Zhao language. Who knows what kind of mood Ji-Run was in last night in the peach forest when he extracted the inheritance cards. This legendary figure from the Zhao kingdom is simply like a living treasure chest. When that row of lowest level inheritance cards, all LV-18, neatly appeared in front of Ji-Run, he just wanted to shout, General Li is awesome. Among the 5 cards, the one that attracted Ji-Run the most was undoubtedly the breaking army mine method. Not because it was the most precious, but because it was the most mysterious. Just like how, for men, the most beautiful part of a woman is her face. But the most alluring aspect is always the unseen places. In fact, when Ji-Run traveled in Rome, he had seen Qi combat there, but he did not learn it at that time. One reason was that he felt Qi was far less subtle than internal energy. The second reason was that he was afraid that learning it might create conflicts within his body when he later studied internal skills. Qilong is an excellent horse. When running at full speed, it can easily cover 200 kilometers in a day. However, Now is not the time to rush toward Europe, so there is no need to be in such a hurry. Ji-Ren rode Qilong, with Limu's 2 military books placed under his white robe, and leisurely made his way toward the Central Plains. 3 days later, Ji-Ren has entered the Korean border. No, to be precise, it can no longer be called Korea, because just last night, the Qin army stationed in Xinjiang under the pretext of restoring order, and Korea has been completely destroyed. The fall of a country often means the ruin of a family. Along the way, Ji-Ren encountered countless families torn apart on the road, as well as many homeless individuals who, despite the onset of winter, were still dressed in nothing but thin clothing. There were scenes of frozen corpses along the way, and Ji-Ren went from initial compassion to a state of numbness. Night fell. Ji-Ren stopped to rest in an abandoned house in the wilderness. A fairly lively campfire illuminated half of the broken wall, and above the flames, the surface of the smoked lamb oozed a thin layer of oil, looking incredibly tempting. Before long, the sound of footsteps, not too hurried, came from outside the house. Ji-Ren's ears twitched slightly, but he did not take any further action. Although he had not yet practiced internal skills, with his current strength, he could be considered a formidable fighter in this world, unless he encountered truly powerful opponents. Defeating him would still be quite challenging. The footsteps gradually approached, and eventually, 3 figures stopped at the door. "Young hero, may I ask if we could stay here for the night? This is not my home. If you wish to stay, just come in." "Thank you." The young man who asked for accommodation expressed his gratitude, and then led in a boy and a girl, both small in stature and dressed in tattered clothes. The bonfire lit by Ji-Ren burned fiercely, and the 2 children who had originally seemed to curl up their bodies relaxed their brows and eyes as soon as they entered. Crackle. The sound of the burning firewood was clearly audible. It was evident that the 3 of them had not been lost for long. After entering, they sensibly did not engage Ji-Ren in conversation. However, when the aroma of the roasted meat from the bonfire began to waft through the air, the silence in the dilapidated house was broken. Gurgle. The 2 children had not taken their eyes off Ji-Ren's roasted meat since they entered, their 4 bright eyes fixated on it, and saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. Initially, when a young man heard the rumbling from the 2 children's stomachs, he intended to comfort them. However, Gurgle, as a more prolonged and powerful rumbling echoed through the broken house, the young man, who was huddled in the corner, suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. "If you're hungry, come over and have some," Ji-Ren said, looking up. "This." The young man wanted to maintain some dignity, but when he turned and saw the longing in the 2 children's eyes, he immediately changed his tone. "In that case, thank you, young hero." There was quite a bit of smoked lamb on Qilong's horse, as during their wandering in the Mongolian region, they could hardly find any food other than meat. After sharing a few pieces of lamb with the 3, they moved closer to Ji-Ren. It was only then Ji-Ren finally got a clear look at the young man's face. The young man was not very old, had an average appearance, and spoke with a strong voice. However, his complexion was pale and haggard. Even though Ji-Ren was not trained in traditional Chinese medicine, he could tell that this person was not long for this world. His current state seemed more like a fleeting moment of clarity. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had been in such a comfortable environment, well-fed and well-watered. The 4 of them sat by the campfire, and before long, the 2 children fell into a drowsy sleep. In stark contrast to the 2 children, after the young man filled his stomach, he not only felt no drowsiness, but became even more spirited. This behavior further confirmed Ji-Ren's suspicions. "I am from a farming family by the water. May I ask the name of the young hero?" "I am Sanren Ji-Ren. So it's young hero Ji. I truly thank you for today." "You're welcome." Ji-Ren was not the kind of person who enjoyed chatting, but considering that tonight might be Shui Zai's last words, he stayed with him a little longer. Through their conversation, Ji-Ren learned that Shui Zai came from a farming family, and the 2 children were not his relatives, but a pair of siblings he had taken in during the chaos of war. The farming community revered the ancient deity Shun Nong and had a philosophy of helping the world and saving the people. Unfortunately, his luck was not great. He had just saved these 2 children when he was forced into a chaotic battle and suffered serious injuries. The next morning, as expected, Shui Zai had passed away. When the siblings woke up and saw this, they surprisingly did not cry. It was unclear whether they were numb or had mentally prepared for it. They simply dragged Shui Zai's body outside in silence, and, with their frail arms, began to dig the ground, seemingly wanting to give Shui Zai a burial. As the siblings moved the body, a rough wooden plaque slipped out from under it. When Ji-Ren saw the wooden sign, his eyes suddenly flashed. Looking at the appearance and height of the corpse in the water, Ji-Ren suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 115. Stone Mountain, and Stone Water regarding the main quest. Not long after the decree was issued, Jiren had already determined a rough direction, which is why he dared to decisively head towards Europe right after his arrival. However, while the general direction was set, Jiren had not yet completed the specific implementation plan. The main reason for this was the uniqueness of the main quest. National fortune is inherently elusive. Moreover, in the current chaotic era of conflict, the national fortune is already in disarray. If one wants to maximize the plundering of national fortune in such a situation, at least the following steps must be taken. Gather national fortune, strengthen national fortune, converge national fortune, and steal national fortune. According to Jiren's understanding, national fortune should be a power formed by the convergence of the fortunes of heaven, earth, and humanity. The fortune of heaven refers to the aura of the true dragon, which is the fate that emperors carry by nature. The fortune of heaven is constant and unchangeable. The fortune of earth refers to the energy of the earth's veins, commonly known as territory. As a country's territory expands, the energy of its earth's veins naturally increases. The fortune of humanity refers to the power of faith, which includes the sense of belonging to the country among its famous figures, as well as loyalty, beliefs, and faith. The fortune of humanity is the most complex among the three fortunes, but it is also the most important. In a country, the person with the most national fortune is undoubtedly the monarch. However, unfortunately, Jiren does not possess the true dragon fate, making it impossible for him to gain national fortune on his own from the very beginning, which is also the reason why the main quest uses steal instead of take. Furthermore, the most shared fortune in the country belongs to the ministers. The civil and military leaders together can obtain about 10% of the national fortune. However, this share is basically fixed, meaning that as long as one is in the position of a minister, their contribution to the country later on will generally not lead to significant changes. This is also why Jiren, despite having received all of Li Mu's inheritance, did not join the military. One must know that in the current 7 kingdoms, Qin state grants nobility based on military merit. With Jiren's advantage as a time traveler and his foresight, combined with Li Mu's military strategy inheritance and Jiren's own strength, once he joins the military, the speed at which he accumulates military merits would definitely shock many people. To be honest, a 5% national fortune is already quite a remarkable amount. But given the appetite of the tattooed external force, this is clearly still far from enough. Originally, the farmer sect was one of the forces Jiren considered. However, it was not the optimal choice because for outsiders, joining the farmer sect is quite simple, but climbing up the ranks is very difficult, as it is time-consuming. However, after Jiren saw the identity plaque of Shui Zhe, his thoughts gradually became active. If I use Shui Zhe's identity to join the farmer sect, wouldn't that save a lot of time? Jiren thought, this is not an impossible thing. Among the various schools of thought, the farmer sect is the largest in terms of numbers, but it is also the most loosely managed. The disciples of the farmer sect are said to be spread all over the world, with many wandering knights and hermits, each with mysterious whereabouts. In other words, the number of farmer sect disciples is large, but most of them are basically wandering outside, some roaming, some in seclusion, and sometimes they may not return to the sect for years, even decades. Shui Zhe is one of them. Since leaving the farmer sect last time, he has not returned for over 5 years. Outside, the proof for farmer sect disciples to recognize each other mainly relies on a 7-star progress token. If it weren't for this, the farmer sect wouldn't have been infiltrated by the net, making it as porous as a sieve. Out of 6 halls, 3 of the upper levels have members of the net, and although one is a double agent, the other 2 are straightforwardly the hall masters. It's absurd. After thinking for a while, Jiren ultimately felt that this could be done. The ranks of farmer sect disciples are classified according to the number of pearls on the 7-star progress, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. 7 stars denote a hall master. 4-star disciples are a threshold. Those above 4 stars are roughly equivalent to inner disciples, at which point the sect will increase their training efforts towards the disciples. But at the same time, identity verification will also become stricter. Disciples below 4 stars are equivalent to outer disciples, which is roughly like a probationary period to determine whether a person is an inner trader, but since there are too many outer disciples, the farmer sect only keeps a simple record. Currently, Shui Zhe happens to be a 3-star disciple, which is just right for Jiren to impersonate. You too. From now on, just follow me. After the 2 siblings set up Shui Zhe's grave, Jiren said, since he decided to borrow Shui Zhe's identity, it is only right to help take care of the 2 children. Moreover, Shui Zhe has been wandering outside for many years, and these siblings might be the only ones currently aware of his identity. Keeping them close would give Ji Ren some peace of mind. The two siblings had no objection. In this chaotic world, they had little choice. The cultural diffusion of the Warring States period was extremely low, aside from a few nobles and landlords. Ordinary families had very little knowledge, even struggling to name their children. The two siblings only knew that their ancestral surname was Sure, and when their village was still around. The adults referred to them as Sure family's big baby and Sure family's second baby. Shui Zhe had thought of giving the two a name, but unfortunately, in some respects, he was even inferior to them. At least these two siblings still knew their ancestral surname, while Shui Zhe had been a complete orphan since he could remember. As for his current name, he had spent a great deal of money hiring a teacher to come up with it. Although the farmer sect has many people, it is not a major sect among the various schools of thought, which already indicates many issues. The so-called wandering knights are just a more pleasant way of saying it. According to later concepts, this actually isn't much different from street thugs and petty criminals, not even qualifying as a gang. Let me give you two a name. This way, it will be more convenient to call you. The two siblings turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes sparkling with surprise and disbelief. For commoners at this time, being able to name someone being literate, being talented, being a significant person, such figures were like stars in the sky to their former selves. Jiren didn't pay attention to these details. He casually picked up two stones, glanced at the undulating mountains in the distance, and randomly carved a couple of strokes on the stones, saying, "Let's name them after the mountains and waters. The elder brother will be called Stone Mountain, and the younger sister will be called Stone Water." After saying that, Jiren threw the stones to the two siblings. He used the Qin characters, and now Jiren was very proficient in the characters of the seven states, because nowadays, using an external aid to learn a language or script takes less than an hour. The reason for using Qin characters was simply for convenience. The two siblings took the stones and looked at them. Their eyes suddenly brightened. They stared at this stone for the entire morning, their eyes squinting with joy. Eventually, they carefully found a relatively clean corner of their clothing, wiped the stone meticulously, and treasured it away. Clearly, even Jiren, who actively thought of naming them, would not realize what significance a name held for the two siblings at this moment. After a bumpy journey, it wasn't long before Jiren brought the two little ones to Days Mountain. Chapter 116. Days Farmer the disciple returned from his travels in the water marsh. Hand over your token, and then tell me when you joined and where you are from. Yes, I joined 6 years ago, from Lishur in Zhao State. Jiren handed over the token, and then relayed the information he received while chatting with Shui Zhe. The man glanced at the token, then carved a few marks on the bamboo scroll before returning the token to Jiren. All right, you can go in now. Thank you. Jiren expressed his thanks and then led the two siblings into the Days Mountain. This is the way the farming family verifies external disciples, with only two criteria: the time of entry and the place of birth. In an era where paper had not yet come into existence, they couldn't even produce a portrait. With this management method, Jiren suspected that if Zhao Gao were given more time, one day, on Zhao Gao's birthday, the entire farming family might be emptied. The highest leader of the farming family is the hero leader, who is divided into 6 halls. Shui Zhe is a disciple of the Kuei Hall, which is one of the 6 halls. Recently, there was a disturbance in the Kuei Hall. The head hall master, Chun Sheng, attempted to violate the wife of the second-in-command, Wu Kuang, but was unexpectedly caught by Wu Kuang. In their struggle, Chun Sheng killed Wu Kuang, and Chun Sheng was executed as well. Ultimately, Wu Kuang's wife, Tianmi, took over the position of hall master. This big scandal truly overwhelmed the disciples of the Kuei Hall. Shui Zhe returned to the gate without attracting anyone's attention. The disciples of the farming family are indeed very free. Generally, returning disciples can choose to apply for accommodation in a large communal dormitory. However, Jiren had a secret and was also accompanied by 2 siblings, which was obviously inconvenient, so he chose to build a residence for himself in the mountains. He found a valley with a favorable terrain. Jiren led the 2 little ones to take action. With his crafting skills, he couldn't build a luxurious villa, but a simple wooden cabin was no problem. After a few days, a small wooden cabin was completed. Using a piece of jade he had casually borrowed during his travels in Rome, he bought some necessities in the agricultural town of 4 Seasons and temporarily settled down there. This time, the objective was different from the previous 2 dimensions. The enemy was not a specific ghost or a certain force, so this task was destined to take a long time to complete. After having the siblings, Sher Shan and Sher Shui, use farming tools to cultivate a small plot of land in front of the cabin, Jiren took off the package from Qilong's back, opened it, and inside were several sealed bamboo tubes. Jiren opened one of them and poured out a round object. It turned out to be a potato. The fact that Jiren obtained this potato was completely unexpected. Potatoes originated in South America, but this one was discovered near a coastline in Europe, under the decaying body of a massive beached whale. At that time, the potato was barely alive, and it was only thanks to Jiren's timely use of dragon vein crystals that he was able to revive it. It's worth noting that Jiren had already controlled a Roman nobleman, and even prepared poison, just waiting for him to mobilize manpower to build a ship so they could set sail. However, unexpectedly, just as the shipbuilding materials were gathered, the task was completed ahead of schedule. Speaking of which, it seems he forgot to detoxify that nobleman before leaving Rome. He wasn't sure if the poison had been neutralized by now. One single potato was obviously not enough. Without going through several rounds of planting, it would be impossible to obtain sufficient seeds. Under normal circumstances, even if they could achieve 2 harvests a year, it would conservatively take 1 to 2 years before they could be put to actual use. This clearly wasted time. So Jiren specifically used dragon vein crystals to formulate a catalyst. Although using dragon vein crystals to grow potatoes was somewhat extravagant, Jiren had plenty of dragon vein energy. During the potato planting process, Jiren did not let the 2 little ones watch, mainly because the catalyst made from dragon vein crystals was remarkably effective, and he was afraid it might frighten them. After burying the potatoes, Jiren did not pay attention to them anymore. These things have a strong life force, and with the catalyst made from dragon vein crystals, they could survive as long as they were not deprived of water and soil. He returned to the wooden house. Jiren took out several green inheritance cards from his bosom. Due to traveling continuously in recent days, he only finally had the opportunity to activate these cards today. Naturally, the first one to be activated was the Breaking Army Mind Method inheritance card. The Breaking Army Mind Method is a top-tier internal skill of the military school, holding a status equivalent to the internal skills of the Mo family, the Taoist school, and the Confucian school's Sitting and Forgetting Mind Method, all divided into 10 levels. Now, after experiencing 3 reincarnations and 2 upgrades from external aids, Jiren's innate potential has accumulated to an astonishing level. Coupled with the training bonuses from the card space, Jiren's speed in cultivating the Breaking Army Mind Method is incredibly fast. Just a glance was enough. Jiren has successfully entered the basics of the Breaking Army Heart Method. Practicing martial arts is not the same as cultivating immortality. The so-called internal force is not formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The essence of internal force formation is somewhat similar to what Taoism refers to as refining essence into qi. Thanks to the Type 1 cell enhancer used in the last world, Jiren can feel that the source of internal force formation is essentially about extracting the hidden intangible energy from cells, transforming it from an invisible formless state into an invisible tangible power. At the same time, through the meridians in his body as a conduit, it ultimately converges in one place, which is to open the dantian. The consumption during the cultivation of internal force is quite astonishing. If one cannot obtain sufficient food to replenish cellular energy, then naturally, one cannot accumulate internal force, which is why it is said that the poor focus on culture while the rich focus on martial arts. Additionally, there will inherently be consumption during the conduction and transportation of internal force, but as the proficiency in cultivation increases and the quality of the internal skill improves, this consumption will gradually decrease, and the cultivation speed will accelerate. The Breaking Army Heart Method, being a top-tier internal skill, originally does not exceed a 30% loss. And with Jiren's fast cultivation speed, it is estimated that it won't be long before he can control it within 10%. Moreover, Jiren inherently possesses a physique that is more than 3 times the average limit of ordinary humans. If others knew the speed at which he accumulates internal force, he would definitely be treated as a monster. Since Jiren began his cultivation, Shirshan and Shirshui have already left the wooden cabin. They do not understand the need for tranquility in cultivation, but at this moment, the aura emanating from Jiren is indeed somewhat frightening. Merely being close to him, the two feel as if they are facing thousands of troops and a sea of corpses and blood. This is not a problem with Jiren. It is the inherent characteristic of the military family's heart method. Just like the non-aggression and universal love of the Mahist heart method, the carefree nature of the Taoist heart method, and the righteous spirit of the Confucian heart method. The characteristic of the military family's heart method is conquest and slaughter. Chapter 117, Cultivating Good Seed, Ordinary People when first practicing internal skills, can only persist for half an hour at most, not because of insufficient talent, but because under normal cultivation, the energy of human cells can only supply for half an hour before needing energy replenishment. It is not sustainable at all. However, during Ji-Ren's first cultivation, he directly entered a meditative state for an hour and a half. Compared to those who have just begun practicing internal skills and struggle with their operational efficiency, Ji-Ren's conversion efficiency is incomparably higher. If he were to practice in their way, Ji-Ren feels that he could sustain it for an even longer time. However, ultimately, it is still just the beginning of his cultivation. Therefore, after Ji-Ren finished his practice and truly began to sense the internal force within his body, what he could perceive was only a faint warm current, and he still found it somewhat difficult to mobilize it. Too slow. Although this speed has far exceeded that of ordinary people, Ji-Ren is clearly not satisfied with it. After all, he does not have the time to forge a sword for 10 years. The energy of the dragon vein is too violent to be used directly, but perhaps it can be used as a catalyst to cultivate some rare spiritual herbs. Ji-Ren silently contemplated how to further accelerate his cultivation speed. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, as Ji-Ren stepped out, he saw a vibrant green sprout breaking through the soil in the potato patch at the entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, an advertisement slogan inexplicably popped into Ji-Ren's mind. Long my brand catalyst, fast-acting, powerful, and with no side effects you deserve it. The two little ones, Shirshan and Shirshui, also noticed the anomaly in the field, but they wisely did not ask too many questions. Ji-Ren instructed them to keep it a secret and to be careful not to let small animals like birds ruin the seedlings before temporarily leaving the area. He first went to Sijizan, intending to buy some small ginseng or spirit medicine seeds. But the people there informed Ji-Ren that such items could only be purchased at the Shinong Hall in the farmer's market. Reluctantly, Ji-Ren had to make another trip to the Shinong Hall. Previously, among the 6 halls of the farmer's market, the Kuiwei Hall, Shinong Hall, and Siyue Hall were potential allies, as they were all external forces. However, the relationship between the potential allies had nearly broken down after the head of the Kuiwei Hall became Tianmi fortunately. This did not affect Ji-Ren's ability to purchase items. Half a day later, Ji-Ren returned to the wooden house. Following the old routine, he soaked a few spirit herb seeds and fresh ginseng in a dragon vein catalyst, then planted them in the soil and watered them with some dragon vein catalyst. After that, it was no longer his concern. The following days, aside from observing the growth of the potato every day, Ji-Ren mainly practices the breaking army heart method and the Jinyue sword technique, and occasionally takes time to study Li Mu's military strategies and formations. His progress in the breaking army heart method is still rapid, and he soon stabilizes the first level. However, he encounters some minor issues with the Jinyue sword technique. Although Ji-Ren has a certain foundation in swordsmanship, which allows him to learn the Jinyue sword technique, his progress isn't as fast as with his internal skills. If that were all, it wouldn't be a problem, but for some reason, Ji-Ren always feels a strange discomfort while practicing the Jinyue sword technique. A week passes in the blink of an eye. The potato seedling has completely matured, perhaps due to the influence of the dragon vein catalyst. This potato has grown quite well, producing a total of 7 potatoes, 5 of which are about the size of a child's fist. Ji-Ren destroyed 2 small ones, selected another 5 as good seeds, and then used the dragon vein catalyst to cultivate more than 20 seedlings, which were replanted in the ground. A week later, the second round of potatoes matured, and this time the potatoes were significantly larger, with the biggest one nearly the size of an adult fist. Following the old rules, good seeds were selected and bad seeds destroyed. This time, Ji-Ren successfully cultivated nearly 500 seedlings. 500 seedlings could not fit in one mu of land. So Ji-Ren had to clear a few more acres and then asked the siblings, Shirshan and Shirshui, to help plant the potatoes. The 2 siblings watched as Ji-Ren successfully cultivated so many seedlings in just half a month. To them, it seemed almost like magic. Big brother, what are these things? In the end, the curious little Shirshan couldn't help but voice his confusion. This thing might make it so that no one in the world has to go hungry anymore, Ji-Ren replied. Really? Yes, that would be wonderful. Shirshan jumped up happily. At his age, he might not fully understand the true significance of potatoes, but he knew one thing. Something that could prevent hunger must be a super treasure. After all, his father had once died of starvation. The third round of planting, Ji-Ren diluted the number of dragon vein catalysts, because potatoes generally take 3 to 4 months to mature at the fastest. To be on the safe side, Jiren calculated from the day he entered the farm family and controlled the potatoes to mature in about 3 months. With over 400 potato plants, it was somewhat time-consuming for Jiren to take care of them alone, so he assigned this task to the siblings Shan and Shui. Now, the two little ones had something to do, because it was unclear whether it was the influence of the dragon vein catalysts. Although Jiren's potatoes were growing very well, they also unusually attracted various pests. Therefore, the biggest task for the two little ones every day was to catch the bugs in the potato field one by one. As for how many bugs there were, let's just say that to avoid wasting the bugs the two little ones caught every day, Jiren specifically went to Four Seasons Town to buy an old hen and a dozen chicks. Yet these chickens still couldn't finish their food each day. Before long, Jiren successfully broke through to the second level of his internal skill. At the same time, the ginseng and spiritual herbs he had planted earlier were also ripening. He picked a few spiritual herbs and swallowed them whole. Although this method would waste some of their potency, it had the advantage of causing no side effects and not accumulating medicinal toxins. The speed at which spiritual herbs replenished cellular energy far exceeded that of ordinary food. With the power of the herbs, just before the third round of potatoes fully matured, Jiren finally succeeded in breaking through his internal skill to the third level. The third level breaking army heart method could condense internal energy to cover the body's surface, forming a lethal force. A common person with this level of internal skill could be considered a third-rate figure in the martial world. However, Jiren's physique was extraordinary. With the same level of internal skill, his internal energy was at least 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Therefore, even if he disregarded other aspects, relying solely on internal skill, Jiren had at least reached the threshold of a second-rate expert. Chapter 118. The Farmer's Hero in the Blink of an Eye. A new year arrived. In early 225 BC, the Qin state sent General Wang Bin to launch a massive attack on the Wei state. The Qin army broke through barriers and defeated opponents, but ultimately hit a wall in the capital of Wei, Dalian. After a prolonged siege, the Qin army, in a fit of madness, summoned the waters of the Yellow River to flood the city. This act caused an uproar across the land. It is important to note that at that time, Dalian was not just home to the military, but also countless common people. In an instant, the Qin state was met with widespread condemnation. As a leading faction among the 100 schools of thought, the farmers were naturally the first to receive the news. Upon learning of the situation, all members of the farmers were infuriated. The current hero of the farmers, Tianguang, was particularly concerned about the matter. The earth nourishes all things. Shinnong never dies. For many years, the farmers had upheld the principle of aiding the world and saving the people, making them representatives of the vast farming community. Tianguang, the current hero, had once chosen to join the farmers after witnessing countless people displaced due to the wars among the 7 states, abandoning the allure of alliances with multiple countries. It could be said that at least for now, before the farmers were completely provoked into internal strife by the web, most members still harbored a heart for the people. Having recently discovered that the farmers had been infiltrated by the web, Tianguang, feeling troubled, came to the statue of Shinnong to relax his mind. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still hoped for Shinnong to manifest and offer him guidance. Just as Tianguang was beginning to relax, he suddenly heard a neighing sound from the distant mountains and forests. Although not many members of the farmers raised horses, there were some. Initially, Tianguang did not pay much attention, but as he observed closely, he was captivated. He realized that the horse in the distance was not an ordinary horse. It seemed to be a horse king, perhaps even the king of wild horses. Facing a wild Lamborghini, even Tianguang felt his heart race. Without much hesitation, he infused internal energy into his legs and leaped forward, chasing after the Horse King like a gale. The Horse King seemed startled and bolted away. Tianguang immediately accelerated in hot pursuit. The forest was not a suitable place for horses to run, and after some time, the Horse King's speed gradually decreased. Seeing that he was about to catch a wild Lamborghini, joy flashed in Tianguang's eyes. However, in the next moment, the Lamborghini suddenly stopped in its tracks, leaped over, and finally came to a halt in front of a wooden house, actively biting the reins and tying itself up. This action nearly caused Tianguang to strain his back. The Horse King actually had an owner. Tianguang was somewhat surprised and stood at a distance to observe. The wooden house was nothing unusual, as such structures were common in Days Mountain. Outside the wooden house, there wasn't much, aside from some small chickens, a few spiritual herbs, and a patch of plants he couldn't identify. While spiritual herbs might be rare in the outside world, the farmers had an abundance of them. It was the unidentifiable plants that piqued Tianguang's curiosity even more. Creak! Just then, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened. In the next moment, Tianguang was startled. A tall, slender, handsome young man stepped out of the wooden house. He wore a white robe, as bright as the stars, with a calm expression and graceful demeanor. From a distance, he resembled a snow lotus growing atop the Tian Shan Mountains, pure and extraordinary. Is this person also a disciple of the farmers? Tianguang's gaze became somewhat uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he lightly leaped and slowly approached Jiren. When Jiren saw Tianguang, his gaze was initially filled with, but after a moment of thought, he seemed to remember something and gently cupped his fists, saying, "I am a farmer's son, Shui Zhe, and I have met the hero." Despite his respectful tone, Jiren's expression remained calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. In just a brief sentence, he had already raised his status to the maximum, instantly impressing Tianguang. "You are also a disciple of the farmers?" Tianguang said, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. "Yes." Jiren responded, "Ly. It's a pity that he doesn't have a folding fan in his hand right now. Otherwise, he would definitely open it with one hand and wave it lightly a couple of times." Jiren is very satisfied with Tianguang's reaction so far. It was worth all the effort he put into dressing himself up. There's no rule that says one must be low-key when infiltrating someone else's sect. In today's era, sometimes being more high-profile and showcasing one's talents can actually make it less likely to attract suspicion. In other words, it's not that Jiren wants to show off. It's simply a necessity of the times. Jiren finally learned that the hero liked to go to the Shinong statue and spent several days successfully luring the hero here. If he couldn't subdue him at once, then all the arrangements made earlier would be in vain. 6 years ago, I joined the Nong family and then traveled to foreign lands for many years, only recently returning to the sect, Jiren explained. Tianguang suddenly realized and said, "So that's it. You are indeed a recluse from the Nong family." In just a few sentences, Tianguang's address changed from "you, sir," which only showed that the expensive outfits Jiren ordered were indeed useful. However, Jiren could only respond calmly to Tianguang's words. Although the Nong family claimed to have many reclusive masters, the actual situation was unclear to others. Didn't the hero know this in his heart? "Mr. Shuize, after traveling in foreign lands for many years, have you gained anything?" Of course. With the topic finally leading here, Jiren slowly spoke, "Hero, please look here. This is a type of grain crop I obtained from foreign lands." "Oh, what is the yield like?" One could only say that the hero of the Nong family was sharp, hitting the core right away. The yield of this crop is extremely high, with an output of about 50 to 80 stones per acre. At this time, one stone is approximately equal to 60 caddies in later generations. If cultivated properly, it may even exceed this. This crop can actually achieve a yield of 5 stones. 5? Tianguang suddenly turned his head, and with that speed, Jiren could vaguely hear the cracking sound from his neck. However, he himself showed no reaction, just staring at Jiren with eyes wide open like a cow's, his expression stiff, and his speech somewhat slurred. So must have just made a slip of the tongue. Jiren smiled, casually resting one hand behind his back, and said calmly, "I understand the meaning of the hero leader, but I can say it again. This item has an extremely high yield, with an output of 50 to 80 stones per acre. If the hero leader does not believe it, you can definitely send someone to measure it, because I have not reported this matter beforehand due to concerns about lacking evidence. Instead, I cultivated a batch first. Just recently, the potatoes have matured, and I was planning to report this to the hall master, but unexpectedly, the hero leader arrived first." Tianguang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Jiren's meticulous thoughts, but when he heard Jiren's suggestion, his breathing became heavy. "All right, I will send someone to measure it right away. If this is true, I will personally apologize to you." Hero leader is being too serious. Outside the wooden house, Shan was a bit curious about the new guest at home. However, Shui didn't pay much attention to Tianguang, as her gaze was almost entirely on Jiren. Previously, Jiren wore simple clothes, and since the three had been together for some time, she hadn't noticed much. But as Jiren slightly dressed up, Shui looked at him and felt her cheeks flush. Not long after, a great commotion arose in the forest. Soon, dozens of people appeared among the trees, most of whom were carrying various farming tools, and leading them were the hall masters. Tianguang had sent an urgent message to gather everyone quickly, which left the hall masters bewildered upon receiving the message, but they hurriedly rushed over. The hall masters included Tian Mi from the Kuei Wei Hall, Tian Meng from the Laishan Hall, Tian Hu from the Chiyu Hall, Zhu Jia from the Shinong Hall, and C2 Wan Li from the Siyu Hall. Almost all the 5 hall masters and some important members of their factions came over, including the still-growing siblings Tian Yin and Tian Ci. Only the position of the hall master of the Gong Hall was temporarily vacant due to certain reasons, so no one came. As for the later hall, Master Tian Zhong, he had only recently betrayed Zhu Jia. Hero leader, may I ask why you have urgently summoned us? Tian Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. There's no rush. You'll find out shortly. Tian Guang waved his hand without immediately answering. He then directed the disciples holding farming tools. You all go to the fields now and dig up everything inside. Be careful, as these things all grow underground, and make sure not to damage them. Saying this, Tian Guang specifically picked up a potato to show the disciples. This was the potato he had just dug up before everyone arrived. If he had significant doubts about Ji Ren's words before, those doubts had now been reduced by more than half. Because this one potato he had just dug out roughly weighed about 20 pounds. 20 pounds in the Qin dynasty is approximately equivalent to 10 pounds in later generations. The many disciples were somewhat puzzled, but since it was the hero leader's order, they naturally complied. After all, it was just a matter of digging something up. Soon, the disciples began to take action. At first, when digging for potatoes, many disciples lacked experience and ended up damaging quite a few potatoes, which led to a scolding from Tianguan. The hall masters watching this were baffled. They didn't remember the hero leader being this strict before. However, as more potatoes were unearthed, everyone gradually began to realize something. Quick, bring the scales over. The disciples gathered the potatoes, and Tianguan personally started weighing them, 1 stone at a time. After 2 rounds of selection and optimization, although these potatoes were still not comparable to the high-tech, improved varieties of later generations, they were already quite large. On average, 8 to 10 plants could yield 1 stone. Soon, as piles of potatoes continued to be placed on the scales, everyone watched as the bamboo sticks used for counting began to stack higher and higher. 1 stone, 5 stones, 10 stones, 20 stones, 30 stones. Gradually, those who began to realize something changed their expressions. Finally, when the last potato was taken off the scales, the counter announced the total. Hero leader. This item amounts to 41 stones and 2 June. 1 stone equals 4 June. This terrifying number caused several people's faces to change dramatically, including Tianguan. The hall master of the Shenong Hall, Zhu Jia, couldn't wait to step forward, eagerly asking, Hall master, is this item edible? Ha ha ha! Tianguan laughed heartily, as if the burdens he had carried for years were finally lifted. As expected of you, Zhu Fatty, your mind works fast. Indeed, this is a type of food crop from a foreign land. Not only is it edible, but it also tastes quite delicious. As he spoke, perhaps fearing that others wouldn't believe him, Tianguan directly picked up a potato, still covered in dirt, and took a big bite. This time, not just the hall masters. Even the many ordinary disciples who couldn't read very well realized the seriousness of the situation, suddenly left speechless. How is this possible? 40 stones per acre? No, wait. This isn't even enough for an acre, which means if planted in a field, it could yield even more. Such a miraculous thing exists in this world? Some were shocked, some were horrified, and some couldn't help but burst into tears. It was truly hard to imagine what it meant for a crop to yield over 40 stones per acre in this era. To be clear, at present, the average yield for common people planting crops was only about 1.5 stones, roughly around 100 pounds. Coupled with various wars and heavy taxes, this led to a significant number of people starving to death each year. In fact, in many farming families, quite a few people's ancestors had died from starvation. May I ask, hero leader, is this item easy to plant? Clearly, not everyone was easily swept away. Some could still remain calm, such as Tian Ming from the Lishan Hall. Ha ha! Allow me to introduce the discoverer of this item. Saying this, Tian Guang stepped aside to reveal Ji Ren behind him. Like Tian Guang, everyone who saw Ji Ren for the first time had a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. What a graceful gentleman, they thought to themselves. I come to introduce him. He is the hermit Mr. Shui Zhe from our farming family. And the item before you is called potato, which he painstakingly brought back from foreign land. As for your question, Tian Ming. At this point, Tian Guang paused, and Ji Ren continued gently. The potato has a strong vitality. After bringing it back, I also made some improvements so the current potatoes can survive easily. Additionally, if we cultivate them properly, this item can yield 2 harvests a year. Wow! This statement immediately caused another uproar. Even Tian Guang, who had been the first to learn about the potatoes, was momentarily stunned, as he hadn't known that such a miraculous item could yield 2 harvests a year. Mr. Shuizhe, you have great virtue. Tian Guang was momentarily at a loss for words. overwhelmed by shock, which left everyone feeling somewhat numb. They could only echo after him, Mr. Shuai's great virtue. Just based on this item, who knows how many lives will be saved? Mr. Shuai's actions are a great contribution to the world, especially to the farmers. Tian Guang sighed. By the way, Tian Mi, Mr. Shuai's is from your Kuei Hall. How should the farmers express their gratitude? Tian Mi. Chapter 120. Next time for sure, Tian Mi was a woman with a strong sense of self-awareness. With her pink short hair and alluring figure, she was beautiful, but she was useless. Her position as the hall master was obtained through schemes that harmed her husband and Cheng Sheng. Additionally, she had an undercover identity within the Luo network. So after realizing the importance of the potatoes, her first reaction was not to jump in to share the spoils, but rather to quietly diminish her presence and retreat behind the crowd to smoke, because she was well aware that this matter probably had little to do with her. And instead of considering that, it was better to think about how to report this news to the Luo network. But she never expected Tian Guang to suddenly mention her name, leaving Tian Mi stunned. Looking around at the gazes directed at her, Tian Mi thought, Oh, who am I? Where am I? What did the hero just say? Oh, that's right. It seems he said Mr. Shuai's is from my Kuei Hall. Do we have such a person in Kuei Hall? Why have I never seen them? A series of question marks flew through Tian Mi's mind like a chase, and after a long while, she still hadn't regained her composure. Mr. Shuai's is a person of great virtue. I, a mere girl, dare not make decisions on my own. This matter should still be left to the hero to decide. After all, she was a woman who could even harm her own husband. Soon, Tian Mi swayed her hips and resumed her usual flirtatious demeanor. Tian Guang gave her a deep look, but ultimately said nothing more. In fact, his question was just a routine inquiry. He had no real intention of handing Ji Ren over to Tian Mi. After all, since the incident involving Cheng Sheng and Wu Kuang, he had begun to suspect Tian Mi. Since Hall Master Tian has spoken this way, I will temporarily make the decision. Although our farmers are not a large sect, we reward merit and punish crimes. All disciples heed my command. Yes, today, in the name of the hero, I officially appoint Mr. Shuai's as the acting hall master of the Gonggong Hall of the Farmers. I hope all hall disciples will adhere to the teachings of our predecessors, uphold the spirit of chivalry, and travel the world. The earth nourishes all things, and Shenong never dies. The earth nourishes all things, and Shenong never dies. The crowd responded in unison. After this order was issued, the other 5 hall masters were somewhat surprised, but also felt it was only natural. Without a doubt, bringing back potatoes from a foreign land was a tremendous achievement. If he were given another position, it would seem like the farmers were being stingy, but if he were directly given a hall master position, it would likely lead to dissent among the disciples. Thus, an acting hall master position was just right. As for whether Ji Ren had the ability to stabilize the hall master position, that was not important at all. The hero's action, besides being a reward, also had the meaning of buying a horse with gold. Regardless of Ji Ren's capabilities, as long as the fame of the potatoes spread, even if he were just a mascot, he would be worthy of a hall master position. Therefore, after Tian Guang issued this command, most disciples were surprised, but basically did not oppose it. Only one person was anxious. Hero, although Mr. Shuai's has made great contributions, I'm worried that directly promoting him to hall master might be hard to convince others. The sharp-nosed Tian Zhong jumped out eagerly and bowed. Tian Guang glanced at him and said, no problem. Mr. Shuai's has been with the farmers for 6 years and has already attained a 3-star status. Later, he traveled to a foreign land and obtained divine objects, which can be said to be a case of accumulated experience. His qualifications will not be an issue. The mention of qualifications immediately revealed him to be an old descendant of Yan Huan. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhong became even more anxious but did not know how to refute it for a moment. Why? Why did the outcome turn out this way? Whether it was joining the farmers or seizing the position of hall master of the Gonggong Hall, he had clearly been ahead. For this, he had even betrayed the Zhu family, abandoned his identity as Zhu family's adopted son, joined the Tian family, and changed his name to Tian Zhong. But why did he still lose? Since everyone has no objections, this matter is temporarily settled. All disciples, please temporarily place all potatoes in the warehouse. Mr. Shuai's can first go to the Gonggong Hall for the hall master handover. Tonight, all hall masters gather in the Chivalry Hall to discuss important matters. We will follow the hero's orders. Everyone responded in unison. After speaking, Tian Guang turned and left with the potatoes, and after walking some distance, the crowd vaguely heard him humming a tune from afar. Ha ha ha! Hall Master Shu Eyes, you must come to my Shinong Hall as a guest next time. My brother will treat you. Zhu, who was 100 centimeters tall, waist 100 centimeters, and weighing 100 pounds, revealed his smiling face. Hall Master Zhu is too polite. I will definitely trouble you next time, Jiren replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Then my brother will be waiting for your honored visit. In front of everyone, Zhu's intention to win over was almost completely unmasked, but Jiren did not refuse. Because given the current situation of internal strife within the farmers, he and the Zhu family were the natural allies compared to the Tian family. The Tian family saw it all, but remained outwardly calm, though their true thoughts were probably known only to themselves. After some polite exchanges, everyone quickly left. Only Tianmi lingered until the others had gone far away. Then she swayed her hips and approached Jiren, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, and seductively said, "Oh. It seems Mr. Shu Eyes doesn't really like my Kueiwei Hall? What do you mean by that?" Jiren paused, puzzled. "If you truly like my Kueiwei Hall, then why didn't you report to me as soon as you discovered the divine object? Did something about my hall make you feel uncomfortable? Please feel free to tell me, and I will definitely correct it." By the time she reached the word correct, Tianmi was almost pressed against Jiren's body. Jiren stepped back without making sound. Then, "This is indeed a misunderstanding by Hall Master Tianmi. Actually, I intended to report to the Hall Master, but I didn't expect the hero to arrive suddenly." Hall Master Tianmi forgot about it. "Before this, I was just a small 3-star disciple. Even if I wanted to meet the hero, with so many matters to attend to, the hero might not pay attention to a small disciple like me." Jiren's gaze was sincere, and in the depths of his 2 eyes, it seemed as if there were flickering stars, making Tianmi's delicate body go numb. Could it be that I really overthought it? Tianmi couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. One could only say that being handsome really can make women lose their wits. Oh, not necessarily. Perhaps it was because Tianmi's intelligence was not high to begin with. She was indeed skilled in playing schemes and tricks, but in other aspects, she was not really strong. Otherwise, in the later stages, while other hall masters had experts under them, she had nothing at all, and even because of her alone, the entire Kueiwei Hall fell into decline. Since that was the case, perhaps Tianmi misunderstood Mr. Shuize. If so, it would be better for Mr. Shuize to have a chance to visit Kueiwei Hall. Tianmi would definitely welcome him warmly. Next time, for sure. Chapter 121. IQ-crushing Hall Master Tian. That kid seems to want to ally with the Zhu family. On the way back, Tianzhong quietly leaned over to Tianming and whispered, "No problem. Our Tian family has been managing the farming business for many years. How could he shake it? Now that he comes with great power, we will avoid the limelight for the time being. Once this matter passes, the position of the Gong Hall Master will still be yours." Tianming, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, spoke with an imposing demeanor, simultaneously giving Tianzhong a promise. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Tianzhong's sharp-featured face. A small person will definitely do everything possible to serve the Tian family. After returning to the Lishan Hall, Tianming waved to summon an ordinary disciple and instructed him to go to the farming family entrance to check on Shuize's identity and background. Don't misunderstand. This is not something Tianming wants to investigate, but rather something Tianguang asked him to check. It is more of a formality to help Jiren serve as a witness. Tianming naturally understood Tianguang's intentions, so he only sent the disciple on a trip as a routine procedure. After all, even if he might really end up opposing Jiren in the future, Tianming wouldn't be foolish in this regard. Could it be? Could it be? Would there really be someone who suspects Jiren is a spy from another force? How brain-dead would one have to be to think someone would bring a potato to infiltrate a farming family? With that free time, wouldn't it be better to use the potato to create another farming family? Outside the wooden house, once Tianmi's figure disappeared, the smile on Jiren's face gradually faded. In fact, Tianmi was right. Jiren had never intended to report this matter directly to her from the beginning. After all, although this woman appeared to be the master of Kueiwei Hall on the surface, she was actually a spy for the Luonet. If he reported to her, it was highly likely that the first place she would report to would not be the farming family, but the Luonet. Just this alone was enough. Jiren was most worried that if this woman had the thought of taking credit for his achievements, she might attract a group of Luo Wang assassins to kill him, which would completely ruin Jiren's plans. "Shan, Shui, pack your things. We need to change places," Jiren shouted. "Okay, big brother, we'll pack right away." Shan, the clever little guy, hurriedly replied. Just as he turned to go into the house, he suddenly noticed that his sister beside him hadn't moved. "Sister, what are you doing? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Shui glared at him, but didn't respond. Instead, she spat toward the distant path and said, "Bah, Vixen." "Vixen? What does Vixen mean?" Shan scratched his head. "Shut up. Pack your things." "Ha ha, sister. You look just like the mother tiger that Big Brother used to talk about." Shui laughed. The next second, she received a death glare from her sister. Shan. There wasn't much to pack in a wooden house. Most of the valuable items only needed to be thrown onto Qilong's back, while the nearly mature spiritual medicine ginseng had to be transplanted by Ji-Ren himself. The rest were a group of chicks. A few had died after winter set in, as chicks are prone to dying, especially considering that the timing when Ji-Ren bought them wasn't very good. The two little ones herded the chickens while Ji-Ren led the horse, and the three of them quietly arrived at the Gonggong Hall. There hadn't been any issues with the position of the previous Gonggong Hall master, not for any other reason, but simply because there were hardly any people in the Gonggong Hall at that time. Due to the vacancy of the master position, the Gonggong Hall had long been unmanaged. Although there were quite a few disciples in the hall, the virtues of the farmer disciples could basically be seen from the original appearance of the water marsh. No wonder the farmer sect still remained a first-rate sect and couldn't reach the top tier. The farmer sect didn't lack people or talent, but it lacked truly top-notch masters. When Ji-Ren arrived at the Gonggong Hall, someone had already sent over the 7-star pearl that represented the identity of the hall master. For inner disciples with a rank of 4 stars or above, their identity symbol was no longer a token, but in the form of a wristband. Casually putting it on his wrist, Ji-Ren instructed the two siblings and then headed out towards the residence of the heroic leader, the Xiai Hall. The Xiai Hall was surrounded by the 6 halls in the center of the Days Mountain, near the Shinnong statue. When Ji-Ren arrived, the Zhu family from Shinnong Hall and Sidu Wanli from Siyue Hall had already arrived first. After Ji-Ren sat down, the three casually chatted for a while, and soon the other 3 hall masters walked in one after another. Finally, Tianguang came over from the warehouse. After meeting with the heroes, he said, "All right, everyone sit down. The reason I called you here tonight is mainly to discuss how to handle those potatoes and hope to come up with a plan soon." As the leader of the heroes, Tianguang naturally displayed a certain authority once the discussion began. "Shuai's Hall Master, since this item was discovered by you, why don't you start us off?" Tianguang looked at Ji-Ren, who then stood up, cupped his fist to those around him, and slowly spoke. "I mentioned before that potatoes can yield 2 harvests a year under suitable conditions. Although we have a considerable amount of potatoes in our farmers' hands, it's clearly not enough for the entire world to use. Therefore, my suggestion is that the first thing our farmers should do next is to cultivate a large number of seedlings." Ji-Ren calculated and said, "If we plant all the potatoes we currently have by the beginning of spring, then before the beginning of summer, the farmers will be able to cultivate nearly 200,000 seedlings. This way, if we have our disciples distribute the potato seedlings for planting in various places before the grain and ear festival, it should help many people survive a harsh winter." "That makes sense." Tianguang gently stroked his beard, looking approving. The other 5 hall masters, seeing this, also echoed in agreement. "Indeed, well said. The Shuai's Hall Master truly has great talent." Everyone praised Ji-Ren, but upon seeing their reactions, Ji-Ren immediately understood that this group of people, including Tianguang, probably didn't understand a word. Before the introduction of Arabic numerals, the characteristic of the art of calculation in the Warring States period could be summed up in one word: slow. So when Ji-Ren started throwing out a series of data, everyone present felt an overwhelming intellectual pressure. Thus, Ji-Ren had to change his approach. "If we follow my plan, by the frost descent this year, the farmers should be able to harvest about 30,000 shur of potatoes." At this point, Tianguang and the others finally understood completely, and their spirits lifted. 30,000 shur of potatoes, even after reserving some for seeds, if we can ration it. This winter we could at least sustain an additional 15,000 to 20,000 people. Tianguang quickly estimated in his mind, and his eyes brightened. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Wonderful!" Although some still couldn't calculate the numbers, upon hearing Tianguang say they could sustain an additional 15,000 people, they all praised loudly. "Good. Wonderful. Excellent." Chapter 122. The Crisis of the Farmer's Family. The farmer's family is not the MO family. At least up until now, the farmer's family has never publicly expressed opposition to the rule of any state. In fact, in today's world, the majority of the various schools of thought have been similar. The 100 schools of thought emerged during times of chaos, each with their own philosophies, all trying to save the world in their own ways, but never forming a faction for a single country. Although there are certainly those with ulterior motives among them, there are also many who genuinely wish to help the world. Therefore, during the discussions in the 6 halls, Jiren repeatedly mentioned the phrase the world, which may seem exaggerated but is, in fact, quite reasonable. Of course, all of this is just surface level. In reality, among the various schools of thought, which one does not have a couple of traitors? In the farmer's family, the leaders of Kuei Hall, Tianmi, and Lishan Hall, Tianming, are both likely to be members of the Luo network, something no one would expect from 2 prominent hall masters. Although the hero Tianguang is not a spy, he secretly maintains a good relationship with the Duke of Chongping from the state of Chu. It should be Ji-Run determined that before the farmers truly began to plant potatoes, potatoes would first appear in the hands of the kings of Qin and Chu. However, Jiren did not care much about this. From the very beginning, Jiren had no intention of only serving one country. His goal was the people less fortunate, meaning he would not miss any place where the people of the Central Plains were located. Moreover, even if the states of Qin and Chu obtained potatoes, just to verify the authenticity of this matter, they would need to spend at least 3 to 5 months. By then, they would not have enough seedlings and would still be of no use. Perhaps at that time, the 2 countries could even help Jiren with some publicity. Returning to the Gonggong Hall, Jiren looked through the list of characters in the hall and felt a bit of a headache. It was too miserable, truly too miserable. Nowadays, in the Gonggong Hall, aside from those nominal outer disciples, there are only a little over 24-star disciples and only 3 5-star disciples, all of whom are in technical roles, with not a single 6-star disciple in sight. There isn't even one capable fighter. Although in today's era, literary talent is the most valued trait, let's not forget one thing. Confucius was a cultural figure who stood at 9 meters tall and could lift pillars. If he were to recruit from the outer sect now, Jiren would be confident in bringing some people in, but even if these people were recruited, he wouldn't dare to use them. Given the current situation in the farming community, who knows how many spies from the outer sect are lurking around? Jiren lightly tapped the table with his fingers, lost in thought. At that moment, he saw the siblings, Shi Shan and Shi Shui, walk in, and his gaze shifted. You too. Are you interested in learning martial arts? The agricultural family has a wealth of martial arts, among which the top-tier secret skill is called the DZ-24, a skill whose status rivals that of the core martial arts of those top sections. However, unlike other martial arts, this secret skill requires multiple people to activate the formation. In addition, the agricultural family has 6 halls, each of which inherits a first-rate martial art from the elders. But only the hall masters are qualified to learn these 6 first-rate martial arts, and even Jiren currently finds it difficult to break this rule. Aside from these 6 inheritances, the remaining martial arts of the agricultural family can be freely managed by Jiren as the hall master. The agricultural family possesses numerous first-rate martial arts, and choosing internal skills is quite simple. Each of the 6 halls has its own first-rate internal skill. Jiren directly passed on the Gonggong Ju from the Gonggong Hall to the siblings. Then, he let them choose one sword technique from the 4 Seasons sword technique based on their feelings. The 4 Seasons sword technique evolved from the DZ-24, with each of the 4 techniques reaching a first-rate level. Generally speaking, for an ordinary person to acquire one of these techniques is already enough to study for a lifetime. However, there are exceptions. For example, the agricultural family's genius, Tianci, managed to cultivate both the Summer Glory and Winter Extinction sword techniques to a very high level by himself. However, Jiren did not have high expectations for the siblings, so it was best to proceed step by step. Soon, the siblings completed their selections. As expected, Shi Shan chose the fiery and violent Summer Glory sword technique. But Shi Shui did not follow Jiren's expectations and chose the desolate and melancholic autumn withering sword technique instead of Winter Extinction or Spring Birth. I feel it suits me better, Shi Shui explained, rarely offering an explanation. Jiren didn't think much about it. After the 2 siblings made their choices, he took them out of the study and began to explain martial arts to them. Jiren did not possess the ability to test martial arts talent in others. However, this was not important. Given his current conditions, even if the 2 of them had no talent at all, he could still forcibly raise their cultivation levels using spiritual herbs. A few days later, a box appeared in front of King Qin Ingzheng. What was this? In the prime of his life, Ingzheng looked authoritative and, after glancing at the box, asked. Below, Zhao Gao, dressed in official robes and a gauze hat, with a sinister demeanor, bent respectfully and replied, "Reporting to your majesty." This item was presented by one of my subordinates, called a potato. It is said that when planted, it can yield over 50 stones per mu. What? Ingzheng suddenly raised his head. Can this matter be verified? Although there was no definitive evidence yet, This item came from a peasant family. According to reports from my subordinates, they have seen the yield with their own eyes, so it should be true. Ing Zheng's expression changed, and he stood up. The evaluations of Ing Zheng in later generations are mixed, but one thing is undeniable. Many have labeled him a tyrant. Yet no one has ever called him a foolish ruler. Your Majesty, how should we decide on this matter? Ing Zheng stood firm, and after a moment, spoke. Such a divine item must be kept in the hands of the empire. Yes, I take my leave. The same situation occurred in the hall of the Chu ruler. Even a foolish monarch would understand the significance of grain yielding over 50 stones per mu. However, although the Chu ruler also wanted to completely grasp such a divine item like Ing Zheng, there were two reasons why this was difficult. First, the status of Chu and the heroic leader was not as unequal as that of Tianming and Tianmi with the empire. Their relationship was more of an equal alliance. Second, after the heroic leader explained, the Chu ruler also realized that such a divine item could not be owned by any single nation. Thus, after reaching an agreement on the quantities for redistribution, the heroic leader left Chu. This exchange was primarily to remind the Chu ruler to prepare early. After all, if no one publicized such a divine item yielding 50 stones per mu, even if it was successfully cultivated by the peasants, no one might believe it. Time swiftly entered the beginning of spring. Peasant disciples began to work enthusiastically in the fields near Days Mountain. Chapter 123. Great disasters and epidemics. What do you think we are? Hey, you don't know this? Do you? You leaning closer. I'll tell you. I got this news from my uncle's cousin's daughter's brother. It is said that what we are planting now is a divine item brought back from foreign lands by the master of the Gongong Hall. And it can yield 50 stones per mu. Don't get so close, my ears are itching. Huh? What did you just say? 50 stones per mu. You're joking. TCH, believe it or not. Hey, don't go. I believe, okay? Do you have any other news to share? Although he was the first to leak the news, both the heroic leader and the 6 hall masters had implemented good confidentiality measures within the peasant community. After the potato seedlings were distributed, such scenes continued to reappear everywhere. Tian Guang stood on the mountaintop, looking at the thriving scene below, and couldn't help but stroke his beard and nod. Within the peasant community, while many peasant disciples were planting potatoes and cultivating seedlings, Jiren arrived at Shinnong Hall. He had 2 purposes for coming here. First, to make a statement. Since ancient times, when 2 factions confront each other, a third party, unless weak enough to be completely ignored, inevitably chooses to join one side. In such situations, being indecisive is of no benefit at all. As for why Jiren chose the Zhu family alliance, it's obvious. The opposing faction has 3 halls, 2 of which have undercover leaders, and the remaining one is led by the incompetent Tian Hu, who has never won a fight, but always pretends to be impressive. Joining them, Jiren figured he would either be killed or tricked. Moreover, the struggle among the 6 halls is essentially an internal factional conflict within the farming community. So their alliance procedures naturally do not require any formal documentation, ritual sacrifices, or blood oaths. Jiren and the Zhu family simply had a cup of tea before leaving Shinnong Hall. After returning to Gongong Hall, Jiren flipped his palm and 2 green inheritance cards appeared in his hand. LV-14 Ancient Traditional Medicine and LV-15 Herbal Scripture. The 6 halls of the farming community were established based on the 6 great achievements of the Shinnong clan, which are forging weapons, tasting herbs, planting grains, understanding music, improving irrigation, and clarifying calendars. Among them, the tasting of herbs represents Shinnong Hall, which specializes in the study of medicine. The 6 halls of the farming community can each be considered top tier in their respective fields. However, they are merely top tier. The medical skills learned by Jiren in the first 2 planes were all Western medicine or modern medicine. So it was very necessary for him to learn ancient Chinese medicine that he had never been exposed to before. However, Jiren did not expect that he would not only extract medical techniques from there, but also obtain the Baichao Jing. The Baichao Jing is one of the 6 top-tier ultimate skills of the agricultural family, with the effect of being immune to all poisons. Although Jiren originally had no intention of this, since he has obtained it, he won't be troubled by it, as the leader of the agricultural family can choose freely among the 6 ultimate skills. Rather than being a martial art, the Baichao Jing is more like a formula. When cultivating this ultimate skill, taking medicine is far more important than practicing. By consuming a large amount of precious medicinal liquids, one can enhance their body's resistance to toxins, which is the essence of the Baichao Jing. It's just perfect. Jiren's short-term goal in studying ancient Chinese medicine is to prepare medicine for the 2 little ones, Shi Shan and Shi Shui. The siblings have been practicing martial arts for a while, and their talent is quite good. However, after Jiren administered elixirs to them, the enhancement was not significant. After a simple diagnosis, Jiren quickly understood that it was an issue of the body's absorption rate of the elixirs. Not everyone possesses the monstrous physique that Jiren has. Jiren can directly consume the elixir and absorb about 70 of its medicinal properties, but an ordinary person would only be able to absorb around 30. Understanding this point is important. Jiren can only choose to prepare the spiritual medicine into a liquid form for the two little ones to consume. The medicinal liquid activates the properties of the spiritual medicine, but it also unleashes the hidden toxins within. If consumed in excess, it could be detrimental to future developments. But there is no other choice now. If it were merely about learning the ratios of medicinal liquids from ancient Chinese medicine, with Jiren's talent and foundation, 3 days would be more than enough. After consuming the medicinal liquid, the cultivation speed of the two little ones indeed accelerated significantly. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months passed. The war between the Wei and Qin states finally reached a conclusion, with Qin's Wang Bin completely destroying Daliang with the waters of the Yellow River. The city fell, and the Wei king surrendered. From then on, the Wei state became a thing of the past. Shortly after the destruction of Daliang, due to Wang Bin's actions of flooding the capital, a major epidemic broke out. A great disaster is always followed by a great epidemic. This had almost become a natural law in ancient times. The various schools of thought reacted swiftly, whether for the sake of prestige or genuinely intending to help the people. At least in this situation, they all felt the need to express their stance. In the past, the various schools rarely participated in such events because, to put it bluntly, with Wei's defeat, the citizens of Daliang had all become captives of Qin, and if they joined in at this time, they would easily be seen by Qin soldiers as wanting to seize the spoils. However, this time was an exception. Qin could afford to ignore the dead. But an outbreak of disease was entirely different. According to tradition, such matters were usually handled by the Shinnon Hall, but this time, Jiren also came along. Brother Shuei, I see that the items loaded on your several horse-drawn carts seem rather heavy. I wonder what they are. The Zhu family, looking at the convoy brought by Jiren, noticed the deep tracks left on the road and couldn't help but feel curious. Just a few carts of quicklime? Jiren replied. Quicklime? What for? This is something I acquired during my travels in the West. In places where epidemics occur, using quicklime can help suppress the spread of the disease to some extent. Oh, quicklime has such a use. The expressions on the Zhu family's faces suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. Since you, Brother Shuei, have mentioned this, then just relying on these quicklimes, the quantity might not be sufficient. Brother Lu Ji, when we reach the next town, let's split up temporarily. You also go and purchase a few carts of quicklime to take to Daliang. Zhu family suddenly shouted towards the door. Not long after, a head with a stubble peeked in from outside the curtain, looking somewhat cynical and curious, asking, Quicklime? What do you need that for? Ha ha. No need to ask too much. You will know when the time comes. Chapter 124. Hell on earth, the damp ground, murky puddles, foul odors, and swarming flies. The floating corpses on both sides of the road were gradually decaying, and the sounds of tragic wails and cries could be heard everywhere. The scene before them resembled a hell on earth. When Jiren and the Zhu family arrived, the Qin army had already begun to implement measures to prevent the spread of the disease, and their method was simple, just one word: kill. Whenever soldiers discovered someone resembling an infected person, they would immediately take them down, kill them, and throw them into a mass grave, waiting for the final burial. However, this measure was not very effective. By now, it was nearly May, the weather had turned warm, and the heavy rains had made the air in the area humid. In such an environment, corpses decomposed rapidly. It was as if the mass grave, which had not been dug long ago, was already surrounded by the buzzing of flies and mosquitoes that could be heard from 100 meters away. The foul stench emanating from the pit was almost mist-like, making people feel nauseous. Moreover, this outbreak was exceptionally contagious. Despite the Qin army's efforts to prevent it, the epidemic had not been contained, and symptoms of infection had even begun to appear within their own ranks. If this continued, Wang Bin would undoubtedly issue the order to massacre the city, just as history had described. This cannot go on. Jiren shook his head. He asked himself if he could be considered a good person. But he couldn't just stand by and watch a city being slaughtered without taking action. We need to meet with Wang Bin. The peasant class holds a significant position in this era, but meeting Wang Bin is somewhat challenging, not for any other reason, but due to the peculiarities of people in this time. Generally speaking, in the current world, The disciples of the various philosophical schools and the imperial officials all consider themselves superior to each other. The disciples of the various schools believe they are talented individuals who deserve respect wherever they go, while the imperial officials see themselves as officials belonging to the nobility, thinking that no matter how famous the disciples are, they are still just commoners. In such situations, if both sides have good tempers, they can barely restrain themselves. But if their tempers are bad, they might start fighting on the spot. It is clear that Jiren does not think he has a very good temper. Therefore, this matter can only be left to the social butterfly of the Zhu family to handle. The Zhu family is known for being versatile and adept at handling such matters. And before long, Jiren received an order to meet Wang Bin. Since ancient times, generals have typically been strong and imposing figures, and Wang Bin is no exception. I hear you have a method to combat the epidemic? Yes. What if your method proves useless? I only need 3 days. If the epidemic does not ease after 3 days, then General can give orders at that time, and it will not be too late. As Wang Bin inquired about Jiren, there was a hint of pressure in his words, but Jiren remained calm and nonchalant, brushing it off lightly. What a joke. Jiren is not a subordinate of Wang Bin's army. Is he supposed to sign a military order for him? Besides, the one who should be anxious now is not Jiren, but Wang Bin. In the Qin state, military merit is rewarded with nobility, meaning the more enemy soldiers one kills, the greater the merit. This is also one of the reasons why there are rarely captives after the Qin state conquered the 6 states. But remember, it is about killing enemy soldiers, not civilians. The laws of the Qin state are strict. Killing civilians not only does not earn merit, but could even lead to the accusation of murdering the innocent for personal gain. Which is also why Wang Bin has not yet made the decision to slaughter the city despite the ongoing plague. The Wang family, due to Wang Jian, now enjoys great prestige in the empire, and there are many officials in the empire watching Wang Bin. Wang Bin himself doesn't care about others' accusations. But if it results in his soldiers losing their merits, then his crime would be significant. In that case, I will give you 3 days. Wang Bin fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Thank you, General. Upon leaving the military tent, Jiren immediately said, Brother Zhu, please hurry and bring a batch of fire oil and dry wood. No problem. Zhu agreed readily. Since entering Daliang, the Zhu family had already realized that this plague was beyond expectation, and it would be difficult to achieve results with just the power of Shenong Hall. So they straightforwardly handed over command to Jiren. Brother Lu Ji, please lead some people outside the city to find a wetland, use greystones as a base, and create a quarantine zone. By the way, make sure the brothers with a mass I gave them before they start working. Don't worry. Lu Ji responded and quickly left. Uncle Zhou, please lead some people, take our iron pots, and start boiling water by the water outside the city as I mentioned before. This time, Jiren did not bring Shirshan or Shirshui, but only brought the 3 5-star disciples of Gonggong Hall, and Zhou was one of them. Understood. Zhou responded skillfully. During this period, there were many epidemics, so a complete set of epidemic prevention regulations had already been established since the Zhou dynasty. Ditsuli, Diguan, the Situ records. With the policies of desolation, there are 12 measures to gather the people. First, disperse benefits. Second, reduce taxation. Third, ease punishments. Fourth, relax labor. Fifth, remove prohibitions. Sixth, eliminate excess. Seventh, rituals of mourning. Eighth, mourn for the dead. Ninth, promote joy. 10th, allow multiple marriages. 11th, summon ghosts and deities. And 12th, eliminate thieves. However, at this time, the epidemic prevention regulations were more focused on preventing chaos, and there was not much insistence on the lives of the common people or treatment. Before long, the Zhu family returned, followed by Wang Bin and a large number of soldiers carrying fire oil and firewood. This did not surprise Jiren, because in the current Daliang, the only place one could find a large amount of dry wood and fire oil, besides the Qin army, was nowhere else. Jiren distributed a mask to each person and then led them to the mass grave. He poured all the kerosene down. Jiren spoke up. The soldiers did not move until Wang Bin issued the command. Only then did they step closer to the mass grave. However, as soon as they got near, some couldn't help but vomit. The smell was too overwhelming. As one bucket after another of kerosene was poured down, Jiren began instructing everyone to throw in dry firewood. Finally, after the people stepped back, he directly tossed in the prepared torches. Boom! As the torches fell, before even touching the kerosene, they merely came into contact with the foul air accumulating above the mass grave, and the flames shot up into the sky. General Wang, please gather the bodies here as quickly as possible, and then, following the method I just demonstrated, Make sure to use a large amount of kerosene and dry firewood to completely burn the bodies to ashes before burial, Ji-ren said, bowing slightly. Wang Bin nodded expressionlessly, which was his way of agreeing. This is the benefit of communicating with the military personnel. First, it's direct. Second, once something is agreed upon, there won't be too many inquiries, only full support. After resolving the matter here, Ji-ren hurriedly arrived outside the city. By the time he got there, Lu Ji was using gray stones to build a quarantine circle. The gray stones came into contact with the still waterlogged wetland, instantly scorching the entire area and releasing a large amount of hot white mist into the air. Once the reaction between the gray stones and the water was over, Ji-ren turned to another 5-star disciple beside him, Zheng Guang, and said, "You can go organize the disaster victims now. As I just mentioned, first take the healthy citizens without any symptoms to the riverside and throw them all into the river to wash themselves clean. Then, boil all their clothes in hot water. As for those with physical abnormalities, bring them to me." Chapter 125, going live tomorrow, seeking initial subscriptions. Regarding the plot, some readers have reported they haven't watched the anime, and it will likely turn into an original world later on. As this is the author's first time writing in an infinite genre, so the early stages will be adapted with fan fiction first. Lastly, I again ask all readers for support in subscribing. Chapter 126. The strange healer. You go left. You go right. You go left. You go right. Left. Left. In the isolation zone marked by slaked lime, Ji-ren sat at the center with a peasant flag behind him, attending to the infected citizens. His main task was not to treat them, but to categorize the incoming infected based on contagious and non-contagious standards. Infected citizens with non-contagious diseases were directed to the left side for initial treatment by the peasant doctors. Those with contagious diseases were directed to the right for temporary isolation. After all, even if Ji-ren's medical skills were superb, he was just one person, so he had to make choices in treating the infected. Even the simple categorization was already making Ji-ren feel quite exhausted. I didn't expect that the younger brother from Watermarsh would have such medical skills. It's truly surprising. Zhu's family member exclaimed in shock. That's right, Lu Ji echoed. What? Is he not from your peasant family? Hearing their exclamations, Wang Bin couldn't help but feel curious. After witnessing everything that day, Wang Bin's impression of Ji-ren had greatly changed, leaving aside other matters. Just the medical skills Ji-ren displayed at that moment were enough to astonish him. It seemed that Ji-ren hadn't treated a single person all day, but only those who truly understood the epidemic would realize how remarkable it was to swiftly diagnose the symptoms of the infected with a 99% accuracy rate. Not to mention, if there was such a doctor in Wang Bin's army, his soldiers wouldn't be infected. This was not merely a matter of medical skill level. It was more about the experience of a physician. Ji-ren was able to achieve this step entirely thanks to the support of modern medical big data. It can be said that in today's world, there may be doctors whose skills are higher than Ji-ren's. However, there has definitely not yet been anyone who can accomplish what he is doing. While Ji-ren was busy diagnosing the infected, he didn't notice that not far away, 2 women, one large and one small, had quietly taken note of him. "Master, that person is so impressive," said a young woman with a purple and white headscarf, carrying a bamboo basket. The medical skills he uses don't seem to be from the Central Plains. They might come from a foreign land. The dignified woman next to the young girl said after observing Ji-ren for a long time. If Ji-ren had heard the words of this dignified woman, he would surely be shaken. After all, until now, he had basically only used some basic diagnostic methods, and just from this, being able to tell that his medical skills were not from the Central Plains could only indicate that this dignified woman's medical skill level was quite high. Since there are already fellow practitioners here providing aid, let us go directly over, the dignified woman said. "Hongya, pay close attention to observe and learn while you're by my side, especially the surrounding environment." The methods he uses seem to abandon a lot, but actually gain much more. His epidemic prevention methods may have already surpassed this era. The young woman stared blankly at her master, seemingly unable to believe it. Throughout her life, she had never heard her master give such high praise to anyone in medicine. Ji-ren was originally somewhat fatigued due to repeated diagnoses, but when these two approached, he immediately perked up, quickly rising to clasp his hands and say, "Could it be that the visitors are the current leader of the medical family, Mr. Yen-duan?" "Indeed it is. May I ask who you are?" "I am Shui Zhe, the head of the agricultural family's Gonggong Hall." In fact, Ji-ren was not too familiar with the current medical sage Yen-duan, but he was very familiar with the little girl beside him. This little girl was none other than the future Jinghu medical immortal, Duan Mu-ron. The medical skills of the medical family are among the top standards in the world. However, due to the extremely small number of inheritors in the medical family, and the fact that each generation of medical heirs likes to establish some peculiar rules, they have not become well known. Moreover, what is even more bizarre is that although each generation of medical heirs likes to set rules, the ones who most enjoy breaking them are often themselves. For example, the Nien-Duan in front of him has 3 no saves. 1. No saves for those who need to come down the mountain for treatment. 2. No saves for those who come up the mountain for consultation. 3. No save for those with the surname Duan Mu. In summary, it roughly translates to, I save people based on my mood. Wanting to save is a reason. Not want to save is also a reason. Just like the first rule, he does not save those who need to come down the mountain for treatment. Yet now, with a major epidemic occurring in this place, he is the first to rush down the mountain to save lives. However, compared to the later Duan Mu Rong, Nien Duan is actually better. Think about the future Duan Mu Rong, who also established 3 no saves. 1. No saves for people from the state of Qin. 2. No save for those with the surname Guy. 3. No save for those injured due to swordplay and violence. And then, he saved the sword Saint Guy Nye from Qin. Perhaps this is the first true, fragrant female emperor in the history of Yanhuan. Duan Mu Rong, who was beside Nien Duan, looked up at Ji Run, and for some reason, at that moment, a sudden impulse arose in her heart to poke him with a needle. It turned out to be the head of Shui Zhe Hall. I wonder if Shui Zhe Hall still needs assistance. Nien Duan calmly nodded and said, Of course we need it. Brother Zhu, please go over there and help the 2 medical gentlemen set up 2 consultation spots. Upon hearing this, Ji Ren quickly nodded, then called over Zhu's family to arrange for the 2 to go to the left side for treatment, while also helping them set up the medical family's banner. Although the agricultural family also sought reputation, they never had the idea of monopolizing. After all, monopolizing in this place is not a good thing. With the help of these 2, the speed of treatment in this area was greatly improved. Although in terms of vision, the 2 could not compare to Ji Run. In terms of medical skills, they were at a level above the current Ji Run, especially that technique of using internal force to drive silver needles, which made Ji Ren envious. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The dim sky finally revealed sunlight, and as the sun gradually dispersed the humidity in Daliang City, combined with the effectiveness of the epidemic prevention methods brought by Ji Run, the epidemic in this area finally began to calm down. In these few days, Ji Ren saved many people, but at the same time, many people also died one after another, especially those who contracted infectious diseases. Most of them did not have time for treatment. Today is the last day. The main task of Ji Run was to conduct a re-examination for those asymptomatic patients who had just begun, as well as to re-examine the soldiers from the Qin state who had previously been infected by the plague. However, just as Ji Ren stepped into the crowd of disaster victims, he immediately spotted that standout individual among the thousands. Chapter 127. The quota of 100 due to the rescue of disaster victims. The reputation of the farmers in Daliang City has nearly reached its peak. As soon as Ji Ren stepped into the crowd, a group of people immediately surrounded him, some even bringing their families, bowing down and calling him immortal, sage, kind person, good person. However, just by looking at him a little longer, Ji Ren couldn't even pay attention to the gratitude of the disaster victims. Look at this sturdy physique, strong chest muscles, thick biceps, solid abs, and sexy glutes. Such a hero. It's a waste for that little fat boy from the Zhu family. How about it? Is the Waterhall master also interested in this kind of military slave? A little. Guillet nodded. There is no need to beat around the bush with a general like Wang Bin. It might even lead to resentment in the end. Moreover, purchasing military slaves from the hands of the victorious was considered a tacit rule in the warring states, especially in the Qin state. In Qin, nobility was awarded based on military merit, but only by killing enemy officers could one gain a title. Other soldiers could only accumulate minor achievements, and any accomplishments that couldn't be immediately redeemed held little value for them, as no one knew if they would survive the next battle. Therefore, it was common for soldiers to privately sell captives, opting to exchange their minor achievements for gold, silver, and other tangible goods. High-ranking officers in Qin were aware of this, but mostly turned a blind eye. After all, these were soldiers who risked their lives alongside them. They could understand such matters. Furthermore, there were no strict legal regulations regarding this in Qin, and even if there were, wouldn't those regulations be made by people? Since the master of the water and marsh hall is fond of it. How about I take the liberty to gift you 100 people? Ji Ren was taken aback. Although he thought Wang Bin might give him prisoners, this gesture seemed a bit too extravagant. Wouldn't this put the general in a difficult position? After all, they were just prisoners, What was so difficult about it? Wang Bin waved his hand decisively and made the decision. Jiren was stunned for a moment, and it took him quite a while to finally piece things together. Goodness, these military maneuvers are even more cunning than playing with a pen. Wang Bin sending Jiren 100 captives probably has 3 layers of meaning. First, it's simply to give Jiren face, as he helped Wang Bin with a task, and it's only natural to repay him. Second, Wang Bin plans to use these 100 people to clear his debt at once, thereby severing their relationship. Third, Wang Bin's action is likely a deliberate mistake. After all, due to Wang Jian, the Wang family's reputation in the military is already quite formidable. If Wang Bin returns with great merit at this time, it could easily lead to jealousy from a king. By making a mistake now, he may be impeached by other ministers, but he can gain the king's favor, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Who would have thought? I initially thought you, Wang Bin, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, were straightforward, but I never imagined you had so many devious tricks up your sleeve. Jiren sighed inwardly. After sighing, Jiren decisively went to the location of the captives in Wei State to start selecting the talents he needed. The first to be chosen was, of course, the burly man Jiren had set his eyes on before, Dianqing. This man, known for his copper head and iron arms, had fought countless battles without injury, and his hard skills allowed him to crash into 13 chariots on the battlefield without a scratch. Truly a good fighter for close combat. Dianqing, who wore an eye patch, was taken aback when he heard someone was redeeming him. After a moment of surprise, he stood up without a word and followed that person to Jiren. Standing at 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, Dianqing had a robust physique, but was slightly hunched over, and due to his training and hard skills, he had already turned partially gray at the age of 35. Follow me. Dianqing was naturally a man of few words, so after Jiren redeemed him, he didn't say much. Although Dianqing was blind, his hearing had been trained to an astonishing level, allowing him to easily keep pace with Jiren. After acquiring Dianqing, Jiren continued to search among the Wei captives. Since Wang Bin intended to sever ties with him using the 100 people, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Along the way, Jiren focused on selecting officers from the Wei army. There were no high-ranking officials here, so he sought out those skilled young leaders. As long as these individuals were brought back to the farmers and given a little guidance, they could be used directly without worrying about spies from the net. After Jiren led the 100 he selected away from the pile of captives, the officer guiding him quickly turned around and rushed off to report to Wang Bin. When Wang Bin learned of this, although his expression remained calm, the reporting officer noticed that his general's cheeks were faintly twitching. After the officer left, Wang Bin took a long breath and chuckled. What a clever kid. He really doesn't suffer any losses. For Wang Bin, sending ordinary captives, whether 100 or 1,000, was not a big deal. But officers were different. After all, these were the military achievements of his soldiers. Now, to compensate for his subordinates, Wang Bin felt that he might have to spend a considerable amount. After selecting his 100 captives, Jiren seemed to be afraid that Wang Bin would change his mind. After arriving at the Nong family's territory, he immediately urged everyone to leave quickly. Although Zhu Jia and the others were somewhat puzzled, Jiren had gained a significant amount of prestige for the Nong family during this trip. So whatever he said was correct. Soon, all the various equipment and gifts were gathered and organized. Master Shuizhe, we shall part ways here today. If there is an opportunity in the future, you are welcome to visit my medical mountain to discuss medical theories. I, Nian Duan, will definitely welcome you. Nian Duan said slowly before leaving. Jiren's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, no need to pick another day. Let's do it today. Nian Duan. Q. When a question mark appeared in my mind, it was either that I had a problem or you were misunderstanding. Can't you tell that I was just being polite? However, the words had already come out. Even if Nian Duan wanted to take back her words, Jiren would not give her the chance. So, Jiren picked up this master and disciple along the way, and the several carts that were previously used to carry gray stones were just right for carrying 100 prisoners. The group set off towards the city outskirts in a grand manner. They walked for about 10 kilometers outside the city. Jiren parted ways with Zhu Jia and the others because he was going to visit E Mountain. Before leaving, he entrusted the 100 captives and Dianqing to Zhu Jia to bring back to Gonggong Hall. Zhu Jia, while deeply envious of Jiren's 100 captives, had nothing much to say. Only Dianqing was different. Lu Ji felt that every time Zhu Jia and Dianqing met, a faint green light seemed to appear above Zhu Jia's head. After leaving a carriage behind, Zhu Jia and the others said goodbye to Jiren. Just as Jiren was about to drive the carriage and set off with Nian Duan and her disciple, an unexpected event occurred. Without any warning, a sword emitting a chilling light suddenly fell from the sky, and Jiren didn't react in time due to its suddenness and speed. In the next moment, from Yin-Duan and her disciple's perspective, Ji-Ren's heart was instantly pierced through. Chapter 128. Dialogue at a mountain. The cold sword pierced through his chest, splattering a spray of blood. Yin-Duan and Duan Mu-Rong's pupils constricted. In the distance, Zhu Jia, who had just parted with Ji-Ren, changed his expression drastically and exclaimed, "Brother Shuize!" With a roar, Lu Ji felt the carriage he was enlightened. And then he saw Dianqing rushing towards Ji-Ren, wielding two knives. This was Dianqing, although he might not be loyal to Ji-Ren right now. Since that person had redeemed him, at the very least, protecting his life was considered his duty. Dianqing appeared large in stature, but his movements were not slow. Holding two massive Tiangang knives resembling kitchen cleavers, he quickly closed in on the assassin. The assassin's expression changed slightly. Dianqing's momentum was too terrifying, leaving him without the confidence to confront him head-on. Moreover, the mission had already been accomplished, and there was no need to continue entangling. Thus, the assassin instinctively attempted to withdraw his sword, but at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared before him. This sword light was too familiar to him, causing his body to instinctively react faster than his mind, and in an instant he chose to abandon his weapon and turn to flee. Swish! A sharp pain struck the assassin's back, and he vaguely heard the sound of the sword blade scraping against his bones. What a fast sword! The assassin was alarmed. He quickly judged that he could not escape at such sword speed. As an assassin, responding in a critical moment and, if necessary, sacrificing oneself to inflict wounds on the enemy had almost become a necessary quality. So at that moment, the assassin was already prepared to turn around and completely kill Ji-Ren. However, in the next instant, the long sword chasing him suddenly faltered in its movement. Although it was just a brief moment, the assassin seized the opportunity and swiftly escaped from the scene. Thud! At that moment, Dianqing arrived. The two Tiangang knives came crashing down from the sky, directly creating a large hole in the ground. Dianqing let out a muffled grunt, wanting to continue pursuing the assassin. He caught a strong scent of blood, indicating that the assassin was definitely injured, and following the scent. He was confident he could catch up, but before he could move, Ji-Ren stopped him. Dianqing, no need to chase. That was just an ordinary assassin. Even if you catch up, you won't get anything out of him. Ji-Ren casually sheathed his long sword and spoke. His mood was not great because normally, the assassin just now should not have been able to escape, but at the critical moment, that slight sense of discord when wielding the sword had emerged again. Finding the root cause of this matter was already urgent. After a while, the Zhu family, Lu Ji, and the 100 captives who had just been redeemed for them also hurried over. These captives were actually not united in heart, and, at this moment, it was quite easy to discern. "Shuize, are you okay?" The Zhu family expressed anxiously. Fortunately, this assassin should just be a test, so he wasn't too strong. Ji-Ren waved his hand, then drew the long sword from his chest. He saw that one side of the blade had traces of blood, while the other side was smooth and clean. Then Ji-Ren raised his arm, and everyone finally saw that the clothing on his side was torn, with a few drops of blood seeping from the damaged area. "The sword is poisoned, but I have practiced the Bai Chao Jing, so it's not a problem." Ji-Ren casually threw down the poisoned sword and spoke. This time it was not that Ji-Ren was careless, but rather that the assassin's ability to conceal himself was truly exceptional. Just moments ago, Ji-Ren was less than 5 meters away from the assassin, yet he had not sensed the assassin's presence at all. It is highly likely that the assassin had been hiding in the tree for more than 10 days, almost merging himself with the tree, which allowed him to perfectly hide not only his own aura, but also his presence and killing intent. Seeing that Ji-Ren was truly unharmed, the Zhu family finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the Nong family, Ji-Ren was almost like a national treasure now. Although if something were to happen to Ji-Ren, the Nong family would likely seek to take credit for his achievements. The Zhu family felt that this little brother still had some hidden means based on their interactions over the past few days. If the Nong family really tried to take credit, it was highly likely they would end up with nothing to show for it. After this incident, when Ji-Ren separated from the Zhu family and others, he brought Dianqing with him. The assassin from earlier was most likely from the Luo network, but there's a small chance they could be from other schools of thought. If they are from the Luo network, then this person should have just been a test. The Luo network has 8 levels: Tian, Sha, Di, Zhu, Qi, Mei Wang, and Liang. The assassin from earlier was at most at the Zhu level, likely testing Ji-Ren's combat capability in preparation for a future assassination. However, previously in Liang, the Nong family had also gained some notoriety, which could have provoked jealousy from certain smaller factions. On the journey, Jiren contemplated the identity of the earlier assassin in the carriage, while Duan and Duanmu Rong seemed reluctant to cause trouble, so they did not disturb him. A few days later, Jiren and Duan arrived at Ishan. However, Duan never expected that Jiren's visit was truly just for discussing medical theories. The two ascended the mountain in the morning, and before noon, Jiren left Ishan. At the mountaintop, looking at the distant figures of Jiren and Dianqing leaving, Duan, a dignified and beautiful woman, felt somewhat bewildered for a moment. "Master, what are you thinking?" Duanmu Rong approached and whispered. "Alas, I initially thought that this Lord of Shoe Eyes came here with such a thick face to help the farmers win me over. But this morning, he only discussed medical theories with me." Duan sighed. "Is that not good?" Duanmu Rong asked, puzzled. "It's not that it's bad, it's just." At this point, Duan suddenly paused, looking at Duanmu Rong's pretty face, and abruptly asked, "Ronger, do you like that word, Shoe Eyes?" Duanmu Rong. "Master, you're not being quite right." Seeing Duanmu Rong's expression, Duan helplessly sighed. "It's not that I'm overthinking, but aside from medical skills and you, I really can't think of anything else on this mountain that could attract that Lord of Shoe Eyes' attention." Duanmu Rong tilted her head and said, "Master, isn't there you?" Duan. Naturally, Jiren could not hear the conversation between the master and disciple at the mountaintop. Otherwise, he would surely look disdainfully at the two and say, women, all day long just gossiping. To actually think that I am interested in your bodies is simply insufferable. Is my Dianqing's muscles not fun anymore? Or is the level 19 ancient Chinese medicine green inheritance card not appealing? I have to say, the medical family's medical inheritance card is indeed alluring. The inheritance cards obtained from Ishan are nearly at the upper limit of this plane. No wonder the achievements of the 2 generations of inheritance from Ishan are all remarkably high, despite the small number of people. Chapter 129. The rascally Ma Wang, after a long journey, Dianqing and Jiren returned safely to the farmer's family. Upon returning to Gonggong Hall, the Zhu family had already settled all 100 captives. When Jiren returned to the hall, these people immediately lined up in 2 rows to welcome him. Although there had been many Wei country officers here in the past, since they had already suffered a defeat, most of them were mentally prepared to become slaves. Making a living? It's not shameful. Of course, most does not mean all. Although Jiren had carefully selected, with 100 people, it was normal for few to slip through the cracks. Looking at the last few people in the lineup who were slouching and still had a bit of an arrogant look on their faces, Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Shoe Eyes. Shi Shan and Shi Shui rushed out from Gonggong Hall. Due to being too hasty, their little faces were flushed. When the two reached Jiren, Shi Shan lowered his voice and said, "Brother Shoe Eyes, something happened." Jiren glanced at the 2 siblings and saw that they didn't seem to be joking. So he directly stepped forward and followed them into the inner hall. As for the 100 captives, they were temporarily left behind. Once inside the inner hall, before the siblings could say anything, he had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Who did this? Jiren frowned and asked. Due to the special nature of the dragon vein catalyst, after arriving at the Gonggong Hall, Jiren placed all plants grown using the dragon vein catalyst in the inner hall, including a large batch of spiritual herbs he had cultivated. Besides Jiren, only the siblings Shi Shan and Shi Shui were allowed to enter. However, at this moment, nearly half of Jiren's spiritual herbs had been destroyed, and the entire spiritual herb field was in disarray, as if it had been ravaged by a husky. Seeing Jiren angry, the 2 little ones felt somewhat intimidated. After a while, Shi Shui playfully tugged at Jiren's sleeve, leading him to the side of the horse farm. When Jiren saw the scene inside the horse farm, his expression instantly changed from a frown to shock. There weren't many horses raised on farms, and currently, there was only 1 horse in the Gonggong Hall, which was Qilong. Anyone slightly familiar with horses knows that they are animals that do not like to squat down, especially wild horses. However, at this moment, in front of Jiren was the Wild Horse King, not only squatting, but also lying flat on the ground, with its hind legs propped up like a person lounging comfortably, soaking up the sun on a pile of grass, its mouth full of remnants of spirit herbs and ginseng. Goodness, this horse is about to become a spirit. From the very beginning, Jiren was aware that Qi Lang was not just an ordinary Wild Horse King, because when he had used medicine to knock it out, he had already noticed a special aura of spirituality about Qi Lang. In this world, there are extraordinary beasts, such as the giant bird of the White Phoenix, the roaming Xian tiger, and even the Paishio of Lulan and the 3-legged golden crow of Mount Shu. Each of these mythical creatures had made Jiren understand that this martial arts world was quite unorthodox. So even if Qi Lang really underwent a transformation, it was completely within Ji Ren's realm of acceptance. But what is up with this horse turning into a ruffian? Upon seeing Ji Ren arrive, Qi Lang glanced at him and then completely ignored him, turning its head to bite off a ginseng from behind and chewing on it like a donkey. After a moment, the horse seemed to find a flavor of the ginseng unsatisfactory, and it actually opened its mouth to spit out a pile of remnants along with saliva. After finishing the ginseng, the horse let out a snort, lay back down on the pile of grass, stretched out its front hoof to scratch its belly, and lazily closed its eyes. Seeing this, Ji Ren's forehead veins began to throb uncontrollably. I'm giving you two a task, just don't kill anyone and go ahead with it. With a faint remark, he left a sentence for the Shan and Shui siblings. Ji Ren, suppressing the impulse of a brain hemorrhage, quickly turned and left the inner hall. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would really be unable to stop himself from chopping this guy down. Damn it. After running with this guy for 7 months, how did I not realize that he had such a character? Stepping out of the inner hall, he arrived at the entrance of the Gong Hall. In the square, the two neatly arranged teams were still standing straight, while the 5 individuals at the end of the line were now too lazy to even pretend, simply sitting down on the ground to rest. Ji Ren glanced at the 5 people and said, Dian Qing, these 5 are useless, kill them. The 5 were taken aback at Ji Ren's words, and then their expressions changed, standing up in anger. What? You have some nerve. Do you know who we are? Bang. Dian Qing acted immediately. At this moment, Dian Qing had no intention of pledging loyalty to Ji Ren, but he would obey Ji Ren's orders. It seemed contradictory, yet aligned with his character. These 5 had already become slaves, yet they still displayed such behavior, which speaks volumes about their previous character. Not to mention, at least while Dian Qing was slaughtering these 5, none of the other captives pleaded for mercy. In fact, a few even showed expressions of satisfaction. In less than 30 breaths, all 5 were dead at Dian Qing's hands. Blood was the best deterrent. Upon seeing the 5 corpses on the ground, even the captives who had already begun to pledge loyalty to Ji Ren subconsciously straightened their backs a bit more. Ji Ren walked to the center of the crowd and slowly spoke. I know that many of you do not yet submit to me, but that doesn't matter, because you were all soldiers before, so all I need is for you to obey orders. Next, you will select yourselves. Everyone will use a sword as a weapon. I do not care about the process. I only need you to choose the strongest 12. Ji Ren never attempts to subdue a person through words, because to truly win someone's heart, it can only be accomplished through one's own actions, subtly and imperceptibly. The 100 captives heard what Ji Ren said, hesitated for a moment, and then one person stepped out of the line and cupped his fists, asking, May I ask if it is necessary to kill opponents in the selection? Ji Ren glanced at him and said, I only need results. Yes, I understand, the subordinate replied. After finishing this sentence, Ji Ren could clearly feel that dozens of relaxed exhalations suddenly emerged from the 2 rows of people. Clearly, having seen too many corpses on the battlefield, they no longer wanted to turn their weapons on their comrades. The 5 who were killed by Dian Qing were of no concern to them. As those fools were of little value, their deaths meant nothing. However, among the remaining people, many were former comrades who could trust each other with their lives. If Ji Ren really ordered them to fight each other, they might follow orders, but what would happen afterward was uncertain. Now, though it was just a small change, Ji Ren could distinctly sense that there was a bit more gratitude in the way these people looked at him. Chapter 130. Who is the Master? The selection in front of the Gong Hall lasted for 3 days. Many were injured along the way, but no one died. A few nearly hammered their opponents to death. But in the end, Ji Ren saved them all. This act further won him some support. Ultimately, Ji Ren has obtained the 12 soldiers he wanted. In fact, these 12 may not necessarily be the strongest among the 100. No, to be precise, they should be the best warriors among the 94, as they are the ones with the best swordsmanship. The fights in the martial world are different from those on the battlefield. On the battlefield, an inch longer means an inch stronger, just like the weapons used by soldiers in today's army, which generally range from 3 to 4 meters in length. Such weapons have a significant advantage in battlefield confrontations, as they can stab an opponent a fraction of a second earlier. However, in the martial world, anyone wielding a 3 or 4 meter long weapon would have their coffin prepared without their family needing to worry about it. The 12 chosen individuals were led by Dian Qing to the main hall. From then on, they would be Ji Ren's personal guards and key training subjects. The remaining 82 would become the regular troops of the Gong Hall. This directly resolved the manpower shortage issue in the Gong Hall. Ji Ren felt relatively at ease with these individuals. Although Jiren would not regard them as slaves, their current status was essentially that of slaves, and in this era, slaves are considered expendable, even if they die unjustly. Jiren uses the 12 zodiac signs as codenames. These 12 soldiers are seasoned warriors, capable of being deployed as combatants with just a bit of training. However, before that, Jiren needs to heal their wounds. Not only are there injuries from their recent selection, but more importantly, these individuals have accumulated hidden injuries from countless wars, which are the more troublesome issues. These hidden injuries may not be apparent in youth, but no one knows when they might suddenly flare up. Moreover, the accumulation of these hidden injuries can affect the future potential of the 12 individuals. Although they are all at least second-rate masters in the martial world now, Jiren is not satisfied with just that. Then there is Dianqing. Compared to the 12, his problems are more severe. Hard Qigong consumes a great deal of the body's resources, so at just 35 years old, Dianqing looks almost like he is in his 40s or 50s. If his foundational deficiencies are not addressed soon, Jiren fears that he might suddenly die in a few years. Jiren is quite experienced in concocting medicines in this regard. Additionally, after researching ancient Chinese medicine from Shenong Hall and some traditional medical practitioners, Jiren's medical skills have successfully risen to level 17. He can concoct medicines with ease. A day later, come on, everyone, it's time to drink the medicine. Looking at Jiren bringing over 13 clay pots, the 12 individuals immediately displayed expressions of confusion. Jiren's medical skills are excellent, as they had already known during the Dalyang period. But now, if it's just to treat their injuries and boil some medicine, that's fine. The problem is, why does Dianqing have to join in? Is it because he doesn't trust them and wants to poison them? The 12 people were a bit puzzled. But Dianqing had already stepped forward to Jiren, took the pot from him, and drank directly from it. The others saw this and also came over. After all, given their current situation, why think so much? The medicinal liquid doesn't take effect that quickly. So after Dianqing drank the liquid, he stood behind Jiren for a while before gradually feeling something was off with his body. At the end of May, the entire Central Plains seemed to have fallen into a season of troubles. Firstly, the strongest country among the various nations, the Qin state, had gone to war again, with King Qin dispatching generals Li Xian and Meng Wu to lead an army of 200,000 to attack the Chu state. Secondly, in the martial world, a killer organization named Laish suddenly gained fame, succeeding in several assassination attempts against well-known figures in the martial world. Lastly, within the agricultural family, after more than 4 months of cultivation, the potatoes planted in the fields had finally matured. At this critical moment, Jiren found the leader of the heroes. You want to go to the 6 virtuous tombs? Tianguang looked at Jiren, who was bowing respectfully in front of him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there something important? I have some confusion in my heart and would like to seek the elders' answers, Jiren replied. In that case, go ahead. Tianguang nodded in agreement. In fact, the leaders of the 6 halls of the agricultural family have the qualification to enter the 6 virtuous tombs freely. But Jiren had only recently become a hall master, so informing Tianguang in advance was also a matter of attitude. Tianguang was clearly aware of this, so after asking a couple of questions, he directly agreed. The 6 virtuous tombs of the Flame Emperor is the residence of the 6 great elders of the agricultural family. The 6 great elders are the administrators of Days Mountain. They do not hold any positions within the agricultural family and generally take over after the previous 6 hall masters retire. Each hero leader must pass the test of the 6 great elders to be truly permitted. Additionally, the 6 great elders are also the inheritors of the 6 ultimate skills of the agricultural family. Martial arts internal power is never something that can be easily cultivated just by having the secret manual. Ordinary people without a master might not even be able to translate the contents of the manual. The 6 virtuous tombs is probably the safest place for the agricultural family. So Jiren came here without bringing any guards. Who goes there? As Jiren approached the entrance of the 6 virtues tomb, he heard a rolling sound coming from within the cave. It was both powerful and resonant, yet not harsh, indicating that the speaker had profound internal strength. I am Shuei, the current hall master of the Gonggong Hall. Here to see Elder Liu. Jiren took a deep breath and said with a bow, "Come in." The voice echoed again after a moment. Jiren stepped in. The light inside the 6 sages' tomb was somewhat dim. Following the passage forward, he quickly arrived at a circular altar. Suddenly, torches ignited on the surrounding walls, gradually illuminating the 6 figures around the altar. What brings you here? I am from the Water Marsh, and I wonder if the 6 elders have heard about the potato? The hero had reported this matter here some time ago. Regarding this, you have done well, living up to the ancient reputation of my farming family should know. An old man stroked his beard and spoke in a calm tone, exuding a strong aura. However, he completely forgot that just a few days ago, when the hero mentioned the potato yielding 50 stones per mu, he had been so shocked that he didn't even notice he had pulled out several strands of his own beard. But why have you come here today? Is it just to seek credit? Another elder frowned and asked. Jiren shook his head and said, Elders, you misunderstand. I came here only to seek your assistance. To be honest, today the potatoes that the farmers planted last time have matured. These potatoes were supposed to be used by the farmers to help the world in need. However, not long ago, I was attacked by an assassin, and I am worried that someone may have ill intentions towards the farmer's potatoes. Assassination? Among the six, an elderly man who was obviously much more robust suddenly narrowed his eyes. What audacity! How dare they target my farmers? Have you informed anyone else about this matter? This. Jiren showed a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, the six elders immediately understood and said, We understand. You can proceed with the matter of the potatoes as you see fit. With that, I can rest assured. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is one more thing. Recently, I have hit a bottleneck in my martial arts training, and I hope to receive guidance from the elders. If you have any doubts, just speak directly, the stout elder said. Recently, while practicing my sword technique, I often feel a sense of dissonance. Saying this, Jiren drew his long sword from his waist and demonstrated his swordsmanship in front of the six elders. During this performance, he exerted all his strength, so his sword speed was very fast. But at the same time, the sense of discord mixed in with his changing moves became even more pronounced. After finishing the demonstration, just as Jiren was about to ask about the issue, he noticed that the expressions of the six elders looking at him were increasingly peculiar. May I ask the six elders, where does my problem lie? Jiren tentatively inquired. The six elders exchanged glances several times, and finally, the stout elder coughed lightly twice and said, Waterhall Master, may I ask who your master is? I do not have a master. Most of what I have learned has come from my own exploration. I see, that makes sense. The stout elder nodded in realization, then continued. So my second question is, have you ever considered giving up learning the sword? Jiren. Chapter 131. The Swordsmanship Talent, Subscription Request. So this is how rough the farmers are when teaching their disciples? Jiren felt like he had found a top-notch farmer, but he couldn't figure out why there were no top masters. Ahem, it seemed that Jiren had misunderstood something. The burly old man coughed lightly twice and said, Don't get me wrong, it's not that we are unwilling to guide you, but your sword is simply lacking in spirit. When he reached the last part, the burly old man hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly coming up with a somewhat appropriate adjective. Jiren was taken aback. He heard the robust old man continue. Though we all practice martial arts, each person's talent is different. Some excel in strikes, while others are proficient in internal skills. Therefore, generally, when a formally apprenticed disciple begins their training, someone will guide them to assess their strengths on the first day, so that teaching can be tailored to their abilities. Although this assessment may not be precise, even if it cannot identify the strongest talent, it can definitely filter out the least talented aspects of each disciple. As for you. At this point, the robust old man paused again. Hearing this, Jiren fully understood. After all this time, it turned out that practicing swords in two different worlds was actually wrong. He lowered his head in reflection. Ultimately, Jiren discovered that it was indeed possible this was the case. In the first world, the weapon he initially encountered was actually a knife, but later, due to his self-created breathing technique, he switched to the 8-sided Han sword to adapt to the new breathing method. This meant that the adaptability to the sword did not lie within Jiren himself, but rather in the light breathing technique. When Jiren's swordsmanship had not yet surpassed the light breathing, the issue of talent had not fully manifested. However, as Jiren's swordsmanship continued to improve, this problem would eventually be revealed. Weapons also possess souls. Ordinary practitioners can sense the life of the sword when they reach a minor achievement, merely distinguishing between strength and weakness. If one can refine their swordsmanship to the pinnacle, they will definitely touch upon the threshold of sword intent. Though they may not be able to cross it, they can still grasp a few insights. However, from the swordsmanship you just displayed, not only is there no sword intent, but even the most basic spirit is absent. This already speaks volumes about many issues. The robust old man had said a lot in one breath. In fact, not just Jiren, even the six elders themselves were all puzzled, looking at Jiren as if they were seeing a rare and exotic creature. Despite the calm tone the robust old man had when he spoke, there were contradictions in what he said, as sword skills and sword intent are intrinsically interrelated. Normally, someone gifted in swordsmanship would not be able to practice such techniques, and after years of effort, might barely glimpse the threshold. Conversely, those who can practice such techniques should logically be able to sense sword intent. Thus, the six elders felt a sense of wonder upon seeing Jiren, as if they were encountering a rare beast. Having identified the problem, Jiren did not linger any longer in the Six Wise Tomb. A quarter of an hour later, after obtaining everything he needed to ask for, Jiren exited the Six Wise Tomb. After learning about his lack of talent in swordsmanship, Jiren quickly accepted the reality. He did not inquire whether the six elders had other solutions. After all, he was no longer at the age of declaring that his fate was his own and defying heaven with his sword. It wasn't easy for the heavens either. Constantly shouting to cut it down wasn't very good. Moreover, it was just a lack of talent in sword practice, not that he was lacking in other areas. Returning to the Gonggong Hall, as he passed the main hall, the 12 selected individuals and Dianxing all bowed and greeted Jiren with respect. We have seen the master of Shuize Hall. They have been drinking the medicinal liquid for nearly a month. They were not ignorant of the good things. They all had an idea of what that medicine did for them. Furthermore, even if they couldn't sense it, they could see with their own eyes the preciousness of that liquid, as its effects on them were mostly internal, but in Dianxing, the changes were visibly apparent. After a month of continuous consumption of the medicinal liquid made from spiritual herbs, aside from the internal changes, Dianxing's originally half-white hair had surprisingly regrown to a jet-black color, and even his weathered face appeared a decade younger. Such changes were astonishing to the others. No need for excessive courtesy. Jiren spoke to the crowd, nodding silently in his heart. The current guard team was almost ready for use. Over the past month, Jiren had not allowed these people to participate in any activities. Their days were filled with training and taking medicine. Their paths had long been set, so there was no need for Jiren to guide them, which saved him a lot of trouble. Thank you. As he passed by Dianxing, Dianxing suddenly hummed. Jiren looked up at him with a hint of surprise. Although Dianxing seemed to say little, given his personality, the weight of those two words might be heavier than that of the 12 people. Dianxing, come in with me. Jiren spoke up. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the inner hall, and Dianxing followed him without asking much. Behind them, watching Dianxing closely follow Jiren into the inner hall, a sour feeling suddenly filled the air above the martial arts training ground. How nice. The hall master seemed particularly fond of Dianxing. It had always been this way since the first day. Alas, there's nothing to be done. He really is strong. Just look at the muscles on his arms. One of them could match two of your legs. Nonsense. Does having big muscles really mean you're strong? Before long, someone in the training ground suddenly started fighting. Wade was Vanguard team leader. Oh no, he should now be called Inhu. Looked at the scene before him with an increasingly strange expression. This atmosphere is quite off. Inner hall. The reason why Jiren called Dianxing to follow him was, on one hand, to express his trust, and, on the other hand, because Dianxing was blind. Dianxing, do you believe I can change this world? Jiren suddenly spoke while walking on the road. Dianxing fell silent and did not respond. Jiren didn't mind and just spoke to himself. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. You can stay by my side from now on and witness everything I do with your own eyes. Dianxing. At this point, Dianxing finally reacted. He slowly lowered his head, directing his gaze at Jiren, and then saw nothing at all. Seeing this, Jiren smiled gently and did not provide much explanation. The two casually walked a few laps around the inner hall. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of the horse arena in the inner hall. As they got closer, Jiren saw Shirshan and Shirshui, both bruised and battered, their clothes in tatters and covered in hoof prints. Jiren. Chapter 132. Precautions subscription request. What happened to you two? Did a horse beat you up? Jiren said in astonishment. When the 201 saw Jiren coming, they immediately turned to run, but ultimately they were a step too late. At this moment, hearing Jiren speak, they instantly lowered their heads in shame, their fingers entangled, not knowing where to put them. This matter is truly embarrassing to talk about. After all, they are martial artists, and with Jiren's help of so many spiritual herbs, the siblings have cultivated internal energy, and not shallow either. Yet now, the two of them together couldn't even handle one horse. Just then, they saw Qilong passing by with a ginseng in his mouth. He snorted as he walked past the four of them, and as he brushed by, Jiren even clearly saw the horse's eyes filled with disdain. Jiren felt a sharp pang in the corner of his eye, and a surge of hot blood rushed up to the top of his head. Dianqing, go hit it. Boom. Dianqing stepped forward, and with each stomp of his massive body, it seemed to cause the ground to tremble. Qi Lang sensed something was wrong. Before Dianqing could get close, the horse leaped away. However, this area was only so big, and soon Qi Lang found himself cornered. Bang! Dianqing raised his fist and brought it down, but something unexpected happened. In the face of Dianqing's punch, Qi Lang suddenly raised his upper body high and met Dianqing's strike with his hoof. Jiren showed a look of surprise. He was well aware of Dianqing's strength. Even if this punch had been held back, an ordinary fierce horse would definitely be knocked down immediately. Once that big hand pressed down on the horse's head, it wouldn't even struggle at all. Dianqing also seemed a bit surprised, and then, bang, 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 the screams of Qi Lang instantly echoed in the horse arena, lingering for a long time. What surprised Jiren even more was that at this moment, hearing Qi Lang's screams gave him the illusion that he could understand their meaning. You lowly creature, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. I'm your horse master. If you want to mount me, let us have a one-on-one fight. Come on, Jiren. Dianqing, don't be too harsh. Make sure it doesn't pass out so soon. A few days later, the potato harvest in the farmland has been completely finished. Although the farmers are still keeping the matter about the potatoes a secret, it is obviously quite difficult to completely suppress the fact that over 1,000 stones of potatoes were harvested from just a dozen acres, especially among the farmers. Fortunately, at this point, the farmers have no intention of continuing to hide it. Inside the chivalrous hall, the 6 hall masters gathered again. Everyone, the potatoes are ripe, and this is the best opportunity for our farmers to promote the name of our esteemed ancestor, Shinnong, and spread the concept of benefiting the world. I ask for everyone's cooperation moving forward. We will strictly follow the order of the chivalrous leader. The crowd stood up and bowed in unison. Thus, Shuizhe, as the one responsible for the potatoes, do you have any additional comments? Tian Guang scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Jiren, his eyes deep and inscrutable, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Jiren said, regarding the matter of potatoes, I have actually said quite a bit already, but there are indeed a few small points to note. As he spoke, Jiren paused slightly, casting a meaningful glance around, lingering for a second longer on Tianming and Tianmi, before continuing. First is the method of storing potatoes. This item is different from the corn and rice we usually eat. If not stored properly, it may sprout or even rot in a short period of time. Therefore, when promoting this matter in our farming households, it is essential to inform the common people. I have already compiled these notes into a booklet, and our farm disciples can provide some guidance when the time comes. As soon as Jiren said this, among the 5 people below, Situ Wanli and Tian, who were indifferent, while the Zhu family appear to have anticipated it. Only Tianming and Tianmi's expressions subtly changed. Jiren continued. Additionally, if potatoes are stored for too long, they may develop green spots or even sprout. At this point, it is crucial to remove all the green parts before consumption. Otherwise, it could lead to poisoning and one might even die from it. Upon hearing this, not only did Tianming and Tianmi change their expressions, but the others also looked alarmed. After all, for people in this era, poisoning was almost synonymous with certain death. Jiren noticed the expressions of everyone present and clearly understood what they were thinking. He smiled gently and said, "There's no need to be nervous. These are all minor issues. Just pay a little attention when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions relaxed slightly. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the farming family. If someone were to die from eating potatoes, it was possible that people would blame the farming family. There will always be keyboard warriors, no matter the time. However, as long as the farming family gave a prior warning, they would have a way to deal with any attempts to defame them later. Only Tianming and Tianmi noticed that their backs were already soaked with sweat without them realizing it. Damn, this guy is so cunning. Thinking back to their earlier plan to have the net assassinate Jiren and then take credit for the potatoes, they suddenly felt unsteady on their feet. Looking back, they were grateful that Zhao Gao had not followed that suggestion, but instead sent a killer to test the waters. Otherwise, if that had succeeded, they would probably be the ones dead now. Just imagining the headline, "Imperial Citizens Die from Potato Poisoning," was enough to understand the impact it would have on the Empire's reputation. At that time, the Qin Wang, in a fit of anger for the common people, would surely find a scapegoat, and who would be more suitable for that role than them, who had greedily sought credit. Damn, what a little fox. The two cursed quietly. Meanwhile, the Zhu family, seeing the expressions of the two, had their faces quietly transform into smiles, but thankfully, their deep cultivation allowed them to return in normal in time. Lastly, Jiren mentioned that potatoes are best eaten cooked and peeled. He only briefly mentioned this because he estimated that people of this era would likely not heed the peeling advice, as it would be seen as wasteful. Feeling unwell is better than chronic poisoning, which is better than poisoning, which is better than starving to death. This reflects the mindset of most common people in this era. Telling them to eat with the skin might cause discomfort, akin to telling instant noodle eaters that instant noodles are unhealthy. It would only elicit a response of MMP. After all, if they were already poor enough to eat instant noodles, who cares about health? I have already compiled all of this into a booklet, and it will suffice for the farming family disciples to carry a copy each when spreading the word about potatoes. Tianguang nodded. Such great kindness. Finally, just when everyone thought Jiren had finished speaking, suddenly, Jiren spoke up again. This time, not only did the leader of the five halls stagger, but even the heroic leader stumbled, almost toppling over as he turned around in shock, looking at Jiren in disbelief. Although I know you must be hiding something. Isn't this too much? Zhu Jia also looked up at Jiren in astonishment, his expression turning into one of surprise with a cherry-shaped mouth. This little brother is a bit ruthless. Meanwhile, Tian Ming and Tian Mi, who had already turned to leave, suddenly heard Jiren's voice from behind and shivered, almost falling to the ground. Damn, how many more notices do you have to share? Jiren smiled shyly and said, Don't misunderstand. This time it's not about potatoes. But rather I've developed a farming tool recently. Using it to plow the fields should increase efficiency by about 3 times compared to now. Upon hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't about potatoes, just a farming tool. Wait, what did he just say? 3 times efficiency. What the hell? Chapter 133. Overall, requesting subscription. Ahem, Master Shui Zitong. What did you just say about 3 times efficiency? Tianguang's mouth dropped open. He tried to close it, but after a long time, he realized his mouth just wouldn't listen to him. Hero, please take a look. Jiren handed over a design, drawing made of silk. The art of agriculture is the old trade of farmers, and the design of the curved plow is not complex. After taking a few glances, Tianguang could deduce most of its intricacies in his mind, and for a moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he still had doubts about Jiren's claim of 3 times the efficiency. This is how agricultural techniques work. No matter how logical your theory is, until you see the actual object, there is always the possibility of unexpected issues. This is also one of the reasons why Jiren did not directly present the potatoes, but chose to cultivate a batch first. Water Zedong Master, this item. Hero, I happen to have one. Why don't we go take a look? Before Tianguang could finish his sentence, Jiren kindly provided a response. Tianguang's eyes lit up. Great. Saying this, the two hurriedly left the heroic hall, leaving the other 5 masters sitting there, feeling quite awkward. Why not go together? Zhu Jia suggested. Sure. Good. Let's go. Hurry up, you all are giving me a headache. It would be a lie to say that the 5 were not curious about Jiren's design drawing. However, as masters, they naturally had to maintain some composure. They thought that once the hero finished looking, the drawing would naturally be passed to them. But they never expected that after a brief exchange between the hero and Jiren, they would leave right in front of them, treating them as if they were invisible. Could they endure this? So the 5 angrily chased after them, and when they arrived at the destination, they were dumbfounded to see the hero effortlessly plowing the field with a curved plow pulled by a single ox. In the Warring States period, copper plows generally required 3 oxen to barely move, and even then, the plowing was relatively shallow and prone to getting stuck. However, the plow before them not only could be easily pulled by a single ox, but also plowed deep and smoothly. The 5 masters fell silent. The facts were laid out before them. Unless they were blind, everyone could understand the remarkable contribution Jiren had made. Not long after, Tianguang, who had had his fill of fun, walked barefoot from the field and, upon seeing the 5, cheerfully said, You came at just the right time. I want to formally appoint Water Zedong as the master of Gonggong Hall. What are your thoughts? The 5 looked at Tianguang, who seemed ready to laugh to the heavens in delight, and then glanced at the curved plow in the field. Since the matter had already occurred, what could they say other than to accept it quietly? Great. Good. Wonderful. I have no objections. 3 days later, the 6 masters of the farming family each took potato seedlings, the design drawing of the curved plow, and a method of composting that Jiren had casually provided, and set off to the territories of the other 6 states, excluding the Chu state. This time, they brought Dian Qing, the 12 sword guards, and the siblings Shi Shan and Shi Shui along. Dian Qing and the 12 sword guards were real bodyguards, while bringing Shi Shan and Shi Shui was to broaden their horizons, as this trip was relatively safe overall. Clang! The chaotic sound of drawing swords suddenly echoed, instantly filling the quiet path with a chilling atmosphere. In the surrounding grass and forest, 20 to 30 masked assassins charged out in the blink of an eye. Jiren, you are not giving me face. Kill. This group of assassins, well-trained, instantly formed a formation and charged towards Jiren with a single command. Their decisive actions shocking. Form a formation. The assassins acted swiftly, but the 12 sword guards were equally quick. They were originally from the military, and before their defeat, each one had been a battle-hardened officer on the battlefield. No need to mention other skills, but when it comes to forming formations, this group of assassins couldn't even hold a candle to them. In the instant of confrontation, it was actually the side with more people that fell into a disadvantage. As 12 faced 30 assassins, Jiren sat in the carriage, with Dianqing driving the horses and Qi Lang being the one driven. Ever since Dianqing gave Qi Lang a good beating, Qi Lang had become much more obedient. You two, go down and practice a bit. Jiren glanced at the eager Shirshan and Shui beside him and spoke up. Upon hearing this, the two siblings immediately dashed out with enthusiasm. This time, the assassins were not very formidable, making it a suitable training exercise for the 12 sword guards and the Shirshan and Shui siblings. As they first engaged with the enemy, the siblings faced several life-threatening situations due to their lack of experience. Fortunately, the 12 sword guards were there to support them, so they were not injured. As the battle gradually intensified, the swordsmanship that the siblings had learned finally began to show some semblance of skill. Jiren leisurely watched the battle below, his body relaxed, seemingly completely unguarded. As a raider, it was clear that the 2 or 3 dozen people in front of him were not a match for him. Since the opponent dared to rob a farmer's convoy, Jiren did not believe they had not conducted prior investigations. Therefore, it seemed that either the target was not him, or the real assassins had yet to make their move. 2.5 minutes into the fight, the first assassin was killed. Instantly, the morale of the assassins plummeted. The 12 sword guards, seasoned in battle, noticed this and immediately launched a counterattack. Before long, even the siblings Shirshan and Shui, fueled by excitement, had killed several assassins. Just as the enemy was about to be completely defeated, a streak of cold light suddenly erupted from the ground. This sword was even faster than the previous assassin who had tested Jiren. However, this time, Jiren did not even raise an eyelid in response to the sword attack. Ding! The tip of the sword touched his skin, but did not pierce it, instead sparking a shower of flames. Dianqing roared, leaping from the cart with dual blades in hand, his massive figure resembling a titan descending to earth. With one stroke, he shattered the ground where the assassin stood. The assassin seemed unfazed by Dianqing, although not a match for him. The assassin used agility and speed to entangle Dianqing for a time. As Dianqing gradually moved away from the cart, the real backup for this assassination finally revealed itself. Unexpectedly, the last attacker was not a hidden assassin, but an ordinary farmer driving a grain cart. Interesting. You managed to infiltrate even this? You can save that question for the underworld to ask King Yama. The moment the farmer attacked, an unimaginable killing intent erupted, causing both the 12 sword guards and Dianqing to change color. Stop! Dianqing instantly abandoned his opponent, allowing the enemy's sharp sword to strike sparks on his back as he took giant strides back. But no matter how fast he was, he could not outpace this meticulously planned assassination. The speed of this sword was fast, and the sword light was dazzling. Facing this sword, Jiren still made no movement, appearing to have completely given up on resistance. However, when the sword was truly close to Jiren, an aging yet fair hand suddenly shot out from behind the cart curtain, pinching the cold sword with 2 fingers, preventing it from advancing any further. Chapter 134. The 6 Elders Subscription Request. The attacks did not only occur on the road to the Gonggong Hall. At the same time Jiren was being attacked, the other 5 halls were also besieged by assassins. The Shinong Hall, Siyue Hall, and Shiyu Hall faced a similar number of enemies as Jiren, but they did not encounter the ambush of deadly assassins, so the 3 halls easily repelled the enemy. Ha! How dare you come to rob things from Lord Tianhu? Truly reckless. Tianhu thrust his tiger soul sword into the ground, glanced at the bodies of several assassins on the ground, spat disdainfully, and then they continued on their way. This is our Lord Tianhu. In Tianhu's mind, Potato's treasures easily robbed encountering assassins is normal. So, encountering a group of masked assassins on the way was quite normal for him, not worth stopping for even a minute. In contrast, Tianming and Tianmi's teams faced assassins similar to Jiren, with not only 2 or 3 dozen ordinary assassins, but also several high-level assassins hiding in the dark. Tianmi's subordinates were the least skilled, and just handling those 2 or 3 dozen ordinary assassins was already quite difficult. The moment the 2 hidden assassins revealed themselves, Tianmi was immediately heavily injured, and the guard team began to scatter. Just as it seemed the enemy was about to steal all the potatoes from his convoy, an old man in a gray robe with a gray-white beard descended from the sky, brandishing a long knife, and charged into the crowd of assassins. The moment he landed, the long knife swept through the crowd like a crescent moon, slashing down 7 or 8 assassins instantly. The remaining assassins' expressions changed, and they rushed at the old man. But within just a few moves, the entire group of assassins fell to the ground. Only the 2 deadly assassins remained. They looked at the old man in the gray robe, their expressions also changing, and they spoke slowly, Elder Gu Shun of the farmer clan. The appearance of the previous generation's Kuei Wei Hall master shocked not only these 2 assassins, but also Tianmi, whose expression turned to one of disbelief. On the other side, the Lishan Hall was almost the strongest of the 6 halls of the farmer clan. The hall master, Tian Ming, was a top-tier expert himself, and his subordinates, Mei San Yang of the Armored Gate and the silent killer Yanu, also possessed first-rate skills. With such strength, even a sneak attack from hidden assassins would have no chance of success. However, Tian Ming unfortunately fell for the enemy's scheme, as several high-level assassins separately lured Tian Ming, Mei San Yang, and Yanu away, leaving only ordinary guards to protect the convoy. Originally, these guards were enough to handle those low-level assassins. But just after Tian Ming and the others left, a new group of reinforcements suddenly emerged from behind the assassins. In an instant, the Lishan Hall's guards found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as the Lishan Hall's guards were about to be defeated, a whoosh sounded. A long spear fell from the sky, like a dragon from beyond, instantly pinning one assassin to the ground. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a fluttering cloak, a long-limbed old man leaped in from a distance. Taking a few steps, he arrived at the center of the battlefield, lightly stepping on the spear's tail with one foot, one hand behind his back straight, and he seemed to merge with the long spear. The attacking assassins were momentarily taken aback, then rushed toward the old man. A quarter of an hour later, Tian Ming, Mei San Yang, and Yanu returned one after another. When they saw the corpses scattered around the convoy and the old man standing on the pile of bodies, holding a spear in one hand and facing away from them, the 3 were momentarily stunned and then hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to elderly Crunch in the convoy of the Gonggong Hall. The old man who had emerged from Ji Ren's cart grasped the neck of the assassin who attacked Ji Ren with one hand, exerted a gentle force, and with a crunch, the assassin was immediately killed. Meanwhile, battles in other areas were also coming to an end. Those low-level assassins were easily dealt with by the 12 sword guards, while the first high-level assassin who had drawn Dianxing away was brutally sliced into 3 pieces by Dianxing's blade. Because Ji Ren had been attacked while under his protection, Dianxing was very angry, and the consequences were severe. Come pay your respects. This is one of the 6 elders of the farmer clan, Elder Yu Tuesday. Once the battle concluded, Ji Ren spoke up. Only then did everyone turn their attention to the old man beside Ji Ren. This old man had an ordinary appearance, but his hands were fair and slender, completely unlike those of an elder. After each generation of hall masters retired to become elders, they would inherit the title of elder. With the 6 elder titles named according to the strengths of each hall: Bingzhu, Li Shi, Yao Wang, Gu Shun, Yu Tu, and Xianzong. The Gonggong Hall excelled in water conservancy, so each generation of elders took on the name Yu Tu, meaning a disciple of the Yu. No need for formalities. Yu Tu gently stroked his beard and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, everyone slowly stood up. The 12 sword guards, Dianxing, and Shishan Shishui were all fine, as they had just joined the Nong family and had no concept of the elders. However, the ordinary disciples driving the convoy looked up and gazed at Yu Tu with great curiosity. After all, this was an elder. Normally, apart from the 6 hall masters and the hero, others might not even see their true faces in their lifetime. Such killing intent, apart from that place in the net, probably no other place could simultaneously produce so many assassins. This tyrant Ing Zheng is simply unreasonable. Yu Tu casually glanced at the corpses of the assassins on the ground, then coldly snorted and spoke. Ji Ren glanced at the 2 bodies, likely those of Earth-level assassins, and shook his head gently, saying, "It may not be Ing Zheng's command. Ing Zheng is a self-important ruler. He might be interested in potatoes, but he wouldn't go so far as to want to kill me along with them. After all, even if the potatoes could greatly enhance my reputation, it still wouldn't reach the level where Ing Zheng would want to eliminate me. On the contrary, Zhao Gao is probably eager to get rid of me. Or rather, this guy wants to eliminate any factors that could lead to the rise of the Nong family. After all, from the perspective of internal power struggles within the empire, the Nong family has close ties with Chongping Jun, which means that the Nong family will be a force on Fusu's side. However, Zhao Gao supports the 18th son Hu Hai. But all of this is still far from Ji Ren's current situation, so these thoughts merely flashed through his mind, and soon Ji Ren refocused his attention on the present. All right, everyone, tidy up your things and dig a pit to bury these bodies. Once everyone had finished organizing, the Gonggong Hall team set off again. This time, Elder Yu also joined them, one purpose being to protect Ji Ren. The other reason was that he intended to stretch his legs outside. After all, even though the retired 6th elder had no interest in power, that didn't mean he enjoyed staying cooped up in that small cave all day. Chapter 135, Spreading the Word Across the World, subscription requested. The Nong family's promotion of potatoes to the world was not only to benefit the people, but also to enhance the Nong family's prestige. Thus, the locations chosen for dissemination by the 6 halls were mostly the capitals of the 6 nations, or old capitals. The place drawn by Gonggong Hall was the capital of the Qin state, Xianyang. As the capital of the most powerful nation in the world today, Qin, Xianyang's level of prosperity is undoubtedly first-rate, although for Ji Ren, it still felt a bit desolate. After arriving at the destination, the matter of Ji Ren is basically finished. What remains needs to be completed by those ordinary disciples from the farmer's clan. To put it bluntly, in a place like Xianyang, if a brick falls from a building, it would probably crush 7 nobles, and out of the remaining 3, 2 would likely be wealthy merchants or landlords. So normally, try to promote something beneficial to the people here is akin to playing the lute to a cow. In such places, only the grassroots, people who have mingled here for a long time, know better about the gathering spots that the lower class prefers. Come take a look. Today I, Shao Si, have brought a few divine items for everyone. This item is a miraculous potato brought back by the master of our farmer's water hall after enduring numerous hardships in the western foreign lands. As long as you plant it. Hey, an output of 50 stones per mu is not out of the question. Wow. Ha ha. Shao Si, you must be out of your mind. 50 stones per mu? In all my years, I've never seen anyone brag as much as you. Hey, don't say that. I didn't believe it at first either. But there's no way around it. I actually saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, this item has already been spread by our farmers all over the world. Even if I, Shao Si, dare to deceive you, our farmers wouldn't dare to deceive the people of the world. As soon as this was said, the crowd that had just been laughing suddenly became a bit skeptical. The disciples of the farmers' clan come from all walks of life, and wherever there are grassroots people mingling, you can find the presence of the farmers' disciples. At this moment, as the farmers' disciples began to exert their influence, the grassroots people in Xianyang quietly started gathering towards several dissemination points. Meanwhile, inside the Xianyang palace, Zhao Gao quickly walked into the court. Your Majesty, I, Zhao Gao, have an important matter to report, he softly announced at the door. Kuming. After about 10 seconds, a stern voice came from inside. What is it? Ying Zheng was reviewing official documents, and asked without lifting his head as Zhao Gao walked in. Replying to Your Majesty, regarding the potato matter, I have made a mistake. Zhao Gao deeply bowed, recognizing his error, and in this regard, he clearly had a lot of experience. Made a mistake? Where's the potato now? Ying Zheng raised his head, although he hadn't inquired much before. It was evident that such a miraculous item with an output of 50 stones per mu held considerable weight in his heart. The farmers are currently dispatching disciples to spread the potato seedlings in various places. Various places? Yes, in the state of Chu, the state of Qi, including the empire. Zhao Gao replied. Oh, such a miraculous item, and the farmers are so easily sharing it. Ying Zheng seemed a bit surprised. It is said that because this item is simple to plant and does not have much confidentiality, the farmers had no choice but to promote it, probably to seek a good reputation. Ying Zheng stepped out from behind the table, walked around a couple of times, and then smiled softly. The earth nourishes all things. Shinong lives on. Since this action is of great benefit to the people of the world, then so be it. With this statement, the matter of the potato was settled. Zhao Gao's lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only bow and say yes. Are there now people in Xianyang promoting the potato? Your Majesty has keen insight. In that case, issue an order to let the city guards assist them in quickly spreading the potato to the citizens of the empire. Yes, with Ying Zheng's command, the entire Xianyang became busy. However, at the same time that Ying Zheng issued this order, the farmer side encountered a bit of trouble. Besides promoting the potato, the farmers also planned to disseminate the curved plow and the method of composting designed by Jiren. However, just as the farmers' disciples nearby began to promote the curved plow, it seemed to attract the covetousness of certain people. Get lost, all of you. This place does not allow crowds to make noise, don't you know? What are you posting here? Hand over the items. Hey, this military officer, this is our farmer's item, this. Get out, what farmers? I tell you, this is Xianyang. Hurry up and hand over the items, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, a city guard appeared, directly brandishing a spear to drive the crowd away, and then prepared to reach for the design of the curved plow. Seeing this, the farmer disciple immediately showed a difficult expression. For a moment, he didn't know whether to block or not. Just then, a hand suddenly patted the city guard's shoulder. This military officer, who? The city guard instinctively pushed back, and the next moment, he heard an exceptionally piercing scream. The city guard turned around and took a look, and then he was completely stunned, because on the ground behind him, a person was lying there, blood spraying out of his mouth like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. And there was even a short knife inserted in the person's chest. Why you? How ruthless. I just wanted to give some advice. You actually use such heavy hands. I have no enmity with you. Why do you treat me like this? The city guard was completely dumbfounded. The Qin state's penal laws are strict, and just a moment ago, he was driving the crowd away, which could still be justified as maintaining order. But if this kind of attack on a commoner was discovered by his superiors, he would at least face dozens of lashes. Why you? You are framing me. Everyone here can testify for me. I didn't use any force just now. You have to believe me. He is slandering me. He is slandering me. The city guard hurriedly looked around at the common people, but the surrounding commoners immediately avoided his gaze, looking up at the sky as if they hadn't seen anything. Just when the city guard was in a panic, a luxurious carriage suddenly stopped not far away. The next moment, a man dressed in white, as warm as jade, stepped down from the carriage. What happened here? Chapter 136. The young master of Xianyang, seeking subscription, upon seeing this person get out of the carriage. The city guard's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Greetings, young master." Wow. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. There are many people in Xianyang who could be called young master by the city guards. But there is only one young master who can sit in a 5-horse carriage and walk freely in Xianyang. "Greetings, young master Fusu. No need for courtesy," Fusu said. He then looked at Jiren, who was covered in blood on the ground, and immediately frowned. What's going on? This. Cold sweat started to slide down the city guard's forehead. Although he was confident that Jiren was just trying to scam him, he was still worried. What if this guy was really weak? That would be disastrous for him. Moreover, he originally came here with ulterior motives. Seeing the city guard hesitating, Fusu's expression gradually darkened. He looked around and said, "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Upon hearing this, many common people wanted to report the incident, but they were somewhat afraid of Fusu's identity or worried about potential retaliation from the city guards. After a few seconds, the farmer disciple, Shao Si, hesitantly stepped forward and said, "I am a disciple of the farmer family, named Shao Si. I was previously ordered by the master of our family's water pavilion to promote a divine object we recently obtained, as well as 2 techniques for grains created by the water pavilion master." Unexpectedly, this person suddenly approached and said that gatherings were not allowed in Xianyang City, forcefully driving everyone away. Then this friend down here, came out intending to advise this person, but unexpectedly, this person turned around and stabbed him, causing severe injuries. Upon hearing this, Fusu's face darkened like a still pond, while the city guard below was so scared that his legs began to tremble. Is this true? Which law in our Qin prohibits imperial subject from gathering to observe, and which law gives you the audacity to harm someone in the street? Your Highness, I am wronged. He is slandering me. They are all slandering me. Oh, you say they are wronging you? Fusu gestured to the guard behind him, who immediately understood, flashed forward to the city guard's side, and began to search him. After a short while, the guard surprisingly pulled out a small knife sheath. Judging by its size, it was just about the same as the dagger stuck in Jiren's body. Fusu took the knife sheath and said coldly, "What else do you have to say?" The city guard, I'm completely losing it. Fusu waved his hand in annoyance, and the city guard was immediately taken away, looking ashen. "Someone, quickly take this citizen to receive medical treatment, regardless of the cost. Ensure he is saved," Fusu commanded with authority. Just as he finished speaking, several men suddenly rushed out from behind, first bowing to Fusu, and then saying, "We greet young Master Fusu. Our master has ordered us to bring this person for medical treatment. We ask for your permission, Your Highness. Who is your master? Our master is the master of the farmer family's water pavilion, who is a renowned divine physician in this era. This person's injuries are likely beyond anyone's ability to treat, except for our master, Inhu said, trying hard to suppress his laughter, speaking earnestly. The other sword guards kept their heads lowered, not because they didn't want to look up, but because they were afraid their smiles would be seen. So your master is the master of the farmer family's water pavilion? Fusu recalled the task given to him by the Qin King and was suddenly surprised. After all, when the Qin King mentioned the divine object potato to him, the shock in Fusu's heart could not be described with mere words. If that was the case, then Fusu's visit was indeed for the water pavilion master. I wonder if you could introduce me? This. The sword guards were momentarily dumbfounded. They stole a glance at Ji-Run, who was lying on the ground, and for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Thankfully, Inhu reacted quickly and responded, "Of course, please, young Master Fusu. Go to that tea house to rest for a moment. Once our master treats this patient, he will come to meet you immediately." Fusu nodded kindly and said, "In that case, thank you very much." After Fusu finished speaking, Inhu and the others quickly lifted Ji-Run and hurriedly left the scene. Inside the tea house, Elder Yu-Tu temporarily took on the task of hosting Fusu, and the two quietly enjoyed their tea. Don't ask why there is tea in the Warring States period, because it simply exists. After a couple of cups of tea, Ji-Ren finally changed his clothes and walked out from the inner room. When Fusu first saw Ji-Ren, the emotion reflected in his eyes was the same as that of most people, which was awe. Ji-Ren and Fusu both like to wear white clothes. However, Fusu's white attire leans more towards a scholarly and clean style, while Ji-Ren's white robe gives off an impression of pristine purity, like 1,000 miles of ice and snow, or a snow lotus at the peak, like a startled swan, graceful like a swimming dragon. This was Fusu's first impression of Ji-Ren, but when Ji-Ren approached, Fusu's expression suddenly froze. "This friend, you look a bit familiar? I'm Shuei. I have met His Highness before." Ji-Ren cupped his hands in salute, and upon hearing this, Fusu quickly returned to his senses and said, "Mr. Shuei need not be overly courteous. I have long heard of your great name, and to see you today is truly a stroke of good fortune." Having been raised in the Confucian tradition since childhood, Fusu was humble and polite, but at the same time, he was a bit too conventional. "You are too kind, young master. I heard from my father that Mr. Shuei traveled thousands of miles from foreign lands to bring back a miraculous item that can yield 50 stones per mu. This is indeed a blessing for the people of the world, and such great virtue deserves a bow from Fusu." Saying this, Fusu actually bent down to pay his respects to Ji-Ren. No, that won't do," Ji-Ren repeatedly exclaimed, while reaching out to help Fusu up, but he could not avoid this gesture of respect. After a moment, the two resumed their seats. The conversation quickly shifted from potatoes to the curved plow. Hearing that the curved plow could be easily pulled by a single ox, Fusu was once again astonished. "Truly, you are a great talent, sir. Just with this item, who knows how much more arable land will be created and how many more people will be fed. For this, you deserve another bow from Fusu. Young master, that won't do. That won't do." Ji-Ren and Fusu were having a pleasant conversation, but their discussion mainly revolved around three well-known topics: potatoes, the curved plow, and the method of making compost. As the eldest son of the empire, every action of Fusu could be said to be under the control of the current Qin King. It was likely that their conversation would reach Ing Zheng's ears by nightfall. No monarch wishes for their son to have too deep of a connection with other powers during their reign. Therefore, Fusu's meeting with Ji-Ren was more of a statement than a mere visit for exchange. A few days later, with the assistance of the Qin city's guards, the promotion of potatoes in Xianying quickly came to an end. The first distribution of potatoes did not cause much of a stir across the land, as the common people could not see the actual product. This miraculous item was ultimately just a concept to them. In contrast, the curved plow sparked a quicker wave of excitement. As soon as one person tried to make and use it, news spread rapidly throughout the area, and once its effectiveness was confirmed, local carpenters would seize the business opportunity to manufacture and sell it. In most regions, the first to use the curved plow were basically the farmers' disciples. By the time the farmers' 6 halls returned to Days Mountain, the items they distributed had almost reached the hands of other schools of thought. In today's world, among the various schools of thought, Confucianism, Moism, legalism, Taoism, and militarism are held in the highest regard, as their teachings are the most widely spread and influential. They were also the first to receive the 3 items: potatoes, the curved plow, and the method of making compost. At the Zaya Shengdenzhuang, the contemporary leader of the Confucians, Fun Yin, was playing chess with his second leader, Yin Lu. After a while, the third leader, Zhang Liang, approached and greeted them. Senior brother, second brother, how is it? Fun Yan replied. The junior brother has instructed the disciples to plant potatoes as the farmer suggested, and also to make compost using grain. However, we cannot see results from these two in the short term. As for the curved plow, it is indeed as the farmer said. It can be easily pulled for plowing with the strength of just one ox. I understand. Fun Yin nodded, seemingly not too surprised. Since the farmers dared to promote it widely, they naturally could not deceive the people of the world. In a time when the world had not yet recovered from the turmoil of war, the farmers bringing forth such miraculous items was indeed a blessing for everyone. Yes, Zhang Liang responded, then lowered his head to look at the distant lake. If potatoes could truly achieve a yield of 50 stones per mu, the contributions of the farmers in the wetlands would be enough to stand alongside the sages. Since the Zhou dynasty, through the spring and autumn and warring states periods, there's not been a country or dynasty in the world that did not worry about food. In an era of underdeveloped farming techniques and frequent natural and man-made disasters, the sight of bones from starvation on the roads was the norm for every country. Yin Lu chuckled lightly. Such a miraculous item is hard to imagine as a worldly product unless seen with one's own eyes. Moreover, besides potatoes, this curved plow is also exquisitely designed. Oh dear, such a simple design for the curved plow. Old man, you've studied Mahis machinery for a lifetime. How did you not think of inventing this? In a Mahis machinery city, a tall, bald man suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. Just looking at the design structure, the curved plow's shape was indeed simple. Even a brute like De Tai Chue, who only barely understood a little about machinery, could manage to replicate it. Hearing De Tai Chue say this, old man, who was responsible for the mechanisms, felt his temples throb and angrily retorted, "Fool, you think inventing machinery is as simple as copying it? Although this item has a simple design, it contains various creative ideas that your wooden head cannot easily comprehend." Old man was so angry that his beard seemed to stand on end. Ha! The snow woman, who was nearby, chuckled and covered her mouth, saying, "De Tai Chue, don't try to think about Master Ban's ideas with that head of yours. That master of the farmer's wetlands, who could bring back potatoes from foreign lands, has achievements comparable to the ancestors of the Mahists. Do you think your muscle-bound head can compare to him? Ah, this. Ha, it seems that's true." The Tai Chue rubbed his shiny forehead and laughed foolishly. However, after this incident, the farmers would undoubtedly gain a significant boost in reputation, and it was uncertain how this would affect our plans. The cold and aloof Gao Jinli spoke as he stepped forward. Master Ban put down his blueprints, pondered for a moment, and said, "No problem. I will write a letter to the farmers and communicate with the hero first." In today's world, the Confucian and Mahi schools are among the top sects that interact closely with the common people. In contrast, the Taoists who avoid the world, the legalists serving the empire, and the militarists engaged in warfare, while they also caused quite a stir due to this matter, their impact was not as intense as that of the Confucians and Mahists. Meanwhile, within the farmers' community, Tian Meng and Tian Mi encountered a slight trouble. When they escorted the potatoes, apart from Ji Run, only the two of them had their convoys nearly robbed. However, since the sixth elder was invited by Ji Run, his suspicion was dismissed, while Tian Meng and Tian Mi were marked by Tian Guang. After all, due to the matters of Chun Sheng and Wu Kuang, Tian Guang had long suspected there were internal traitors within the farmers, but he had no leads. Now, the unexpected incidents involving Tian Meng and Tian Mi made him slightly more alert. In the Lianshan Hall, the sharp-faced Tian Zhong leaned close to Tian Meng and whispered, "Master, that wetlands. Put this matter aside for now. The wetlands are currently carrying great momentum and cannot be moved against in the short term. You may leave now." Tian Meng waved his hand, signaling Tian Zhong to go down first. Tian Zhong seemed somewhat unwilling, but seeing Tian Meng's reaction, he could only leave temporarily. Tian Meng still felt a lingering fear from nearly being outmaneuvered by Ji Run. It was already not easy to take action against Ji Run, and now that the name of the wetlands was gradually spreading across the world, there was almost no possibility of moving against him in the short term. However, because of the wetland's great influence, Tian Meng felt more confident in dealing with another person. In the dim shadows, Tian Meng smiled lightly, and a cold glint carrying a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After the spread of potatoes and other items, Ji Ren and the others were aware of the potential consequences, but for the farmers, it was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. Therefore, during this period, Many disciples of the farmers needed to do nothing but quietly wait for a wave of reputation to come to them. Upon returning to the Gonggong Hall, the 12 sword guards and Shi Shan and Shi Shui immediately entered rigorous training. Although they defeated assassins during their trip to Xianyang, their encounters with the two senior assassins and the elder Dianxing and Yu Tu made them realize their own shortcomings. Jiren knew very well that to influence a person, one must subtly change them through many small daily matters. Perhaps even the 12 sword guards themselves had not noticed that they had gradually become accustomed to being Jiren's personal guards. While the group was training hard, Jiren went alone to the outside of the Chiyu Hall. Chapter 138. The True Destiny Weapon. Seeking Subscription. The Chiyu Hall specializes in forging weapons. Most of the weapons used by the inner disciples of the Nong family and the tools used by the outer disciples come from the Chiyu Hall. There are top-tier forging masters in the Chiyu Hall. Yes, top-tier again. At the same time, the Chiyu Hall is also the place where the Nong family stores the most weapons. Jiren's main purpose for this visit was to determine which aspect his talent leaned towards, and also to forge some weapons for the 12 sword guards and the brothers of the Gonggong Hall. The hall master of the Chiyu Hall is Tian Hu. To summarize this person's character in one sentence, it would be iron-headed brat. This person has a fiery temper and a straightforward personality. Due to the Tian clan alliance, he holds considerable hostility towards Jiren, but because he despises using underhanded means, when Jiren announced his arrival, this person didn't even show his face and directly sent a message to Jiren to roll over to the forging pool. For such a person, Jiren could only say, well done. In the Warring States period, swords were considered the gentleman's weapon. So any sect with a bit of style had to be equipped with a good sword, regardless of whether they could wield it or not. For those at a higher level, they must also carry a famous sword. This has led to the fact that among today's weapon forgers, sword forgers are the most numerous. However, the Nong family and the merchants are collectively referred to as the 9 streams of agriculture and commerce, where the good and the bad mix. So there are quite a few various miscellaneous weapon forgers within the Nong family. As Jiren stepped into the forging pool, he saw a pile of various miscellaneous weapons scattered all over the ground, and there were also quite a few weapons hanging from above in the cave. Jiren stopped his steps. Following the method taught by the elder of the weapon master, he slowly closed his eyes and emptied his thoughts. After a moment, he gradually opened his eyes and began to look at each weapon in front of him one by one. This testing method is referred to as weapon sense by the weapon master. It mainly relies on a person's first instinct to instinctively judge their own talent. It is the simplest and fastest method among all testing methods. However, this method has a flaw. Many people easily confuse their first instinct with personal preferences. So it is mostly used for testing children who have not yet seen weapons and whose minds are not yet mature. However, it can also be used for those with strong willpower. Jiren first looked at the short weapon area, and sure enough, although he personally liked swords, when he truly emptied his mind and saw the sword again, he felt not the slightest sensation, and even a hint of faint disgust. The knives that followed elicited some feeling, but it was not obvious. According to the weapon master, this belonged to a level where the talent wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't a strong suit. Soon, he finished scanning the area. Surprisingly, Jiren found that he had little feeling for most of the short weapons, until his gaze turned to the long weapon area, and in an instant his eyes brightened. The first thing that caught his eye was a long spear. It was a very common hardwood spear with a plain body. In the past, Jiren wouldn't even spare a glance when it was stuck in the training ground. But today, he felt a special connection with this spear. Just look at this straight, pitch-black spear body and the unmatched hardness of the spearhead. No matter how you looked at it, it was so captivating that Jiren couldn't help but want to touch it. However, just as Jiren's right hand was about to make contact with the spear, an indescribable temptation suddenly came from the right side of the spear, and in an instant, Jiren's gaze was drawn over. How lewd! After seeing this weapon, Jiren suddenly had a vivid image in his mind. It was as if it was carrying a wardrobe of exquisite clothing. Its entire body seemed to twist and pose, as if it was constantly attracting Jiren's gaze. It was it, no doubt. The moment he laid eyes on it, Jiren immediately confirmed that he had found the true divine weapon. According to the terminology of this era, this weapon was actually still a spear, but in Jiren's impression, it should be considered a halberd. To be more precise, it was a Fangdianhua halberd. This standard Fangdianhua halberd was actually a bit long for Jiren, as its total length reached nearly 3 meters. But when Jiren held it in his hands, he found the weight to be quite appropriate. After all, given Jiren's current physique, all the previous weapons had felt a bit light for him. Moreover, the most crucial point was that when Ji-Ren grasped the Fanged Yanhua halberd, there seemed to be a pulse of life within the weapon, a feeling that was unprecedentedly strong. Indeed, Ji-Ren nodded with great satisfaction, then shouldered the Fong Tianhua Ji and continued walking into the forging pool, leaving behind the first spear that lured Ji-Ren. Clearly I got it first, but scumbag. In the forging pool, most of the forges had already been extinguished. It was not the peak season for forging. The number of people in the forging pool was highest in April each year, when many disciples forged farming tools in preparation for planting. When Ji-Ren walked in, deep within the forging pool, only a few elderly men with white hair remained, bare-chested and sweating profusely as they swung their hammers. Occasionally, they would forge a few weapons, but after taking a look, they would generally toss them aside. These men were the forging masters of the farming family. At their level, they no longer forged ordinary weapons. What they sought to create were renowned artifacts that could last for centuries. So engrossed were they in their work that they didn't even notice Ji-Ren's arrival. Ji-Ren didn't disturb anyone. After casually taking a few cards he needed, he went straight into his secret room. Ji-Ren originally had level 8 weapon forging skills, so he didn't need to waste much time on the basics for now. In the early stages, he only needed to use ordinary fine iron for forging upgrades, a material that was abundantly available in the forging pool. However, if he wanted to forge a truly good weapon, such ordinary materials were clearly insufficient. To evaluate the quality of a weapon, aside from the basic attributes of toughness and sharpness, there are two essential conditions. The first is internal energy conductivity, and the second is weapon or amplification. If he could excel in these two aspects, then this weapon could be considered a masterpiece. If it were a sword, based solely on the sword's inherent quality, it should rank around the top 300 in the sword rankings without a doubt. Beyond that would be the attempt to nurture the spiritual intent within the weapon. But this aspect was still far from Ji-Ren's current capabilities and didn't need to be considered for now. Compared to most forging masters of this era, Ji-Ren had a significant advantage due to his age. Youth means endurance. Endurance means high output. High output means quantity. Statistically speaking, the longer a forging master maintains stability, the greater the likelihood of forging high-quality weapons. As for materials, Ji-Ren felt he could seek assistance from his allies. Chapter 139, Rising Reputation, Subscription Request, bang bang bang. The sound of hammering echoed from deep within the forging chamber. It had been more than 5 months since Ji-Ren had entered seclusion, during which he had only come out once, to seek assistance from the Zhu family for a batch of forging materials right at the beginning of his retreat. After that, Ji-Ren had not left the chamber again, with only Jianqing coming in and out daily to deliver meals and newly gathered materials from the Zhu family. Outside the chamber, several forging masters from the known family listened to the sounds of hammering from inside, revealing expressions of envy. Youth is indeed a blessing. Yes, I remember when I entered the zone, I could easily maintain it for several days. One forging master stroked his beard and reminisced. Who would have thought that the master of the Shui Zhe Hall would actually research weapon forging? Truly a prodigy. This is a blessing for our known family. Not bad at all. Now, it has been 5 months since the known family began promoting potatoes and other crops. The first round has already matured. And with the effectiveness of the curved plow, the reputation of the known family has reached a terrifying level. Many people are even beginning to draw comparisons between the known family and the top 5 sects: Confucianism, Moism, legalism, Taoism, and militarism. These forging masters are all individuals of high moral character, who usually disdain flattery and the petty. But is Ji-Ren a petty figure? Praising Ji-Ren could hardly be called flattery. It is simply an expression of admiration for a junior. The several forging masters believed they had the qualifications to evaluate Ji-Ren in this regard, as every endeavor he undertook was enough to keep countless people occupied for a lifetime. Moreover, considering Ji-Ren's age, how much higher could his forging skills actually go? Could he surpass them? That would be a ridiculous joke. If Ji-Ren's forging level were to exceed theirs, they would dare to eat the forging furnace in front of them. Boom! The door to the chamber slowly opened. After more than 5 months, Ji-Ren had finally succeeded in forging the weapon he desired. Hearing the commotion, the several forging masters outside were immediately drawn over. And when they saw the situation inside the chamber, they were momentarily stunned. Upon the door opening, the first thing that caught their eyes was the 3 walls of the chamber, filled with weapons, spears, halberds, swords, and various kinds of arms, each one worthy of being considered a masterpiece, even by their discerning eyes. Additionally, on the forging table, a bundle of long swords was wrapped in coarse cloth, and although sheathed, their instincts as forging masters told them that these swords were definitely not simple. Standing behind the forging table was Ji-Run, who seemed a bit darker than 5 months ago, but his physique had become more robust, and his aura seemed to have significantly increased. However, these were not the most captivating aspects for the masters. What drew the attention of the forging masters the most was the long spear in Ji-Ren's hand. This spear was approximately 2-3 meters long, its body dark but entwined with silver patterns, the spear tip glinting coldly, with a crescent blade on one side and a similarly shaped blade on the other, albeit with a wavy edge. From a distance, it resembled the fierce teeth of a tiger, striking fear into the heart. The spear had a majestic presence, with a restrained aura of sharpness, mighty yet not aggressive. This was a masterpiece. As the forging masters gazed at this Fong Tianhua Ji, their voices trembled uncontrollably. For any forging master, creating a masterpiece was the lifelong pursuit. However, the emergence of a masterpiece requires the right timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious relationships. In short, it all comes down to luck, and these forging masters had only managed to forge 1 or 2 masterpieces in their lifetimes, which was why they were able to rise to the top tier. Judging by the imposing presence of this spear, it was evident that Ji-Ren's skill had already reached a level comparable to their peak. Honored masters, having organized the bundle of swords on the forging table and shouldered the Fong Tianhua Ji, stepped out of the chamber and immediately noticed the dazed forging masters. He promptly spoke up. The forging masters hurriedly came to their senses, and upon seeing Ji-Ren standing before them, they replied, "Master of Shui Zehal, you are too kind. We cannot accept such a courtesy. In the realm of forging, those who excel come first." If they could still evaluate Ji-Ren before, now they truly had no reason to accept such courtesy. Ji-Ren smiled lightly and said no more. After all, the farmers' families were not concerned with such formalities, and besides, he indeed felt a strong desire to return home. He directly said, "Masters, I would like to ask for your assistance in bringing the weapons from the secret chamber to the Gonggong Hall." Of course. After saying this, Ji-Ren cupped his hands in salute and stepped away from the place. The few masters behind him stretched out their hands, as if wanting to call Ji-Ren back to say something, but in just a few steps, Ji-Ren had already disappeared from sight. A visit to the Chiyu Hall. Ji-Ren's gains are quite significant. In addition to raising his forging level to LV16, his breaking army mind method has also coincidentally broken through to the 6th layer during the forging process. In terms of mind method level, the 6th layer of the breaking army mind method is already considered a threshold for first-class masters in the Jianghu. However, the biggest gain from this trip is still the Fong Tianhua Ji in his hand, as well as the swords and weapons he carries on his back. He is walking on the road from Chiyu Hall back to Gonggong Hall. Ji-Ren suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few more disciples from the farming family. Since the headquarters of the farming family was located amidst the mountains, it was generally rare to see fellow disciples while walking on the road, except in the gathering places of various halls. However, now, as Ji-Ren walked along, he had already encountered 4 or 5 disciples. Soon, Ji-Ren returned to the Gonggong Hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the Gonggong Hall, he was suddenly startled because there was a large group of disciples gathered at the usually quiet entrance. What happened here? Ji-Ren finally squeezed into the crowd and approached a disciple who was registering at the door, asking, "I would like to join the Gonggong Hall." The disciple, who was riding with his head down, instinctively replied, "If you want to join the Gonggong Hall, please go to the back of the line." However, as he heard the voice, it seemed somewhat familiar, so he looked up halfway through a sentence. That glance startled him so much that he jumped up. At the same time, with a scream from this disciple, the other people in the square outside all turned their gazes towards him. Upon seeing Ji-Ren, the eyes of all the disciples instantly turned fiery, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Farm disciples, greet Hall Master Shuai's. Chapter 140. Gift of the Sword to Calm the Heart. Subscription requested. So, does that mean all the people outside are recent disciples wanting to join our Gonggong Hall? Yes. Inside the main hall of the Gonggong Hall, Ji-Ren sat at the main seat, with Jian Qing standing beside him. On either side of the main seat were Shi Shan and Shi Shui, and below them were the 12 sword guards, as well as the leaders of the 100-man guard team appointed by Ji-Ren, codenamed Lion King and Wolf King. These two were equally powerful as any of the 12 sword guards. However, unfortunately, they were more adept at military formations and tactics than swordsmanship. Therefore, Ji-Ren simply selected another 20 from the farm disciples to form a 100-man guard team, which was led by the two. They also received the medicinal liquid supplied to the 12 sword guards on a daily basis. Ji-Ren lightly tapped the tabletop with his knuckles and said, "How do you handle this matter?" In response, the disciple Zhou He, who was temporarily appointed as the deputy manager, bowed his head and reporting to the hallmaster. The first batch of potatoes that have been distributed has now matured across the country. As a result, the number of common people wanting to join our farming family has surged. However, due to the potato yield, our farming family can manage. So the meaning of a hero is to increase the manpower in each hall appropriately. Jiren nodded lightly. He understood that this was likely Tian Guang wanting to use this opportunity to strengthen the power of the peasant family. However, given the current situation of the peasant family, the more disciples they added, the more infiltrated they would be. So, this matter will be handled by you for now. But remember one thing, our Gonggong Hall prefers quality over quantity. We must thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of those disciples and ensure their integrity before allowing them to join. Additionally, we don't need too many people. Most of these commoners join the peasant family simply to seek a way to survive. Later, I will cooperate with the master of the Shinnon Hall to develop the town at the foot of the mountain, where the outer disciples of the peasant family can seek their livelihoods. As these words were spoken, the 12 sword guards, as well as the Lion King, Leopard King, and Dianxin, all turned their gazes toward Ji-Run. They had all been military leaders in battle, and because of that, they understood more clearly that the greatest victims of war are not the soldiers, but the innocent commoners. Many among them, including Dianxin, had once been lost due to war, struggling to understand what they were fighting for. In fact, before the spread of potatoes across the world, these people did not truly know what kind of person Jiren was. But with everything they had witnessed in this time, they understood. If those words had come from someone else, they would have dismissed them. But coming from Ji-Run, they felt an unprecedented conviction. In that moment, these individuals felt as if they had rediscovered the meaning of fighting. And this time, they were no longer confused. Yes, we understand, sir. Well, you can leave for now. Ji-Run waved his hand, allowing Zhou He to leave first. Due to the infiltration of the Luo network, even Zhou He was not someone Jiren could fully trust right now. Currently, in the entire Gonggong Hall, the only ones Jiren truly dared to trust were Shi Shan and Shi Shui, as well as the 100 captives brought back from Daliang last time. Jiren scanned the surroundings. Compared to 5 months ago, the presence of everyone present was clearly much stronger than it was 5 months ago. It was evident that they had not wasted their time during this period. Very good. Lion King, Leopard King. Yes, Jiren suddenly spoke, causing everyone present to be slightly taken aback, but the strict training over the past few days still allowed the two to maintain their quick reactions. You have been strictly upholding the duties of the Gonggong Hall guards these days, loyal and dedicated. I see that so far, none of you seem to have suitable weapons. Recently, I have been forging weapons in seclusion and have obtained a few. I will bestow them upon you now. Yes, upon hearing Ji-Ren's words, not only did the Lion King and Leopard King freeze, but even the others present were momentarily stunned. The Hall Master can forge weapons? At first, when they heard Ji-Ren was going to bestow weapons upon them, the Lion King and Leopard King didn't pay much attention, as they held relatively high ranks when serving in the Wei Kingdom's military. Although they wouldn't get the legendary divine weapons, their original weapons were also considered fine quality, and they were experienced individuals. However, when Ji-Ren took out the weapons, their gazes immediately became fixated. These 2 spears are named 100 lions and 100 leopards. I bestow them to you today. With that, Ji-Ren tossed the silver and black long spears like dragons emerging from the sea towards the two. They quickly rolled to their feet and grasped the long spears with one hand. As the long spears were held, a low humming sound surprisingly emanated from them. Good spears. The two exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with excitement. These 2 spears were among the highest-ranked long weapons forged by Ji-Ren, second only to his own soul-breaking halberd. If LV-15 weapons are considered the threshold for famous weapons, then these 2 long spears were at least LV-14. The 12 sword guards looked at the weapons in the hands of the two, their eyes revealing a fiery enthusiasm. After all, they had once been military leaders. Who could resist the temptation of such weapons? 12 sword guards. Yes. At this moment, Ji-Ren spoke again. You're named the 12 sword guards. Today, I will gift you 12 swords. Zishu. Yes. This sword is named Rodent Calamity, and I bestow it upon you. Thank you, Hall Master. Zishu knelt on one knee, respectfully receiving the long sword with both hands. It was a dark green long sword, and as Zishu took it and drew it from its sheath, a crisp sword song immediately resonated throughout the entire hall. For a moment, even Zishu himself was stunned as he looked at the long sword in his hand. Famous sword. Although he had anticipated that his weapon would be extraordinary given the presence of the Lion King and Leopard King as spears, he was still taken aback. While Zishu was in a daze, Ji Ren continued to present swords. Kui Ying, Hu Xiao, Mao Guang, Long Yin, Mang Sha, Zhu Jian, Ye, Bo, Yuan Jing, Fei Yu, Guan Si, Jia. One by one, swords worthy of being classified as famous swords were presented by Ji Ren. The 12 sword guards, upon receiving their long swords, simultaneously drew them, and as the crisp and sharp sounds of sword songs rang out one after another, the rest of the 12 sword guards also became as stunned as Zishu. Only the Lion King and Leopard King, who had just received the 100 lions and 100 leopards, suddenly found their spears less appealing. No one could understand the feelings of the 12 sword guards at this moment. In an era where famous swords were far more precious than human lives, suddenly receiving famous swords from Ji Ren made the 12 sword guards feel a mountain named trust pressing down on their hearts. It left them breathless, yet ignited their blood with fervor. After a moment, the 12 sword guards exchanged glances with the Lion King and Leopard King, suddenly kneeling in unison, holding their swords above their heads, and declared in a loud voice, I, Zishu, Chonyo, and others here swear. From this day forth, I vow to serve the master of Shui Zhe Hall with my life, willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth perish, and mountains and seas be punished. Chapter 141. The Great War reignites. Seeking subscription. A person may die, but a sword cannot perish. This is the principle by which the web operates. This principle seems very harsh, yet in reality, even the assassins who join the web have never found it problematic, because it is normal for swords to be more valuable than lives. However, Ji Ren has never thought this way, so he used 14 weapons to completely win over the hearts of 14 people. Once the emotions of the 12 sword guards and the Lion King and Leopard King gradually calmed down, Ji Ren then turned his gaze to the two siblings, Shi Shan and Shi Shui, whose eyes were almost overflowing with anticipation. These two swords, Yin Feng and Ming Yi, I will give to you. With a wave of his hand, Ji Ren delivered the last two long swords, one white and one blue, to the siblings. The quality of these swords was the best among the weapons forged by Ji Ren, even surpassing the swords held by the 12 sword guards by half a point. It's quite strange, really. Ji Ren clearly has no talent for swordsmanship, but when it comes to forging weapons, swords are actually the best in terms of quality and success rate. These 14 swords are all around level 15, which is just enough to reach the threshold of famous swords. In terms of the quality of the swords themselves, the swords of the 12 sword guards can be ranked around 300 on the sword ranking list. Meanwhile, Yin Feng and Ming Yi can reach about 250. However, in reality, the ranking on the sword list places more importance on the fame and strength of the user. If one day, the fame of the 12 sword guards and Shi Shan, Shi Shui increases, or if they defeat swordsmen ranked higher in the sword list, the ranking of the swords in their hands will also rise accordingly. By the way, Lion King and Leopard King, in addition to these weapons, I also forged some ordinary weapons while practicing at Chiyu Hall. When the time comes, you could distribute them to the brothers in the guard team, so they can train hard after they receive their weapons. The long weapons forged by Ji Ren are approximately 2 meters in length, which is considerably shorter compared to the long weapons used by ordinary armies. But at the same time, the techniques for their use have become more flexible. Understood? The Lion King and the Leopard King stood up to pay their respects and agreed to this matter. Once the weapons were distributed, Ji Ren waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Dianqing. After abandoning swordsmanship, it meant that Ji Ren's combat style would have to change almost entirely. In this era, the halberd was not yet popular, and fortunately, Ji Ren had obtained an LV-18 breaking army spear technique from Li Mu. The usage of spears and halberds has many similarities, so for now, Ji Ren does not lack practice methods. Ji Ren even took some essence from the soul washing technique he obtained in the previous world, which can increase the speed of blade swings, and integrated it into the breaking army spear technique, improving it into a set of spear techniques more suitable for brawls in the martial world. Breaking soul spear technique. One cannot help but admit that talent can sometimes be truly inexplicable. Initially, with the help of the card space, Ji Ren spent several months on practicing sword techniques before he barely made some progress. However now, due to the lack of time to seriously study the breaking soul spear technique while in seclusion for forging, Ji Ren could only rely on his innate talent to casually experiment a few times. Yet, when he finished his seclusion and entered the card space, He found that this spear technique had actually been unlocked by over 30%, even approaching 40%, as Jiren seriously entered a closed-door training mode not long after. He had already begun to touch upon the realm of the halberd. In the martial arts training ground, Jiren's speed of wielding the halberd was not fast, yet the onlooking siblings, Shi Shan and Shi Shui, felt as if there was some invisible, mysterious power entwined around the edge of the breaking soul halberd. Hall Master Zhu of the Shinong Hall is here to pay his respects, a sword guard came to report. Please invite him in. Hearing this, Jiren put down the large halberd in his hand, took the silk cloth handed to him by Shi Shui to wipe his sweat, and then saw Zhu Jia, who was about 1 meter tall, walking in with Lu Ji. Ha ha ha, Brother Shui Zhe, you have such good taste. I didn't know that you had such forging skills. Now the farming community is saying that you are a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Zhu Jia's face transformed into a red, smiling mask as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I can't be considered a celestial being. I'm just an ordinary farmer at best. Jiren chuckled and gestured for Zhu Jia and Lu Ji to come to a nearby elegant pavilion. Soon, Shi Shui served tea. I didn't know why Brother Zhu came today. What brings you here? Sigh. Brother, I was in seclusion for some time and missed some news. Just over a month ago, the state of Chu defeated the Qin army of 200,000, and they are now chasing after them, almost about to attack the capital of Qin. Oh. Jiren paused slightly while holding the teacup, and then said, it sounds like this could be good news for the farming community. But why does it seem like you're not very happy, brother? The farming community has a closer connection to the state of Chu compared to the state of Qin, as their territory was originally within Chu, and also because of Lord Chongping. Sigh, I want to be happy too. This should be a morale-boosting event. But for some reason, I have a bad premonition in my heart, especially since half a month ago when the state of Qin started to draft a large number of laborers again. My heart has been racing even faster, Zhu Jia said, curling up his small body on the seat, resting his chin on his hands, with a blue mask of worry on his face. Jiren subtly shook his head. He certainly knew where the Zhu family's uneasy premonition came from. It seemed that the state of Chu was currently at a great advantage. But in reality, this was only due to the betrayal of Chongping Jun, which allowed Chu to catch Qin off guard and stab in the back. However, one thing would not change. Qin's current hard power far exceeded that of Chu. After this major defeat, Ingzheng completely disregarded military ethics and directly mobilized 600,000 troops from various regions, crushing them with overwhelming numbers. Of course, after this battle, Qin was also severely weakened and took 3 years to barely recover. Ha ha ha! If the people of the world knew that you had this intention, they would surely find comfort in it. However, I have a saying for you, my younger brother. Those who are not in position should not concern themselves with politics. Such grand matters of the world are still too far from us. Our current task is to help the townspeople at the foot of the mountain get through this winter, which is the most important thing. That is true. Zhu family nodded in agreement. Although the farmers had left behind a batch of potatoes for seedlings after the last harvest, which had matured before the new year, relying solely on these was clearly far from enough to sustain so many people at the foot of the mountain. Whether it was potatoes or the curved plow, these all required time to fully take effect, even including the many good things in Jiren's hands. They all needed time to operate. So, this winter, the farmers were estimated to suffer a financial blow. Chapter 142. The Fall of the State of Chu, subscription requested. As expected, the state of Chu rose quickly but fell even faster. In 224 BC, just after a winter had passed, before the news of the great victory could even spread across the world, Wang Jian led an army of 600,000 to counterattack, resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. In the end, the capital of Chu, Shouchuan, was destroyed. The general of the Xiang clan, Xiang Yin, committed suicide, and King Fuchu of Chu was captured. The state of Chu was thus annihilated. The remaining forces of Chu supported Chongping Jun in retreating to Huainan and proclaimed him the new king of Chu, but this was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Not long after, the Qin army, led by Meng Wu, attacked, and soon news of Chongping Jun's defeat and suicide reached the farmers. Inside the heroic hall, the heroic leader summoned the heads of the 6 halls once again. This time, anyone could see the heavy look on Tianguang's face. Among the farmers, Tianguang was the most steadfast anti-Qin faction member, but this did not mean that everyone in the farmers group was united. Moreover, it was unclear how many people in the current anti-Qin alliance were truly sincere in opposing Qin. Let us not forget that within the anti-Qin alliance, There were figures like Chongping Jun of Chu, the Xiang clan, Prince Dan of Yin, and Zhang Liang, son of the Prime Minister of Han. These people were all part of the ruling or noble class of their respective states. Who knows whether they wanted to oppose Qin because they were dissatisfied with its tyranny, or because they wanted to restore their own states, or simply for revenge. In fact, how many common people truly care who their ruler is? For the common people, as long as they can live a good life, it doesn't matter who the king is. Furthermore, nowadays, many people claim that what Zheng is doing is tyranny, but in reality, despite his long-standing tyranny, there has never been a peasant uprising in any region, though there were many during the reign of Qin Ershi, and at most, only some areas experienced resistance from captured enemies. What does this represent? It represents that this so-called tyranny, this so-called heavy labor, has long been accustomed to by the people of this era. It was so during the spring and autumn period, so during the warring states period, and it is still so now in the Qin state. There is fundamentally no significant difference. As for the matter of Chu, I believe everyone is already clear. Tianguang said solemnly, "Alas, with the fall of Chu, there is no longer any state that can oppose Qin." The Zhu family once again showed a gloomy expression, equally filled with worry. This guy is also a cunning old fox, adept at speaking appropriately to different audiences, and this is vividly reflected in the Zhu family. "Shuize, what do you think?" Tianguang turned his gaze to Ji Run, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Clearly, he wanted to bring Ji Ren onto their side, as Ji Ren's current influence could be considered that of a contemporary sage if he joined the anti-Qin cause. It would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Qin's prestige and would also help them gather like-minded individuals. However, Ji Ren only softly replied, "This matter is of great significance, and the situation of the world is far from something our farmers can change. Rather than getting entangled in this, it will be better to first think of ways to help the people in the eastern county live well. A good man should aspire to the heavens. How can he be content with this small place?" Tianguang snorted coldly. "Ji Ren, he has discovered a common flaw among the people of this era. They habitually speak in exaggerated terms. At first, it may just be talk, but over time, these people can easily deceive themselves. Damn it. The entire Dongjun has become a mere speck in your mouth. Why don't you fly up to the sky?" Soon, Tianguang seemed to realize the inappropriate nature of his words and clear his throat, saying, "Ahem, however, what the Master of Waterhall says is not without reason. The spring plowing is about to begin this year. Master Kuei, how are you preparing on your side?" Tiami stood up, twisting her waist, and gently replied, in response to Hero Kuei, "Everything is ready. Speaking of which, this matter is largely thanks to Master of Waterhall. If it weren't for Master of Waterhall creating the curved plow and the method of fermenting fertilizer, the farmers this year wouldn't have the capability to cultivate so much land." As she spoke, Tiami slowly walked towards Ji-Run, twisting her waist, and then unexpectedly took a puff of smoke, gently blowing it into Ji-Ren's face, looking quite flirtatious. However, Ji-Run lightly tapped the table, suddenly grinning at Tianmi, and said, "Master Tianmi, if you use your foggy techniques on me again next time, I thank you and I can have a good discussion on medical principles." Saying this, Ji-Ren gently waved his hand. A breeze blew by. In the next moment, the smoke that was swirling in front of Ji-Ren suddenly vanished. It wasn't the wind that dispersed the smoke, but all the smoke had completely disappeared. Tianmi and the other hall masters changed their expressions upon seeing this. Then, they saw Tianmi regain her smile and softly say, "Oh, I've heard that Master of Waterhall learned an incredibly exquisite medical skill during his travels in the western foreign lands. Today, I truly admire you." After saying this, Tianmi twisted her waist again and returned to her seat. But at this moment, her heart was far from as calm as it appeared. Tianmi's martial arts. The foggy technique could be combined with the special mist made from the poison of poppies to cast powerful illusions. It could be said that the power of this martial art relied heavily on the mist. However, now Ji-Run could easily dispel the effect of her mist, which meant that in the future, when facing Ji-Run, her martial arts would likely have no effect at all. After discussing the spring plowing matters, the 6 hall masters each departed. Ji-Ren led the Zhu family to a vast piece of farmland. "Brother Shuize, what exactly were those seeds you gave me last time? You even specially arranged for both Gongong Hall and my Shinnong Hall to cultivate so much land." "Ha ha, just wait and see, my brother. Some of these things will ensure that more common people won't freeze to death, while the other part will bring in a nice little profit for both our halls." Ji-Ren laughed and teased. Seeing this, the Zhu family could only shake their heads helplessly. "By the way, brother, I have something here Perhaps we can collaborate on it. Ji-Run is determined to establish a trading caravan in the rural areas. Although the current policy is to prioritize agriculture over commerce, it is undeniable that trade can indeed bring them wealth. As for why Ji-Rin seeks to collaborate with the Zhu family, it is primarily because the Zhu family is currently the most well-connected and knowledgeable group in the agricultural sector. Secondly, Ji-Rin wants to reciprocate kindness. Last time at Chiyu Hall, when forging weapons, Ji-Rin merely mentioned that he lacked materials, and the Zhu family immediately went all out to help him search for rare materials. This favor has been remembered by Ji-Rin. Chapter 143. A year passes in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. For the people living near Days Mountain, this year may have been the happiest one they have experienced in their lives. After the Qin state destroyed the Chu state, there was no longer any enemy that could threaten them, and the absence of enemies meant the absence of war. Without war, the people within the Qin territory no longer had to serve in the military every year. They only needed to perform a month of corvée labor. Moreover, after this year, potatoes have begun to mature widely across the land. Although some remote areas may receive the news slowly, this certainly does not apply to the Days Mountain region. Since the second half of last year, it has become rare to hear news of people dying from hunger in the Dongjun area. In addition, last year, many new and interesting things appeared throughout the Dongjun area. First, a stunning beauty named Lien Yi, whose looks and talents rivaled those of a courtesan, suddenly appeared in the most famous gold vault of Dongjun, the Zue Menglu. This attracted countless officials and nobles, which not only made Zue Menglu popular, but also brought substantial profits to its secret controllers, the Shenong Hall. Secondly, at the beginning of last year, a restaurant called occur.One restaurant emerged in Dongjun. Its biggest feature was that it opened multiple branches throughout Dongjun at the same time. The main building of occur.One restaurant specializes in various rare delicacies, said to be not only incredibly delicious, but also infused with exotic flavors, drawing countless people to it. The branches, on the other hand, focus on various inexpensive dishes that are not only tasty, but also have one major characteristic. They are heavily oiled. In this era with very little oil, people were more inclined to indulge in the cheap offerings rather than savor the taste. In the upper echelons of society, a type of salt known as Shuihua fine salt has also been circulating quietly. This salt is salty but not harsh, with a snow-white color resembling winter snowflakes. Hence the name. However, due to its low production and high price, it has not yet become widely circulated. Finally, just before last winter, the rumored agricultural immortal introduced another rare item to the world, known as cotton. It is said that clothing made from this material can keep a person warm even in heavy snow and cold winds. Although this item is available, it is not sold externally. Instead, it is distributed to the people of Days Mountain and Dongjun through labor exchange. Therefore, to obtain cotton before winter, one must work in the towns near Days Mountain. As a result, after just one winter, the towns that had almost become ruins due to war now show signs of returning to prosperity. Coupled with the headquarters of occur.One restaurant located here, one can almost see various officials and nobles coming and going daily in carriages. Shuai's, it's time to set off. In the martial arts arena of Gonggong Hall, Ji-Run, holding the soul-breaking spear, sweated profusely. The spear, measuring 235.7 centimeters in length and weighing 61 jin, felt light and agile in his hands, completely unlike how an ordinary person would handle it. After a year of training, Ji-Rin's breaking army heart technique has once again made a breakthrough. Reaching the 7th level, combined with the powerful cells within him, his internal martial arts cultivation is now profoundly deep, making it hard to imagine. Moreover, the soul-breaking spear technique has been fully unlocked by him, and now Ji-Rin is gradually transforming it into his own style, advancing towards a new realm. Hearing the voices of the Zhu family outside, Ji-Rin put down the soul-breaking halberd and replied, "Brother Zhu, please wait a moment." "Sure, Sean. Sure, Shui. Please help me entertain Master Zhu." The purpose of the Zhu family's visit today is quite simple. It is to inform Ji-Ran that the county governor of Dongjun sent a message yesterday to recommend a distinguished guest for him today. As for how Ji-Ren and the Zhu family got in touch with the county governor, that dates back to the initial establishment of their relationship, when the Zhu family started selling snowflake salt. After a moment, Ji-Ren finished his preparations. When he arrived outside, Dian Xing and the 12 sword guards had already prepared the horses and carriages. This time, Ji-Ren would be traveling separately from his Zhu family. After a year of training, the strength of the 12 sword guards had deepened significantly, and their teamwork had improved as well. Although Jianxing couldn't sense any changes due to his hard training, one could still glimpse some signs from his increasingly youthful appearance. However, compared to Shan and Shui, their progress was still relatively slow. Although Ji-Ren did not bring the two little ones along this time, it did not mean they were lacking in strength. On the contrary, it was precisely because the two little ones were gradually growing and were currently in a period of rapid improvement that Ji-Ren had not allowed them to go out for several months to avoid delaying their training. Dianqing was driving the horses, and the one being driven was still Qi-Lang. During this time, Qi-Lang had been secretly eating spiritual herbs and ginseng, which had made him significantly more robust than when he first started. With such a physique, it would be a pity not to pull a carriage. The 12 sword guards escorting the carriage had almost become a standard configuration for Ji-Ren's outings. Coupled with Ji-Ren's reputation in Dongjun at this time, when Ji-Ren's carriage appeared in the town at the foot of the mountain, it truly caused a stir wherever it went. Look, it's the carriage of the master of Shui Zhe. May Lord Nong Xian bless us. I hope this year will be smooth and prosperous. In this era, the frenzy of idol worship was no less than in later generations. Upon seeing Ji-Ren's carriage, the surrounding commoners reacted with surprise and excitement, some even showing reverence, while others knelt down in worship. Among them, the most fervent were the young women, who seemed eager to rush towards the carriage. Women in this era were not at all conservative, especially since it was not yet the real Qin dynasty. Just think of the fishnet stockings and high heels in Qin Shimingyu, which already hinted at the prevailing trends. However, the 12 sword guards did not dare let these people in, not out of fear of assassins, but because they had previously allowed a beautiful woman to rush onto the carriage, and then, at that time, Shui, who was also on the carriage, had directly thrown the woman off. He had then looked at the 12 sword guard with the same gaze one would give a corpse for several days. Since then, the 12 sword guards had begun to strictly enforce their duties, not allowing anyone in. Dianqing, being blind, had developed a keener sense of hearing, beyond merely distinguishing sounds. He could even discern the emotions and feelings of the speakers. So when he heard the chaotic, excited, respectful, and admiring voices around him, for the first time since losing his sight, Dianqing felt the urge to see this flourishing world again. Chapter 144. The arrival of the big shot. Subscription requested. Before long, Qi-Lang stopped in front of a luxurious 3-story restaurant. This was the Wanchuan restaurant built by Ji-Ren. Initially, at the border of Europe and Africa, Ji-Ren had unexpectedly collected a lot of African spices, which he had cultivated and matured, and were just right for him to use now. In the world of Qin, cooking existed, but was not mainstream due to a lack of oil. Ji-Ren extracted vegetable oil from soybeans and combined it with the so-called snowflake salt and various spices from Africa, thus creating delicious dishes full of exotic flavors. Moreover, the alcohol of this era mostly had a stringent taste. So Ji-Ren used methods from later generations to brew a number of low-alcohol fruit wines and a small amount of strong liquor, which made Wanchuan Restaurant famous. Wanchuan Restaurant was currently managed by another 5-star disciple, Zhengguang. Until now, Ji-Ren still hasn't uncovered all the hidden assassins of the Luo network within the Gonggong Hall, but the Wanchuan Restaurant itself is really just a place for making money. Unlike the Zhuai Meng building, which hides many secrets. So even if Zhengguang is indeed an undercover agent of the Luo network, it doesn't have much impact on Ji-Ren. The two hall masters are in the small Han private room on the top floor. As soon as Ji-Ren walked in the Wanchuan restaurant, Zhengguang hurriedly approached and whispered to him. The Wanchuan restaurant is divided into 3 levels, each with different consumption levels. The first floor mostly caters to ordinary wealthy merchants and officials. The second floor features a viewing platform, where performers are invited from the Zhuai Meng building every day, and generally only those with a fortune can enter. The third floor has only 24 private rooms, each named after one of the 24 solar terms, with dedicated staff to serve each room. Ji-Ren ascended to the third floor. Ji-Ren immediately spotted the Dongjun governor waiting outside the door, and this scene caused a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It was quite remarkable that a governor would willingly wait outside, and judging by his appearance, he seemed quite honest. It seemed that the distinguished guest who had come this time was not simple at all. Zhu Jia, standing beside him, also glanced at Ji-Ren, clearly having the same thought. When Ji-Ren and Zhu Jia approached the governor, the Dongjun governor's gaze flickered as he looked at Ji-Ren, seemingly wanting to remind him of something. However, before he could speak, a voice suddenly came from within the private room. Since the esteemed guest has arrived, why not enter? Upon hearing this, the governor immediately fell silent. With a hint of curiosity, Ji-Ren pushed open the large door. Dianqing and the 12 sword guards intended to follow, but they were blocked by the governor's hand. The 12 sword guards' expressions darkened, but at that moment, Ji-Ren said, All right, since the governor doesn't want you to go in, you can wait here for now. Yes. As he pushed open the private room door, two figures immediately came into Ji-Ren's view. When he clearly saw the faces of these two men, Ji-Ren was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? You two brothers look somewhat familiar. The two people in the private room had extremely unique auras. The man sitting at the table had a resolute face and appeared to be wearing only a thin white robe, yet he exuded a sense of overwhelming power. The other stood behind him, holding a long sword, with a stern expression and a straight back, resembling a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed. Although there was only one person, he seemed capable of standing against an army. Ingzheng and Gainya. These two had actually come incognito to Dongjun. Damn it, were you two big shots appearing a bit too early? I've heard much about you gentlemen. At this moment, Ji-Ren could only brace himself and approach. Although Zhu Jia did not know the identities of these two, he claimed to have 1,000 faces and naturally sensed something was amiss. I've long admired the name of the farming immortal. Is this the head of the gnome family, Zhu Jia? Please take a seat. Upon seeing Ji-Ren, Ingzheng gestured for the two to sit down. Ingzheng was a person who did not smile, and even a simple, courteous gesture from him carried an air of authority. What does the farming immortal think of the world today? As expected of Ingzheng, he got straight to the point, and such direct words almost caught Ji-Ren off guard. Please don't joke. If you wish, just call me Shuizhe. As for the world, he chuckled, not hiding anything from the gentleman. The world is vast. I only wish to do something for the people within my capabilities. That's all. Oh, if you want to help the people, why not enter the court and become an official? The gnome family is the family of the world, not just a family of one dynasty. Ji-Ren spoke calmly. At this moment, Ji-Ren was extremely grateful that it was the Warring States period. If it were in another dynasty, based on these words alone, he would probably have been hacked to death on the spot. But in this era of 100 schools contending, his words were those of a person of high character. Even if Ingzheng was displeased, he couldn't find any faults. Ingzheng slightly furrowed his brow and continued, Today, as I walked here, I found that there are many disciples of the gnome family in Dongjun. With so many people gathered, are you not afraid of the Empire's suspicion? Do you know what benefits the common people gain by joining the gnome family? Benefits? Just the advantages. I would like to hear more. Ji-Ren picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. After a pause, he said, Aside from 2 meals a day, there is nothing else. Ingzheng furrowed his brow, as if he had thought of something. Isn't there already potatoes now? He asked. Yes. This incident has occurred after the introduction of potatoes, Ji-Ren sighed. Even with potatoes available, so many people still join the farmers for just 2 meals. One can imagine how the people's lives were before this. Ingzheng fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he couldn't help but question, could it be that the current policies of Qin are truly too burdensome for the people? To this, Ji-Ren replied with only one sentence. In chaotic times, harsh laws must be enforced. Ingzheng was taken aback by these words, as if he were savoring their meaning. The next moment, just as he was about to ask something further, a faint sound of air being sliced through suddenly filled the atmosphere. Immediately, Zhu Jia and Ji-Ren saw Gainya standing behind Ingzheng, drawing his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, and the three felt a flash of sword light before 2 arrowheads fell onto the table. Boom! The door to the private room burst open, and outside, Dianqing and the 12 sword guards heard the commotion and rushed in. Dianqing's massive figure moved like a tank, quickly reaching Ji-Ren's side, wielding twin blades and staring intently at Gainya and Ingzheng. The 12 sword guards swiftly occupied the room, taking positions in the beams and corners. 12 sharp swords were drawn, their gleaming edges flashing as they protected Ji-Ren, while heavily surrounding Gainya and Ingzheng. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. In an instant, even though Gainya knew that Ji-Ren was unlikely to attack them, he instinctively moved in front of Ingzheng, feeling an immense threat at that moment. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Ji-Ren spoke up to stop them. Hold on. Chapter 145, Mountain Road Ambush, subscription requested, everyone retreat. Master Zhu, please find someone to check the situation outside. Ji-Ren reached out to stop the 12 sword guards from confronting Gainya. Upon hearing Ji-Ren's command, the 12 sword guards sheathed their swords and, after apologizing to Gainya, retreated behind Ji-Ren. After this incident, whether the arrow just now was aimed at Ingzheng or Ji-Ren, it was clear that Ingzheng could no longer stay here. Before leaving, Ingzheng's expression was quite calm. It seemed he had experienced such things too many times and had long grown accustomed to them. Gainya, however, took a deep look at the 12 sword guards before departing. In the returning carriage, Ingzheng suddenly asked, What do you think of that person from just now? Gaia was silent for a moment before replying. This person is very well hidden. At least in terms of strength, that's the case. Oh, could it be that even you are not his match? Gaia said, in a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid, but the 12 guards confronting me just now are all top-tier experts. And if I'm not mistaken, the swords they hold, though not famous, are actually comparable to renowned swords. Gaia's insight was sharp. Interesting, 12 famous swords. With such a number, even the experts under Zhao would be envious if they knew. Ing Zheng said calmly. Do you think today's Qin can be considered a prosperous age? The ruler unifies the realm, and that should be considered a prosperous age. However, I feel that the farmer immortal just now was not wrong. A chaotic world should use strict laws. Brother Shuizhe, we still arrived a step too late. Missing the person and only leaving this. Lu Ji dragged a corpse and placed it in front of Jiren. The corpse had a dark complexion, clearly poisoned to death. The attacker was quite decisive. In fact, this person clearly had the opportunity to escape, but chose to commit suicide by poison instead. Such inhumane methods remind me of a certain place. The expression on Zhu Ji's face changed repeatedly before finally settling into a grimace. The web. Jiren helped him to speak the answer. Yes, the net of heaven and earth, with no gaps to escape. If the net is truly targeting the farmers, then it will be troublesome. However, upon hearing his words, Jiren coldly smiled and said, It's still uncertain whether that person just now wanted to attack me or another person. What do you mean, brother? Zhu's family was startled. It's nothing. Just handle this corpse. Be careful not to touch it directly with your hands. Although Jiren had given the 12 sword guards and Dianqing a dose of the 100 herb sutra liquid for a period of time, being immune to all poisons does not mean one can truly defend against all toxins. By the way, brother, who exactly were those two just now? Hey, who knows why the big shots from Xianyang City would come to our little Dongjun? Could that person be? Zhu's family gasped in shock, their expression changing to one of disbelief, but then quickly turned to panic, their face changing several times until they finally dared not think further. On the way back to Gonggong Hall, the group saw many black pigs lazily lying on the ground in the forest, digging out a pit to sleep in. These were all castrated pigs. Jiren had also let the farmer's disciples spread the method of castrating pigs, but this method still showed no immediate effect. Partly because there are very few pig farmers nowadays, as uncastrated pig meat is too gamey for the wealthy to buy, and the poor cannot afford it. Furthermore, due to the rough castration technique, it easily leads to infection, and for people in this era, a small piglet is still quite precious. Therefore, the method of castrating pigs can only be considered a nice addition for people in the world, and for now, is only widely spread in Days Mountain, with these in the forest being the first batch of experimental products. Just as the carriage reached the edge of a cliff, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, holding two swords and headed straight for Jiren's carriage. This attack was very sudden, and the attacker's strength was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, even the 12 sword guards and Dianqing could not react in time. Boom! The terrifying cross-sword energy shattered the carriage cover and shot towards Jiren's head. Protect the hall master. The closest Zishu's eyes instantly turned red as he shouted loudly. Everyone was about to draw their swords, but in the next moment, a circle of powerful internal energy ripples expanded outward, directly pushing the 12 sword guards back half a step. What deep internal energy! Both the 12 sword guards and the hidden figures were taken aback. The invisible pressure of internal energy covered the area like a large umbrella. It was only at this moment that everyone finally saw the situation on the carriage. In the air, the attacker holding two swords was around. Chubby figure with red eyes, crossing his swords and pushing down forcefully. However, what shocked everyone even more was Jiren below, because at that moment, he was using only his bare hands to block the dual sword energy from the attacker above. His profound internal energy was almost solidified in his palm, forming a barrier that even the sharpness of two famous swords could not penetrate. Looking at Tianxi's reddened eyes, Jiren furrowed his brow and shouted, "A CI, wake up!" Jiren's shout had no effect at all. Instead, it completely triggered Tianxi into a berserk mode. Although Tianxi was foolish, his talent for the sword far surpassed that of Jiren. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was the dual swords, Ganjiang and Moxie, ranked 5th in the sword ranking. So when Tianxi went fully berserk, the strength he displayed was something that very few in the entire known family could handle. Whoosh! Tianxi swung his sword, and the sword energy brushed past Jiren's ear, ultimately striking a large tree behind him. With a crack, the tree trunk, which was as thick as a volleyball, Broken response. Ganjiang was fierce, while Moxie was gentle. Just as Ganjiang was swung down, Tianxi's other hand had already maneuvered Moxie to pierce directly at Jiren's heart from a diagonal rear angle. Jiren sidestepped to avoid it and flicked his fingers, striking the sore body. With a clang, the sound reverberated. The finger of Jiren, condensed with profound inner strength, caused Tianxi's left hand, which was holding the sword, to tremble violently. Seizing this opportunity, Jiren's left hand, like flowing water, swiftly pierced into Tianxi's chest. The unyielding broken palm, known for its ability to instantly penetrate the wounds of its targets with its soft yet lethal energy, struck true, and with a loud bang, Tianxi was sent flying backward. Being hit by this palm, under the intense pain, Tianxi's rationality returned at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, a figure rushed in swiftly from the dense forest in the distance. Master of Water Marshal, please show mercy. Chapter 146, An Unexpected Visitor, Seeking Subscription. Master, my subordinate has failed in his duty. Tian Meng apologized as he left with Tianxi, and the 12 sword guards immediately knelt on one knee, their faces filled with shame. It's nothing. Although the second young master of the Tian family is foolish, his martial arts talent is not lacking. It's normal for you to overlook it for a moment, Jiren casually comforted. However, the 12 sword guards, including Dian Qing, did not share this view. For them, regardless of who the opponent was, to allow an attack on Jiren in their presence was a serious dereliction of duty. They had already suffered defeat once on the battlefield of Wei. Now, Jiren not only granted them new life and a new sense of existence, but also placed such great trust in them. If they failed again this time, they would truly have to take their own lives. At this moment, Jiren did not notice the mood of the 12 sword guards, because his attention was still focused on Tianxi, who had just attacked him. Although Tianxi was foolish, he had a kind heart, and it made no sense for him to suddenly strike at him. Unless someone had deliberately provoked him, he wouldn't have lost control. Interesting. Attacking me at this time is most likely to test my strength. But what is the purpose of testing my strength? Jiren did not think that the mastermind who stimulated Tianxi intended to use Tianxi's hand to eliminate him, unless he was insane. Let's go. First, return to Gonggong Hall. Inside Lushan Hall, after Tian Meng reprimanded Tianxi, he sent him to practice his sword. Tian Meng, however, stayed in the main hall, lost in thought. Strange, Xi usually never loses control for no reason. Why do you have a conflict with Shui Zhe today? However, this time, Xi inadvertently helped me out. I didn't expect that guy to hide so deeply. To prevent him from intervening later, it seems I need to make some arrangements on my side as well. The internal martial arts skills that Jiren just displayed indeed shocked Tian Meng. After all, Tian Meng's own internal martial arts level is roughly equivalent to the 7th or 8th layer of the Breaking Army Mind method. Internal martial arts cultivation is not a strong suit of farmers. Generally speaking, Taoist mind methods are more adept at internal skills. However, Jiren's peak 7th layer Breaking Army Mind method, combined with his unique physique, means his internal energy is almost double that of Tian Meng. And Jiren is still so young, it's no wonder Tian Meng feels alarmed. While Tian Meng was deep in thought, a small-framed Tian Zhong walked in. After entering, Tian Zhong first reported a few trivial matters, then seemingly casually shifted the topic to Jiren. Hall Master, about the Gonggong Hall. Let's set aside matters regarding the Gonggong Hall for now. With the current momentum of Shuai's, we should avoid the spotlight, Tian Meng interrupted with a wave of his hand. Just as Jiren had guessed, in the current time frame, unless someone was insane, it was impossible for anyone to take action against him. Tian Zhong, this sounds so familiar. Back at the Gonggong Hall, the 12 sword guards immediately entered training mode. Not long after, someone outside suddenly reported that the Tian family's young lady was visiting, and Jiren had someone invite her in. Tian Yin pays her respects to the hall master of Shuai's. Inside the hall, Jiren had someone serve tea, then looked at the pale-faced, delicate Tian Yin, as well as Tianxi, whom he had just seen not long ago, and asked, "What brings Miss Tian here?" Xi is reckless and has offended the hall master of Shuai's before, so Tian Yin, have brought him here to apologize on his behalf. I hope the hall master can forgive him. Xi, come apologize to the hall master of Shuai's. Tian Yin turned and shouted at Tianxi. Tianxi, who was nearby playing with the shoulder windmill, heard Tian Yin's voice and immediately pouted, then reluctantly walked up to Jiren and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Ha ha. Young master Tianxi is innocent. How could I be angry with him? Miss Tian, you are overthinking this. Jiren laughed heartily. Then I thanked the hall master of Shuai's. After a cup of tea, Tianyin set down the apology gift and left the Gongong Hall with Tian Ci. Watching Tianyan's departing figure, Ji-Ren's gaze gradually turned playful. On the other hand, Shi Shui beside Ji-Ren looked at Tianyan's graceful figure with admiration. Miss Tian Yin truly lives up to her reputation. She's indeed well-read and polite. What's wrong? Do you like her? Yes. Brother Shu Eyes, don't you like that kind of woman? I heard that Miss Tianyin is now called the female Guanzhong of the farmers. The entire Lushan Hall is well managed under her direction, whether it's internal management or external business. All of it is under Miss Tianyin's control. It's a pity that I heard she has a naturally weak constitution and cannot practice martial arts. As Shi Shui spoke, she sighed softly, seemingly feeling sorry for Tianyin. Hearing Shi Shui's words, Ji-Ren almost laughed out loud. After a moment, he reached out to pat Shi Shui's head and said gently, Shi Shui, today Big Brother will teach you something. When judging a person, never just look at their surface. You must learn to judge deeper from their daily behavior. Feeling Ji-Ren's big hand on her head, Shi Shui's pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. But when she heard Ji-Ren's next words, she was taken aback, just as she was about to ask what that meant. Ji-Ren had already turned and walked toward the direction of the horse stable. Not long after, a series of loud banging sounds and anguished cries echoed from the inner hall of the Gongong Hall. Everyone heard the commotion, and after a slight twitch of their ears, they resumed their tasks. They knew that the hall master was once again bonding with his mount. After a stick of incense, Ji-Ren adjusted his belt and walked out of the horse arena, feeling refreshed as he made his way to the training ground. He picked up the broken soul halberd and began to practice. Now, Ji-Ren's halberd technique had reached the level described by the elder of the main warriors, just a thin membrane away from the realm of comprehension. With a stroke of luck, he could break through at any moment. Without luck, he might just have to look up like a sycophant, yearning for something unattainable. Thus, several days passed in tranquility. Before he knew it, autumn was nearing its end. On this day, Ji-Ren called in the Zhu family in Lu Ji and also invited Situ Wanli from the Siyue Hall, planning to hold a barbecue party at the Gongong Hall. The black pigs that were castrated earlier had finally matured. Barbecue parties are not uncommon for people in this era, so the Zhu family readily agreed. However, the guests that Zhu family brought midway were greatly unexpected by Ji-Ren. Chapter 147. The Assassins Are Fierce. Subscription requested, Brother Shu Eyes. Let me introduce you. No need, if I don't even recognize the renowned Lu Sha in the martial world, it would make me seem rather ignorant. Ji-Ren watched as Wei Zhuang and Qi Lian walked in behind the Zhu family, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't surprised. Although he had long known that the Zhu family had secretly engaged in numerous dealings with Lu Sha, he truly hadn't expected Wei Zhuang to arrive at the Nong family today, and even be willing to come along with the Zhu family. Oh, the legendary Nong Xian of the famous Nong family can actually know about our little assassin organization? Wei Zhuang's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of indifference to life amidst its dominance. No wonder he could kill someone's father and still deeply captivate the daughter. Ha ha ha! When one is enraged, the lords tremble. When one is at peace, the world rests. If even the renowned disciples of Zongheng can only be considered a small organization, then the Nong family can at most be regarded as a rabble. Since you're here, please take a seat. Ji-Ren reached out and led everyone to the square outside the Gongong Hall. Since a barbecue party was prepared for tonight, there were hardly any tables and chairs, just a layer of cloth spread on the ground. When Wei Zhuang walked in, his attention was immediately drawn to the 12 sword guards and the long swords they carried on their backs. The humble abode was simple, and Ji-Ren asked Mr. Wei Zhuang not to mind. There were quite a few people here tonight. In addition to the 12 sword guards, Dianqing, Shan, and Shi Shui, even the Lion King and Leopard King had joined in, and even the 100-man guard team was having a great time in the square. Lamb, beef from an accidentally killed cow, and just ripened black pig were all prepared in advance, according to Ji-Ren's recipe. As soon as everyone took their seats, the aroma wafted through the square, reaching 100 meters away. The Gongong Hall disciples on night watch outside couldn't help but drool. They had long heard that the farmer and immortal had superb culinary skills, and seeing it today, it truly lived up to the reputation. A chef brought over the grilled meat skewers, and a delightful aroma filled the air. Even Qi Lian, who was once a Korean princess, couldn't help but salivate upon smelling it. Let's skip the title of immortal farmer. If Mr. Qi Lian thinks it's appropriate, just call me Shui Zhe. As for culinary skills, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. Most of us farmer disciples are just ordinary people. In life, we just seek something to eat. So I apologize for the laughter. Haha, ordinary people can't brew such fine wine. Wei Zhuang took a sip of his drink and slowly spoke. "Ha, I'm glad Mr. Wei Zhuang likes it," Ji Ren replied, then suddenly glanced at the top of a nearby tree branch and said, "That friend over there, would you like to join us for a taste?" Upon hearing this, the white phoenix on the branch slightly turned its head to look over. Then its figure gently flashed and floated down like a feather. Qi Lian was slightly surprised at this scene. She remembered that the white phoenix seemed to never enjoy such occasions. "Well, Master Shuizhe, I must say I'm impressed with you today. I didn't expect the meat from this black pig, after being castrated, to be so fragrant and sweet," Lu Ji remarked, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. "This is pig meat?" Qi Lian exclaimed, her face showing a look of astonishment. Wei Zhuang also turned his head slightly to take a look. The strong odor of pig meat was almost common knowledge in today's era. Ji Ren took a sip of wine and explained, "The gamey smell of pork mainly comes from a hormone secreted in their bodies, but if they are castrated, this hormone will decrease. At the same time, it also reduces the pig's activity, allowing fat to accumulate in their bodies, resulting not only in more fatty meat, but also a bit of sweetness. Hey, it's just a little trick, nothing to mention, nothing to mention." He spoke with a touch of arrogance. Qi Lian listened in confusion. Although she used to be a princess, this kind of knowledge was clearly beyond her. Wei Zhuang, on the other hand, quietly enjoyed his fine wine. As a disciple of Zongheng, Wei Zhuang's intelligence was always sharp, but one could only say that everyone has their own expertise. The atmosphere at the barbecue party was lively and pleasant. Although the trio from Lusha had joined at the last minute, for those like Wei Zhuang and Ji Ren, many things could already be taken lightly. Just like tonight's banquet, Wei Zhuang didn't have many other thoughts before coming. He was simply a bit curious about Ji Ren, and that was all. However, as the banquet progressed into the latter half, the ears of several experts present perked up at the same time. It seemed that you were encountering some trouble. Wei Zhuang took another sip of wine and had to admit that the wine here indeed tasted good, perhaps even better than the orchid brew from Zilangquan. Ji Ren naturally heard the faint sounds coming from outside the Gonggong Hall. To be honest, at this moment, Ji Ren's mind was blank. He glanced at Wei Zhuang, Qi Lian, and Bai Feng beside him. Then he looked over at the Zhu family, Lu Ji, and Situ Wanli on the other side. After that, he looked at the gathered 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, and Shi Shan, Shi Shui. Finally, there were the 100-man guard team in the distance, along with the Lion King and the Leopard King. This. Ji Ren couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't understand. He didn't know which brave person dared to cause trouble at Gonggong Hall tonight. Who gave them the courage? "Do you need help?" Wei Zhuang asked. "It's just a small problem. There's no need for Lu Sha to take action." Ji Ren gave a look to the distant Leopard King and Lion King, and soon the two quietly led 50 guards out. These people were enough to handle the troubles outside. Although the current 100-man guard team, aside from the Lion King and Leopard King, lacks top-tier experts, it is important to remember that this 100-man guard team used to be the most ferocious Wei Wu soldiers. Moreover, since coming to the known family, their training has increased rather than decreased, and their food has improved by several levels. Today, a one-on-one battle with them may not be something a person from the martial world can handle, but if they move in formation, even 102nd or 3rd-tier martial world assassins would not be enough to take on these 50 guards. Before long, the Lion King and Leopard King returned with the guards. Looking at their reaction, it was completely unlike that of someone who had just experienced a battle, as their clothes were not even stained with blood. Their movements were measured and disciplined. Mr. Shuizhe's guard team is quite formidable. Wei Zhuang, who had once been the general of South Korea, was no stranger to the aura of an army. "Mr. Wei Zhuang, please don't laugh. These people were once prisoners of war from the Wei Kingdom, and by coincidence, they ended up here to make a living." "I see. Speaking of which, Mr. Shuizhe, are those people over there also guards from your Gonggong Hall?" Chapter 148. The web operation. Please subscribe. Swish. Almost as soon as Wei Zhuang's voice fell, a figure outside the corner of the Gonggong Hall courtyard suddenly changed color. With a light push of the toes on the ground, it shot away like a light breeze into the distance. In the dark night, people could only see a fleeting shadow. Whoosh! This time, without Ji Ren's reminder. Mao Tu and Wu Ma had already taken off in pursuit like the wind. These two were the fastest among the 12 sword guards, but even so, for a time, they could only keep pace with the distant figure that was spying and could not completely catch up. Clang! Clang! Seeing this, the two drew their swords from their sheaths. The clear sound of the swords echoed in the air, and the two famous swords, Mao Guang and Zhu Jian, slashed out two sword energies that crossed each other and shot forward like lightning towards the figure ahead. The figure ahead changed expression and hurriedly turned to draw its sword to block, but in the rush, facing two experts at once. It could only block one strike and was hit by the other sword on the shoulder. The person let out a muffled grunt and then retreated directly, disappearing into the darkness. Mao Tu and Wu Ma both snorted coldly, ready to continue the pursuit. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from behind the two, moving as fast as an arrow released from a bow. However, Mao Tu and Wu Ma only felt a gust of wind brush past their faces. What incredible lightness skill! The two were startled. While in the distance, Bai Feng had already flashed several times and was now just 5 or 6 meters behind the spy. The spy's handsome face gradually wore a mask of pain. Is it necessary? Is it necessary for you to treat me this way? At this moment, the spy wanted to shout out loud. He prided himself on his lightness skill, but now, under the pursuit of the figure in white behind him, he felt completely insignificant. But this was not what was truly frightening. What was truly terrifying was that the 3 people chasing him were not even the strongest there. He would never forget the feeling of being watched by the 2 shadows, one black and one white, in the center of that courtyard. At that moment, he felt as if he were not seeing 2 people, but rather an enchanting and domineering sword that reached the heavens, along with an army that emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Suddenly, the spy's uninjured left shoulder felt a sharp pain. He did not know when, but a feather had pierced deeply into his flesh like a hidden weapon, and the internal energy on it had already destroyed his internal meridians. Seeing this, the spy could only helplessly pull out a golden peony flower. Bai Feng, who was chasing after him, looked at this scene with a hint of curiosity. With a flash of golden light, Bai Feng and the 2 behind him, Mao Guang and Zhu Jian, squinted their eyes slightly. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the enemy had already vanished without a trace. Military formations. Mao Tu and Wu Ma frowned. Compared to Bai Feng, they had served as officials in the military and naturally understood the tricks used by the spy better. Retreat. Mao Tu and Wu Ma turned around without hesitation. Military formations have all sorts of miraculous aspects. It is like an impenetrable military formation. Unless a large army is sent to flatten the area nearby, there is no chance of finding the opponent. Bai Feng took a final glance downwards, found nothing, and then returned to the Gonggong Hall as well. Hall Master, my subordinates have failed in their duties. Mao Tu and Wu Ma were very angry. This was already the 2nd time. If this continued, their 12 sword guards would really become useless. It's fine. Ji-Run waved his hand dismissively, signaling the 2 to leave first. The guards around Mr. Mizuki seemed quite formidable. Mizuki looked at the departing Usagi and Uma, or rather, at the Usagi light and Koden behind them, and suddenly said with a hint of meaning, "Haha, isn't Mr. Wei Zhuang the same? Feng Wu Lu Huan, it's wonderful." Whether it was the assassins who appeared at the beginning or the onlookers who emerged later, for Ji Ren and Wei Zhuang, it was merely a small interlude. Even their mood for drinking wasn't affected. The banquet continued until midnight, when Liu Sha and the Zhu family members finally took their leave. Not long after several people left, it suddenly started to rain. At first, it was just a few small droplets, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a torrential downpour. Qi Ring, who was still inside, pondering what had gotten into this group of assassins tonight, suddenly had a flash of inspiration when he saw the heavy rain outside. He remembered, could it be tonight? If so, could it be that those guys from Luo Wang think I might cause trouble? So they sent someone to the Gonggong Hall to stir things up? No way, right? If Ji-Ren remembered correctly, Luo Wang seemed to have organized an assassination attempt on the hero, and it was on a rainy night. Connecting the dots, Ji-Ren went to sleep peacefully. What? Going to save the hero? What a joke! If you didn't know better, you'd think he had some secret relationship with Tianguang. On a rainy night, deep in the Daze Mountain, a silent assassination was underway. Ever since Tian Meng reported his thoughts to the Luo network, this assassination had been planned for a long time. Tonight was chosen because the heavy rain could cover all traces. The situation was similar to the original plot, to conceal the identity of Mr. Jin, transformed from Wu Quan. Tianguang chose to sacrifice himself. The next day, morning, the entire farming community was engulfed by a huge uproar. The hero was missing. As the leader of the 100,000 disciples of the farming community, the disappearance of the hero was undoubtedly it seemed the impact wasn't that great. Because in fact, the hero's influence mainly resided in the 6 halls. As for the lower-level disciples, when Tian Meng went out this morning, the conversation he overheard went something like this. Hey, have you heard? It seems our hero has gone missing. What? The hero is actually missing? How could this happen? Isn't he? Right. Who is the hero again? You don't even know who the hero is? He's the highest leader of our farming community. Oh, I know about that, but compared to that, I want to know, is the Water Hall Master okay? Water Hall Master? He's fine. Oh, then that's good. Hey, but the hero is our highest leader. Do you know how much impact his disappearance will have on the farming community? If he goes missing, it means we have no one to lead us. Then let the Waterhall Master manage things. I wholeheartedly agree. And if that doesn't work, I can lend a foot. What? The Waterhall Master, but he is. Good idea. Hee hee. Passing Tianming. I swear this situation is not what I imagined. Chapter 149. The Initial Chaos. Subscription requested. In the east, an anomaly appeared, disturbing the heavenly signs. Deep within the Yin-Yang family, beneath a vast and boundless zodiac star map, the moon goddess, with her purple hair draped over her shoulders and a veil covering her face, suddenly heard a voice in her ear. The moon goddess opened her eyes for meditation, looked up at the starry sky above her, and after a moment, nodded slightly and said, I will send someone to the east to investigate. This anomaly may be detrimental to our grand plan, and if necessary, we can obey the heavenly decree. Yes, you seem to have something on your mind? Qi Lian spoke. I'm just glad that the world has one more interesting enemy, Wei Zhuang replied. Enemy? Are you talking about Mr. Shui Zhe? He will become our enemy? Qi Lian seemed a bit confused. The flowing sand can be enemies with anyone in the world. Glop, glop, glop. The sound of urgent horse hooves came from behind. Wei Zhuang's brow slightly moved, and Qi Lian immediately understood. Like a snake, she threw the Qi Lian sword, and the rider fell to the ground. Before the person could react, Qi Lian walked up and asked this little brother, in such a hurry, where are you going? Qi Lian used some secret technique, and soon the person's eyes became vacant, mumbling, the hero is missing. The 6 hall masters are urgently gathering heads of various farming communities back to Day's Mountain for a meeting. Upon hearing this, Qi Lian's expression slightly changed. Meanwhile, Wei Zhuang's lips gradually curled up. Interesting, let me see how you will handle this little trouble. Although due to Ji Ren's influence, the disappearance of hero Tianguang did not cause as much of an impact as originally expected. It still caused considerable unrest among the high-ranking members of the 6 halls of the farming community and some of the various schools allied with them. For example, the Mo family, which had previously formulated the Qinglong plan with Tianguang. No wonder they are called the farming community's agricultural immortals in just a few years. They managed to develop a place once ravaged by war into such a prosperous area. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe. The small town at the foot of Day's Mountain has already undergone several expansions, its area even larger than that of an ordinary city. In this era, the best way to reflect the prosperity of a region is to look at the flow of people there. During the Warring States period, the total population of Central Plains was only about 25 million. Under these circumstances, only peaceful and prosperous areas would attract more visitors. At this moment, looking at the constant stream of carriages and people passing by her side, the Snow Woman couldn't help but express her heartfelt admiration. She once thought that the Mo family's mechanism city was already a paradise. But now, compared to the farming community, the Mo family's mechanism city seems small in scale. In heaven and on earth, the agricultural immortal Shui Zhe. To receive such a title, one must naturally possess extraordinary means. Dressed in white, with a cold demeanor, Gao Jinli spoke. We've arrived. Just then, the Mo family patriarch, draped in a black robe, stopped in his tracks between the two. Gao Jinli looked up, and in the next second, he saw a rare expression of surprise on the eternally expressionless face of the patriarch. While the Snow Woman beside the patriarch couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Wow, the Wanchuan Tavern. The patriarch is ready to spend big this time. The Mo family has never been a wealthy sect. After all, their disciples are mainly wanderers, commonly known as rascals. Although they indeed have a heart for justice, that has nothing to do with making money. Moreover, the Mo family's research on mechanism techniques is itself a money-consuming endeavor. So in the past, Mo family disciples have become accustomed to traveling in simple attire, commonly known as nothing at all. However, Wanchuan Tavern now claims to earn a fortune daily. And for Mo family members, to enter Wanchuan Tavern is undoubtedly a great luxury. The 3 of them sat down on the first floor, ordered a few small dishes, and began to eavesdrop on the conversations of the surrounding guests. Hey, have you heard? Isn't that obvious? Nowadays, who in the entire Eastern County hasn't heard about this? The hero of the farming community has gone missing, stirring up the entire Eastern County. It is said that the high-ranking members of the farming community just held a meeting a few days ago, but unfortunately, it ended in discord. Ah, is that so? Hee hee. Now, it is said that the 6 halls of the farming community have already started planning to compete for the position of hero. What about the Waterhall Master? The Waterhall Master. He seems to have not even shown up at this meeting. It is said that when someone called for him, they were informed that the Waterhall Master was undergoing surgery. I don't even know what kind of surgery is more important than the Six Halls meeting. Wanchuan Restaurant is currently a popular place among the notable figures of Dongjun. The people here are equally gossipy, but due to their status, the accuracy of the gossip is generally higher, which is also why the leader of the Mahis school chose this place. The Mahis leader once collaborated with the farmer's hero, Xia Kuei, to formulate the Qinglong plan, but only the two of them knew about it. No, now there should be two more people from the farmer's side, because several years ago, Tianguang had sent a message informing that he had entrusted the plan to two people from the farmer's side. Leader, do you think that Mr. Shuai's could possibly? The possibility is slim, because when the hero sent me the message, Mr. Shuai's was still traveling in the western foreign lands. He cannot be the heir of the Qinglong plan. The Mahist leader shook his head. In fact, he secretly hoped that Jiren was also the heir of the Qinglong plan, because if so, it would mean that this farmer immortal was also part of their group. Given Jiren's current standing in the hearts of the people, if he were to join, it would likely boost the entire alliance's strength several times over an instant. However, I will find an opportunity to meet this farmer immortal and test whether the hero has also passed the Qinglong plan to him. The farmer's side had already believed that chaos was beginning to emerge due to the infiltration of the web. Now, with the hero's disappearance, the internal strife among the high-ranking members of the farmer's side has intensified, and at this moment, Jiren was focused on a surgery, eye transplant surgery. Eye transplant surgery is not considered a high-end procedure. If rated, it would be about level 15. Currently, the highest medical skill level on Earth is rated at level 8. Jiren had already mastered this technique in the previous world. However, the reason it was delayed until today for Dianqing's eye transplant was mainly due to the complex preparations involved. Matching the new eyeballs, surgical instruments, disinfectants, and nourishing solutions for the eyeballs, as well as the most troublesome surgical environment. These tasks were not difficult, but extremely time-consuming. In comparison, the difficulty of the surgery itself was the easiest part for Jiren. Chapter 150. Eye transplant surgery, subscription requested. Before him was a sea of darkness. For Dianqing, this was a long-lost experience. Many people think that a blind person's world is one of darkness, but that is not entirely accurate, as darkness is a form of color. A blind person's world is more akin to emptiness, much like what one sees when closing one eye while the other is open. The surgery was very successful. With a specially formulated solution prepared by Jiren, Dianqing's surgical wounds healed quickly, but due to the long time spent without sight, he still needed some time to adapt. Once he gradually adjusted to the darkness before him, Dianqing found himself in a room with some light, though still dim. About half an hour later, Dianqing slowly stepped out of the room. There were quite a few people waiting outside, as prior to this, apart from Jiren, no one knew what he had taken Dianqing in for. However, after Dianqing had been inside for more than half a month, it naturally piqued the curiosity of others. Yet, no one could have imagined that their next encounter with Dianqing would end up like this. At first, when people saw Dianqing, they didn't notice anything unusual because he was still the same Dianqing, with a muscular build loved by the Hall Master. His hunchback unchanged and his nose, eyes, ears. But then, everyone finally noticed something was off. How is this possible? The 12 sword guards widened their eyes. Several of them had been comrades with Dianqing and naturally knew the condition of his eyes. Dianqing's eyes had been damaged by a sword energy during a battle, not from a typical illness leading to blindness. They had seen Dianqing's eyeballs before, which were already dead. Logically speaking, there should have been no possibility of recovery. Dianqing paid no mind to the gazes of others. After stepping out the door, he scanned the surroundings. Although he had never seen Jiren's appearance before, he still recognized him at a glance. Fishing in a pavilion not far away, Dianqing paying respects to the Hall Master. Dianqing approached Jiren and knelt on one knee, speaking in a deep voice. No need for formalities. How do you feel? Jiren smiled gently. A long-lost feeling. That's good. Although healing your eyes may give you an additional weakness in the future, I feel that it would be a pity not to witness the splendor of this vast world with your own eyes while living. Hall Master, perhaps that was true before, but it won't be the case anymore, Dianqing replied confidently. Jiren was also taken aback, but soon understood the meaning of the words and laughed. Haha. So it seems I misspoke. To see the light again, even for a warrior like Dianqing, was a matter that could hardly be controlled in terms of emotions, and it even began to subtly change his character. Is there still a commotion over at Shirshan and the heroic hall? Jiren turned to ask in another direction. After several years of growth, Shirshan and Shirshui were no longer the children they once were. Shui had become a young woman, while Shan had become much more composed. Yes, Brother Shuai's, I heard from Hall Master Zhu that several halls over there are still fighting. Shan had a scar at the corner of his eye, a remnant from a past mission. Since that's the case, let's go join the fun. Otherwise, it's not good to let outsiders see us farmers as a joke. With that, Jiren put down his fishing rod, stood up, and Shui immediately came over to drape a white fur coat over his shoulders. The 12 sword guards lined up, closely following Jiren on both sides. At the heroic hall, the main seat of the hall master was vacant, and the positions of the 6 hall masters on either side were now filled by 5 people. Tian Ming, Tian Hu, Tian Mi, Situ Wanli, and Zhu Jiao were seated, each with a cup of tea in front of them, calmly watching their subordinates argue. This argument had lasted a whole month, and they had long since gotten used to it. But today, at a certain moment, it was as if everyone had agreed to stop. Suddenly, the entire heroic hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This silence, for a moment, made the 5 hall masters feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as they were pondering what was happening, a snow-white figure slowly walked in from outside. Greetings, Hall Master Shuai's. The leaders of the farmers from various places, who had been arguing just a second ago, all bowed in unison. Instantly, Tian Ming's expression darkened. Meanwhile, some others, like Mei Sandiong, Dianqing's junior sister from the Armored Gate, immediately noticed something unusual about Dianqing. Senior brother, your eyes. One sentence from Mei Sandiong drew the attention of the high-ranking members of the 6 halls. However, they were not as surprised as Mei Sandiong. Firstly, because Jiren's medical skills were already world-renowned, and secondly, they were unaware of the severity of Dianqing's eye injury. Only Mei Sandiong was deeply shocked, but Dianqing did not respond to her at that moment. What are you all arguing about? Jiren entered the heroic hall and went straight to his seat. Dianqing, Shan, Shui, and the 12 sword guards surrounded him, and in an instant, the entire heroic hall seemed to be enveloped by an indescribable pressure. The leaders of the farmers below showed awkward expressions, and then one person stood up to explain, Hall Master Shuai's, it's not that we want to argue. But with the hall master missing, all the disciples of the 6 halls are somewhat anxious and unsettled. We were just trying to maintain the management of the farmers, which is why we had no choice but to do so. Among the 6 halls, the Gonggong Hall might currently have the fewest disciples, but it was definitely not the weakest, especially with Hall Master Shuai's. For the disciples located outside the East County for many years, Shuai's current status was almost legendary. In fact, the reason they had not reached a conclusion for so long was precisely because Jiren was not present. Without his nod of approval, many strategies were difficult to truly gain acceptance. Since the hall master is missing, the disciples of the farmers naturally need to search for him. Other matters can be discussed later. As for the unsettled hearts, I happen to have obtained something recently that can give the disciples a task. Jiren lightly tapped the table, and the next moment, Shui walked out from behind, holding a pile of white paper. The crowd took the papers, and confusion quickly appeared on their faces. May I ask, Master of Water Palace, what is this? Someone cupped their fists and asked. Jiren did not respond, but directly took the brush and ink from Shui's hands, swiftly writing the 4 large characters Dze Wan Wu, Shin Nong Bu Si on the paper, and then unfolded it for everyone to see. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present changed. This. At this moment, even the peasant disciples present, who knew little about reading, could understand the profound significance of this small piece of paper for the world. Jiren put down the brush and smiled lightly, saying, Everyone, although my farming family is considered a major sect, I believe you all understand its position in the eyes of many other sections. However, at this point, Jiren gently shook the white paper in his hand and continued, if this item were to be passed on to the various schools of thought, what do you think those self-proclaimed talented gentlemen would react? Jiren's tone was light, but in the ears of the rural disciples present, it sounded like a bell ringing loudly. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd quickly became fervent. Chapter 151, Underlying Currents of the 100 Schools, Seeking Subscription. From the very beginning, Jiren knew that it was impossible for the peasant family to elect a new hero so quickly. Even if Jiren joined in, it would be no exception. There were 2 reasons. First, because Tianguang was currently just missing and his life and death were still uncertain. In the absence of the previous hero's death, retirement, or voluntary abdication, it was almost impossible for a newcomer to ascend to the position of hero. This was a matter of propriety and also a rule set by the ancestors, and in this era, the rules of the ancestors outweighed everything else. Second, no one dared to take on the position of hero right now. After all, the hero had just gone missing, if you were already thinking about competing for the position. Wouldn't that clearly raise suspicions that the hero's disappearance was related to you? In the original plot, Tianguang had been missing for 3 full years, and no one in the peasant family took over the hero's position. Aside from internal strife, this was another reason. Of course, there was actually another reason. Jiren had no intention of competing for the hero's position for the time being. Because if he took over as hero now, what awaited him was not the peasant family, but a mess riddled with holes and infiltrated by the net of chaos. A few days later, the turmoil in the peasant family temporarily subsided. However, outside of the peasant family, various sects were in an uproar due to a sudden appearance of something in the martial world. At the little sage hall, the Confucian disciples Fu Nian, Yin Lu, and Zhang Liang hurriedly approached the bamboo grove courtyard at the back of the mountain, holding a roll of white paper. They stopped to catch their breath and called out, "Master, we have important matters to discuss. Please open the door to see us." What is so urgent? A voice came from inside the courtyard, not loud, but clear enough for the three to hear, indicating that the speaker had profound inner strength. Before long, a young attendant opened the door, and the three thanked him before swiftly entering the courtyard. Inside, there was a bamboo house where an old man, wearing a high crown and having a bald forehead, sat silently at a chessboard, frowning in contemplation. In the past, when the teacher was in such a state, Fu Nian and the others would wait quietly outside. But today they unceremoniously entered the room. The old man frowned, about to scold them, but then saw the leader of the Confucian school, Fu Nian, directly take out a roll of white paper and hand it over. The old man's eyes instantly sharpened, while others might need to ponder its purpose. He understood its use the moment he saw the white paper. With a gentle gesture of his right hand, a brush from a distant pen holder flew into the old man's hand without any wind. The old man moved his wrist lightly, and with a flourish, he wrote several large characters on the white paper. When he saw the result, he stroked his beard and praised, "White as snow, resilient as silk. Ink adheres, yet does not disperse. This item can be called a carrier of the literary way. Where did you obtain this?" Fu Nian hurriedly bowed and replied, "Master, this is a creation of Mr. Shui Zhe from the peasant family in recent days." Shui Zhe? The old man pondered for a moment and realized he had no memory of this person, shaking his head and saying, "It seems I have been in seclusion for too long. I have no impression of someone who can be compared to the sage of literature. This master actually gives such a high evaluation to this person?" Zhang Liang asked, his expression shifting. The old man glanced at him and said, "If you do not understand the value of this item, how could you come rushing to seek me?" Zhang Liang showed a hint of embarrassment and replied, "It's not that I don't understand, but master may not know that this Mr. Shui Zhe now has a name in the world as the Farmer Immortal. If master were to confer upon him the title of Sage of Literature, it might be a bit too shocking." "Oh, Farmer Immortal?" The old man paused as he stroked his beard. "Yes." Zhang Liang nodded, and then detailed the events that Jiren had accomplished in recent years. The old man was stunned. I have only been in seclusion for a few years, and so much has changed in the world? Even such a monster has emerged. Am I really getting old?" As the old man pondered, Fu Nian gently clasped his fists and said, "Master, please see clearly. The emergence of this item will at least make the transmission of literature several times more convenient, or even more, so I am indeed worried." "Worried about what?" Before Fu Nian could finish, he was interrupted by the old man. "You are confused by your position. The emergence of this item is undoubtedly a great merit to the world. I know you're worried that other sects will rise by this and even shake our Confucian status, but you must understand that when it comes to the literary way, our Confucian school is not afraid of any faction." At this point, a glint of light suddenly shone in the old man's eyes, like a wake-up call. Fu Nian instantly became clear-headed. "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I understand now." The old man nodded and then closed his eyes again, indicating that the three could leave. However, looking at the roll of white paper in front of the old man, Fu Nian hesitated for a moment. Just then, the old man skillfully and naturally tucked the white paper into his sleeve. Seeing this, the three had no choice but to leave reluctantly. The appearance of the white paper not only caused a surge of undercurrents among the various schools, but also led to a change in the lifestyle of a certain bigwig. In the palace of Xianyang, since King Zheng took power, he had reviewed at least 120 pounds of memorials every day. However, today, all the ministers' memorials were not presented on bamboo slips, but on a lightweight material he had never seen before, which was used to write the memorials. At first, Zheng didn't think much of it. After all, the content of the memorial was what mattered. However, After spending less than an hour reviewing all the memorials, Ingzheng began to realize that something seemed off. What is this? Ingzheng said with authority. Reporting to your majesty, this item is called paper, a new creation by Mr. Shui Zhe from the peasant family. Mr. Shui Zhe has sent a batch of paper to your majesty, and the inner guards are currently inspecting it. No need. Bring those papers here now. Yes. The attendant hesitated for a moment and then complied. Previously, items presented to Ingzheng were not inspected this rigorously, but ever since that incident with Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the king almost succeeded, the inspections around Ingzheng had become several times stricter. Before long, the attendant brought a few sheets of white paper. Ingzheng immediately took them, picked up a brush, and began to write on them, feeling an immediate difference. Writing on the white paper was so liberating and smooth compared to bamboo slips. What is the cost of this item? Ingzheng asked a crucial question. This, I do not know, as the manufacturing technique of this item is a secret of the peasant family. However, the cost is not high. As the peasant disciples selling this item in Xianyang City price, it's similarly to the current grain prices. Is that so? Ingzheng showed surprise, as the emergence of potatoes had already caused the market prices of grains to drop significantly. Although still relatively high, this price was extremely cheap compared to similar silk products. Ingzheng waved his hand to dismiss the attendant, and soon the entire hall was left with only him, staring blankly at the white paper on the table. After a moment, he murmured, Mr. Shui Zhe from the peasant family, you have truly brought a good thing to the world. However, this means I want to acquire you even more. You once said that farmers serve all the people in the world, but if the whole world is in my hands, what would you do? Chapter 152, Another Breakthrough. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Under the night sky, Jiren is practicing the soul-breaking halberd as usual in the martial arts arena. Suddenly, Jiren's aura surges violently, as if some kind of obstruction has been broken, and his breath rises steadily. At the same time, the soul-breaking halberd in Jiren's hand began to undergo earth-shattering changes. It was still that same Fong Tianhua Ji, but at this moment, every strike he made seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. Congratulations, brother Shui Zhe. Your strength has greatly improved, said Shi Shan and Shi Shui, who immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. It had been more than a year since then. Jiren has finally broken through once again, and this time, not only has he advanced the breaking army heart technique to the 8th layer, but also the breaking soul halberd technique, which he created by integrating the breaking army spear technique with the soul cleansing technique, has finally completely reached the level of intent. At this point, Jiren's current spear technique has finally completely surpassed the swordsmanship he previously used. In terms of the level of mental cultivation, the 8th layer of the breaking army mental technique is already among the top levels in the world. Even the few top experts in Taoism who specialize in internal skills are probably only at this level. As for the 9th layer, it is estimated to be a level that only the old masters of various major sects can reach. Regarding the final layer, the prevailing view in the martial world is that only the creator of the mental technique has ever cultivated to this level, and whether any descendants have mastered it remains unknown. The 8th layer that Jiren possesses is evidently a bit different from that of ordinary people. At least in the eyes of Shi Shan and Shi Shui, Jiren's internal skill cultivation now resembles a vast ocean or an unfathomable abyss, completely inscrutable. The realm of artistic conception is a very mysterious state, difficult to describe in words. After Jiren successfully grasped the artistic conception of the spear, he faintly felt that this aspect seemed to be somewhat related to understanding the world. Under the moonlight, a sudden breeze swept across the training ground. Shi Shan and Shi Shui were indifferent to it, but Jiren's gaze suddenly shifted, and then he spoke. Shi Shan, Shi Shui, you two should go rest for now. Yes, Shi Shan replied readily. However, Shi Shui hesitated for a moment in place. As this girl grew up, her desire for Jiren had become increasingly unmasked. In the end, seeing that Jiren did not respond, she could only pout and leave. Friends in the tree, since you're here, come down for a meeting. Haha. As expected of the agricultural immortal, Master Shui Zhe truly lives up to his reputation. Amid laughter, a man clad in a black robe leaped down from the tree. Upon seeing this person, Jiren's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then he feigned calmness and said, I wonder what brings the master of the Mo family to my agricultural family. I have come for one matter. I would like to ask Master Shui Zhe if your esteemed sex hero had mentioned the Mo family before his disappearance. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji-Ren immediately understood that this was testing whether he was the heir of the Qinglong clan. To be honest, if he were to impersonate now, there was a high chance he could pass himself off as one of the heirs. However, after thinking it over, Ji-Ren shook his head and said, "Sorry, I do not understand what you mean." "In that case, I understand," the master of the MO family said with some regret as he clasped his fists. "I apologize for this intrusion. I shall take my leave." With that, the master of the MO family moved his feet and swiftly left the training ground. Just at the moment the master of the MO family had just departed, 12 sword guards, bearing renowned swords, emerged from various corners of the training ground. Since the previous 2 failures, the 12 sword guards had undergone a hellish training internally and had set up an impenetrable defense outside the inner hall. Had it not been for Ji-Ren giving the 12 sword guards a secret order, even a master of the MO family could not have entered here without a sound. Recently, the martial world has been quite lively. Among the various schools and sects, there have always been hidden disputes. However, they're not fighting with force, but rather with the cultural ideologies of the major sections. In the past, due to the limitations of the era, bamboo slips as a carrier of literature were not only difficult to write, but also transmitted very slowly, so the conflicts among the various schools remained relatively calm. However, with the advent of paper, the situation of 100 schools contending has entered a state of full-blown intensity. Thus, the people in the martial world have become so engrossed in the spectacle that the increasingly severe internal strife within the agricultural family has gone unnoticed. The infiltration of the web and the power struggles among the various halls have intensified after the disappearance of the hero. Until one day, the sudden death of Situ Wanli, the head of the Four Mountains Hall, completely infuriated Zhu Jia, the head of the Shenong Hall. It was a fierce battle. Tian Meng, the head of the Lushan Hall, was already a top expert at the time. Zhu Jia was also not simple. Although he appeared short and small, he was actually quite deep, and his skill in the 3 hearts and 2 intentions acupoint technique was on par with Tian Meng for the moment. Seeing this situation, Tian Hu, the head of the Qiyu Hall, who was united with Tian Meng, immediately drew his tiger blade, ready to assist Tian Meng. In the agricultural family's 6 halls, the 3 Tian family halls were closely linked, and Tianmi naturally could not stop them. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, under Zhu Jia, was blocked by the silent assassin, Yanu, under Tian Meng. Just as it looked like Zhu Jia was about to suffer a loss, Dian Qing, who was stationed in the Gonggong Hall that day, arrived just in time to save Zhu Jia. Afterward, the assassin Bone Demon under Tian who attempted to encircle Dian Qing. But after years of recuperation with Ji-Ren's medicinal liquid and having regained his eyesight, Dian Qing's hard skills had not only reached their peak, but were also faintly starting to break through to a higher level. Thus, the 2 joined forces and managed to wear down Bone Demon for half a day, not only failing to break a single piece of skin, but almost getting Bone Demon killed by Dian Qing's knife. In the end, neither side could do anything to the other and had to retreat. By the time Ji-Ren learned of this news, it was already evening, and he had encountered a bit of an accident on his side. You might not believe it if I told you. On his way back from the Wanchuan restaurant, Ji-Ren unexpectedly picked up a girl, and to his surprise, he recognized her. She was a purple-haired girl wearing a veil. And even though she was injured and unconscious under a tree when Ji-Ren found her, her cold aura and fairy-like beauty could not be completely concealed. How did the Yin-Yang family's lesser deity end up fainting here? Ji-Ren was somewhat taken aback. His medical skills were undoubtedly among the best in the world, so he could tell at a glance whether a person's injuries were real or fake. Looking at the unconscious girl in front of him, Ji-Ren thought for a moment and said, "Let's bring her back to Gonggong Hall." Huh? The 12 sword guards were momentarily stunned. Hall Master, this might not be good. What if the young lady decides to attack us with a sword later? Chapter 153, Picking Up a Sister Currently. The only one who could be referred to as Miss in Gonggong Hall was Shi Shui. Hearing Zishu's words, Ji-Ren immediately replied with righteous indignation. "Nonsense. I'm a physician. It is my duty to save lives. Do you want to stand by and watch someone die without helping?" The 12 sword guards. So it turns out that it won't be you who gets attacked. However, since the conversation had reached this point, the 12 sword guards had no choice but to work together to lift Xiao Siming onto the carriage. After all, Ji-Ren's reasoning was indeed legitimate, and they found no words to refute him. Inside the carriage, Ji-Ren lifted Xiao Siming's clothing and immediately gasped. "So white. No, good heavens. This is a deadly strike." Moreover, looking at the injuries, they didn't seem like those caused by ordinary knife fights in the martial world. They resembled wounds created by Taoist techniques instead. This injury vaguely reminded Ji-Ren of something. If you remember correctly, It seemed that the position of Shao Siming in the Yin family was generally quite short-lived, because the inheritance of this position was achieved through the successor killing the previous one to inherit it. If one attempt failed, they would continue to cultivate the next successor until one successfully killed the previous one. Evening. Jiren had just returned to the Gonggong Hall when he saw the little chubby Zhu family member running over with a long face, complaining to him. Outside, Shui had already drawn his sword and was chasing the 12 sword guards. Shuai's, my brother Situ is dead. Zhu family member immediately brought Jiren a shocking piece of news that made him feel a jolt, but after the shock, it became rather dull. To be honest, Jiren had no feelings for Situ Wanli, the self-proclaimed gambler. This guy was never their ally, as gamblers always prefer to act according to the situation, betting on the side with a greater chance of winning. In other words, he was like a weather vane. Such a person had little impact on Jiren while alive, and even less after death. The Zhu family appeared sad and distressed, but what they truly thought was likely known only to themselves. After all, to earn a reputation of indecisiveness in the martial world, one could imagine that if the Zhu family were foxes, they had at least lived for over 100 years. Alas, with the death of brother Situ, the Tian family would probably support the traitor Tian Zhong to rise to power. The Zhu family supported their chin with both hands, sighing. Honestly, the Tian family's decisive action against Situ Wanli was unexpected for the Zhu family. It was a risky move, yet they still did it. The reason? Thinking of this, the Zhu family couldn't help but glance at Jiren. Upon hearing the Zhu family's words, another scene suddenly flashed in Jiren's mind. Currently, in the Tian family, 3 of the 4 Hall Masters were members of the Luo network, with Tian who caught in the middle, making it difficult for the Luo network. The key was that this great hero Tian, who was not easily infiltrated by the Luo network. If the Luo network sent someone to contact him, he might very well retort, what kind of trash is the Luo network? In this case, would the Luo network kill him or not? With this thought, Jiren couldn't help but laugh. The Zhu family was taken aback. Brother Shui Zhe, are you this happy after brother Situ's passing? Ah, no, I just remembered something happy. What is it? Cough cough, brother Zhu. Have you heard a saying? When heaven wants to destroy a person, it first makes them mad. Moreover, the ones who should be anxious now are not us. So why must you be so flustered? Jiren said lightly. Throughout, Jiren never forgot his main mission. The internal strife within the farmer's family was merely a side quest for him. However, through the farmer's family, Jiren could eliminate some restless elements in the world, which would greatly benefit his fortune. But the timing was not yet right. After a stick of incense, the Zhu family left the Gonggong Hall. Jiren arrived at the outer hall guest room, where Shao Siming was being accommodated. At that moment, a maid was taking care of her. When she saw Jiren enter, the maid hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Hall Master." Jiren nodded lightly and waved his hand to dismiss the maid. The maid lowered her head and quickly exited the room, but just as she stepped out the door, a sharp sound echoed, and 2 long spears, one silver and one black, exuding a chilling, killing intent, were directly pointed at her neck. The maid's face immediately turned to one of panic. Tang Master. What wrong have I done? Stop pretending. Jiren walked out of the house and looked at the maid in front of him with great interest, saying, "The transformation is quite convincing, but you must have come in quite a hurry, right? Not bad. How did you find out?" Upon realizing that she had been exposed, the maid stopped pretending, and her voice suddenly turned cold. Jiren spread his hands and said, "Actually, if you spend a little time, you'll know that at the headquarters of the Gonggong Hall, apart from one woman, it's impossible for any other women to come in." The maid. No wonder I felt that the guards' gazes were a bit strange when I just entered. Buzz, a cloud of smoke appeared. The next second, everyone saw the maid slowly transform into a tall, enchanting woman in a red and black long dress, with a slender figure and a cold, captivating aura. Interesting. The great Shimming and the young Shimming of the Yin family actually appeared in our little farming family's territory at the same time. I wonder what brings you here. The great Shimming did not reply, but glanced at the 100-member guard team gradually gathering around, seemingly mocking. "You have quite the nerve. Knowing it might be a problem, you still dared to let me in. However, those who are bold often meet a quick end." As the last word fell, the great Shimming suddenly disappeared from her spot and reappeared right in front of Jiren, her hands forming a huge red invisible seal. Reaching up to grab at Jiren's head, Jiren smiled at the Siming, his hands behind his back, showing no signs of movement. Seeking death, the Siming, seeing Jiren's expression, snorted coldly and increased his power output. But in the next second, 2 long spears crossed in front of Jiren, forming a stable barrier that blocked De Si Ming's attack. Get lost! The Lion King roared, and the spear shaft seemed to transform into a long whip, carrying a sharp sonic boom, striking directly at De Si Ming's yin-yang hand seal, causing it to shatter. Meanwhile, the Leopard King's silver spear surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, with thick inner strength enveloping the spear tip, instantly piercing through the residual wave from the clash between the Lion King and De Si Ming, aiming straight for De Si Ming's chest. Chapter 154. 8 Curses of Yin Veins. The power of this shot was immense, and De Si Ming couldn't help but change color. In a split second, De Si Ming quickly formed a yin-yang seal in front of his chest. At the moment the spear tip struck, the yin-yang seal shattered. But De Si Ming used the force to retreat. After landing, De Si Ming staggered back several steps before stabilizing his body. What a formidable farmer. Just one encounter, and De Si Ming had already assessed the opponent's strength. Excluding Ji-Run, who had yet to act, dealing with just the 2 spear-wielding guards would require De Si Ming a considerable effort. Moreover, this was the farmer's territory, making a prolonged battle clearly unfavorable for her. After careful consideration, De Si Ming quickly made a decision. Today, I, the Yin-Yang family, will remember this. De Si Ming took a deep look at Ji-Run and said a few words before turning to leave. However, at that moment, she saw the Lion King and the Leopard King charging towards her simultaneously. Do you think the Gong Hall is just any place? You come and go as you please? Today, no matter who you are, all of you will stay. Everyone, form up. The Lion King shouted coldly, and in an instant, the 100-member guard team on the outskirts sprang into action. In order to strengthen the strength of the 100 guards, Ji-Rin once taught the Lion King and the Leopard King a formation, which was not the Earth Z-24, but rather a wolf-hunting formation from Li Mu's military tactics. This method was created by Li Mu after observing the hunting of the Xiongnu wolf tribe, and compared to the Earth Z-24. It was obviously more suitable for these fierce Wei Wu soldiers. The moment the wolf-hunting formation was activated, the Grand Commanders felt that the entire outer hall square was enveloped by an invisible military might, making her feel as if there were no way to heaven and no door to earth. Without a doubt, there was no need for a trial. The Grand Commander already understood that she could not break through this formation head-on. However, as a member of the Yin-Yang family, if I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Mr. Shuizhe, I remember you. I will temporarily leave Shao Si-Ming with you, but I will return next time. By the time she spoke the last word, the Grand Commander's voice had gradually become ethereal, and at the same time, her figure began to fade before everyone's eyes. Just as it seemed that the Grand Commander was about to completely disappear, Ji-Rin finally moved. His gaze swept around the outer hall. In the next moment, Ji-Rin charged out like a bolt of lightning, his internal energy causing his white robe to flutter and make a rustling sound. When he reached a certain spot, he raised his hand and struck down towards the air below with a palm strike. In an instant, De Si Ming, hidden under an illusion, changed her expression dramatically. At that moment, she didn't even have time to think about how Ji-Run had discovered her, because the aura displayed by several people was too terrifying. De Si Ming instinctively activated the yin-yang hand seal to block in front of her. Crack! However, facing Ji-Rin's palm, De Si Ming's hand seal shattered like glass upon contact, and Ji-Rin's palm continued unabated, breaking through the seal and slamming hard into De Si Ming's chest. Puff! De Si Ming was sent flying backward, and while in midair, she spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Just as she landed, dozens of sharp weapons were pointed at her. Take her to the dungeon. Ji-Ren waved his sleeve and commanded. Yes, Lion King and Leopard King responded, then carried De Si Ming towards the dungeon of Gong Hall. Ji-Ren then returned to the room, looking at the young Si Ming lying on the bed, gradually falling into contemplation. He was momentarily unsure of how to deal with this woman. If it were just the young Si Ming, Ji-Ren wouldn't have cared. But now that De Si Ming had also arrived at the farmer's house, it was clearly unlikely to be a coincidence. The key point was that he didn't remember any entanglement between the farmer's house and the Yin-Yang family. Someone, yes, go prepare the medicine according to this prescription, then brew it and feed it to her. Ji-Ren wrote a prescription. This prescription wouldn't heal the young Si Ming's injuries, but would help her regain consciousness. After that, Ji-Ren went to the dungeon of Gong Hall. I heard you are very skilled in the curse seals of your Yin-Yang family. Gome, cast all your curse seals on these few people. Ji-Ren instructed to throw several villains into De Si Ming's cell. De Si Ming, who was meditating and resting, opened her eyes to glance at Ji-Ren, then closed them again. Even though she had become a prisoner, De Si Ming's expression remained calm. Ji-Ren nodded in appreciation, then directly took action, sealing several major acupoints of the Great Divine Command, completely sealing her internal energy. Then he threw the few filthy and stinking prisoners, who were guilty of numerous crimes, into her cell and turned to leave. Wait, as Jiren turned and had just taken 3 steps, he heard a shout from behind. However, he saw the face of the Grand Divine Fate, which had clearly become gritted with teeth. Unexpectedly, the dignified agricultural immortal turned out to be such a despicable and shameless person. The enemy's insults are compliments. I'll take what you just said as your praise for me. Hee hee. The Grand Divine Fate let out a cold laugh. Jiren didn't care at all and said to himself, "So, what is your choice? Casting spells requires internal energy. Very good." Jiren waved his hand to unlock the acupoints on the body of the great divinity. And then he saw her face darken as she walked towards the few villains who had just looked at her with lewd eyes. Before long, the dungeon was filled with piercing screams. Afterwards, Jiren had the half-dead villains brought out, and after a brief inspection, he furrowed his brows. You should still know the techniques from the 8 curses of the impulse of the yin-yang family. Why not use them? The great divinity's expression changed upon hearing this. It seems you know a bit too much. Compared to this, I feel like you want more prisoners to keep you company. Despicable guy. After a series of actions, Jiren left the dungeon contentedly with several prisoners who had been marked with spells, while the great division commander inside the cell had a pale face and was weakly slumped on the ground. The 8 spells of Yin Veins was a forbidden technique and also a major move. A major move meant greater consumption. And just that one use of the 6 Souls Terror spell had completely drained all the internal energy that the great division commander had painstakingly accumulated for healing. However, it was fortunate that this way, at least for a long time, this guy wouldn't come to disturb her. Wanting to study the forbidden techniques of the yin-yang family. How naive. The great division commander was unclear about Jiren's purpose for making her cast spells on those prisoners, but she could roughly guess a little. What she didn't anticipate was that just a day later, Jiren would come back with several prisoners outside her cell again. After finally accumulating a bit of internal energy with great difficulty, the great division commander, WD&MD. Chapter 155. Human Affairs? You're awake. First, have something to eat. The day after taking the medicine prescribed by Jiren, the young division commander woke up, and shortly after she woke up, she saw Shui come in with a bowl of porridge, several stir-fried dishes, and a pot of chicken soup. The young division commander looked at Shui with her crystal-clear eyes, glanced around, and remained silent, her expression somewhat confused. Shui first placed the porridge and several small dishes in front of the young division commander and said, "You've been seriously injured and have been unconscious for a long time, so you should eat something first." The young division commander was taken aback for a moment, and after a while, she obediently took the bowl and started eating. Just after finishing a bite, the young division commander's movements suddenly paused. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Shui asked with a smile, looking somewhat proud. "These are all medicinal dishes personally made by Brother Shui Zhe, and that pot of chicken soup. You should drink it together later." Shui pointed to the chicken soup beside her. These were all special delicacies made by Jiren for the young division commander, which could effectively help her replenish her vitality. Of course, he had also added a little something to it. The yin-yang family originated from Taoism. Although the two have different philosophies, they share many commonalities in cultivation. Regardless of whether it is the yin-yang family or Taoism, once they reach a certain level of cultivation, the need for food will drastically decrease, even to the point of surviving on wind and dew. But at this moment, even the young division commander had to admit that the food before her was indeed very delicious. Jiren himself was not clear about how his talent points were allocated. In terms of culinary skills, Jiren completely relied on his own efforts without using any external assistance. He only did a bit of research during his leisure time, but unexpectedly, his cooking skills soared as if he were on a rocket. Thus, under the temptation of delicious food, Xiao Siming inadvertently ate a little more than intended. By the time Xiao Siming finished eating, Shui had already taken the tray and left the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Siming was lost in thought about what Shui had just mentioned regarding Brother Shui Zhe. Within the gnome family, ever since Situ Wanli's death, internal strife had temporarily eased. One reason was that Jiren showed no intention of avenging Situ Wanli, and after the last battle with Tianming, the Zhu family also made their stance clear. Taking the opportunity, they gathered a batch of personnel from the Ciyu Tang and then halted their actions. Additionally, after Tianming commissioned Luo Wang to assassinate Situ Wanli, he realized that the disappearance of 2 significant figures from the gnome family caused too much of stir. So he chose to lie low for the time being. As for the vacant position of the Ciyu Tang leader, Both the Shinong Tang and the Tian family expressed intentions to place their own candidates in that position. However, for now, Tianzhong had the highest chance. After all, the Tian family had put a lot of effort into supporting Tianzhong to seize the position of the Gongtang leader. Whereas the candidate proposed by the Zhu family, Lu Ji, was considerably less impressive. The Zhu family intended to seek Ji Ren's help, but during this period, Ji Ren had once again entered seclusion. This time, Ji Ren's focus was primarily on studying the curse seals of the Yin-Yang family. This thing was quite sinister. In the world of Qin, it was almost equivalent to a bug. To prevent himself from being affected in the future, Ji Ren felt that even if he couldn't fully understand its principles, he should at least find a way to defend against it. After several human dissections, Ji Ren finally made some discoveries. He found that curse seals not only acted on the human body, but, once effective, their power would connect directly to a person's spirit. Like a poison formed by a different type of inner strength that invaded the body's meridians and even poisoned the person's mental state. Interesting. A long time ago, Ji Ren had heard that martial arts training would ultimately lead to the same destination. He hadn't felt this deeply before, but recently, he found that he seemed to understand this, saying more and more. Whether it was the insights he was cultivating recently, the transparent world, or this cursed seal, it seemed that once martial arts reached a certain level, to continue advancing, one had to explore more ethereal concepts like the spirit. Previously, Ji Ren had attempted to integrate some of the powers from the realm of the spear into the transparent world to create a perception circle. Although this attempt had not completely succeeded, it had already yielded preliminary results, which was also one of the reasons he could immediately recognize the maid transformed by Siming when he saw her. He needed more experimental subjects and decided to make another trip to the dungeon. After disposing of the corpse on the operating table and having it cleaned up, Ji Ren walked towards the dungeon. In the dungeon, despite being imprisoned for only half a month, Siming had already lost a lot of weight. Her eye sockets were sunken, and her cheekbones were prominent. The originally enchanting woman now resembled a skeleton, especially when she saw Ji Ren approaching from a distance, causing her to tremble and shrink into a corner of the dungeon. "Why you? Don't come over. I'm begging you. I have nothing left. Really not a bit of inner strength. 15 days. 15 days. Do you know how I've spent these 15 days? Do you know? That beast didn't let me rest for even a day. Every time I finally managed to gather a bit of inner strength, I was forced to cast spells. And it wasn't just any ordinary curse seal. It had to be that kind of powerful forbidden technique. Do you know how much inner strength those big moves consume? In the end, I even had to force myself to squeeze out a bit of inner strength, but that beast only knows how to take and contributes nothing at all. Is this something a human can do?" Ji Ren arrived outside the dungeon, trying to smile as gently and warmly as possible, saying, "Come on, great commander. Cast a few more spells for me. Don't worry, I promise you this time, absolutely will be the last time." The great commander sneered. "You said the same thing 5 days ago. Do you think I would still believe you? If you're a man, have the guts to give me a quick end." Seeing the great commander's defiant demeanor, Ji Ren scratched his head in frustration. Clearly this was pushing her to the brink, and he probably wouldn't be able to extract anything more from her. In the end, Ji Ren could only sigh helplessly. He struck out with a palm from a distance. Bang! His powerful inner strength pierced through the great commander's heart vein, and her eyes bulged in shock. Before dying, she stared wide-eyed at Ji Ren, her face showing an expression of disbelief. "You really went for it?" Watching the great commander's lips slightly part, Ji Ren didn't know what she wanted to say. Maybe she was thanking him for giving her release. So, Ji Ren comforted her. "Don't worry. You can go in peace. Even without you, isn't there still one outside?" Chapter 156. Extreme stillness leads to movement. He walked out of the dungeon. As Ji Ren just arrived at the training ground, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw that Shi Shan and Shi Shui were practicing, but this time they were not training in sword techniques, but rather in a form of Taoist magic. "Who taught you this?" Ji Ren frowned slightly and asked. "Brother Shui Zhe, you've come out of seclusion?" Upon seeing Ji Ren arrive, Shi Shui immediately ended her training, sweetly called out, and bounced over Ji Ren, glistening with sweat. "You misunderstood, Brother Shui Zhe. This wasn't taught by anyone else. It's something my brother and I learned ourselves when we saw Sister Xiao Si Ming practicing last time. How about that? Impressive, right?" Shi Shui looked up at Ji Ren with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, praise me." Ji Ren gently tapped her forehead and scolded. "Stealing someone else's martial arts. Do you still have a reason?" Shi Shui immediately, feeling wronged, covered her forehead and retorted, "That's not true. Sister Xiao Siming herself said it was fine. And she also said that my brother and I have a great talent for learning yin-yang techniques. Huh. Ji-Run let out a light exclamation and then turned to look at Xiao Siming by the lake, not far away. At that moment, Xiao Siming happened to turn around as well. The instant their eyes met, Ji-Ren's gaze froze again. What's going on with you, Xiao Siming? A question mark nearly slipped out of Ji-Ren's mouth. How to describe it? If the previous Xiao Siming was like a celestial maiden from the nine heavens, with a cold and ethereal demeanor, then the current Xiao Siming was more like a celestial maiden from the three heavens. Although she still exuded an otherworldly aura, her height seemed to have slightly decreased. Don't get me wrong, it's not that Xiao Siming has become less beautiful, but rather, we know that how high an object can ultimately fly is greatly related to its own weight. During this time, have you all been giving Xiao Siming her medication on time? Ji-Ren asked casually. Don't worry, Brother Shui Zhe, not only the medicine, but also the medicinal meals you provided last time. I've asked the chef at occur.One restaurant to prepare for Sister Xiao Siming 3 meals a day consistently. Sure, Shui said with a grin. Ji-Ren, goodness, the case is solved now. Ji-Ren's medicinal cuisine for Xiao Siming has the effect of replenishing vitality. However, the prescription he provided for Xiao Siming has the ability to suppress the circulation of internal energy. When the energy-rich medicinal cuisine enters the body without internal energy to refine it, the final result is that this energy can only turn into fat, accumulating within the body. Ji-Ren coughed lightly twice and whispered to Shui, cough, cough. Later, have someone remove all the mirrors from Xiao Siming's room. Yes. In the rural waters of the farm, Ji-Ren stepped forward to Xiao Siming and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Siming of the Yin-Yang family. Thank you, Mr. Shui Zhe, for saving my life. Xiao Siming slightly bowed to Ji-Ren, although he did not speak. An ethereal voice resonated automatically in Ji-Ren's mind. If it were the previous Xiao Siming making this gesture, accompanied by such a voice, it would have been full of beauty. However, now, while still beautiful, it somehow carried an inexplicable weight. Sure Shan and Sure Shui have mischievous personalities, so I hope Mr. Xiao Siming will be more forgiving. No harm done. That is just some basic spells of the Yin-Yang family, which are often circulated in the outside world. Moreover, just having glanced at them, they were able to learn these spells. It is also their fortune. The voice emitted by Xiao Siming using celestial sound transmission not only had an ethereal quality, but also carried a faint sense of distance. Mr. Xiao Siming, do you think Sure Shan has a talent for spells? Xiao Siming gently nodded and said, these two have excellent bone structure. The best age for an ordinary person to practice spells is around 10 years old. However, these two have almost set their bone structure now, yet they still possess such talent. Perhaps their ancestors might have had something to do with it. Perhaps because he had saved Xiao Siming's life. It was rare to have more conversations with Ji-Ren. Upon hearing this, Ji-Ren's gaze flickered, as if recalling something, but he said no more. After that, Ji-Ren indirectly touched on some knowledge about spells and seals before bidding farewell to Xiao Siming. The growth of fat always happens silently, especially in the absence of a scale or even a bronze mirror where humans can never perceive changes in their weight. 7 days later, under the careful care of Sure Shui, Xiao Siming's injuries had mostly healed. When she was able to use her internal energy, she chose to say goodbye to Ji-Ren. As the elder of a farming family, Xiao Siming's lightness technique was considered top-notch in the world. However, during her return journey, Xiao Siming felt a bit heavy, and the consumption of her internal energy was slightly faster than usual. At first, she thought it was due to her injuries not fully healing, until she returned to the Yin-Yang family. Just as Xiao Siming was about to enter the Luo Sheng Hall to report the results of her trip to the Moon Goddess, the Moon Goddess happened to walk out the door. She instinctively prepared to bow, but before she could bend down, she suddenly heard the Moon Goddess coldly say, "Who are you, Xiao Siming?" Ji-Ren did not choose to leave Xiao Siming like he did with the Siming. Firstly, because Ji-Ren is not a person who kills indiscriminately. Although both Xiao Siming and the Siming belong to the Yin-Yang family, the differences between these two are significant. Secondly, if both elders of the Yin-Yang family were to disappear near the Nong family at the same time, it would create a lot of trouble. However, if one is killed and one is saved, it could easily confuse the Yin-Yang family. Recently, Sure Shan and Sure Shui have made rapid progress in their magical cultivation, and it is evident that their talent for magic far exceeds their talent for swordsmanship. This situation has also solidified a certain decision in Ji-Ren's heart. Not everyone possesses the kind of talent Jiren has, although it is a bit late now, since they have discovered their true talent. It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. According to Xiao Ximing, Shan and Shui's talent likely comes from their ancestral heritage. Their family name is Shu. This connection quickly made Jiren think of someone. With thoughts racing, he realized he had been staying in Zay Mountain for several years, so this time he would take the opportunity to get some fresh air. With this thought, Jiren directly summoned all 12 sword guards, Dianqing, Shan, Shui, and Qilang, and a large group of people set off from Zay Mountain. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of the 100-man guard led by the Lion King and the Leopard King, Jiren would have even considered bringing them along. As for Gong Tang, leaving Zhou He to handle some minor matters was sufficient. After all, the Tian family would never dare to start a war with Gong Tang while Jiren was away. Even if Tian Ming had a 10-year brain stroke, he probably wouldn't do something so foolish. Chapter 157. Talented people and spiritual land. The land of Qi and Lu was the last region conquered by Yingzheng when he unified the Central Plains. And it was also the fastest to be taken down. When Wang Ben's cavalry arrived, the local king decisively chose to surrender. Although the defeat was heartfelt, it allowed the local people to be protected from the ravages of war. Of course, all of this is still a matter for next year, at least for now. This land still belongs to the state of Qi. Qilang has recently consumed a lot of spiritual medicine, becoming increasingly robust, and the spirit and mischievousness in his eyes have quickly increased. Jiren sometimes suspects that this fellow has already learned human language, but is now pretending not to understand anything to fool him. With a long horse mouth, Qilang lazily chewed on a ginseng root, pulling the cart forward. For him, even with Dianqing, Shui, Shan, and Jiren in the cart, it felt light as a feather. In the land of Qi and Lu, where talented people and spiritual land converge, upon entering Shanghai, this place, although not as prosperous as the current Dongjun, still exudes a sense of peace and stability from the faces of the people on both sides of the street. Additionally, the influence of the Nong family is quite profound in Qi and Lu. Everywhere you look along the street, there are traces of the Nong family, including shops selling cotton clothes and stalls selling pork, while the food of the people has also started to consist mainly of potatoes. With the improvement in the living standards of the people, soybean oil and snowflake salt are gradually being promoted by Gong Tang. These changes may seem subtle, but they have already connected the fate of the Central Plains with Jiren. As Jiren's convoy entered Shanghai City, the people on both sides of the street immediately moved aside. Although this horse-drawn carriage was just one, the 12 sword guards flanking it did not appear to be ordinary figures. Until a certain moment, the convoy of Jiren suddenly came to a halt. What's going on? The hall master, there are people from the Yin Yang family ahead of us. Outside the curtain, Dianqing responded with a low hum. Jiren reached out to pull aside the car curtain and indeed saw a group of people ahead of the convoy. Among them, sitting majestically within a veil, with slightly closed eyes and an imposing demeanor, was the moon god, who exuded a rather mystic aura. It turned out to be the protector of the Yin Yang family. His Excellency, the moon god. Dianqing, how can you be so clueless? This is the great protector of the Yin Yang family. Hurry and make way for her. Jiren immediately reprimanded. Dianqing slowly nodded, just about to respond. However, at that moment, the moon god suddenly spoke. It turns out it's Mr. Shui's from the Nong family. As the current agricultural immortal, I dare not let Mr. Shui step aside. Please step back and make way for Mr. Shui's. With the current strength of the Yin Yang family, plus their association with the wealthy Qin state, there is no doubt that the Yin Yang family can now completely disregard most of the schools of thought among the various families. However, Jiren was obviously an exception. If she, the moon god, were to yield to Jiren today, the Yin Yang family would likely face severe criticism tomorrow. After all, just from the attitude of the surrounding common people upon hearing Jiren's name, one could sense the immense weight that the title of agricultural immortal held in the hearts of the people. Hey, did you hear? That woman just mentioned the agricultural immortal. I heard it too. She also said Mr. Shui's. It must be the great agricultural immortal of the Nong family. Wow, this is the living agricultural immortal. Should I bow down? Isn't that obvious? Of course you should bow. I've heard that the people in the Eastern County have been placing special tablets for the agricultural immortal at home for worship. And they've had good weather and bountiful harvests for several years in a row. Is that really true? I need to bow quickly. If I wait too long, I might miss out on the divine energy. Saying this, a few people immediately knelt down, and as others saw this, it was like a chain reaction. Suddenly, Everyone on both sides of the street knelt down. Even a small child, who had only been born a few years prior and seemed to not understand the meaning of the agricultural immortal, was about to curiously ask his grandfather. But before he could speak, his grandfather directly gave him a slap and pressed him down to the ground as well. Then Jiren saw a large group of people kneeling before him, chanting words of prayer for the agricultural immortal's blessing. This scene made the 12 sword guards, and even Dianxing, stand tall with a sense of honor. On the contrary, Jiren, the person in question, felt somewhat uncomfortable and shifted awkwardly. Even so, it would be better for us to each take a step back. Jiren smiled and nodded at the moon goddess, showing no intention of staying here for long. And the moon goddess clearly did not want to linger either. They brushed past each other, tacitly acknowledging the matter. However, just as they passed by, Jiren suddenly heard the moon goddess's voice in his mind. Mr. Shuei, a disciple of our Yin-Yang family, went missing in Dongjun a few days ago. Do you have any clues? The moon goddess had clearly found the wrong person. A few days ago, I was studying the art of grains in Days Mountain, and this can be verified by your family's Shao Siming. Therefore, I have not seen your missing disciple, Jiren replied in an interesting manner, his voice just loud enough for the moon goddess and the surrounding citizens to hear. The result was, what did the farming immortal just say? I didn't catch it, but it seems that woman has a disciple who went missing and is suspecting the farming immortal. What? Nonsense. How could the farming immortal covet her disciple? Besides, even if the farming immortal did it, what of it? It's just one life. And the farming immortal has saved many lives. Hey, what are you talking about? The farming immortal is here to help the world and save the people. How could he be the kind of person to take lives? As for that woman's disciple, sorry, I admit it, it was me. Nonsense. How dare you compete with me for the label of a murderer? TCH, the distant moon goddess suddenly received a barrage of words from the citizens, making her so angry that she trembled all over. In this world, can it still get better? After a long time, the moon goddess who walked out of Sanghi City finally calmed down slowly. Reflecting on what had just happened, her eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. What a farming family Shuei, but in this case, I begin to doubt you even more. Change course, head to Xianyang. The moon goddess suddenly ordered. Yes, the disciples carrying the palanquin responded and gradually changed their direction. Chapter 158. Is the Qi kingdom gone? Your Majesty, I recently went to Sanghi and happened to meet Mr. Shuei of the farming family in the Xianyang palace. The moon goddess had just finished divining for Yingzheng when she suddenly spoke. Oh, what is this person like? Yingzheng inquired. Although Yingzheng had previously gone undercover, since it was undercover, he naturally could not disclose this matter to anyone. This person has the demeanor of a sage, truly deserving of the title of the contemporary farming immortal, a great talent of the literary sage. The moon goddess praised Jiren greatly at first, then shifted her tone, saying, however, according to my observation, this person currently holds deep renown in the hearts of the people in Qi and Lu, so I am worried. The moon goddess did not finish her sentence. If she said everything, her intention to frame someone would be too obvious. Instead, leaving it half-said for Yingzheng to guess would more easily induce the king's suspicion. Sure enough, as soon as the moon goddess's words left her mouth, Yingzheng fell into deep thought. Mr. Shuei has continuously produced several divine artifacts that have greatly benefited the world, and it is only natural that he holds considerable renown among the people of Qi and Lu. However, what your excellency the moon goddess said is not without reason. Upon hearing this, the moon goddess remained calm on the surface, but her heart was already secretly sneering. In that case, I will have General Wang Bin lead the troops to completely destroy the Qi kingdom. This way, there will be no more rebellious elements harboring unnecessary fantasies. Moon goddess. Far away in the Qi kingdom. Due to Jiren's influence, the Qin kingdom, having destroyed the Chu kingdom, restored its vitality much faster than in the original history. Therefore, within just 7 days, the Qin kingdom completed its cavalry's southward attack on the Qi kingdom, leading to the Qi kingdom's surrender and the establishment of a unified Qi county after 5 major events. At that time, Jiren was still in Qi kingdom, exchanging culinary skills with Bosting at an inn, and had just received the news. When they first learned of this, both Jiren and Bosting were stunned. Bosting exclaimed, wait, the Qi kingdom is gone just like that? What about the war? Did the Qi army not resist at all and simply surrender to the Qin cavalry? Jiren, what the hell? Shouldn't the state of Qi only fall next year? Why is it gone this year? Jiren probably couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he thought, that the reason for the fall of the state of Qi was simply because he casually made a joke at the expense of the moon goddess. One can only say that when a woman is angry, it's truly terrifying. After a while, Manager Ding finally came to his senses and said to Ji-run, "I truly apologize, Mr. Shuei, but I think we should end our discussion here for today." "That's fine." Ji-rin nodded, then left the inn with Jianqing. Once they were far from the inn, Ji-rin asked, "How is the situation on Shirshan and Shirshui?" "We've already found the hidden disciples of the Shushan sect. Shirshan and Shirshui have gone over to communicate, and Zishu and Chunyu are secretly protecting them, so there shouldn't be any problems." Have them speed up a bit. Since the Qi Kingdom has fallen, things will likely get a bit chaotic here in Sangyi for a while, so it's better for us to leave early. Understood. Although the Qi Kingdom surrendered voluntarily, they ultimately ensured that a large portion of their living forces remained. However, with a new official taking office, there's bound to be some show of force. After all, this is a war, and even if it's just to assert sovereignty, the Qin army must flex their muscles here for a while. Looking ahead at the citizens who were already starting to pack their belongings and prepare to flee, Jiren couldn't help but sigh. "I was planning to stay here for a few days, but knowing this, it would be better for me to take Shirshan and Shirshui and travel light. Perhaps we can make a quick trip." This statement received no response from Dianqing or the Ten Sword Guards. Traveling light? Impossible. It would be impossible in this lifetime. To put it bluntly, ever since Ji-run was conferred the title of Agricultural Immortal, his life no longer belonged to him. Now, the 12 Sword Guards and Dianqing would not allow their distance from Ji-run to exceed 100 meters. If Ji-run truly intended to leave them behind and travel alone, he would likely have to first behead them, but even then, their souls would still cling to him. Nowadays, the 12 Sword Guards could die, Dianqing could die, even Shirshan and Shirshui could die, but Ji-run could not. If one day, the 12 Sword Guards and Dianqing did not die in front of Ji-run, it would not only be their own shame, but they themselves would become sinners in the eyes of the world. In the evening, Shirshan, Shirshui, Zishu, and Chunyu returned with a small cloth bag. "Have we got everything?" "Yes." Shirshan and Shirshui nodded. "All right, then let's head back." Taking advantage of the night, the group set up a carriage and quickly left Sangyi City. At this time, the small road outside Sangyi City was filled with fleeing citizens. These people appeared flustered but moved with remarkable efficiency, clearly not their first time doing this. In this era, fleeing from disaster had almost become a necessary skill for the common people. Looking at the direction these people were fleeing towards, it was likely they were headed to Dongjun, as the name of Dongjun had spread throughout the world. The happiest person regarding this situation was undoubtedly the governor of Dongjun, as these people would all contribute to his achievements. In contrast to these citizens, Jiren's speed was not fast despite being in a carriage. After all, they were not fleeing from disaster, but merely trying to avoid some trouble by leaving Sangyi City under the cover of night. However, even if Ji-run tried his best to avoid trouble, sometimes trouble would still come knocking. "So late, Mr. Shuey's is in such a hurry to leave Sangyi. I wonder what the matter is." A strange voice suddenly echoed through the forest. Sishi's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and shot a dart toward a certain spot in the woods, simultaneously shouting angrily, "Who is it? Sneaking around? Come out. TSK. I've long heard that Mr. Shuey's has 12 sword guards under his command, said to be as strong as the 6 sword slaves of Luoyang. Today, seeing them, I'm somewhat disappointed." The sound of soft footsteps gradually approached, and soon, a childlike figure slowly emerged from the spot where she had shot the dart. This person wore a peculiar deep blue outfit, had an unusually pale complexion, and a strange blue flame-like pattern in their left eye. Playing with the dart, the very one she had just thrown. At the same time, as this figure appeared, 3 more figures emerged from the trees around the carriage. 2 women and 1 man, with one young woman exuding an ethereal quality gazing at Ji-ren's carriage, her eyes flickering with a faint killing intent. Chapter 159. How dare you? Subscription requested. It turned out to be the Star Soul Protector of the Yin-Yang family. I'm in a hurry to travel late at night because there are important matters to handle in the agricultural family. The Star Soul Guardian asked, "But what brings you here at such a late hour?" The newcomer was none other than the Star Soul of the Yin-Yang family. While the 3 figures in the trees were the 3 great elders of the Yin-Yang family, Earth Minister Elder Xiangjun, Water Minister Elder Xiangfu Run, and the recently slimmed down, returning to her fairy figure, Wood Minister Elder Xiao Ximing. We're not here for anything else. It's just that the great Ximing of the Yin-Yang family went missing in Dongjun a few days ago, and some disciples saw her last at the day's mountain area of the agricultural family. Therefore, we hope Mr. Shuey's can provide an explanation. If that's the case, I remember I already informed the Moon God Protector of the Yin-Yang family. Ji-run feigned confusion. The Star Soul looked at his fingers and slowly replied, "Yes." But it seems that the moon god was not very satisfied with this explanation, so I specifically came to ask again. I see, but unfortunately, I really don't know about this matter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Jiren signaled Dian Qing to drive away. However, just as Qilong was about to step forward, the star soul moved, blocking the carriage's path, and calmly said, "Sorry, Mr. Shu Eyes, but if that's all the explanation, I can't go back and report to the Eastern Emperor." "Oh, then what kind of explanation do you want?" Jiren gestured for Dian Qing to stop, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. "How about this? I happen to have practiced a yin-yang family spell that can detect whether a person's words are truthful or lies. Why not let me test Mr. Shu Eyes? If you truly haven't lied, I will apologize to you later. What do you think?" The Star Soul smiled. Boom! An overwhelming killing intent suddenly erupted from the 12 sword guards, while the 3 great elders of the yin-yang family simultaneously manifested their spells, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. In a critical moment, Jiren raised his hand to stop the 12 sword guards, and the smile on his face grew increasingly amiable. Could it be that what the Star Soul means is the mind control technique of the yin-yang family? It turns out Mr. Shu Eyes also knows about the techniques of the yin-yang family? The Star Soul was surprised. "I know a little. But does this mean the yin-yang family intends to take action against me? Does the Star Soul not fear that tonight's events will spread? You must know that even if the yin-yang family is now the protector of the Qin Kingdom, they may not be able to silence the voices of the world." Jiren casually tapped his thigh, speaking as if it were a trivial matter. "You need not worry about that, Mr. Shu Eyes. Since you entered this forest, it has been completely isolated from the outside world. What happens here tonight will definitely not be known by anyone else. Please feel free to accompany me." The Star Soul said confidently. "The yin-yang family has such means?" Jiren was astonished. "Rest assured, when you arrive at my yin-yang family, such means are merely ordinary." Jiren nodded in agreement. The methods of the yin-yang family were indeed miraculous. Such techniques were truly too delightful for me. Clang! As Jiren's last word fell, the entire forest instantly echoed with the sound of 14 clear sword cries. The 12 sword guards, who had already reached their limit of patience, along with Shi Shan and Shi Shui, rushed out immediately. Everyone seemed to have agreed beforehand. 6 sword guards approached Xiang Jun. 6 sword guards approached Xiang Fu Run, while Shi Shan and Shi Shui engaged with the young Si Ming, who was exuding a faint killing intent toward Jiren. Seeing this scene, Xing Hun remained calm, his expression still tranquil, as if he had anticipated it, and said, "It seems that Mr. Shuizhe does not intend to cooperate with our actions in the yin-yang family. However, does Mr. think that these subordinates, who were once defeated under the Qin cavalry, can contend against the elders of our yin-yang family?" Compared to De Si Ming, Xing Hun had clearly conducted a thorough investigation on Jiren before coming here. Not only did he look into the origins of the 12 sword guards, but he also made a careful assessment of their strength. The number of times the 12 sword guards had made a move so far was extremely limited, but Jiren had only trained them for a few years. Under normal circumstances, after a few years, their strength could hardly have increased much. Reaching the level of a first-rate expert would already be quite remarkable. And this level was clearly far from that of the elders of the yin-yang family. After all, even among first-rate experts, there could be a significant gap. Just like how the Mo family's Big Iron Hammer is a first-rate expert, while Gao Jianli, Shang-Chi, and the 6 sword servants are also first-rate experts. However, if only normal progress was expected, then what was the point of Jiren training the 12 sword guards? After just one exchange, the elder of the yin-yang family, Elder Xiang Fu Run, was already wounded by a strike from the Longyin sword. As Xiang Fu Ren's husband, although their relationship had strained due to certain matters, seeing her injured still distracted him. Though it was just a fleeting opening, it was still seized by the Hai Zhu, and the wild boar-like Jiu sword instantly struck Xiang Jun's right arm's meridian, directly incapacitating it. Then, concerned for Xiang Jun, Xiang Fu Ren was also distracted upon witnessing this scene, and then the horse's hooves rushed past, blood splattering. Xiang Jun's movement faltered again, and the dog bite struck out, creating another wound, seeing that they had barely exchanged a few moves. The 2 elders of the yin-yang family were already close to soaking their elder robes in blood, and the smile at the corner of Xing Hun's mouth instantly disappeared. "It seems everyone underestimated you, Mr. Shuizhe. In just a few short years, you were able to train a group of battlefield warriors into martial experts nearly comparable to the 6 sword servants. Such methods. No wonder His Excellency Dong Huang refers to you as an anomaly." Anomaly? Jiren's gaze shifted. However, before Jiren could say anything, he heard Xing Hun continue coldly. "However, today, as gift, Xing Hun will remember. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will seek your guidance again. We retreat. Xing Hun spoke coldly, and after finishing, he turned to leave. However, the next second, none of the three elders of the Yin-Yang family followed him. Xing Hun paused, turned around, and happened to see the three elders of the Yin-Yang family deeply surrounded, with several attempts to break through having failed. Just then, Jiren's light laughter came over. You people from the Yin-Yang family are really interesting. Every time you can't win, you want to retreat. Do you really think that under heaven, all of this is your territory? You? Xing Hun turned around and looked at Jiren. When Jiren saw this, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, no more pretending. I'm revealing my hand. Actually, I do have a bit of a clue about your missing elder, the great commander of the Yin-Yang family. As expected, then why did you refuse to tell me the truth when I asked you just now?" Ha ha ha. The reason is very simple. That is, why should I tell you? Do you think you're a fortune teller or a locksmith? Who are you to question me? Xing Hun's expression turned cold, and a deep blue flame ignited in his eyes, filled with rage. Seeking Death. Chapter 160. Let's all stay. Subscription request. Jiren spoke with a provocative tone, completely infuriating Xing Hun. Although Xing Hun was young and had become the left protector of the Yin-Yang family due to his extraordinary talent, his youth also meant that he lacked the steadiness of those true old foxes. Whoosh! Provoked by Jiren, Xing Hun immediately forgot the current situation and launched an attack on Jiren. The substantial yin-yang magical power coalesced into blades of energy in his hands, with faint blue flames swirling around them, giving the energy blades the cutting power of a famous sword along with the unique lethality of yin-yang techniques. Dianxing immediately jumped down from the carriage, picked up his dual swords, and rushed toward Xing Hun. Clang! 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 Xing Hun struck 3 times in succession, each strike crisp and resonant, with an impressive momentum, but when it came to damage, it was merely superficial. Slap! Slap! Xing Hun's energy blades were indeed powerful, but fortunately, the protector's current strength was only at 40%. Otherwise, Dianxing would have probably been left with bruises. Jiren clapped in admiration. Xing Hun's temples throbbed, feeling like his blood vessels were about to burst. How infuriating! This guy dares to call himself a farmer immortal. After all these years, I've never encountered such a despicable character. However, despite his anger, he still couldn't deal with an opponent he couldn't overcome. In fact, aside from the critical weakness, sheer hard power could also break through the armored door's defenses, just like Wei Zhuang once managed to injure Mei Sanyang with a single sword strike. But Dianxing was not Mei Sanyang, and Xing Hun was not Wei Zhuang. Not to mention that Dianxing's original strength far surpassed Mei Sanyang's. More importantly, after Jiren's medicinal treatment, Dianxing had not only fully recovered to his peak physical condition, but his hard power had also gradually begun to approach a level that even his master had not reached, thanks to the accumulation of countless spiritual herbs. Jiren's earlier remark was not a mockery of Xing Hun, but rather a recognition that if Xing Hun could break Dianxing's skin, it would indeed be an impressive feat. Clang, clang, clang. With a more agile movement technique, Xing Hun's energy blades struck Dianxing repeatedly, sparks flying, making it seem like Dianxing was at a disadvantage, but in reality, Xing Hun's hands are becoming numb from the impact of Dianxing's solid muscles. Energy blades, 80% power. After a prolonged assault without success, Xing Hun finally began to enhance the power of his energy blades. Xing Hun was a true genius of yin-yang techniques. His learning speed had even outpaced his physical development, which meant that although he had mastered the energy blades at full capacity, he often could only utilize 60 to 70% of that power, as pushing further would exceed what his body could withstand. However, the situation was urgent now, and Xing Hun clearly couldn't afford to think too much. Seeing his momentum rise, Dianxing quickly raised his hard power to its peak. Whoosh! A nearly 6-meter-long invisible energy blade was suddenly slashed out. And just as Dianxing prepared to take it head-on, in the next moment, he saw the energy blade that Xing Hun had struck suddenly change direction, fiercely flying towards the Stone Mountain and Stone Water, who were attacking Xiao Ximing. Be careful, Dianxing reminded in a low voice. Both Stone Mountain and Stone Water were not weak, and the distance between them and Xing Hun was also not close. Upon sensing the fierce aura behind them, they quickly dodged to the sides. It was precisely this wave of evasion that allowed Xiao Ximing to swiftly exit the battlefield, solidifying the myriad flower-flying leaves with both hands, forming a long whip of green leaves that rushed directly towards Xiang Furen. To block this strike, Wei Yang could only turn around and swing his sword, which led to a flaw in the Earth's Z24 formation. Xiang Fu-Ren unleashed a water technique, instantly disappearing within the formation, and when she reappeared, she was outside the formation that surrounded Xiang Jun Xinghan's strike. In conjunction with the three elders of the Yin-Yang family, was simply exquisite, whether in timing or the reactions of the other three elders. In an instant, the 12 sword guards and the formation surrounding the three elders were all breached. Retreat! Xing Han shouted loudly, quickly forming hand seals in front of his chest. One could only say that anyone who could become the left protector of the Yin-Yang family was not an ordinary person. Whether Xing Han's initial impulsive attack on Dian Qing was genuine or not, it was likely that this move had been planned by Xing Han all along. The other three elders also employed their techniques, and one had to admit that the methods of the Yin-Yang family were indeed strange and mysterious. Even if facing someone stronger than them, if one did not have the appropriate countermeasures. It was indeed rare for anyone to stop the people of the Yin-Yang family when they truly wanted to escape. Mr. Shuizhe, no one has ever been able to stop the people of the Yin-Yang family from leaving. Today, remember this, and regarding the matter of Deci Ming, please think about how to give the Yin-Yang family an explanation. As Xing Han and the three elders of the Yin-Yang family began to vanish in a thin air like Deci Ming before them, Jiren finally moved. If you want to leave, all of you stay here. The moment Jiren set off, the 12 sword guards seemed to see a fierce tiger descending the mountain, or perhaps a charging leopard. The terrifying power emanating from Jiren made even them instinctively hold their breath, let alone the enemies. Bang! Jiren shook his hand, causing the white cloth that wrapped around the soul-breaking spear to shatter in midair. Holding the black-silver great spear, Jiren leaped into the air, swinging the soul-breaking spear in a half-moon arc and fiercely smashing it down toward the spot in the forest. At that moment, Xiang Jun, who was hiding there, saw Jiren wielding the spear as if it carried the might of heaven. No longer able to conceal her presence, she unleashed all her power under the threat of death. Heaven and earth. With a hum, a powerful yin-yang technique erupted, wrapping around Xiang Jun, and gradually coalescing into a massive, illusory mountain peak. Xiang Jun stood firmly on the ground, as if boundless strength supported the mountain, making it unbreakable. However, when Jiren's soul-breaking spear descended, the mountain peak only held for a little over a second before it shattered explosively under the terrifying dual pressure of Jiren's inner strength and physical power. The momentum of Jiren's great spear did not diminish, with a swing in midair under the night sky. Xiang Jun was immediately severed at the waist by the spear's edge. My husband! Lady Xiang's anguished scream echoed through the forest. Jiren's eyes narrowed, his body like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiang Fu-Ren. I will avenge my husband. Upon seeing Jiren, Xiang Fu-Ren's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and in a frenzied manner, she formed a curse seal towards Jiren. Unfortunately, her hand seal had only just coalesced halfway when Jiren struck back with a palm directly on her chest. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, Xiang Fu-Ren was sent flying into the sky. In midair, before Xiang Fu-Ren could hit the ground, everyone only felt a meteor streaking across. And when they opened their eyes again, they saw under the moonlight, Jiren's soul-piercing halberd had already pierced through Xiang Fu-Ren's chest, lifting her like a rag in the air. Chapter 161. Hellfire Curse. Subscription requested. The halberd was originally created by combining the advantages of the dagger and spear, first appearing in the Shang dynasty. However, as time passed, this weapon was gradually phased out, becoming a ceremonial instrument. This was not because the halberd was impractical, but rather because it possessed too many features of various weapons, making it difficult to wield effectively. Generally speaking, those who used halberds were either experts or novices. There was never a third option, and it was clear that Jiren, who had already comprehended the essence of the halberd, would not be the latter. Bang! Casually tossing Xiang Fu-Ren's corpse from the soul-piercing halberd, Jiren forcefully slammed the great halberd into the ground. The immense force combined with the weight of the halberd caused the tail end of the soul-piercing halberd to sink deeply into the ground. At that moment, Jiren exuded an overwhelming aura, like an unparalleled warrior rampaging through a sea of enemies, with a powerful internal force surging like a vast ocean, stirring up fierce winds within a 5-meter radius. The unmatched dominance of his presence made sure Shuei's cheeks flush. Do the remaining two need me to invite you out? In the quiet forest, no one responded. After a few seconds, Xiao Ximing was the first to reveal herself from a branch. Her gaze towards Jiren was complex. Initially, when she received the Eastern Emperor's order to attack Jiren, she felt conflicted because she had a good impression of him. From the beginning, she never thought Jiren could resist the combined forces of the three elders of the Yin-Yang family and Xinghan, as the information known to Xinghan was provided by her, and their current manpower was derived from careful calculations. However, no one expected that even Xiao Ximing, who had spent nearly a month with Jiren, was also deceived by the man before her. Upon seeing Xiao Ximing appear, Yinhu and Mao Tu immediately detained her in front of Jiren. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse to find Xinghan, Jiren suddenly trembled his eyes, turned sharply, and shouted angrily at Shui, looking for death. Boom! With a violent kick, he shattered the ground, and in the next moment, everyone saw Jiren suddenly shoot out, while at the same time, Shui felt a coldness behind her. Associating it with Jiren's reaction, Shui immediately thrust her sword backward. However, she ultimately did not feel the sensation of striking an enemy. Instead, she felt someone lightly pat her arm. Though the force was not great, it suddenly brought a sharp pain that nearly made Shui lose her grip on the sword. Meanwhile, Jiren finally felt it. Looking at the Star Soul, who appeared behind Shui, Jiren took a step forward and easily shattered the defense that had formed in front of the Star Soul with one palm. With a firm grip, he directly seized the Star Soul's neck and lifted him up. Shui, don't use your inner power. After subduing the Star Soul, Jiren suddenly reminded him. The Star Soul's face turned red as Jiren's strength constricted his neck. But at that moment, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Huh? Yes, right. You better not use your inner power, because that way you might live a little longer. As soon as he said this, the others sensed something was off. Shan, closest to Shui, immediately changed his expression, grabbing Shui's arm. At that moment, they saw that Shui's arm was covered with a strange flame pattern. This is a cursed seal. Shan, who had just obtained the Shushan inheritance, recognized the pattern on Shui's arm at a glance and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha ha! This is the Hellfire Curse from the 8 curses of the Yang vein of the Yin-Yang family. In this world, only I can lift it." After saying this, the Star Soul looked down at Jiren with a disdainful and venomous gaze. Nongxian Shui Zhe, I admit I underestimated you this time, but do you dare to kill me now? Ha ha ha! The Star Soul's arrogant laughter echoed through the forest, and upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Just then, the Star Soul spoke again. Mr. Shuize, how about we make a deal? You let me go and do you really think you're clever? Before the Star Soul could finish his sentence, Jiren suddenly looked up at him, his expression calm. Seeing Jiren's peaceful face, the Star Soul felt a sudden panic in his heart, but recalling the power of the Hellfire Curse, he regained his confidence. However, this confidence began to waver with Jiren's next actions. Shui, extend your hand. Jiren commanded. Yes. The person afflicted by the Hellfire Curse would have their wound feel like being burned by raging flames, and this wound would gradually spread throughout the body over time. Once the entire body was covered by the Hellfire Curse, it would mean the curse-bearer was doomed. Shui struggled to raise his arm, and the next moment, everyone saw Jiren swiftly pull out a pack of silver needle from his chest and, with lightning speed, stab dozens of acupoints on Shui's arm and forehead. Once these silver needles entered his body, everyone saw the Hellfire Curse seemingly drawn by some force, gradually beginning to climb towards the silver needles. Slowly, these silver needles began to change from silver to pitch black. How is this possible? The Hellfire Curse, even I couldn't solve it. The Star Soul's pupils suddenly constricted as he witnessed this scene, unable to believe it. But soon, he realized he had misspoken and quickly stopped. Yet his words were still heard by everyone. However, no one cared about what he said anymore. Do you know, Star Soul Protector, the reason I understand your Yin-Yang family's curse seals so well is thanks to someone. Smack! As he spoke, Jiren suddenly slapped Shui's back. In an instant, all the silver needles that had turned completely black shot out, and the patterns on Shui's arm vanished without a trace. Seeing this, not only the Star Soul, but even the usually expressionless Xiao Ximing beside him couldn't help but have their pupils constrict. The forbidden technique of the Yin-Yang family had really been cracked. After the shock, a deep sense of terror quickly rose in the Star Soul's heart. For from Jiren's earlier words, he had already sensed something. Since you're the Star Soul Protector, then to find the whereabouts of the great death fate, I shall send the Star Soul Protector to meet her. No, wait. If you kill me, the Yin-Yang family will never spare the Nong family. Do you want to ignite a war between the Yin-Yang family and the Nong family? Crack. Jiren applied gentle pressure with his 5 fingers. accompanied by a clear sound of bones cracking, and Xing Hun's words abruptly ceased. Casually tossing aside Xing Hun's corpse, Ji-Ren said, "Sorry. What happens here tonight will never be known to outsiders." Chapter 162. The Starry Boundary. Seeking subscription. After clearing the battle traces in the area and destroying the illusion array that Xing Hun had set up in the woods, Ji-Ren and his group resumed their journey back to Dezhe Mountain. Along the way, Xiao Ximing honestly followed behind the convoy, showing no signs of unusual behavior. She did not express any sadness or anger over the deaths of Xing Hun, Xiang Jun, or Xiang Furun. She appeared almost robotic. This further corroborated a certain suspicion in Ji-Ren's mind. Perhaps Xiao Ximing had never voluntarily joined the Yin-Yang family. Among the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family, the other 4 held a mindset that regarded human life as insignificant, while only Xiao Ximing remained indifferent. The 2 attitudes seemed similar, but in reality, they were worlds apart. Ji-Ren speculated that perhaps from the very beginning, Xiao Ximing was a puppet manipulated by the Yin-Yang family using heart control techniques, which is also the reason why Ji-Ren repeatedly let Xiao Ximing go. It definitely has nothing to do with Xiao Ximing's appearance. Dezhe Mountain is not far from Shanghai. In just a few days, Ji-Ren and his companions returned to the Gonggong Hall, where Zishu and Chou Niu escorted Xiao Ximing to the dungeon, while Shi Shan and Shi Shui went to the inner hall to prepare for closed-door training in the Shushan witchcraft. Ti, carrying the broken soul halberd wrapped in white cloth, took the others to the Shinong Hall. After Ji-Ren comprehended the essence of the halberd, he could no longer casually leave his weapon at home as he did before, because the essence of the halberd also needed to be nurtured to become purer and stronger. And in this process, the weapon itself was an indispensable presence. This is also the reason why most accomplished swordsmen always keep their swords close at hand. Although the broken soul halberd is not as easy to carry as ordinary swords, Ji-Ren, now standing at 9 meters tall, found it quite fitting to bear 3-meter-long halberd. Ji-Ren had just walked into the Shinong Hall when, as expected, he saw the Zhu family's expressions change, their faces falling as they began to complain to him. The content of their grievances was nothing more than the position of the leader of the 4U Hall, which ultimately fell into the hands of that traitor Tianzhong. Now, among the 6 halls of the Nong family, 4 occupied by members of the Tian family, which is extremely unfavorable for their situation. At the same time, because the Tian family is now powerful, these people have been behaving very arrogantly lately. For example, competing everywhere for disciples and resources, and so on. Regarding this, Ji-Ren could only offer a bit of comfort. Overall, compared to the other 4 families, although the Zhu family also had unwholesome intentions, they were still relatively kind-hearted. Otherwise, even when the situation was dire, Ji-Ren might not have sought an alliance with them. Brother Shuai's, back then, you told me that when heaven wants to destroy someone, it first drives them mad. Are the Tian family members not mad enough now? The Zhu family rested their chin on their hands, and their face was marked with a large character for worry. Ji-Ren glanced at him and said lightly, "You're still far from it." Sigh. Sometimes, I really admire your mindset, little brother. I've been so worried these past few days that I've turned a few hairs white, yet you have the energy to go have fun in Sanghi. Ha ha. Brother Zhu, sometimes it's not a bad thing to worry a little less. A few days later, in the Yin-Yang sect, is there any news? In the Luo Sheng Hall, the moon god stood quietly on a pillar, hand forming a seal, looking down at the disciple kneeling on one knee below, and calmly inquired. Reporting to the moon god protector, the disciple went to Sanghi and found some signs of battle in a forest 30 miles outside Sanghi city. But it seems that some experts have dealt with the area, so we cannot confirm whether the Star Soul Protector and the 3 elders were ever there. Understand. You may leave. Yes. The disciple, hearing the command, quickly lowered his head and left. Just as the disciple left, another man wearing a white robe with cloud patterns and slightly dark skin hurriedly entered the Luo Sheng Hall. Upon seeing the moon god, he couldn't wait to speak. I heard that the Star Soul Protector and the 3 elders of water, earth, and would have gone missing at the same time. Is this true? It turned out to be Elder Yin Zhongjuan. This matter has not been confirmed yet. I was just about to meet with His Majesty Dong Huang to investigate further. Would Elder Yin Zhongjuan like to join? Upon hearing this, Yin Zhongjuan's expression changed immediately. The simultaneous disappearance of the 3 elders and a protector from the Yin-Yang sect had likely never happened since the sect's establishment. In fact, Ji-Ren made a mistake. After killing the Star Soul, he shouldn't have allowed people to clean the battlefield while also destroying the formation set up by the Star Soul. Ji-Ren's current identity is quite extraordinary. Even though the Yingyang family is now esteemed as the protector of the Qin state, they dare not let anyone know about their actions against Jiren. Therefore, before taking action, Xinghuan specifically collaborated with the three elders to set up a star boundary formation outside the woods. This formation is a secret technique of the Yingyang family. Once established, it will gather the power of the stars to operate. Although this grand formation does not possess any lethality, it can construct another world within the formation. If Jiren had killed Xinghuan and directly taken the body away without disturbing the formation, then by the time dawn arrived, the internal state of the formation would completely reset. At that time, even if the moon god took action personally, it would be impossible to detect any abnormalities there. By then, even if the Yingyang family could determine that this matter was related to Jiren, finding any clues would be extremely difficult. Moreover, the true reason the Yingyang family took action against Jiren was not because of the great god of fate. After all, the great god of fate is just one of the 5 elders, and without even having fully confirmed her whereabouts, the Yingyang family would never directly send a protector and 3 elders to take the risk of troubling Jiren. The real reason for the Yingyang family's actions against Jiren lies not in individuals, but in a statement made by the leader of the Yingyang family, Dongwang. Anomalies. This was the 2 words that Xinghuan casually mentioned when confronting Jiren. Although Xinghuan seemed somewhat indifferent when mentioning the term anomalies, in reality, this was the true reason that led the Yingyang family to decisively act against Jiren. But what exactly do these so-called anomalies refer to? What kind of meaning do they contain? It is likely that only the Yingyang family themselves know. The moon god in Yunzhongjin followed the illusory path and arrived at the deepest part of the Yingyang family. Under a vast star map, Dongwang, draped in a black robe and wearing a mask, stood quietly. I already know your intentions. I have drawn an oracle, and the omen shows that Xinghuan and the 3 elders are indeed in great danger. Yunzhongjin's gaze narrowed. However, you need not worry about this matter. I have sent someone to investigate. With her strength, she should soon achieve results. Outside Sangheiqing, 30 miles away, above a seemingly inconspicuous grove, a small 3-legged crow with black feathers and golden patterns slowly landed on a branch. After the 3-legged golden crow landed, it peeked down several times and eventually flapped its wings to fly back up into the sky. Meanwhile, in a courtyard several miles away from this location, several men and women dressed in peculiar clothing knelt around a beautiful woman with long black hair, adorned in a luxurious gold and black outfit, with a long hairpin inserted at the back of her head. I see, the star boundary formation. I didn't expect this trip to involve such a formation. It seems the opponent of the Yingyang family, this time, is quite formidable. The beautiful woman murmured to herself. The kneeling disciples around her remained silent, as the operation against Jiren was a closely guarded secret of the Yingyang family. Aside from Dongwang, the 2 protectors, and the 5 elders, no one else knew. Go back and tell the moon god that the traces here have been covered by the star boundary formation. I need some time to investigate the whereabouts of the elders. However, the moon god protector specifically instructed before leaving that you are now in a position of guilt. So even if you cannot find any news, you must return to the Yingyang family first. The kneeling disciples raised their heads upon hearing this, but before he could finish, the beautiful woman's piercing gaze completely interrupted him. The disciple understood. He decisively lowered his head and replied. After the fall of the Qi state, the Qin state had completely achieved unification. The people of the world initially thought that after the Qin state unified the realm, they would at least take some time to recuperate. However, what no one expected was that shortly after the Qin state agreed, Yingyang began to mobilize a large number of laborers from various places to build the Great Wall. From that moment on, the tyrannical genes inherent in Yingyang gradually began to reveal themselves. To be honest, if Jiren were not aware of future events, based solely on Yingyang's current actions, he would never believe that this first emperor was a wise ruler. In fact, the labor required by Qin law at that time was not overly harsh. According to the current laws, each household only needed to provide 1 adult laborer for a year, serving for just 1 month. Even accounting for travel time, each year, a household would only require the head of the family to be away for 2 to 3 months. However, the problem was that Yingyang was too impatient. Whether it was because he wanted to hastily establish a magnificent empire, or because he seemed to know he would die early. From the day construction of the Great Wall began, Yingyang repeatedly urged his officials to speed up progress. He even dismissed several officials directly due to accidents during the construction of the Great Wall and even condemned them to slavery. In a short time, every official involved in the construction of the Great Wall was on edge. Faced with this situation, These officials could only increase the labor time of ordinary citizens to speed up progress. However, compared to the original history, in this era, Jiren had already popularized potatoes, cotton clothes, and other goods, which greatly reduced the number of deaths during the construction of the Great Wall. This also alleviated public grievances considerably. Nevertheless, Ingjing's actions still stirred the chivalrous hearts of many wanderers. After experiencing this era, upon hearing news of wanderers rebelling in various places while in Days Mountain, Jiren actually felt a sense of understanding rise within him. Building the Great Wall benefits future generations, there is no doubt about it. But if we talk about benefits for the present, it is still up for debate. More critically, Ingjing's actions would inevitably reduce the momentum Jiren had painstakingly developed, which made him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Ingjing's change in character has gradually set him at odds with the ideals of certain individuals. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Nowadays, the place with the highest population density in the Central Plains is undoubtedly Dongjun, which even surpasses the current capital of Xianyang. Centered around Days Mountain, Dongjun has undergone several expansions, and the reputation of Days Mountain as a paradise has become increasingly prominent in the Central Plains. The people of Dongjun can now enjoy 3 meals a day, always eating their fill, and even have meat dishes every few days. Since the practice of castration has become widespread, more and more people in Dongjun are raising pigs. In addition to potatoes as a staple food, during this period, Jiren has also applied his knowledge of biological genetics to attempt genetic modifications on rice, millet, and wheat. Although the results did not reach the level of later generations, they still significantly increased grain production. Within the farming families, there have been no unusual occurrences in the past year. However, this does not mean that Tian Ming and his group have abandoned their ideas of power struggles. During this time, the Tian family has been quietly accumulating strength, continuously drawing the disciples of the farming families closer to the 4 halls of the Tian family. For this reason, the Zhu family has visited the Gonggong Hall countless times over the past year. Additionally, the Tian family has recently managed to gather many skilled experts from unknown sources, including some that Ji Run is familiar with, such as Mr. Jin, who is impersonated by Wu Kuang beside Tianzhong. However, there are also several experts who did not even appear in the original storyline. Ji Ren suspected that these people might be the reinforcements invited by Tian Ming, Tian Mi, and Tianzhong from the Luonet. Because among the 4 halls of the Tian family, only Tian Hu's subordinates still had the Bone Demon from the original storyline. The Luonet has existed even before the Qin state, with an unfathomable depth. So it is entirely possible for them to bring out several masters to help these people control the farmers. However, the Zhu family Shenong Hall had also recruited a female powerhouse named Wu Yun 6 months ago. Jiren had met her a few times. Although there wasn't much to discern from her appearance alone, Jiren's intuition told him that this person's strength was not simple. Even among first-class experts, she could be considered a strong contender. After more than a year of cultivation, aided by a large number of spiritual herbs, Jiren's breaking army heart method finally reached the peak of the 9th layer. Now, Jiren's internal strength had truly reached a level that could be described as profound and towering. Additionally, the military heart method also had the effect of tempering the body. So even Jiren himself was unclear about the exact level of his strength. However, as he continued to cultivate, although his internal strength was still accumulating, he could never sense the threshold of the final layer of the heart method. Just as Jiren was pondering how to break through the last layer of the heart method, a piece of paper sent by the Shenong Hall suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 164. The Falling Meteor, Subscription Request. In the valley of the waning moon, under the dusk, the desolate evening wind stirred up dust, gradually covering the bloody scent left by the 300 elite soldiers on the ground. The next day, a wanted notice quickly spread across the territory of the Great Qin. On the wanted notice was a man with a cold gaze, whose appearance was sharp and defined, as if sculpted by a knife. It was truly unexpected that the Empire's #1 sword saint had betrayed the Empire. Inside the Shenong Hall, Lu Ji looked at the recently acquired wanted notice and couldn't help but exclaim, while the Zhu family, upon seeing the face on the notice, changed their expressions to one of shock, turning pale. This person was Gainya, which meant that the person they had seen last time was really. After receiving the wanted notice from Shenong Hall, Ji Ren instructed his men to pay a little more attention to the news from the Mo family, and then continue to focus on his cultivation. The 12 sword guards, along with the Lion King and Leopard King, have noticeably reduced their training time recently. Ji Ren has forcibly enhanced their strength through countless spiritual herbs, but there is a limit to this method. Now, these individuals have basically surpassed their original talent boundaries. Additionally, the excessive consumption of herbal liquid has led to a buildup of toxins in their bodies. Unless there are unexpected circumstances, it will be difficult for the 12 sword guards to make further progress in the future. On the other hand, Shan, Shui, and Dianqing have recently increased their training time. Since practicing the Shushan witchcraft, Shan and Shui's strength has skyrocketed like a rocket, while Dianqing has sensed a breakthrough opportunity in his hard skills recently. Enjoying the lakeside, Ji-Ren sat on a giant rock, the broken soul spear standing in front of him, silently sensing the essence of the spear. Behind him around, purple-haired fairy stood on a thick tree trunk, quietly gazing into the distance. Yes, it was indeed Xiao Siming. This time, Xiao Siming's change was entirely due to herself, with Ji-Ren making no moves at all. In the first month of being imprisoned in the dungeon, Xiao Siming had not noticed anything unusual. By the third month, she suddenly began to often fall into confusion. By the 6th month, she suffered from daily splitting headaches. And it was from this time that she began to alleviate her pain with delicious food. Up until now, Xiao Siming could proudly say, I, Xiao Siming, am full of fat, rivaling the famous Gongsun. While life was peaceful in the countryside, at this moment, far away in the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, a certain principled medical fairy naturally broke her own 3 major rules and took action to treat the injured Gainya. Then, the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, which had been calm for a long time, was attacked by the flowing sand. This attack seemed accidental, but in reality, it was inevitable, for the junior pursued the senior, and would never easily let go, no matter how far they had to go. In the end, Gainya, along with the child of an old friend, Tianming, and the remaining members of the Xiang clan, was forced to flee to the Mo family's mechanized city. By the viewing lake in the Gonggong Hall, the 12 sword guards, including Dianqing, Shan, and Shui, surrounded a giant rock. The air was thick with a murderous aura, and at this moment, the vigilance of the 12 sword guards had reached its peak. Even a falling leaf would need their approval before touching the ground. The reason for everyone's heightened caution was simple. It was for the person sitting cross-legged on the giant rock. Several days had passed since Ji-Ren last sat in meditation here, without food or water for several days. If it weren't for Ji-Ren's steady aura, Shan and Shui would have likely been unable to resist waking him up. Fortunately, the wait was not in vain. Buzz! Without any warning, an invisible wave suddenly spread out from Ji-Ren's body. Although this aura had no lethal power, it caused everyone present to simultaneously feel as if they were stripped bare. The 12 sword guards, Dianqing, and Shan were fine, as they were all men. Although it felt a bit strange, they could still endure it. However, Shui reacted like a startled cat, immediately retreating several meters before stopping with a flushed face. Just at that moment, Ji-Ren finally slowly opened his eyes. Is this enlightenment? He was completely aware of everything that had happened in the outside world over the past few days, but he didn't pay any attention to it, as he was in a state of extreme profundity. In this state, Ji-Ren's thinking became exceptionally clear, and many of the confusions he couldn't understand before suddenly made sense. In this state, he even successfully created a new ability. Ji-Ren named it the domain of military intent. It refers to the kind of fluctuation that Ji-Ren inadvertently manifested earlier, which is the result of his understanding of the essence of the halberd, combined with the transparent world. Once activated, Ji-Ren can not only see the operation of the enemy's meridians and muscles, but can even perceive the flow of breath across an entire area. Has anything happened recently? Ji-Ren silently sensed the changes within his body and slowly spoke. Yes. Upon hearing this, Shan immediately stepped forward and said, Elder brother, the Mo family that you want us to pay attention to has recently seen a sudden mobilization of a large number of troops, led by the Imperial Elite Golden Fire Cavalry commanded by Meng Tian. Additionally, there has been a sudden increase in Imperial troops in the Eastern County to maintain order, and there are rumors that the Imperial Young Master Fusu may come to the Eastern County soon. Fusu? Ji-Ren's gaze shifted. There wasn't much of an issue on the Mo family side, but why did Fusu come to Dongjun at this time? Do you know why young Master Fusu is here? This. Shan paused for a moment, then stepped forward and whispered, there are rumors that young Master Fusu is very likely here for the Gnome family. Or more precisely, he might be here for you, the Home Master. Here for me? Ji-Ren narrowed his eyes. The relationship between Fusu and Chongping Jun was not a secret in the eyes of the Imperial high-ranking officials. Because of the chivalrous leader, Tian Guang, the Gnome family had almost been tacitly acknowledged by the outside world to be connected with Chongping Jun. But everyone knew that, as the eldest son of the empire, Fusu could not be unaware of this. Otherwise, during their last meeting, he would not have intentionally avoided suspicion. Yet now, the outside world had begun to spread such rumors again. Boom! Just as Ji-Run was deep in thought, suddenly, a meteor streaked rapidly across the sky above Dongjun, its fiery light illuminating the horizon. The meteor carried a long tail and ultimately plummeted violently toward Days Mountain. This phenomenon was witnessed not only by Ji-Run, but also by the 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, Shishan Shishui, and the entire populace of Dongjun. In an instant, Dongjun was in an uproar. Chapter 165. The destruction of the Mo family. The destruction of the Mo family's mechanism city was inevitable. Compared to other schools and families secretly opposing Qin, the Mo family had almost become brazen enough to rise up openly. In this situation, it would be strange if the Qin state did not respond. No matter how loud the reputation of the Mo family's mechanism city was when faced with thousands of troops, even a single hoof from a horse could flatten the mountains where the Mo family's mechanism city was hidden. On a small road outside the mechanism city, many people surrounded the unconscious Duanmu Rong, looking anxious. Miss Duanmu, there's nothing more to be done. Although I've used my internal power to protect Miss Duanmu's damaged heart veins, her injuries are too severe. At my level, I still cannot heal her wounds, Zayayoshi said, gently shaking his head with a sigh as he released Duanmu Rong's arm. Cough. Cough. Could it be that even Master Xiaoyao has no way to help? Mo family leader Yin Dan coughed heavily, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. On the way here, Yin Dan had been ambushed by the new generation of the Yinyang family, suffering severe injuries, but compared to the original plot, it was not fatal. Yin Dan might even have to thank Ji-Ren for this, because if Ji-Ren had not previously eliminated the 4 elders and a protector of the Yinyang family, Yin Dan's fate would not have changed much. The Yinyang family had deep foundations, although the position of protector was not easy to choose. They had already selected the new 4 elders over the years. Although the new elders had not yet learned forbidden spells, their strength was not inferior to the previous generation, and some of them might even subtly surpass the previous generation. For example, the new Xiangjun who ambushed Yindan. This, I truly have no good means. Zayayoshi hesitated and thought for a while, ultimately shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present fell slightly, but just then they heard Zhang Liang, who had also rushed over, say, I might have a method to heal Miss Duanmu. Is what you say true, Zifang? Everyone turned back in surprise. Zhang Liang nodded. As far as I know, there are 2 people in the world today who might be able to heal Miss Duanmu's injuries. Who are they? One is my master uncle Sun Qing. He has studied the Book of Changes and has considerable research on the ways of life and death in the human body. He may have a way to heal Miss Duanmu's injuries, Zhang Liang said calmly. Sun Qing. Everyone was startled. This person was currently the highest-ranking master in Confucianism, and getting him to act would be not easy to discuss. It seemed Zhang Liang sensed the thoughts of the crowd and smiled slightly, saying, Everyone, please rest assured, my master uncle is easygoing. Although his temper is a bit strange, I do have some confidence in being able to persuade him to take action. Upon hearing this, everyone finally felt a bit relieved. At this moment, the Snow Woman asked, By the way, Mr. Zhang Liang, you just said that there are 2 people in the world who can heal Sister Rong. Apart from your master uncle Sun Qing, who is the other person? Zhang Liang replied gently. This person, in fact, everyone has heard of his great name, but perhaps not many have seen him. Could it be? Gao Zhanli's heart stirred, as if he remembered something. Days Mountain. Zhang Liang provided a hint. Heaven and Earth. Farmer Immortal Shui Zhe. Hearing the words Days Mountain, everyone present immediately came to their senses and exclaimed in unison. In recent years, the name of the farmer immortal had spread far and wide with the introduction of magical items like potatoes, cotton, and curved plows. Today, it was likely that no one in the world was unaware of the name Shui Zhe. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhang Liang. I know that the farmer immortal has profound attainments in the art of grains, but it seems I haven't heard much about his medical skills. The noticeably taller figure of the Iron Hammer scratched his bald head, puzzled. As for this matter, I did hear Sister Rong mention it once. Many years ago, Sister Rong accompanied her master to Daliang to treat the local epidemic. Daliang. Could it be the battle where Wang Bin flooded Daliang? Exactly. At that time, although Wang Bin used the floods to submerge Daliang, after the battle, Daliang experienced an extremely serious epidemic. The medical community came to aid the people, but it was this farmer immortal Shui Zhe who truly controlled the local epidemic, reducing the casualty rate to below 30%. It is said that afterward, Shuize even specifically went to Ishan to discuss medical principles with Sister Rome's master. At that time, the medical skills of this farmer immortal Shuize were even superior to those of Sister Rome, earning praise from Sister Rome's master. The Snow Woman spoke softly, recounting a past story that Duanmu Rome had once told her. What? The medical skills of that farmer immortal Shuize are actually better than Miss Rome's? As soon as the Snow Woman said this, the entire Mo family was in an uproar. Now, Duanmu Rome was known as the medical immortal of the present age. How could there be someone whose medical skills surpassed hers? I've heard of this matter as well. Just then, Zhang Liang interjected, saying, it is said that Mr. Shuize's medical skills incorporate many foreign methods, and although they differ greatly from current medical practices, they have various incredible effects. Even Dianqing, the senior of the Pai Jiamin and Wei, had been blind for many years, yet a few years ago, his sight was miraculously restored. Such a method would even make Master Uncle Sun Qing exclaim it as a work of divine craftsmanship. In that case, if we can get this farmer immortal to take action, wouldn't the chances of healing Miss Duanmu be even greater? The thief Ji, who was listening to this, suddenly felt restless. That's true, but we have no connections with this farmer immortal, and it may not be easy to ask him to take action. Don't worry. Ji rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and shouted, today, let you all see the strength of the king of thieves. Not only am I good at stealing things, but stealing people is also a piece of cake for me. Just wait. I will go steal this farmer immortal to treat Sister Rome. As he spoke, Ji leaped into the air, intending to jump away. However, just as he took off, he felt 4 or 5 hands simultaneously pull him down, directly making him fall flat on his face. Ji cried out in pain, and Zhang Liang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, Brother Ji, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You all just know how to be calm. Sister Rome is now unconscious. How can I calm down? Daoji suddenly jumped up from the ground, his accumulated anger finally ignited by Zhang Liang's words. All of us present had been treated by Miss Rome at some point, but now, Miss Rome was unconscious, her life uncertain, yet we could do nothing. Daoji's outburst left everyone in silence. After a while, Yin Dan placed a hand on Daoji's shoulder and said, Don't be impulsive, Daoji. We stopped you not to prevent you from saving Miss Rome, but because we don't want to see you go to your death. I once had a brief encounter with that farmer immortal, Shuize. He is not an ordinary person. Even if you can break through the defenses of the Gnome family, it would still be difficult to handle him. Moreover, his identity is unusual. Once we strike at him, whether we succeed or fail, our Mo family could become the enemy of the world. Do you understand? Chapter 166. The wind rises and clouds gather. Yindan's comfort was, of course, merely a simple consolation. After all, he had personally infiltrated the Gonggong Hall before. Although it seemed simple to defend, the Gnome family's Gonggong Hall was actually extremely tight-knit. Even he had to expend considerable effort just to avoid detection. But in the end, he was recognized at a glance by Shuize, which shows that Shuize definitely possesses martial skills and is quite accomplished. His comfort about the difficulty of dealing with him was just words. If Daoji were to go to the Gnome family, he would most likely never return. Furthermore, even if Daoji were to succeed by some stroke of luck, the disappearance of Shuize, the so-called farmer immortal, would undoubtedly cause a stir among the common people. By then, the Mo family would not only become a target, but would struggle to find a place to hide. Because anywhere there are common people, they might regard them as enemies. Is there really no way out? The crowd felt a bit disheartened. Zhang Liang, have you all forgotten the first person I mentioned just now? Suddenly, the Snow Woman's eyes lit up as if she remembered something, and she exclaimed, I thought of it. Among us, there is actually someone who has had dealings with the farmer immortal. A few days later, on an official road between Dongjun and Sangyi, a 5-horse carriage was slowly moving forward, surrounded by a tightly organized army, creating an imposing presence. If there were more talents like Mr. Shuize in the world, how could our empire not prosper? Fu Su couldn't help but exclaim, recalling what he had seen and heard in Dongjun a few days ago. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fu Su could hardly imagine that there were places in the world even more prosperous than Xianying. What's more, this flourishing place was once a desolate battlefield just a few years ago. Since your highness appreciates Mr. Shuize so much, why didn't you stay a few more days in Dongjun when you pass through and visit the Gnome family? Asked Fu Su's personal guard who was driving the horse. Fu Su shook his head and replied, This journey is at the command of His Majesty, the First Emperor, to act on behalf of the world and to scout for His Majesty's upcoming Eastern tour. It is not appropriate to stir up trouble. In fact, Fu Su had considered visiting Ji-rin several times while in Dongjun, but considering the connections among the Nong family, Chongping-jun, and himself, he ultimately gave up on the idea. Just as Ji-rin had predicted earlier, Fu Su's character and his status as the eldest legitimate son meant he could not allow himself to get caught up in public opinion turmoil. This way of dealing with the world, to put it nicely, is benevolent and upright. But to put it less kindly, it is somewhat overly rule-bound. One must know that for emperors, sometimes not making a mistake is itself a mistake. However, to put another way, if Fu Su had really gone to visit Ji-rin during those days, he might not have been able to meet Ji-rin at all, because when Ji-rin saw the meteorite from the sky streaking across the heavens, he had already set off for the border of the former Zhao kingdom. Enlightenment helped Ji-rin solve numerous cultivation problems, but he still had no clue about the final layer of the breaking army heart method. After that meteorite descended, the entire Dongjun would soon fall into turmoil. In the 3rd and 6th Dongjun, Mars guards the heart. This conspiracy, even if Ji-rin knew in advance, could not be avoided. Of course, Ji-rin had no intention of avoiding it, because someone planned to use the Mars stone to plunge the empire into internal turmoil. But at the same time, Ji-rin also intended to use it to completely eliminate the restless elements within the empire, completing the final step of gathering people's fortunes. However, before that, Ji-rin needs to completely elevate his strength to the peak that can currently be achieved. Just as Ji-rin is heading to the border of the original Zhao kingdom, Fu Su arrives in Sangyi City. In the palace of Xianyang, an urgent report from Dongjun suddenly incites the wrath of Emperor Ingzheng. The content of the confidential report is very simple. A comet has fallen in Dongjun. On one side, it says the one who brings down Qin is who, and on the other side, it reads the demon star descends, Fu Su rises. The first emperor dies, and the land divides. Meanwhile, in the streets of Xianyang, various rumors have gradually begun to circulate. One is that the emperor's legitimate son, Fu Su, is plotting rebellion. The second is that the agricultural deity of the water marshes is actually the demon star descending, and Fu Su's rebellion is influenced by this demon star. The third is that the Qin state is about to perish. Among these 3 pieces of news, the second one spreads the widest and is also the most controversial. This is because the 2 individuals involved in this rumor are both of significant background. Yet despite this, while there are a few people who criticize and complain, most still scoff at it. This is the result of Ji-rin's years of efforts. In a time when the common people have not fully awakened, the majority remain ignorant. But ignorance does not mean foolishness. Over the years, Ji-rin has provided tangible benefits that have allowed the people to eat their fill and save lives, making it unrealistic for mere rumors to shake Ji-rin's position. However, the mastermind behind this do not care about the people's opinions, as in their eyes. The populace is merely a tool. The only person they truly care about is Ingzheng. When Ingzheng issued the order for Meng Tian to eliminate the Hu threat at all costs, the manipulators began to secretly rejoice, believing that the rumors had already yielded results. Thus, they started to control the spread of the rumors beyond Xianyang. In an instant, dark currents surged within the empire. At the same time, Fu Su encountered an assassination attempt in Sangyi City. The long-lost Shinong order from the Dongjun farmers suddenly reappeared, making the already murky situation even stranger and more bizarre. Amidst this chaotic situation, a carriage slowly drove into Dongjun. Inside the carriage were 4 people: Gao Jianli, the Snow Woman, the Big Hammer, and the unconscious Duanmu Rong. The purpose of this trip for the Mo family to the farmers is twofold. Firstly, it is naturally to treat Duanmu Rong. Secondly, Yindan heard that the long-lost Shinong order has suddenly appeared, so he dispatched 3 people to gather information. The whereabouts of the previous hero Qi Tianguang, related to the Shinong order, is very important to the Mo family. The Qinglong plan is an important foundation for the alliance between the Mo family and the farmers. If they cannot find a previous hero Qi Tianguang or the successor of the Qinglong plan, the secret alliance between the Mo family and the farmers would remain unknown. For the current Mo family, the power of the farmers is absolutely an essential part of their anti-Qin cause. Don't worry, although we have not interacted with Mr. Shui Zhe, Sister Rong's master has discussed medical principles with him, and since the one who is now injured is Sister Rong, that agricultural deity should come to her aid. Chapter 167. A good show, huh? I've heard about the things you've done over the years, and to be honest, I never expected you to achieve such success today. You have fulfilled your promise to seek ways to help the world. In the peach forest at the border of the Zhao kingdom, Li Mu stroked his beard, admiring Ji Run in front of him. To be honest, when Li Mu first met Ji Run, He felt a connection with this young man, which is why he gifted him 2 scrolls of bamboo slips. They seemed precious, but for Li Mu now, their usefulness has diminished. Yet even Li Mu did not expect that in just a few short years, Jiren would bring such great changes to the world. This made Li Mu very pleased, as Jiren's current achievements show that he did not entrust his legacy to the wrong person. I also have to thank General Li for saving my life back then. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to pass these things on to the world, Jiren said, cupping his fists in salute. Ha ha ha. No need for pleasantries with me. Why have you come here today? To be honest, General Li, I do have a question today, and I hope you can help clarify it. What is it? Just say it. I would like to know how to successfully break through the last layer of military mindset. As he spoke, Jiren gathered a trace of internal power in his palm. Upon seeing this, Li Mu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Your mindset characteristics are quite similar to my training in the breaking army mindset. If that's the case, I might really be able to give you some guidance. Jiren felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his heart method was indeed derived from Li Mu's breaking army heart method. Although the old man himself was not skilled in internal cultivation, he had learned a thing or two about the breakthrough of the last layer of the military heart method from the notes of some seniors. The cultivation of military martial arts was mostly closely related to the battlefield, and one of the conditions for successfully breaking through the last layer was to ensure that one was sufficiently infused with the aura of weapons and warfare. Secondly, one must not break through according to the original heart method. For what the old man understood since ancient times, no predecessor had ever broken through the last layer completely according to the original heart method. Li Mu was open and honest, sharing all the information he knew with Jiren. After obtaining what he wanted from Li Mu, Jiren stayed in the peach forest for another night, getting drunk with Li Mu, and then left the peach forest the next day. For Shi Shan and Shi Shui, last night's experience did not leave much of an impression, as they thought it was normal for their elder brother from the marsh to be so powerful and for them to know a few impressive figures. However, for Dianqing and the 12 sword guards, who had once been soldiers in the army, last night's experience felt rather surreal. After all, only those from the military could truly understand the weight that Li Mu represented, even though they had once been soldiers of the Wei Kingdom. Along the way, Jiren was studying the 2 conditions for breaking through that Li Mu had told him about. Coming from an era of information explosion, Jiren easily understood the meanings represented by the 2 conditions. However, understanding was one thing, and how to implement it was another. Hall Master, we have arrived at Sanghi City. After an unknown amount of time, while Jiren was quietly pondering the broken army heart method, Dianqing's voice suddenly came from outside the carriage curtain. In that case, let's find a place to rest for a while before continuing our journey. Jiren has never been one to shortchange himself. Although he has been traveling at a fast pace, the group has also taken quite a few breaks along the way. Moreover, if Jiren remembers correctly, there might just be a good show happening at the little sage villa near Sanghi City. The last time he visited Sanghi City, his trip was interrupted by the sudden attack of the Qin Kingdom on the Qi Kingdom. This time, with several Bi kings battling at the little sage villa, it would be a shame to miss such a spectacle. He found an inn and took a short rest. Jiren then sent Zishu to investigate near the Shao Shangxian Zhuang to see if anything significant had happened recently. Zishu was quick to gather information, and soon brought back the news that Jiren wanted. It seemed I came at just the right time. Zishu, go tell the others. Haven't you all been wanting to know about the strength of the 6 sword slaves of the Luo network? Tomorrow I will take you to see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Zishu immediately perked up, looking as if he was no longer sleepy at the mention of it. To elaborate, we must start from a last battle with Xinghan. At that time, Xinghan had praised Jiren's 12 sword guards, stating that their strength was not inferior to that of the 6 sword slaves. In Xinghan's eyes, this was clearly a compliment. However, the 12 sword guards did not see it that way. Who were they? They were the chief bodyguards of the contemporary sage, and to say their strength was merely on par with others was an insult. Therefore, from that day on, the 12 sword guards began to take turns gathering information about the 6 sword slaves from Jiren. But putting aside the strength of the Luo network assassins, their movements were indeed very concealed. Otherwise, Jiren would not have been unable to deal with so many undercover agents hidden by the farming families. Thus, the 6 sword slaves gradually became noted in the little notebooks of the 12 sword guards. Zishu scampered off happily. Seeing this, Jiren couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow he would go to the little sage village, and it was naturally impossible for him to just watch a show. The real purpose was that Jiren intended to pay a visit to the Confucian scholar Sun Quan. Regarding breaking through the last layer of the Breaking Army Heart method, in today's world, apart from Li Mu, the inheritor of the Breaking Army Heart method, probably only a few hidden old masters could offer Ji-Rin some guidance. For example, the Yin-Yang master Chu Nangu, or this seemingly eccentric yet unfathomable Confucian Xuanzi. The next day, Ji-Rin had Shi Shui help him organize his attire, as today the little sage Immortal Manor was a battleground for King Bi. Therefore, when Ji-Rin went, he naturally couldn't lose face. Ji-Rin's attire remains a white robe, seemingly simple but intricately crafted. His gradually lengthening black hair is simply tied back with a white string into a ponytail, and at his waist hangs a jade pendant carved from a gemstone that Ji-Rin unexpectedly acquired from Europe. As for the broken soul spear, which somewhat affects his image, today it is temporarily placed on the carriage. Coupled with Ji-Rin's increasingly handsome face, overall, today's outfit highlights his good looks. Chapter 168. Xiao Shang Xianzhuang Fu Su's sudden visit to Xiao Shang Xianzhuang today appears ordinary, but in reality, his intentions are not good. Therefore, after receiving the news of Fu Su's visit, the three heads of Xiao Shang Xianzhuang, Fu Nian, Yin Lu, and Zhang Liang, have been on high alert. After the highest courtesy of the Confucians, the 8E dance was performed to welcome guests. Fu Su led Zhao Gao, Li Si, Lu Jiannu, and He Jian Shi Shengqi, among others, into Xiao Shang Xianzhuang. Not long after Fu Su and the others entered, Ji-Rin arrived at the entrance of Xiao Shang Xianzhuang with Dian Qing, the 12 sword guards, and Shi Shan Shi Shui. Upon seeing a carriage parked at the entrance of Xiao Shang Xianzhuang, the soldiers protecting Fu Su and the disciples guarding the entrance were already prepared to drive them away. However, the next moment, Ji-Rin stepped down from the carriage and said, "Please announce, Nong Jiashuizhe has come to visit Elder Sun Qing of the Confucians." As soon as Ji-Rin's words fell, the Qin soldiers and the disciples at the entrance of Xiao Shang Xianzhuang were momentarily stunned. What day is it today? Why is everyone coming to Xiao Shang Xianzhuang so terrifying? Normally, during Fu Su's visit, in order to ensure his safety, no one would be allowed to enter Xiao Shang Xianzhuang casually, especially not unknown individuals. But Ji-Rin, is he even human? This is a living deity. Especially the few soldiers who had just approached Ji-Rin's carriage, upon hearing Ji-Rin speak, hurriedly pulled their weapons behind them, distancing themselves from Ji-Rin, fearing they might accidentally harm him. After all, if they truly harmed Ji-Rin, they would be in serious trouble. It should be known that this soldier had only recently joined the army, and before enlisting, a natural disaster had just occurred in his area. The only reason he survived without starving to death was due to the potatoes provided by the Empire and Nong Jia's relief efforts. Even his not-so-healthy mother was able to get through several winters safely thanks to the cotton that Ji-Rin spread. If he harmed Ji-Rin here, this soldier felt that one day when he returned home, his father might smash his head in with a stick. Moreover, not only he, but among the newly conscripted soldiers in the Empire, almost no one had not benefited from Ji-Rin's kindness, and even several soldiers present had received such benefits. Please wait. Mr. Shuizhe, I will report this right away. At this moment, a soldier stepped forward, trembling as he cupped his hands in greeting. That would be troublesome, Ji-Rin said gently. And no trouble at all, the soldier replied, then hurried away. Compared to others, this soldier was from the eastern county, so he was even more excited to see Ji-Rin, as his family still maintained a spirit tablet for Ji-Rin. When Ji-Rin arrived, Fu Su had just finished visiting the new library at the Little Sage's abode. It was referred to as new because, not long ago, the Little Sage's abode had used the blank paper spread by Ji-Rin to recopy all the scriptures. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the main hall, just about to start the Bi-Wang Great War. No, it should be a debate. Originally, this should have been the moment when Master Xiao Meng of Taoism was about to make a shining entrance. But at that moment, a soldier who was announcing hurriedly walked in. As soon as this soldier entered, the atmosphere in the hall was immediately interrupted. Fu Su frowned and was about to reprimand him when he saw the soldier kneel on one knee and say, reporting to the young master, Mr. Shui Zhe from the farmer's family has come to visit. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire main hall froze. Whether it was the imperial side or the people from the Little Sage's abode, everyone turned their gaze to the soldier, suddenly bearing the gaze of so many big shots. The soldier felt an increased pressure. Fu Su quickly raised his head and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes." Fu Su turned to look at Fu Nian and said, "Mr. Fu Nian." Just as Fu Su began to speak, he saw Fu Nian stand up, clasp his hands and salute, and say, Please allow us to go to the entrance to welcome our distinguished guest. Since Mr. Shuei was personally coming, Fu Su naturally wanted to go as well. Fu Su eagerly spoke up, and after finishing his words, he turned to Zhao Gao, Li Si, and the others, saying, "What do you all think? We are willing to go with the young master." After the words fell, Zhao Gao and Li Si exchanged glances, and the three heads of the little sage's abode also looked at each other, each having a mysterious expression in their eyes. It must be said, Ji Ren's sudden arrival today indeed disrupted many people's plans. After all, this trip was originally a plot by the Empire's net against the Confucians, but once Ji Ren arrived, the Empire speculated that he was a helper invited by the Confucians, while the Confucians suspected he was a helper called in by Fu Su. The situation suddenly became interesting. Not long after, the main hall was emptied. At this time, Master Xiaoming, who was still hiding in the shadows, was left behind. "I pay my respects to your highness." Upon seeing Fu Su appear at the entrance, a hint of surprise flashed in Ji Ren's eyes. "There is no need for such courtesy, Mr. Shuai." Fu Su quickly gestured for Ji Ren to rise. "May I ask what brings Mr. Shuai to the Zai Manor today?" Ji Ren explained. "I have come to pay a visit to Elder Xuanqing of your sect." "I see. By coincidence, today's Zai Manor has a debate and exchange with the Empire. I wonder if Mr. Shuai would be interested in observing?" Fu Su invited. "Since it is your highness's invitation, I would be honored." After some pleasantries, Fu Su led Ji Ren to the main hall's upper seat. Although Fu Su had previously restrained himself from interacting too much with Ji Ren to avoid suspicion, Ji Ren's active approach now made it a different matter. Dianqing, Shishan, and Shui closely followed behind Ji Ren. Although the 12 sword guards could not show hostility towards the 6 sword slaves in such a situation, even so, when Ji Ren took a seat, everyone present felt a tremendous pressure wash over them, especially the 3 heads of Zai Manor, who felt a sinking feeling in their hearts upon seeing the familiar demeanor between Ji Ren and Fu Su. Coincidentally, Fu Su had also invited a master today, similar to Mr. Shuai's. "Oh, may I ask who it is?" Ji Ren feigned surprise. Just as Ji Ren's words fell, mist slowly rose in the center of the main hall. Mysterious and profound, the door to all wonders, accompanied by a voice with an echo, the strongest figure of today's grand performance finally made his entrance with cat-like steps. Chapter 169, Advance Reservation. King B makes his entrance. The sword duel officially begins. The first round has not changed much. It is still Zhang Liang verbally battling the 6 sword slaves. One must admit that Zhang Liang's tongue is indeed powerful, with just his words. He has stirred the 6 sword slaves to anger, leaving them in an uncomfortable state. "By the way, your highness, I recently stumbled upon an item that is of little use to the farmers. I heard that General Meng Tian is about to head north to deal with the Hu people, so why not present this item to your highness?" Just as Zhang Liang and the 6 sword slaves were about to reach the climax of their verbal battle, Ji Ren suddenly whispered to Fu Su, "Oh, what is it?" If someone else had spoken at this moment, Fu Su might have deemed it impolite, but when Ji Ren spoke, Fu Su's attention was immediately drawn to him. After all, since Ji Ren became famous, the items he presented, although seemingly simple, were all extraordinary treasures. "Please take a look, your highness," Ji Ren said, pulling out a designed drawing of a horseshoe from his bosom. The horseshoe had been borrowed by Ji Ren long ago, but he had never revealed it to the world, as he did not want this weapon of war to be used in the internal conflicts of the Central Plains. However, since Meng Tian was about to head north to fend off the wolf tribe, Ji Ren felt compelled to contribute, regardless of the reason. "What is this?" When Fu Su first saw the horseshoe, his expression was somewhat puzzled. "Young master, I have named this item the horseshoe. It was inspired by what I saw when a horse pulling a cart injured its hoof. This item is akin to putting 4 shoes on a fine steed, protecting its hooves from damage. Young master, you can imagine how this item would perform on the battlefield." As Ji Ren's voice fell, Fu Su suddenly stood up, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. "Mr. Shuai, does this object really have such miraculous effects?" Although Fu Su was refined, it did not mean he was ignorant of warfare. After all, even today, Confucian scholars still revered the 6 arts of the gentleman, and the original leader of Confucianism was a towering man, standing conservatively at nearly 2 meters tall and capable of bearing door pillars. It is clear that while scholars are respected today, this does not mean that warriors are not respected as well. After all, compared to the reasoning of scholars, the reasoning of warriors is often more direct and effective. I have conducted multiple experiments, and as long as the iron plate is not damaged, the horse's hooves will not be harmed, Jiren said gently. Upon hearing this, Fusu immediately took a deep breath. He naturally understood what it meant for the horse's hooves to be unharmed. It can be said that in today's warfare, as long as cavalry is deployed, at least 30% of the war horses will be lost after just one battle. Ordinary horses can walk without much issue, but in high-intensity combat, their hooves can easily wear down or crack. With this thought in mind, Fusu immediately clasped his hands and said, "If that is the case, Mr. Shuei's actions will surely be a great contribution to the empire, and I will definitely report this to His Majesty, the First Emperor." Jiren quickly stood up to return the greeting, saying, "Young master, there's no need to be polite. I have traveled through various foreign lands in the West, and am well aware of the brutality of those foreign tribes. General Meng Tian's resistance against them is to protect the people of our central plains, and I must do my part." Fusu's emotions were somewhat stirred, if possible. He truly wished he could report this matter to the emperor right now. However, considering that he was still visiting the small sage immortal villa, leaving would be inappropriate. Fusu could only temporarily suppress his thoughts, but even so, his heart was already in turmoil. Li Si and Zhao Gao exchanged glances, their eyes deep. From the very beginning, this sword debate had been fraught with ulterior motives. Fusu's visit to the small sage immortal villa originated from the assassination at Yaiba Cottage. That assassination was arranged by the net, aimed at Confucianism. Fusu had also noticed something unusual, but he decided to use the situation to suppress and subdue Confucianism, believing that the assassins were on the first level while he was on the second. However, in reality, the net behind the assassins was on the fifth level, as their true goal was not Confucianism, but to obtain something from the Confucian library. With Jiren's blueprint for the horseshoe, he had elevated himself to a new level. Today, he had already reserved the position of King B in advance. Before long, a figure of a shadowy secret guard appeared outside. Clearly, the storyline here had not changed much, but Fusu's mood had shifted significantly. Compared to capturing the rebellious Mo family, his thoughts were evidently more focused on the horseshoe. After all, one side only affected a few minor rebels, and even whether Guy Nye could be considered a traitor was still unclear in Ning Zheng's stance. On the other side, the impact involved hundreds of thousands of troops in the empire. It was obvious which was more important. Nevertheless, Fusu ultimately allowed the shadowy secret guard to come in. After all, he was already an adult. Rather than choosing which was more important, Fusu decided he wanted both. Soon, the verbal battle between Zhang Liang and the 6 sword servants came to an end. At that moment, Zhao Gao suddenly spoke ominously, saying, "I have heard that Master Shuei possesses extraordinary talents and is known as the saint of literature and the immortal of agriculture, enjoying great fame throughout the world. I wonder if Master Shuei would be interested in participating in today's discussion?" Jiren squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Gao beside him. After a moment, he smiled gently and said, "Lord Zhao is overpraising me. Those are merely matters of extending life, and today we are holding a sword discussion competition here. I'm not skilled in martial arts, so it would be better not to embarrass myself." Suddenly, a light laugh emerged. And then Shuei seemed to realize the inappropriateness of the situation and hurriedly lowered his head. The other 12 sword guards and Shan also lowered their heads, fearing that their expressions would be seen by others. Telling a joke, the hall master said he is not skilled in martial arts. Only Dianqing remained slightly more composed, maintaining his calm demeanor for a long time. It would have been better if he could relax his expression a bit more now. However, just when everyone thought Jiren was about to refuse, they suddenly heard him change his tone and say, "Since Lord Zhao has sincerely invited me, if I were to refuse directly, it would be somewhat lacking in tact. How about this? I have a few subordinates who have long admired the reputation of the 6 sword slaves. Why not let my few reckless subordinates witness the strength of the 6 sword slaves during this sword discussion competition today? What does Lord Zhao think?" Chapter 170. Sword discussion competition. As Jiren's words fell, Zhao Gao's fingers, which were striking, suddenly paused. Then, Zhao Gao's already dark eyes gradually narrowed, saying, "The 6 sword servants have just gone through competition. Regarding this matter, I must criticize Mr. Zhang Liang." As soon as Zhao Gao finished speaking, Jiren suddenly spoke up, and upon hearing this, not only Zhao Gao, but even Zhang Liang beside him looked over in astonishment. "Why has it come to me again? The young master once said that today's competition was a discussion on swordsmanship, not a sword appreciation event, but during the recent competition, what I heard throughout was almost entirely Mr. Zhang Liang boasting about his Lingshu. Although Mr. Zhang Liang's Lingshu is of extremely high value, with 18 blood and heart gemstones embedded in it, I hope Mr. Zhang Liang can still consider us ordinary people. Such sword appreciation is truly dull and nearly made me fall asleep. Saying this, Jiren cast a critical glance at Zhang Liang, who was immediately left speechless. He then quickly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "This matter is indeed Zifang's fault. I will remember the lesson from Mr. Shuai's. The three heads of the little sage and virtue manor are certainly not just bookworms." Although he did not understand why Jiren would speak up for them today, Zhang Liang naturally took the opportunity to admit his mistake decisively and then conveniently jabbed at the six sword servants. Additionally, Zifang also needs to apologize to the six brothers of the six sword servants for not allowing them to give their all in the competition. And I hope he can forgive this. Zhang Liang's use of the phrase, give their all, was quite clever. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao and Li Si's eyelids slightly lowered. Seeing Jiren's attitude towards the six sword servants, Fusu's eyes also narrowed slightly. Although Fusu's actions were somewhat conventional, he was not a fool. Jiren's current attitude is clearly in stark contrast to his previous stance. If Jiren is a rebel, then Fusu clearly cannot believe it. After all, from the current perspective, everything Jiren has done has made the Empire stronger, especially the recent horseshoes. Which brain-dead rebel would give such a war weapon to the Empire? Could it be that Jiren is dissatisfied with him? This possibility is also unlikely, as if Jiren truly had grievances against Fusu, he would not have given the horseshoes to him. After all, if Fusu presented it to Ing Zheng, even though it was not invented by Fusu, it would still be considered a merit of Fusu. Moreover, due to the support of Chongping Jun, the farming family is already an invisible supporter of Fusu. Although Fusu has not communicated much with the farming family to avoid suspicion, that does not mean he is unaware of this matter. Thus, ruling this out, Jiren's targets should be the six sword servants, or rather Zhao Gao and Li Si behind the six sword servants. But why would Jiren target these two? Jiren's current attitude clearly leans towards supporting Fusu, and by supporting Fusu, he is targeting Zhao Gao and Li Si. So this means, Your Highness. Finally, Zhao Gao spoke up to ask Fusu for instructions. Fusu pondered for a moment, then raised his eyes and suddenly announced a decision that caught both Zhao Gao and Li Si off guard. Since Master Shui Zhe is interested, let's have the six sword servants exchange ideas with a few subordinates of Master Shui Zhe. As soon as this was said, Zhao Gao and Li Si's expressions changed. Although keeping the six sword servants here is not a big deal, and even if it allows the rebel from the Shia prison to escape, it actually isn't a major problem. But Fusu's decision this time, interpreted from another angle, seems to imply that he trusts Jiren more than Zhao Gao and Li Si, right? Since the young master has spoken, you all should earnestly exchange ideas with Master Shui Zhe subordinates, Zhao Gao said ominously, emphasizing the word earnestly. Meanwhile, Jiren casually said, All right, now that the opportunity has come, 6 of you should go and experience the swordsmanship of the 6 sword servants, so you don't remain ignorant of the world. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Jiren's voice fell, Zishu, Inhu, Chenlong Wuma, Wei Yang, and Haiju rushed out in an instant. Among the remaining 6, Mount 2 and Shi were slightly slower, while the other 4 had not expected anyone to make a dash. Damn, these 6 old schemers. The remaining 6 sword guards silently cursed in their hearts. At this moment, among the 6 sword slaves, the chaotic god had already drawn his long sword, pointing it at Zishu, and coldly said, Draw your sword. This guy had a face full of dissatisfaction, clearly already psychologically affected by the recent verbal battle with Zhang Liang. Fortunately, this time, the opponent finally had no intention of continuing the verbal battle like Zhang Liang did before. Clang, 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 clang. The 6 clear sounds of sword ringing suddenly resonated through the sword dojo, like thunder, like a tiger's roar, like a dragon's chant. In an instant, the attention of everyone in the dojo was drawn to the long swords in the hands of the 6 sword guards, especially Zhao Gao, the leader of the web, who always took it upon himself to gather the world's famous swords, squinted his eyes upon seeing the swords in the hands of the 6 sword guards. Is it beautiful? If it's beautiful, it's a good sword. This is the simplest and most effective way to judge the quality of a sword. An unfamiliar famous sword? Interesting. Once the long swords were drawn, the 6 sword guards immediately engaged in battle with the 6 sword slaves. 12 top swordsmen, 12 famous swords. This battle seemed chaotic, but in reality, it was mesmerizing. The renowned Gongsun Linglong. Ah no, it was Gongsun Dajiang who was watching in astonishment, while Chu Nangong from the Yinyang family perfectly played the role of a commentator, explaining the battlefield situation to Gongsun Linglong. A famous sword greatly enhances a swordsman's strength. especially when the quality of the long swords held by both parties differs significantly. This gap can become a deadly danger. This is also why Ji-Rin initially equipped the 12 sword guards with famous swords. Speaking of which, the 12 famous swords forged by Ji-Rin are clearly not comparable to the 8 swords of King Yu. However, while they may not be stronger than the 8 swords, they're certainly not too weak either, as both belong to the category of famous swords, even if there's a gap between them. It is impossible for one sword to break another. At most, it would be a matter of the conductivity of inner strength and some special attributes attached to the swords themselves. In an instant, the entire sword dojo was filled with flashes of blades and shadows of swords. The current strength of the 12 sword guards is indeed not much different from that of the 6 sword slaves. And in this kind of trial where both sides hold back, it is simply impossible to determine a winner in less than a few hundred exchanges. Meanwhile, in the abyss of teeth, Zhang Han, after waiting in vain for the 6 sword slaves, ultimately fell into the encirclement of Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang. Gai Nye, I have no intention of killing. Wei Zhuang, are you afraid of the dark? Zhang Han. Chapter 171. Early conclusion. From the moment Ji-Rin took out the horseshoe blueprint, the sword duel at the little sage's abode already showed signs of an early conclusion. Although Fusu's body was still in the little sage's abode, his heart had long flown to Xianyang. The duel between the 6 sword guards and the 6 sword slaves ultimately stopped after 300 exchanges. By the end, the 6 sword slaves had actually developed a killing intent, but the principle of the 6 sword guards remained the same: to drag it out just to drag it out. Because this battle was not so much for their own sake, but rather to show the other 6 sword guards the strength of the 6 sword slaves and their opponents' fighting habits. When this duel ended and the 6 sword slaves hurried to the abyss of teeth, what they encountered was already Zhang Han, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages. In the second duel, Zhao Gao unexpectedly sent out the black swordsman Shang-Chi. In this duel, Zhao Gao intended to drag Ji-Rin down further, but was preempted by Yin Lu. In return for a favor, the little sage's abode, being a model of literati in the world, certainly could not truly let Ji-Rin block all the blades for them. However, on the other hand, if Ji-Rin really sent someone to participate in this duel, it would indeed be quite interesting. After all, Shang-Chi's previous identity was the leader of the Nongjia Koei Hall. In the third duel, Ji-Rin did not observe, because he had not forgotten his true purpose for coming here today. However, before leaving, Ji-Rin quietly gave Fusu something. Hearing that the young master had been assassinated at Haiwei Shaoju not long ago, Ji-Rin presented him with a scented pouch, a specially crafted item from a known family that could detoxify 100 poisons. Today, I gift it to His Highness. In this case, Fusu thanked Mr. Shuize. Today, when Zhao Gao tested Ji-Rin, Ji-Rin did not hesitate to let the 12 sword guards fight back, which not only expressed his attitude, but also served as a reminder to Fusu. And this reminder, Fusu clearly received. If we were to say how much Fusu trusted Ji-Rin, it might not be that much. After all, although Ji-Rin's reputation was widespread, he clearly could not compare to the power of Prime Minister Li Si and Central Officer Zhao Gao within the empire. However, Fusu was not unaware of the recent connections between Zhao Gao, Li Si, and the 18th Prince Hu Hai. So rather than saying Fusu trusted Ji-Rin, it would be more accurate to say that he was gradually beginning to doubt the intentions of Zhao Gao and Li Si. And reaching this point was already enough for Ji-Rin. With Ji-Rin absent, the crowd around the third duel suddenly became much quieter, which made Xiaoming feel an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Logically speaking, as a disciple from the Taoist Tianzong, Xiaoming should not be affected by external matters in her own state of mind. But inexplicably, Xiaoming always felt as if something had been taken away from her by Ji-Rin. Following the disciple that Fu Nian sent to lead him, Ji-Rin soon encountered Sun Quan on the road. I pay my respects to Mr. Sun Quan. Ji-Rin saluted. Ha! I said today the library must be filled with the sound of cranes. There must be great talents visiting, but I didn't expect Mr. Shuize to visit. The little sage's abode is truly honored. Sun Quan stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha! Since Mr. Sun Quan praises me so, I shall shamelessly accept it. Ji-Rin smiled. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan was momentarily taken aback. Then he also burst into laughter. Ha ha! You are indeed worthy of being the one who can create such a vehicle of the Tao as white paper. You are much more interesting than Fu Nian and the others. The conversation between Ji-Rin and Sun Quan was very pleasant. Ji-Rin was well aware that this was an eccentric old man. Although he came from a most ritualistic Confucian background, it would be inappropriate to insist on formalities with him. It was better to be straightforward. By noon, Fusu had been sent off by Fu Nian, Yin Lu, and Zhang Liang. who then approached Sun Quan and Jiren. Today, we must thank Master Shui Zhe for rescuing the little sage's village, the three said, cupping their hands in salute. Jiren replied, you three need not be so polite. Today, I merely happen to be here by chance. After obtaining the answers he sought from Sun Quan and enjoying a lunch at the little sage's villa, Jiren set off from Shanghai, heading back to Deze Mountain. On the other side, after Fu Su hurriedly departed for Xianyang with the horseshoe blueprint, Li Si and Zhao Gao paused in a courtyard. Today, the connection between the farmer's family and the young master is rather too close, Li Si remarked. Zhao Gao stood before Li Si, ominously suggesting, Lord Li, please rest assured, no matter how high the reputation of that farmer immortal may be, without the farmer's family, he cannot stir up much trouble. After all, that Mr. Shuizhe is merely the leader of a local power. Oh, it seems Lord Zhao already has a plan. Zhao Gao slightly rose, speaking in a low voice. Now that the disciples of the farmer's family are gathering in greater numbers, they have even subtly surpassed 150,000. Such a large assembly of common people will certainly draw some concerns from His Majesty, the first emperor. Li Si narrowed his eyes and said, I see. Then I must trouble Lord Zhao to assist His Majesty with these worries. These are all tasks that a servant should handle. The distance between Shanghai and Dongjun is not far. Traveling at full speed, Jiren and his group returned to the Zhe Mountain in just a few days. Upon returning to Dongjun, Jiren and his companions noticed that the locals were looking at them with strange expressions, though the number of such looks was not large. So Dianqing and the 12 sword guards did not pay much attention. Soon, Jiren and the others returned to the Gonggong Hall. As soon as they arrived, the expressions of Dianqing and the 12 sword guards darkened, because outside the Gonggong Hall, there were many traces of swords and knives, and several members of the 100-man guard team were wrapped in bandages. Before they could ask what had happened, they saw the Zhu family rushing over in a cart from the other side of the Gonggong Hall. Shu Eyes, something big has happened. The Zhu family met Ji Run with a grim face, but by now, Dianqing, the 12 sword guards, and Shi Shan and Shi Shui had almost become immune to the Zhu family's downcast expression. After all, up to now, every time the Zhu family met Ji Run, at least 8 out of 10 times, they appeared with this same expression. Let's go in first, he said expressionlessly to the Zhu family. After that, he turned to Zishu and said, also, go summon the Lion King and the Leopard King. Chapter 172. 3 messages. The Zhu family brought 3 messages to Jiren. The first was that a meteorite known as the Hanging Star had fallen in the eastern county, and with its arrival, rumors began circulating in the market that the Qin kingdom was about to perish, as well as that Shu Eyes was the place where the demon star had descended. The second was that the Shinnong order had reappeared in the world, simultaneously issuing a command that those who obtained the Hanging Star could become heroes. The third was that not long ago, Mo family's Gao Zhanli, the Big Iron Hammer, and the Snow Woman had come to the Gonggong Hall with Duanmu Rong to seek Ji Ren's help for healing. However, before Ji Ren could return, the master of the Lai Mountain Hall was suddenly assassinated, and all evidence pointed directly to Mo family's Gao Zhanli. As a result, the Tian family S6 halls joined forces to issue a kill order, and because Duanmu Rong was recuperating in the Gonggong Hall at the time, Chiyu Hall and Siyue Hall even teamed up to attack the Gonggong Hall. However, due to the formidable military formation of the 100-man guard team and the timely support from Shinnong Hall, Chiyu Hall, and Siyue Hall ultimately failed. Shu Eyes, I brought Miss Duanmu from the Mo family to Shinnong Hall for temporary care. But this sudden appearance of the Shinnong order is likely not good news for my farming family, Zhu family said with a bitter face. After finishing, he glanced at Ji Run, and seeing that he had no expression, he continued, moreover, that rumor outside is quite troublesome. The mastermind has almost directly pointed the target at you, brother. Although no one believes this rumor in the short term, over time, people's hearts are hard to predict. Recently, the Zhu family felt like they were losing weight. Ever since the Hanging Star fell in the eastern county, the farming family, which had just managed to find some peace, felt like it had been suddenly hit by a bomb, exploding instantly. Jiren quietly listened to the complaints of the Zhu family. It was not until the captain and vice captain of the 100-man guard team, Lion King and Leopard King, arrived that Jiren finally spoke. Are there any casualties in the guard team? Replying to the hall master, only a few brothers sustained minor injuries, and the combat strength of the guard team remains intact. Lion King replied solemnly. In that case, gather the personnel. Yes. Lion King's eyes lit up as he realized Jiren's intention, and he immediately responded in a booming voice. Little brother, what are you planning? The Zhu family was taken aback by Jiren's reaction. Brother Zhu, let's talk about other matters later. Since others have already come to the door of my Gong Gong Hall, if I, the Hall Master, do not respond at all, it will be hard to explain to my brothers. Miss, Second Hall Master, I heard that Shui Zhe just returned to the farmer's house. I am worried. If he finds out we attacked Gong Gong Hall while he was away, it might be hard to explain. In Lishan Hall, Tianzhong sneaked over to Tianhu and the newly appointed leader Tianyin, speaking in a low voice. What's there to be afraid of? Do I need to explain to him? Tianhu waved his hand domineeringly. Second uncle, it's better to be cautious in this matter. After all, Shui Zhe, the Hall Master of Gong Gong Hall, has built a great reputation over the years and is certainly not a mediocre person. Moreover, Gong Gong Hall has many experts. When Shui Zhe left, he took almost all of his top fighters with him, but even the seemingly ordinary guards left behind are not simple. After truly taking control of Lishan Hall, Tianyin no longer appeared weak, his demeanor exuding a heroic spirit, resembling a bit of a tyrant. Hearing this, Tianhu's expression darkened. After all, the last attack on Gong Gong Hall could be considered one of the greatest humiliations of his life. Even without Shui Zhe, those ordinary guards managed to fend off the combined attacks of his Chiyu Hall and Siyu Hall. Although it was brief, it was clearly unacceptable to Tianhu. But who is Tianhu? Not to mention anything else, his tongue is already sharp enough to rival certain famous streamers of later generations. So what? Does that guy dare to come knocking? Just as Tianhu's words fell, a sudden, perfectly synchronized sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Before the people present could react, they saw a shadow suddenly appear outside the gate of Lishan Hall. Shui Zhe. Tianhu's eyes widened as he looked at the figures appearing at the entrance, and he immediately shouted, "What are you doing here?" Jiren led the crowd and stepped forward. "I heard that the master of Lianshan Hall has suddenly received bad news, so I came here to pay my respects." After saying that, without caring about the vigilant gazes of Tianhu and Tianzhong, Jiren slowly walked to the morning hall of Tianming, lit 3 sticks of incense, and maintained enough respect for the deceased. Tianhu and the others watched Jiren's actions, but did not stop him. After Jiren finished paying his respects, he slowly turned around and looked at Tianhu and Tianzhong, calmly saying, "All right, next. We need to settle the score for the attack on my Gong Gong Hall and the injury of my Gong Gong brothers while I was away. May I ask, Tianzhong and Master Tianhu, which of your subordinates injured my Gong Gong brothers? Please step forward and speak." Jiren's voice was gentle and calm, but those present felt no warmth from his words. A faint killing intent emanated from the 12 sword guards, and immediately, the bone demon under Tianhu and Mr. Jin under Tianzhong instinctively stepped in front of the 2 men to block the killing intent. Upon seeing this scene, Jiren immediately smiled. "Very good. It seems that both of your subordinates are brave men willing to take responsibility. I appreciate that. Kill them." As he spoke the word appreciate, Jiren suddenly changed his tone, and in an instant, the entire morning hall was engulfed by overwhelming killing intent. The moment Jiren gave the order, from members of the 12 sword guards, Zishu, Chonyo, Inhu, and Mao Tu rushed out immediately. The 2 teams surrounded the bone demon and Mr. Jin simultaneously. In fact, for the 12 sword guards now, even in a one-on-one fight, they would not lose to the bone demon and Mr. Jin. However, both Jiren's training philosophy and the habits from their previous military experience had never instilled in them the habit of one-on-one duels. "Shui Zhe, you're looking for death." Seeing Jiren take action without saying much, Tianhu was immediately enraged, and his domineering internal energy erupted. However, the next second, before his Tiger Soul sword could be drawn, the swords in the hands of Chunlong, Cixi, Wu Ma, and Wei Yang from the 12 sword guards were already close to Tianhu's skin. The cold touch of the 4 famous swords, Long Yin, Mangsha, Jujian, and Jiepa, clearly warned Tianhu that if he dared to move, he would be killed. Chapter 173. Showing off talents. Jiren's domineering actions immediately shocked everyone present. Tianzhong, Mei Shan Niang, Yanu, and others were about to take action when they immediately felt a cold, murderous intent locking onto them, coming from the swords in the hands of the remaining 4 sword guards. Without a doubt, at this moment, if they dared to move, they would immediately face the thunderous strikes of the 4 sword guards. This was the first time the 12 sword guards showcased their true strength in the farmer's household. Previously, in the other 5 halls, people only knew that Jiren had obtained 100 prisoners of war from the Wei Kingdom and trained them into guards. However, no one knew how strong these guards really were. Today, they finally witnessed the sharpness of the 12 sword guards, especially Tianyin. After seeing the strength displayed by the 12 sword guards, A hint of gloom immediately surfaced in her eyes. She realized she had underestimated Shuei. Back then, she had let Tian lose control to test Ji-Run and the 12 sword guard strength. But at that time, although the 12 sword guards were not weak, they should not have reached the current level. The present 12 sword guards almost instinctively reminded her of another assassin group, the 6 sword slaves of the net. This was clearly not good news for her. The Bone Demon and Mr. Jean were both rare top experts in the martial world. The Bone Demon, from Zhao Kingdom, had an inherently different skeletal structure and practiced a soft and boneless, heart-wrenching ultimate skill. He had gained a notorious reputation as a lone assassin in the Taiying Mountain area in his early years. Mr. Jin's true identity was Wu Kuang, the former second-in-command of the Kuei Wei Hall, with sword skills close to the black swordsman Sheng Qi, showcasing extraordinary strength. However, unfortunately, despite their strong abilities, they were now simultaneously surrounded by 2 sword guards and could only passively defend, because compared to individual strength, the 12 sword guards, who previously came from military, were far better at cooperation. 1 sword guard is 1 level, but 2 sword guards working together unleash strength that is greater than the sum of their parts. After 30 moves, Mr. Jin's technique showed a flaw, and he was pierced in the side by Zishu's sword, instantly soaking his clothes in bright red blood. Mr. Jin's defeat seemed to affect the Bone Demon as well, who soon suffered 2 sword strikes. Please, Master Shuei, stop. At this point, Tian Yin, who had been behind the crowd, could no longer hold back. Facing the Gong Hall, their side's experts were already insufficient, and if either the Bone Demon or Mr. Jin encountered another mishap, it would not be good news for Tian Yin, who wanted to control the farmer's household. Unfortunately, her words were basically no different from farting in the ears of the 12 sword guards. As the injuries on the Bone Demon and Mr. Jin increased, and they were about to collapse, Tian Yin finally gritted her teeth and shouted, "A CI? Here we go." As soon as Tian Yin's voice fell, a big, round man holding twin swords suddenly burst out from the Lianshan Hall. A CI blocked them. "No problem, sister." Tian Ci shouted, lightly stepping on his toes, displaying agility completely inconsistent with his weight, gripping the twin swords of Ganjiang and Mo Xia, and charging towards Zishu and Chonyo. At this moment, Tian Ci was already vaguely regarded as the strongest expert of the farmer's household. However, facing the suddenly appearing Tian Ci, Ji-Run didn't even raise an eyebrow. In the next moment, Dianqing stepped forward, wielding the Tian Gang twin blades, and blocked Tian Ci. Clang! The clash of their weapons instantly stirred up a whirlwind in the morning hall, nearly lifting Tian Meng's coffin lid. Tian Ci's strength was undeniable. After all, the so-called sword ranking actually reflects the strength of the sword's owner. And being ranked 5th in the sword ranking means that even top swordsmen of the level of Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang would find it not easy to defeat Tian Ci. However, even so, it made little difference to Dianqing now. After all, it was all just scraping the skin. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 famous swords, Ganjiang and Mo Xia, struck against Dianqing, creating sparks as he executed his moves with ferocity, showing minimal damage. Master Shuei, the Shinnom order has suddenly appeared. Clearly, someone is targeting the farmer's household from behind. Tian Yin believes that it is indeed not the right time for the farmer's household to continue infighting, and that they should unite and face the current difficulties together. Seeing that even Tian Ci was blocked, Tian Yin immediately turned to Ji-Ren and spoke. Ji-Ren's gaze was calm as he, "Miss Tian, if you had said this in front of these 2 hall masters while they were attacking my Gong Hall, I think the effect would have been better than now. My second uncle acted impulsively due to my father's sudden bad news, so I hope Hall Master Shuai can understand. So, is this your reason for attacking my Gong Hall?" Ji-Ren slowly turned his head to look at the increasingly sullen Tian Yin beside him, and said slowly, "Miss Tian, no matter how righteous your reasons were before you took action, the fact remains that Tian Hu and Tian Zhong attacked my Gong Hall and injured my brothers. If I cannot bring something back today, then I suppose I have no need to continue being the Hall Master. I wonder what the Master of Shuei Hall wishes to take back. It's very simple. I want all those who attacked my Gong Hall from Chiyu Hall and Siyu Hall to be handed over. Then I can let this matter pass." Ji-Ren said casually, "You must be dreaming." This was the roar from Tian Hu. Hearing Ji-Ren's words, Tian Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Master of Shuei Hall, are you not afraid of provoking a war between us and Gong Hall?" "War?" Ji-Ren's expression immediately darkened as he replied. "Does Miss Tian want to tell me that the siege of my Gong Hall by Chiyu Hall and Siyu Hall does not count as war? Don't act all aggrieved. Don't forget, if a war breaks out, it will be you who declared it first. Furthermore, since today is the memorial day of Master Tianming, I'm only saying a few more words to you out of respect. Otherwise, even your father, Tianming, wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. What do you think you are? War? You could try it. If you dare to start a war today, I guarantee that no one here will walk out alive. Kill. With the last words spoken by Ji-run, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted outside the morning hall. And then everyone saw a neatly organized troop appear at the entrance of Lushan Hall. Although this troop consisted of only 100 men, the battle intent they exuded was no less than that of a well-equipped 1,000-man cavalry. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the morning hall changed. Chapter 174. An explanation. Tian Yan's gaze darkened completely. Upon seeing the 100-man troop outside, she realized that today's situation was likely much more complicated than she had imagined. In fact, Tian Yan had a hand in the attack on Gonggong Hall by Chiyu Hall and Siyu Hall. The idea to attack Gonggong Hall initially came from Tian Hu, as it was a thought that no one else could come up with besides him. Tian Zhong initially didn't want to participate, as his cunning and cautious nature typically complemented each other. However, under Tian Yan's manipulation, Tian Zhong was eventually persuaded to take part in the matter along with Tian Hu. After all, having someone with a dim-witted aura, this was not difficult for Tian Yan. Tian Yan initially thought that the two halls joining forces to probe Shui Zhe would at least instill some caution in Shui Zhe, even if they ultimately became angry. If she could apply pressure alongside Tian Mi from Kuei Wei Hall in the end, even if Shui Zhe was unwilling, they would have to temporarily suppress the matter. However, Shui Zhe's reaction today made her almost instinctively think of her second uncle. Tian Yan had always believed that people like her second uncle were the easiest to manipulate. But today, Shui Zhe's reaction completely overturned her impression. Moreover, it was also unexpected that the previously low-key subordinates of Shui Zhe had unknowingly become so powerful. Seeing this, Tian Yan quietly gave Tian Zhong a glance, and upon receiving the signal, Tian Zhong nodded slightly. Master of Shui Zhe, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your terms. However, I can assure you that my second uncle and Master Tian Zhong will apologize to Gonggong Hall. Apologies are useless. What do we need the government for? Ji-ren coldly interrupted before Tian Yan could finish her sentence. Tian Yan's eyes narrowed sharply as she coldly said, Master of Shui Zhe, if your hall insists on acting this way, then don't blame us for disregarding the friendship between the 6 halls. Just as Tian Yan's last word fell, a figure cloaked in gray suddenly appeared beside Ji-ren, holding a plain, dull, broken blade, and approached Ji-ren directly. Who is it? Show yourself. The sudden appearance of this figure was very abrupt, but Shi Shan and Shi Shui had already sensed it ahead of time. After practicing the Shushan witchcraft, the two of them had become much more sensitive to presence than before. Clang! Yin Feng was instantly unsheathed, blocking the gray-cloaked figure's broken blade. Following closely behind, Shi Shui formed a seal with his hands, and in the next second, several water streams formed into long whips in the air, swiftly attacking the gray-cloaked figure. Sanyang! You knew! Take action! At the moment the gray-cloaked figure moved, Tian Yan decisively yelled. Suddenly, Tian Zhong, Mei Sanyang, and Yanu all acted simultaneously. As they moved, the remaining 4 sword guards, Shenho, Yuji, Sugo, and Haizhu, also quickly drew their long swords. In the blink of an eye, the entire morning hall was covered in a chilling light. Looking at Ji-run, who was completely unprotected, Tian Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a long sword quietly appeared in her hand, hidden under her cloak. Tian Yan did not want to reveal her martial arts skills at this moment, as it would be detrimental to her future plans. However, having previously had Tian Ci test Ji-ren's skills, she was well aware that Ji-run was not weak. If she relied solely on her hidden trump card, the success rate of assassinating Ji-run and capturing him as a hostage was not high. On the other hand, although acting would expose her martial arts skills, if she could successfully capture Ji-ren as a hostage to help Chiyu Hall and Siyu Hall out of trouble, she might be able to win over a batch of people from these 2 halls, greatly enhancing her own prestige. As for killing Ji-run directly, that idea was tempting, but the consequences arising from it were far beyond what the current Tian Yan could bear. Looking at Ji-run, who was only 10 steps away from her, Tian Yan quietly sent a secret order to her hidden trump card, while also starting to quietly mobilize her internal energy, the invisible killing intent gradually releasing from her eyes. Just as Tian Yan was about to make her move, suddenly, a change occurred. A shrill and piercing scream quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the morning hall. All of them instinctively looked towards the sound and saw Yin-Hu and Mao, two crossing swords. A flash of cold light as they severed the head of a bone demon. Blood sprayed everywhere. Before everyone could react at the same time, on the other side, Chonyo's keen sword suddenly pierced through Mr. Jin's chest, the sharp keen entering flesh as silently as cutting tofu. Mr. Jin immediately fell to the ground, unaware of his life or death. Zishu, Chonyo, Yin-Hu, and Mao Tu, the four sword guards completed their task, lightly waved their long swords, blood splattering, and sheathed their swords before quickly returning to Ji Ren's side. Tian Yan's expression changed. She immediately retracted the long sword hidden under her cloak and issued a secret order to have her trump card hidden again. Bone demon, bastard, I will kill you. Tian, who was furious, but before he could act, Chen Long swung his sword, instantly calming him down. Meanwhile, Tian Zhong, Mei Sanyang, Yanu, and others, seeing this scene, all retreated back to Tian Yan's side, their expressions not looking good. Master of Shui Zhe, is this explanation enough? Looking at the corpses of the bone demon and Mr. Jin on the ground, Tian Yin said coldly. It was already enough, but now it was still lacking a bit. As he spoke, Ji Ren turned his head to look at the battlefield near Shirshan and Shirshui, and slowly said, shadowless and formless, ever-changing and elusive. It is said that the invisible assassin, Wu Ying, whom Master Tianzhong received some time ago, is probably this one, right? What does Master Shuai's mean? It means nothing much. Just that Wu Ying's assassination of this master is not a trivial matter that can be easily resolved, even if I don't intend to pursue it. I reckon my guards won't let him off easily. Poochie. As soon as Ji Ren's voice fell, he saw the stone mountain suddenly form a seal. In an instant, Wu Ying felt himself engulfed in an endless sea of fire, but he quickly regained his composure. However, he was still a step too slow. Although it was only a moment of distraction, Shirshui had already seized the fleeting opportunity and directly beheaded him with a single sword strike. After killing Wu Ying, the two siblings sheathed their swords and returned to Ji Ren's side. Meanwhile, on Dianqing's side, after Tian Yin called back Tian Ci, Dianqing also silently retreated. This explanation was almost sufficient. Ji Ren spoke, and as soon as his voice fell, the faces of the people on the opposite side instantly turned ashen. However, at this moment, they dared not do anything except watch Ji Ren and his group leave. It was called arrogance. This is what fucking arrogance looks like, extremely arrogant. Chapter 175. The web layout after Ji Ren left the Lianshan Hall for a long time. Tian Hu, who was seething with anger after enduring for a moment, finally slammed the table in rage, the loud noise making Tian Meng jump. Bastard. That guy's looking for death. Lord Tian, who was very angry, but it was of no use. The consequences were not serious at all, because compared to the other three halls of the Tian family, which had the support of the Luo network, Lord Tian, who only had the Bone Demon as his one expert under his command, and now that the Bone Demon was dead, Lord Tian, who was basically like a solitary person. Tian, whose fury did not ease the atmosphere in the room. Everyone remained somewhat silent, until a voice suddenly rang out. The atmosphere relaxed a bit. Hall Master, Mr. Jin, seems to still be alive. What? Tianzhong hurried over to Mr. Jin's side, and after a careful examination, he was surprised to find that Mr. Jin still had a breath left. He quickly said, "Get the physician from the hall over here." Mr. Jin was the embodiment of Wu Kuang, and currently, only Ji Ren was aware of this matter. The 12 sword guards were not in the know, hence when Chonyo attacked, he indeed struck with lethal intent. However, due to years of faking death, Wu Kuang had developed a skill for pretending to be dead. When Chonyo's sword pierced his body, he managed to shift his vital organs with his internal energy, narrowly escaping disaster. Mr. Jin's survival also eased Tianzhong's mood. After all, he was similar to Tian Hu, with only a couple of experts under his command. And with Wu Ying from the Luo network already dead, if Mr. Jin died too, he would also become a mere figurehead. When a physician from Siyue Hall stabilized Mr. Jin's injuries, Tianzhong finally got up and approached Tian Yin. "Miss, what should we do next?" Tianzhong had gradually started shifting from Tian Hu's camp towards Tian Yan's side, and Tian Hu, with his intelligence, did not even realize this subtle transition. Even Tian Hu himself was unaware that he had subconsciously become less resistant to the idea of Tian Yin taking the lead, because now among the 4 halls of the Tian family, apart from the already weak Kuwei Hall, both Chiyu Hall and Siyue Hall had suffered heavy losses in the recent battle, leaving only Lianshan Hall with intact fighting strength. Overall, It seemed that Ji Ren dealt a heavy blow to the Tian family alliance, but for Tian Yin, she was not at a loss at all and could even gain a little. Clearly sensing the situation, Tian Yin immediately released some of her hidden ambitions and casually walked to the forefront, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she slowly said, "The urgent task at hand is to prioritize seizing the Inghua stone. As long as we can obtain the position of the heroic leader first, even if Gonggong Hall is strong, they will have to follow our orders. Tian Zhong, please go to Kuiwei Hall and bring Tian Mi." It seems that might not be necessary. Just as Tian Yin was about to ask Tian Zhong to summon Tian Mi from Kuiwei Hall, she was interrupted by a flamboyant figure slowly walking in from outside. On the other side, just as Ji Ran was heading to Lianshan Hall to demand an explanation, the Zhu family from Shinong Hall welcomed two unexpected guests. "Oh dear, the arrival of both of you truly brightens our humble abode." The Zhu family clasped their fists in greeting, their faces displaying a red smile mask, looking very pleased. The visitors were none other than Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang. Although the plot on the Mo family side had taken quite a turn due to Ji Ren's intervention, the two brothers still managed to come together. What does it mean? It means monkey dung. Although Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang had met once, they had no real connections, while Wei Zhuang's Liashaz had conducted several private transactions with Shinong Hall. Neither Gai Nie nor Wei Zhuang were formal individuals. After a simple exchange of courtesies, they followed the Zhu family into Shinong Hall. However, as they entered, Gai Nie, sensing something, glanced at Wu Yun, a female expert invited by the Zhu family, slightly tilting his head. "I have already guessed the purpose of your visit. The three brothers of the Mo family, Gao Jianli, the Tai Chue, and Xuanu, have been missing since they were injured in a joint attack by Qiyu Hall, Siyue Hall, and Lianshan Hall. Even I do not know their whereabouts. As for Miss Duanmu, I just sent her to Gonggong Hall not long ago. I believe Brother Shueisha is currently helping her heal. You need not worry. With Brother Shueisha's medical skills, if he cannot treat her injuries, then truly no one in this world can. As for the last matter," he continued, "my brother has been troubled by it recently, even turning my hair white. You two can take a look for yourselves. No need to be polite." At the end, the Zhu family directly handed a Shenong order to Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang. Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang exchanged glances. Finally, Gai Nie clasped his fists in thanks before taking the Shenong order and looking at it. After he finished, he handed it to Wei Zhuang. Soon, Wei Zhuang casually threw the Shinong order back to the Zhu family, a hint of a smirk on his lips as he said, "Interesting. The heroic leader of the farming family has been missing for years, yet after such a long time, while the heroic leader has not appeared, the Shinong order has come to life first. It seems your farming family is being targeted. Who says otherwise? It's better not to mention this." As soon as it is brought up, the Zhu family immediately put on a gloomy face behind the blue mask. The farming family has finally calmed down for a while, and now it seems chaos is about to ensue again. Moreover, we don't know how big of a storm this will stir up. I'm really afraid that if this wave is too great, the farming family's boat won't be able to withstand it, and that will be a huge problem. With the emergence of this Shenong order, it is likely that tens of thousands of disciples of the farming family will be caught in the vortex. As someone is trying to cast a big net, and this net is not hidden in the dark but placed directly in the open. Gai Nie pondered. Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang, coming from Gigu's strategic background, were completely clear about such scheming affairs. After hearing about this from the Zhu family, they quickly pieced together the ins and outs of the whole affair. However, to Zhu Hall Master, it seemed that the impact was not that significant. After all, if anyone from the farming family has the best chance of obtaining the position of heroic leader now, it must be that farming immortal, Shueisha. And with Shinong Hall and Gonggong Hall allied, why worry so much? Wei Zhuang turned his head, his gaze deep as he spoke. However, upon hearing his inquiry, the Zhu family could not help but show a bitter smile, saying, "If only that were the case." Chapter 176, Winds Rise in the Mountains. Shirshan, go to the inner hall and prepare the medicine according to this prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl, and after the stone water circulation is finished, feed the medicine to Miss Duanmu. Outside Gonggong Hall, Ji Run, who had just used a silver needle to reconnect Duanmu Rong's heart pulse, handed Shirshan a prescription and spoke. "Yes." Shirshan responded and took the prescription towards the inner hall. Inside the room, the stone water circulation soon finished, and, at this moment, Duanmu Rong's breath had stabilized significantly compared to before and had become much stronger. The reason Ji Ren did not personally help Duanmu Rong to sort out her heart meridians afterwards was not due to any difference between men and women, but because the broken army heart method he practiced carried a killing aura, which was not suitable for healing. If it were just ordinary injuries, it would be fine, but Duanmu Rong's current breath was already extremely weak, and perhaps that seemingly insignificant killing aura could ultimately become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The treatment of the injuries has concluded. Ji-Ren left Shui to take care of Duanmu Rong and went to the main hall. "Gentlemen, we meet again," Ji-Ren said with a smile, cupping his fists. "Greetings, Mr. Shui-Zhe," Gainye replied, rising to return the gesture. "Yes. Our reunion seems to have come a bit earlier than I expected." Wei Zhuang did not rise. Compared to Gainye, he was less formal, which also indicated that he was more familiar with Ji-Ren, as they had shared a drink together in the past. "Mr. Shui-Zhe, I wonder about Miss Duanmu's injuries." "Rest assured, Mr. Gai," Ji-Ren replied. "I have discussed medical principles with Miss Duanmu's master. Now that she is injured, I will naturally do my best to treat her. Although her injuries are somewhat tricky, I believe she will wake up soon after my treatment." Ji-Ren pressed his hand down, signaling Gainye not to worry. Ji-Ren would certainly do everything he could to heal Duanmu Rong, which had nothing to do with the Mo family and Gainye. Rather, it was because Ji-Ren had once extracted a legacy card on Medical Mountain. Although Duanmu Rong and Nian Duan were unaware of this, Ji-Ren could not pretend that nothing had happened. Hearing Ji-Ren's words, Gainye finally felt a sense of relief in his heart and cupped his fists in thanks, saying, "In that case, I thank you, Mr. Shui-Zhe." Gainye rarely expressed gratitude, but this was simply due to his character and did not mean he would forget this favor. One could say that he had silently acknowledged a significant debt of gratitude to Ji-Ren in his heart. However, Ji-Ren did not pay much attention to this. Ji-Ren, Gainye, and Wei Zhuang are actually quite similar. Sometimes they place great importance on interests and favors, but at other times they can be very carefree. After a while, Shui brought tea for the three of them. Wei Zhuang said, "I heard that, Mr. Shui-Zhe seems to have no intention of competing for the title of hero leader." "Oh, what makes you say that, Mr. Wei Zhuang? If you're interested, now that the star of misfortune has appeared, the other 5 halls have already taken action. Even you have no reason to stay here calmly to treat a woman's injuries." Gainye turned his head and said, "Is it because my Yuan Hong is broken that you, Xiao Zhuang, have become so arrogant? What about your sister-in-law?" Ji-Ren took a sip of tea and said, "Mr. Wei Zhuang, how difficult do you think it would be for me to become the leader of the knights with my current reputation?" Wei Zhuang's eyelids slightly closed. At this moment, Ji-Ren continued, "In this internal conflict among the farmers, the Yinghua stone has never been the key. Mr. Wei Zhuang, Mr. Gainye, are you too interested in accompanying me to watch a show?" "Oh, at Day's Mountain, Tsufan Ridge." The Imperial Colonel Zhong Li Mei led troops to escort the Yinghua stone back to Xianyang. As the army proceeded along the mountain road at Tsufan Ridge, without any warning, several soldiers at the front suddenly burst apart, their bodies and their horses turning into dozens of pieces of flesh, rolling onto the ground. "Stop the advance. Protect the Yinghua stone." Although his official position was just a minor colonel, Zhong Li Mei, as a descendant of military families, possessed strength far exceeding his current rank. With a command, although there was a brief moment of chaos in the army, they ultimately managed to stop in time. "Who dares to obstruct the Imperial Army?" Zhong Li Mei shouted loudly. However, the surroundings were completely silent, with no response at all. Just then, a soldier behind Zhong Li Mei suddenly had his head severed, rolling to the ground. This was just the beginning. Puff, puff, puff. As one soldier after another died without any warning, the sound of blood gushing became particularly jarring in the current scene. As more soldiers began to die, panic gradually spread among Zhong Li Mei's troops. These soldiers had all been seasoned warriors on the battlefield. They were not afraid of dying in combat against enemies. But this kind of death with no apparent cause was what they truly feared. Until the 15th soldier fell from his horse, Zhong Li Mei finally noticed something unusual. "Everyone, dismount immediately and pay attention to the invisible threads in the air." Zhong Li Mei suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the air ahead, accompanied by a barely audible snap. The soldiers finally realized that a dense layer of invisible threads had surrounded them without their knowledge. In the distant mountains and forests, the ruthless threads. "Something interesting has finally appeared, senior brother." Wei Zhuang, Ji-Ren, and Gainye stood side by side, looking at the invisible threads strangling the Imperial army below. Wei Zhuang supported himself on his sharp-toothed weapon, his face showing a hint of interest. "I remember the last person to use the ruthless thread sword formation was the Black Widow of the Web. After her death, this deadly weapon should have been retrieved by the web. Why is it appearing here now?" Gainye pondered. "It's simple. The answer to this matter is right in front of us. It really is a good show. This army should be under Zhang Han's command. The web and Zhang Han shadow guards both serving Zhang yet they are now killing each other. And if I'm not mistaken, we recently saw traces of the Inyang family in Dongjun Plus. The MO family has already been involved. Hee. Can a smalling with stone really stir up such a big storm? At this point, Wei Zhuang slowly turned his head to look at Ji-Run beside him. Ji-Run looked at the battle below, his gaze gradually deepening, and said, I wonder if Mr. Wei Zhuang has heard about what happened in Xianying a few days ago. What you want to say is that Fu Su was demoted to the north by Ying Zheng to assist Meng Tian in expelling the wolf tribe, right? Chapter 177. 3 out of 2 yes, but also no. Fu Su's demotion to the north seems, on the surface, to be just because he angered Ying Zheng. However, when connected to the rumors that appeared in the streets of Xianying after the emergence of this Ying Hua stone, this matter becomes quite intriguing. Rumors? Wei Zhuang looked at Ji-Ren. Gainie's eyelids flickered, and he spoke. It is said that after this Ying Hua stone descended to the world, 3 rumors appeared in the streets of Xianying. The fall of Qin is due to who? Fu Su's rebellion, and the descent of the demon star. That's right. Ji-Ren nodded and said, the fall of the Qin was due to the Hu, which is why Ying Zheng dispatched Meng Tian, not hesitating to use heavy troops, to permanently eliminate the Hu threat. When Fu Su plotted rebellion, Ying Zheng demoted him, forbidding him from being summoned by the emperor and ensuring he would never return to Xianying. And now, there's only one demonic star descending upon the world, and Ying Zheng has yet to take any action. Oh, it seems this demonic star is not simple at all, Wei Zhuang said in a deep voice. Ji-Run helplessly spread his hands and said, I am indeed the one. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhuang suddenly laughed and said, it's really interesting. Is Ying Zheng also someone who would believe such rumors? Ji-Run did not respond to this, but Gainia, who was beside him, answered first, saying, as far as I know, Ying Zheng has never been someone who easily believes such rumors. However, once Ying Zheng acts as if he believes the first 2 rumors, then the last one, whether he believes it or not, no longer matters. So, does this mean that the Luo network is acting on Ying Zheng's orders to target you? Wei Zhuang asked. It's true that the Luo network wants to target me, but whether it is indeed acting on Ying Zheng's orders is hard to say. At this point, Ji-Ren turned to Wei Zhuang and said, I've heard that Mr. Wei Zhuang was once very close to Han Fei of the Han Kingdom, and later, Han Fei died in a prison in the Qin Kingdom. Do you really think this was instigated by Ying Zheng? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuang's expression instantly darkened, and he said in a low voice, you seem to know a lot. Ji-Ren shook his head and said, I only understand a little about this matter, but I do have some knowledge of Ying Zheng. He is a tyrant, but at the same time, he is a great ruler. Great rulers often share a common trait, which is confidence. They are confident that they can suppress everything, including me or Han Fei. This means that as long as I am not yet an enemy of Ying Zheng, in his heart, I belong to him. For his own people, Ying Zheng has no reason to destroy me until the very last moment. On the contrary, within the empire, I seem to be blocking the way of many people. Gainia and Wei Zhuang were taken aback upon hearing this, and then Gainia suddenly said, what you mean is, Chongping-jun. Ji-Ren did not respond. In fact, these matters could be quickly investigated by Gainia and Wei Zhuang, the 2 strategists from the Giga sect. There were many speculations that Ji-Run had not shared with them. For example, why did the Inyang family have to target Ji-Run even more ruthlessly than the Luonet? As the 3 talked, the battle for the Yinghua stone below had completely begun. The first to appear was the Black Widow. Dressed in a black Chong Sam, her long black hair cascading down, with a spider-shaped ornament at the back of her head. Her figure was stunning, and every move she made exuded a seductive and eerie allure. Perhaps she could be called the second Black Widow, or maybe even the third. The Black Widow had joined the Nong family as Koei Hall a year ago, becoming a subordinate of the Hall Master, Tianmi, her origins, unknown. On the perilous peak directly opposite where Ji-Ren and the others were, the shadowy guards under Zhang Han reported to him. Upon hearing the words, unknown origin, Asmila Kurba on Zhao Han's lips. Could there really be someone whose background even the shadowy guards couldn't uncover? General, is the Nong family really planning to rebel? One of the shadowy guards behind Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help voicing his doubts. Nowadays, because of Ji-Ren's presence, the Nong family had changed significantly from before, and judging by Ji-Ren's usual behavior, it didn't seem like he was planning a rebellion. Could that Nong immortal truly be the so-called star of demons? Zhang Han hinted and slowly said, whether the Nong family wants to rebel or not is not important. The key lies in. The latter half of his sentence remained unspoken, but the shadowy guard behind him had already understood and retreated, knowing that if their general didn't want to elaborate, it must be for their own good. The ruthless silk sword formation was a massive killing weapon in group battles, especially effective against miscellaneous soldiers. The nearly undetectable ruthless silk, combined with the Black Widow's ever-changing killing formations, quickly caused the escort team for the Inghua Stone to suffer heavy losses. Faced with this situation, Zhong Limei finally drew her longbow from behind and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! With a slight sound of cutting through the wind, the sharp arrow shot out instantly. The Black Widow tilted her head slightly and easily dodged it. However, in the next moment, the arrow unexpectedly curved in midair and shot back towards her. The little general is so ruthless. She actually dares to use such deadly force against a little woman like me. The Black Widow exclaimed about the cruelty, but the next moment, she manipulated the hanging ruthless silk. The invisible thread trembled gently and directly snapped the flying arrow in midair. Zhong Limei was a typical battlefield killer, and her skills were not advantageous against wandering heroes. With one arrow missing, just as she was preparing to draw her bow again, a soldier's shout came from behind. "General, the Inghua Stone." Zhong Limei quickly turned around and saw a ruthless silk go taut. Then the box containing the Inghua Stone on the cart flew up into the air, lightly falling into the Black Widow's hands. "Goodbye, little general. Next time, if there's a chance, this little woman will be sure to admire the little general's grace from another place." Stop. After obtaining the Inghua Stone, the Black Widow immediately turned to leave. Zhong Limei shouted sternly, drawing her bow to release a volley of arrows. But the Black Widow merely dodged a few times casually and easily escaped the range of the arrows. Oof. After so many years, the Imperial Army is still so useless. Wei Zhuang coldly snorted in disdain upon seeing the Black Widow single-handedly take away the Inghua Stone so easily. Ji Ren and Guy Nye did not respond. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that the recent scene was clearly an attempt to deliberately deliver the Inghua Stone into the hands of the Nong family. If the Inghua Stone were safely escorted to Xianyang by the army, the Nong family's grand net would not be able to be cast. Let's go. You too. It's time to enjoy the next grand performance. Chapter 178. The battle for the Inghua Stone. In this battle for the Inghua Stone, regardless of who emerges victorious in the end, the final destination must inevitably be the 6 wise tombs of the Flame Emperor. Because even according to the requirements of the Shinong Order, successfully obtaining the Inghua Stone would only count as the order of the hero Tianguang. But in reality, Tianguang does not have the authority to appoint a hero. At most, he can only make suggestions. In the entire Nong family, only the 6 elders within the 6 wise tombs have the true qualification to appoint a hero. As for me, if we score on a scale of 100, Ji Ren has managed to raise the favorability of all 6 elders to over 80 points in these years. As for others, this group of ungrateful descendants is busy fighting for power and profit every day. Who has the time to think about caring for the empty nest elderly? So it seems that Ji Ren has always had no reaction regarding this battle for the Inghua Stone, but in fact, he had long positioned himself in the space layer. After the Black Widow obtained the Inghua Stone, she hurried towards the direction of the 6 wise tombs, where Tian Mi and others would come to assist. However, before the Black Widow could reach the rendezvous point, a tall man with a sturdy build, dark skin, and wielding a giant sword appeared before her. "So it's you, the traitor of the Nong family. What are you back for?" The Black Widow's gaze sharpened, stopping in her tracks. "Leave the item behind, and I can spare your life." Shang-Chi, shouldering the giant sword, spoke directly without any further ado. "Hee, interesting. Could it be that you, a traitor of the Nong family, also intend to seize the Inghua Stone and become a hero?" The Black Widow chuckled. Whoosh! A fierce gale howled, and after giving one last warning, Shang-Chi didn't waste any more words. He swung the giant sword and slashed towards the Black Widow. The giant sword, as a famous weapon, is truly the supreme sword among swords. However, because very few people can wield it, it remained relatively obscure until Shang-Chi appeared, finally making the giant sword known throughout the world. The overwhelming force of the giant sword, combined with one of the Nong family's 6 ultimate techniques, the overbearing sword art, produced sword energy that was not only sharp, but also devastating and unbeatable. The Black Widow quickly formed a ruthless silk sword formation in the forest. But the previously formidable ruthless silk against the Imperial Army now seemed as fragile as a real spider's web in front of the giant sword. A casual swing of the giant sword could sever dozens of strands of ruthless silk. If it encountered truly undetectable ruthless silk, Shang-Chi would wildly dance, destroying nearby trees entangled with silk as well. Truly, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the tree that caused the problem. Damn it. The Black Widow cursed under her breath, her expression quickly darkening. That's why she never liked these muscle-bound brutes. Not only do they lack any skill, but they also move so violently that it gives no experience at all. After a brief exchange, the Black Widow immediately assessed that she was no match for Shang-Chi and promptly picked up the Inghua stone to turn and flee. After all, her true profession was an assassin, not a wandering hero. Trying to run? Seeing the Black Widow escape, Shang-Chi shouted loudly and threw the giant sword, which carried a thunderous sound, swiftly aimed at the Black Widow's back. If this heavy iron sword pierced her, the Black Widow even suspected that her small body would not just get a hole, but would be directly broken through. With no choice, the Black Widow had to halt her forward momentum and dodge to the side. At that moment, Shang-Chi had already swiftly pursued along the chain tied to the back of the giant sword, and the violent killing intent made the Black Widow's breath momentarily halt. Shang-Chi, you traitor! How dare you come back? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, moving at high speed with an extremely overbearing aura. After landing, the newcomer wasted no words and struck directly, even more straightforward than Shang-Chi. Sensing the newcomer's aura, Shang-Chi immediately abandoned the idea of killing the Black Widow and turned to block the incoming attack with his sword. Clang! The sound of the giant's sword colliding with the tiger's blade was distinctly different from an ordinary weapon clash, carrying an almost resonant, booming atmosphere. Boom! The clash of two similar, overbearing auras was like a needle against a wheat-on, creating a ring of invisible waves that spread outward, instantly stirring up fallen leaves all over the ground, causing the Black Widow to retreat several steps from the impact of this force. Tianhu bared his teeth, glaring angrily at Shang-Chi, resembling an enraged big cat, having narrowly escaped with his life back then. Now you dare to return to the gnome family instead of hiding away? Are you looking for death? I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Shang-Chi replied in a low voice. There is nothing here that belongs to you. Clang, clang, clang. Tianhu swung his sword 3 times in quick succession, but each time was blocked by Shang-Chi. Both practiced the overbearing sword art, one of the 6 ultimate techniques of the gnome family. Although they later made their own modifications, the roots did not change, and, additionally, the swords in their hands ranked 10th and 11th in the sword manual. As soon as the two engaged, it was a perfectly balanced contest. The sword energy emitted from the clash of the tiger's blade, and the giant sword was enough to easily destroy trees as thick as volleyballs around them. The Black Widow retreated dozens of meters, and a silver needle about 10 centimeters long appeared quietly at her fingertips. Compared to direct confrontation, assassination was actually the Black Widow's trump card. However, before she could make a move, a figure slowly emerged behind her. The Inghua stone, I have taken it. Although the voice was very gentle, the Black Widow felt as if she had been pricked by a needle, instantly darting away like a rabbit. Just as she landed on another tree branch, she turned and shouted, "Who are you? Playing tricks?" "Not playing tricks. I have always been here. You just didn't notice?" The voice suddenly appeared behind the Black Widow again, and in that instant, a chill spread throughout her body, causing her hairs to stand on end. Instinctively, she shot a needle backward. Slap! Before the needle could be launched, a fair hand as white as jade directly grasped the Black Widow's wrist. With a gentle flick of the other hand at the Black Widow's chest, the Inghua stone, which was behind her, fell into that palm. Immediately after, the figure behind her quickly vanished. The Black Widow turned to look. Not far away, there stood a slender figure draped in a jade-colored long robe. Seeing this person, the Black Widow immediately smiled. So, it's Mr. Jibu, a man of his word as steady as a mountain. Mr. Jibu, why scare a weak woman like me? If you want this item, you could have just asked me directly. I, for one, love men like you who have skills. Chapter 179. Distinguished guests arrive, ha ha ha. I'm sorry to trouble you this time, Brother Jibu. Jibu had just seized the Star of Inghua from the Black Widow when he saw the Zhu family walking out from the depths of the forest with a smiling face. In the distance, Tianhu, who was engaged in battle with Shang-Chi, became furious upon witnessing this scene and shouted, "Zhu family, leave the Star of Inghua behind. Uncle, wait." Just as Tianhu was about to abandon Shang-Chi and charge toward the Zhu family, a sudden call made him stop in his tracks. Moments later, Tian Yin led a group from Lianshan Hall, Chiyu Hall, Kuiwei Hall, and Siyue Hall, walking over calmly, and said, "The Star of Inghua will be temporarily placed in the hands of the Shinong Hall Master. But Yin, that is... All right, Uncle, let's go." After saying this, Tian Yin ignored Tian, whose angry expression, and turned to lead the group away. The Zhu family stood in place, their expressions changing several times before finally bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Then this time Uncle Zhu thanks my dear niece. This statement was almost a blatant provocation. Tian, who gritted his teeth, ready to turn and fight the Zhu family. But Tian Yin seemed to be oblivious and quickly disappeared into the woods. Once Tian Yin left, the Zhu family immediately put on long faces, muttering in distress. This girl, what scheme is she planning again? Even I can't understand it. Is this how it ends? Wei Zhuang said softly as he watched Tian Yin and the others retreat from a distance. Of course not. She knows the core of this battle for the star of Yinghua better than anyone. Core? In the internal conflict of the Nong family. The star of Yinghua was never the main point. The instigator would never allow this internal struggle to end easily before getting what they wanted. Really? Are you not afraid that your ally will reach the sixth virtuous tomb first, gain the elder's recognition, and become the heroic leader? As he spoke, Wei Zhuang looked up at the forest and saw the Zhu family, who had just obtained the star of Yinghua, now preparing to head towards the sixth virtuous tomb. Jiren remained indifferent, his expression calm as he said, Master Zhu is a good person and very astute, but unfortunately his vision limits his scope. Mr. Guy, I would like to ask you for a favor. Please, Mr. Shuizhe, go ahead. Could you help me keep Master Zhu alive? All right. After Master Guy Nye and his brother Wei Zhuang left, Ji Run led the 12 sword guards and Gin Xing back to the Gonggong Hall. As soon as they returned to the Gonggong Hall, Jiren then heard the report that an esteemed guest had arrived. Jiren had someone invite the esteemed guest in, and before long, a tall figure that surprised even Jiren slowly walked into the main hall. In Xia Shuisha, I pay my respects to the general. Mr. Shuizhe, no need for such formalities, please rise quickly. The visitor was none other than General Wang Li. Due to Jiren, although the Luo network wanted to incite Wang Li against the Nong family this time, even if Wang Li were brainless, he would not commit such a foolish act that would offend the heavens. Moreover, how could someone who became the Empire's general truly be a fool? However, after receiving secret reports about the Nong family's blatant seizure of the Empire's escort of the Yinghua Stone, Wang Li began to waver, which is why he came here. Mr. Shuizhe, to keep it brief, I have only one question for you. Wang Li, dressed in plain clothes, carried a compelling aura from the 3 generations of the Wang family, who served as generals. Please speak directly, General. I want to know, does the Nong family truly intend to rebel by openly seizing the Empire's Yinghua Stone? Wang Li fixed his gaze on Jiren. Do you believe in the words about the demon star descending? Jiren did not answer directly, but instead posed a question back to Wang Li. How could this general possibly believe in such nonsense that confuses the public? Haha. Coincidentally, I also never believed in these things. Please wait a few days regarding the Nong family's matter. I will definitely give you an explanation. At this point, Jiren paused and slowly took out a scroll from his bosom, handing it to Wang Li. As for His Majesty, the First Emperor, you only need to deliver this to him. He will understand. Wang Li opened the scroll with a puzzled expression, and the next moment, he suddenly narrowed his pupils. Then, Wang Li stood up and left. Just as Wang Li was about to walk out the door, Jiren suddenly said, General, I once owed a favor to Lord Tunwu, and now I have a word to give to you. What word? How does the general think the Wang family compares to General Bai Qi of Wuan now? Wang Li was taken aback by the words, initially confused, but as he crossed the suspension bridge and looked down into the bottomless chasm below, a chill suddenly surged from his feet to the top of his head. On the other side, the Zhu family, carrying the Yinghua stone along with their own intentions, prepared to head to the Six Worthies tomb. However, before they could walk 5 miles out of the woods, a flash of sword light suddenly descended from above, heading straight for the carriage of Lu Ji. Clang! Sheng Qi, riding on the right side of the carriage, drew his giant sword and deflected the sword light. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Lu Ji hurriedly stopped the carriage. Only then did everyone realize that 6 enemies armed with famous swords had appeared around the carriage without anyone noticing. 6 sword slaves. Sheng Qi immediately drew his sword. Having once suffered a loss to this set of stealth techniques from the 6 sword slaves, he would naturally not be unprepared this time. The 6 sword slaves struck silently, but their killing intent was extremely intense. The Zhu family and the female expert Yu Yun they had recruited stepped out of the carriage, and upon seeing the 6 sword slaves surrounding them, their previously smiling faces instantly changed. Why are the Luo Network's people here? Zhu's heart raced, feeling as if a flash of inspiration had crossed his mind, making him feel like he had grasped something, but when he thought it over, that spark of inspiration quickly vanished. Just as Zhu was astonished, the 6 sword slaves had already attacked. The 6 sword slaves were never conventional Jianghu swordsmen. They were assassins. And all the techniques they practiced ultimately had one goal: to kill the enemy. They could stay in one place for days, or even longer, merely to blend their breath with the environment. When they chose to strike, it meant they had absolute confidence. The 6 sword slaves were no different. In a lightning-fast round of exchanges, when both sides separated again, a figure fell slowly into a pool of blood behind the Zhu family. Lu Ji, little brother. Lu Ji fell to the ground, blood pouring from his chest, and in a short moment, life completely left him. Whether Lu Ji was truly shrouded in a halo or not, the boundary between life and death often came down to the distance between the sword and the person. When the long sword pierced the heart, there was no escape for anyone. Looking at Lu Ji's body on the ground, Zhu's aura began to fluctuate violently. And at the same time, the mask on his face rapidly changed, ultimately settling into a dark red, ghostly visage. The next moment, as everyone watched in shock, Zhu's body suddenly split into another Zhu, which then divided into 4 for into 8 into 16. In the blink of an eye, the mountain path was enveloped by hundreds and thousands of Zhu's figures. 1,000 faces. Shang-Chi's expression changed slightly. As someone who had once been the leader of the Kuei Hall, he had certainly heard of the Zhu family's unique skill, but seeing it for the first time was still a shock. The 6 sword slaves paused their assault, quickly regrouping. This technique, costing 20 years of the Zhu family's cultivation, was immensely powerful. The 1,000 figures, real and illusory, seemed like shadows, yet each figure possessed real attacking power. Kill! 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 The 1,000 figures shouted in unison and rushed towards the 6 sword slaves. Even facing such a dense assault, the 6 sword slaves found themselves at a disadvantage for a moment. But just then, Zhu's voice suddenly called out from behind Shang-Chi and the others, "Run!" Saying this, Zhu directly picked up Lu Ji's corpse and swiftly left the battlefield. Shang-Chi, Yu Yun, and Jibu were slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted and followed Zhu's pace. The Zhu family was acutely aware of the weakness of the 1,000 faces technique. The premise of using it was to disperse 20 years of their own power. Therefore, while it seemed grand, the actual attacking power of the 1,000 figures was not strong. If there were only 1 or 2 6 sword slaves today, he would naturally not fear them. But after witnessing Lu Ji's immediate death in the first exchange, he understood that the 6 sword slaves joining forces was not something they could contend with, which is why he decisively decided to use the 1,000 faces technique, sacrificing 20 years of power. However, before Zhu and his group could escape very far, a figure in military black armor appeared ahead of them. This person wielded a sword, and the murderous intent was no less than that of the 6 sword slaves. The Luo Network's top assassin, the Amazing Fish. Shang-Chi's expression darkened. As someone who had once spent some time in the Luo Network, he understood the internal structure far better than Zhu and the others. Zhu, upon hearing this, also looked pained. Another top assassin. "Brothers, it seems this time, my Zhu family has let you down." The top-tier killers of the Luo Network emerged as if money meant nothing. And even the slowest to react could sense that something was off with the farmer's family this time, with the shocking eel blocking the way and the 6 sword slaves chasing from behind. The Zhu family's group found themselves in a dire situation in the blink of an eye. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death, suddenly, several figures appeared behind the 6 sword slaves and the shocking eel. One side was naturally the Gainye and Wei Zhuang that Ji Run had entrusted, while the other side consisted of the long-missing Gao Jianli, the Iron Hammer, and the Snow Woman. When Gao Jianli saw the black-armored man holding the shocking eel sword, his cold eyes instantly narrowed. When Gainye returned alone with the Zhu family's group to the Gonggong Hall, it was already dusk. As soon as the Zhu family entered, they wore a grim expression and handed the box containing the Yinghua stone to Ji Run, saying, "Brother Shu Eyes, you should keep this safe. I'm not blessed enough to handle it." The Zhu family was indeed frightened by the events of the day. The top-tier killers of the Luo Network had sent out 7 just for him. To be honest, the Zhu family had lived most of their lives without ever feeling that their lives were so valuable as they did today. Jiren didn't refuse either and chuckled, saying, "Brother Zhu, don't worry. It's not that easy for the Luo Network to target my farming family." The reason Jiren did not stop the Zhu family at the beginning was not that he did not want to, but because he was well aware that if he did not let the Zhu family witness certain things with their own eyes, his advice might backfire. The Zhu family left dejectedly. The Zhu family was skilled at scheming, but that did not mean they did not value loyalty. Even Jiren was somewhat surprised by Lu Ji's death, let alone the Zhu family, who had spent so long with Lu Ji. As the Zhu family departed, Gainye also took his leave shortly after, bringing along Duan who had mostly recovered from her injuries, out of Gong Hall. The Nong family was about to fall into a major whirlpool, and it was clearly not a good idea to keep Duan here at such time. Night gradually fell, yet Ji-run remained seated in the main hall, waiting for someone. Before long, under the guidance of the Lion King, a figure shrouded in a black cloak entered the main hall. When the person lifted their hood, it revealed none other than Tian Yin. You knew I was coming? Because right now, no matter who in the Nong family wants to become the leader of heroes, they cannot succeed without my consent, Ji-ren said calmly, seemingly making a pretentious statement. However, Tian Yin did not refute him. She had only realized this after the failed ambush on the Zhu family today. I am a member of the Luo network. Tian Yin suddenly spoke up. She thought her declaration would surprise the man in front of her. But Ji-ren showed no reaction at all. After waiting for a moment, he replied calmly, "And? You knew all along?" Tian Yin frowned. She did not like things out of her control. Miss Tian, do not think you're the only clever person in this world. Many years ago, the previous leader of heroes had already discovered the Luo network's infiltration of the Nong family. Although I do not know much, I am aware of a little bit of the situation. Also, if you want to gain support for becoming the leader of heroes, you should at least show some sincerity. Ji-ren said softly, tapping the table lightly. Tian Yin was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The Luo network planned to control the Nong family. Originally, they chose my father, Tian Ming, as their spokesperson. Still, because of Ji-run, the current reputation of the Nong family is too high, and it is unrealistic to destroy the current Nong family. So the Luo network's plan shifted from destroying the Nong family to controlling it. Your position in the Luo network seems to be quite high, Ji-ren asked after listening to Tian Yin's account. Yes, I want something. If you can obtain it, I can help you become the leader of the Nong family. What is it? The layout map of all the spy strongholds that the Luo network has set up in Dongjun, including those within the Nong family. Ji-ren's words were light, but to Tian Yin, they were like a bolt from the blue, causing her pupils to contract. What do you want to do? You don't need to care about what I want to do. You just need to tell me, can you do this? Tian Yin stared at Ji-run for a long time, and after a while, she finally spoke slowly. I need to first become the leader of the Farmers Guild. At the very least, I need to have the authority to issue commands as the leader. Okay. Ji-ren threw the star of Yinghua to Tian Yin while speaking to the person beside him. Dianqing, you go with Miss Tian, and let the others in the hall keep a low profile. Yes. Chapter 181. The sincere person. Once Ji-ren made his stance clear, many things immediately fell into place. When the Zhu family of Shenong Hall received the news, they were puzzled but chose to trust Ji-run, quickly expressing their own stance. As a result, Gong Hall and Shenong Hall became supporters of Tian Yin. Although Tian Zhong also had some thoughts of his own, he had no choice in the face of this situation. As for Uncle Tian who, after Dianqing gave him a resounding slap in place of Ji-run, this tiger quickly turned into a big cat. Finally, Tian Mi of Kuiwei Hall had no extra energy to participate in this matter because she was currently being targeted by Shang-Chi due to the incident from years ago where she framed him. That night, Tian Yin arrived alone at a wooden house on the edge of Days Mountain. I have become the hero, Tian Yin said directly upon entering the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, there were 7 people, 6 sword slaves, and Zhao Gao. Upon hearing Tian Yin's words, the 6 sword slaves turned to look at her, while Zhao Gao, twirling a small spider in his hand, did not respond immediately. Tian Yin continued, however, if the web wants to completely control the farmer family, I need one more thing. What thing? Zhao Gao asked ominously. The layout map of all the web's strongholds in Dongjun. As soon as this was said, the temperature in the wooden house seemed to drop several degrees. After a while, Zhao Gao slowly raised his head and stared at Tian Yin for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Is this his condition? Yes. Tian Yin felt no psychological burden about betraying Ji-run because she had never had any relationship with him. Their connection was merely transactional. Of course, she felt the same way about the web. Okay, but I need to see your sincerity. Zhao Gao's response seemed anticipated by Tian Yin, who calmly replied. There's a person who can be given to the web, but you need to handle it yourselves. The moonlight was hazy. Dianqing stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the eaves of the Lushan Hall courtyard, quietly admiring the dim crescent moon in the sky. From blindness to regaining sight, Dianqing seemed to have gained many new insights about the world, as he would not have thought the moonlight was beautiful before. Senior brother. Dianqing slightly lowered his head and saw Mei Sanyang approaching from a distance. Mei Sanyang looked at the current Dianqing, lost in thought. Because compared to when she first came to the farmer family, Dianqing had indeed changed too much, especially with his youthful appearance, which even made Mei Sanyang a bit envious. Sanyang, is there something? Dianqing asked in a low voice. Senior brother, you. Mei Sanyang was about to say something when she suddenly looked behind Dianqing, her pupils constricting violently as she exclaimed, Senior brother, be careful. Under the hazy moonlight, 6 figures descended from the sky, 6 long swords radiating strong, killing intent, shimmering with a chilling light under the moon. Dianqing reacted immediately at Mei Sanyang's warning. His hardening technique was instantly activated. At the same time, Dianqing gripped the twin blades at his waist, ready to withstand the first wave of attacks and immediately prepare for a counterattack. Defense and counterattack. This was Dianqing's usual tactic. But this time, an unexpected event occurred. The 6 cold long swords fell behind Dianqing without the usual sound of clashing weapons. After a brief moment of resistance, they cut into Dianqing's flesh. A long-lost pain surged, and Dianqing's expression changed slightly as he instinctively looked at Mei Sanyang in front of him. However, at this moment, Mei Sanyang's gaze also narrowed. It's impossible. How could this happen? The young lady clearly said that Lushan Hall and Gonggong Hall have allied now. Why? Dianqing's hardening technique was already perfected, with vital points concealed within his body. Moreover, Jiren had secretly made Dianqing and the others take the herbal medicine from Baichao Jing, so ordinary poisons couldn't break through his defenses. In today's world, only 2 people knew how to weaken Dianqing's hardening technique. Mei Sanyang had not acted. Then, there was only one person left, Tianyin, who had previously obtained the method to weaken hardening technique from Mei Sanyang. Senior brother, be careful. At that moment, the 6 sword slaves launched another attack. Mei Sanyang's expression changed, and she immediately dashed behind Dianqing, raising her sickle to try to block the strike. However, the combined attack of Zhen Gang and Wan Shun directly severed the sickle's handle, and the 2 swords, Wang Liang and Duan Shui, easily cut through Mei Sanyang's defenses as well. Sanyang, Dianqing's expression changed. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Mei Sanyang's hardening technique would also be weakened. Cough, cough, senior brother. It's today's dinner. Mei Sanyang coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and quickly understood where the problem lay. What she couldn't figure out was why Tianyin would drug her too. Was it just a pure coincidence? No. Suddenly, Mei Sanyang remembered why she had come here tonight and immediately figured everything out. Senior brother, you must go. They plan to use me to hold you back. You go first. They won't harm me. Mei Sanyang shouted, but it was clear that Dianqing could not believe her words. Or rather, he could not gamble with Mei Sanyang's life, and the attackers had clearly anticipated this. Without his hardening technique, Dianqing's swordsmanship was clearly no match for the 6 sword slaves, especially since they often used Mei Sanyang as bait during their attacks. Soon, Dianqing's body was covered in sword wounds. Finally, the sword of absolute kill among the 6 sword slaves, Duan Shui, launched the final strike. The seemingly tattered copper sword radiated a brilliance that even the other 5 long swords could not compare to. But just as Duan Shui was about to pierce Dianqing's heart, a large cloud of mist suddenly enveloped the entire courtyard. However, Duan Shui, being blind, was not restricted by it. Just as Duan Shui was about to strike again, 2 long swords, also flashing with cold light, directly blocked his sword tip. After a brief clash, both sides retreated. After that, even Duan Shui completely lost track of his enemies. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, the 6 sword slaves regained their vision, only to find that Dianqing and Mei Sanyang had long since vanished. Should we pursue? No need. This is the farmer family. Our earlier skirmish has already drawn attention. Continuing to chase would be of no benefit to us. Let's go back and report to the master. Chapter 182. The layout is in hand. How is Dianqing? In the hall of Gonggong, Jiren sat in the main seat, his expression as heavy as water. Shirshan replied, Fortunately, Senior Dianqing's physique is extraordinary, so he mostly suffers from external injuries. With your ointment, Senior Dianqing is recovering quickly, and it seems that this misfortune has brought him unexpected fortune. He appears to have found a breakthrough opportunity and is currently in seclusion. Jiren nodded. All right, Lion King. Leopard King, you 2 go call Tianyin over. Yes. Lion King and Leopard King replied, then walked out of the Gonggong Hall. In the corner of the Gonggong Hall, Mei Sanyang stood silently. Thanks to Dianqing's protection, she hadn't suffered serious injuries, and, as the effects of the medicine wore off, her strength began to gradually recover. Before long, Lion King and Leopard King brought Tianyin to the Gonggong Hall. Tianyin had just seen. Slap! A loud slap echoed in the hall as Tianyin's head tilted, half of his face immediately swelling visibly, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Mei Sanyang was shocked by this scene, momentarily forgetting what Tian Yin had done to her before, and quickly rushed in front of Tian Yin to block Jiren. In Jiren's eyes, a cold light flashed, and he kicked out directly. Third miss, be careful. Get lost, you fool. Just because your senior brother is willing to risk his life to take care of you doesn't mean you have privileges here. Faced with Jiren's kick and Tian Yin's warning from behind, Mei Sanyang almost instinctively used her hard skill to block it. However, when the kick truly landed on her, her expression changed instantly. This was an unimaginable immense force. When Jiren's attack struck, Mei Sanyang, the hard skill she practiced crumbled like a piece of paper, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of something shattering in their ears. Then, they saw Mei Sanyang fly out completely. Before she hit the ground, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and her entire chest seemed to have been struck by a heavy hammer, completely caving in. Just one kick. Not only did her hard skill shatter, but her ribs were also likely broken in multiple places. Next time we meet, if I don't see what I want, there will be no need for the Lushan Hall to exist. After casually dropping this sentence, Jiren turned around and returned to his main seat. Sanyang. Tian Yin pretended to come to Mei Sanyang's side. When she saw the injury on Mei Sanyang's chest, a flash of shock crossed her eyes, which quickly turned cold and then returned to calm. She struggled to help Mei Sanyang up, turned to Jiren, and said slowly, Master of the Water Hall, I will remember what you did today. After saying that, Tian Yin turned to take Mei Sanyang away. But at that moment, Jiren spoke again. Wait. You can leave, but Mei Sanyang stays. With her back to Jiren, Tian Yin's eyes flashed with cold light, and she said in a low voice, Master of the Water Hall, Sanyang is a person of our Lushan Hall. Don't you think you are being excessive? If you don't leave, you can stay with her. Jiren slowly took a sip of tea and gave a concise answer. Tian Yin stood at the door, silent for a moment, and finally, she put down Mei Sanyang and bowed her head toward Jiren, saying, In that case, please take good care of Sanyang, Master of the Water Hall. After finishing her words, Tian Yin turned to leave because she feared Jiren would see the killing intent in her eyes if she stayed any longer. Watching Tian Yin's retreating figure, Shui beside Jiren inexplicably shivered. Big Brother Water Hall, why do I feel that Miss Tian has suddenly become so terrifying recently? She hasn't become terrifying. She's just gradually beginning to reveal her true nature. Shui, go take Mei Sanyang to the guest room. After that, I will write a prescription, and you let someone prepare the medicine for her on time. Oh, sure, Shui responded, but soon asked in confusion, Big Brother Water Hall, clearly you injured her. Why do you want to save her now? Jiren glanced at Mei Sanyang on the ground and said indifferently, I wouldn't care if a few idiots like her died. But if this causes a rift between Dianqing and me, it would be a loss. Although I just injured her, I also saved her at the same time. He didn't explain much about Mei Sanyang. If it weren't for Dianqing, she would have already died countless times. Even if Jiren didn't take action, the outcome would have been the same when they returned to the Lianshan Hall. On the other side, Tian Yin left the public hall with a dark face. Not returning to the Lianshan Hall, but instead putting on a hood and heading straight to the wooden house on the edge of Days Mountain. Your plan has failed. As soon as Tian Yin stepped into the wooden house, Zhao Gao's voice rang in her ears. Tian Yin scoffed. There was nothing wrong with my plan. A martial artist's strength has been weakened, and with a burden like Dianqing by my side, you guys didn't resolve it immediately. This only shows that your assassins are too useless. Boom! A surge of murderous intent erupted, and Tian Yin felt several cold lights flash before her eyes. In the next moment, all her vital points were under the control of 6 sword slaves. Zhao Gao slowly approached Tian Yin, lifted her hood with his hand, and then a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems he is very angry. I see your sincerity. This is what you wanted. Zhao Gao tossed a piece of silk to Tian Yin, and, at the same time, the 6 sword slaves around Tian Yin retreated. The so-called sincerity was, in fact, Zhao Gao wanting to confirm evidence that Tian Yin and Jiren were not in cahoots. Therefore, whether it was Dianqing's life or the injury on her face now, the effect was basically the same. As for whether this slap was also part of Tian Yin's scheme, only Jiren and Tian Yin themselves knew the answer. After obtaining the silk, Tian Yin left the wooden house. About half a stick of incense later, Zhao Gao finally leisurely ordered, let everyone prepare. After Tian Yin received the silk, she immediately handed it over to Jiren. Neither Jiren nor Tian Yin doubted the authenticity of the silk, because to catch a big fish, one must pay a price. They both understood this simple principle, and Zhao Gao had no reason not to be aware of it. Once the item was in Ji-Ren's hands, Tianyin turned and left, not mentioning the matter of the hero leader, because they both knew that unless the upcoming events were concluded, even if they could establish the hero leader, the internal strife within the known family wouldn't easily come to an end. Sitting firmly in the main seat, Ji-Ren held the layout map of the net in Dongjun in his hands, and after a long while, he slowly said, "Shan, go notify Lord Zhu from Shinnong Hall to come over." "Yes." "Shui, go gather the Lion King, the Leopard King, the 12 sword guards, and the 100-man escort team in the inner hall." "Yes." Chapter 183. A confrontation across space. The net had long been coveting Ji-Ren's body. But how could Ji-Ren not have had improper thoughts about the net for a long time? So when he finally got hold of the layout map of the net across Dongjun, after several days of meticulous planning, Ji-Ren quietly ordered the Lion King and the Leopard King to mobilize the 100-man escort team, along with the 12 sword guards and the personnel from Shinnong Hall, to swiftly launch an encirclement against the net's various secret strongholds in Dongjun. Meanwhile, Ji-Ren himself stayed behind in the Gonggong Hall with Jianqing, whose injuries had healed and whose hard skills had finally broken through, as well as the siblings Shan and Shui. The white cloth wrapped around the soul-breaking halberd was peeled away layer by Ji-Ren, gradually revealing a large halberd that emitted a dark silver color. Ji-Ren carefully examined the broken soul trident. He didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly his movements paused, and then he spoke softly. "Since you have come, then come in. Tap." As soon as Ji-Ren's voice fell, several shadows slowly emerged on the ground in front of the gate. And then Zhao Gao was seen leading the 6 sword servants as they walked slowly through the gate. Ji-Ren smiled and said, "I didn't expect Lord Zhao Gao to personally come here. I am truly honored. Mr. Shui Zhe is being modest. Given your status, I believe that at least in these final moments of life, someone of sufficient standing should accompany you, Mr. Shui." Zhao Gao gently moved his fingers and spoke ominously. "I see." Ji-Ren nodded as if he suddenly understood, but then swiftly changed the subject, saying, "But does Lord Zhao Gao really think that relying solely on these few people can take my life?" As Ji-Ren's words just echoed suddenly, several figures emerged simultaneously from the doors behind the Gonggong Hall. One door revealed Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang. Another door revealed Gao Zhanli, the Great Hammer, and the Snow Girl. From one door came the Zhu family, Wei Yun, Ji Bu, and Ying Bu. Half a year ago, the Zhu family had asked Ji-Ren to save the daughter of Lord Chongping, and at that time, Ying Bu had already joined the Shinnong Hall. From another door came Shang Qi and Wu Kuang, who revealed his identity after recovering from his injuries. After these people appeared, the atmosphere in the entire Gonggong Hall suddenly became several degrees heavier. An indescribable momentum surged, and for a moment, even the 6 sword servants instinctively showed signs of vigilance. However, Zhao Gao remained calm in the face of this scene. He never expected that Mr. Shui Zhe would collude with the rebellious Mo family. In this case, even if Zhao Gao killed Mr. Shui on the spot, His Majesty the First Emperor would likely not blame him. After saying this, Zhao Gao lightly waved his hand, and in an instant, a large number of figures cloaked in night clothes appeared around the Gonggong Hall. Each of these individuals exuded an extremely strong, killing intent, only slightly weaker than the 6 sword servants. Especially at the forefront were 3 individuals clad in imperial black armor, their faces covered by masks, whose killing intent was not inferior to that of the 6 sword servants. Jing and I, Yenri, Xianjian, the 9 top assassins of the Luo Wang gathered. Plus, there were 24 assassins of the killing level. It seemed that today, the Shark Teeth could have a good feast. Wei Zhuang glanced lightly at the assassins surrounding the courtyard, his gaze lingering for a moment on Xianjian's black and white double swords. And then he slightly curled his lips and spoke with an imposing tone. "You are mistaken, Mr. Wei Zhuang. Today, it is not just the Luo Wang that has come here. Apart from us, it seems there are some others who are also very interested in Mr. Shui Zhe." As if in response to Zhao Gao, shortly after his words rang out, everyone saw under the moonlight several figures in strange attire appearing outside the Gonggong Hall. These individuals exuded a peculiar aura, but each one was not weaker than the 6 sword servants. Especially in the center was a woman wearing a veil, with lips painted in deathly Barbie pink. Her expression indifferent, and her aura unfathomable. The 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family, along with the imperial right protector, the moon god. Upon seeing the presence of the Yin-Yang family, a hint of surprise finally flashed in Wei Zhuang's eyes. He turned to Ji-Ren and said, "It seems your influence is much greater than I imagined." "You are mistaken again, Mr. Wei Zhuang. At this moment, Zhao Gao rebutted Wei Zhuang once more, saying, "The Luo Wang has thrown out such a large bait this time. If it only catches one fish, it probably won't satisfy their appetite." "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhao Gao smiled lightly, his narrow eyes scanning the crowd in front of him, and slowly said, "Mo family, gnome family Lu Sha Zongheng. If today we can capture you all in one net, the Empire's rule should be even more solid, right?" "Haha, did you hear that, senior brother? It seems we have also become prey in someone else's net." Gai Nye did not respond. He simply waved his wooden sword, and a faint sword aura flickered, indicating his stance. In fact, the situation tonight was not so much the result of Zhao Gao's schemes, as it was the outcome of a transaction between Ji Run and Zhao Gao. The ambitions of the Luo Wang are vast. For a long time, Zhao Gao and the Luo Wang have wanted to support the 18th son Hu Hai to ascend to power. Not only because Hu Hai's ascension would grant the Luo Wang greater power, but also because the Luo Wang truly wanted to control the entire empire through Hu Hai. To achieve this, they first needed to eliminate Hu Hai's biggest competitor, Fu Su. Currently, Fu Su has two major supports in the empire. In the court, the Meng family's army and the Wang family. These military forces have shown great favor towards Fu Su, which is why in the original plot, the Luo Wang moved Wang Li to act against the Nong family. Because even at that time, the Nong family represented 100,000 common people. If these people were treated as rebels and killed, not only would Ing Zheng's popularity plummet, but the Wang family would also inevitably be dragged down. In the martial world, Fu Su's biggest supporter is the Nong family. Within the Nong family, while it appears that the hero of chivalry is the highest leader, in reality, anyone with discernment can see Ji Ren's special status in the Nong family. Therefore, from the very beginning, controlling the Nong family was merely the Luo Wang's second target. The primary target has always been to eliminate Ji Run. Removing Ji Run would not only deprive Fu Su of support, but, more importantly, as long as the Luo Wang spreads a bit of information afterward, the first to be resented by the people would definitely not be the Luo Wang, but Ing Zheng, because the Luo Wang is Ing Zheng's subordinate. This is the current consensus in the world. With Ji Ren's current prestige, once the news of his assassination spreads, the resulting public outrage would be absolutely terrifying. It's even possible that a peasant uprising could erupt ahead of time. This is obviously good for the Luo Wang, because Ing Zheng's reputation is currently too strong, causing the Luo Wang to feel the need to avoid his brilliance. One of the prerequisites for supporting Hu Hai's ascension is to bring Ing Zheng down. However, another problem arose: how to kill Ji Run. After all, Ji Run is incredibly cautious. He is almost always surrounded by the 12 sword guards and the super bodyguards, Dian Qing. Even if the 9 top assassins of the Luo Wang acted together, there is no guarantee that they could successfully eliminate Ji Run under the protection of the 12 sword guards. Just then, Ji Ren actively gave Luo Wang an opportunity, which was the layout map of Luo Wang in Dongjun. When Zhao Gao heard this news from Tianyan, he already understood Ji Ren's plan. Clearly, Ji Ren had no way to deal with Luo Wang's infiltration in Dongjun, so he and Zhao Gao engaged in a remote transaction. In fact, Zhao Gao's request for sincerity from Tianyan was not important at all, because as long as Zhao Gao wanted to eliminate Ji Run, he had to bite the hook Ji Ren had thrown. However, Tianyan agreed quite readily, likely because he also wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Ji Ren's living forces, but unfortunately, Luo Wang ultimately failed. This was something Tianyan did not expect. As for that slap, it was really just a slap thrown out in anger by Ji Ren. With Ji Ren's continuous development in Dongjun, the forces Luo Wang invested in this area increased more and more, to the point that when Zhao Gao himself handed the layout map to Ji Run, he suddenly realized how much had been invested without him noticing. But this was clearly not a bad thing. The more forces invested in Dongjun, the more combat power Ji Run would need to gather for the encirclement. Ultimately, as expected, not only the 12 sword guards, but Ji Ren also sent out the Lion King, the Leopard King, and the 100-man guard together. This was also a bait thrown out by Luo Wang, essentially similar to the bait Ji Run had thrown to Zhao Gao before. As long as Ji Run wanted to eliminate Luo Wang in Dongjun, he had to take the bait. However, after taking this bait, Ji Ren immediately threw out another bait, which was himself. For Ji Ren, Luo Wang was simply an obstacle to his consolidation of human power, so the more Luo Wang members he could eliminate, the better. It was obvious that Ji Ren was very satisfied with the number and quality of the people Luo Wang sent to Gonggong Hall tonight. Overall, Ji Ren and Zhao Gao had a wave of distant confrontation, with Ji Ren gaining a slight upper hand. As for the final showdown, coincidentally, Both Ji-Run and Zhao Gao were full of confidence in themselves. Chapter 184. Initial emergence of brilliance. Seeking subscription, seeking votes. Ji-Run looked at Zhao Gao, and Zhao Gao looked back at Ji-Run. At the moment their gazes crossed, it was as if a spark of electricity flashed, and in an instant, someone moved. The 6 sword servants drew their swords first, forming a formation and swiftly charging towards Ji-Run. However, just as the 6 had advanced halfway, a wooden sword emitting an extremely dangerous aura flew towards the center of the 6, forcing them to halt. Just then, as the 6 sword servants came to a stop, an eerie sword energy swept horizontally towards them. Clang! Sparks flew. Gainya and Wei Zhuang teamed up to easily repel the 6 sword servants. The 8 swords of Yuang. Shark Tooth has long wanted to taste your blood, Wei Zhuang said, lightly spinning Shark Tooth, a glimmer of cold light flashing, as he uttered a domineering remark. The clash between the 6 sword servants and Gainya and Wei Zhuang seemed to ignite a fuse, and in an instant, everyone moved. The 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family acted together, forming hand seals, and the 5 elemental techniques of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth presented a pentagonal formation. Simultaneously attacking Ji-Ren's expression remained calm, as if he had not seen the attacks from the 5. The next second, Shi Shan and Shi Shui both used their swords as brushes, swiftly inscribing the same sigils in the void, like 2 enormous shields blocking the 5 elders' attacks. At the same time, a green vine suddenly shot out from the room behind Ji-Run, resembling a spiritual snake, flickering through the void and directly arriving before the newly appointed Elder of Wood. The new Elder of Wood from the Yin-Yang family's face changed, quickly retracting his attack and switching to defense, rapidly forming hand seals to conjure a similar green vine, which entangled with the attacking vine. 10,000 flowers flying leaves? A fragrant breeze passed by, and a figure lightly flashed out from the door behind Ji-Ren. Under the moonlight, this person resembled a natural spirit, leaping gracefully to stand atop a tree, her long lavender hair fluttering in the wind, her cold aura merging seamlessly with the moonlight. The person who appeared was none other than Xiao Si-Ming, who had restored her 9 heavens form. Don't ask Ji-Run how Xiao Si-Ming recovered her form so quickly, as one cannot generalize between individuals. You betrayed the Yin-Yang family? Upon seeing Xiao Si-Ming still alive and aiding Ji-Run against the Yin-Yang family, the moon goddess frowned slightly. Xiao Si-Ming's voice was ethereal as she slowly replied, I was never a member of the Yin-Yang family. I see. It seems you have regained your memory. What a pity. Shi Shan and Shi Shui soon arrived behind Xiao Si-Ming, standing back to back with her, forming a triad formation, facing the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family from a distance. On the other side, the Shinong Hall, Mo family, Shang-Chi, and Wu Kuang, and others quickly engaged in battle with the 24 assassins of the Luo network. The strength of these assassins was not weak. After all, they were carefully selected by the Luo network, trained to be high-end combatants just below the 9 top-tier assassins. Their individual combat strength could be compared to Wu Kuang, who was once a killer-level assassin of the Luo network. Dianqing, go help them. With only 4 from the Shinong Hall, 3 from the Mo family, and 2 brothers from Shang-Chi and Wu Kuang, it was clearly quite challenging to deal with 24 killer-level assassins. So Ji-Ren sent Dianqing over as well. Dianqing, who had once again broken through in strength, was perfectly suited to handle these 24 individuals, because Dianqing, who practiced hard techniques, found himself barely holding his own against strong opponents due to a lack of sufficient offensive means. However, in a group battle, Dianqing's hard techniques became a devastating weapon. Now, the attack power of the killer-level assassins was merely like a tickle to him. Even if 100 more came, it would be the same. Although Dianqing's offensive methods were insufficient, he was more than capable of dealing with the killer-level assassins. Yes, Dianqing replied in a low voice, then slowly stepped towards that battlefield. Is this really okay? Mr. Shuizhe asked, having sent Dianqing out. Do you really think you can handle 3 top assassins from the Luo network by yourself? Just as Dianqing left, 3 top assassins clad in black armor, exuding intense killing intent, Jing Ni, Yin Ri, and Xian Jian simultaneously stepped forward to surround Ji-Ren. Ji-Ren gently took off his white robe from his shoulders, grasped the broken soul trident in his right hand, and slowly rose, saying, Lord Zhao Gao has made a mistake. The ones I intend to deal with are not the 3 heavenly killers, but all the enemies present. Boom. As the last word fell, Ji-Ren suddenly moved. An indescribable, terrifying aura surged around Ji-Ren, and his terrifying internal power coalesced into a tangible form around his body in an instant. Everyone seemed to see black flames igniting on Jiren. The abrupt change caused everyone's pupils, whether friend or foe, to shrink to a pinpoint. The peak of the 9th layer. No, to be precise, it should be the internal cultivation level of half a step into the 10th layer, which is already the pinnacle of the current world. In terms of internal power realm, there is no one present who can compare with Jiren. Moreover, with Jiren's powerful physique at this moment, his body was almost equivalent to simultaneously condensing the internal power of more than 3 unparalleled masters who had stepped into the 10th layer. In such a situation, even though everyone had previously tried to guess Jiren's strength as high as possible, the true revelation still far exceeded everyone's expectations. The first opponent Jiren chose to attack was Jingyu. Compared to Yenri and the newly appointed Xianjian, Tianyan, the strength of a new Jingyu had not truly reached the top-tier level yet. When Jiren launched an attack towards her with overwhelming ferocity, Tianyan's pupils instantly trembled violently. With her keen observation, she quickly identified the direction of Jiren's attack, which was right above her. However, it was of no use because Jiren's speed was too fast. By the time Tianyan noticed the direction of Jiren's attack, the Pahan halberd had already reached above her head. In this situation, the only thing Tianyan could do was raise the Jingyu sword to block above her. Bang! The sword and halberd collided. Tianyan's strength was nearly negligible compared to Jiren's beast-like physical power and substantial inner strength combined for the attack. The moment the tip of the Pahan halberd made contact with the Jingyu sword, Tianyan felt a numbness in her hand, and her long sword was directly knocked out of her grip. Yet the Pahan halberd continued its momentum without losing force. And with a flash of dark silver cold light, the black armor on Tianyan shattered. Seconds later, a wound that extended straight from her left shoulder to her right waist gradually appeared across her chest. Chapter 185. Breaking Skill with Strength Kill. Seeing Jiren severely injure Jingyu with one strike, Yenri and Xianjian's expressions changed instantly. The sword energy quickly condensed at the sword's edge, and as they stepped forward, they charged towards Jiren like a bolt of lightning. However, just as the two approached, a fierce howl swiftly echoed in their ears. Jiren swung his halberd, sweeping forward with the momentum to face the two, but Yenri and Xianjian's reactions were clearly much faster than Jingyu's. In the first moment, Xianjian reacted, and with greater strength his figure flashed, arriving in front of Yenri, raising his black and white dual swords, ready to take on Jiren's strike head-on. Meanwhile, Yenri behind him quickly mobilized his blood-red sword energy, preparing to launch a counterattack as soon as Xianjian blocked the soul-breaking halberd. It must be said that their cooperation was remarkable, and their own strength was far above Jingyu's. However, the only miscalculation they made was whether Xianjian could really withstand Jiren's attack. Clang! The moment the soul-breaking halberd made contact with the black and white dual swords, Xianjian immediately understood the reason why Jingyu was defeated in one blow. Was this guy really human? The newly appointed Xianjian was also a powerful warrior who had experienced countless battles. He had fought against many so-called strongmen. Yet, even the most powerful monsters he had encountered in the past could not compare to Jiren now. Although Xianjian instinctively used a technique to disperse the force at that moment, he was still sent flying in an instant, and the strong inertia also knocked Yenri back more than 10 meters. Yenri stared blankly at Xianjian, who was in shock looking at his numb hands. The two top-tier assassins were momentarily dumbfounded. Before they could collect themselves, Jiren once again wielded the overwhelming ferocity of the soul-breaking halberd, weighing 61 pounds. In his hand with immense power, unstoppable. With a move reminiscent of splitting Mount Hua, his attack was still bold and unrestrained. This time, Yenri and Xianjian joined forces to block, 3 swords simultaneously striking towards the halberd's blade. However, in the next second, clang! Yenri and Xianjian's arms trembled as the 3 swords were effortlessly sent flying. Even with the technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, they could not withstand the brutality of the halberd. The faces hidden behind their masks turned slightly dark. The young man was completely taking advantage of his strong physique to bully these sword wielders, who were as defenseless as chickens, showing a complete disregard for martial ethics. It was uncertain whether Jiren could see through their inner thoughts, but in an instant, Jiren's offensive suddenly changed. After his halberd deflected the defenses of both opponents, he abruptly retracted the large halberd. At that moment, the double-edged tip of the broken soul halberd happened to get stuck against the back of Xianjian's white blade. As Jiren suddenly pulled back, A tremendous force yanked Xian Jian back completely. Not good. The sudden loss of balance caused Xian Jian's expression under the mask to change drastically. When he saw Ji Ren getting closer, Xian Jian did not hesitate to use the black blade with a reverse strike, unleashing a sword energy. However, to his astonishment, this sword energy was shattered by Ji Ren's bare hands. The unyielding and penetrating Unzao palm showcased its formidable nature in Ji Ren's hands, combined with his profound inner strength. Xian Jian felt as if an overwhelming torrent was descending upon him. A palm struck his chest, leaving him with almost no room to resist. He was blasted away like a cannonball. Dead. A killing intent flashed in Ji Ren's eyes as he suddenly exerted force under his feet, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, raising the soul-crushing spear to deliver a lethal blow to Xian Jian. However, just as he charged halfway, two ominous signals simultaneously surged from either side of his body. One was strange and unpredictable, while the other was cold and sinister. There was no doubt that these two suddenly erupting forces posed a significant threat to Ji Ren. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered his body's instinctive warning. Yet, after only a moment of thought, Ji Ren made a decision to temporarily abandon the impending threats and focus on dealing with Xian Jian in front of him. Taking Ji Ren's palm head-on had already inflicted severe damage on Xian Jian. After all, with Ji Ren's terrifying internal power and strength for an ordinary person, merely grazing against him could lead to injury, and contact will be fatal. However, when Xian Jian's peripheral vision caught sight of the figure sneaking up behind Ji Ren, he completely abandoned his defense, raising his black and white dual blades, intending to fight Ji Ren to the death. No, it was not a fight to the death. More accurately, he was seeking his own demise, hoping to entangle Ji Ren's assault with his own life, preventing him from freeing his hands. From the perspective of a killer, the training from the web was undoubtedly competent, but relying solely on an attack in this state, it was clearly unrealistic to completely lock Ji Ren down. The soul-crushing spear, infused with thick internal power, easily sliced through Xian Jian's defense and grazed his neck. Xian Jian's final struggle had no effect on Ji Ren whatsoever, but the black blade he hurled before dying did indeed cause Ji Ren a bit of trouble. The speed at which the black blade flew out was not particularly fast. Under normal circumstances, Ji Ren could easily turn his head to avoid this strike. But at this moment, the two attacks approaching from behind Ji Ren had already arrived. At this time, Ji Ren wanted to turn his head to observe, but it was obviously no longer realistic. Even from the perspective of hiding the sun, this strike had already sealed Ji Ren's fate. No one could escape the simultaneous arrival of these three deadly moves. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, until the black blade was merely 30 centimeters away from Ji Ren's eyes. An invisible wave suddenly spread out from Ji Ren, and in an instant, all the trajectories within a 5-meter radius were vividly clear in Ji Ren's mind. In the next moment, Ji Ren moved. The soul-breaking halberd in his hand suddenly became light and agile. With a gentle flip, Ji Ren didn't need to turn around. He directly thrust the halberd backward with his other hand. Clang! The halberd was obstructed, producing a slight collision sound. At the same time, Ji Ren suddenly channeled his internal energy with his other hand and struck out with a palm toward the left. With a thunderous sound, the two completely different energies collided, instantly shattering the ground beneath Ji Ren's feet, sending bricks and stones flying. In the final moment, Ji Ren gently turned his head, and with a whoosh, the black blade left a blood mark on his neck, narrowly missing the carotid artery. Looking at this seemingly frozen scene, an indescribable terror rapidly rose from the depths of his heart. The tip of the soul-breaking halberd met the tip of the sword. Meanwhile, Ji Ren's right hand was also competing in internal energy against a figure. This appeared to be just a very ordinary scene. But if the swordsman was General Zhao Gao of the Empire, and the person attacking simultaneously with Zhao Gao was the Empire's guardian, the Moon Goddess, then the scene was anything but ordinary. Clang! Flame splashed. Ji Ren suddenly exerted force to push aside the sword in Zhao Gao's hand, then swung the soul-breaking halberd in a full arc, smashing it down towards the Moon God, directly forcing the Moon God to retreat. Chapter 186, Yin and Yang Reversed. No wonder it is the Luo Network. The famous sword that the world sought in vain after King Wu was assassinated back, then has unexpectedly fallen into Lord Zhao Gao's hands now. Ji Ren looked at Zhao Gao's sword among the masters, which was an extremely special sword. The sword's blade was slender and flexible, shimmering with light, adorned with intricate, serpentine patterns reminiscent of a fish's intestines. As the breeze blew, The entire sword swayed with the wind, appearing soft as water, yet in reality, once powered by internal energy. The sharp sword aura it emitted could easily cut through copper and iron. This sword was indeed the legendary famous sword, Fish Intestine. Zhao Gao's tricks cannot be compared to Mr. Shui Zhe. If it weren't for witnessing it with his own eyes, who would have thought that Shui Zhe, renowned in the world by the name of the agricultural immortal, would possess such unfathomable martial arts skills? Zhao Gao still wore that gloomy expression, but compared to his previous femininity, the haze in his eyes now held more reality. Before taking action, Zhao Gao was quite confident because he had accurately calculated all the combat powers that Jiren might invite and made targeted arrangements. In fact, Zhao Gao had even included the 5 elders of the agricultural family in his calculations. But even if the 5 elders of the agricultural family joined forces, Zhao Gao was confident he could capture them all. Even now, Zhao Gao remained very confident, but the strength that Jiren displayed made him feel a sense of being beyond his control, and he disliked that feeling. Zhao Gao exchanged a glance with the moon god, who subtly nodded. Then, the moon god formed hand seals, and an invisible force spread outward, quickly enveloping the entire Gonggong Hall. Soon after, everyone saw the surrounding environment undergo a tremendous transformation. Although everyone felt they were still standing in the same place, they suddenly realized that some people were actually above their heads, standing upside down. This was the illusionary secret technique, yin-yang inversion realm. When the world inverted, all battlefields were completely separated. This change had little impact on some people, but for others, the situation was utterly turned upside down. For example, Jiren, as well as Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang. Because when yin-yang inversion realm was activated, Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang suddenly found that their opponents had disappeared. And upon careful search, they discovered the 6 sword servants had come to their heads and joined the battle to encircle Jiren. Seeing the 6 sword servants, Yanri, the moon god, and Zhao Gao surrounding him, Jiren laughed. Even facing the siege of these 9, Jiren was not entirely confident. But what amused him was that the yin-yang family dared to use illusion techniques against him. Didn't they know that he had a bunch of skills that countered illusions? Oh, it seemed they really didn't know. Illusions, in essence, are a kind of deception of the 5 senses, and since it is deception, it means that as long as the deceived has a strong enough mental will, they can resist or even exempt themselves from the illusions. Coincidentally, whether it was Jiren's mastery of the transparent world, or his understanding of the essence of the halberd, or the combination of both creating a field of weapon intent, it was essentially a development of one's mental will. Thus, right before the eyes of the 9, Jiren suddenly vanished from their sight. The 6 sword servants, Yanri and Zhao Gao, were momentarily stunned, then simultaneously turned their gazes to the moon god, who they now seriously suspected of being a traitor among them. Moon god, if I say I also don't know what's going on, would you believe me? The other 8, come on, look at the shining famous sword in our hands. Do you think we believe you? The moon god was the architect of this yin-yang inversion realm, and only she could control the overall situation. So when Jiren suddenly disappeared, the first thing the other 8 suspected was the moon god. But in reality, this matter had little to do with the moon god. The essence of the yin-yang inversion realm was actually a projection technique similar to a mirage. From the beginning, the positions of everyone on the battlefield had not changed, and the upside-down reflections they saw were actually their own projections. Additionally, it utilized many formations and illusion techniques, making it difficult for people to detect. However, ironically, Jiren had previously received a military formation from Limu, so he had a bit of understanding of formations. No matter how Jiren disappeared, the urgent task was clearly to find out Jiren's whereabouts. The moon god immediately formed hand seals, and soon after, she abruptly opened her eyes, her expression changing. Not good. After Jiren disappeared without a trace, where did he go? The answer is singular. Inside the Gonggong Hall, there are 4 battlefields. Jiren faces off against Zhao Gao and the moon god. Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang battle the 6 sword servants. The Gnome and Mo families join forces to combat 24 kill character level assassins, and Shi Shan, Shi Shui, and Xiao Si Ming confront the 5 elders of the yin-yang family. With the 6 sword servants abandoning Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang, Jiren also forsakes Zhao Gao and the 6 sword servants, leading to the direct elimination of 2 battlefields, leaving only the 24 kill character level assassins and the 5 elders of the yin-yang family. Although the 24 kill character level assassins are numerous, they are essentially low-level soldiers and clearly cannot sway Jiren. Thus, only 1 battlefield remains. Shan and Shui have rapidly improved their strength after learning Shushan witchcraft in recent years, with their swordsmanship combined with witchcraft placing them among the top-tier experts. However, even so, their joint efforts against the five elders are still somewhat strained. After all, the five elders of the Yin-Yang family, when gathered, not only possess considerable strength, but can also automatically form a five-element formation when working together. For a time, the trio's three talents formation can only remain in a passive suppression state. Elder Jin, Yin Zhongjun, wielding the Tianjiao sword, launches fierce attacks against the three. And just as he is about to find a flaw in the three talents formation, a bone-chilling aura, as if targeted by an ancient beast, suddenly strikes from behind. The intense killing intent leaves Yin Zhongjun no time to think. He immediately turns and sweeps his sword, but in the next moment, a terrifying force transmits through the Tianjiao sword into his arms, causing him to feel pain in his tiger's mouth, and he unexpectedly loses grip on the Tianjiao sword. Before he can comprehend what has happened, a large halberd descends upon him. Bang! Like a watermelon exploding, Yin Zhongjun loses consciousness in an instant. With the death of Elder Jin, the five-element formation instantly collapses. The moment the suppression is lifted, Shan, Shui, and Xiao Ximing immediately launch a counterattack. Their teamwork exceptionally coordinated, and the first target they choose is unexpectedly the newly appointed Wood Elder of the Yin-Yang family. This young new Xiao Ximing is caught off guard by the three's joint assault and is trapped on the spot. Before she can form seals to counterattack, a large halberd pierces through her chest like a dragon emerging from the sea. Chapter 187. Alliance and Conspiracy in Less Than 3 Breaths. Two elders of the Yin-Yang family are killed on the spot. The moon god senses this scene and immediately quickens her pace, with Zhao Gao and 7 first-class assassins closely following. But suddenly, the 9 of them halt their steps. In the next second, the black and white twin dragons roar out, and the 9 swiftly disperse in all directions. Abandoning one's opponent in battle is not a good habit. In a familiar, deep voice, Ganya and Wei Zhuang slowly appear before the 9. Both hail from the Ghost Valley, and one is a sword saint while the other is the king of assassins. Why does it feel strange? Their understanding of the realm of swords even surpasses that of Ji-Run, and in addition, their expertise in formations, military strategy, and manipulation of people, etc., is profound. Thus, while the inversion of yin and yang might trap others, it is evidently impossible to continuously deceive the eyes of this brother duo. The moon god's eyes emit a cold light. Under normal circumstances, even with the alliance of Zongheng, the Yin-Yang family would not fear them at all, but the obstruction of these two is extremely fatal for the moon god. As just moments ago, another elder from the newly appointed 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family has fallen. Ghost Valley, a mere small sect of 3 or 2 people. If you seek death, then today I shall grant you that. Pucci, Ji-Ren struck with his weapon, severing the head of the new Grand Commander of the Yin-Yang sect. With a flash of his figure, he charged towards the last 2 remaining opponents. The new Xiangjuan of the Yin-Yang sect, Madame Xiang, was very powerful, even surpassing her predecessor. When the 2 of them unleashed their full strength, they momentarily matched the 3 of them, Shan, Shui, and the lesser commander. However, as Ji-Ren's spear descended, this balance was instantly shattered. Ji-Ren's current power is completely unreasonable when dealing with an ordinary top-tier expert. Any individual possessing even one of the 3 elements, physical strength, spear intent, or internal energy, would already be at the pinnacle among top-tier warriors. When these 3 elements combine in one person, the outcome is unmatched in the world. Facing Ji-Run, whose body seems to be engulfed in black flames, Xiangjun unleashes all her strength and forms a mountain-shaped seal in front of her. The dark yellow mountain peak is heavy and solid. In terms of defense, it surpasses the explosive power of the previous Xiangjun. However, when a breaking soul spear, carrying the sound of breaking wind, strikes down, the fate of the new Xiangjun is not much different from that of her predecessor. The only possible difference is that the previous Xiangjun was cut in half by Ji-Run, while this one was split open vertically by the breaking soul spear from her head down. 4 out of 5 remain. Soon, the last of the Xiang lady was also killed by the combined efforts of Shan, Shui, and Xiao Ximing. With this, the positions of the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family were once again vacant. After the 5 elders died, Shan, Shui, and Xiao Ximing made room for themselves. However, Ji-Ren did not allow them to join other battlefields. After giving them a few instructions, the 3 directly leaped out of the Gonggong Hall. After eliminating the 5 elders, Jiren quickly stepped forward to reach Gai Nia and Wei Zhuang. The combined strength of Gai Nia and Wei Zhuang is slightly stronger than the 6 sword slaves, but it is still insufficient to deal with 9 opponents simultaneously. Not long after the battle began, 2 sword wounds appeared beside each of them. Blood soaked through their clothes, and Gai Nia and Wei Zhuang immediately stood back to back, their momentum rising. The fierce and aggressive sword energy surged around the 2 brothers, forming a 3-foot forbidden zone. Roar, roar, until their momentum peaked. The black and white twin dragons soared into the sky. The 9, who had experienced combat before, immediately took their stances, ready to withstand this strike. But just as the 6 sword slaves made their move, everyone felt something was off. Gai Nia and Wei Zhuang's alliance remained intact. But beneath the black and white twin dragons, a battlefield of corpses and blood had appeared without anyone noticing. Just as the 6 sword slaves were puzzled, a terrifying killing intent suddenly surged, awakening everyone from their trance. But by the time they woke up, it was evidently too late. The black-silver great spear followed closely behind the twin swords. As the alliance of Wei Zhuang and Gai Nia shattered the defenses of the 6 sword slaves, the unmatched great spear, like a swimming dragon, pierced through Zhun Gang's chest. Even after exiting his body, its momentum did not diminish, and it pinned the chaotic spirit against the wall. Zhun Gang and the chaotic spirit's pupils dilated as they stared intently at Jiren, who was holding the great spear before them. Seconds later, their heads tilted and they completely lost their breath. At the same time, both members of the 6 sword slaves were eliminated. Jiren did not rest, and, after pulling the soul-breaking halberd out of the corpse, he immediately returned to the battlefield. With a swift upward strike, he deflected the long swords of Yen Ri and Zhao Gao that were attacking the 2. Continuously using the combined techniques of Yizong and Lien Hung twice was quite a consumption for them. However, with 4 of the heavenly killers eliminated, only 7 remained, which was enough for Jiren to take over the fight. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 sounds of breaking air appeared as the soul-changing and soul-destroying among the 6 sword slaves unleashed the hidden chains from their famous swords, attempting to bind the weapon in Jiren's hand. Clearly, they had not witnessed Jiren's ruthless slaughter of Xianjian earlier. Otherwise, they would never have made such a foolish choice. With a clattering sound, the chains moved as the twin sisters attempted to exert force to trap Jiren. However, when they pulled, they felt as if they were trying to restrain a mountain. The immense recoil suddenly caused the 2 sisters to lose their balance, and Jiren seized the opportunity to exert force, sending the sisters flying in the opposite direction. Just as they were about to get close to Jiren, Yen Ri, who had already suffered losses, quickly struck out, unleashing a sword energy that severed the chains, allowing soul-changing and soul-destroying to break free and retreat immediately. But just as the 2 landed, suddenly, a violent aura surged towards them, like a demonic presence that caused the sisters to momentarily lose their breath. Jiren took advantage of this and struck out with a palm, making the 2 feel as if a massive wave was crashing towards them. They hurriedly crossed their swords to block, but what they didn't expect was that Jiren's formidable internal energy could not even be resisted by their famous swords, and they were directly blown away. In midair, the soul-breaking halberd swept horizontally, striking the sisters' lower backs. In an instant, it seemed as if 2 V-shaped objects appeared in the air, flying out like cannonballs and ultimately crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. With a loud rumble, the wall collapsed, and the 2 sisters didn't even have time to utter their last words before being buried under countless fragments of stone and brick. By this point, 6 of the 9 heavenly killers from the net had been eliminated. Such losses were unprecedented since the establishment of the net, and Zhao Gao's expression turned completely grim. At this moment, he had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, just then, Zhao Gao and the moon goddess suddenly saw a strange dark purple pattern slowly emerging on Jiren's right wrist. Chapter 188. 6 soul marks. Seeing this, Zhao Gao and the moon goddess immediately increased their attack intensity in unison. This time, they no longer pursued killing blows, but instead entangled around Jiren, beginning to compete with him in internal energy. The moon goddess placed her hands in front of her chest, forming a seal, and the power of yin and yang quickly converged in her palms, soon condensing into a white rabbit. As the white rabbit took shape, the aura around the moon goddess surged dramatically. With a soft mew of the rabbit, it immediately darted out from her hand, carrying a mighty golden aura. It appeared pitiful and weak, yet when it approached Jiren, the overwhelming power made Jiren's eyes narrow slightly. Solo dragon swim. Jiren coldly snorted, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and immediately struck out with a palm. Soul Dragon's roaming is one of the ultimate skills of the Yin-Yang family in the Five Realms, specifically in the Easy Soul realm. Through the deepening practice of Yin-Yang techniques, one can eventually release the magnificent aura of dragon roaming. However, this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. After Xing Hun's death, only 3 people remained in the Yin-Yang family who could perform this technique: Yu Shun, Yin Fei, and Dong Huang. Although Soul Dragon's roaming is powerful, there's a substantial gap in internal strength between Yu Shun and Jiren. Therefore, even if Yu Shun exerted all her strength, Jiren only needed to casually strike with a palm to suppress the jade rabbit formed by the dragon roaming aura. As the dragon roaming aura weakened, Jiren closed his 5 fingers and the jade rabbit was crushed. Yu Shun's attack seemed to have no effect, but when she saw Jiren's arm, where the strange patterns were spreading deeper due to the surge of internal power, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. Zhao Gao also witnessed this scene. As soon as Yu Shun retreated, Zhao Gao joined forces with Yen Ri to launch an attack. Although the fish intestine sword is slender and flexible, the sword energy it unleashed could cut through internal power. Even with Jiren's internal strength, he could not fight it off barehanded. Zhao Gao was very strong. Although not at the top level, he was still among the absolute top experts in the first tier. He could hold his own even against Shang-Chi. However, it was clear that this alone was far from enough to deal with Jiren. Even with Yu Shun's distraction, the two sides could only barely maintain a stalemate because Jiren's strength was too insurmountable. Even using the technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds requires the enemy to possess only 1,000 pounds of strength. But Jiren's physique, combined with his internal power and the 61-pound breaking soul halberd, when he struck down, was far more than just 1,000 pounds of force. After 67 exchanges, Yen Ri, who had already fought Jiren several times before, finally revealed a flaw due to excessive consumption. Jiren instantly seized this fleeting opportunity, dashed into Yen Ri's embrace, and executed a palm strike directly to his chest, shattering his internal organs. Then, with a thrust of the halberd, Yen Ri was directly lifted into the air by Jiren. At the same time, 2 screams of agony came from behind Jiren. When he turned around, the scene that met his eyes was the sight of Duan Shui and Wang Liang lying in front of Zongheng. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao's expression finally lost control completely, his face turning ashen. 8 top-tier killers were killed in one battle, and 1 was missing. Such losses, even for the foundation of the Luo network, were extremely significant. At this moment, the 2 from Zongheng, who had dealt with Wang Liang and Duan Shui, approached Jiren. When they saw Jiren's current condition, Gainie's gaze immediately sharpened. "Mr. Shui Zhe, your body." During their first encounter, the moon god had already placed the 6th soul curse on Jiren. This curse was cruel and vicious. It would spread faster as the cursed one used more internal energy. After just a few rounds of battle, the 6th soul curse on Jiren had already spread to his neck. "Lord Zhao, let's go," the moon god said. The moon god also saw the spreading 6th soul curse on Jiren. At this level of spread, there was no one in the world who could save him. Zhao Gao clearly understood this as well, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the losses were heavy, as long as they killed Jiren, this operation for the Luo network would not be a loss. The Luo network's target was not just Jiren, but the importance of Jiren alone outweighed that of everyone else present combined. With the remaining forces of the Luo network, it was evidently unrealistic to eliminate the peasant family, Mo family, and Zongheng together, but Zhao Gao did not dwell on it. These were merely trivial matters. Sooner or later, the Luo network would settle the score with them. Zhao Gao sheathed his fish intestine sword and was about to leave with the moon god. However, at that moment, the 2 suddenly heard Jiren say, "Are you talking about these? These are the marks left by the 6th soul curse of the Yin-Yang family. But it's all right. The power of the curse was expelled by me from the very beginning. These are just remnants of its power, which may look frightening, but in reality, I only need to circulate my internal energy a few times to dispel them from my body." As he spoke, Jiren demonstrated on the spot. With a surge of internal energy, in the blink of an eye, all the marks of the 6th soul curse on his body vanished. The moon god and Zhao Gao, who were about to leave, stumbled at the sight, nearly falling to the ground. Once the 2 steadied themselves, even with the moon god's mindset, her delicate features couldn't help but contort in shock. "You've been playing us from the very beginning?" Zhao Gao's forehead bulged with veins as he angrily exclaimed. Jiren nodded calmly and naturally. What seemed like just a small HM caused tons of damage to Zhao Gao and the Moon Goddess. The two almost broke apart on the spot. After a long while, the Moon Goddess finally controlled the impulse to bite down on her silver teeth and squeeze out a sentence through her clenched teeth, saying, "Let's retreat for now. We'll settle this account later." After reaching this deadlock, both the Moon Goddess and Zhao Gao had to swallow this bitter loss themselves. With the top-tier Luo Wang and the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family nearly wiped out, they were at a disadvantage in terms of both individual strength and numbers. Staying here would only lead to greater losses for them. Zhao Gao clearly understood this as well. After all, he had climbed to the position of Zonglingjiang step by step, relying solely on his ability to endure. The two immediately moved like ghosts and swiftly jumped out of the courtyard. "Aren't you going to chase?" Wei Zhuang said slowly, watching their retreating figures. Ji-Run did not respond. Only the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight arc as he quietly gazed ahead. After about 10 seconds, the three felt a flicker of an illusion before them, and Zhao Gao and the Moon Goddess reappeared in front of them. Zhao Gao, Moon Goddess. After a brief moment of confusion, the Moon Goddess, as the protector of the Yin-Yang school, immediately reacted and gritted her teeth, saying, "Did you set up a formation outside?" Of course, a good master wouldn't let the guests leave. Chapter 189, The One Who Takes Over. The formation outside the Gonggong Hall was set up by Ji-Run after the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family were annihilated, with the help of Shan, Shui, and Xiao Siming. Because when the Moon God used the inversion of Yin and Yang, trapping herself, leading to the annihilation of the 5 elders, Ji-Run was already 90 certain of securing victory in the battle. Therefore, he specially had the three work together to set up the formation outside, both to prevent those inside from escaping and to stop anyone from outside from intruding, which could cause unexpected situations. "All right, you two can leave your last words now." Ji-Run gently stomped the broken soul halberd onto the ground, and with a thud, the end of the halberd immediately sank into the earth. On either side of Ji-Run, Gainye and Wei Zhuang also began to gather their sword energy, clearly showing their interest in the lives of Zhao Gao and the Moon Goddess. It must be said that with Ji-Run, Gainye, and Wei Zhuang all targeting them, after Zhao Gao and the Moon Goddess die, they would probably have no shortage of bragging rights in the underworld. The Moon Goddess and Zhao Gao exchanged sharp glances, facing Ji-Run from a distance. Both had just engaged in a series of internal energy contests against Ji-Run, and now their cultivations were nearly depleted. Although Gainye and Wei Zhuang were in a similar situation, Ji-Run was different. Despite facing so many opponents, he still retained a significant portion of his strength. His 2/10 of power was evidently not the same as that of an ordinary person. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed from not far away. With the Moon Goddess's support lost, the realm of Yin and Yang was automatically shattered, exposing the battlefield of 24 kill level warriors. This night's battle, Jiren's side did not suffer completely without losses. Once the battlefield was exposed, everyone almost immediately saw the bodies of Jibu and the big hammer lying on the ground. The others, including the Zhu family, Yingbu, Shang-Chi, Wu Kuang, and Gao Jianli, were also all injured, with several of them almost completely soaked in bright red blood. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Facing more than 20 professional killers of comparable strength to Wu Kuang, even with the combined strength of Shang-Chi, the Zhu family, and Gao Jianli, it was impossible for them to remain unscathed. Except for Dianqing. After 24 killer-level assassins fought until now, there were no more than 10 left, and at least half of the more than 10 dead assassins had fallen to Dianqing's blade. Dianqing's hard skills were too incomprehensible, while other swords merely scratched him. When his blade struck the enemy, it would at least result in serious injury. Upon seeing the big hammer's body lying on the ground, Gainye's expression immediately darkened. He stepped forward and leaped away from Jiren, heading straight for that battlefield. Without a doubt, once Gainye joined the fight, the already declining situation of the web assassins would certainly collapse instantaneously. However, the unexpected happened the next moment. Recently recruited female expert Wu Yun suddenly attacked the Zhu family. Although the Zhu family reacted immediately, the power of Wu Yun's attack far exceeded what she usually displayed. The Zhu family was captured on the spot. "Wu Yun, what are you doing?" The round body of the Zhu family was bound in midair by an invisible force, struggling with limbs, resembling a spherical creature. The sudden turn of events caused Gainye and the others to stop and look at Wu Yun in unison. At that moment, accompanied by a burst of golden smoke, Wu Yun's appearance suddenly changed, transforming from an unremarkable face into a poised and majestic, beautiful woman. Dongjun Yinfei. Jiren frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed, uttering a name. It turned out that the Yin-Yang faction had actually released you. No wonder I hadn't detected anything unusual during my previous attempts at probing. From the very beginning, Jiren had his doubts about the identity of Wu Yun, but even after observing the transparent world several times without discovering any issues, he had no choice but to let it go. The capture of the Zhu family undoubtedly made everyone hesitant to act. Yanfei looked at Jiren and calmly said, "All right, Master Shuize, now your ally is in my hands. How many lives do you think his life is worth? The Zhu family members are my beloved friends and ally brothers, so Dianqing, go ahead and take care of those minions." Jiren gazed deeply at the Zhu family, slowly beginning to speak. But halfway through, his tone suddenly changed as he turned to address Dianqing. Dianqing responded in a muffled voice and immediately charged towards the assassins of the killer level with his knife. This blatant disregard for Yin Fei caused her expression to turn cold. She instantly increased her strength, completely restraining the Zhu family in midair, and said coldly, "Does the Waterhall Master not want Zhu Hall Master's life? Of course I want it. I have already said that Zhu family brother is my beloved friend, so his life is naturally important." However, at this point Jiren paused, and his calm expression instantly darkened. He said coldly, "You no longer have the qualification to negotiate with me. If you are sensible today and let go of Zhu family brother, I can allow you to leave alone. Otherwise, if Zhu family brother dies, I guarantee that none of you will leave Gonggong Hall alive. Moreover, for the rest of my life, the Nong family will spare no effort to fight the Yin-Yang family to the death." Just as Jiren finished speaking, Dianqing had just slain the last killer-level assassin. Thus, among the people from the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family who came tonight, only the Moon God, Zhao Gao, and Yin Fei, who had infiltrated the Shinnong Hall months ago, remained. As for those on Jiren's side, they surrounded the three of them, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. There was no doubt that Jiren's rigid attitude greatly surprised Yan Fei. Did Yan Fei really dare to strike against the Zhu family? This was obviously impossible, unless she was certain that Jiren would not let her go. Otherwise, she would never take such a mutually destructive action. Although Yin Fei's feelings for the Yin-Yang family had long since faded, for certain reasons, she still needed to remain in the Yin-Yang family. This was also the reason why she chose to act, even though she could have remained hidden. As the situation in the Gonggong Hall grew increasingly tense, it seemed on the verge of reaching a critical point at any moment. At that moment, everyone present subtly moved their ears and then turned their heads in unison to look at the surrounding walls and the main door of the Gonggong Hall. With a creak, the main door of the Gonggong Hall was suddenly pushed open, and then Zhao Gao and Gai Nie saw an exceptionally familiar figure slowly walk in. Upon seeing this person, a smile finally appeared on Zhao Gao's sinister face. "General Zhang Han, the evidence of the collusion between the Nong family and the Mo family rebels and the murder of the Luo Net and the Yin-Yang family is already conclusive. From now on, this place will be handed over to the Shadow Secret Guard." Chapter 190. The Emperor's order. The Shadow Secret Guard had just entered when Shi Shan, Shi Shui, and Xiao Ximing followed closely behind, descending from the sky to stand behind Jiren, whispering, "Brother Shui Zhe they." "I know." Jiren pressed his hand down, signaling them not to say more. The formation set up by Shi Shan, Shi Shui, and Xiao Ximing, although not weak, clearly could not stop the invasion of an entire army, especially the Shadow Secret Guards personally trained by Zhang Han to deal with martial arts experts. As for why Zhang Han's Shadow Secret Guards happened to arrive at Gonggong Hall at this time, it was closely related to the Luo network. More precisely, it was Zhao Gao who deliberately sent someone to let Zhang Han know about the events happening here tonight. Because Zhang Han's Shadow Secret Guards were the last layer of insurance he prepared for tonight. If the Luo network could successfully and secretly kill Jiren, it would naturally be a joyous occasion for all. Even if the assassination by the Luo network encountered an accident, Zhao Gao also needed to ensure that Jiren was eliminated from the Nong family, or rather, from Fusu supporters. Upon seeing Zhang Han's arrival, Yin Fei also put down her concerns about the Zhu family. Due to the unprecedented, large-scale mobilization of the Luo network this time, Zhang Han had specially gathered all the Shadow Secret Guard from Dongjun before coming here to guard against the Luo network. Now, the Shadow Secret Guards had completely surrounded Gonggong Hall, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Under such military strength, once Zhang Han made a move, given their current state, there would be no room for retaliation. The situation here was now completely controlled by the third party, Zhang Han. After entering Gonggong Hall, Zhang Han merely glanced at the bodies around him and could already guess the general situation. He looked at the moon goddess and Zhao Gao, frowned slightly, and then turned to Ji-Run and said, "Mr. Shuize, do you have any explanation?" Zhang Han could naturally see that both the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family had their own conspiracies. However, it was also an undeniable fact that both the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family served the empire. Furthermore, the collusion between the Nong family and the rebellious elements of the Mo family, which led to the murder of individuals from the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family, was an indisputable fact. Zhao Gao seized on this point, which is why he deliberately informed Zhang Han as the last line of insurance. This move was a strategy. Regardless of what ultimately happened, as long as Ji-Ren could be firmly established as colluding with rebels and murdering people of the empire, then what awaited him would at least be half a lifetime in prison. Ji-Ren shrugged and said, "Since the general has already seen it, there's nothing more for me to explain." Zhang Han said indifferently, "In that case, please follow me, Mr. Shuize." Zhang Han gestured to a shadow guard beside him, who immediately took out a pair of chains and walked toward Ji-Ren. However, just as he got close, Dianqing, Shi Shan, and Shi Shui simultaneously blocked in front of Ji-Ren, glaring at him. As the three moved, shadow guard from all directions drew their swords in unison. Yu Shun and Zhao Gao saw this scene, and both of them couldn't help but smile in unison. "Mr. Shuize, please don't make things difficult for me. You three, don't be so nervous." Ji-Ren looked at the tense atmosphere around him, pushed aside the three blocking him, and then continued to look at Zhang Han, saying, "General Zhang Han, although I indeed have nothing to explain, there is someone who might be able to give you a reasonable explanation." Saying this, Ji-Ren pointed behind Zhang Han. Zhang Han turned around and saw a tall figure dismounting outside the Gonggong Hall, walking straight through the door, while none of the shadow guards at the entrance dared to stop him. Subordinate Zhang Han pays respects to the general. The person who walked into the Gonggong Hall was none other than Wang Li, the ruler of Dongjun and a general of the empire. Upon seeing Wang Li, not only Zhang Han, but Zhao Gao and Yushin also greeted him. However, Wang Li directly ignored the other people present and walked straight to Ji-Ren, unrolling a scroll and saying loudly, "His Majesty the First Emperor has decreed that Farmer Shuize, since his emergence, has made remarkable contributions to the empire, offering potatoes, cotton, and the curved plow, and other divine items, ensuring the Daqin people live and work in peace. Therefore, he is granted 100,000 gold and the title of Earthmaster, equivalent to the empire's protector." Minister Shuize received the decree. The sudden imperial decree stunned everyone present. However, while everyone was still in shock, Ji-Ren had already taken the scroll. Before the crowd could react the next second, they saw Wang Li unroll another scroll. "His Majesty the First Emperor has decreed that Farmer Shuize has contributed treasures, and the ruler is pleased. Today, he grants Farmer Shuize the title of Onmin Jun, with a reward of 50,000 in food fief, equivalent to a marquis within the borders." After the second decree was read, not only were others stunned, but even Ji-Ren himself couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly understood that this was likely due to the horseshoes he had given to Fusu earlier, as well as the world map he had submitted later, which had pleased Ing Zheng, thus resulting in this special appointment for Ji-Ren. After the second decree was read, Zhao Gao's expression instantly darkened as if it were about to drip water. If the title of Earthmaster was merely an empty title, then the reward of Onmin Jun meant that Ji-Ren had completely entered the internal power structure of the empire, and his status might even be above Zhao Gao's. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhao Gao. Not to mention, at least after this reward was granted today, the charge of Ji-Ren colluding with rebels could no longer stand. After all, Ing Zheng's order had just been issued, and you reported Ji-Ren as a rebel. What do you think? Do you think you are more wise and decisive than the First Emperor? Moreover, the matter of him killing the members of the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family could no longer be handled by the Shadow Guards, as it was an undercover operation. They did not have the justification for it. It was only because of the Mo family's rebellion that the Shadow Guards took action against Ji-Ren first. But now that Ji-Ren had also become an internal member of the Empire, this matter could only be defined as an internal power struggle within the Empire. Thus, not only could it not be handled openly, but both sides would have to try to keep it from Ing Zheng. However, with the Shadow Guards and Wang Li present, the possibility of keeping it hidden was clearly slim. Therefore, after this incident, it was likely that the Luo network and the Yin-Yang family would have to come up with a good reason to explain to Ing Zheng, as Ji-Ren now held not only an identity within the empire, but also a reputation as a farmer immortal in the martial world. The Luo Network and the Yin-Yang family teaming up to find the Daqin Earth Master, the Empire's Anmin Jun, and the Empire's Farmer Immortal. What do they want? To destroy the future hopes of our Daqin Empire? Chapter 191. Cleaning up the tails, it seems we have all been played. Wei Zhuang looked deeply at Ji Ren and spoke with a somewhat meaningful tone. Now that things had developed to this point, Ji Ren's layout had basically been fully revealed. His last move not only caught Zhao Gao and Yushin off guard, but also caused the Mo family to be momentarily stunned. It's important to note that the reason why the Mo family was willing to help Ji Ren this time was partly due to their enmity with the Luo Network and the Yin-Yang family. But an even more important reason was that they wanted to ally with Ji Ren and the Farmer family, which is why they agreed so decisively. However, now, in order to deal with the Luo Network, the Mo family had even sacrificed the life of the Big Hammer, only to find out that the person they wanted to ally with, Ji Ren and the Farmer family, had become part of the Empire. A sense of absurdity, like why did the elder brother surrender first, suddenly surfaced in the hearts of Gao Zhangli and the Snow Woman. After hearing Wang Li read the decree, Zhang Han also stood there in a daze for a while. After all, the criminal Ji Ren had just suddenly jumped to become his superior. The world changed too fast. And Zhang Han felt he needed to take a moment. Lord Zhao Gao, from now on we will be colleagues, so please take care of me. Ji Ren patted Zhao Gao on the shoulder, looking warm. Zhao Gao lowered his head, fists clenched, his face twitching, feeling an impulse of cerebral hemorrhage. All right. And Lord Yushin, I heard you are the Empire's protector. Isn't that a coincidence? I am too, so I hope you will take care of me in the future. Ji Ren turned to Yushin with a smile, revealing a big white tooth. Yushin, if looks could kill, Yushin would definitely choose to bite Ji Ren to death, because killing him directly would be too cheap. By the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Shuize, Earth Master, Anmin Jun, His Majesty the First Emperor hopes the Yinghua Stone can be delivered to Xianying as soon as possible. Wang Li first discovered that having too many titles for one person was not necessarily a good thing, as it was a bit of a mouthful to call out. I understand. The Yinghua Stone will return to General Zhang Han's hands tomorrow. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. As tonight's decisive battle comes to an end, the internal strife within the Nong family can be declared temporarily over. In this battle, Ji Ren not only significantly eliminated the high-end combat power of the Luo Network and the Yin-Yang family, reducing the chaotic factors within the Empire and consolidating human resources, but he also took advantage of the situation to acquire the layout map of the Luo Network in the Eastern County. It is estimated that the 12 Sword Guards, Lion King, and Leopard King have quickly destroyed most of the Luo Network's layout in the Eastern County. This way, the hidden Luo Network infiltrators within the Nong family will also be completely eradicated. The losses suffered by the Luo Network tonight probably account for about 60% of their combat power, as top assassins are not so easily cultivated. It would take at least 10 years to recover, making it nearly impossible. However, Zhao Gao has no choice but to swallow his anger and accept the losses. The subsequent events were straightforward. The Shadow Secret Guards arrested the 4 Imperial traitors, Gainya, Wei Zhuang, Gao Jianli, and Xuenu, and imprisoned them to await trial. However, Ji Ren felt that Zhang Han wouldn't be able to keep these people in custody for long. After all, with Gainya and Wei Zhuang combined, plus the quality of the Imperial prison, those in the know understand. When everything was over, the morning light in the east had risen again. The 12 Sword Guards and the 100-man guard team returned to the Gonggong Hall, with both the 12 Sword Guards and the Lion King and Leopard King bearing injuries. The 100-man guard team lost 24 members, but the remaining guards all seemed to have undergone a transformation, exuding an intense aura of bloodshed. Now that they were back, it was time to strike while the iron was hot and completely resolve the last remnants of the Nong family. Ji Ren looked at the light rising on the horizon and slowly spoke. The carriage continued to move forward. Soon, the group arrived outside the Lu Xian tomb. As expected, the members of the Tian family had already gathered outside the Lu Xian tomb. When Ji Ren arrived, the pale-faced Tian Yin had just walked out of the 6th virtuous tomb. She looked down at Ji Ren from the cave entrance and said coldly, Master of the Water Hall, you're a step too late. Tian Yin has just successfully gained the acknowledgement of the 6th elder and has become the new heroic leader. This competition for the Yinghua Stone can now come to an end. Ji Ren glanced at her lightly, too lazy to waste words. He slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it. In the next moment, Dian Qing, Shi Shan, Shi Shui, the Lion King, and the Leopard King rushed out from behind him, swiftly charging towards the Tian family's 4 halls. The expressions of the Tian family's 4 halls changed dramatically. And Uncle Tian, who was especially furious on the spot. Shu Eyes, you have some nerve. A yin has become the hero leader. Do you want to rebel? As soon as Tian Hu's words fell, Dianqing had already arrived, and facing Dianqing's twin sabers of Tiangang. Tian Hu's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly raised his tiger blade to block. The four, Shi Shan, Shi Shui, the Lion King, and the Leopard King, joined forces to surround Tianmi. The Black Widow, Tian Zhong, and the Mute Slave, while Jiren chose to personally deal with the last Tian Ci. Don't bully my sister. Get lost. Tian Ci raised the sword Gan Jiang Mo Xie to launch an attack on Jiren, but was struck back by Jiren's spear. Gan Jiang Mo Xie ranked 5th in the sword rankings. Although Tian Ci was foolish, his strength was indeed not weak. However, in front of Jiren, who was fully unleashed, it took no more than 10 moves for Jiren to knock Tian Ci's dual swords away, subduing him. After sealing Tian Ci's meridians, Jiren threw him to the guards. Bind him up. After casually dropping this line, Jiren stepped forward to Tian Yen. Facing Yiren's intense gaze, Tian Yen remained calm, looked up at Jiren, and said, "Does the Hall Master of Shuai's intend to make a move against the hero leader?" In response to Tian Yan's words, Jiren struck directly. Having already been hit by Jiren's spear, Tian Yen could not resist Jiren's hand at this moment, and could only watch helplessly as Jiren lifted his cloak and took away the Jingyu sword. Casually inserting the Jingyu into the ground, Jiren calmly said, "The hero leader of the peasant family does not need a traitor from the net to take the position. Now, do you plan to go down yourself? Or should I send you down?" Tian Yen slightly lowered his head, but a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "Tian Yen can go down by himself, but the Hall Master of Shuai's might need to seek the consent of a few people." Just as his words fell, a sigh suddenly came from within the sixth virtuous tomb. "Alas, Shuai's, this time you have crossed the line. No matter what, you should not insult the hero leader of the peasant family like this." A booming sound echoed from inside, but the next moment, Jiren's 12 sword guards rushed into the sixth virtuous tomb like lightning. About 5 minutes later, the 6 elders stepped out of the sixth virtuous tomb at the invitation of the 12 sword guards. Chapter 192. Neatly organized. Seeing Jiren decisively make a move against the 6 elders, Tian Yan's heart sank immediately, as this was the worst outcome in all her predictions. Once Jiren made a move against the 6 elders, it meant he had decided to directly overturn the table. More importantly, Jiren indeed had the strength to do so. "I said, without my consent, no one could become the hero leader." Jiren glanced at Tian Yan, whose gaze had turned cold, then turned to the 6 elders and said, "I apologize, esteemed elders, but due to the urgency of the matter, I have no choice but to invite you out this way." You two looked at Jiren with a complicated expression and asked, "Shuai's, what exactly do you want to do?" At this point, the goodwill that Jiren had built up with the 6 elders was now evident. Even when Jiren directly instructed the 12 sword guards to take action, the 6 elders did not explode with anger, as they believed Jiren would provide them with an explanation. Coincidentally, Jiren indeed thought the same way. "I want to know if the 6 elders have recognized Tian Yen as the new leader of the heroes. Is this true?" Jiren asked. The 6 elders exchanged glances, and finally, the military leader nodded and said, "That's correct." "Do the 6 elders know that Tian Yen has long since allied with the Luo network? He has even become a top-tier killer known as the Jingyu in the Luo network?" Jiren continued. "We are already aware of this." The 6 elders nodded again. As Jiren had anticipated, Tian Yen had indeed proactively informed the 6 elders about his identity as Jingyu. This was not surprising, as Tian Yen had previously told Jiren that he was a member of the Luo network. Therefore, continuing to conceal this matter would eventually pose a risk, and it was better to come clean voluntarily. Then, did he also inform the elders about the murder of his father, Tian Meng? Jiren's gaze sharpened as he slowly revealed a piece of shocking news that left the Tian family's 4 halls in disbelief. "Shuai's, I used to respect you as a man, but how can you place an unfounded accusation on a woman like Ayan? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Uncle Tian, who exclaimed in anger, questioning him. Jiren sneered and said, "Fool, you don't even know who the real killer of your brother is, yet you want to seek revenge? Every sword leaves its unique wound. If you had looked closely after your brother's death, you would have understood that the wound on Tian Meng's body could never have been inflicted by Mo Jiagao Jianli's Shui Han sword. The true owner of that wound comes from the Jing Ni sword among the 8 swords of the Yu King from the Luo network." This, Tian Hu's expression immediately froze, and he turned to Tian Yen, asking in disbelief, "Yen, is what he said true?" Tian Yen lowered his head and did not respond. This reaction caused Tianhu and the others to gradually look more and more displeased, as it was undoubtedly a sign of guilt in their eyes. However, what no one noticed was that when Tian Yin lowered his head, there was no trace of guilt on his face. In fact, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. At that moment, Elder Six suddenly spoke up, saying, "We are already aware of this matter. Although Tian Yan's act of killing his biological father is wrong, Tian Ming's wicked intentions also make him deserving of death. If these are your only two issues, then they cannot be a reason to prevent Tian Yin from becoming the heroic leader." Jiren suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Goodness! I can't help but exclaim. Betrayal plus patricide. Neither of these charges can lead to a conviction. Although Tian Yin is said to be an extraordinary woman with a halo of dumbing down, the six elders combined are at least 300 years old. There's no reason for them to be so easily deceived. In the short night that I was away, what on earth did this woman do to you, six lonely old men?" Jiren's words almost left Elder Lu dumbfounded. Fortunately, these 2 points were merely truths Jiren chose to reveal to the others, not his killing move, so he quickly regained his composure. "Your methods are quite clever." At this point, even Jiren had to compliment Tian Yin. However, Tian Yin's small tricks were still not comparable to those of Master Shui Zhe. Tian Yin lowered his head, humbly saying a few words, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, from a moment the Shinong order appeared in the world, the agricultural family had already fallen into the traps set by the net. The disciples of Gonggong Hall. Listen up. The people from Linshan Hall, Kuiwei Hall, Siyue Hall, and Chiyu Hall are openly seizing the Yinghua stone, akin to treason. Today, the Earthmaster of Daqin, Shui Zhe, acting under the orders of His Majesty Emperor Shi, will capture the rebels. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. With a command from Jiren. In an instant, everyone, whether it was the people from the Tian family as four halls, Tian Yin, or the sixth elder, all widened their eyes in disbelief. Sitting at Jiren. Although Tian Yin participated in the battle last night, she had already escaped from the Gonggong Hall amidst the chaos after being severely injured by Jiren, so she was unaware of what had happened later. "You actually allied with the Empire?" Tian Yin looked at Jiren in shock. Clearly this move had completely exceeded her expectations. Not only Tian Yin, but even the sixth elder was looking at Jiren in disbelief, angrily saying, "Shu Eyes, do you intend to betray the Nong family?" "Betray?" Jiren turned his head in confusion and said, "What are the elders talking about? When did the Nong family become an anti-Qin force? The Nong family has always upheld the mission of saving the common people and has never been a subordinate of any nation. Now that the entire world is under the territory of the Qin state, what is wrong with the Nong family cooperating with the Empire?" Jiren's words immediately caused the sixth elder to pause in breath. Not only Tianguang, but many people from the previous generation of farmers were deeply influenced by the Duke of Chongping of the Chu state. Therefore, although the farmers were never an anti-Qin force, there were actually many anti-Qin individuals within. The sixth elder was no exception. Jiren once managed to raise the favorability of the sixth elder to 80 points. But the remaining 20 points just wouldn't budge, and that's the reason behind it. This is also why Jiren decisively ordered the 12 sword guards to take action just now, rather than spending time arguing with the sixth elder later. It was better to let them quickly recognize reality. Seizing the Yinghua stone was akin to rebellion. If the Nong family chose to cooperate with the Mo family to resist the Qin state according to the original plot, then this matter would naturally be unimportant. But now that Jiren had become part of the empire, the Nong family had to give Zheng an explanation for this matter. Coincidentally, Tian Yin, who had just become the leader of the heroes, along with the heads of the three halls and various high-ranking members, had just the right identity, status, and number of people to provide a perfect explanation to Zheng. In this wave, Jiren arranged the members of the Tian family as four halls quite clearly. After all, they were family. The most important thing was to be united. Chapter 193. Taishan Fengshan, when the news of Jiren taking over as the Great Qin Protector and concurrently serving as the Anmin Jun spread, it immediately caused a huge upheaval among the various schools of thought. Among them, the Mo family and Confucian Zhongliang were particularly affected. After all, before this, Jiren had maintained a fairly friendly relationship with both the Mo family and the Confucians. Whether it was helping the Confucians out of trouble or decisively assisting Duanmu Rong with her injuries, these acts showed Jiren's goodwill towards them. If it weren't for this ambiguous connection, how could the Mo family have so easily agreed to help Jiren deal with the Luonet later on? However, they never expected that after the Mo family had paid such a high price, Zheng would simply use an imperial edict to pull Jiren over. even packaging the entire Nong family along with it for Zheng. This contrast made both the Mo family and Confucian Zhang Liang feel like they were about to vomit blood. However, Jiren clearly had no mood to contemplate the thoughts of the Mo family and Confucian Zhang Liang, who were like sycophants. Oh no, they should be called rebels. At this moment, he was busy clearing out the traitors within the Nong family, and after packing the members of the Tian family S4 halls to send to Zhanghan, he was preparing for the Taishan Fengshan sacrifice as per Zheng's request. Originally, this task should have been the domain of the Yinyang family, but unfortunately, due to the previous incident where the Yinyang family went to the Nong family to deal with Ji-Run, it angered Zheng, leading to Ji-Run, the newly appointed Great Qin Earthmaster, being tasked with organizing the sacrifice. The Taishan Fengshan event was clearly of great significance to Zheng. This event could not only proclaim to the world and proclaim the emperor's prestige, but also signify that Zheng's achievements surpassed those of past kings, approaching the status of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Additionally, as Zheng was about to embark on the first Eastern tour since the establishment of the empire, this also served as a peace-seeking activity. However, in reality, Jiren had limited involvement in the various affairs of Taishan Fengshan, as the ceremonial officials within Qin had already established a mature set of procedures for this, and Jiren basically only needed to oversee the overall situation while ensuring security. Furthermore, just to add a note, after Jiren announced his acceptance of Zheng's edict, the rumors within the empire about him being a fallen star were quickly suppressed, and the only one capable of achieving this in such a short time was undoubtedly Zheng, who was known as the Eternal Emperor. Clearly, he was not the type to believe in rumors. However, before Jiren joined the empire, Zheng had not managed the spread of this rumor for various reasons. First, he was fishing, wanted to see what kinds of demons and monsters would eventually emerge from this matter. Second, it was opportunistic. The Northern Hu wolves were already a threat to Great Qin, and even without the rumors, Zheng would eventually send troops to deal with them. The purpose of exiling Fusu was both to test him and to protect him. As for the final demon star, it was merely a matter of letting the rumors spread, which would inevitably bring pressure on Jiren. This was also a form of manipulation. Third, if Zheng ultimately discovered that Jiren truly could not be tamed, then the fallen star would serve as a perfect excuse for killing him. This move was a triple-edged sword. No, to be precise, it should be a triple-edged sword with 3 more edges within the edges, effectively a 5-edged strategy. The momentum of Zheng's Taishan Fengshan was quite grand. For this reason, Zhang Han had to repeatedly increase manpower along the way to strengthen Zheng's defenses, especially after arriving at Taishan, where the number of members in the Shadow Secret Guards increased several times. At present, Taishan still belonged to the Taoist domain. 300 years ago, Taoism split into the Heavenly Sect and the Human Sect. The Heavenly Sect now advocates supporting the empire, while the Human Sect, on the contrary, is part of the anti-Qin forces. On Taishan, Jiren saw Xiaomeng again. However, the two had little communication, similar to last time, likely indicating a lack of compatibility between them. The ceremony soon began. Everyone wore solemn expressions, at least on the surface. As the chief priest of the ritual, Jiren first took the stage and followed the ceremonial process according to the customs of the time. After that, Zheng stepped onto the altar, and when both of them began to worship the heavens simultaneously, Jiren finally started to take action. The main quest for Jiren, if he wanted to successfully steal the national fortune, generally needed to be divided into 4 steps: gathering national fortune, strengthening national fortune, converging national fortune, and stealing national fortune. Gathering national fortune, in simple terms, means consolidating territory. There cannot be multiple countries sharing the national fortune in the entire Central Plains, and this step has already been completed by Zheng himself. Strengthening national fortune is also divided into several parts because national fortune consists of 3 components: heavenly fortune, earthly fortune, and human fortune. Heavenly fortune is carried by the emperor by birth, commonly known as the true dragon fate, and cannot be changed. Earthly fortune is related to the underground dragon veins. The larger the territory, the stronger the earthly fortune. Human fortune, however, is the most complex as it is composed of multiple aspects, including internal organization and management of the empire, population of the empire, happiness index of the common people, and so on. Before Jiren's arrival, the human fortune of the Qin state was not particularly strong, but as Jiren sent various grains and crops and eliminated the chaotic elements of the Luo network and Yinyang school, the human fortune of the Qin state naturally began to gradually strengthen, with most of it converging on Jiren. Heavenly fortune belongs to Zheng. human fortune to Ji-Run, and earthly fortune to Mount Tai, the gathering place of the central plains dragon veins. When these three are concentrated in the same place at the same time, the third step of converging national fortune is automatically completed. National fortune is intangible and invisible, something beyond the perception of ordinary people. When the national fortune of the entire Qin state converged at the peak of Mount Tai, only Xiaoming and the moon goddess among those present vaguely sensed something. They looked up at Ji-Ren and Ying Zheng's heads, but saw nothing. Even Ji-Ren, without the help of his tattoos, would not have been able to see the 9 black dragons circling above. 9 is the ultimate number, and the Qin state symbolizes black. The gathering of 9 dragons signifies that the national fortune, now concentrated at the peak of Mount Tai, has reached its peak. Seeing the scene, Ji-Ren decisively chose to take action. Among the 3 fortunes of heaven, earth, and man, most of the human fortune came from Ji-Ren. Therefore, as soon as Ji-Ren had an idea, 2 black dragons roared and rushed into his body. Among the remaining 7 dragons, 1 hesitated. At this moment, the tattoo on Ji-Ren's chest suddenly erupted with a light invisible to ordinary people. Immediately, that black dragon, as if drawn by some force, struggled several times before eventually being consumed by the tattoo. As for the last 6 dragons, no matter how Ji-Ren moved, they continued to circle and dance above Ying Zheng's head. Clearly, 3 was already the limit of the national fortune that Ji-Ren could steal. Shortly after the 3 black dragons entered Ji-Ren's body, a prompt message slowly appeared in his mind. Chapter 194, The Son of Heaven Divination Prompt. Current main quest. The one who steals the national fortune has been completed. The host has stolen a total of 11. 24 units of national fortune this time. Would you like to settle the task immediately? No. Ji-Ren decisively dismissed the prompt that echoed in his mind and redirected his gaze to the outside world. As Ji-Ren devoured the 3 black dragons, Ying Zheng seemed to sense something, slightly turning his head to glance this way, but clearly found nothing. Half an hour later, the ritual concluded. For the vast majority of the empire, the recent Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai was essentially just a ritual. But no one knew that in front of the large crowd, Ji-Ren had transformed Ying Zheng into a minotaur. After the Fengshan ceremony, Ying Zheng did not return to Xianyang, but instead headed directly to Sanghe, beginning his first eastern tour since establishing the empire. For this eastern tour, Ying Zheng had been preparing since 10 years ago. The enormous sea ship Mirage by the Sanghe shore had consumed countless resources and wealth of the empire to construct, with the purpose of assisting Ying Zheng in going overseas to seek the elixir of immortality. The journey east was not particularly smooth, since it was still the period of the initial destruction of the 6 states, coupled with Ying Zheng's tyranny. The rebellious factions from the 6 states who sought Ying Zheng's life, as well as some chivalrous wanderers, would not miss the opportunity to attack Ying Zheng as he left Xianyang. Unfortunately, these assassins barely made it past the shadow guards and fell along the way. Upon entering Sanghe City, at first, Ji-Ren felt a pair of eyes watching him, or rather, watching Ying Zheng inside the carriage. However, after half a day, this gaze disappeared and never appeared again. Ji-Ren estimated that this person should be Zhang Liang, as historical records from later generations state that Zhang Liang had attempted to assassinate Ying Zheng during his eastern tour, though it wasn't this year. It is likely that at this time, Zhang Liang was not yet fully prepared. Shanghai stayed for a day, under the reception of the Yin Yang family. Ying Zheng boarded the Mirage. After Ji-Ren followed Ying Zheng onto the Mirage, he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, during this time period, if the plot hadn't changed, it seems the protagonist should also be here. Wait, does this anime even have a protagonist? As Ji-Ren was lost in thought, the moon goddess suddenly spoke to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor has been waiting inside for quite some time. Ying Zheng nodded with authority, then stepped forward to enter the Mirage. Zhao Gao and Ji-Ren both intended to follow, but just as they moved, they saw the moon goddess suddenly extend her hand to stop them. I'm sorry, but the Eastern Emperor does not favor strangers. I hope the 2 lords can understand. Ji-Ren and Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, did not look at the moon goddess, but instead focused their gaze on Ying Zheng, until Ying Zheng gently nodded and said, since that's the case, if you 2 have nothing to do, you need not come in. Yes. Ji-Ren and Zhao Gao responded with a clasped hand gesture and then withdrew. Ji-Ren returned to the protection of the 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, and Shi Shan, Shi Shui, while Zhao Gao found himself alone. Seeing the people around Ji-Ren, Zhao Gao immediately felt a surge of rage, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Ji-Ren before he quickly departed from the scene. The last battle had taken a heavy toll on the Luo Wang, not to mention recovery. Even now, they had not yet caught their breath. As for Zhao Gao, he currently had no 6 sword servants by side, and even finding 6 assassination-level assassins to fill in would be quite difficult. After all, within the Luo Wang, there were task quotas, and it was impossible for such a large organization to completely rely on the imperial funding without doing any real work. After Zhao Gao left, Jiren looked at the mirage in the center where Ing Zheng entered, his gaze gradually becoming profound. Just before entering, Ing Zheng said something interesting. If there was nothing, there was no need to follow him in, but what if there was something? Under the guidance of the moon goddess, Ing Zheng soon arrived beneath a gigantic star map. Mr. Dong Wang indeed had remarkable magical skills, managing to even imitate the celestial aura of the stars high above in the 9 heavens. Ing Zheng calmly complimented him. Haha. Your Majesty flatters me. Mr. Dong Wang, draped in a black robe and wearing a large mask, laughed and spoke. Ing Zheng remained expressionless, showing no signs of joy or anger. He simply approached Dong Wang, slowly sat down opposite him, and between them was already a chessboard set up. Speaking of which, I have known Mr. Dong Wang for many years, yet I seem to have never seen his true face. I wonder if I might have the luck to see it today? Ing Zheng held a black piece, casually dropping one onto the board while speaking. Ha ha! It's not that I am unwilling, but my cultivation method is special, leading to an appearance that might frighten your majesty. In that case, I would truly be unable to excuse myself. Dong Wang chuckled, then dropped a white piece as well. I see. Then I must apologize for my rudeness. Ing Zheng's expression remained calm as he continued to drop a piece, then suddenly changed the subject and said, By the way, I recently came across something interesting in ancient texts. It is said that before the spring and autumn period, there was a remarkable technique known as the Emperor's astrology, through which diviners could not only predict fortune and misfortune, but also foresee the future trends of the world. When I first saw this method, I felt it was quite similar to the divination methods of the Yin-Yang school. I wonder if Mr. Dong Wang has ever heard of this marvelous technique. Dong Wang's hand paused slightly as he played chess. Then he chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, I have never heard of this. Is that so? That's not surprising. After all, the legend of the Emperor's astrology was passed down within the royal family of the Zhou dynasty. And unless one has the blood of the Zhou royal family flowing in their veins, it is impossible for others to learn it. Ing Zheng dropped another piece, but this time he waited for a long while without seeing Dong Wang make a move. At that moment, the air in the place seemed to freeze. After a while, Dong Wang suddenly sighed and said, Alas, it's a pity. Your Majesty should not delve so deeply. After all, I am not yet prepared. Boom! Dong Wang slowly stood up. A terrifying aura suddenly released from him. This pressure, aside from the profound yin-yang techniques, also bore several similarities to Ing Zheng's kingly aura. Moments later, Dong Wang slowly removed his black robe and took off his mask, finally revealing a face that was both weathered and remarkably young and handsome. King Ji Yin of the Zhou dynasty, the 39th generation, has met the Duke of Qin. Chapter 195. The Secret of Yin and Yang. As soon as Ji Yin spoke, he immediately downgraded Ing Zheng's current status by 2 levels. However, facing such arrogant and presumptuous words, Ing Zheng did not get angry. He remained calm, sitting in his original position, his demeanor dignified as he scrutinized the chessboard before him, as if Ji Yin was even less important than a game of chess. Aren't you afraid of death? Naturally, although I have unified the world, I still cannot escape the laws of aging and death. Otherwise, I would not have tasked you, the Yin-Yang school, to go out to find me the elixir of immortality, Ing Zheng said calmly. Since you fear death, why would you expose me at this time? Do you think that if I don't expose you, you wouldn't act today? Ji Yin fell silent. What Ing Zheng said was true. The reason he invited Ing Zheng alone into this place was not out of goodwill. In fact, Ji Yin had not originally planned to act so soon. But there was no choice. Who knew that the farmer immortal would choose to join the Qin state? Whether it was the Yin-Yang school or the Luo network, they had always operated in the shadows, not because they did not want to rebel, but because Ing Zheng pressed down on them, making them dare not rebel. Just like what Gainye once said about Ing Zheng. This is a person who has never existed since ancient times and may not appear in the future. As long as Ing Zheng is alive, the Qin state will be unbreakable. On this point, even the Yin-Yang school and the Luo network have to agree. But Ing Zheng is still human, and humans ultimately have limits. So both the Yin-Yang school and the Luo network were waiting for the day Ing Zheng died, which would be their opportunity to act. Without Ing Zheng, this seemingly vast empire already riddled with holes internally, could easily be overturned. Originally, this plan was foolproof. Until the appearance of that man. In the eyes of many, Ji-Ren's existence was like a gift from heaven to the Qin state, as he helped the Qin state fill its final gap. If the Qin state had not had Ji-Ren, it would have inevitably become a hollow country. But once Ji-Ren joined the Qin state, this nation had completely laid the foundation to become an empire. And once it truly developed to a point where there were no flaws within the entire Qin, and order was stable and laws were strict, then even after Ing Zheng's death, they would still have no chance of turning the tables. So Ji Yin was left with only one choice. That is to act early. As long as Ing Zheng dies, seizing the chaos of the empire, they might still have hope of restoring their country, which is the last glimmer of life he found. Do you have any last words? I still have a doubt. What doubt? I am very curious. What exactly is the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon? Why would your Yin Yang school go so far as to risk killing several members of the royal families of the 7 kingdoms to obtain this secret? Ing Zheng raised his head and said, this is the first time during the conversation that Ing Zheng looked directly at Ji Yin. Ji Yin fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I can only tell you that the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon is a power that originally belonged to our Zhou dynasty. After the Zhou dynasty collapsed, the current 7 kingdoms each obtained a part of the key. I see. So it seems that the power the Zhou dynasty relied on to overthrow the Shang dynasty was indeed this power, right? Ji Yin's eyes narrowed, looking deeply at Ing Zheng, and said, you know more than I imagined. However, Ing Zheng shook his head. This is just my own speculation. The tyrant King Zhou of Shang was nearly as talented as I am. Such a ruler should not have been defeated by the Zhou king at that time. The only explanation is that some unexpected events happened in that battle that outsiders do not know about. Ji Yan's expression gradually became serious, and, at the same time, a killing intent began to gradually emerge in his eyes. All right, as a mortal, you have already achieved enough to be proud of. Next, you can set off on your journey. After finishing his words, Ji Yin decisively struck out, slapping towards Ing Zheng's by Wei acupoint. In fact, from a moment Ing Zheng began to expose his identity, Ji Yin had already felt a vague sense of unease, which was why he had deliberately delayed until now. However, even so, that unease still lingered in his heart. Therefore, with this palm, Ji Yin used an immense amount of strength, and the attack was sudden and incredibly fast. Almost a sneak attack, but an unexpected turn of events still occurred. Almost at the same time Ji Yin made his move, a jade hand appeared out of nowhere, blocking his attack. The 2 powerful forces collided above Ing Zheng's head, creating waves of energy. Ji Yin's expression changed immediately. Moon Goddess, have you betrayed the Zhou dynasty? Looking at the suddenly appearing figure of the Moon Goddess, Ji Yan's gaze turned cold. However, at that moment, Ing Zheng suddenly spoke. You are mistaken, Mr. Donghuang. She is not the Moon Goddess. Impossible, aside from the Ji bloodline, no one else could possibly learn the Emperor's astrology, and she. Upon hearing Ing Zheng's words, Ji Yin instinctively wanted to refute, but he abruptly stopped mid-sentence, because Ji Yin suddenly remembered something. Since a long time ago, the Moon Goddess had only performed the Emperor's astrology for Ing Zheng, and if the Moon Goddess had already become Ing Zheng's person at that time, whether she could perform the Emperor's astrology would not be important at all. Ji Yan's heart sank. He immediately let out an angry shout, unleashing his power and instantly sending the Moon Goddess flying. The Moon Goddess used the force to lightly retreat, simultaneously pulling Ing Zheng away from Ji Yin. Ing Zheng, you are indeed terrifying, but today, none of you will leave here alive. Ji Yin stared at Ing Zheng, having just experienced a betrayal, but instead of feeling angry, he became even calmer. The next moment, the Moon Goddess suddenly changed her expression, turning around and striking out behind her. Boom! The powerful and fiery dragon, Qi, suddenly erupted, balancing with the Moon Goddess's power. The newcomer was none other than the Dongjun, Yin Fei, of the Yin Yang family. At the same time the Dongjun made her move to hold off the Moon Goddess, Ji Yin decisively launched another attack. A dragon Qi that was far more majestic and overwhelming than that of the Moon Goddess, and Yin Fei coalesced into a 5-clawed golden dragon, roaring towards the sky and fiercely charging at Ing Zheng. Your Majesty, be careful. The Moon Goddess's expression changed dramatically, but at that moment, she was held back by Yin Fei and couldn't free her hands. Facing this attack that could kill a normal person with just a brush, Ing Zheng's expression remained calm. His sword-like brows relaxed, and his demeanor authoritative. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of Ing Zheng, with golden dragon Qi mixing with debris and shockwaves, quickly spreading out in a circular motion. In an instant, The entire star map world seemed to shake. A few seconds later, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a tall figure supporting itself with one hand slowly emerged. Upon seeing this person, Ji Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, and then a mix of hatred, murderous intent, anger, and respect. And other complex emotions appeared on his face. After several seconds, Ji Yan slowly uttered a sentence. Shu Eyes, you shouldn't have come here. Chapter 196. The Fall of the Emperor Shu Eyes, I give you a chance. If you can surrender to me today, I will spare your life. How about it? From Ji Yan's calm gaze when he said this, it was clear that this was not mere arrogance. One could see that he truly valued talent. It made sense. With Ji Ren's reputation and talent, anyone who wanted a rebel would probably want to win him over. After all, whoever became emperor in the future would have to worry about the people's food supply. Unfortunately, Ji Yan's timing and place for recruiting him were all wrong. Everyone knew that Ji Ren had just pledged allegiance to Ying Zheng not long ago. If he abandoned him so quickly, wouldn't Ji Ren become a laughingstock? This should at least be discussed privately. It's a pity, you might as well give up on that thought. Ji Ren sighed and decisively refused. He thought Ji Yan would be very angry after his rejection, but the reality was quite the opposite. Ji Yan not only did not get angry, but instead looked at Ji Ren with appreciation and said, Indeed, with your spirit. It is impossible for you to accept my words. Since that is the case, today I will give you, and Ying Zheng, a dignified death. Ji Ren. As Dong Huang's words fell, Ji Ren immediately noticed that Ying Zheng also cast an appreciative glance at him, and he felt as if two prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Ding. Gain Dong Huang, Ji Yan's favorability, 10 ding. Gain Shi Huang, Ying Zheng's favorability, 5 buzz. Just as Ji Yan finished speaking, Ji Ren and Ying Zheng suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet tremble, and then the starry sky above began to spin rapidly, gradually condensing into a pattern resembling a galaxy whirlpool. A layer of silver mist descended, forming a hazy bowl-shaped shield around them. Star Boundary Formation. This was the great formation that the Star Soul had once used against Ji Ren, capable of isolating all external connections. Now, it was being used again by Ji Yan. However, compared to the last time, when the Star Soul wanted to kill Ji Ren without anyone knowing, this time Ji Yan's purpose was more to prevent external disturbances from interfering with what was happening inside. Unfortunately, his goal was destined to fail. Clap, clap, clap. Ji Ren glanced around at the hazy silver mist, clapped his hands, and in the next moment, 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, and Shi Shan, Shi Shui, stepped out from shadows. This time was different from the previous battle with the farmers. That battle was meant to lure the Luo Net and the Yin Yang family, and Ji Ren had to use himself as bait. But now, even if Ji Ren wanted to separate the 12 sword guards, it was impossible. Upon seeing these people appear, Ji Yan's expression first changed in shock, but then gradually turned to relief. He smiled and said, It seems my previous divination was indeed correct. 10 deaths without life, the true dragon in prison, water and marsh. You will surely live a long life. The 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, and Shi Shan, Shi Shui all leaped out at the same time. Ji Yan was very powerful, having already achieved a high level of mastery in yin-yang techniques, and his internal energy realm was on par with Ji Ren's, already half a foot into the 10th realm. However, even so, facing the combined attack of the 12 sword guards, Ji Yan had little strength left to resist. In today's world, there is likely no one who can face the 12 sword guards with individual strength, because even Ji Ren himself does not have much confidence. After all, the limits of the Qin world are evident. No matter how strong a person is, they will ultimately be overwhelmed by numbers. Did the emperor only place one hidden piece? The moon goddess in the yin-yang family? The demise of the yin-yang family has become a foregone conclusion. But Ji Ren is curious about what the outcome would be if it developed according to the original trajectory. After all, according to historical records, the yin-yang family seemed to have ultimately achieved nothing, with only the cloud ruler, Su Fu, escaping to the overseas Yingzhou. Ying Zheng looked at the battlefield ahead without turning back and simply uttered a name, Xing Hun. Ji Ren was suddenly left speechless. The yin-yang family has rebelled. How does your majesty plan to deal with it? I will seek others to go to the overseas, immortal mountains to search for the elixir of immortality. Ying Zheng said with authority. Hearing this, Ji Ren immediately frowned and said, Your majesty must have seen the map I presented, and should know that there are no immortal mountains overseas. This matter is already decided in my mind. No need for further discussion. Just as Ying Zheng finished speaking, a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face, and then a dark blue-black pattern resembling a human meridian map slowly emerged on his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. A curse seal? When did this happen? Upon seeing this, Jiren's face flashed with a hint of doubt. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket to take out the silver needles for treatment, suddenly, Jiren's hand paused in his bosom. As he recalled what Zheng had just said, Zheng was an unprecedented great ruler. But precisely because of this, the entire Qin state now almost existed solely because of him. If Zheng truly insisted on seeking the elixir of immortality, it was clear that no one could dissuade him, and thus the empire was very likely to follow the old historical path. Jiren seems to be just a passerby in this world. But is this result really what Jiren wanted to see? Your Majesty, just as Jiren was contemplating, the moon goddess, who had just successfully resolved Yin Fei's issue with the help of Shan and Shui, hurriedly approached, ready to lift the curse on Zheng. However, at the moment the moon goddess got close to Zheng, an unexpected event occurred that caught everyone off guard. There was not a hint of warning. Jiren suddenly struck, using the power of his palm unleashed from the unending palm to imprint on the moon goddess's chest, instantly shattering her heart pulse. The sudden change made everyone widen their eyes in shock, especially the moon goddess, who looked at Jiren in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would betray the empire. Why? Zheng also stared blankly at the scene before him, then suddenly opened his fierce eyes. Although he was already very weak, his aura remained astonishing as he furiously questioned, for the sake of the Qin, for the sake of the world. Jiren's gaze was calm as he locked eyes with Zheng. After a moment, he slowly began to respond. Zheng was taken aback. After a long while, as if he understood something, the once darkened face returned to calmness. He looked deeply at Jiren and said, "I hope you do not deceive me." "I would not dare," Jiren replied. "Then help me up," Zheng said, and Jiren extended his hand to assist him. Zheng, whose life force was nearly at its end, sat upright, his back straightening. At that moment, he seemed to regain the demeanor of the spirited first emperor, commanding, "Draft the decree. From today I will pass the throne to my son Fu Su. I, Jiren, receive the decree and respectfully send off His Majesty, the first emperor." Chapter 197. Fu Su ascends the throne. The first emperor has passed away. This sudden change left not only Jiren's subordinates, Shan, Shui, Dianqing, and the 12 sword guards, stunned, but even Jiyen, who had been subdued by the 12 sword guards, was also taken aback. After a long while, Jiyen suddenly burst into laughter, but tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. "Ha ha. So that's it. So that's what it means. The true dragon descending into hell is actually this. I have always been the one who overthinks." Jiyen appeared to be laughing and crying, seemingly mad, and after several breaths, his laughter abruptly stopped. The 12 sword guards looked over to find that this descendant of the Ji family had already severed his own meridians and died. From the moment Jiyen entered this place until Zheng's death, he maintained a calm, yet proud mindset, even when Jiren and the 12 sword guards appeared. Making it clear that his mission would certainly fail, Jiyen's state of mind did not change much. Before taking action, he had already used the emperor's astrology to divine his fate. The divination showed 10 deaths, no life, the true dragon descends into hell. This seemed to be a dire omen, yet Jiyen did not choose to retreat, as the latter part of the omen about the true dragon descending into hell resonated with him. Although it was a sign of death, it also indicated that his defeat in this battle was not due to his lack of ability, but rather destiny. He remained a true dragon. The bloodline of the Ji family from the Zhou dynasty had not been tarnished by him. With this omen, even after death, he could face his ancestors without shame. However, with Zheng's sudden passing, Jiyen suddenly realized that the latter part of the omen was never about him. The fool had been himself all along. Thus, Jiyen went mad. After Jiyen's death, the 12 sword guards also approached Jiren and Zheng's body. Looking at Zheng, who maintained a sitting posture even in death, the 12 sword guards and Dianqing had complex expressions. Personally, they had all been citizens of Wei, and Zheng was the one who had destroyed their homeland. On the other hand, Zheng was indeed a respectable opponent to them. "Let us recover the first emperor's body. We should leave." Jiren did not explain much about Zheng's death, and the 12 sword guards, Dianqing, and Shui did not ask further. They carefully arranged Zheng's body and wrapped it in the white robe Jiren had removed. Then the group exited the mirage. Outside the mirage, many were waiting, including Zhao Gao, Zhang Han, Li Si, and other officials. When they saw only Jiren emerge from the mirage, they felt a moment of confusion. But as Jiren spoke, all present suddenly had their pupils constrict, and a storm surged within their hearts. His Majesty the First Emperor has fallen due to the betrayal of the Yin-Yang Master Donghuan. Before passing, His Majesty has decreed to pass the throne to his son Fu-Su. The statement made by Ji-Run was akin to dropping an atomic bomb beneath the calm surface of a lake. In an instant, the many ministers and soldiers who had just been bowing their heads all raised them, their pupils shaking, some even seeming to short-circuit, as if doubting whether they had heard correctly. Among them, Zhao Gao was particularly shaken. For Zhao Gao, the edict left by Ying Zheng was clearly very unfavorable, as the person they had been supporting all along was Hu Hai. Therefore, when this news was announced, Zhao Gao's heart even stirred with murderous intent, planning to secretly send someone to remove Fu-Su. But it was evident that Ji-Run would not give him the opportunity to send a message. I would like to invite Chancellor Li Si, General Zhang Han, and Lord Zhao Gao to come in for discussion. I still need to consult with you all regarding the edict, and I also hope General Zhang Han can provide a testimony for me. Ji-Run spoke quite openly. After all, when the first emperor died, only Ji-Run and a few others were still alive. It wouldn't be impossible for someone to suspect him of being involved in the emperor's death. However, this was not the main reason. The purpose of Ji-Run calling all these ministers was to prevent certain individuals from making small moves. The death of Ying Zheng had led to a situation where no one was paying attention, and the 12 sword guards, who had always surrounded Ji-Run, were now nowhere to be found. Zhang Han clearly could not find anything unusual about Ying Zheng's corpse. After all, it was a fact that Ying Zheng died at the hands of the Eastern Emperor. Although the Moon Goddess was an undercover agent, she was directly under Ying Zheng's jurisdiction. And even the Star Soul from back then did not know about her. Now that Ying Zheng was dead, no one knew she was an undercover agent. Zhao Gao was indeed puzzled about Ying Zheng dying from a curse, as he had witnessed Ji-Ren's method of lifting the six-soul terror curse. But Ji-Ren's current identity was not simple, and it was clearly unrealistic to suspect him without evidence. The emperor's death was a major issue. However, considering the current situation in the world, the people present decided after discussion to temporarily suppress this matter and wait until Fu-Su returned to Xianyang for further consideration. Today, everyone on the Mirage was silenced, and Ji-Ren sealed Ying Zheng's corpse with the mysterious ice collected from the Mirage before the group secretly returned to Xianyang. A few days later, Fu-Su returned safely to Xianyang under the protection of the 12 sword guards. The speed at which Ji-Ren acted was very quick, even catching Zhao Gao's subordinates off guard. When Fu-Su returned, he was still affected by wolf poison, which was consistent with the original plot. However, due to the antidote pouch that Ji-Run had given him last time, this time the poisoning was not severe, and with Ji-Ren's help afterward, the poison was quickly resolved. When Fu-Su returned to Xianyang, everything could proceed as planned. The news of Ying Zheng's death quickly caused a stir among various schools of thought and throughout the Central Plains. However, with Ji-Ren, the agricultural immortal, stationed there, the common people did not rise up in rebellion. Some traders from the 6 states and anti-Qin forces among the various schools attempted to take advantage of the situation, but were immediately suppressed by the Qin army. As for the Mo family and some wandering heroes, many of them had thoughts about Fu-Su. For example, the ever-changing Mo chillin in the quicksand took the opportunity to infiltrate Ying Zheng's funeral, possibly to gather information or because of intentions toward Fu-Su. However, in either case, he did not succeed, as he was detected by Ji-Ren before he could act. Ji-Ren struck him in the chest, causing him to flee, with his fate unknown. There were also some unknown individuals who disguised themselves and infiltrated Xianyang, harboring faint intentions against Fu-Su. However, when they saw the 12 sword guards and Ji-Ren closely following Fu-Su during the funeral, they ultimately chose to give up. In the Warring States period, there was no concept of a mourning period, and given the current special circumstances, everything was simplified. After Ying Zheng's funeral was completed, Fu-Su officially announced his ascension to the throne. Chapter 198. Task Settlement. The change in plans ultimately led Ji-Run to stay in the Qin world for an additional 3 years. The first year, Ji-Ren helped Fu-Su secure his position as emperor by reducing corvée labor and slowing down the construction of the Great Wall. During the same period, the Qin Empire began dispatching troops to conquer the surrounding foreign tribes, including the Donghu, Xiongnu, Yuezhi, and Chong. Thanks to Ji-Ren's years of development, the Qin state had already amassed the capability to engage in multiple wars simultaneously. The military leaders, led by the Meng family and the Wang family, were eager for battle after years of peace. Within just 6 months, the Qin state had expanded its territory to the size of what would later be known as Huaxia. Afterward, the empire took a half-year break. In the following year, Fu-Su announced to the Qin Empire the world map that Ji-Run had presented to Ying Zheng. The unveiling of this map immediately caused a great stir within the empire, silencing many factions that had previously advocated resistance against Qin, as they realized they were but frogs in a well compared to the scope of the Qin state. In the same year, the number of heroes from the Jianghu joining the Qin army surged. After all, not all anti-Qin forces were remnants of the Six States. Many in the anti-Qin alliance, such as the Xiang family, the Mozi, and Confucian Zhongliang, resisted Qin primarily to revive their own states, with little regard for the so-called world. Now that the Qin state was beginning to show signs of prosperity, many Jianghu wanderers found little reason to oppose it, aside from those with selfish motives. It was also this year that many famous figures from later generations chose to join the Qin state and began to shine, such as Han Xian and Zhong Li Mei. During these years, Jiren rarely had news leak out, as he was focused on researching the technique of grain cultivation, managing to improve the yield of a new crop almost every planting season. Without such advancements, the Qin state's rapid expansion would not have been possible. In the middle of the second year, the Qin state conquered what would become India, Iran, Kazakhstan, and a large portion of Russia before entering another ceasefire. In the third year, Gainye and Wei Zhuang were spotted in the army. The Zhonghing school was born for war, and now the Qin state was in urgent need of generals who could take on significant roles. Internally, the state was thriving, causing the current anti-Qin forces to begin collapsing on their own. Under these circumstances, if Zhongheng did not enter the military to realize their ambitions, it would be a waste of their skills. When attacking the Roman Empire in the third year, Jiren also intervened, primarily to absorb enough military spirit to help him break through to the 10th layer of his mental cultivation, with a secondary motive of revisiting familiar grounds. During a mid-war lull, Jiren returned to Xianyang, found an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Gao, and uprooted the net of conspiracies. After all, before leaving Xianyang, Jiren had set a trap for Zhao Gao to secretly contact Huai. Even though Zhao Gao no longer had much desire to disrupt the empire, Jiren was still not at ease. In the third year of war, the Qin state recovered the entire Eurasian continent and captured a significant portion of African territory before choosing to halt. Thus, the expansion of the Qin state temporarily hit a bottleneck. Given the underdeveloped transportation infrastructure, the territory the Qin had conquered was beginning to exceed what the empire could manage. If there weren't several years, or even over a decade, of development, continuing the war could lead the Qin state to instability once again. Therefore, after this stage of expansion, Jiren advised Fusu to pause and focus on internal development. After another 6 months of rest, the Qin state fully entered a prosperous era. At the beginning of the fourth year, Fusu decided to hold the second Taishan Fengshan ceremony, with the main officiants being the current Grandmaster of the Qin, the agricultural immortal of the Qin, the cultural sage of the Qin, and the Marquis of Peace of the Qin, Shui Zhe. Once again standing on the altar of Taishan, Jiren looked at the 9 black dragons of national fortune swirling around Fusu, which were even more robust than those of Yingzheng, and felt a surge of emotions. To be honest, Jiren was somewhat surprised by the second experience of the Taishan Fengshan ceremony, and even more so by the opportunity to extract national fortune a second time. After all, what happened initially was not on a mirage. Jiren should have long since departed from this world. The act of siphoning national fortune typically only happens once within the same country. But now the Qin state not only had a new emperor, leading to a change in heavenly fortune, its territory had expanded several times, increasing its earthly fortune. And the population and variety of its citizens had multiplied immensely, affecting human fortune as well. In this context, although the Qin state remained the Qin, internally it had undergone tremendous changes, thus granting Jiren a second opportunity to extract fortune. Once again, he absorbed 3 black dragons. Gazing at the Qin landscape beneath Taishan, Jiren momentarily saw the visage of Yingzheng. When he first entered this world, although Jiren often proclaimed it was for the sake of the world, at that time, this slogan was merely a means to deceive the people of this era. However, as he spent more time here, he gradually began to believe in this slogan himself. Thus, for the sake of the world and the Qin, he chose to betray Yingzheng. After the Taishan Fengshan ceremony concluded, Jiren returned to the mansion and immediately went to the study, silently selecting yes. In response to the task prompt that echoed in his mind once again, the host has successfully completed the main quest, the usurper of national fortune. Now beginning task settlement. In this task, the host has gained a total of 6 units of national fortune, extracting 28 units of energy from it. Task evaluation, extremely excellent. Beginning to settle task rewards. The host has gained a new feature, identity implant. Time rewind increased by 10 years. With the current maximum rewind time, 20 Earth years. The host has obtained pure national fortune crystal 25. 1 units. The host has obtained a life contract X1. The host has obtained the badge of cunning villain. Jiren was also unclear about the level of 25. 6 national fortune. But seeing the extremely excellent evaluation in the task, he felt it should be quite good. In this main task, the first 3 rewards were easy to understand. The first 2 mainly involved upgrading the external features themselves. One was to unlock a new function, and the other was to upgrade an old function. As for the pure national fortune crystal obtained, Jiren knew that the way to acquire it was probably similar to the dragon vein crystal he had in hand. The tattoo external feature never required this type of energy, but seemed to need a more mysterious power. However, he didn't expect that after the tattoo external feature absorbed the energy, it would still leave him with so much national fortune. Finally, Jiren focused on the suddenly appearing scroll and dark badge in his hand. Spirit contract. A contract scroll enhanced by power. After the host signs this contract with other beings, note, this being can only be a low-level spirit. Signing a contract with a high-level spirit may easily cause backlash, so the host should be cautious. A master-servant relationship will be established, and the contract will connect the breath of the contractor, granting the power to break through dimensions. Note, on a dangerous journey, you might need a helper, even if it's not human. 2-star badge, cunning villain effect 1. Deceiver. Having once toyed with the world, you have gained the power to deceive it. With this badge, you can, to some extent, deceive the probing of the world's power. Effect 2. No heavenly virtue. When you carry this badge to seize energy, there's a chance to trigger the badge effect. Young people do not speak of heavenly virtue, allowing you to gain another opportunity to seize energy and obtain 49 of the currently acquired energy. Note, catching a sheep and pulling its wool, young man. Doesn't your heart hurt? When Jiren saw the effect explanation of the spirit contract, the first figure that appeared in his mind was Qilong, the horse king that was almost becoming a spirit. This horse had been increasingly wild lately, and Jiren was worried that if it continued to stay in this world, it might harm the moral standards of this world. As for the explanation of the cunning villain badge, Jiren was quite puzzled. Didn't he just seize national fortune twice? What was the big deal about that? After completing the task settlement, Jiren sat in the study for a while longer, finally taking out pen and paper to write 3 letters. The first letter was to Fu Su, containing some suggestions for the future of the Qin state, as well as asking him to help take care of the 12 sword guards, Dian Qing, Shi Shan, and Shi Shui. The second letter was for Shi Shan, Shi Shui, Dian Qing, and the 12 sword guards, essentially saying that he was going on a trip and that they shouldn't come looking for him. The third letter was specifically written for Shi Shui, the little girl he had just taken in when he arrived in this world. Jiren could naturally see her thoughts, but he was ultimately just a passerby in this world. Jiren could have directly ascended during the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, which would have undoubtedly caused a great shock. However, this would not have been a good thing for Shi Shan, Shi Shui, Dian Qing, and the 12 sword guards. Therefore, in the end, Jiren decided to quietly leave this world. After leaving behind a letter, Jiren arrived at the horse ranch, gave Qi Lang 2 solid punches, and successfully signed a spirit contract with it. After that, Jiren checked his equipment and, confirming everything was in order, opened a crossing portal on the spot. Gripping Qi Lang by the neck, he stepped inside. In the evening, a graceful figure entered the study with a smile. When she found no one in the study, she was momentarily puzzled. However, upon discovering 2 letters on the table, an ominous premonition gradually surfaced in her heart. After a tea break, the 12 sword guards practicing at the entrance of the Anmin Marquis' residence suddenly saw a figure rush out of the gate like mad, clutching a letter in hand. As it flew past, a few drops of water could be seen falling in the air. Synopsis: fighting? It's impossible to fight. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. I can only be an assistant and muddle through life like this.